upon traversing the Dopa continent, I unexpectedly awakened the Blade Ancestor System, embarking on a journey of physical refinement, where a single stroke cleaves the heavens. I had anticipated that Xiao Yan, as the son of the realm, would be a formidable adversary. However, to my astonishment, he crumbled before my nascent blade intent. The enchanting Nalan Yanran voluntarily rescinds our engagement and seeks my embrace, while the Queen Medusa transforms for me, and the leader of Yun Yun beseeches my guidance in the dead of night. Xiao Yan, his eyes ablaze with fury, exclaims, "Return my harem." I caress the edge of my blade with a cold smirk, retorting, "If you cannot withstand even a single stroke from me, how dare you speak of women?" Until one fateful day, the Blade Ancestor System abruptly alerts me. Warning, higher authority interference detected. Above the firmament, a familiar figure stands holding a measuring rod. Chapter 1. The Awakening of the Blade Ancestor System. Excruciating pain. It felt as though every inch of my bones had been dismantled and haphazardly reassembled. Li Ao abruptly opened his eyes to find himself beneath a rough stone ceiling, cobwebs clinging to the corners, and a pungent aroma of earth, decayed leaves, and a faint metallic scent of blood violently invading his nostrils. This was not his rented accommodation. Fragments of memory crashed into his consciousness like a deluge. The last thing he recalled was the characters of the final chapter of Do Pa Song Xiong on his computer screen, along with an eerie purple lightning that tore through the night sky, striking the cheap apartment building where he resided. Had he traversed realms? He struggled to sit up, yet his entire body was overwhelmed by a more intense ache and emptiness, as if this vessel had been entirely hollowed out. Simultaneously, a flicker of memories not belonging to him flashed before his eyes. Another unfortunate soul, also named Li Ao, a scion of a minor family affiliated with the Shao clan in Wutan City, possessing mediocre talents, had recently been embroiled in a conflict between the Shao and the Jialia families, gravely injured and on the brink of death, and thus he found himself in this ghastly predicament. Starting off at hellish difficulty, Li Ao's lips curled into a bitter arc, devoid of even the strength to curse. Ding! Host's strong resentment and obsession detected, meeting binding criteria. The Blade Ancestor System is activating. 150-100. Binding successful. Host Li Ao, welcome to the world of Do Pa Song Xiong. A cold, mechanical voice erupted in his mind without warning, causing Li Ao to startle and nearly launch himself from the rudimentary stone bed. The system? Benefits for the Transmigrator. Elation surged through his frail body, prompting him to inquire urgently. System? What functions do you possess? This system is the Blade Ancestor System, designed to assist the host in achieving enlightenment through the blade, attaining respect through body refinement, and ultimately becoming the supreme Blade Ancestor. Initial task is now issued. Please check. A semi-transparent light screen materialized before him. Initial task, to reveal one's sharpness. Task requirements. Proceed to the outskirts of Wutan City, at the edge of the Beast Mountain, to independently slay 10 first-tier magical beasts known as Claw Wolves, and to initially grasp the foundational sword techniques system assistance provided. Task reward. The introductory volume of the fundamental body refinement technique, a subpar steel blade, and 100 system points. Failure penalty. Permanent deprivation of the host's male functionality. Li Ao. Upon glimpsing the consequences of failure, he instinctively clenched his legs together. This system is rather ruthless, yet closely following was an inferno of ambition. The Blade Ancestor. Body refinement. This is indeed the world of Do Pa. While Xiao Yan consumes foreign flames using the burning technique, I, Li Ao, shall carve out a path to greatness with a blade in my hand. More importantly, in my memories, the fallen genius still enduring scorn in the Shao family of Wutan City, his future romantic interests, Nalan Yanran, Medusa, Yun Yun, and Xiao Yixian. Each name flickered through Li Ao's mind, igniting a fervor within his veins. Xiao Yan, forgive me. Your fortune, your harem, I, Li Ao, shall graciously accept. A powerful resolve bolstered him, compelling him to suppress his physical weakness, and he shakily rose to his feet. The sole legacy left by the original owner of this body was a rusted, battered machete languishing in the corner. Grasping the machete, Li Ao inhaled a deep breath of the metallic air, his gaze sharp as a blade poised to be unsheathed. Let us commence from here. At the edge of the Beast Mountain range, ancient trees towered, saturating the air with a primeval aura. Li Ao lay concealed behind a thicket of dense underbrush, his breath as light as a whisper, his eyes fixed intently on a three-headed claw wolf devouring the carcass of a moose not far away. Its gray-brown fur, blood-red eyes, and claws glinting with a lethal shimmer spoke volumes of its perilous nature. This was the 5th day of his search. In the previous 4 days, he had barely managed to take down 4 solitary claw wolves through traps and ambushes, albeit sustaining several wounds himself, leaving the machete utterly rendered useless. Now it was time to ascertain the fruits of 5 days of relentless honing aided by the system. Basic sword techniques. Introductory, the host has mastered 4 fundamental moves: cleave, chop, flick, and hang, with preliminary refinement of force application techniques. No sooner had the system's notification ceased than Li Ao sprang into action. Like a cheetah, he burst forth from the underbrush, his speed leaving only an afterimage. The meager combat energy within him, approximately at the 3rd level, was summoned with all his might and channeled entirely into the subpar steel blade he had just acquired from the system store for 100 points. With a low roar, the blade's glimmer cleaved toward the neck of the nearest claw wolf. Blood erupted. The wolf's head rolled away, its headless body maintaining its forward lunge. The other 2 claw wolves were startled, letting out furious howls as they lunged, one to the left and one to the right, a fetid wind rushing toward him. Li Ao advanced rather than retreated, deftly sidestepping the left wolf's claw, while his long knife swept back in a fluid motion, precisely slicing open the soft abdomen of the right claw wolf. Entrails mixed with warm blood spilled profusely onto the ground. The last claw wolf missed its strike, about to turn, yet Li Ao stepped forward, gripping the blade with both hands, executing the simplest yet most violent move, the mighty cleave of Huashan. Clang! The tempered steel blade struck the wolf's head with tremendous force, producing a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron. The immense recoil left Li Ao's arm tingling, yet the skull of the clawed wolf was cleaved open, causing it to emit a mournful cry before collapsing to the ground in convulsions. 3 strikes, 3 wolves dispatched. Leaning on his blade, Li Ao gasped for breath, his chest heaving. The sweat mingled with the splattered wolf blood rendered him somewhat grotesque. However, an unprecedented sense of exhilaration surged through his limbs and bones. Power. This is the sensation of wielding strength. Ding. Task completed. Slay 10 first-tier magical beasts, claw wolves. 10. Mastery of basic swordsmanship, beginner. Rewards granted. Basic body refinement technique. Introductory chapter has been transmitted. A low-grade tempered steel blade has been issued. Host has redeemed it in advance, and 100 points have been credited. New task issued. Initial body refinement completion. Task requirement. Cultivate basic body refinement technique to the first layer of minor success. Task rewards. Black Iron Dominance, first level technique, 500 system points. Failure penalty, 1 month of muscular atrophy. A stream of obscure information surged into his mind, detailing the cultivation method of the basic body refinement technique. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Li Ao's eyes as he wasted no time, promptly sitting cross-legged and channeling his meager fighting energy according to the method, beginning to purge and hammer his flesh. Pain, a torment far more intense than that endured in battle, coursed through every inch of his muscles and bones, as if countless steel needles were piercing and stirring within him. Li Ao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, yet he remained silent. He understood that this was the inevitable path to becoming stronger. The journey of body refinement is intrinsically intertwined with suffering. Several hours later, as the sunset's afterglow filtered through the gaps in the forest, Li Ao suddenly opened his eyes, a far more formidable aura rising from him. A faint, ancient bronze sheen began to shimmer on the surface of his skin. The first layer of the basic body refinement technique. Minor success. He felt his strength had at least tripled. His body felt light, and his senses had become acutely heightened. Ha ha! Li Ao could not restrain his laughter, the echoes resonating through the tranquil forest, startling a few birds into flight. He raised his blade, his gaze directed toward the city of Wutan, his eyes ablaze with fervor and aggression. The Xiao family. Nalan Yanran should be arriving soon, right? Wutan City, the Xiao family. Today, the atmosphere within the Xiao family was somewhat peculiar. In the training arena, the young scions of the family engaged in their daily practice. Yet many cast furtive glances toward the edge of the square, where a solitary black-clad youth sat on the stone steps, his expression forlorn. Once a prodigy of the Xiao family, Xiao Yan now found himself cast down from the pedestal of glory, his fighting spirit strangely waning, stagnating at the 3rd level, enduring ridicule from both within and outside the clan. Li Ao blended into a group of outsiders affiliated with the family, observing with a detached demeanor. Upon returning to Wutan City, He had heard that the Gailey family had invited a second-tier alchemist, Lu Shi, who was currently boasting in the marketplace, while Xiao Yan seemed prepared to confront him theoretically. As expected, it was not long before he saw Xiao Yan clench his fists, his expression dark as he strode toward the marketplace. A subtle smile curved at the corners of Li Ao's mouth as he silently followed. An opportunity had presented itself. In the bustling marketplace of Wutan City, crowds surged. The Gailey family stall was surrounded by numerous onlookers. Clad in the robes of an alchemist, Lu Shi arrogantly belittled the medicinal herbs of the Xiao family, his words dripping with disdain. Opposite him, Xiao Yan stood with a grim countenance, his fists turning white from the intensity of his grip. Xiao family's young scion, what? Are you dissatisfied? Lu Shi sneered, the aura of a five-star fighter subtly pressing down upon Xiao Yan. The world of alchemists is beyond the comprehension of a worthless being like you. I've heard that you were once a genius. TSK, what a pity. Xiao Yan's body trembled slightly, the immense humiliation nearly driving him to the brink of madness. Just as he prepared to recklessly charge forward. A crisp, derisive laugh, though not loud, carried a peculiar penetrating quality, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone present. The crowd parted, revealing a young man clad in coarse, fitted garments, his stature as straight as a blade, who strode forth with measured steps. In his hand, he bore a sheathed long knife, his gaze serene, yet imbued with a disquieting sharpness. It was none other than Li Ao. Where did this wild brat come from, daring to meddle? Lu Shi frowned, reprimanding him with evident displeasure. However, Li Ao did not spare him a glance, his focus directly landing on Xiao Yan, his gaze unmasked in scrutiny, tinged with a hint of disdain. You are Xiao Yan? Li Ao inquired, his tone devoid of embellishment. I have heard you were once a prodigy. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, fixated on the unfamiliar youth, the essence of his gaze inducing an overwhelming discomfort within him. Li Ao continued, his tone carrying an air of condescension. Your temperament is commendable, demonstrating patience. Alas, your strength is woefully inadequate. Even a lowly character like this, he gestured with his chin towards Lu Shi, can brazenly insult your family before you. Your so-called patience is merely a futile guise in the face of absolute power. You seek death. Xiao Yan erupted in fury, the dignity that had been trampled upon ignited in that moment. With a fierce roar, he unleashed the full force of his three segments of fighting spirit, his fist enveloped in a gale, crashing ruthlessly towards Li Ao's face. This punch, fueled by rage, nearly reached the pinnacle of Xiao Yan's current capabilities. Gasps of astonishment resonated around him. Lu Shi crossed his arms, bracing himself for the unfolding drama. Yet, confronted with this ferocious blow, Li Ao merely shook his head slightly. Too slow, too weak. Before the words had fully left his lips, he sprang into action. There were no dazzling displays of fighting spirit, only an ephemeral afterimage that moved with unparalleled speed. The onlookers merely felt a blur before Li Ao had effortlessly sidestepped Xiao Yan's fist. At the same time, his right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, unleashed an unmatched sharpness in an instant. Buzz! The air emitted a delicate sound as it was cleaved. Li Ao's hand, striking first, bore a resolute intent to sever all, accurately slicing against Xiao Yan's wrist. Crack! A distinct sound of bone fracturing echoed. Ugh! Xiao Yan emitted a muffled groan of agony, his entire being reeling as if struck by a heavy blow, staggering back 7 or 8 steps, clutching his contorted wrist, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead, his gaze towards Li Ao filled with horror and disbelief. Swift, fierce, accurate, with but a single move, not even unsheathing his blade, merely employing a swift chop of his hand. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All present stood in stunned silence, their eyes fixated on the young lad wielding the sword, observing the nonchalance on his visage as if he had merely swatted away an insignificant fly. The mocking smile on Liu Shi's face froze, his eyes revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Liao flicked his wrist, as though brushing off some dust, his gaze sweeping once more over Xiao Yan, whose pallid complexion betrayed his agony and humiliation, causing his entire body to tremble. You cannot even withstand a single chop from me. His voice, though not loud, pierced like a blade, cutting deeply into Xiao Yan's heart and resonating with all those who knew him. Do you dare speak of vengeance? Do you dare to claim a future? He intentionally emphasized the phrase claim a future, imbued with a significance that only he could fathom. Having spoken, he disregarded Xiao Yan, who resembled a defeated hound, and turned away, his gaze casually glancing over a corner of the marketplace, where a figure cloaked in shadows, adorned with the emblem of the Yunlan sect, seemed to quiver slightly. The curve of his lips deepened. The first step, trampling upon the dignity of the Chosen One, was accomplished. Now, the next step would be to approach the esteemed Miss Nalan, who was soon to withdraw from the engagement. Liao, brandishing his sword, departed leisurely under the watchful eyes filled with reverence, fear, and curiosity. Behind him lay a scene of shattered pride and Xiao Yan, clutching his severed wrist, his gaze aflame with rage, letting forth a deep, beastly growl. Chapter 2. Nalan Yanran. In a secluded corner of the market, shadows gracefully cloaked the figure of the newcomer. Clad in a moon-white dress, Nalan Yanran stood tall like a freshly blossomed blue lotus, yet her exquisite features were marred by an unmistakable astonishment. She had been dispatched by her master to Yun City to annul an absurd engagement, intending to discreetly observe her betrothed, Xiao Yan, only to be taken aback by the scene before her, a scene that utterly subverted her expectations. How could the once-renowned genius of the Gamma Empire be so easily vanquished? A mere unknown youth had effortlessly severed his wrist with a swift strike. Beside her, Elder Gui's murky old eyes gleamed with a flicker of insight as he murmured, "Miss, what a fierce display of skill. That strike bears the nascent form of blade intent, its edge reined in, a lethal blow. Given his age, he is likely on par with Xiao Yan. Yet his strength is unfathomable. At least a peak Do fighter, perhaps even a Do Master? Do Master?" Nalan Yanran's crimson lips parted slightly in disbelief. A Do Master at such a tender age? It would be nigh impossible to find more than a handful within the entire Gamma Empire. In comparison to this enigmatic youth, Xiao Yan appeared utterly inconsequential. She gazed at the young man in simple garb, holding a blade with an air of composure. Though not particularly imposing, he stood like a half-drawn, treasured sword, steady, cold, exuding an aura of solitary might capable of severing all. Especially striking were his eyes, calm, yet seemingly capable of piercing the depths of one's soul. Had he just cast a glance in her direction? Nalan Yanran's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. A mix of curiosity, shock, and a vague, ineffable thrill quietly burgeoned within her. The contrast between Xiao Yan's earlier disgrace and ineptitude and the quiet strength and aloofness of the mysterious youth formed a deadly allure. Nalan Yanran inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within her heart. She needed to contemplate this matter thoroughly. Perhaps the annulment of the engagement had taken on a new dimension? Liao returned to his dilapidated temporary abode and sat cross-legged. Ding! The host has successfully diminished the prestige of the protagonist Xiao Yan, seizing part of his fortune. Reward: 500 system points, black iron body, first layer cultivation acceleration card, valid for 3 days. A light curtain appeared, confirming the rewards. Liao raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, suppressing the protagonist bore its advantages. The concept of fortune was enigmatic, yet the system's validation could not be doubted. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the black iron body first layer cultivation acceleration card and poured several vials of body tempering elixir, exchanged with points from the system shop, into a prepared wooden tub before stepping in naked. Buzz! The elixir surged through him like searing steel needles, mercilessly piercing his skin, muscles, fascia, and even marrow. The agony, tenfold that of practicing the basic body refinement technique, engulfed him in an instant. Liao stifled a groan, veins bulging on his forehead. Yet he maintained a thread of clarity within his spiritual platform, channeling all his energy into the black iron body technique. The bronze sheen beneath his skin grew increasingly vibrant, subtly shifting toward a profound dark iron hue, as the muscle fibers transformed through destruction and rebirth, becoming resilient and tightly woven. 3 days passed in a blur of excruciating torment. Crack! The wooden tub, unable to withstand the occasional surges of power emanating from him, shattered violently, spilling the murky elixir across the ground. Liao suddenly opened his eyes, their brilliance flashing like lightning before vanishing. He rose, the sound of cracking bones reverberating throughout his body, a formidable feeling of strength coursing through his limbs. His skin radiated a healthy bronze hue, and his muscles flowed with power, as if forged from fine iron. The first layer of black iron body was now complete. With mere physical strength, he no longer feared ordinary dome masters. He swung a fist casually, producing a shockwave that stirred the dust in the corners of the room. Power! This was power. Liao clenched his fist, savoring the surging might within, a surge of ambition igniting in his chest. New task released. First test of edge. Task requirements: venture into the Monster Mountain range, independently slay a second-tier magical beast, the Iron Arm Ape, and decisively defeat a 3-star Dome Master or higher. Witnesses required. Task rewards: Whirlwind Blade Manual, 1,000 system points, and a random lottery draw. Failure penalty: randomly forfeit a learned technique. Liao's Gazi Sharpened. Second-tier magical beasts were equivalent to human Dome Masters, and the Iron Arm Ape was renowned for its strength and defense. As for defeating a 3-star Dome Master, he licked his slightly dry lips, his fighting spirit rising. Perfect. This would be the ideal opportunity to test my blade. He grasped the low-grade fine steel blade and strode out of the stone hut, setting off once more toward the Monster Mountain range. Days later, in a certain part of the Monster Mountain range, Roar, a nearly 3-meter-tall Iron Arm Ape, with arms that extended past its knees and muscles gnarled like ancient roots, let out a thunderous roar, its powerful arms slamming toward Liao. Trees as thick as a man's embrace were easily shattered in its wake, and stones flew in all directions. Liao stood firm, his eyes glinting with determination. Black Iron Body, activate! As he bellowed, the bronze hue beneath his skin instantaneously deepened, taking on a metallic luster. He too hurled a punch, devoid of any flourish, purely a clash of physical might against the Black Iron Body. Bang! Their fists collided, producing a sound as thunderous as a drumbeat. A shock wave erupted from their center, stirring clouds of dust. Liao staggered slightly, the ground beneath him cracking, while the Iron Arm Ape emitted a pained howl, its robust arm bending at an unnatural angle, its massive body stumbling back several steps. Its eyes filled with terror as it regarded Liao. The power was formidable, yet still insufficient. Liao sneered, suddenly propelling himself forward, the ground exploding into a small crater beneath him as he shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. The fine steel blade was swiftly unsheathed, its icy gleam slicing through the forest's gloom. Without employing Do Chi, he wielded the blade solely with his physical strength, achieving an unparalleled speed. Swoosh! The blade flashed, and the Iron Arm Ape's charge abruptly halted, a thin line of blood trickling from its brow, coursing through its entire body. In the next instant, its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud, scattering fallen leaves everywhere. One strike and it was slain. Liao stood, sheathing his blade, his breath steady. Slaying a second-tier magical beast had become a trivial task for him. Ding! Task of slaying the second-tier magical beast, Iron Arm Ape, completed. Reward of 500 points has been partially granted. He was preparing to process his prey when suddenly, his brow twitched as a keen perception caught a subtle rustling and a formidable presence from behind him. Have you been watching for so long and still not revealed yourself? Liao turned, his gaze sharp as a blade, directed into the depths of the forest. After a series of rustling sounds, a middle-aged man clad in mercenary attire emerged, a scar running across his face and a fierce glint in his eyes. He gripped a ghostly blade, exuding the aura of a 3-star Dome Master. Kid, impressive skills. The scar-faced man licked his lips, his gaze greedily sweeping over the corpse of the Iron Arm Ape. The iron-boned grass it guarded, along with its magical core, is quite valuable. If you know what's good for you, leave the goods behind, and I might spare your life. He had evidently witnessed Liao slay the Iron Arm Ape, but assumed Liao relied on cunning and speed, underestimating his true strength, especially since Liao exhibited no evident fluctuations of Do Chi, having deliberately suppressed it, focusing instead on body refinement, which further fueled the man's contempt. Liao regarded the man, a smile suddenly breaking across his face. What a delightful coincidence. Spare my life? He slowly raised his fine steel blade. Its tip pointed at the scar-faced man. Are you even worthy? Seeking death. The scarred face was incensed, and the combat aura of the 3-star Dome Master erupted with a thunderous force. The ghost head blade shimmered with a murky yellow radiance, exuding a might akin to that of a mountain-splitting strike as it descended upon Liao with the intent to cleave him in two. The stone-cracking slash. This blow was imbued with immense power, sufficient to split a massive boulder. Liao's gaze remained unwavering, and he did not even activate the Black Iron Body to its fullest extent. Instead, he merely channeled his physical strength into the blade, meeting the overwhelming strike with a straightforward downward slash, breaking strength with finesse. Clang! The two blades collided, producing a deafening clang of metal on metal. The sinister grin on the scarred man's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer horror. He felt as if his blade had struck not against another blade, But against an iron mountain, an unassailable and terrifying force surged through the blade. Crack! The ghost head blade in his hand shattered in two. Yet Li Ao's tempered steel blade continued its relentless trajectory, emanating an icy aura of death, rapidly enlarging in his field of vision. No! Puffed! The blade swept past, sending a spray of blood into the air. A head, filled with astonishment, soared upwards, while the headless corpse clutched the broken blade and collapsed to the ground. A 3-star Dome Master, slain in a single stroke. Li Ao flicked the blood from his blade with an expression of indifference. His gaze swept past several large trees nearby, where a handful of mercenaries, who had initially contemplated seizing an opportunity, now appeared pale and trembling like leaves in the wind. Get lost. The single word was uttered, and the mercenaries, as if granted a reprieve from death, scrambled away into the depths of the dense forest. Ding! Task Initial Trial of Brilliance completed. Rewards. Raging Wine Blade Technique Book, 1,000 system points, and a random lottery draw has been issued. Would you like to proceed with the random lottery draw immediately? Drawley A.O. willed it. A virtual roulette appeared before him, spinning rapidly before coming to a halt at a square shimmering with purple light. Congratulations, host. You have obtained Advanced Xian Level Do Technique, Thunder Sound Step. A movement technique? An advanced Xian Level 1 at that. A glimmer of delight flickered in Li Ao's eyes. With offensive techniques in the form of blade arts, defensive capabilities through the body of dominance, and now the addition of a movement technique to mend his shortcomings, his combat prowess would ascend to new heights. He stowed away his reward, prepared to depart after processing the materials of the iron-armored ape. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, accompanied by a woman's slightly panicked exclamation. Who are you? Why are you blocking my path? Li Ao paused. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. He stealthily advanced, parting the dense foliage, and beheld an open space in the forest where 3 figures clad in black, exuding a menacing aura, had formed a triangular encirclement around a woman. The woman, dressed in a flowing white gown, possessed a graceful figure and stunning beauty, her demeanor as cool as an orchid in a secluded valley. At this moment, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, and she wielded a long blue sword, which was enveloped in a faint azure wind attribute Do Qi. It was none other than Yunlan sect's leader, Yun Yun. Opposing her were 3 individuals, their auras dark and foreboding, all at the level of Great Dome Masters. The leader among them had even reached the rank of 5-star Great Dome Master. Although Yun Yun was strong, she appeared to be injured, her cultivation realm wavering at the Great Dome Master level, placing her in a precarious situation against the 3 adversaries of equal rank. Li Ao's gaze fell upon Yun Yun's exquisitely beautiful profile, his eyes flickering momentarily. A hero saving a beauty? It seemed like an opportune moment. He tightened his grip on the blade, a dangerous smile creeping onto his lips. It appeared that the luck bestowed by this random lottery was not limited to just Thunder Sound Step. Chapter 3. The Resentment of the Child from Another Dimension. The atmosphere in the forest glade became as heavy as iron. The 3 black-clad Great Dome Masters formed a pincer formation, their energies tightly locking onto Yun Yun at the center. The leader, marked by a grotesque centipede scar, spoke in a hoarse voice, his eyes cold and serpent-like. Sect Master Yun, hand over that item, and perhaps we might leave your corpse whole. Yun Yun's delicate face remained composed, her long sword glowing vividly with azure light. Though her aura seemed slightly disordered, her gaze remained resolute. Wolf Head Mercenary Group? What benefits did she offer you to dare come after me? The dead need not know too much. The centipede-scarred man barked sharply, and the 3 simultaneously unleashed their Do Qi, their overwhelming presence forcing the surrounding flora to bow low, the very air growing heavy. A 3-star Great Dome Master made the first move, unleashing a fist that howled through the air, coalescing into a massive yellow wolf phantom that lunged ferociously at Yun Yun. The tip of Yun Yun's sword quivered slightly as a fierce wind blade sliced forth, cleaving the wolf phantom in 2. However, the exertion caused her form to sway slightly, her complexion paling further. Clearly, her old injuries had not healed, and facing 3 opponents of equal rank was a tremendous strain. The other 2 Great Dome Masters, seeing their opportunity, surged forward with ferocious intent, launching their dazzling Do techniques in unison. Yun Yun swung her sword to parry, the azure sword shadows fanning out like a peacock's tail, barely withstanding the dual onslaught. But she was jolted back, blood surging in her veins, a trace of crimson escaping her lips. Seizing the opening, the centipede-scarred man grinned maliciously, his fingers clawing outward. slicing through the air towards Yun Yun's vulnerable back. Should this claw connect, even a doling expert would be severely wounded. Realizing the deadly wind behind her, Yun Yun attempted to turn, but it was too late. A flicker of resoluteness flashed in her beautiful eyes. Just as the situation seemed dire, a whispering sound sliced through the air, surpassing the limits of hearing. A pitch-black blade light seemed to emerge from the void, devoid of any do-chi fluctuations or forewarning. Abruptly and precisely manifesting before the centipede-scarred man's wrist, the blade glided past, drawing forth a line of blood droplets. The man's forward motion abruptly froze, his sinister smile solidifying into sheer terror and bewilderment. He looked down at his severed arm, blood gushing forth uncontrollably, seemingly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. It was only when the excruciating pain surged through his nerves like a tsunami that he screamed, "Ah, my hand!" His piercing wail shattered the silence of the forest. The other two great dome masters, who had been attacking Yun Yun, halted in shock, their eyes darting toward the source of the blade light. They beheld a youth clad in simple garments, standing at the edge of the clearing. He held an unremarkable tempered steel blade, the tip still dripping with fresh blood. The young man's expression was tranquil, his gaze indifferent, as if he had not just severed the wrist of a five-star Great Dome Master. It was none other than Liao. Yun Yun was also taken aback, her beautiful eyes fixed on Liao with incredulity. She could sense that this youth did not possess any formidable do-chi fluctuations, at most at the level of a fighter. Yet that previous strike had been executed with unparalleled speed, precision, and lethality. The sheer brilliance of that attack even sent a shiver down her spine. "Kid, who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of our wolf-head mercenary group?" The pain from his severed wrist twisted the centipede-scarred man's features. His eyes locked onto Liao with a venomous glare. Liao flicked the blood from his blade, his gaze sweeping over the three adversaries before finally resting upon Yun Yun's exquisite yet pale face. Just passing by, couldn't bear to watch. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. "You seek death." The other two great dome masters roared in unison. Though they were terrified by Liao's bizarre strike, they relied on their numbers and simultaneously unleashed their do-chi, charging towards him from both sides. One's fist lunged forth like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, while the other's blade slashed down like a waterfall in freefall. Their do-chi illuminating the area with a blinding radiance, their momentum terrifying. Faced with the furious assault of two great dome masters, Liao's expression turned cold. Raging windblade, thunder sound step. It was as if a subtle thunderclap resonated beneath his feet, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blurred afterimage. Not retreating, but advancing, directly penetrating the gap between the two attacks. The blade light erupted. No longer the silent slash of before, it transformed into countless strikes. Swift. So swift that it transcended the limits of visual capture. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, a multitude of gleaming blades erupted simultaneously, forming a deadly net of steel. The blades swept through the air with the ferocity of a tempest, accompanied by a piercing shriek that threatened to rend all asunder. The metallic clangs rang out in a cacophony, dense and relentless, like raindrops pummeling banana leaves. The two Grand Dome Masters were overwhelmed by the chilling brilliance of the blades before them. Their own techniques and weapons rendered as fragile as paper in the face of the furious onslaught. Their protective do-chi was effortlessly shredded, weapons were sent flying, and their bodies erupted with countless wounds. With a sickening thud, the two figures were hurled backward at a speed greater than they had approached, crashing heavily to the ground. Drenched in their own blood, their fate seemingly sealed. From a moment, Liao struck to the demise of the two Grand Dome Masters. Scarcely more than a breath had passed. The centipede scar, witnessing the catastrophe, felt his soul leave his body, clutching his severed wrist with his remaining hand. His face turned as pale as parchment, devoid of any trace of ferocity. His gaze towards Liao was filled with trepidation, as if he were beholding a demon risen from the depths of hell. "What manner of monster are you?" he stammered, his voice quaking. Liao paid him no heed, instead directing his attention towards the remaining centipede scar, advancing step by step. "Please spare me. I am the third commander of the Wolf-Head Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, Commander Mu, she will not let you go." The centipede scar retreated in terror, incoherently threatening. Unperturbed, Liao's steps continued, a chilling smirk gracing his lips. "Mushi, he will soon join you." No sooner had he spoken than the blades flashed once more. The centipede scar's head was sent soaring into the air, his face frozen in an expression of pure, unadulterated fear. Li Ao sheathed his blade, casting not a glance at the three corpses on the ground as he turned to approach the still-dazed Yun Yun. As she beheld the approaching youth, his simple garb stained with a few drops of blood, he appeared anything but disheveled. Rather, he exuded an aura of menace. The lines of his youthful visage were stark and resolute, his gaze profound, a striking contrast to the ferocity of his earlier blade work, stirring a tempest within her heart. "Thank you for your timely intervention," Yun Yun managed, suppressing the tumult within her, offering a slight bow. Her tone remained cool, yet it bore a newfound gravity. She sensed that this youth was far from the simple figure he initially appeared to be. "A mere trifle," Liao replied nonchalantly, his gaze settling on Yun Yun's somewhat pallid countenance. "You are injured." Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback by his directness, nodding slightly. "An old injury is yet to heal, and I have just aggravated it." Li Ao stepped closer, a faint, ethereal fragrance akin to orchids in a secluded valley wafting toward him. His eyes swept over the blood-tinged corner of her lips and her trembling, jade-like hand gripping the sword, before he suddenly reached out. "You." Yun Yun instinctively recoiled a half-step, her delicate brows knitting together as her internal qi began to circulate. Her noble status had never afforded her the experience of such proximity to an unfamiliar man. Li Ao's hand halted midair, his fingertips seemingly flashing with a barely perceptible sharpness. His expression remained unchanged as he looked into Yun Yun's eyes. "You have been poisoned. The more hastily your qi circulates, the more swiftly the toxin spreads." Yun Yun's body trembled, a flicker of horror flashing in her enchanting eyes. Indeed, she had been afflicted by a sinister toxin, which she had been suppressing with her qi. Even Guyi had not fully discerned its nature. Yet this youth had seen through it at a glance. Without waiting for her response, Li Ao's hovering hand suddenly transformed, his fingers striking several acupoints near her wrist with the precision of a blade, swift as lightning. The skin he touched was warm and smooth, yet his movements were unyielding and deft. Yun Yun felt several subtle yet fierce energies infiltrate her being, causing the previously sluggish flow of qi to regain some fluidity. And the numbing sensation brought by the poison diminished considerably. She stared in astonishment, her gaze towards Li Ao transforming entirely. This youth was not only formidable and enigmatic, but his perception and methods were profoundly inscrutable. "I have temporarily sealed the toxin spread," Li Ao declared, retracting his hand as though he had merely performed a trifling task. "This place is not suitable for lingering. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps may yet have reinforcements." Yun Yun inhaled deeply, suppressing her astonishment and confusion, nodding in acknowledgement. "Thank you. May I inquire your esteemed name? I shall repay your kindness with due gratitude." "Li Ao," he stated plainly, his gaze steady upon Yun Yun. "No need for repayment. I am also headed into the depths of the Monster Beast Mountain Range to seek some medicinal herbs. If the head of the Yun family does not mind, we may travel together for a spell." Yun Yun regarded the mysterious and powerful youth before her, who had saved her life, unveiled the treacherous poison, and proposed companionship. Was it mere coincidence, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Yet, given her unhealed injuries and the peculiar toxin coursing through her veins, traversing the perilous Monster Beast Mountain Range alone would indeed be hazardous. Though Li Ao was direct and domineering in his actions, he seemed devoid of malice. After a moment's contemplation, Yun Yun inclined her head slightly. "Then, I shall trouble you, Li Ao." She had intended to address him more formally. Yet upon observing his youthful countenance, she altered her phrasing. A faint, barely perceptible smile graced Li Ao's lips as he turned, leading the way into the depths of the mountain range. Yun Yun watched his upright figure, reminiscent of a blade, before casting a glance at the three Grand Masters' lifeless bodies on the ground, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a flicker of intrigue. This youth named Li Ao was like a shroud of mist, powerful, mysterious, and domineering, yet he had extended a helping hand in her most desperate moment. She took a gentle breath, suppressing the strange emotions within her, and stepped forward to follow him. Sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting dappled shadows upon the figures of the two, one leading and the other trailing. The forest was silent, save for the rustling of their footsteps. Meanwhile, in the city of Wutan, within the Xiao family estate, Xiao Yan had isolated himself in his chamber, his wrist bandaged heavily, his countenance stormy enough to drip water. The humiliation of the marketplace and the agony of his severed arm gnawed at his soul like a venomous serpent. "Xiao Yan, remain calm." The aged voice of Yao Lao echoed in his mind. That young man is no ordinary foe. He seems to be treading a rare path of pure body refinement, and he has already made significant progress. That hand strike he executed contained a sharpness that is far from ordinary Do techniques. Body refinement? Is it stronger than the burning technique of my master? Xiao Yan growled in frustration. Techniques hold no rank. What truly matters is the practitioner, Yao Lao replied solemnly. This young man possesses a ruthless and decisive temperament, making him a formidable adversary. Yet you wield the burning technique with boundless potential. Do not belittle yourself. The urgent matter at hand is to swiftly enhance your strength and secure a place in the Jianan Academy, where you'll find the resources you require. Xiao Yan clenched his uninjured hand tightly, his nails digging deeply into his palm. Liao, he spat through gritted teeth, a fire of humiliation and hatred blazing in his eyes. The vendetta of my severed arm and the disgrace of the marketplace. I, Xiao Yan, shall repay you 100-fold. And you, Nalan Yanran, shall wait for me. Unbeknownst to him, the very Nalan Yanran he yearned for, whom he envisioned as his future partner, was currently seated in the residence of the Yunlan sect in Wutan City, attentively listening to Gu Ye's report. Yet her mind was haunted by the cold visage of the blade-wielding youth from the marketplace. And, at this very moment, the tormentor who had brought him endless humiliation was walking side by side with the leader of the Yunlan sect, a figure that even his master regarded with trepidation. Deep within the monster beast mountain range, the trajectory of fate had quietly diverged the moment Li Ao crossed over, swinging his first blade. Chapter 4. Yun Yun's Astonishment. Deep within the monster beast mountain range, the ancient trees grew ever taller, their dense canopies nearly obscuring the light of day. Only scattered beams of sunlight valiantly pierced through, dancing upon the carpet of decaying leaves below. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and a hint of ancient vegetation, while deeper within, the low growls of unknown beasts echoed, inducing a sense of unease. Li Ao walked ahead, his stride steady. Each footfall seemed to meld seamlessly with the ground, silent yet imbued with an unyielding resolve. He stood tall, akin to a walking blade, naturally cleaving through the entwined vines and drooping branches before him. Yun Yun trailed him closely, maintaining a distance of about 3 steps. Most of her attention remained fixed on the back of the youth clad in plain garb. It was unnaturally quiet. Apart from brief confirmations of direction, he spoke scarcely a word. She showed no curiosity about his identity, nor did she inquire why he was being pursued. She did not even exhibit the slightest hint of the awe or flattery that a person of her stature, as the leader of the Yunlan sect, ought to display. This silence stood in stark contrast to the ferocity he had displayed when he had previously dispatched 3 grandmasters with brutal efficiency. It was akin to a divine weapon sheathed within an unadorned scabbard. One could sense its unparalleled sharpness, yet remain oblivious to the true essence concealed within. Was it mere happenstance that he had crossed her path? Yun Yun's slender fingers unconsciously brushed against a leaf that hung low before her, her doubts lingering uncomfortably in her mind. Although the Wolfhead mercenary group was not among the most formidable forces, the fact that 3 grandmasters had been dispatched to intercept her was no trivial matter. The appearance of Li Ao was too coincidental, and his methods were alarmingly efficient. The severed wrist, the whirlwind-like blade that had struck with lethal swiftness. There was no aura of fighting spirit, only the purest manifestation of speed and strength, coupled with an enigmatic intent that seemed capable of severing all obstacles. A faint sound of air being displaced pierced the silence. Li Ao, walking ahead, did not glance back. His fingers, poised like a blade, casually sliced sideways. An invisible force swept through, and a vividly colored, triangular-headed poisonous snake that had stealthily descended from the branches was instantaneously cleaved in 2, falling to the ground and writhing in its death throes. Yun Yun's pupils constricted. She had not even sensed the lurking serpent, yet he seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, his movements as nonchalant as brushing away a speck of dust. "Thank you," she murmured softly. This marked the 3rd time he had eliminated subtle threats since they had entered the depths of the mountains. Each instance had been executed with a precision that was almost alarming. Li Ao continued his stride, merely responding with a faint Another silence enveloped them, broken only by the rustling of leaves underfoot and the distant, faint roar of beasts. Yun Yun gazed at his back, a palpable weight of silence pressing against her, making it somewhat difficult for her to breathe. She was accustomed to being regarded with reverence, to being looked up to. Never had she experienced such complete disregard from a youth. No, it was not mere disregard. It was a peculiar form of equality, as if she were no different from the surrounding trees and stones, or perhaps a form of indifference. Unable to restrain herself, she finally spoke, her voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the forest. "Young Master Li, you seem quite familiar with these mountains?" Li Ao's footsteps faltered slightly, but he did not turn around. Not particularly familiar, just a feeling. A feeling? Yun Yun was taken aback. What sort of response was that? Once again, "I thank you for your assistance, young Master Li," she reiterated, attempting to shatter the uncomfortable silence, while also testing the waters. The three leaders of the Wolfhead mercenary group were no weaklings. Mu Ba, in particular, had already attained the rank of 5-star Grandmaster, and Li Ao's prowess was truly astonishing. Finally, Li Ao turned his head slightly to regard her. His gaze was tranquil, as deep as two ancient wells. Devoid of any emotion, they relied too heavily on fighting spirit. His tone was flat, as if stating an ordinary fact. Their power is dispersed and lacks cohesion. Filled with flaws. Yun Yun's heart jolted. Relying on fighting spirit? Flaws? This was a grandmaster, a realm that countless cultivators spent their lives striving to reach. Yet in his words, it seemed as fragile as a mere trifle. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she pressed on. "Young Master Li, it seems you tread the path of pure physical cultivation. Such a path was perilous and exceedingly rare. May I inquire about your master?" "I have no master." Li Ao interrupted her, turning his attention back to the path ahead. "I train myself." Train himself? Yun Yun was left utterly speechless. No master? To reach the level of effortlessly dispatching a 5-star Grandmaster with a single strike? How could that be possible? Even she, the leader of the Yunlan sect, who had witnessed the talents of the Jiangma Empire and neighboring nations, had never heard of such an extraordinary feat. As she observed his retreating figure, the veil of mystery surrounding this youth only thickened. Overbearing, enigmatic, and powerful to an extent that defied logic. Yet he had spared her life and acted with an unexplainable integrity, or perhaps a disdain for taking advantage of others. A fervent curiosity, like a creeping vine, began to entwine itself within her heart. She yearned to uncover the true identity of this young man named Li Ao. At that moment, Li Ao suddenly halted, raising a hand to signal her. Yun Yun immediately gathered her thoughts, focusing intently ahead. Not far in front of them, in a relatively open glade, a few peculiar plants were growing. The plants were not tall, their entire bodies a deep shade of purple, with long, sword-like leaves. At the top of each plant hung several dragon eye-sized, translucent red fruits that emanated a strange, alluring fragrance. Swordheart orchid, Qiang fruit, Li Ao stated they are sufficiently aged. The Qiang fruit is potent, containing pure yang essence, which may assist in suppressing the cold poison within you. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled. The Swordheart orchid was a vital ingredient for refining certain high-grade elixirs, and the Qiang fruit was one of the spiritual fruits she needed to temporarily alleviate the toxin's encroachment. She had searched for it in vain until now, only to find that Li Ao could lead her directly to it. This place must be guarded by magical beasts. Yun Yun cautioned, scanning the surroundings with her senses. A location capable of nurturing such spiritual fruits would undoubtedly harbor dangers. Before she could finish her warning, a foul wind suddenly surged from the nearby thicket. It was a magical beast covered in dark green scales, resembling a cheetah but sporting a single horn. Its speed was astonishing, and its footsteps were silent. Only its blood-red eyes glimmered with a cruel and greedy light as it lunged for the Qiang fruits. A second-stage peak magical beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard. Renowned for its swiftness, it struck with deadly precision. Yun Yun's expression shifted slightly as she instinctively reached for her sword. Her injuries were still unhealed, and her fighting spirit was sluggish. Facing this swift second-stage peak beast was quite a challenge. However, someone was faster than her. In the instant the Wind Shadow Leopard pounced, Li Ao moved. He did not employ that ghostly technique known as Thundersound Step, but rather executed the simplest of forward strides. Boom! The ground beneath him trembled violently, as if a minor earthquake had occurred. Using the force of his step, he launched himself forward like a cannonball, arriving ahead of the Wind Shadow Leopard and positioning himself in front of the Qiang fruits. The Wind Shadow Leopard clearly had not anticipated that someone could be faster than it. A flicker of surprise passed through its crimson eyes, which quickly morphed into fury. Its sharp claws, slicing through the air with a shriek, were aimed directly at Li Ao's face. Li Ao did not flinch or evade, his gaze icy. His right hand clenched into a fist, his bronze skin taut with muscle like iron. With a punch, he struck forward. Once again, there was no aura of fighting spirit, only pure, unadulterated strength. The air before his fist was compressed by this overwhelming force, emitting a resonant hum that could scarcely bear the burden. Bang! Fist and claw collided. There was no stalemate, no push-and-pull, only a dull thud accompanied by a distinct sound of bones fracturing. The wind shadow leopard emitted a sorrowful, piercing howl, its claws, capable of rending steel, shattered into countless pieces upon contact with Li Ao's fist. Immediately thereafter, the terrifying force surged through its forelimb, shattering its arm bones and shoulder blade in succession. Its massive body was sent hurtling backward, as if struck by a rapidly moving mountain, crashing into several trees before finally collapsing to the ground, blood streaming from its 7 orifices, lifeless. One punch, merely one punch. Li Ao had annihilated a second-stage peak magical beast, the Wind Shadow Leopard. Yun Yun, sword poised in the air, found herself frozen, her red lips slightly parted, her stunning visage etched with shock. She witnessed clearly that throughout the entire encounter, Li Ao had not utilized a single ounce of fighting spirit. He had relied solely on his physical strength. The kind of power was domineering, barbaric, and utterly overwhelming. It was simply beyond what any human should possess. Li Ao nonchalantly shook his fist, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He approached the crimson sunfruit, delicately plucking a few vibrant red orbs and placing them into a jade box he had prepared long ago, before turning to present it to Yun Yun. "For you," he said, his tone remaining unvarnished, as if he were offering not precious spirit fruits that could incite fierce competition among grandmasters, but merely a handful of ordinary wild berries. Yun Yun gazed at the jade box extended towards her, then at the lifeless body of the Wind Shadow Leopard on the ground, and finally at Li Ao, whose tranquil visage revealed no hint of emotion. A tumult of feelings surged within her: shock, gratitude, confusion, and an undercurrent of excitement that she hadn't even realized was there. She extended a slightly trembling hand to accept the jade box, her fingertips inevitably brushing against Li Ao's palm. The sensation was not coarse. Rather, it exuded a warm solidity that starkly contrasted with the terrifying power he had just displayed. "Thank you, young Master Li," she said, her voice unconsciously softening. This expression of gratitude carried less formality and more sincerity. Li Ao nodded in acknowledgement without further words and continued on his path, holding the still warm jade box. Yun Yun watched his silent figure retreating ahead, her curiosity reaching a pinnacle. Who exactly was this young man? Meanwhile, far away in the Xiao family of Wutan City, Nalan Yanran stared blankly at a piece of crude letter paper. The letter contained fragmented information she had discreetly gathered about the mysterious young man after witnessing Li Ao's astonishing prowess in the marketplace. Li Ao, of unknown origin, had appeared in Wutan City days prior, suspected of harboring a grudge against Xiao Yan, with an unmeasurable strength, possibly even that of a Dome Master or higher, in an enigmatic cultivation path, rumored to be purely physical refinement. Nalan Yanran's delicate fingers grazed the edge of the letter, her beautiful eyes shimmering with intrigue. Could pure physical refinement truly attain such heights? She murmured softly, the image of the cold figure wielding a blade and effortlessly defeating Xiao Yan resurfacing in her mind. In stark contrast to Xiao Yan's current plight and ineptitude, this enigmatic and formidable Li Ao shone like a brilliant sun suddenly rising in the night sky, nearly blinding her. The pre-prepared letter of withdrawal from their engagement felt oddly hot in her hands. Perhaps it would be wise to wait and see. Chapter 5. Yun Yun's curiosity upon consuming the crimson sun fruit. A warm current coursed through her, dispelling some of the lingering coldness that had settled within her meridians. The pallor of Yun Yun's complexion regained a hint of rosy hue as she quietly channeled her do qi, discovering that the stubborn toxin had indeed been subdued to a degree. She lifted her gaze towards the silent figure ahead. He walked with steady resolve, as if he had merely brushed dust from his clothing after delivering a fatal blow to the Wind Shadow Leopard. This effortless composure was far more alarming than any overt display of bravado. "Young Master Li," she quickened her pace to walk alongside him, her voice tinged with an unintentional inquisitiveness. "Thank you for your assistance." The crimson sun fruit worked wonders. Li Ao glanced at her, his gaze lingering momentarily on her now more colorful cheeks before he nodded. "Yes, it can suppress the effects for 3 days. His responses were consistently succinct, direct, devoid of any superfluous emotion. Yun Yun found herself growing accustomed to his manner of speech. "Are you also knowledgeable about pharmacology, young Master Li?" She could not help but inquire. His ability to identify the specific poison afflicting her and accurately locate the corresponding spirit fruit for relief was no ordinary feat for a mere martial artist. Somewhat, was Li Ao's sparse reply. Somewhat? Yun Yun mused inwardly with a wry smile. If this constituted a mere smattering of knowledge, then the so-called masters of alchemy in the Gamma Empire were likely still at the threshold of understanding. She refrained from pressing further and silently followed him. The light in the forest grew dimmer, and the air became increasingly humid and oppressive, with colorful miasma beginning to waft around them silently. Li Ao's stride remained steady. He didn't consciously avoid the toxic miasma. Instead, an almost imperceptible, ethereal force seemed to envelop him, causing the vibrant toxins to dissipate as they approached within a foot of his body, as if they were repelled by a natural nemesis. Yun Yun felt a surge of astonishment. She required the use of her Do Qi to barely withstand the encroaching toxins, yet Li Ao appeared impervious, as if fortified solely by his physical vitality. What manner of terrifying technique was this black iron body? Stay close, Li Ao suddenly spoke, his tone slightly more somber. Ahead lies a swamp. There is something there. Yun Yun's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately focused her mind, preparing herself. Following Li Ao's gaze, she beheld a sparsely wooded area giving way to an expansive, inky swamp. Above the morass hung a dense, gray-green fog, bubbles incessantly rising from the mire, bursting and releasing a nauseating stench. In the center of the swamp, a plant of vibrant green, resembling a lotus, thrived quietly. 7 leaves, sculpted like emerald, encircled a fruit the size of a dove's egg, emanating a radiant, multicolored glow. The 7-leaved poison sovereign grass. The 7-colored poison sovereign fruit. Yun Yun gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in astonishment. This was a principal ingredient for concocting high-grade poison pills and certain rare antidotes, exceedingly rare, and surely guarded by a formidable magical beast. Before she could finish her thought, the seemingly tranquil mire erupted violently. A colossal creature surged upwards. It resembled a giant python, yet sported 4 short, powerful claws. Its body enshrouded in thick, viscous black mud, with a pair of crimson, slit-like eyes fixated intently on the 2 at the swamp's edge. A ferocious aura, vastly superior to that of the wind shadow leopard, and even several times more potent than the centipede scar, surged forth like a tempest. A 3rd-tier magical beast. The poison swamp Jiao python, equivalent to a peak Do master, or even a nascent Do Ling. Moreover, positioned within the swamp, it had the advantage of terrain, making it all the more troublesome. Humans, get out of my territory. The poison swamp Jiao python snarled, its voice raspy and unpleasant, laced with an icy, murderous intent. Yun Yun's complexion paled, her jade hand gripping her sword tightly as she channeled her Do Qi to its fullest, the azure light intensifying. Faced with such a creature, she might have stood a chance at her peak, but now, still mending from her injuries, her odds were slim. She glanced at Li Ao, only to find his expression still devoid of emotion. Nevertheless, a flicker of interest seemed to cross his tranquil gaze. Do you desire that fruit? Li Ao suddenly turned to her, inquiring. Yun Yun was taken aback, instinctively nodding. The 7-colored poison sovereign fruit is one of the main ingredients for concocting the breaking barrier pill, which is greatly beneficial for my detoxification efforts. The breaking barrier pill, a 6th-grade elixir, can counteract the most bizarre of toxins. Very well, Li Ao replied with a single word. Then, he made his move. There were no superfluous words. No hosetasgens. With a step of the thunder sound step, his form became a streak of lightning, tearing through the haze as he charged directly into the swamp. As he passed, an invisible force surged forth, pushing the mud aside and creating a fleeting path beneath his feet. Seeking death, the poison swamp Jiao python roared in fury, its massive body thrashing the swamp, unleashing a torrent of toxic sludge that rained down upon Li Ao like a barrage of arrows. Simultaneously, it opened its enormous maw, unleashing a concentrated stream of dark green venom, akin to a spear, aimed directly at Li Ao's heart. This venom was potent enough to corrode Do Qi armor and pierce through steel. Yun Yun's heart leaped in her throat as she could not help but cry out. Be careful. Faced with an attack that could leave even Do Ling experts flustered, Li Ao's gaze remained unchanged. Black iron body, he activated to its fullest. The bronze hue beneath his skin transformed into a profound dark iron shade, his muscles bulging as he seemed to swell, exuding an aura of indomitable weight. He neither dodged nor flinched. His right hand clenched into a fist, meeting the oncoming venom with his dark iron fist in a single, mighty blow. Pshhh. The venom clashed against his fist, producing a sound that sent shivers down one's spine. Yet, that venom, capable of piercing through steel, could not breach the dark iron sheen of Li Ao's fist. Instead, it was violently repelled, scattering in all directions by the tremendous force he wielded. Meanwhile, with his left hand, Li Ao's fingers transformed into a blade, slicing through the air with a swift motion. A resonant hum echoed as it condensed. Ethereal white blade of energy was unleashed, not aimed at the venomous swamp serpent, but rather targeting the base of its tail, which was thrashing and stirring the mire, creating towering waves of sludge. The blade of energy glided silently, moving faster than thought. With a sudden burst of crimson light, the serpent's tail, thicker than a barrel, was severed cleanly at the root by this seemingly inconspicuous blade of energy. The pain of its severed tail elicited an earth-shattering roar from the venomous swamp serpent, its massive body thrashing wildly in the swamp, sending monstrous waves of mud into the air. Seizing this opportunity, Li Ao flickered into motion, appearing like a specter beside the seven-leafed poison emperor grass, swiftly plucking the vibrant, multicolored poison emperor fruit and stowing it within his system space. The entire sequence transpired in mere breaths, a fleeting moment. By the time the venomous swamp serpent regained its wits from the excruciating pain and realized its treasure had been snatched away, it descended into madness. Its single eye now filled solely with brutal, murderous intent, recklessly lunging toward Li Ao, its foul maw wide open, intent on devouring him along with the mire. Li Ao regarded the charging beast with a frigid gaze. He did not retreat. Instead, he inhaled deeply, the dark iron-colored radiance around him abruptly retracting and coalescing into his right fist. A far more terrifying and oppressive aura surged forth from him. The air surrounding his fist began to distort and collapse. With a thunderous voice that resonated like a rolling thunderclap, he declared, "Dominant fist, shatter the mountain." He launched his fist forward. There was no grandiose display, only an immensely concentrated force of destruction, akin to a hidden current that erupted with a deafening roar. His fist collided fiercely with the serpent's head. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. In the next moment, a thunderous boom reverberated throughout the swamp. The massive body of the venomous swamp serpent came to an abrupt halt. Its head, as hard as refined iron, began to shatter from the point of contact with Li Ao's fist, crumbling like glass struck by a boulder. Cracks rapidly spread across its entire head before it violently exploded. Shards of red, white, and green, mingled with shattered bones and scales, scattered like fireworks. The headless serpent convulsed violently a few times before crashing heavily into the swamp, splattering mud everywhere, and fell silent. With a single punch, Li Ao had vanquished a peak third-tier magical beast. At the edge of the swamp, Yun Yun stood with her sword, her entire being resembling a statue of jade. She stared in a daze at the youth who stood beside the headless serpent, slowly retracting his fist, observing the fading dark iron glow surrounding him, and gazing at his still serene countenance. The wild wind tousled his slightly disheveled hair, failing to disturb the profound tranquility reflected in his eyes. At that moment, Yun Yun felt her heart struck by an invisible force. It was not gratitude nor mere astonishment, but something far more complex, intermingled with awe, curiosity, and a hint of an unnameable thrill that began to quietly blossom within her. Having traversed the continent of fighting Qi for many years, she had encountered countless prodigies, including the once extraordinary Xiao Yan, yet none had ever left such a profound impact on her. He was domineering, powerful, mysterious, calm, and there was an unintentional air of indifference and solitude that seemed to emanate from his very bones. Li Ao shook his fist and approached Yun Yun, offering her the vibrant, swirling poison emperor fruit. Here, his tone remained unembellished. Yun Yun extended her slightly trembling hand to accept the fruit, which still bore a trace of warmth, perhaps a remnant of the recent battle. This time, her fingertips did not brush against Li Ao's hand. She lifted her gaze, her beautiful eyes fixated on his, her voice carrying an unrecognized huskiness. "Who exactly are you?" Li Ao observed the undeniable turmoil in her eyes, and the corners of his mouth seemed to twitch subtly, a fleeting smile. "Li Ao," he replied, then turned away, gazing deeper into the swamp where an even more dangerous or alert. "Let us go. The commotion here will attract more unwanted attention." He took the lead, Yun Yun clutched the poison emperor fruit, watching his retreating figure. This time, she followed without a moment's hesitation, quickening her pace to keep up with him. Her doubts lingered, but something more resolute seemed to have taken root and begun to flourish. Meanwhile, far away in Wutan City, Nalan Yanran finally made a decision. She slowly tore the letter of annulment into fragments. Elder Go, she looked toward the elder beside her, her gaze resolute. Please investigate every aspect of Li Ao's movements. Also, do not mention the annulment to the Xiao family for now. She wished to discover how far this youth, who had risen like a comet, could go. On the cliffs of the Xiao family's back mountain, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, the pain from his severed arm still lingering. Yet the despair and rage on his face had been replaced by a near-obsessive determination. The soul of the medicinal elder floated nearby. Master, let us begin. Xiao Yan opened his eyes, flames of vengeance burning within. No matter how painful, I can endure it. I must become stronger, strong enough to trample Li Ao beneath my feet. The medicinal elder observed the familiar stubbornness and ferocity in his disciple's eyes, nodding with satisfaction. Good. Then let us commence with this poison refinement body training. Endure. A strange, dark green venom was carefully guided to drip on a Xiao Yan's uninjured arm. A chilling, corrosive sound echoed, accompanied by Xiao Yan's stifled groan of agony. The wheels of fate, propelled by hatred and ambition, began to turn with increasing speed. Chapter 6, Wolfhead Mercenary Group. The poison emperor fruit, warm to the touch, shimmered with a radiant glow, casting a translucent sheen over Yun Yun's delicate fingers. Yet, she did not immediately stow it away, her gaze remaining fixated on the figure ahead. The fetid winds of the swamp tugged at the hem of his loose garments, revealing the powerful musculature of his legs, which hinted at explosive strength. The image of that fist shattering the mountains and vanquishing the venomous serpent replayed in her mind. Refusing to fade, young Master Li, she quickened her pace to walk alongside him, her voice carrying an unrecognized note of inquiry. This poison emperor fruit is far too precious. She sought to ignite a conversation, to break the disquieting silence, while attempting to repay a fraction of the immense favor she owed him. Li Ao did not halt his stride, his gaze sweeping over the increasingly treacherous, rocky path ahead, casually remarking, "It is of no use to me." Of no use? Yun Yun was taken aback. The poison emperor fruit, a primary ingredient for 6th-grade medicinal pills, could attract the attention of Do kings and even Do emperors in the outside world, yet he deemed it useless? This was not mere modesty, but an almost condescending indifference. It was as if every rarity in the world held a predetermined value in his eyes. If it suited him, he would use it, otherwise he would discard it. She silently stowed the poison emperor fruit within her spatial ring, her fingertips brushing over the cool surface of the ring, her thoughts somewhat chaotic. Having followed him for less than a day, her experiences had already shattered her prior understanding far more than her years of existence. This man resembled a mysterious tome inscribed in iron and blood, each page turning with the sound of clashing metal, compelling one to delve deeper into its contents. "Where are we headed?" she inquired anew. "To find a place where you can heal," Li Ao replied succinctly. "The poison within you has lingered too long, jeopardizing your foundation." Yun Yun felt a warmth in her heart. It turned out he was not aimlessly wandering. She softly acknowledged with a hum, falling silent as she followed quietly. No longer did the stench of the swamp linger in her nostrils. Instead, she caught a faint, clean scent from him, reminiscent of sun-baked stone. As the mountain path grew increasingly arduous, the presence of venomous insects and miasma thickened. Li Ao continued to lead the way, as if he possessed an innate ability to navigate through this perilous environment, finding the safest and swiftest path. Occasionally, a venomous creature would attempt a sneak attack, but before it could draw near, it would be cleaved in two by an invisible force or a subtle blade of air. Yun Yun followed closely behind him, experiencing for the first time a peculiar sense of security. This feeling was not born from weakness seeking protection, but rather from an unwavering trust in her companion's formidable prowess. She found herself able to focus less on the dangers surrounding them and more on regulating her breaths to suppress the toxins within her body. This sensation of complete reliance was both unfamiliar and, oddly, not unwelcome to her. After approximately an hour, a narrow mountain crevice appeared ahead, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. Li Ao stepped aside and entered first, and after a moment's hesitation, Yun Yun followed suit. The entrance was initially quite constricted, but after traversing several dozen steps, it opened up to reveal a modest valley. Before her lay a lush expanse of green grass, with a crystal-clear stream gently flowing through it, and the air was imbued with a faint fragrance of flora, a stark contrast to the ferocity of the surrounding beast-infested mountains. On one side of the valley, there was a naturally formed stone cave, its entrance mostly concealed by vines, rendering it quite discreet. This place seemed acceptable. Liao halted his steps and surveyed the surroundings. A glimmer of surprise flickered in Yun Yun's beautiful eyes. The valley was brimming with vitality and tranquility, making it an ideal location for recuperation. How had he discovered this place? Had he come here specifically for her? As this thought crossed her mind, she felt a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. You rest here to heal. I will scout the vicinity, Liao stated, before turning and heading towards the other side of the valley, seemingly in search of a mere resting spot. Yun Yun watched his retreating figure open her mouth, and ultimately softly replied, "All right." She entered the cave, which was dry and clean, devoid of any scent of wild beasts. Sitting cross-legged, she took out the Qiyang fruit and carefully consumed it, glancing once more at the colorful poison emperor fruit before stowing it away. With that, she closed her eyes, concentrating fully on channeling the Yunlan sect's cultivation techniques to guide the medicinal properties and expel the toxins. Time flowed quietly by. After an indeterminate period, Yun Yun was roused by the faint sounds of clashing metal from outside the cave. She restrained her presence and quietly approached the entrance, parting the vines to look out. In the clearing of the valley, Liao was practicing with his upper body exposed, his bronze skin glistening with health under the fading light of the sunset, beads of sweat tracing the taut lines of his muscles. He wielded what appeared to be an ordinary steel knife. He was honing his blade. Rather than executing the swift techniques akin to a violent gale, he repetitively practiced the most fundamental slashes, cuts, lifts, and hangs. His movements were slow, yet steady, each strike resonating with a peculiar rhythm, as if harmonizing with the surrounding mountains, flowing waters, and whispers of the wind. The knife's edge sliced through the air, producing a deep, steady hum. The sound was not jarring, but carried a penetrating force that resonated deeply within. Yun Yun found herself entranced. She had witnessed countless exquisite combat techniques, seen sword energies intertwining with dazzling brilliance. Yet she had never encountered anyone who could evoke such a profound essence from the most basic of knife techniques. It was not merely practice. It resembled a form of cultivation, a mastery and refinement of one's own power to its utmost. Suddenly, Liao's movements shifted. The steel knife accelerated abruptly, transforming into a blur of knife shadows. No longer adhering to basic forms, he unleashed the Gale Blade. The blade light cascaded like a waterfall, enveloping an area completely. The fierce knife aura slicing through the air, emitting sharp whistles, and the grass below was torn apart by the invisible force, scattering in all directions. Swift, fierce, precise. It epitomized the essence of Gale to perfection. However, just as the knife's momentum reached its zenith, threatening to unleash chaos in all directions, all the blade light suddenly retracted. Like a tempest abruptly calming, tranquility descended upon the earth. Liao stood with his knife sheathed, his breath steady, as if the previous violent force had never existed. Only the lingering sharp aura surrounding him testified that the earlier spectacle was no mere illusion. The control he exhibited was remarkable. Yun Yun's heart surged with awe. She finally comprehended the source of his terrifying combat prowess. It was not solely derived from his formidable body refinement techniques and elusive movements, but also from this relentless forging, deeply ingrained combat instinct, and exquisite mastery over his power. Liao seemed to sense her gaze and turned to meet her eyes. Their gazes locked. Yun Yun's heart raced, and instinctively, she averted her eyes, only to find herself unable to look away. The golden glow of the sunset outlined the sharp contours of his face, sweat cascading down his throat, and within his deep-set eyes reflected the twilight and her momentarily dazed visage. "How is your injury?" he inquired, his voice slightly hoarse from earlier exertion. Snapping back to reality, Yun Yun suppressed the peculiar flutter in her heart and nodded slightly. "The effect of the Qiyang fruit is remarkable. The toxins have been suppressed significantly. With another day or two of rest, I should be able to recover about 70% of my strength." She paused, sincerely adding, "Thank you." Liao acknowledged her with a nod and walked to the stream, cupping his hands to wash his face with the cool water. Drops cascaded down his chiseled cheeks, landing on his sturdy chest. Yun Yun observed his natural movements, hesitated for a moment, and then approached, stopping a few paces away. "Young Masterly," she asked softly, a hint of curiosity in her tone. "How long have you been practicing with the knife?" Liao flicked the water from his hands. standing upright as he gazed at the last traces of twilight on the horizon. I cannot recall, he replied vaguely, his gaze distant. I only know that one must wield it firmly to survive. Survive? Yun Yun was momentarily taken aback. From his tone, she could discern little emotion. Only a calmness born from countless life and death battles. Yet, what tumultuous waves lay hidden beneath that calm surface? She suddenly felt an unprecedented urge to delve into the mysterious past of this youth. Where did he come from? What had he experienced? Why had he chosen this rare path of pure body refinement? Night gradually cloaked the valley. A bonfire was ignited, and the flickering flames illuminated their faces. Most of the time, silence prevailed. Li Ao sat cross-legged with closed eyes, seemingly cultivating that enigmatic black iron tyrant body, his aura as solid as a mountain. Meanwhile, Yun Yun quietly watched the dancing flames, her thoughts adrift. She recalled matters of her sect, the unsubmitted annulment letter, the once promising genius Xiao Yan from Wutan City, now appearing rather dim. Yet, her thoughts inevitably drifted back to the boy beside her. His strength, his mystery, his silence. Even the occasional hints of indifference and solitude that belied his age, all exuded a seductive allure that compelled her to draw closer, to understand. Young Master Li, she spoke again, her voice resonating clearly in the stillness of the night. Once I have fully healed, what do you intend to do? Li Ao opened his eyes, and the bonfire flickered in the depths of his gaze. I will go to the Tagore Desert, he replied succinctly. The Tagore Desert? Yin Yun's heart stirred. It was the territory of the Serpent People, a place where peril and treasures coexisted. What was his purpose in venturing there? She chose not to inquire further, instead imprinting the name Tagore Desert in her mind. As night deepened, when Yun Yun awakened from her meditative state again, she found Li Ao still seated by the bonfire. But his gaze was sharply fixed on the valley's entrance. Someone is coming, he said in a low voice. Yun Yun's expression turned serious, and she immediately focused her senses. Indeed, she could discern several auras of varying strengths rapidly approaching the valley, one of which radiated a palpable chill and greed. Is it the Wolfhead mercenary group? Yun Yun instantly recalled the ambush from earlier that day. Li Ao gradually rose to his feet, the steel blade clasped firmly in his hand, its cold edge reflecting the flickering light of the campfire. A glint of icy resolve flashed in his eyes, accompanied by an unwelcome scent. He cast a stern glance at Yun Yun, his tone brooking no dissent. Remain in the cave, unless I call for you. With that, he stepped forward, his figure melding into the darkness at the mouth of the valley. Yun Yun tightened her grip on the longsword, watching his unwavering silhouette as a tumult of complex emotions surged within her. Worry, trust, and a warmth born of being protected. Drawing a deep breath, she quelled the urge to intervene and retreated into the cave, suppressing her presence to the utmost. She understood that this was his chosen manner of combat, and all she could do was believe in him. Outside the valley, the night wind carried distant shouts and the sounds of clashing weapons. Soon severed by the sharper ring of steel, the battle had commenced. Chapter 7. Outside the valley, the night wind howled fiercely, causing the trees to groan. 5 figures emerged from the darkness like phantoms, forming a semicircle that blocked the narrow mouth of the gorge. At the forefront stood a tall, menacing man with a scar running diagonally across his left eye, almost tearing his face in half. He was Mu Shi, the leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, a 3-star doling. Behind him were 4 loyal subordinates, each a formidable 5-star dosher. Mu Shi's single eye scanned the silent valley, finally resting on the lone figure standing in the clearing at the valley's entrance. It was a common-clad youth, wielding an unremarkable steel blade, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. Is it you who killed my third brother? Mu Shi's voice rasped like sandpaper, laced with a chilling cold. He had received vague images and location information through a secret technique from the dying Wugong scar, and immediately tracked them here. He had anticipated facing a renowned expert, yet was met with a mere boy. Li Ao raised his gaze, his expression calm as it swept over the 5 men before lingering slightly on Mu Shi. The Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, hauntingly persistent. Arrogant, roared a bald man behind Mu Shi, his temper flaring. He was the second in command of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, a 7-star dosher. Brother, why waste words with him? Slay him to avenge our third brother. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of earthy yellow dookie that coalesced into a massive stone fist, hurtling toward Li Ao with the force to crush everything in its path. Cracking earth fist. The force of the punch howled through the air, cracking the ground beneath it. This blow was potent enough to crumble a small hill. Faced with such a ferocious onslaught, Li Ao's eyes glinted coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, activating the thunder step beneath his feet, his form twisting like a flash of lightning as he evaded the brunt of the punch, suddenly closing in on the bald man's center. The steel blade slipped forth soundlessly, devoid of brilliance or wind, but radiating a chilling intent, aimed directly at the man's throat. Swift, incredibly swift. The bald man's pupils constricted. He barely registered the blade's approach. In a panic, he could only frantically gather his dookie before his throat, forming a heavy, earthy yellow shield. Thud! The blade tip met the shield with a muted sound. In the next instant, under the incredulous gaze of the bald man, the dookie's shield, which could withstand a full-strength strike from an opponent of equal rank, was pierced effortlessly as if it were mere eggshell. The frigid edge of the blade penetrated his throat and emerged from the back of his neck. The bald man's forward momentum abruptly halted, rage transforming into utter confusion and dread. He opened his mouth, only to emit a gurgling sound of blood and foam. With a flick of his wrist, Li Ao withdrew the blade. The bald man's massive body toppled like a mountain, sending up a cloud of dust. One strike, a 7-star dosher, killed in an instant. The remaining 4 at the valley's mouth, including Mu Shi, turned pale with shock. Second brother, Mu Shi's single eye quickly filled with bloodshot fury, emitting a beastly roar. You little bastard, I will tear your body to shreds. He could no longer maintain any semblance of composure as the terrifying aura of a 3-star doling erupted from him. Deep blue dookie surged forth like a tidal wave, creating a violent vortex of energy around him, the very air vibrating under the pressure. He swiftly drew a serpentine long sword from his waist, its blade radiating a chilling light, aimed directly at Li Ao. Form a formation. Trap and kill him. Mushi barked his command. The other 3 dosher, though fearful, dared not defy his order. They immediately shifted into a triangular formation, their dookie intertwining, instantly forming a pale blue energy net that descended upon Li Ao. This combined formation was the Wolfhead Mercenary Core Ultimate technique, capable of ensnaring an inexperienced doling for a brief moment. The energy net contracted rapidly, sealing off all avenues of escape for Li Ao. Mushi sneered, the serpentine sword unleashing a blinding blue light, a highly condensed sword chi, laced with corrosive venom, struck toward Li Ao's back like a snake ready to strike. An ambush from both sides, a lethal combination. Within the cave, Yun Yun watched through the gaps in the vines, her slender fingers turning white as she clenched her hand. 3 dosher forming a binding array, while a 3-star doling launched a covert attack. In such a predicament, even at her peak, she would have to tread carefully. Her dookie instinctively surged within her, yearning to burst forth and aid him. Yet, just as the energy net was about to envelop him and the venomous sword chi was about to reach him, Li Ao moved. He remained in place, not even glancing back at the fatal ambush. He merely bent slightly, gripping the hilt of his blade tightly with his right hand, while his left hand pressed lightly on the back of the blade. A force far sharper, more domineering, and purer than before, erupted from him like a thunderclap. It was not dookie, yet it felt tangible. The air reverberated with countless fine, slicing sounds. The debris on the ground and the grass were silently ground to powder. The essence of the Gale Blade, 1,000 blade slash. He struck. No one could discern how many times he had swung his blade. In what seemed like an instant, countless threads of pale white blade chi erupted around him, weaving together to form an impenetrable wheel of death, sweeping outward in a frenzy. Shred, shred, shred. As the energy net, forged from the combined dookie of the 3 dosher, met the blade wheel, it disintegrated instantly, as if encountering the blazing sun melting snow, producing a sound that grated on the teeth, shattering into fragments in an instant. Puff, puff, puff. The 3 dosher who had formed the array could not even utter a cry before they were mercilessly sliced into a mist of blood and flesh by the countless slashing blade chi. Not a single intact corpse remained. Meanwhile, the venomous sword chi from Mu Shi, upon breaching the wheel's boundary, was similarly obliterated by the multitude of fine blade chi in an instant. The blade will dissipated. Li Ao stood resolutely, and within 3 paces of him, the ground had been plowed down by an inch, smooth as a mirror, save for the spot where he stood, perfectly intact. The night wind swept through, carrying the heavy scent of blood, yet it could not disperse the sharp, cutting intent that enveloped him. Silence. An oppressive silence. Mushi remained frozen in the pose of his ambush, his single eye wide with disbelief, filled with profound shock and incredulity. His 3 loyal subordinates, the core fighting force of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, were gone. Just like that? Not even a complete corpse left behind. What kind of sword technique is this? What kind of power is this? Is this boy truly human? Fear coiled around his heart like a cold, venomous snake. Li Ao slowly turned around, his gaze settling upon Mu Shi. The calmness in his eyes was suffocating. It is your turn. These 3 words resounded like a death sentence. Mu Shi jolted awake from an abyss of fear. He let out a frantic cry, abandoning thoughts of vengeance and the dignity of his rank. The fighting spirit of a 3-star Do Ling surged wildly into his legs, propelling him to retreat in a desperate bid to escape this demon. Thinking of fleeing? Li Ao's eyes sharpened. With the thunderous steps pushed to its utmost limit, it was as if thunder erupted beneath his feet. His figure blurred, moving with a speed that far surpassed Mu Shi's, intercepting him before he could make his escape. Mu Shi's soul seemed to leave his body as his survival instinct ignited, unleashing all his potential. His serpent-shaped sword danced wildly as he executed his most powerful combat technique, the Frost Poison Python Sword. Deep blue fighting spirit coalesced into a massive, icy, venomous python, baring its fangs and roaring with a chilling essence capable of freezing souls and corroding all. Faced with this life-or-death strike, Li Ao took a deep breath, channeling the black iron body to full capacity. His skin transformed into a profound dark iron hue, exuding an aura of ferocity akin to that of a primordial beast. He discarded his weapon, tightly clenching his right fist, which seemed to embody the strength of mountains. With a thunderous punch, he unleashed pure physical might. Yet this strike seemed to invoke the very force of the earth, twisting the air around him and producing a deep, resounding boom. Fist collided with python sword. Boom! The deafening explosion erupted outside the valley. A violent shockwave radiated outward in a circular pattern, shattering the trees in a radius of several dozen meters. The formidable, icy, venomous python, upon contact with the dark iron fist, disintegrated as if it had collided with an unyielding divine mountain, collapsing from head to tail. The frozen crystals and corrosive venom exploded into oblivion before the sheer force. The serpent-shaped sword emitted a mournful cry, fracturing into pieces. Mu Shi's protective fighting spirit shattered like paper. No, he screamed in despair. The dark iron fist struck mercilessly against his chest. Thud! With a muffled sound, Mu Shi's chest caved invisibly at the point of impact, his clothing tearing apart from behind to reveal a distinct imprint of the fist. He was sent flying like a broken kite, hurtling over 100 meters before crashing through 7 or 8 trees, finally collapsing to the ground like a ragged sack. Blood gushed forth from his mouth, nose, ears, and even his eyes, twitching twice before falling silent. 3-star Do Ling, leader of the Wolfhead Mercenary Corps, Mu Shi, was dead. Li Ao slowly retracted his fist, the dark iron luster fading from his body, his breath steady, as if that earth-shattering punch had not drained him in the slightest. He approached Mu Shi's corpse, bending down to retrieve a low-grade spatial ring from his fingers without so much as a glance. He turned, his gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene, reminiscent of a battlefield, finally resting upon the direction of the stone cave. It is resolved. His calm voice pierced the night wind, reaching within. Yun Yun slowly released her tightly clenched jade hands. Deep imprints left by her nails marred her palms. She gazed at the youth who had walked through blood and fire, observing his tranquil, unflinching face, and the pristine steel blade in his hand, untouched by blood. An unprecedented thrill surged within her, crashing against her heart like a tidal wave. Powerful, cold, mysterious, yet imbued with a sense of reliability that brought her solace. She emerged from the stone cave, the night breeze billowing her garments, accentuating her graceful silhouette. Up Xin Liao. Her beautiful eyes regarded him with complexity, softly inquiring, "Are you all right?" Li Ao shook his head. Yun Yun's gaze fell upon his seemingly unremarkable knife, then glanced at the surrounding scene of carnage before finally unable to restrain her curiosity. She asked, "Your knife and your body refinement technique, what exactly?" Li Ao met her probing gaze and suddenly interjected, "Do you wish to learn?" Yun Yun's body trembled slightly, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at him. Did he truly just say that? "Do you wish to learn?" The 2 simple words, mundane yet explosive, detonated within Yun Yun's heart like a thunderclap, sending ripples of astonishment through her being. Her eyes widened, her lips parted slightly, disbelief etched across her exquisite features. He was willing to impart such astonishing techniques of body refinement and that inscrutable swordsmanship to her. It was well known that in this continent of fighting spirit, profound techniques were closely guarded secrets of sects and families, cherished as one's life. Even as the favored disciple of her Yunlan sect, one had to endure numerous trials and make solemn oaths to receive the core inheritance. Yet he had so easily posed the question, was it a test? Or was it genuine? Yun Yun felt her heart racing abnormally, the sound of her blood surging roaring in her ears. She looked into Li Ao's deep, tranquil eyes, which bore no hint of deceit, and for a moment she was at a loss for words. Seeing her in a daze, Li Ao did not rush her, merely observing in silence. The night wind blew, carrying with it the lingering scent of blood, yet could not disperse the strange silence that enveloped them. After a long pause, Yun Yun regained her voice, laced with a dryness and tremor she herself was unaware of. Young Masterly, do you speak the truth? Are you willing to teach me? Your aptitude is sufficient, Li Ao replied nonchalantly, as if appraising an object. The trials of body refinement are not for the faint of heart. The path of the sword requires a resolute spirit. Are you willing to try? Are you willing to try? The four words struck Yun Yun's heart like a hammer. Who was she? The leader of the Yunlan sect, one of the youngest Do Huang powers in the Jiamat Empire, revered and admired by thousands. Who had ever dared to speak to her in such a scrutinizing and challenging tone? Had it been any other day, she would have turned away in indignation. Yet at this moment, gazing at the youth before her, at the still warm corpse of Mu Shi at his feet, feeling the lingering sharpness of the blade that severed all, and recalling the invincible stance of his earth-shattering punch, an unprecedented desire ignited within her, fierce as a wildfire, to grow stronger, to become as powerful as he was, perhaps even stronger. This temptation, for any cultivator seeking the pinnacle of power, was enough to overshadow all reservations and concerns. Yun Yun took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within, her countenance regaining some of its previous coolness. Yet her eyes sparkled with an extraordinary brightness. She straightened her back, resembling a pine standing tall in the snow, meeting Li Ao's gaze head-on. Why should I hesitate? Her voice rang clear, imbued with the unique pride and determination of the Yunlan sect leader. As long as young master is willing to teach, no matter the hardship, I, Yun Yun, will endure. Li Ao observed the fighting spirit igniting in her eyes and nodded slightly. Very well. He spoke no more, turning to walk toward the open space in the center of the valley. Without hesitation, Yun Yun followed closely behind. At the onset of body refinement, the focus lies in awakening the potential of the flesh, drawing energy into the body, and conditioning the muscles and bones. Li Ao stood firm, beginning his explanation. His voice was not loud, yet every word was clear, infused with a unique rhythm that resonated deep within. Basic body refinement technique serves as the foundation. It requires utilizing one's own vitality to connect with the most violent aspects of the elemental energy of the heavens and earth, forcibly incorporating it within to refine every inch of flesh. As he spoke, he extended his fingers as if they were knives, slicing through the air. Where his fingertips passed, subtle distortions appeared in the atmosphere, clearly illustrating the flow of elemental energy, how to guide it, how to strike, and the crucial nodes for enduring the inhuman pain. There were no written words, no diagrams, only the most direct transmission of intent and the demonstration of trajectories. Yun Yun held her breath, fully focused, daring not to let her mind wander, even for a moment, imprinting every word he spoke and every movement he made deeply into her memory. She realized that the methods Li Ao described were fundamentally distinct from all the fighting chi cultivation systems she had known. They were more primal, more domineering, and far more perilous. The so-called invocation of violent elemental energy could lead, with the slightest misstep, to broken bones and even a catastrophic explosion of the body. Yet, she did not waver. Following Li Ao's guidance, she endeavored to mobilize her own vital energy, to perceive and capture the ferocious elemental energy that typically eluded her. Initially, she was utterly at a loss. The energy surged like untamed wild horses, rebellious and unyielding. The moment her vital energy made contact, it was violently dispersed. Li Ao remained an observer, his gaze impassive, only intervening at critical moments with a flick of his finger, sending a subtle yet exquisitely precise, sharp energy into a certain acupoint within Yun Yun's body, forcibly correcting the minutiae of her vital energy's flow or dispersing the violent elemental energy before it could backfire on her. A failed attempt resulted in a violent eruption of fiery elemental energy within her meridians, inflicting a searing pain that forced a muffled groan from her lips. Cold sweat beating on her forehead. Her heart needed to be tranquil, her intent singular. Fear was the greatest shackle of the flesh. Liao's voice rang out, cold yet imbued with an uncanny, stabilizing force. Yun Yun gritted her teeth, wiped away the cold sweat, and attempted once more. Time and again she faced failure, each instance accompanied by piercing agony. Her clothes quickly became drenched in sweat, clinging to her delicate form, outlining her breathtaking curves. Her complexion paled from the pain and exhaustion. Yet her eyes grew brighter and more resolute. After an indeterminate number of failures, as dawn broke on the eastern horizon, Yun Yun's body suddenly trembled. She had finally succeeded in capturing a minuscule thread of fiercely heated elemental energy. This energy surged like a red-hot needle, brazenly racing into the meridians of her arm along the path she had guided. An indescribable agony erupted instantaneously, as if her entire arm had been plunged into a furnace. She could not help but let out a suppressed cry, her body trembling violently, nearly collapsing to the ground. Steady. Guide it. Follow the path I taught you. Refine it. Liao's sharp command thundered in her ears. Yun Yun bit her tongue, the sharp pain jolting her back to clarity. Drawing upon her extraordinary willpower, she clung to a thread of lucidity within her mind, channeling all her strength into executing the profound method, guiding the rebellious elemental energy along its designated route, advancing with great difficulty. With every inch gained, the pain intensified twofold. Her meridians felt as though they were being torn apart, only to be forcibly repaired and expanded by the workings of the method. Sweat streamed down her forehead like a river, splattering onto the grass below, sizzling as it evaporated in the high temperature of her body. Yet she did not relent. Time lost all meaning, stretching into what felt like an eternity, until finally, the thread of elemental energy was laboriously guided to complete a full circuit within her arm's meridians, ultimately transforming into a faint yet remarkably pure energy that melded with her flesh and blood. The tide of pain receded, replaced by an indescribable sense of ease and strength. Yun Yun slowly opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with exhaustion, but even more so with uncontainable joy. She raised her arm, which had endured inhuman suffering, and felt it intently. Although there was no visible change, she could clearly sense that the flesh and bones of her arm had solidified slightly, the power within it now stronger than before. This was merely the refinement of a thread of elemental energy. If this were to continue, she lifted her gaze to Liao, who stood bathed in the soft light of dawn. His expression remained impassive, yet Yun Yun perceived a faint glimmer of acknowledgement in his eyes. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Yun Yun inhaled deeply, taking in the fresh scent of morning grass and trees, suppressing her excitement, and replied earnestly, "The pain is unbearable, yet it is worth it." Liao nodded. The path of body refinement is thus competing with the heavens for life, challenging oneself. This shall suffice for today. Your body has reached its limit. Continuing forcefully would be detrimental. Only then did Yun Yun feel a wave of intense weakness wash over her, her body swaying precariously. Liao extended his hand, supporting her arm. His palm was warm and strong, transmitting a stabilizing force through her damp clothing. Yun Yun stiffened slightly, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Yet she did not pull away. Return to recuperate. "We shall continue tomorrow," Liao stated, his tone leaving no room for dissent. "All right," Yun Yun replied softly, turning towards the cave. Her steps were somewhat unsteady, yet her posture remained upright. Liao watched her enter the cave before directing his gaze towards the valley beyond, towards Wutan City. He understood that in this place, the seed had already been sown. Next, it was time to see that young lady Nalan. With a swift movement, he transformed into a blurred shadow, silently departing the valley. Not long after his departure, in Wutan City, at the Xiao family residence, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged in a wooden tub filled with thick, black, foul-smelling poison. He clenched his teeth, his face contorted, his skin exposed to the toxic liquid taking on an eerie shade of dark blue, with veins protruding like worms, pulsating violently, enduring the excruciating agony of being consumed by myriad toxins. The spirit of Yao Lao hovered nearby, his expression grave. "Xiao Yan, hold on. This toxin refining method, though fraught with aftereffects, if successful, will vastly enhance your physical strength, laying a solid foundation for your future absorption of. That Liao walks the path of pure body refinement. We shall refine ourselves with poison, forging a new path, and perhaps we can surpass him. Xiao Yan abruptly opened his eyes, bloodshot yet burning with madness and obsession. Teacher, I can endure. He managed to grind out through clenched teeth. Liao, Nalan Yanran. Just wait for me. I, Xiao Yan, will reclaim everything I have lost. With a fierce roar, he plunged his entire head into the caustic black water. Hatred and ambition bubbled furiously within the toxic depths. Chapter 9. Xiao Yan's Nalan is also on fire. In Wutan City, at the Xiao family's marketplace. Several days had passed since the shocking incident of the severed hand. The streets appear to have returned to their usual bustle. Yet a discerning observer would sense an undercurrent of tension. The Jiao Lai family stall remained brazen, with Lu Shi in his second-grade alchemist robe swaying before the crowd. But a flicker of unrecognized panic occasionally crossed his eyes. The shadow of that cloth-clad youth and his swift strike lingered far deeper than he had anticipated. Xiao Yan had not reappeared in the marketplace. It was said that he had confined himself to his room, seeing no one except for the necessities of sustenance. The clan leader, Xiao Yan, grew increasingly sullen with each passing day, as if a persistent shroud of gloom enveloped the Xiao family. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this turmoil strolled leisurely down another street in the marketplace. Liao had donned a fresh, clean blue robe, the inconspicuous steel blade still casually hanging at his waist. He walked at a leisurely pace, his calm gaze sweeping over the merchants on either side, appearing merely as an ordinary passerby. Yet, to those with keen perception, a subtle yet palpable sharpness surrounded him, akin to an unsheathed treasure blade, poised yet unyielding, deterring any who dared approach. He was not here for a casual stroll. Ding! Side quest triggered. Fame in Wutan. Quest requirement. Within the confines of Wutan City. Utterly overpower and humiliate the second-grade alchemist Lu Shi invited by the Jiao Lai family, thereby tarnishing his reputation. Task reward. System points 800. Black Iron Overlord second level cultivation acceleration card, 7 days. Failure penalty. Randomly reduce the proficiency of one master technique of the host. The system notification echoed within Li Ao's mind, causing a flicker of interest in his eyes. To crush Lu Shi? That suits him perfectly. It was time to collect on the interest from that day. More importantly, he required additional points and acceleration cards to hasten his ascension in strength. Yun Yun was merely the first step. The Tagore Desert held even more significant objectives awaiting his pursuit. He sauntered toward the stall of the Gailey family. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the market, an elegantly adorned carriage came to a gentle halt. As the curtain was drawn aside, a maiden clad in a moon-white gown gracefully descended. She possessed a statuesque figure and breathtaking beauty, her demeanor radiating an innate nobility and chill. It was Nalan Yanran. Elder Guyi followed closely behind, whispering, "Miss, do you truly wish to come to this market in person?" "That's Xiao Yan. I'm not here to seek him," Nalan Yanran interjected, her gaze inadvertently drawn deeper into the market. 2 days had passed since she tore up the marriage contract, and the tumult within her heart, stirred by Li Ao, had not subsided. Instead, it surged with greater intensity. The figure of that enigmatic youth lingered in her mind like an unshakable phantasm. She claimed her visit was to inspect the Yunlan Sect's assets in Wutan City, yet she harbored a hope, one she scarcely wished to explore, of perhaps encountering that individual. With graceful steps, she entered the marketplace, her frigid gaze appearing to casually scan the surroundings while astutely capturing every potential trace that might align with that silhouette. Fate, it seems, is often serendipitous. As Li Ao ambled leisurely to the Gailey family stall, Nalan Yanran emerged from a side path, mere dozens of meters apart, her gaze piercing through the bustling crowd, instantly fixating upon the back of the youth in the azure robe. Her heart skipped a beat. It truly was him. At the stall, Lu Shi was fervently boasting to the gathered onlookers about his newly concocted fire condensation powder, claiming it could accelerate the cultivation of fire attribute combatants, its efficacy rivaling that of third-tier elixirs. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Li Ao approaching, his words abruptly ceasing. The professional smile on his face freezing, a flicker of undeniable fear flashing in his eyes as he instinctively took a half-step back. "W, what are you here for again?" Lu Shi barked, his voice attempting to mask his trepidation. The scene of that severed wrist haunted him. He understood that this youth was no ordinary foe. The crowd recognized Li Ao, a wave of commotion rippling through them as whispers erupted. "It's him, the one who confronted young Master Xiao Yan. Why is he here again? Looking for trouble with the Gailey family? Master Lu Shi seems terrified of him." Li Ao paid no mind to the surrounding clamor. His gaze fixated on the array of vials and jars before Lu Shi, a smirk of unmistakable derision gracing his lips. On par with third-tier elixirs, you say? He casually picked up a jade vial, uncorked it, and brought it to his nose for a delicate sniff, only to immediately frown, detecting an unpleasant odor. Excessive fire, phosphorus, and insufficient aging of the burning vein grass, with the fundamental composition of monarch, minister, assistant, and envoy utterly in disarray. How dare he parade such a concoction? His voice, though not raised, resonated clearly in the ears of all present, imbued with an undeniable certainty. Lu Shi's face flushed crimson, a mixture of shock and anger washing over him. Why you speak nonsense? What do you, a mere child, know of alchemy? How dare you spout such claims here? Do I not understand? Li Ao set down the jade vial, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Lu Shi. Then enlighten me. Excessive fire phosphorus by 30% may seem to activate fire attribute energy in short term, but long-term use will invariably result in meridian burns and foundational damage. Yes or no? The insufficiently aged burning vein grass possesses impure potency, which, when mixed with fire phosphorus, generates even greater toxicity. Yes or no? With each inquiry, Li Ao stepped closer, the intensity of his aura amplifying, suffocating Lu Shi beneath its weight. You're slandering me. Lu Shi's forehead beaded with cold sweat, his eyes betraying panic. For Li Ao's assertions struck true. These were the very shortcuts he had employed to cut costs while exaggerating effects, believing no one in Wutan City would see through his deception, only to be laid bare by this boy's discerning gaze. Whether I am slandering you or not can be determined through a simple test, Li Ao replied, his tone unwavering yet imbued with an air of command. Do you dare to sample your so-called third-tier fire condensation powder in front of everyone? If, after consuming it, your energy flows without obstruction and your meridians remain unscorched within the span of an incense stick, I, Li Ao, shall sever my own arm and apologize to you on the spot. The proclamation sent shockwaves through the crowd. Severing one's own arm, what a grave wager. All eyes instantly turned to Lu Shi. His complexion shifted from red to pale, then to green, his body trembling uncontrollably. He dared not attempt it. He was all too aware of the consequences of his own creation. Half an incense stick's worth would leave his meridians aflame. His silence and terror spoke volumes. The crowd erupted in a frenzy. Master Lu Shi dares not try. Could it be that the young man speaks the truth? This fire condensation powder truly bears issues? The Gailey family is utterly unscrupulous. I knew it. How could a second-tier alchemist produce something on par with third-tier elixirs? Shouts of skepticism and condemnation surged like a tidal wave towards Lu Shi and the Gailey family stall. The guards of the Gailey family exchanged nervous glances, attempting to maintain order, yet under the unseen pressure of Li Ao's presence, they dared not act. Listening to the rising tide of dissent and witnessing Li Ao's icy, mocking gaze, Lu Shi felt a surge of rage ignite within him, intermingled with profound humiliation and fear of that severed wrist, leading him to lose all reason in an instant. You little wretch, I'll take you on, he roared, unleashing the sole force of second-tier alchemist combined with the might of a five-star fighter, erupting chaotically into a tumultuous mental assault, his palms glowing crimson like searing iron. Crashing toward Li Ao's chest, he sought to interfere through spiritual force and engage in close combat. The sudden shift caught everyone off guard. The proximity made it seem as if Li Ao had no chance to evade. Nalan Yanran, not far away, felt her heart tighten, nearly gasping in alarm. Yet, in the face of this desperate struggle, Li Ao's expression remained one of indifference. He didn't even draw his weapon. Just as Lu Shi's palms were about to strike his chest, Li Ao's right hand shot out with the swiftness of lightning, preemptively and precisely clasping Lu Shi's wrist. Crack! The sickening sound of bones fracturing reverberated once more. Lu Shi emitted a more harrowing wail than before, feeling as if his wrist had been crushed in a vice. But it didn't end there. Li Ao seized his severed wrist and yanked forward, simultaneously driving his left knee like a cannonball into Lu Shi's lower abdomen. Boom! With a muffled thud, Lu Shi curled up like a shrimp, his eyes bulging as he spewed forth not cries of agony, but a mixture of gastric fluid and blood. He felt his fighting energy threatening to dissipate beneath that knee. Li Ao released his grip, as if discarding a sack of refuse. Lu Shi crumpled to the ground, clutching his shattered wrist and throbbing abdomen, his body curling up like a dying wild dog, emitting gasping sounds devoid of the strength to wail. His pride as an alchemist and the might of a five-star fighter were rendered utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Silence enveloped the arena. The audience remained transfixed by the swift, decisive, and ruthlessly effective counterattack. The guards of the Gailey family were pallid, rendered mute by fear. Li Ao cast an indifferent glance at the ground, his gaze sweeping over the silenced members of the Gale family before finally settling on the pile of smoldering refuse. Trash belongs where it ought to be. With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force swept through, sending all the bottles and jars on that stall crashing to the ground, shattering into a cacophony of shards, their contents spilling and mingling with the dust. Having completed this seemingly trivial act, he turned away, preparing to depart. A cursory glance brought his eyes to meet the astonished, complex, and ineffably radiant gaze of a pair of beautiful eyes several meters away. Nalan Yanran stood there, breathless. She watched him effortlessly expose the ruse, observed him crush resistance with overwhelming might, and saw him trample the dignity of Lu Shi beneath his feet as if squashing an insignificant insect. Then, she beheld the tranquil yet penetrating gaze he cast her way, a gaze that seemed to pierce through the very depths of her soul. The clamor of the marketplace, the murmurs of the crowd, all faded into the background at that moment. In her world, there existed only the figure of the youth in the azure robe, wielding a blade, standing proudly. Powerful, cold, enigmatic, and imperiously overlooking all, he was utterly distinct from all the young talents she had ever known. An unprecedented thrill, intertwined with reverence, curiosity, and an unrecognized feeling of being dominantly conquered, surged within her heart, wrapping around her like a vine, ensnaring her very essence. Li Ao observed her dazed expression, his eyes betraying no change, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement before he turned and melted into the crowd, vanishing around the corner. Only when his figure had completely disappeared did Nalan Yanran seem to snap back to reality, her cheeks uncontrollably flushed with 2 shades of crimson, her heart pounding like a drum. "Miss," came Guye's concerned voice from the side. Nalan Yanran inhaled sharply, forcing herself to regain her composure. Yet her voice quivered imperceptibly. "Elder Gu, let us return." She needed to calm herself and sort through the tumult of her emotions. Meanwhile, Li Ao walked the path back to his temporary abode. Ding! Side quests during Wutan completed. Reward: 800 system points. Black Iron Body, 2nd level, training acceleration card, 7 days, issued. Listening to the system's notification, Li Ao's expression remained serene. Lu Shi was merely a beginning, and Nalan Yanran's gaze was merely the expected response. His steps were resolute as he approached the dilapidated stone house. Next, he would dedicate himself to breaking through to the 2nd level of Black Iron Body. The path to strength had never ceased. Chapter 10. The Tagore Desert. The dilapidated stone house lay in silence. Li Ao sat cross-legged, his mind sinking into the system, within the realm of consciousness. The intricate diagram of the 2nd level of Black Iron Body and the method of cultivation revolved slowly like stars, emanating an essence as heavy as a mountain. Unyielding and indestructible, it was far more complex than the 1st level, with exponentially greater demands on the physical body. Without hesitation, he utilized the 7A Training Acceleration Card. Black Iron Body 2nd level Training Acceleration Card has been activated. Remaining time, 167 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. A wave of scorching energy surged forth, pouring in from the crown of his head, instantly engulfing his limbs and bones. It felt as though an invisible hammer, guided by that flow of energy, began to pound mercilessly on every inch of his sinews and muscles. Oof. Even with Li Ao's willpower, he couldn't suppress a muffled groan. The bronze hue beneath his skin deepened drastically, transitioning into a dark iron color as the muscle fibers screamed under the weight of destruction and rebirth. Blood flowed like a raging river, its sound echoing clearly within the quiet stone house. The pain, it was several times more intense than during the 1st level of training. It felt as if his entire body had been disassembled and tossed into a furnace, then forcibly hammered back into shape. Yet his gaze remained calm, like a still pool. His thoughts firmly followed the trajectory of energy flowing under the system's acceleration, guiding the violent force to impact the specific meridians and acupoints required for the 2nd level. Time passed slowly in the midst of excruciating agony. One day, 2 days outside the stone house, birds occasionally perched on the roof, only to be frightened away by the heavy aura emanating from within, akin to a ferocious beast lying in wait. On the third day at dusk, a subtle yet tangible sound emerged from within Li Ao's body. It was as if an invisible barrier had been forcefully shattered. His body trembled violently, the deep dark iron color of his skin suddenly receding, only to erupt anew, as though he had been sheathed in a layer of cold metallic armor. A Philosopha, far more formidable than before, surged forth, akin to an ancient feral dragon awakening, reverberating outward. Dust from the walls of the stone house trembled and fell, and the ground quivered slightly. Li Ao abruptly opened his eyes, a brilliant light flashing within, akin to lightning streaking across the dark night before vanishing. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers curling into a fist. Buzz! The air around his fist emitted a mournful wail as it was compressed to its limits, twisting ominously. Power, pure and domineering physical strength surged within him like a roaring tide. The second level of black iron body, achieved with just his physical prowess. He was now capable of matching low-tier dose spirits. If combined with Whirlwind Blade and Thunderstep, he was confident he could contend with opponents below 5-star dose spirits. He stood up, stretching his limbs, as the bones throughout his body crackled like popping beans. Feeling the surging power within, Li Ao's lips curled into a cold, sharp arc. It was time to head to the Tagore Desert. Beast Mountain Range, Tranquil Valley. Yun Yun sat cross-legged on a large stone by the stream, her beautiful eyes tightly closed, surrounded by a faint azure aura as she attempted to channel the violent energy of the heavens and earth. After several days, she was no longer the disheveled figure she had been at the outset, though each attempt to draw energy into her body still accompanied intense pain. The determination etched on her brow had only intensified. Suddenly, her ears perked up, recognizing the familiar, steady footsteps approaching the valley entrance. She immediately retracted her aura, opening her eyes to gaze toward the entrance. Li Ao's figure appeared there once more, clad in the same azure robe, a blade at his waist. However, the aura emanating from him was even deeper and more restrained than days prior, akin to an iceberg lurking beneath a tranquil sea, revealing only a disquieting tip. Yun Yun felt a slight chill in her heart. She could sense that Li Ao's strength had undergone astonishing growth in this brief span of days. Young Master Li. She rose, inclining her head slightly. Li Ao's gaze fell upon her, taking in the beads of sweat on her brow and her somewhat pallid complexion. Nodding in acknowledgement, progress is acceptable. Receiving such simple validation from him stirred an inexplicable joy within Yun Yun. She replied softly, I have gained some understanding. All thanks to your guidance. In these past few days of solitary cultivation, she had come to appreciate the arduousness and marvel of this body refinement method. And her perception of Li Ao had quietly transformed from initial astonishment and curiosity to a genuine respect. The ononimortakluk aprorochiter, suddenly forming his fingers into a blade and pointing into the air. A subtle yet razor-sharp energy instantly penetrated Yun Yun's shoulder well. She shuddered, feeling as if that energy acted as a guiding spear, forcibly carving a path through a previously stagnant meridian, dispersing and shattering much of the chilling toxins that had lingered there. An unprecedented sense of clarity washed over her, and even the flow of Do Qi within her body became much smoother. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. The effect was far more remarkable than the arduous days of refinement she had endured. I have already eliminated 70% of the residual toxins within you. The remainder can be eradicated by your own fighting spirit within half a month. Li Ao withdrew his finger, his tone unembellished. Yun Yun, feeling a long-lost sense of ease within her body, gazed at the boy who had once again extended a helping hand yet remained expressionless, her emotions swirling tumultuously within, complex and unutterable. Taking a deep breath, she respectfully performed a bow. Yun Yun expresses her profound gratitude for your great kindness, young master. Receiving this gesture of respect, Li Ao replied, I shall depart today. Yun Yun froze momentarily, lifting her gaze to him. Depart? Where to? The Tagore Desert. Indeed. Yun Yun silently repeated the name in her mind. She had long sensed that this individual was no ordinary person. The diminutive Jiama Empire could not confine him. Young master, will you return? She could not help but inquire, and as the words left her lips, she felt a pang of regret, her cheeks warming. Li Ao cast a glance her way, his gaze seemingly penetrating the depths of her soul. Perhaps. He offered no definitive answer, but continued. The method of body refinement has been imparted to you. How far you progress depends on your own fortune. Remember, the physical form is both a vessel for traversing the world and a weapon of slaughter. Do not squander it. With that, He ceased to speak further and turned to leave, his steps still steady, devoid of any lingering attachment. Yun Yun stood motionless for a long while, watching his resolute figure vanish at the valley's mouth. The valley lay silent, with only the gentle babbling of the stream, as if he had never been there. Only the newly opened meridians within her, the dispelled toxins, and the profound methods of body refinement still resonating in her mind attested to the reality of the encounter. She gently clenched her jade-like hand, feeling the faint strength that had begun to manifest from her initial refinement, a flicker of determination flashing in her beautiful eyes. The Tagore Desert, Utan City, the Xiao family. Bang! In the secret chamber, Xiao Yan's fist slammed violently against the sturdy ironwood post, the knuckles cracking and blood streaming. Yet he seemed oblivious to the pain. Upon the post remained a clear imprint of his fist, laced with wisps of dark energy. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, his once handsome visage now appearing somewhat grotesque due to the toxins refining his body in recent days. Yet his aura had surged exponentially, having unmistakably broken through the barrier of a fighter and become a one-star fighter. However, within this fighting energy lurked an unsettling chill and ferocity. Master, am I now capable of battling that Liao? His voice was hoarse, tinged with suppressed madness. The soul of Yao Lao floated nearby, observing his disciple's nearly frenzied state with a sigh, yet could only solemnly respond, Xiao Yan, you have made tremendous progress with this poisonous fighting energy. An ordinary 3-star fighter would not be your match, but Liao is unfathomable. From what I sensed when he appeared in the city a few days ago, his aura was even more obscure than before. He is likely advanced further. If you seek him out now, your chances of victory are less than 30%. 30%. Xiao Yan's teeth ground together, his eyes brimming with unwillingness. Am I to merely stand by and watch as he acts with impunity? To see Nalan Yanran and watch him take everything from me? Calm down. Yao Lao at Monits. Your path does not lie in a fleeting contest with him. The enrollment of the Jianan Academy is imminent. There you'll find the resources you require and clues to the... Once you obtain the and refine your future will be boundless. When that time comes, how can you not repay today's humiliation 100-fold? Xiao Yan's chest heaved violently. After a long moment, he gradually suppressed the rage that threatened to erupt. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, only icy hatred remained. Jianan Academy. Liao, Jashu Weiqi. In the Cloud Mist Sect's residence in Atan City, Nalan Yanran stood by the window, holding a recently delivered report. It detailed Liao's overwhelming display in the marketplace days prior, which had left the Jiao Lai family's reputation in tatters. She read it over several times. The image of the cold figure clad in a blue robe, wielding a blade and looking down upon the masses, resurfacing in her mind. Miss, Gui whispered from beside her, according to reports, that Liao departed Atan City alone this morning, seemingly heading towards the Tagore Desert. Nalan Yanran's delicate frame trembled slightly. He has left so decisively, without bidding farewell to anyone. She remained silent for a long time, suddenly lowering the report and turning to Guyi, her gaze resolute. Elder Gu, prepare. We shall return to the Cloud Mist Sect immediately. Miss, what of the engagement with the Xiao family? For now, it shall be set aside. Nalan Yanran interrupted, her gaze drifting towards the distant horizon where the Tagore Desert lay. I need to enhance my strength more swiftly. She no longer wished to be a mere spectator, passively waiting. The world that the young man had unveiled was vast and perilous, yet it was also irresistibly alluring. To reach it, one must possess commensurate power. Liao, she silently repeated his name, a mix of unwillingness, yearning, and a certain resolve taking root within her. It seemed that the tides of change within the Jiama Empire had begun to shift, all due to this suddenly appearing and then abruptly departing youth. And at this moment, Liao had embarked on his journey towards the Tagore Desert. The winds and sands brushed against him, the path ahead unknown. Yet his gaze remained tranquil, his steps resolute. The system's notification echoed in his mind. New task released, fame in the desert. Task requirement, enter the Tagore Desert, and seize the initial contact suffices. Task reward, Black Iron Body 3rd level technique, 5,000 system points, and 1 special item draw. Failure penalty, randomly deprive the host of 1 sense, permanently. Queen Medusa. Liao tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The riveting tale of the Dopa continent was just beginning. Chapter 11. The Tavern. The wooden door of the stone house closed behind him with a dull thud, severing all the clamor and schemes of a tan city from his world. Liao stood outside, the morning mist yet to dissipate, a cool breeze lifting the hem of his blue robe. He did not look back. His gaze was fixed firmly on the distant, hazy horizon. The Tagore Desert, the scorching land that birthed and the serpent people, was his true destination. Ding. The task fame in the desert has been accepted. Objective. Initial contact. Rich rewards, severe penalties. Please proceed with caution. Host. The system's voice was cold and objective. The penalty of sensory deprivation was enough to instill fear in anyone. Yet all Liao felt was a profound tranquility. Risk and reward are the norm on the path of the strong. He set forth, eschewing any form of transportation, relying solely on his own feet. It was not fully unleashed, merely employed at a consistent speed, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. Each step he took was steady and powerful, leaving a straight line along the official road, swiftly distancing himself from a tan city. The official road gradually became desolate, with few signs of life. Days later, the ground beneath his feet turned hard and dry, the vegetation sparse, and the air filled with the arid scent of sand and earth. The distant sky took on a hue distinct from the inland, a dusty yellow. He had reached the edge of the Tagore Desert. A wave of heat struck him, sand and grit stinging his face. Before him lay an infinite expanse of golden sand, undulating dunes resembling frozen waves, stretching endlessly until they faded from view. The sky arched high above, the fierce sun scorching, and the air warped by the heat, creating mirage-like illusions. Extreme environments often give birth to extraordinary opportunities and dangers. Liao came to a halt, slightly squinting his eyes as he acclimated to the harsh climate. Within him, the black iron body stirred gently, causing a fleeting shimmer of dark iron beneath his skin, effectively isolating him from the searing heat and swirling sands. Such environmental shifts posed little challenge to his current physique. He did not rush deeper into the desert. Instead, he chose a direction along its edge, proceeding at a measured pace. The system task demanded the acquisition of the heart fire of the Azure Lotus, initial contact, signifying his need to first discover its precise location or to locate the Serpent Queen. Medusa, who sought to evolve using the intelligence, was the prerequisite for action. Half a day later, a rudimentary settlement, constructed around several massive wind-eroded rocks, emerged into view. This was the last supply point where humanity congregated before entering the desert, a mingling of dragons and snakes, where news circulated swiftly. A crooked wooden sign hung at the town's entrance, emblazoned with the words Scorpion Town in red, resembling dried blood. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, the odor of cheap alcohol, and the charred aroma of roasted meat. A few mercenaries, clad in tattered leather armor and bearing fierce expressions, crouched in the shadows, casting malevolent glances at every unfamiliar face entering the town. Liao's arrival immediately attracted several pairs of eyes. He was too young, dressed plainly, and bore no discernible aura of fighting spirit, purposely restrained, rendering him akin to a lamb unwittingly wandering into a wolf's den at the perilous edge of the desert. A burly man, his face marred by a scar and missing an ear, grinned widely, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, and staggered to a standstill before Liao, flanked by two equally sinister companions. "Kid, you look unfamiliar. Is this your first time in Scorpion Town?" The scar man's voice was gruff, his gaze sweeping over the fine steel sword at Liao's waist, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. "Here, the rules dictate that newcomers must pay a safety tax." He extended a rough hand, the implication unmistakable. Surrounding laughter erupted with malicious intent as other mercenaries closed in, eager for the spectacle. In this environment, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only the strong survived. Liao halted, his gaze calm as he regarded the scarred man, remaining silent. The brute felt a twinge of discomfort under Liao's unwavering stare. Such tranquility was unnerving. Anger flared within him, and he raised his voice. "Damn it. I'm talking to you. Be smart. Leave your valuables and that broken sword behind. Bow your head. And if I'm in a good mood, perhaps I'll let you go." A lanky mercenary behind him leered, adding, "Big brother, I reckon this kid's soft skin could fetch a pretty penny with the serpent tribe as a plaything. Haha." Such vile words fell on deaf ears for Liao, whose expression remained unperturbed, though a chilling undercurrent of murderous intent began to spread from the depths of his calm demeanor. Slowly, he raised his hand, grasping the hilt of his sword. This simple action inexplicably tightened the scarred man's chest, compelling him to instinctively step back, his voice quavering as he shouted, "What do you think you're doing? Are you seeking death? You've said enough." Li Ao finally spoke, his voice low yet resonant, cutting through the tension like the friction of metal. Too much. Before the last syllable had escaped his lips, the blade flickered into view, not drawn from its sheath, but wielded with the sheath intact. It shot forward with the speed of lightning. Thud! A muffled thump echoed. The sinister grin on the scarred man's face instantly froze, morphing into sheer terror as he looked down to find the unremarkable wooden sheath precisely thrust into his throat. He hadn't even comprehended how the attack had transpired. He wished to scream, yet all that escaped him were gurgling, blood-choked sounds as his massive form swayed and collapsed, kicking up a cloud of dust. Silence. An oppressive silence. The mercenaries who had just moments ago been laughing heartily now resembled ducks caught by the throat, their smiles frozen, astonishment and disbelief filling their eyes. Instant annihilation. The blade had not even been unsheathed, and yet it had dispatched the notorious scarred Liu in Scorpion Town with ease. The lanky mercenary and his companion, paralyzed by fear, let out a shriek and attempted to flee. Li Ao did not even glance their way. He casually swept his hand, still gripping the sheath. Crack! Crack! Two sharp sounds resonated, accompanied by the crunch of bone. The two fleeing mercenaries were sent hurtling backward, colliding violently with a nearby earthen wall, their bones shattered, clearly beyond recovery. From a moment of action to its conclusion, scarcely a breath had passed. Li Ao relinquished the hilt, allowing the sheathed, long sword to fall back to his waist, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies. He surveyed the surrounding mercenaries, their faces pale and trembling as if they had been doused in ice water. Now, who dares to collect taxes? No one dared to respond. All who met his tranquil gaze felt as though they had been doused in frigid water, hastily averting their eyes, wishing to bury their heads in the sand. Li Ao paid them no further heed, striding past the still-warm corpse of the scarred man and stepping onto the filthy streets of Scorpion Town. As he walked, the crowd parted like a receding tide, leaving a wide corridor, accompanied by countless glances filled with fear, awe, and curiosity. The intelligence he sought sometimes did not require spoken inquiry. When one displays sufficient power, information will naturally be presented before them. Li Ao made his way directly to the largest and most chaotic tavern in town, pushing open the creaking, grease-stained wooden door. He was met with an even more potent assault of odors, a nauseous blend of sweat, cheap alcohol, and the metallic scent of blood. The tavern fell silent as all eyes converged upon the young man clad in blue who had just wrought carnage at the town's entrance. The raucous chatter within the establishment was abruptly stifled, as if an invisible hand had seized its throat, halting it in its tracks. Dozens of gazes, tinged with suspicion, scrutiny, and trepidation, fixated on Li Ao, who stepped through the doorway, his youthful yet remarkably composed visage illuminated by the light filtering in, alongside the freshly bloodied sword at his waist. News in Scorpion Town traveled faster than the wind. The clean and ruthless slaughter at the entrance had already etched itself into the minds of every desperate soul within the shortest span of time. No one dared to regard this seemingly ordinary young man in blue as an easy target to be manipulated at will. Li Ao appeared oblivious to the myriad of scrutinizing stares directed his way as he strode directly toward the bar. As he moved, the throng instinctively shifted aside, creating a path. None dared to obstruct him within 3 feet. Behind the bar, a corpulent man with droopy eyelids, who was wiping a mug, lifted his head. A glimmer of sharpness flickered in his murky eyes before he resumed his languid demeanor. "What can I get for you, traveler?" the tavern owner rasped, his voice akin to sandpaper scraping against wood. "Information," Li Ao replied, placing a coin of ordinary quality, found within the Mu Shinar ring, upon the greasy counter, concerning the serpent tribe and any unusual happenings in the desert, particularly those related to fire. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly within the tavern, where one could hear a pin drop. "Fire?" The tavern owner paused in his cleaning, his movements slightly faltering. His drooping eyelids lifted just a fraction as he scrutinized Li Ao closely before they fell again. "The desert has no shortage of fire. The sun's fire. I seek not the sun's fire." Li Ao's tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable weight, but rather the capable of metamorphosis and destruction. The moment the words left his lips, the already thick air within the tavern seemed to chill further. Many mercenaries displayed expressions of horror, instinctively retracting their necks, as if those 2 words alone bore the searing heat and lethal peril. The proprietor lapsed into silence for a moment, deftly sweeping the gold coins beneath the counter, and spoke languidly. "The serpent people have recently tightened their defenses. The mightiest warriors from several tribes are gathering towards the holy city. It is rumored that their queen is preparing for a significant move. He paused, lowering his voice even further. As for that remains a legendary phenomenon, one that no eye has ever beheld. However, a fortnight ago, deep within the territory of the Fire Lizard tribe, 300 miles to the east, there was a violent eruption of geothermal flames, with temperatures so high they turned sand to glass. Subsequently, that area has been entirely sealed off by the Serpent People. Those who venture too close meet their demise. The keywords, the Fire Lizard tribe, the geothermal eruption, and the Serpent People's blockade, together paint a remarkably clear picture. Li Ao nodded, refraining from further inquiries, and turned to a vacant wooden table in the corner of the tavern, scarred with knife marks. No sooner had he settled in than the tavern door swung open again, allowing a wave of scorching, arid air to rush in. 3 mercenaries clad in uniform crimson leather armor, adorned with a roaring wolf emblem on their chests, strode in. The foremost figure was a towering man, rugged in appearance, with a haughty gaze that unmistakably conveyed his prowess as a 9-star battle master. The 2 companions behind him were no less formidable, boasting the strength of 7-star and 8-star battle masters respectively. The entrance of these 3 men shifted the atmosphere of the tavern dramatically. The patrons, who had previously been subdued by Li Ao's presence, now exhibited expressions of reverence, many instinctively bowing their heads. They were members of the Flame Wolf Mercenary Corps. Leading them was the Vice Captain, Hemong, a 9-star battle master. What could have brought him to such a remote place as Scorpion Town? Lower your voices. The Flame Wolf Mercenary Corps is one of the top 5 powers in the desert. They're not to be trifled with. Whispers resonated in the corners. Hemong's scrutinizing gaze swept across the tavern, surveying with an air of superiority, ultimately settling on the corner where Li Ao sat, his brow furrowed ever so slightly. Among all the patrons present, this young man remained unfazed, seated with a calm demeanor, his eyelids not even fluttering. Such blatant disregard irked Hemong, who was accustomed to being held in awe. Instead of reacting immediately, he swaggered to the best table in the tavern's center, motioning for his companions to join him, and thumped the table, calling out, "Boss, the finest wine, and do it swiftly." The tavern owner, sensing the urgency, hurriedly brought forth the drinks. Hemong took a hearty swig of the inferior wine, casting another glance towards Li Ao, his voice pitched just right to reach half the tavern. "Umph. It seems now even the most insignificant creatures dare to roam the desert. They think that after slaying a few worthless foes outside, they can swagger through the Taggart Desert as they please. They are blissfully unaware of their own insignificance." His words were clearly directed at someone. One of the 7-star battle masters behind him chuckled and chimed in, "The vice captain speaks true. The desert's rules cannot be upheld with a mere broken blade. Some of these lads might not even realize how they will meet their end." Another 8-star battle master added mockingly, "I've heard that the Fire Lizard tribe has been anything but peaceful lately. The Serpent People are as mad as beasts, slaying anyone in sight. Those foolish enough to cross paths with them, TSK, TSK. The trio's taunts were blatant, their scorn unabashed. The patrons held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between Li Ao and Hemong, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Who would yield first? The vice captain of the Flame Wolf Mercenary Corps, a 9-star battle master Hemong, or this enigmatic, ruthless young man clad in blue? Yet, Li Ao appeared utterly indifferent to the scathing remarks. He did not so much as touch the wine before him. His eyes lowered, as if he were in a meditative state, contemplating the information provided by the proprietor. Such complete disregard was far more humiliating than any verbal retort could have been. A muscle in Hemong's face twitched, a glimmer of anger flashing in his eyes. He set down his cup, rising from his seat to approach Li Ao's table. The sound of his heavy footsteps reverberated in the otherwise silent tavern. He leaned over the table, his hands pressing down, exuding an oppressive aura as he glared at Li Ao. "Boy," Hemong's voice dripped with unmasked menace. "I'm speaking to you. Are you deaf?" At long last, Li Ao lifted his eyelids. His gaze was tranquil and unyielding, akin to 2 fathomless ancient wells, reflecting none of Hemong's aggressive demeanor. "Your voice," Li Ao replied, his tone devoid of warmth, "is quite loud." Hemong paused, momentarily taken aback, before his rage erupted. As vice captain of the Flame Wolf Mercenary Corps, he had never been so disdained. "You are courting death," he bellowed, unleashing his formidable battle chi, which erupted around his right fist in a blazing red aura, a scorching wave of energy accompanying his devastating punch aimed squarely at Li Ao's face. The wind from his punch howled, producing a sound reminiscent of an explosion. Crimson Flame Fist. This blow, fueled by Hemong's fury, was delivered without restraint, capable of reducing a massive boulder to mere dust. Gasps filled the tavern. All believed that this young man in blue had overstepped, for he was surely destined to spill blood at the hands of a 9-star battle master. Yet, in the face of this ferocious strike, Li Ao remained seated, his posture unchanged. He simply raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and with a gentle motion, he sliced towards the oncoming Crimson Fist. There was no glow of battle chi, no grandiose display of power. Instead, a delicate, nearly imperceptible white line, honed to perfection, erupted from his fingertips, silently meeting the ferocious force of the punch. Swoosh! It was as if a heated knife had sliced through softened butter. The seemingly invincible Crimson Fist, upon contact with that subtle white line, was effortlessly cleaved in two, torn asunder. The violent fire-based battle chi, as if encountering an insurmountable foe, instantly dissipated and vanished. The white line continued its unyielding path, and in Hemong's horrified gaze, it grazed his fist, then his wrist. Thud! A soft sound echoed. Hemong's forward momentum abruptly halted, fury morphing into sheer terror and bewilderment. He glanced down at his right hand, where a thin line of blood rapidly spread from the tips of his fingers, swiftly traversing his palm and reaching his wrist. In the next heartbeat, his right hand was severed at the wrist. The cut was smooth as glass, revealing bones and veins in stark clarity. Ah! The delayed agony crashed upon Hemong's nerves like a tidal wave, unleashing a shrill, inhuman wail as he staggered backward, clutching his bloodied stump, his countenance as pale as a ghost, regarding Li Ao as if he were a demon risen from the depths of hell. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the tavern, as every patron was rendered immobile, mouths agape but unable to utter a sound. Hemong, the vice-captain of the Flame Wolf Mercenary Corps, had his wrist severed with a mere flick of 2 fingers. This was not a battle. It was annihilation. It was the despair of an ant facing a deity. The 2 7-star and 8-star battle masters accompanying Hemong were paralyzed with fear, rooted to the spot, devoid of the courage to move even a finger. Li Ao slowly retracted his fingers, casting not a glance at the severed hand or the howling Hemong. His gaze fell once more, as if he were merely brushing away a speck of dust. He lifted the untouched, murky mug of ale from the table, giving it a gentle swirl without taking a sip. Now, he raised his head, scanning the fallen Hemong and the 2 terrified Flame Wolf mercenaries, before finally resting his gaze upon the pale tavern owner. His voice remained calm, yet carried an unsettling chill that penetrated to the marrow, silencing the room completely. The tavern was shrouded in utter silence. The only sound that punctuated the stillness was Hemong's labored, fear-laden gasps, echoing sharply against the backdrop of deathly quiet. Everyone comprehended that the rules of Scorpion Town, and indeed the entire desert region, had irrevocably altered from this moment forth. The catalyst for this transformation was none other than the eerily composed youth clad in azure, seated in the corner. Li Ao set down his cup, rose from his seat, and tossed a handful of silver coins onto the table, a token payment for his drink. Without casting another glance at anyone, he strode directly towards the tavern's entrance. As he pushed open the door, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! The host has intimidated Scorpion Town, gaining initial renown at the edge of the Taggart Desert. Reward: 300 system points. Li Ao's steps did not falter. His figure melded into the scorching sunlight and swirling sands outside. His destination lay precisely where the proprietor had indicated, 300 miles eastward, within the territory of the Fire Lizard Tribe. Celestial Lotus Fire, Queen Medusa, I am coming. Chapter 13, Celestial Lotus Fire. The clamor and bloodshed of Scorpion Town faded into the distance, akin to a speck of dust shaken from one's sleeve. Li Ao stepped into the true expanse of the Taggart Desert. All that met his gaze was an endless sea of yellow sand, with undulating dunes resembling a slumbering golden behemoth, silently emanating waves of heat beneath the blazing sun. The wind swept grains of sand against his face with a coarse texture, while the air shimmered with heat, distorting the distant scenery as if it were submerged in water. The extreme environment was enough to deter ordinary combatants. Yet, Li Ao merely activated his black iron body, allowing the dark iron sheen beneath his skin to circulate, effortlessly insulating him from the sweltering heat and abrasive sand. He advanced with a steady gait, each step sinking deeply into the sand yet effortlessly withdrawing, his pace unimpeded, resembling an indefatigable traveler traversing the sands toward the east, towards the Fire Lizard Tribe. according to the tavern owner's information, combined with the rough indications from the system map. The celestial lotus fire was most likely concealed within that region. Moreover, the unusual movements and blockades set up by the serpent people further substantiated this claim. A journey of 300 miles would be a harrowing trial for an ordinary person, but for Li Ao, it was merely half a day's trek. As he delved deeper, the temperature around him began to rise alarmingly. The sand beneath his feet grew scorching hot, and the air inhaled was tinged with a burning sensation. Occasionally, he spotted some heat-resistant desert flora, all exhibiting an abnormal charred hue. As dusk approached, a vast gorge, composed of dark red rocks, emerged on the horizon. The cliffs on either side of the gorge loomed steep and jagged, faint whiffs of sulfur mingling with the hot winds that blew through. This was the very edge of the traditional territory of the fire lizard tribe. At that moment, the atmosphere at the gorge's entrance was tense and foreboding. Over 100 serpent warriors, armed with poisoned spears and curved blades, formed a tight defensive formation, effectively blocking the entire entrance. These serpent warriors bore upper bodies akin to humans, their skin predominantly a bronze or slate hue, while their lower halves were serpentine tails, glistening with a cold sheen under the setting sun. Their eyes were fierce, reflecting the inherent coldness and vigilance of serpents. Leading them was an exceptionally imposing serpent, with a robust tail and an aura that unmistakably reached the spirit combat level. He wielded a heavy trident, its blades emanating an eerie blue light, clearly imbued with a lethal toxin. "Human, halt!" The spirit combat serpent barked, his voice raspy and grating. "This place is forbidden territory of my serpent tribe. Take another step, and you shall be executed without mercy." The serpent warriors behind him hissed in unison, brandishing their weapons menacingly, and a palpable aura of death surged forth. Li Ao halted 100 meters from the formation, his gaze calmly sweeping over the poised serpent ranks. This display was insufficient to sway him. "Stand aside," he uttered, the simplicity of his words imbued with an undeniable resolve. The spirit combat serpent's pupils constricted, fury surging across his face. "Arrogant! Kill him!" At the command, dozens of frontline serpent warriors immediately roared and launched their attack. They writhed their tails, moving with blinding speed, their spears striking at Li Ao from every angle like venomous serpents emerging from their lairs. The spear tips glimmered ominously, clearly coated with deadly serpent venom. Confronted with this torrential assault, Li Ao's gaze turned cold. Thunderous steps activated. The sand beneath his feet trembled slightly, and his form transformed into a blurred afterimage. Surging forward into the very heart of the serpent onslaught, the flash of blades erupted. It was the same steel-long knife, now finally unsheathed, the chilling edge carved through the sunset, tracing exquisite arcs. Raging windblade, without grandiose displays, it was merely the epitome of precision and ferocity. The blade sliced through the air with the swiftness of a tempest, yet remained cohesive, each stroke precisely targeting the weaknesses of the spears or the gaps in the serpent warrior's defenses. The sound of clashing metal rang out like a torrential downpour striking banana leaves. The foremost serpent warriors felt only a flash of the blade before a searing pain shot through their wrists as their spears flew from their grasp, or a chill at their throats, plunging them into eternal darkness. Li Ao weaved through the throng with ghostly agility, and wherever he passed, serpent warriors toppled like wheat before the scythe. Broken spears, severed limbs, and splattered blood painted a gruesome tableau upon the sands. The spirit combat serpent watched in horror, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had not anticipated that this human youth would possess such overwhelming strength. "Form the serpent coil formation. Trap him," he bellowed, brandishing his trident and personally charging into the fray. The remaining serpent warriors swiftly shifted their formation, their tails entwining in a colossal, spiraling barrier, striving to constrain Li Ao's phantasmal speed. Simultaneously, countless poisoned blow darts and throwing knives, like locusts, rained from the outskirts of the formation towards Li Ao at the center. Faced with this all-encompassing siege, Li Ao's lips curled into a frigid smile. He fully activated his black iron body, transforming his skin into a profound dark iron hue, and an overwhelming, primal aura surged forth. The incoming poisoned arrows and throwing knives struck him, producing a series of metallic clangs, akin to colliding with an iron wall, deflecting them all without leaving a single mark. Crushing fist, mountain collapse. He abandoned his knife and struck the ground with his fist. The earth trembled violently, as if a meteor had plummeted. At the point of impact, the sands within a 10-jong radius erupted, resembling a miniature sandstorm. The violent shockwaves radiated outward in circular ripples. The serpent warriors comprising the coil formation were thrown into disarray by the sudden tremor, their formation collapsing instantly. Many were even struck down, their insides ruptured, spewing blood. The spirit combat serpent was also rocked by this tremendous force, his momentum faltering. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Liao seized the opportunity. With thunderous steps pushed to its zenith, he appeared before the spirit combat serpent as if teleporting. The steel-long knife shimmered with a fierce brilliance, descending with lethal intent. Seeking death, the spirit combat serpent, both shocked and enraged, summoned a dense blue battle aura around his trident, charging forth like a venomous python. Clang! The jarring sound of impact erupted. The spirit combat serpent's expression shifted from ferocity to sheer terror. He felt as though his trident did not strike the knife, but rather collided with an onrushing mountain of iron. The force was overwhelming, tyrannical, and utterly destructive. Crack! The renowned steel trident he depended upon shattered. The unyielding blade sliced effortlessly across his neck. A head, frozen in horror, soared into the air, while the headless body clutched the broken trident, crashing heavily onto the sands below. The spirit combat serpent was dead. The remaining serpent warriors, upon witnessing their leader being swiftly slain, experienced an immediate collapse of morale, emitting terrified hisses as they disregarded commands and fled like a surging tide into the depths of the canyon. Liao, however, did not pursue. He shook the droplets of blood from his blade and sheathed it, casting not a glance at the chaos and corpses strewn about. As he stepped into the unusually scorching canyon, within the canyon, the heat intensified. The rock walls glowed a dark crimson, as if perpetually scorched by the fires of the earth. The air shimmered, thick with the pungent scent of sulfur. He delved deeper into the canyon, his spiritual energy radiating like an invisible web, keenly sensing the fluctuations of energy around him. Suddenly he paused, his gaze sharpening as it fixated on a direction deep within the canyon. There, he detected an exceedingly subtle, yet incredibly pure and violent wave of fire attribute energy. This energy pulsated with a primal essence, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary flames. The heart of the blue lotus flame. Almost simultaneously, a notification from the system echoed. Warning. High energy response detected, consistent with the characteristics of an exotic flame, heart of the blue lotus flame. A powerful life form is also approaching. Energy level, Pito Emperor. Identity suspected. Queen Medusa. Liao's expression sharpened, and rather than retreating, a fierce battle intent ignited within his eyes. He quickened his pace, racing toward the source of the energy fluctuations. After traversing a narrow crevice, the view before him suddenly expanded. It was a vast underground cavern, and contrary to his expectations of a lake of magma, there lay a small pool, merely a few feet wide. The liquid within was no ordinary spring water. It exhibited a viscous, jade-green hue reminiscent of molten emerald, bubbling ominously while emanating an unsettlingly high temperature. This was the treasure born of the exotic flame, the earth core body refining milk. Suspended above the pool of earth core body refining milk was a delicate lotus, entirely composed of azure flames. The lotus rotated slowly, each petal vividly alive, its veins clear, radiating a pure and unblemished azure hue. It burned silently, yet exuded a terrifying heat capable of incinerating mountains and boiling seas, warping the surrounding space under its intensity. The heart of the blue lotus flame. Yet, Liao's attention was first drawn to the exquisite figure beside the heart of the blue lotus flame. It was a woman. She possessed a breathtakingly enchanting visage. Her features like a painting, skin fairer than snow, and her lavender eyes seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos, captivating all who gazed into them. Clad in an opulent purple robe that accentuated her astonishing curves, below her slender waist, however, was not a pair of legs, but a serpentine tail adorned with purple scales. Swaying gracefully and radiating a lethal allure of wildness and seduction. She hovered in midair, her purple tail curling slightly, her gaze firmly locked onto the azure flame lotus above, eyes blazing with fervent desire and a hint of desperate madness. Queen Medusa. It appeared she was preparing for some sort of ritual, powerful purple energy swirling around her, subtly clashing with the energy of the heart of the blue lotus flame. Liao's intrusion instantly disrupted the delicate balance within the cavern. Queen Medusa abruptly turned. Her lavender eyes, like the iciest of crystals, fixating on Li Ao. A terrifying pressure, as overwhelming as the sea, mingled with the innate coldness and murderous intent of the Serpent Queen, bore down upon him like a tangible force. A human? Her voice was cold and authoritative, tinged with a hint of irate disturbance. Who permitted you to trespass upon my sacred ground? Chapter 14. The Backlash of the Exotic Flame. A human? The two words, laden with frost, escaped her exquisitely alluring lips. Queen Medusa's lavender gaze fell upon Li Ao, devoid of astonishment, only reflecting displeasure and scrutiny as if disturbed from tranquility. The immense pressure surged like an invisible tide, flooding the scorching cavern, the air becoming thick and stagnant. Even the flickering flames of the heart of the blue lotus flame seemed to hesitate for a moment. The terrifying aura of a peak Do emperor descended upon Li Ao like a mountain crashing down. Any ordinary great Do master, or even a low-tier Do spirit, under such pressure, would have long since felt their bones shatter, collapsing to the ground. Yet Li Ao merely paused slightly, his black iron body autonomously activating. A dark iron sheen coursing beneath his skin, effortlessly dissipating the pressure capable of crushing fine iron. He stood tall and straight, resembling a long blade firmly embedded in the earth, unyielding against the winds and waves. He met her icy, crystalline gaze with calmness, even displaying a hint of appraisal. Queen Medusa? Li Ao spoke, his tone unremarkable, devoid of any reverence in the face of a peak powerhouse. You covet the exotic flame. It was not a question, but a declaration. Queen Medusa's pupils narrowed imperceptibly. This human youth could withstand her pressure so easily. Moreover, he had discerned her intentions at a glance. So what? Her voice turned even colder, her serpentine tail swaying gently, producing a faint rustling sound as her purple energy began to swirl more rapidly, intensifying its clash against the heart of the blue lotus flame, producing a hissing sound. This place was claimed by me first. The exotic flame belongs to me, and it is not for a mere human to meddle. Depart now, and I may spare your life. Her words carried an undeniable regal authority. Yet Li Ao detected a barely perceptible urgency within. Was she stalling for time? Or was her confrontation with the exotic flame reaching a critical juncture, making it difficult for her to divide her focus? The corners of Li Ao's mouth curled into a faint, chilling smile. Spare my life? He repeated those 4 words, as if he had heard an amusing jest. You, in your current state, with most of your attention tethered to the exotic flame. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he moved, not charging toward Medusa, nor toward the heart of the blue lotus flame, but activating Thunder Step. His figure erupted like a streak of twisted lightning, instantly darting to the side of the cavern, targeting the seemingly unremarkable rock wall blanketed in searing moss. At the moment he acted, a precisely condensed, soundless deep purple energy spike, like a lurking viper, suddenly shot forth from behind that rock wall. It aimed directly at the space 3 feet behind where he had originally stood. The timing, angle, and ferocity were exceedingly cunning. This was Medusa's hidden strike. While she feigned battling the exotic flame, she had discreetly divided a fragment of her consciousness to lay this deadly trap. Yet, Li Ao seemed to possess prescience, effortlessly sidestepping this lethal blow. Oh! From behind a rock wall came a faint, surprised snort. A vague purple silhouette flickered past, its aura akin to that of the hovering Queen Medusa, though slightly weaker, around the level of a Dowon. This was an energy doppelganger. Indeed, she had retained a contingency plan. Li Ao's self, his gaze sweeping over the dissipating shadow of the doppelganger before settling on the slightly darkened expression of the true Medusa. The Serpent Queen's reputation was well-deserved. Queen Medusa's purple eyes glimmered with cold light. She had not anticipated that this human youth not only possessed an enigmatic strength, but also a meticulous mind capable of unraveling her concealed setup. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant you that wish. She ceased her words, well aware that mere dialogue could not intimidate her opponent. With that, she formed an unusual hand seal, and a purple diamond crystal, Serpent's Curse seal, hovering above her head, suddenly radiated a brilliant light. 10,000 serpents bind. The ground and walls of the cavern began to writhe. Countless venomous serpents, formed from pure purple energy, hissed as they broke through the earth and stone. Thousands upon thousands, densely packed, resembling a purple tide, surged towards Li Ao from all directions. Each energy serpent harbored lethal poison and formidable corrosive power, capable of effortlessly penetrating battle armor. Faced with this overwhelming wave of serpents that obscured the sky, Li Ao's gaze sharpened. Swift wind blade. Thousand blade slash. The steel long sword suddenly unsheathed, transforming into a deathly wheel of blades impervious to water. Countless sharp, pale white sword energies erupted violently around him, sweeping outward in a frenzy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sword energies collided fiercely with the energy serpents. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the myriad subtle yet dense sounds of annihilation. The surging purple tide of serpents, upon entering the radius of the sword wheel, was sliced and shredded by countless fine, sharp sword energies, disintegrating into the most primal points of energy, dissipating into the air. Where the sword wheel passed, the myriad serpents recoiled in fear. Li Ao's form remained in constant motion, braving the incessantly regenerating tide of serpents, stepping upon thunder sound step, akin to a solitary vessel navigating upstream, forcefully advancing towards the true form of the Queen Medusa. The glimmering sword light enveloped him tightly, rendering him impervious. As all approaching energy serpents were reduced to powder, the expression of Queen Medusa shifted slightly. This human sword technique was astonishingly swift and fierce. She could sense that the energy serpents she had summoned could not impede his advance. A flicker of resolution flashed in her purple eyes. There was no time to delay. The resistance of the was growing stronger. This variable had to be dealt with swiftly. She suddenly opened her mouth and emitted a sharp, elongated hiss. This hiss was not directed at Li Ao, but rather summoned some ancient presence within the cave. Hiss! The walls of the cave, those dark red rocks, suddenly illuminated with countless twisted, living-like purple patterns. An aura, far older, colder, and more brutal than before, awakened with a thunderous roar. The entire cave's temperature plummeted, but it was not a cold chill. It was an icy cold that penetrated the soul. The ground trembled, and the rock walls crumbled. Three colossal phantoms, entirely composed of dense purple energy, each with a single horn protruding from their heads, struggled forth from the walls. Their aura unmistakably reached the level of a Doe Emperor. Though merely energy bodies, they could not compare to Medusa's true form. Yet together, their might was formidable. These were the ancient snake spirits guarding the sacred grounds of the snake people. The three ancient snake spirits opened their crimson eyes wide, locking onto Li Ao, emitting a silent roar, imbued with the will to crush everything, simultaneously lunging towards him. Where they passed, the very fabric of space rippled. Faced with these three ancient snake spirits of Doe Emperor level, Li Ao's forward momentum finally halted. His expression grew grave, yet devoid of fear. He took a deep breath, activating black iron body to its utmost, as if magma flowed beneath his dark, iron-colored skin. He gripped the sword tightly, positioning the steel long sword before him. A force that could sever all and obliterate myriad laws began to coalesce and surge around him. The sword trembled slightly, emitting a clear and resonant hum, contesting the chilling pressure brought by the three snake spirits. Should he employ black iron body for a direct confrontation, or wield swift wind blade for agility? Or perhaps attempt that which he had not yet fully mastered? At this moment of tension, on the cusp of eruption, the azure heartfire, suspended in midair, which Medusa had been carefully countering and guiding with her own energy, seemed to be provoked by the fierce collision of energies below and the brutal aura of the three ancient snake spirits, suddenly quivering. Buzz! The azure fire lotus erupted with an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. A wave of destructive heat, 10 times more ferocious than before, surged forth like a flood breaching a dam. The first to bear the brunt was none other than Queen Medusa, who was closest and whose focus was primarily on controlling the ancient snake spirits while maintaining her energy balance. Thud! She trembled violently, as if struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained her purple robe. The surrounding purple energy instantly fell into chaos, dimming as the balance against it was utterly shattered. The three ancient snake spirit phantoms lunging at Li Ao also emitted a mournful cry, becoming hazy and unstable. She gazed at the out-of-control azure fire lotus, her purple eyes reflecting a flicker of horror and despair. The opportunity, a glimmer of brilliance sparked in Li Ao's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned the idea of clashing with the snake spirits, activating Thunder's sound step to its peak, transforming into a streak of light that tore through space, not retreating, but charging straight towards the uncontrollable explosion of azure heartfire and the faltering, blood-spitting figure of Queen Medusa. Was he to seize the or? Chapter 15. The Flames of Decision. An unknown transformation. The opportunity. A glimmer of brilliance sparked in Li Ao's eyes, akin to a cold bolt slicing through the dark night. Activating thunder, sound stepped to its zenith. It was as if thunder erupted beneath his feet, creating a shallow pit in the sand. His form becoming a streak of light that tore through the searing air, not retreating, not evading, but rushing towards the explosive, destructive energy radiating from the azure heart fire, aiming directly at the breathtaking figure of Queen Medusa, whose purple energy was in disarray and collapsing. The target was not but rather, Queen Medusa? This sudden twist surpassed thought. Queen Medusa was fully exerting herself to suppress the turbulence of her internal energy and the impending collapse of her energy. The EV exceeded her expectations. The violent fire attribute energy surged through her veins like countless red-hot needles, rendering her peak Do Emperor cultivation seemingly fragile at this moment. She watched the out-of-control azure fire lotus, her purple eyes flashing with unwillingness and resolution, preparing to forcefully employ secret techniques despite the damage to her foundation. When her peripheral vision caught sight of that bold figure charging towards her, wasn't he supposed to take the opportunity to seize or retreat from danger? Why was he rushing towards her? Seeking death? Just as this thought arose, Li Ao had arrived. He showed no signs of slowing down. At the very moment he was about to collide with Medusa, his right hand shot out like lightning, not to attack, but with fingers splayed, the palm shimmering with a dark iron hue, exuding a weighty yet refined strength, precisely striking Medusa's dimming back. Queen Medusa's purple eyes chilled. She thought he intended to take advantage of her plight, and the residual Do Qi within her instinctively prepared to retaliate. However, when that palm landed, the anticipated overwhelming force did not arrive. Instead, a dominantly forceful yet strangely soothing warmth surged forth, like a flood breaching its banks, forcefully invading her nearly exhausted, battered veins. This force was not Do Qi, yet it was more solid and weighty than Do Qi. It carried a pure, life-originated warmth and sense of power, and wherever it passed, the ravaging remnants of the energy were forcibly suppressed, dispersed, and even devoured. Ugh! Queen Medusa could not help but emit a suppressed groan, her delicate form quaking violently. The sensation was exceedingly strange, as if an ancient, slumbering beast had broken into her body, ruthlessly cleansing all foreign entities. The intense pain remained, but that sense of destruction stemming from the which seemed intent on incinerating her from within, was forcibly restrained by this sudden influx of power. She lifted her head, incredulously gazing at Li Ao, who was now mere inches away. His expression remained calm, with only the depths of his eyes reflecting a focused and serene light, as if engaged in a delicate task. Do not move, center your mind, and channel my power. Li Ao's voice resonated in her ear, carrying an undeniable tone of command, brief and direct. Queen Medusa's heart trembled profoundly. He was saving her? In such an unfathomable manner? Who on earth is he? What is this power? Countless questions surged within her mind. Yet the urgency of the situation rendered her unable to contemplate anything else. Instinctively, perhaps driven by the primal desire for survival, she acquiesced to the suggestion, suppressing all notions of resistance, and endeavored to guide that external, domineering warmth of energy, seeking to untangle her chaotic meridians. At that moment, a warning blared in her mind. Warning: detected violent fluctuations of unknown energy. The core energy of the Azure Lotus Heartfire has entered a state of rampage due to external stimulation. Energy levels are rising sharply, expected to reach a critical point in 3 breaths. Emergency alert. Host current strength is insufficient to forcibly absorb the Azure Lotus Heartfire in its rampage state. Immediate retreat is advised. Repeat, immediate retreat is advised. The system's warning resonated sharply in Li Ao's consciousness, almost simultaneously with the system's alert. The floating azure fire lotus surged with renewed brilliance. The lotus petals trembled violently, and the deep azure core suddenly contracted before erupting with a thunderous force. A concentrated azure fire pillar, as thick as an arm, surged forth like an awakening primordial flame dragon, imbued with the terrifying will to incinerate all and purify everything. No longer merely a wave of heat, it now aimed with precision and devastation at the 2 closest targets below, Li Ao and Medusa, crashing down upon them. The energy contained within this fire pillar far exceeded all previous eruptions. Wherever it passed, the space was scorched, leaving behind twisted black scars and emitting a disquieting sizzle. The ominous aura of death enveloped them in an instant. A flicker of despair flashed through Medusa's violet eyes. In her prime, she might have barely withstood it. But at this moment, she could even feel the purple crystal in her embrace, a token of the serpent race's legacy, emitting a mournful cry under the unbearable strain. In a critical moment, a fierce glint flickered in Li Ao's eyes. Abandoning the rescue, he could potentially evade this lethal strike by employing Thundersound Step alone, but Medusa, in her severely injured state, would undoubtedly perish. In the blink of an eye, he made his decision. With a roar, Li Ao wrapped his arm around Medusa's waist, her tendrils soft yet cold as jade, and exerted force, pulling her behind him. Simultaneously, the full might of his black iron dominance erupted. His skin instantly transformed into the deepest shade of dark iron, muscles bulging, making him appear as if he had expanded. Like a colossal metal statue from antiquity, shielding Medusa securely behind him, his empty left hand clenched into a fist. The dark iron fist gathering all his strength and the oppressive force derived from black iron dominance. Unwavering and resolute, he met the descending fire pillar head-on with a punch. Dominant fist shattering mountains. A deafening explosion reverberated through the cavern. The fist collided fiercely with the azure fire pillar. There was no standoff. Li Ao's dark iron fist, which concentrated all his power, sufficient to slay low-tier combat spirits, upon contact with the azure fire pillar, visibly transformed into a bright crimson hue at an astonishing pace. The terrifying heat and destructive energy pierced through him like countless blazing steel needles, frantically burrowing into his fist and surging up his arm. A faint yet chilling sound of bones cracking echoed from his left arm. Li Ao's complexion paled. A muffled groan escaped his lips, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Yet his gaze remained fierce as a wolf, not retreating an inch. The mysterious power from the system within him, the same source energy previously infused into Medusa, seemed to have been fully awakened, operating frantically, combining with the strength of black iron dominance to staunchly resist the onslaught of the destructive fire pillar. Behind him, Medusa stared in the daze at the not-so-wide yet mountain-like figure that stood before her. She watched as his arm turned instantly charred, flesh torn, even exposing stark white bones. As blood continuously flowed from his mouth, feeling the subtle tremors of his body, unable to suppress the immense pain. An unprecedented, intricately complex emotion erupted within her heart. Long frozen for countless years, like molten lava, shock, confusion, bewilderment, and a flicker of an undefined emotion, as if a corner of her icebound heart had been pried open. Why is he doing this? Just to save an enemy who had just sought to kill him? The azure fire pillar's eruption finally subsided, the energy gradually dissipating. Li Ao's left arm hung limply, his fist and forearm charred and disheveled, emitting the acrid scent of burnt flesh. He swayed precariously, barely managing to stand, gasping for breath. Each inhale exacerbating his injuries. Warning: host's left arm severely burned, multiple fractures in the bones, meridians damaged over 40. Excessive energy depletion. Immediate treatment is advised. The system's alert rang with urgency. Yet Li Ao seemed oblivious, slowly turning to gaze at the still half-encircled Medusa, her expression one of dazed astonishment. Her complexion remained pale, but her faintly purple eyes were no longer frigid. Instead, they brimmed with an extraordinarily complex emotion, fixed on him as if to see through him entirely. You. Medusa's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice carrying a hint of unrecognized hoarseness and tremor. Li Ao regarded her, his face slightly ashen from the pain, devoid of any expression. Only his profound eyes remained calm, even bearing a hint of scrutiny. Now he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse due to his injuries, yet imbued with an undeniable strength. We can talk. He did not release his hold on her waist, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Medusa's body stiffened slightly, yet she neither resisted nor rebuked him. Those violet eyes, capable of instilling dread in countless powerful beings of the Gamma Empire, merely gazed blankly into his. Within the cavern, only the gentle bubbling of the heart refining essence pool and their slightly hurried breaths remained audible. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Wutan, on the back mountain of the Xiao clan, Xiao Yan, submerged in the dark toxic liquid, suddenly opened his eyes. The aura within him surged violently and chaotically at that moment. A power far colder and more ferocious than before uncontrollably erupted from him. He coughed up a mouthful of black, poisonous blood, yet his eyes sparkled with madness and excitement. "Teacher, I think I can feel the flames of the burning heaven responding." The spirit of Yao Lao materialized, observing his disciple in a state bordering on madness, yet exuding an eerie strength. A grave expression finally etched upon his aged visage. "Something's amiss. Little Yin, the poison within you seems to be mutating." The trajectory of fate subtly shifted in the unnoticed corners of existence. Meanwhile, within the depths of Li Ao's mind, the cold system alert flickered faintly. Detected weak source interference, permissions, unknown. Chapter 16, Medusa, lead the way. The silhouette of Sand Scorpion Town had long been swallowed by the undulating sand dunes behind them, akin to a forgotten remnant of yesterday's dream. The taggart desert revealed its most primal visage, boundless, fierce, and silent as the grave. The scorching sun hung high, searing every grain of sand to blistering heat. The air warped in a heat wave, distant vistas appearing as though they danced in a shimmering mirage. The wind was the only eternal sound here, swirling the sand particles, producing an incessant wail. Two figures walked silently, one behind the other, through this golden sea of death. Li Ao walked ahead, his azure robe billowing in the hot wind, while his left arm remained wrapped in a rudimentary cloth strip, securing his injury. Nevertheless, his stride was remarkably steady, each step sinking deeply into the sand, only to be effortlessly extracted, leaving behind two distinct tracks, which were soon ruthlessly erased by the swirling sands. His spine was erect, akin to a solitary blade, honing its edge amidst the desert expanse. Medusa, the queen, trailed several paces behind him. She had donned a new purple brocade robe, concealing her exquisite curves and that lethal serpentine tail, yet the regal and aloof aura intrinsic to her queenly essence remained unmasked by any garment. At this moment, however, her stunning visage lacked the usual authority and ruthlessness, instead displaying a pallor of recently recovered illness and a hint of indescribable complexity. Her violet eyes occasionally lifted to fixate on the tall, albeit slightly solitary, silhouette in front of her, their glimmering depths betraying her contemplations. Since the day they forged a fragile alliance in a melting cave, the two had departed from that cauldron of chaos. There were no explicit exchanges of words, merely an unspoken understanding to first vacate the perilous terrain before strategizing their next moves. Silence had been the prevailing melody of their journey in recent days. Li Ao, inherently reticent, dedicated most of his focus to the operation of Black Iron Body to mend his wounds, while also remaining vigilant of their surroundings. The dangers of the desert extended far beyond the oppressive heat and scarcity of water. Lurking beneath the sands were venomous scorpions, camouflaged sand pythons, and even elusive sand bandits, all posing lethal threats. Medusa, it seemed, had yet to fully recover from the backlash of the upheaval of that fateful day. She required time to recalibrate the chaotic energies within her, and even more so, to process the bizarre relationship that had evolved from life and death struggles to reluctant collaboration with this enigmatic human. Occasionally, Li Ao would pause, utilizing his heightened senses to uncover concealed water pouches beneath wind-eroded rocks, perhaps remnants of some ill-fated traveler, or to identify certain desert plants with roots that provided a faintly sweet moisture. He would silently share a portion with Medusa. Initially, she would furrow her brow. As a peaked doe emperor and the queen of the serpent people, she had never needed to depend on others for such fundamental survival resources. Yet, observing Li Ao's calm demeanor, as if merely executing a necessary procedure, she ultimately accepted it in silence. The water, tinged with the scent of sand and earth, and the bitter plant roots, genuinely alleviated her parched body. A peculiar, fragile bond, founded on the necessity of survival, quietly intertwined them in silence. On this day, at noon, when the sun was at its fiercest, a continuous silhouette of colossal yellow rock formations emerged on the distant horizon. This was not the style of a human settlement. The rocks were adorned with numerous serpent totems, exuding a primal and austere aura, a large tribal gathering place of the serpent people. Li Ao halted, surveying the tribe before turning his gaze to Medusa. Her violet eyes regained some of their former coldness and authority, and she nodded slightly, her voice hoarse from disuse. Ahead lies Stone Desert City, one of the 8 major tribes of my serpent people. We require supplies and a secure location to discuss our next steps. Her tone resumed the authoritative habit of a queen issuing commands. Li Ao remained non-committal, simply stating, "Lead the way." Medusa glanced at him, her serpentine tail swaying as she proceeded towards Stone Desert City. Her pace was unhurried, seemingly accommodating Li Ao's injuries. or perhaps adjusting her mindset to reclaim her identity as queen. As they approached Stone Desert City, the air thickened with the distinct scent of the serpent people. Upon catching sight of Medusa, the serpent warrior guards standing at the city gates momentarily froze, then erupted into raucous cheers and reverent hisses. "It is Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen has returned. We welcome Her Majesty." The guards hastily laid down their weapons, prostrating themselves on the ground in the most devout manner. Their long serpentine tails pressed against the earth, daring not to raise their heads. Medusa maintained an impassive expression, merely raising her hand slightly. The guards immediately moved aside as if receiving a royal decree, their gazes wary, hostile, and bewildered as they glanced at Liao. Yet, in the absence of any signal from Medusa, none dared to obstruct or inquire further. Liao followed in Medusa's wake, calmly enduring the gazes that sliced through him like daggers, infused with animosity and curiosity. His demeanor remained unchanged, as though strolling through his own courtyard. Upon entering Stone Desert City, the interior offered Liao a vivid glimpse into the civilization of the serpent people. The streets were broad, flanked by dwellings carved into the rock, with various peculiar desert plants cultivated in designated areas. Some lower-tier serpent children frolicked in the sand. Upon seeing Medusa, they scurried aside, peering at her curiously. All serpent people, regardless of age or gender, ceased their activities the moment they beheld Medusa, respectfully prostrating themselves in greeting. Queen Medusa possessed unparalleled authority and reverence among the serpent people. They made their way to the city's center, where the most imposing palace, carved entirely from a colossal yellow rock, stood. At the entrance of the palace, four formidable elders, each at the Dowang level, had been informed of her return and were waiting with bowed heads. Upon witnessing Medusa's safe return, expressions of relief washed over their faces. Yet the moment their eyes fell upon Liao, their joy swiftly morphed into suspicion and unmasked hostility. "Your Majesty," the foremost elder, her visage marked with azure scales, stepped forward, her gaze sharp as an eagle's, fixating on Liao. "He is a human. Why does he accompany Your Majesty? Please clarify." The other three elders advanced as well, subtly encircling him, their Dowang-level auras locking onto Liao, ready to strike at the slightest provocation. The presence of a human in the heart of the serpent people's core tribe, especially accompanying the queen, was far too unusual. Medusa's violet gaze swept over the four elders, her voice regaining its former icy authority. "Elder Shur, you all, sheath your hostility. This man is my guest." "Guest?" Elder Shur's brows furrowed, clearly unable to accept this assertion. "Your Majesty, humans are treacherous, untrustworthy. Moreover, this man's origins are unknown, and his strength." She halted abruptly, suddenly sensing Medusa's unusual aura and the trace of weakness she had not completely concealed. Her expression shifted dramatically. "Your Majesty, you are injured?" "Is it this human? Has nothing to do with him," Medusa interjected, her tone brooking no dissent. "This matter is within my purview. Prepare a quiet room. Provide fresh water and healing herbs. No one is to approach or disturb without my command." Elder Shur opened her mouth, wishing to say more. But under Medusa's frigid gaze, she ultimately swallowed her words, bowing her head in compliance. "Yes, Your Majesty." She shot Liao a fierce glare before turning to make arrangements. Medusa said no more and led Liao deeper into the palace. The quiet room was soon prepared, located at the innermost part of the palace, with thick walls that insulated it from the external clamor. The furnishings were sparse, consisting only of a stone bed, a stone table, and some rudimentary decorations in the serpent people style. Medusa dismissed all attendants, leaving only herself and Liao within the quiet room. She approached the stone table, turning her back to Liao, and, after a moment of silence, she spoke slowly, her voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness and gravity. "How long will it take for you to recover?" Liao examined the injury on his left arm, feeling the vitality rapidly healing under the system's acceleration, estimating, 3 days. "I can regain 70% of my combat strength." Medusa turned to face him, her violet eyes locking onto his. "After 3 days, I shall take you to the holy city. There lie the seals and restrictions left by generations of my queens, which may temporarily suppress the violent nature of and enhance our chances of success." She paused momentarily, her tone laced with caution. "Yet the holy city is an absolute forbidden ground for my kin, heavily guarded by numerous restrictions. Even with my royal presence, you must exercise utmost vigilance and refrain from tampering with anything." Liao nodded in agreement. "Understood." After this brief exchange, the tranquility of the chamber enveloped them once more. Medusa approached the stone bed and seated herself, closing her eyes to meditate, a faint violet luminescence emanating from her being. Li Ao retreated to a corner, sitting cross-legged as he diligently activated the black iron body, hastening his recovery. Time flowed silently. After an indeterminate duration, a faint commotion arose from outside the chamber, hinting at a dispute. Medusa abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of displeasure gleaming in her violet orbs. Simultaneously, Li Ao's gaze shifted towards the stone door. Bang! The stone door was forcefully thrust open by an overwhelming force. A towering male serpent man, his skin a deep bronze, with a thick serpentine tail and a grotesque scar marring his face, stormed in, seething with fury. His aura was intimidating. He was undoubtedly a formidable fighter, seemingly even stronger than the elder from the Shadow Realm. "Your Majesty," boomed the serpent man's voice like thunder, suffused with suppressed wrath. His gaze greedily roamed over Medusa before piercing towards Li Ao in the corner like a venomous dart. "I have heard that you brought back a mere human, allowing him to reside within the sacred hall. How outrageous! Humans are despicable and cunning. He must have employed some means to deceive your Majesty. Allow me, Mobus, to tear him apart for you." Before he could finish, the fierce aura of a fighter erupted from him, locking onto Li Ao as his robust tail swung threateningly. Poised to strike. "Mobus." Medusa rose sharply, her violet eyes radiating menace, an icy pressure instantly enveloping the chamber. "Do you dare defy my command?" The serpent man, named Mobus, froze momentarily, a flicker of trepidation crossing his face, yet his gaze towards Li Ao brimmed with resentment. He defiantly retorted, "Your Majesty, my loyalty to you is as steadfast as the heavens, but I will never tolerate a human desecrating the sacred hall. He must leave at once, or perish." The final word, perish, he bellowed with a raw ferocity, laced with blatant murderous intent. Li Ao rose slowly, his demeanor calm as he regarded the belligerent Mobus, casually resting his right hand upon the hilt of his blade. The atmosphere within the chamber turned taut with tension. Medusa's countenance was icy, ready to suppress Mobus by force. Yet, Li Ao suddenly interjected, his voice unperturbed yet infused with an unusual penetrating quality that pierced through Mobus's tumultuous emotions. "Your murderous intent stems from loyalty, does it not? Or is it driven by jealousy, born from unfulfilled desires?" Mobus's massive frame jolted, his furious expression solidifying into a mixture of shame and incredulity, as if his innermost thoughts had been laid bare. You speak nonsense," he shrieked, his breath betraying a hint of disorder. Medusa's violet eyes flickered with a different hue, her gaze towards Li Ao deepening with inscrutability. Li Ao turned away from Mobus, directing his attention back to Medusa, his tone remaining even. "It appears your clan is not as unified as one might assume." Medusa let out a cold snort, her violet eyes glinting with a frigid brilliance, her regal authority unmistakably manifest. "Mobus, leave this instant. Should you dare intrude again, I shall hold you accountable for treason against your kin." A palpable aura of menace, as tangible as ice shards, pierced towards Mobus. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, and after casting a fierce glare at Li Ao, he reluctantly growled in defeat and exited the chamber, slamming the stone door behind him. Silence reclaimed the chamber once more. Medusa turned to Li Ao, and after a brief pause, declared, "We shall depart in 3 days." Li Ao nodded and resumed his seated position, closing his eyes to continue his recuperation. Yet, following this tumultuous incident, an unspoken alliance seemed to linger beneath the fragile equilibrium between them. Outside the chamber, Mobus lingered in the shadows of the corridor, his fists clenched tightly, his face twisted with resentment and malice. "Human, Li Ao, await your demise. The holy city shall be your grave." Chapter 17, The Holy City. The clamor of Stone Desert City was muffled beyond the heavy stone door, leaving only the subdued breaths of the two within the chamber. The disturbance caused by Mobus was akin to a stone cast into still water. Once the ripples subsided, a deeper silence and undercurrents remained. Medusa resumed her position on the stone bed, her violet eyes closed, her faint purple energy fluctuating erratically, clearly not yet fully at peace. Li Ao's words regarding unfulfilled jealousy had pierced through not only Mobus's facade, but also cast ripples upon the icy depths of her heart. She required time to quell this unexpected turbulence, and even more time to reassess the human before her, as well as the absurd and perilous partnership they had forged. Meanwhile, Li Ao remained seated in the corner, the principles of black iron body coursing through him. As the dual effects of the system's restorative potions and his innate healing abilities worked in tandem, the charred skin on his left arm was gradually sloughing off, revealing tender, new flesh beneath, while his fractured bones were being forcibly realigned and melded by an invisible force, emitting faint cracking sounds. The pain persisted, yet it lay within his tolerable limits. Most of his focus was immersed in the system. Host, Li Ao. Realm, black iron body, second stage, severe injury recovery. Techniques, basic body forging technique, perfect, black iron body first and second stages, raging wind quick blade, mastered, thunder step, mastered. System points, 2,100. Current task, ensure the safety of yourself and Queen Medusa and establish initial contact completed. Next phase, proceed to the holy city of the Serpent People and attempt to suppress the Green Lotus Core fire. With over 2,000 points remaining, the third stage of Black Iron Body required 5,000 points, rendering it currently unexchangeable. His gaze skimmed over the myriad items within the system's shop, ultimately settling on a category of special items. Formation Restriction Analysis Assistance. The holy city of the Serpent People, a forbidden domain of the queens across generations, was undoubtedly riddled with countless seals and restrictions. Even with Medusa's guidance, unforeseen events or human-induced mishaps could not be ruled out. That MOBAs would not relent easily. Exchange for 3 beginner-breaking formation talismans and 1 restriction insight scroll, consuming 1,200 points. Confirm? Confirm. A soft glow flickered, and several jade talismans, exuding a peculiar aura and inscribed with profound patterns, along with an ancient-looking leather scroll, silently materialized within the system's space. Preparedness is paramount. 3 days passed swiftly amidst silent healing and introspective musings. When the morning light of the third day streamed through the cracks in the stone window, casting its rays upon the chamber floor, Li Ao gradually opened his eyes. His gaze was sharp and focused, his aura dense and resolute. He moved his left arm, still feeling residual soreness and stiffness, yet the bones had rejoined and the flesh had regenerated, allowing him to exert force without significant hindrance. He was back to 70% of his fighting capability, if not more. Almost simultaneously, Medusa concluded her meditation. Rising, the fatigue and weakness in her violet eyes had dissipated, replaced by the cold, commanding presence that befits a queen. However, as her gaze swept over Li Ao, beneath the icy veneer, a hint of complexity flickered, barely perceptible. "We are ready to depart," she stated coolly, her tone brooking no dissent. The two exited the chamber, where the Shadow Realm Elder awaited. Upon witnessing Medusa's restored aura, a glimmer of relief crossed her features. Yet, upon noticing Li Ao closely following behind, that relief was swiftly replaced by concern. She parted her lips, but ultimately bowed and said, "Your Majesty, everything is prepared." Medusa inclined her head slightly, refraining from further words as she led the way outside. Beyond the stone desert city, a phalanx of 10 elite serpent warriors stood in formation, awaiting her arrival. These formidable warriors exuded an air of ferocity, each at least of the grand duelist rank. Their eyes filled with fervor and unwavering loyalty as they regarded Medusa. At the forefront of the ranks loomed the imposing figure of Mobus. His countenance was dark, and upon seeing Li Ao emerge, it seemed as though he might ignite with fury. Yet, at the chilling sweep of Medusa's gaze, he forcibly suppressed his ire, though his clenched fist betrayed his inner turmoil. "Your Majesty, the road to the holy city is fraught with peril. Allow Mobas to escort you," he intoned in a deep, resonant voice, his gaze fixated on Li Ao with palpable provocation. Medusa's violet eyes narrowed, prepared to decline. However, Li Ao interjected, "One more person means one more strength." Medusa cast him a sidelong glance, noting his tranquil demeanor, which appeared genuine. After a moment's contemplation, she relented. "Very well, let him follow." Mobas was taken aback, unprepared for Li Ao's defense of him, but soon a sinister grin spread across his face, for in his mind, this human must surely be intimidated. Once they reached the holy city, it would be his domain. The party set forth, departing the stone desert city and plunging once more into the vast expanse of sandy wilderness. Unlike their prior journey of only 2, this time the group was considerably larger. Their pace significantly slowed. Medusa occupied the center of the formation, Li Ao walking alongside her, while Mobas and the guards spread out to maintain vigilance. Silence enveloped them, save for the mournful wails of the wind and the soft rustle of serpentine tails gliding across the sand. Mobas attempted several times to draw closer to Medusa, seeking conversation or subtly belittling Liao, yet Medusa merely closed her eyes to rest, responding to him with curt, icy remarks. Liao, in stark contrast, ignored him entirely, treating him as though he were but a wisp of air. This utter disregard stung Mobas more than any retort could, his jealousy and murderous intent intensifying. Days passed, and the surrounding landscape began to transform. The monotonous dunes gave way to colossal black stone peaks piercing the sky like swords, an ancient and desolate aura suffusing the air. The temperature appeared to drop, the wind carrying a chilling bite. Ahead lay the territory of the holy city. Medusa opened her eyes, her violet gaze fixated on the distant black mountains shrouded in a faint gray mist. Her voice bore a note of solemnity. Stay close to me. A single misstep could lead to your demise, even if you were a dual emperor. The group's pace slowed once more, all on high alert. As they stepped into the gray mist, the light dimmed abruptly, as though they had entered an alternate realm. Beneath their feet lay hard black rock, adorned with peculiar, seemingly natural patterns. An eerie silence enveloped them. Even the sound of the wind had vanished. Medusa's serpentine tail swayed, her path becoming increasingly erratic, sometimes twisting, sometimes halting, as if adhering to some esoteric rhythm. She occasionally unleashed bursts of violet energy, inscribing marks that vanished into the void or the ground, causing ripples to emanate from those spots before reverting to normalcy. Liao closely followed her, his keen eyes scanning the surroundings. Within his perception, this area was littered with countless obscure and perilous energy nodes, interconnected to form an invisible web spanning the heavens and the earth. Had it not been for Medusa's guidance, a reckless intrusion would have provoked a cataclysmic assault. Quietly, he infused a thread of mental energy into the concealment insight scroll, which immediately revealed the subtle trajectories of the surrounding energy flow, corroborating Medusa's navigation and deepening his understanding of the local restraints. Mobas and the guards remained exceedingly cautious. Even their breathing softened, acutely aware of the horrors that lay here. After approximately an hour of travel, they encountered a vast chasm, as if cleaved by a divine axe. The depths of the rift were shrouded in darkness, revealing nothing, only a chilling wind howling forth. Beyond this abyss lay the core area of the holy city. Medusa halted before the chasm, her expression grave. Within the gorge lies a bone-chilling wind and a mesmerizing fog. Guard your minds closely and stay in my wake. Stray not. With that, she leapt into the chasm. Liao followed closely behind. Upon entering, the frigid wind assailed them like countless icy blades, and even Liao felt a shiver. This wind not only affected the flesh, but seemed to gnaw at their battle aura and souls. Simultaneously, a faint gray mist began to envelop the area, swirling with distorted human figures, their anguished wails subtly invading their minds. Medusa's body radiated a brilliant violet light, forming a protective shield that repelled the chilling winds and deceptive fog, her speed unwavering as she raced down a narrow rock path, barely wide enough for a single person. Liao activated the black iron bulwark, a dark iron sheen coursing beneath his skin, warding off the bone-chilling winds. As for the mesmerizing fog, his soul power was inherently unique, augmented by the system, rendering the illusions akin to mere phantoms, incapable of unsettling him. His steps remained steady as he closely trailed Medusa. Mobas and the guards exerted their own abilities, barely managing to keep pace. However, as the group reached a relatively open platform amidst the gorge, chaos erupted. Mobas, who had been trailing at the side, suddenly flashed a fierce and resolute glint in his eyes. He bit down hard, and without warning, his battle aura erupted, not directed forward, but he slammed his palm onto a seemingly ordinary black boulder beside him. With a resounding thrum, the boulder trembled violently, intricate crimson patterns erupting across its surface like a network of veins. A wave of brutal, chaotic energy, suffused with a sense of destruction, instantaneously radiated from the stone's center. Mobas, what are you doing? Medusa whirled around, her violet eyes igniting with murderous intent. But it was too late. The crimson energy surged forth, disrupting the previously stable energy restraints within the gorge. Crack, crack. Countless hidden runes along the rocky walls began to flicker wildly before shattering into fragments. The bone-chilling winds, once confined within a certain range, surged in ferocity tenfold, sweeping across the platform like a black tempest. The mesmerizing fog thickened into something almost corporeal, coalescing into terrifying, clawed shadows that emitted soul-piercing shrieks. Several serpent guards, caught off guard, were engulfed by the frenzied winds, their flesh torn and mangled as they emitted desperate cries, only to be consumed by the fog, their eyes turning wild as they began to attack their comrades. The entire platform transformed instantaneously into a chaotic and despairing purgatory of death. "Your Majesty, be careful," the elder of the underworld gasped in horror, desperately channeling his battle aura to shield Medusa. Meanwhile, after executing that fateful strike, Mobas retreated swiftly. A frenzied and vengeful smile plastered on his face as he fixated on Medusa and Li Ao amidst the storm's eye. "Ha ha, Your Majesty, you have forced my hand, and that human scum shall perish alongside me." His plans had been meticulously laid out, detonating this concealed energy node to incite chaos. Seizing the opportunity to perhaps abduct Medusa, he was confident he possessed a treasure to withstand the aftermath, while that detestable human was doomed without a doubt. However, amidst the chaos of the unleashed restraints, as the storm raged and illusions swirled, Li Ao made his move. He seemed oblivious to the cataclysmic scene surrounding him, his gaze chillingly calm. At the very moment the restraints erupted, he had already captured the core trajectory of the energy turmoil and the fleeting, unscathed safe path through the concealment insight scroll. Thunder steps. The ground trembled with the reverberating sound of thunder, as his figure transformed into a distorted streak of light. It was neither a retreat nor an evasion. Rather, he traversed an almost impossible trajectory, defying the tumultuous currents of chaotic energy. In an instant, he maneuvered through the gaps between several raging energy storms and appeared beside the pale-faced Medusa, who was valiantly resisting the sinister winds and illusory mists. "Move," he commanded in a low voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. He seized Medusa's cold wrist, smooth yet resistant, and without hesitation crushed a beginner's disruption talisman. A gentle yet resilient white barrier of light enveloped them instantly, temporarily isolating them from the violent winds and soul-corroding mists. "This way," Li Ao urged, pulling Medusa along, guided by the insight scroll of seals and the brief safe zone created by the disruption talisman. He carved out a path through the chaotic energy storms and shattered remnants of seals, as if foreseeing the future, racing deeper into the canyon. Medusa, compelled by his forceful grip, followed suit. She observed his steady demeanor amidst the storm of destruction, as if he could see through all illusions. Feeling the undeniable strength emanating from his grasp, the icy facade of her violet eyes shattered entirely, revealing a tumultuous tide of unprecedented emotions surging beneath. How could he possibly? Behind them, the incredulous and desperate roar of Mebas echoed, akin to a wounded beast. "No." Chapter 18. Confronting the Alien Flame. "Move." Her wrist was gripped by an undeniable force, the chill and heat intertwining in an extraordinary manner. Medusa barely had time to resist before she was thrust into the heart of the cataclysmic storm. The raging, bone-chilling winds scraped against the abruptly risen white barrier like innumerable icy blades, emitting a piercing wail that sent shivers down the spine. Within the thick, inky mists of illusion, countless twisted figures surged towards them, colliding against the barrier and sending ripples outward, their cries a haunting echo that pierced the soul. Yet within the barrier, an eerie and fleeting tranquility prevailed. Li Ao's silhouette was mere inches away, his azure robe billowing in the chaotic energy currents, while his grip on her wrist remained as steady as iron, devoid of the slightest tremor. His steps were swift and precise, each footfall landing in the most vulnerable crevices of the energy storm or upon the remnants of seals that had yet to shatter completely, as if the ground beneath him were not a dead end, but a well-trodden path. How could he perceive the very seals that even she struggled to comprehend amidst this upheaval? The icy veneer of Medusa's violet eyes shattered completely, her astonishment and disbelief surging like a tidal wave. She was compelled to match his rhythm, her serpentine tail darting over the jagged rocks. Feeling the tyrannical and fervent warmth radiating from his palm, a sensation of unprecedented, uncontrollable dizziness seized her. Behind them, Meba's roar, infused with despair and madness, was swiftly engulfed by the storm, along with the anguished cries of the guards caught in chaos, turning distant and unreal. In her world, only the figure before her, this blue-robed youth, boldly advancing on the edge of death, remained, along with the searing sensation on her wrist. Time seemed to stretch as they traversed, feeling both instantaneous and like an eternity. Suddenly, the storm and mist ahead cleared. They burst forth from that deadly platform, landing on a relatively gentle stone staircase leading deeper into the canyon. The chaos and destruction behind them were halted by an invisible barrier, raging and howling, but unable to breach the threshold. Liao released his hold. The intense warmth that had gripped her wrist vanished abruptly, leaving behind a fleeting sense of coldness and loss. Medusa instinctively curled her fingers, her exquisite face reflecting a complex array of emotions as she gazed at Liao. Her lips slightly parted, momentarily at a loss for words. Liao exhaled softly, his complexion paler than before. The continuous exertion of Thunder Step at its limits, coupled with the precise navigation through the turbulent seals and the consumption of a precious disruption talisman, weighed heavily upon him. He cast a glance back at the platform that resembled the entrance to hell, his eyes icy. Medusa finally regained her voice, her tone laced with suppressed fury and murderous intent. How dare he? He is dead. Liao interrupted her, his tone flat as if stating an established fact. Even if he did not perish within that storm, you would ensure his demise upon exiting. A chill crept into Medusa's violet gaze as she acquiesced to his assertion. A traitor, an assassin of the queen, his sins were unforgivable. Her gaze shifted back to Liao, the expression in her eyes now starkly different from before, lacking the scrutiny and suspicion it once held, replaced by a hint of inquiry and an imperceptible thread of reliance. How could you see through the seals there? This was her greatest perplexity. The seals of the Serpent Folk's holy city were the culmination of generations of queen's efforts, arcane and unfathomable. Even as the current queen, she had to tread carefully amidst such explosive chaos. Liao offered no response, merely lifting his unblemished right hand and pointing to his head before settling down cross-legged to recuperate. He needed to recover swiftly. The journey ahead would not be easy. He closed his eyes, evidently unwilling to continue the conversation. Medusa regarded his resolute profile, suppressing all her questions deep within. She retreated to a corner and sat down to regain her composure. Yet her thoughts were no longer as tranquil as they once had been. The life and death escape they had just shared, the lingering warmth on her wrist, left an indelible mark on her consciousness. Approximately half an hour later, both opened their eyes, their breaths significantly steadier. Let us proceed. Medusa rose, her voice regaining its usual coldness, yet as she advanced into the depths of the stone steps, her swaying, purple serpent tail appeared to lack its usual composure. Liao followed silently. The subsequent journey, as Liao had anticipated, was far from peaceful. Although the chaos instigated by Mebas had dissipated, the seals within the core area of the holy city grew increasingly dense and perilous. At times, energy blades would materialize out of thin air. At other moments, the ground beneath them would suddenly collapse into quicksand traps, and occasionally, illusions would directly assault their very souls. Medusa led the way with all her might, periodically casting purple sigils to dissolve the impending dangers. Meanwhile, Liao remained in silence. Yet whenever threats arose that exceeded Medusa's expectations or came from particularly precarious angles, he would always strike at just the right moment. Whether it was a sharp gust of wind that shattered hidden energy nodes, a forceful punch that dispersed a gathering menace, or a moment when he suddenly yanked Medusa back just as a silent rift in space grazed where she had been standing, each of his interventions were precise and timely, as if his understanding of the seals here surpassed even that of the queen herself. Medusa's astonishment accumulated with each encounter. She began to subconsciously observe his movements, even slowing her pace at certain crossroads, waiting for his glance or subtle gesture to guide her. A peculiar synergy quietly blossomed amidst the unspoken peril. At last, after traversing through a corridor filled with twisted light and shadow, which seemed capable of devouring all light, they emerged into a vast underground expanse. The ceiling soared high, embedded with countless luminescent crystals that illuminated the entire space like daylight. In the center of this expanse stood a grand palace, entirely constructed from a type of black jade, its ancient design exuding an aura of timelessness and majesty. Surrounding the palace were 8 colossal stone pillars, each adorned with a vividly carved giant serpent, its eyes appearing alive as they gazed down upon the scene below. A surge of celestial energy, far more concentrated and pure than anything found outside, permeated the air, making each breath feel invigorating and euphoric. Yet simultaneously, a weighty pressure, as formidable as a mountain, enveloped this space, instilling a sense of reverence. Here lies the true sanctum of the serpent people, The core where the legacy of generations of queens is preserved and rests eternally. Medusa halted, gazing at the obsidian palace, her violet eyes betraying a complex tapestry of emotions: fear, nostalgia, and a flicker of resolve. The heart of the azure lotus, the core of the earth's fire, is sealed within the innermost depths of the sacred temple's molten realm. The prohibitions there are such that even I cannot fully master them. I can only rely on my lineage and tokens to open the passage and attempt to harness its power. She turned to Liao, her expression grave. Once we enter the secret realm, I must focus entirely on communicating with the foreign fire, leaving no room for distractions. The spatial instability within the realm is extreme, rife with the violent energy of unleashed foreign flames, and may even give birth to some fire spirits. I will ensure your safety. Liao interjected, his tone calm, yet imbued with a compelling certainty. Your adversary is me, until you complete your evolution. Or until I seize the foreign fire. Medusa regarded him deeply, choosing silence. She approached the massive stone door of the temple, intricately etched with serpentine patterns. Biting her fingertip, she allowed a drop of her potent purple blood to fall into a recess on the door. With a hum, the serpentine patterns on the door seemed to come alive, slowly undulating and emitting a deep, ancient resonance. The heavy stone door silently slid inward, revealing a profound passage radiating a searing aura. Follow me, Medusa instructed, stepping forward, with Liao closely behind. The passage was brief, culminating in a distorted curtain of light that rippled like water. Beyond the curtain lay a vaguely visible world of crimson, where the terrifying heat pierced through even the barrier, causing one's skin to sting. Medusa inhaled deeply, her jade hands forming seals, and the purple diamond crystal above her head manifested once more, casting a beam of violet light into the curtain. The curtain quivered violently, gradually opening a gap wide enough for a single person to pass. An even more ferocious wave of heat surged forth. Without hesitation, Medusa slipped inside. Liao's gaze sharpened, activating his thunderstep, and he nearly crossed the threshold simultaneously with her. The scene before them transformed abruptly. No longer were they in a frigid palace, but rather in an endless expanse of crimson lava. Beneath their feet were black reefs floating atop the magma. While the air was thick with the acrid stench of fire poison and sulfur, the oppressive heat distorting the very fabric of space. At the heart of this magma world pulsated an immense azure flame, throbbing like a heart, contracting with each beat, sending tremors through the entire secret realm, radiating an oppressive wave of destruction. The core of the azure lotus earth fire, far grander and more tumultuous than what they had witnessed in the caverns. Beneath that azure flame, a colossal, entirely crimson lotus-shaped stone platform floated silently. Countless ancient sealing runes were inscribed upon it, flickering erratically, clearly unable to fully restrain the terrifying flame above. As Medusa entered this realm, her complexion paled instantly, her delicate form trembling slightly. The pressure stemming from the essence of the foreign fire emanated natural hostility and repulsion towards her, who sought to devour it. She stifled her discomfort, alighting upon the crimson stone platform, sitting cross-legged, her hands rapidly forming seals. The purple crystal above her head radiating brightly as she attempted to connect with the azure heart of the earth fire and guide its power. However, the azure heart of the earth fire seemed utterly incensed by her actions, surging violently. A fire serpent, tenfold thicker and 100 times more concentrated than what they had encountered in the caverns, roared with an intent to annihilate, lunging toward Medusa on the stone platform. Simultaneously, the surrounding magma churned violently as 7 or 8 fire spirits, formed entirely of pure flame energy and with ferocious appearances, leapt from the magma, charging toward the platform. These fire spirits were formidable, the weakest among them comparable to a battle king. The crisis descended in an instant. Medusa's pupils contracted. She needed to focus entirely on communicating with the foreign fire, leaving no room to defend herself. In this critical moment, a figure clad in azure like a rock positioned itself before the stone platform, confronting the destructive fire serpent and the swarm of fire spirits. Liao's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his steel long knife ringing as it was unsheathed. Black iron body, fully activated. A dark iron sheen enveloped him. An overwhelming and tyrannical aura surged forth, momentarily withstanding the torrential fire might. With his left hand still injured and unable to exert full strength, he wielded the knife with one hand, pointing it forward. Your opponent is me. Chapter 19. I vowed to ensure your safety. The magma secret realm, crimson as blood, distorted visibility with its heat waves. The colossal fire serpent, infused with the wrath of the azure heart of the earth fire, descended with a power capable of annihilating the void. Behind it, 7 or 8 fearsome fire spirits. Their forms grotesque and their energies fierce, roared as they charged, sealing off all avenues of escape. On the stone platform, Medusa's violet eyes narrowed, her fingertips hastily forming seals. The purple crystal above her head erupting with brilliance as she desperately sought to establish contact with the foreign fire. However, faced with this cataclysmic assault, the purple energy enveloping her appeared on the brink of collapse, a flicker of determination flashing across her pale visage. She could no longer afford to divert her focus. Placing all her hopes and safety in the figure clad in azure that stood before her, Liao stood at the edge of the stone platform, confronting the cataclysmic onslaught. The frenzied heat swirled around him, the azure fabric of his attire clinging tightly to his form, outlining a silhouette both upright and brimming with latent power. His gaze was icy, yet within his pupils, flames seemed to burn. Black iron body was pushed to its zenith. The dark iron glow beneath his skin profound as the abyss, his muscular fibers taut, exuding a ferocious aura reminiscent of primordial beasts, forcibly establishing an unassailable domain within this realm of fire energy. He could not retreat. Behind him was Medusa, poised at a critical juncture, and she was the key to his acquisition of the foreign fire. Roar! The fire serpent lunged first, its gaping maw capable of swallowing mountains, the destructive energy within causing space itself to groan under its weight. Liao moved. He did not choose to confront the most lethal fire serpent head-on. Instead, with thunderstep erupting beneath his feet, he glided sideways like a specter, narrowly evading the serpent's direct assault, while simultaneously, his steel-long knife carved a chilling arc, not aimed at the serpent, but at the first fire spirit resembling a leopard that lunged towards him. Whirlwind blade, shadow. The blade's light surpassed visual perception, akin to a mere distortion of light. Swoosh! The leopard-shaped fire spirit, at the Battle King level, froze mid-lunge. Its body, composed entirely of pure flames, was cleaved in two, erupting into a cascade of fiery embers. A single strike, a swift demise. Yet more fire spirits surged forth. Claws, fangs, and tails, all entwined with searing flames, assaulted him from all directions. Liao's form darted through the narrow confines, as if dancing upon the edge of a blade. Thunderstep was executed with such finesse that each step precisely landed in the gaps of energy shockwaves or on the most stable points of the reefs. The long knife transformed into an impenetrable curtain of death, the essence of whirlwind blade unleashed to its fullest. Slash, cleave, flick, hook, wipe, sweep, intercept, the most fundamental techniques. In his hands, wielded the power to transmute decay into the miraculous. Each strike encapsulated the brilliance and will to sever all. Clang, puft, sizzle. The resounding clash of metal and the obliteration of energy resounded densely. One fire spirit, resembling a primate, was met with a backhanded strike that deflected its claws, allowing Liao to thrust forward, the knife's tip precisely striking its energy core, causing it to disintegrate instantly. A serpentine fire spirit silently erupted from the molten lava, intent on entwining itself around his legs. However, he sensed its approach in advance, crushing its skull underfoot, and with a swift motion of his blade, he cleaved it into several pieces. His movements flowed with a grace reminiscent of a dance, embodying a cruel beauty. There was no superfluous waste. Each strike was aimed directly at its vital points, displaying an efficiency that was nothing short of astonishing. It was as if he were not engaged in combat, but rather performing a precise act of slaughter. Yet, the number of fire spirits was overwhelming, and they seemed capable of perpetually regenerating through the boundless fire energy of this place. No sooner had he slain one than another coalesced from the magma. The primary threat, a massive azure fire python, having missed its strike, had already changed direction, charging forth anew with a fury even more ferocious. This time, its colossal form coiled to encircle a larger area, and it unleashed not a singular flame, but a deluge of azure fire, raining down like arrows. A comprehensive assault. There was no escape. Liao's gaze sharpened, realizing he could no longer hold back. He took a deep breath, his chest swelling like a bellows, as the power of the black iron body and a mysterious force from the system surged violently into his right arm wielding the blade. A dark iron sheen rapidly spread along the blade, transforming the ordinary steel longsword into a weapon suffused with a profound metallic glow. A momentum capable of annihilating all, of cleaving through anything, erupted with a thunderous force. He no longer evaded, but instead charged directly into the storm of azure fire and the oncoming python, stepping forward, twisting his waist and swinging his sword. The action was ancient and simple, yet imbued with an unwavering determination to cleave through chaos. The dominant blade severed the flow. No longer was it the speed of the gale blade, but rather a brutal strike born from the fusion of black iron body strength and blade intent. As the blade passed, it seemed to rend open a black gash in space. The densely raining azure fire, upon contact with this exquisitely concentrated black blade light, evaporated like ice under the sun, dissipating. The blade's momentum unyielding, it fiercely struck the massive head of the fire python. Boom! The deafening explosion reverberated. A violent energy shockwave erupted in a circular fashion, sending the surrounding fire spirits tumbling away. The fire python emitted a pained and enraged hiss, though soundless. The energy fluctuations clearly conveyed this message, as its enormous head, composed entirely of pure flames, was brutally split open by this strike. Countless azure flames emanated from the gaping fissure. Yet, it was not utterly vanquished. Instead, it grew even more frenzied, its massive body thrashing wildly, stirring up towering waves of molten lava, causing the entire secret realm to tremble. Liao grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Forcing out this strike beyond his current limits took a tremendous toll, and the newly healed wound on his left arm throbbed with excruciating pain. Nevertheless, his eyes remained fierce, his grip on the sword steady as a rock. He had to buy time for Medusa. He once more faced the injured, rampaging fire python and the reconstituting fire spirits. The battle had entered its most brutal phase. Liao combined thunderous steps with gale blade, his form like the wind, his blade light like lightning, weaving through the onslaught of the fire python and spirits, slicing and cleaving. He no longer sought a decisive kill, but instead exchanged injuries, methodically weakening his foes while striving to avoid critical strikes. Thud! His shoulder was slashed open by the claws of a wolf-like fire spirit, the scent of charred flesh instantly filling the air, but he retaliated with a swift downward cut, cleaving the spirit in two. Bang! The fire python's tail swept through like a colossal whip. He barely managed to block with his blade, yet the tremendous force sent him flying into a floating reef, which shattered upon impact. He tasted blood in his throat, spitting out another mouthful. Yet, he forced himself to twist in midair, activating thunderous steps to absorb most of the impact, and as he landed, he propelled himself upward once more, aiming his blade directly at the fissure in the fire python's head. His azure robe was tattered and soaked with blood and sweat, clinging to his body, revealing the defined musculature beneath, marred with both old and new scars. The bandage on his left arm was long gone, the fresh flesh once more a bloody mess. However, his eyes glimmered ever brighter, like two cold stars forged in blood and fire, resolute and unyielding. On the stone platform, Medusa's tightly shut eyes quivered slightly. Though she was fully focused on communicating with how could she completely shut out the cataclysmic battle raging outside? She could hear the dense sound of energy collisions like a torrential downpour, feel the spatial tremors from each brutal impact, and even catch a faint whiff of the iron-rich scent of blood wafting through the air. That man was fighting valiantly for her, enduring the onslaught of the innumerous fire spirits all on his own. An unprecedented emotion surged within her icy heart like magma, crashing against her defenses. Was it astonishment at his strength and tenacity? Was it moved by his seemingly stubborn protection? Or was it an undefined feeling, a stirring of her frozen heart, melting under the weight of his fierce devotion? She had never imagined that one day she would need protection from a human, let alone that this human would bear her safety upon his shoulders in such a brutal and domineering manner. The seals of her fingertips unconsciously quickened. The purple crystal above her head shone ever more brilliantly. She had to act swiftly. He could not continue to bear this alone. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The fire python, grievously wounded by Liao's strike, seemed to realize that Medusa on the stone platform was the key. It abandoned its struggle with Liao, letting out a silent roar, its gigantic body abruptly pivoting, channeling all its remaining strength, like a falling star, recklessly charging toward Medusa on the stone platform. It was intent on a mutual destruction. This change was too sudden, too resolute. Li Ao had just dispersed another fire spirit when he saw this, and his pupils contracted. There was no time to think. Thunderous steps erupted to its limits. It was as if thunder erupted beneath his feet, his speed surpassing all limits, leaving afterimages in the air. Arriving just in time, as the head of the fire python, engulfed in annihilating flames, was about to collide with the protective barrier of the stone platform, Li Ao's figure appeared boldly in front of Medusa. He stood with his back to the destructive python, facing the seated Medusa. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Medusa, sensing something, abruptly opened her eyes. What met her violet gaze was Li Ao's face, mere inches away. That young visage, smeared with blood and sweat, bore no trace of fear, only a serene calm. And within his profound eyes, her own astonished reflection. Then, she saw Li Ao slightly curl his lips, a fleeting gesture that seemed to convey reassurance. In the next moment, boom! The annihilating fire python crashed solidly into Li Ao's back. The terrifying explosion engulfed everything. Blinding azure and crimson light consumed the stone platform, and a violent energy storm erupted, instantly vaporizing the remaining fire spirits. Medusa felt an indescribable force surge through Li Ao's body, even with the stone platform's protective barriers and her own fighting spirit to resist. It made her blood surge and her vision darken. As the light gradually dissipated, the stone platform remained intact, though the seals upon it had notably dimmed. Medusa's anxious violet eyes immediately sought out the front. Li Ao still stood there, his back to her, like a statue nailed to the stone platform. Yet, his once tattered azure robe had succumbed to the flames, reduced to mere ashes at the back, revealing a charred expanse beneath, where the horrifying wound exposed his stark white spine. The flesh was rolled back, seared and charred, devoid of blood, for the injury had been instantaneously carbonized by the extreme heat. He trembled violently, using the finely crafted steel blade, now marred with cracks, to thrust into the stone platform, barely maintaining his balance. Cough, cough. He erupted into a fit of violent coughing, each sound resonating like the muffled crash of shattered organs, dark red blood oozing from the corner of his mouth, dripping onto the ashen ground. The devastating strike of the fire python had unleashed most of its fury, which he had stubbornly absorbed with his own body. Medusa stared blankly at the figure, almost unrecognizable, as if it had returned from the depths of hell. She watched him tremble slightly to steady himself, yet his spine remained unyielding. Within her violet eyes, the last remnants of icy restraint shattered, transforming into a tumultuous ocean. An emotion known as heartache entwined her heart like a venomous vine, constricting it to the point of breathlessness. She abruptly rose, momentarily forgetting to maintain the intricate seal of the, instinctively reaching out to support the staggering figure. Why? Her voice trembled and rasped, revealing a vulnerability she had not acknowledged. Li Ao turned his head with great difficulty. His blood-stained visage bore eyes that still shone brilliantly. He gazed at her, forcing out a most painful smile, his voice weak yet clear. I said, I will protect you. Chapter 20. Medusa's affection increases. The faint words, mingled with blood, reverberated in the suffocating silence. That figure swayed precariously, the charred back grotesque and terrifying, as if it would crumble to dust at any moment. Yet it stood resolutely, like a flag refusing to bend in a storm. Medusa's outstretched hand froze in midair, her fingertips mere inches from the trembling, bloodied back. An unprecedented, sharp emotion gripped her heart, causing it to convulse. It was not the humiliation of a queen, nor the calculation of mutual benefits, but something more primal and overwhelming, shattering the defenses she had built over centuries. Why? Those three words echoed frantically within her, yet she could not voice them. The answer had been seared into her very vision with blood and fire. Cough! Li Ao expelled another mouthful of tainted blood, the blade embedded in the stone platform creaking under immense strain, fracture spreading. His breath flickered like a dying candle in the wind, his gaze beginning to lose focus. No more time to wait. A glimmer of resolve flashed in Medusa's violet eyes, and her outstretched hand no longer hesitated, pressing firmly against Li Ao's gruesome back. The touch was a blend of searing heat and sticky char, yet from her palm emanated an icy tremor. Hold on. Her voice was hoarse, tinged with an urgency she had not perceived. She suppressed the tumult of emotions within, her other hand swiftly forming intricate seals, the purple crystal above her glowing with renewed intensity. No longer attempting gentle communication, she forcefully summoned the azure fire above, which had calmed somewhat after the fire python's collapse. With my bloodline as a guide, inheriting the will of my ancestors, I summoned the otherworldly flames, forging the supreme serpent spirit. The ancient incantation flowed from her lips, each syllable resonating with the rules of the secret realm. Her body radiated a surge of purple light, establishing a ferocious energy bridge with the azure fireball. Buzz! The blue lotus heart fire was once again incited, swirling violently. But this time, Medusa no longer merely endured the rejection. She actively devoured and refined the terrifying influx of fire energy. A pain tenfold more intense engulfed her entire being. Her skin flushed in unnatural crimson, the purple robe igniting spontaneously, turning to ash and revealing her breathtaking form beneath. Yet now, intricate azure flame patterns began to emerge on her flawless skin, as if they sought to ignite and incinerate her as well. She fought for her life. In the most radical manner, she forced an evolution. Meanwhile, her palm pressed against Liao's back. The purple light surged, a pure, gentle energy belonging to the queen of the serpent people. Mingled with a trace of the otherworldly flame she had just tamed, surged uncontrollably into Liao's near-exhausted, collapsing body. She was using her own source of power for evolution to sustain his last breath. Liao's unfocused eyes suddenly sharpened, feeling the icy, life-giving energy flood in. Like sweet rain upon parched earth, he struggled to turn his gaze toward the beautiful face so near. In that moment, Medusa's brow was furrowed, her teeth clenched, her exquisite features twisted by extreme agony, veins throbbing at her temples, beads of sweat evaporating in the intense heat. Her usually cold violet eyes burned with an almost frenzied determination, locked onto him as if to say, "You shall not die." An indescribable thrill coursed through Liao's heart like electricity. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but only managed to emit a breathy sound. Medusa averted her gaze, pouring all her strength into her technique, fiercely consuming and refining while continuously passing the gentlest portion of the refined energy to Liao, mending his nearly ruined body. This was an exceedingly perilous process. With the slightest miscalculation, both could be reduced to ashes in the clash of energies. Time flowed slowly amidst excruciating pain and delicate balance. The horrific charred wound on Liao's back began to visibly quiver and heal under the nourishing energy, resilient new flesh pushing through the dead skin. Though slow, it was unwavering. The shattered bones within him were forcibly realigned and fused. Meanwhile, Medusa's condition deteriorated further. The azure flame patterns on her skin became increasingly vivid, her entire being resembling a melting glass sculpture, her aura fluctuating violently between the pinnacle of the Dou Emperor and a more profound realm. On the verge of spiraling out of control, uncertain of how long had passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. Buzz! A strange hum emanated from within Medusa. The turbulent energy surrounding her suddenly coalesced. The rampaging azure flame patterns rapidly withdrew and settled, ultimately forming a small, lifelike azure flame lotus mark on her smooth forehead. She abruptly opened her eyes. The purple light had faded, replaced by a deeper, more majestic, iridescent glow. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing that of the Dou Emperor's peak, erupted from her delicate form, instantly filling the entire secret realm. The roiling magma below stilled, and the rampant fire energy in the air was subdued. Evolution succeeded? No, not yet fully realized. Though her aura had surged to an entirely new realm, it remained precariously unstable, fluctuating in strength. The iridescent glow in her eyes and around her body flickering, clearly not yet solidified. But at this moment, she possessed the fleeting power to control this space. Her gaze immediately turned to Liao. He still leaned against the blade, but his breathing had stabilized significantly, although the terrifying wound on his back remained grotesque. It no longer bled, and had even begun to sprout a thin layer of new skin. His complexion remained pale, yet his eyes had regained their former tranquility. Gazing at her quietly, their eyes met. An indescribable tension permeated the air. In the aftermath of survival, a sense of disorientation mingled with a surge of unfamiliar power, accompanied by the lingering, searing complexity of a bond formed in the face of life and death. Medusa gazed into his tranquil eyes, reflecting on her reckless efforts to save him and the almost vulnerable state she found herself in, her splendid robe reduced to ashes. For the first time, a fleeting glimmer of feminine embarrassment and helplessness flickered in her kaleidoscopic eyes. Yet, she forcefully suppressed this emotion. The pride befitting a queen swiftly restored her composure. With a graceful wave of her jade hand, a flowing purple gown, woven from condensed energy, enveloped her exquisite figure. Though slightly ethereal, it concealed the intoxicating allure of her form. "How do you feel?" she inquired, her voice imbued with an ethereal authority characteristic of her evolution, yet subtly laced with an almost imperceptible concern. Liao attempted to move, a slight tug on his wounds causing his brow to furrow. But he nodded affirmatively. He would survive. His gaze fell upon the azure flame lotus mark upon Medusa's forehead. "Have you succeeded?" "Preliminary fusion achieved, but not yet stabilized," Medusa replied gravely, her multicolored eyes sweeping towards the still turbulent azure heartfire above, which, although somewhat subdued, continued to emanate terrifying waves of energy. "It is more ferocious than I anticipated. I can only temporarily suppress it, not fully refine it. Time and a safer locale are required." She looked at Liao, her expression complex. "How long until you can move?" Liao assessed his internal condition. "Half a day. I can regain basic mobility." Medusa nodded, her gaze returning to the azure heart fire, a flicker of fervor and resolve igniting in her kaleidoscopic eyes. They remained uncontained, her evolution not yet firmly established. The crisis was not yet averted. Yet, in that moment, an inexplicable sense of calm washed over her, for beside her stood this enigmatic and powerful man, who had risked his life to protect her. Seated cross-legged, she began to stabilize her nascent realm of, while simultaneously allocating a fragment of her consciousness to remain vigilant of her surroundings and attentive to the recovery of the person beside her. The secret chamber fell into silence once more, but it was no longer fraught with danger. Rather, it flowed with a subtle warmth born of shared survival and mutual reliance. As Liao closed his eyes, striving to activate the black iron dominance to mend his injuries, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Detection of a significant increase in Queen Medusa's trust towards the host, with her favorability markedly enhanced. The host has successfully safeguarded the target amid the crisis and has begun to establish a profound bond. Reward: 2,000 system points. Preview of the third level of black iron dominance. Partial. Warning: Queen Medusa's evolution remains unstable. The azure heartfire is still partially out of control, and the external environment is uncertain. Please restore your strength promptly to address potential developments. Chapter 21. Ascension 2. In the sanctuary's secret chamber. Isolated from the tumult of the outside world and the roar of magma, only the slightly hurried breaths of the two echoed in the vastness. The energy-concentrated purple gown accentuated Medusa's breathtaking curves, yet could not conceal the powerful aura of a newly ascended, still not fully stabilized, nor the palpable weakness she was forcibly suppressing. The kaleidoscopic brilliance flickered deep within her eyes, reminiscent of a tempest-tossed sea yet to calm. Liao leaned against the cold black jade wall, a steel blade resting across his knee, its surface marred with cracks, threatening to shatter at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, the fresh flesh on his back tinged with an unhealthy pink hue, and each subtle breath tugged at his unhealed internal injuries. Nevertheless, his gaze had regained its abyss-like tranquility, fixated upon Medusa, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of complexity. In the secret chamber, the silence enveloped them once again, their eyes silently clashing. Liao broke the stillness, his voice hoarse from his injuries. "Your condition is highly unstable." Medusa, seated a few feet away, registered his words, her kaleidoscopic gaze flickering, not denying, forcibly consuming the "my realm is not solidified, and the energy conflict is more intense than anticipated." She paused, glancing at the broken blade on Liao's knee. "Your injuries?" "Of no consequence," Liao interjected, his tone remaining even. "The immediate priority is for you to stabilize your realm and gain full control over the—" His gaze swept across the empty chamber, rich in energy yet inadequate. Medusa understood this well. Though the sanctuary was a holy ground, its energy leaned towards the cold and dark, conflicting with the volatile within her. She required an environment capable of harmonizing and assisting her in completely taming the azure heartfire or external aid. Her gaze instinctively returned to Liao. This human seemed to possess an aura of the extraordinary. He could see through restrictions, withstand the backlash of, and his power system diverged from, perhaps. The thought struck her as absurd, to involve a mere human in her core evolution process. Yet, recalling his vow to protect her and the life-giving opportunity he had nearly sacrificed himself for, her ingrained wariness softened slightly. Liao appeared to sense her hesitation. Speaking slowly, "We are now like grasshoppers on the same rope. Should you lose control, my previous efforts will be in vain." This pragmatic and harsh reasoning deftly dissolved the awkwardness of charity and dependence. Medusa's violet eyes, the kaleidoscopic brilliance flickering, remained fixed upon him for a lengthy moment. As if she had made a resolute decision, her voice taut with a tension she herself had not recognized. I require a place of absolute tranquility, imbued with highly pure fire attribute energy, to leverage this essence and resolve the internal conflict, stabilizing my realm. However, leaving the holy city at this moment poses too great a risk. Liao fell silent for a moment before suddenly raising his uninjured right hand, his fingertips tracing the air. Without the glow of only a condensed energy, sharp in its essence, swirled at his fingertips, sketching simple yet profound trajectories. I can set up a basic gathering formation to temporarily concentrate the fire attribute energy within the holy city and purify it. He looked at Medusa, but it requires your cooperation and, indeed, your trust. Setting up a formation? Medusa's pupils constricted. The art of formations was not mainstream in the continent and was notoriously esoteric. Could he truly be adept in this? Observing the calmness in his eyes and recalling his previous displays of mystery, she suppressed her astonishment, biting her silver teeth. How shall I cooperate? Come sit before me. Liao gestured to the space in front of him. Withdraw all defenses and guide a thread of this energy within you into the formation's core. Sit opposite you. Withdraw defenses. Guide the. Each demand struck at her safety boundaries as a queen and a formidable being, particularly given her currently unstable state. Even a slight external interference could trigger an energy surge. Once more, the chamber descended into silence, the two exchanging unspoken confrontations. Liao made no move to hasten her, merely observing her quietly. Medusa's chest rose and fell slightly, the kaleidoscopic glow in her eyes flashing intensely, clearly embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Ultimately, the warmth that had enveloped her in the secret realm during her near demise, the life force that had come to her aid against all odds, overpowered all doubts and pride. Taking a deep breath, as if expending every ounce of her strength, she slowly rose to her feet and walked to Liao, following his instructions to sit cross-legged before him. They were now perilously close, their knees nearly touching, and she could even feel the searing heat emanating from him, mingled with the scent of blood and medicine. With her eyes closed, her long lashes fluttered slightly as she forcefully quelled the roiling energy within her, gradually retracting the protective kaleidoscopic radiance, revealing her most vulnerable state before this person she had known for such a brief time, whose connection with her was so complex. Then, she cautiously drew forth a slender wisp, as delicate as a silken thread, yet imbued with a terrifyingly high temperature, from the azure flame lotus mark on her forehead. Liao gazed at the exquisite beauty before him, observing her slightly pursed crimson lips, a reflection of her nervousness. The unique aroma emanating from her, a blend of the fierce and her feminine fragrance, filled the air. His gaze remained tranquil, yet the fingers resting upon the hilt of his blade tightened imperceptibly for a fleeting moment. He raised his right hand, the concentrated sharp energy at his fingertips softening, as he gently tapped the azure flame. At the instant of contact between his fingertip and the flame, both their bodies trembled slightly. Medusa felt a peculiar force surge into her being through that wisp of flame. It was neither destructive nor devouring, but rather a guiding and refining energy, cold yet sharp, forcibly smoothing out some of the tumultuous energy nodes within her meridians. This sensation was extraordinarily strange, akin to being precisely sliced by an invisible scalpel within her turmoil, accompanied by a sting, yet simultaneously bringing an unprecedented sense of clarity. She could not help but emit a barely audible sound, tinged with pain and surprise. Liao's fingertips remained in motion, swiftly tracing the air around that azure flame. Runes composed of pure fire energy, and his unique power materialized from thin air, connecting seamlessly to form a rudimentary array that enveloped both of them. The moment the array took shape, the air in the chamber surged with heat. Visibly, crimson fire attribute energy was forcibly drawn from the surrounding void, flooding into the array, where it was purified by the azure flame, transforming into a more refined and gentle energy akin to a warm spring, gradually soaking the two within the array. Primarily directed toward Medusa, it aided her in harmonizing the rampant energy within her, stabilizing her newfound realm of vibrant colors. However, a small portion also dispersed towards Liao, hastening the healing of his injuries. In an instant, the chamber was filled with a mist of energy, glowing and swirling. seated opposite each other. Their figures appeared slightly blurred amidst the luminous energy. Medusa exerted her utmost to guide this external force, refining herself. She could distinctly sense that, with the assistance of this extraordinary power, the previously unruly and conflicting energy within her was being tamed and integrated at an unprecedented speed. The azure flame lotus mark on her forehead grew increasingly solid, and the colorful light in her eyes gradually stabilized. Meanwhile, Liao, while maintaining the operation of the array, also utilized the purified fire attribute energy to mend his own wounds. The black iron body greedily absorbed this power, and the gruesome wound on his back healed at a visibly rapid pace, while his internal injuries were smoothed away one by one. Time slipped away, perhaps an hour or even longer. The brilliance of the array slowly dimmed, and the gathered energy began to stabilize. Medusa gradually opened her eyes. The colorful light in her gaze had completely stabilized, deep as the starry sky, radiating an awe-inspiring majesty. She sensed the vast power within her, akin to an ocean, yet fully controllable, a sense of unprecedented strength flooding her heart. Dozong. She had truly solidified her position in this long-desired realm. She cast a complex glance at Liao across from her. He still had his eyes closed, his complexion regaining a hint of color, his breath long and steady. Beneath his tattered azure robe, his injuries appeared to have healed significantly. Yet, a trace of unmistakable fatigue lingered upon his brow. Maintaining the array had evidently taken a toll on him. Just then, Liao too opened his eyes. Their gazes met once more, the distance still alarmingly close, breaths audible. After the nearly soul-deep exchange and refinement of energy, the invisible barrier between them seemed to have quietly shattered. An indescribable sense of ambiguity and tension permeated the air. Medusa stared at his face so near to hers, observing the fatigue in his eyes, recalling all he had done for her, as if something within her heart, long frozen for centuries, had been gently nudged, sending ripples of emotion through her. She parted her lips, yearning to speak, yet found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Liao regarded her steadily stabilizing seven-colored eyes, in which his reflection was mirrored, and suddenly spoke. "Do not forget, the ultimately belongs to me." His tone remained flat, even carrying a hint of nonchalant dominance, instantly shattering the delicate atmosphere. Medusa was momentarily taken aback, but soon a breathtaking smile, laced with a touch of allure and provocation, graced her lips. That would depend on whether you possess the ability to claim it. The vibrant hues of her gaze danced upon Liao, radiating the confidence of a newly ascended Dozong, accompanied by an unfamiliar emotion she herself had yet to recognize, vibrant and alive. Liao met her gaze, and his lips seemed to twitch slightly. Their collaboration continued, their goals unchanged. Yet, some things had already transformed. Chapter 22. The Poisonous Sand Scorpion. The night in the desert was pierced by the warmth of a flickering orange-red campfire. Medusa sat cross-legged beside the fire, her seven-colored eyes reflecting the dancing flames. Flickering in and out, she had donned a new purple brocade robe, concealing the disarray wrought by her evolution, yet the azure flame lotus mark on her forehead, along with the faint pressure that seemed to draw upon the energies of heaven and earth, unmistakably signaled her transformation into a completely different being, a newly ascended Dozong powerhouse. Liao sat in the shadows opposite her, leaning against the cold rock, the steel blade resting on his knee, its cracked surface reflecting the faint glow of the campfire. His eyes were closed, breath steady, seemingly in deep meditation, repairing the last remnants of his internal injuries. His azure robe remained tattered, yet could not conceal the increasingly restored lines of his physique, flowing and powerful like a leopard. Between them lay the campfire, along with a subtle, yet sensitive distance. Suddenly, Liao's brow furrowed slightly, his nostrils flaring as if he had caught a whiff of something. Almost simultaneously, Medusa's eyes shot open, the seven-colored light turning sharp as it swept toward the dark sand dunes ahead. What was that? Her voice, imbued with the authority of a Dozong, resonated through the stillness of the night. The sound of scratching, faint yet chilling, emanated from all directions, growing closer and increasingly dense. It was as if countless feet were simultaneously scraping against the grains of sand. The edges of the campfire's glow flickered as shadows writhed like living creatures. Scorpions, each the size of a fist, completely black with glistening carapaces. Their tails raised and shimmering with an eerie blue light, surged forth from the sand like a tidal wave. Their eyes glowed a fierce crimson. fixating intently on the two by the campfire, their speed astonishing. Poisonous sand scorpions. A hint of gravity flickered in Medusa's seven-colored eyes. These social beasts possessed individual strength equivalent to that of human douceur, yet their numbers were terrifying, fiercely undeterred by death. And the neurotoxin in their stingers was something even Do Wong would fear. Judging by their scale, there were likely thousands. They had undoubtedly been drawn by the remnants of the unstable energy and the scent of blood lingering on the two. Hiss! The swarm emitted an agonizing hiss. Surging forth like a black tide, their sharp pincers snapped open and closed, while their blue stingers, like the harbingers of death, struck from all angles. Medusa snorted coldly, her jade hand lifting effortlessly, requiring no seals. A formless energy field radiated outward from her center. The hundreds of poisonous sand scorpions charging at the front collided with the energy field, as if crashing into an invisible iron wall, their shells shattering, juices splattering. And they were instantaneously slain. The might of a Do Zone was indeed terrifying. However, the following scorpions seemed undeterred by fear, continuing to surge forward relentlessly. Their numbers were overwhelming, and they were exceedingly cunning, with many attempting to burrow from below or launch attacks from the flanks and rear. Medusa's kaleidoscopic gaze emanated a chilling aura. Her energy field as steadfast as a mountain, effortlessly crushing all approaching sand scorpions. Yet, a slight furrow marred her brow. While these insignificant creatures posed no real threat to her, their incessant numbers could potentially disrupt her efforts to solidify her realm. Moreover, she cast a fleeting glance at the still meditatively AO. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The sand beside the campfire erupted violently. A shadow, far more robust than the ordinary sand scorpions, shot forth with alarming speed. Its size rivaled that of a hunting dog, its carapace exuding a metallic, somber sheen. The tail stinger, no longer a ghostly blue, now bore an eerie purple-black hue, emanating energy fluctuations that unmistakably reached the pinnacle level of a battle king. The queen of the scorpion horde, a creature evidently endowed with considerable intelligence, did not directly assault Medusa's energy field, but instead chose to target what appeared to be the weakest link, Li Ao, seemingly defenseless in the shadows of the campfire. It struck with the swiftness of black lightning, its purple-black stinger slicing through the air with a piercing whistling sound, aimed straight at the vulnerable spot on Li Ao's back. The very air around the tip of the stinger shimmered with subtle distortions, indicating its venom was perilously potent. Be cautious. Medusa's kaleidoscopic eyes flared with icy brilliance, and almost instinctively, her jade hand thrust forward. A concentrated stream of vibrant energy surged forth, akin to a rainbow bridge, swiftly spanning several yards and accurately crashing into the queen scorpion's head. However, the queen displayed an unexpected cunning. At the very moment the radiant energy was about to make contact, its massive body twisted violently, evading the lethal strike in a manner that defied logic. The colorful energy grazed its carapace, tearing apart one side and splattering dark green ichor, yet it failed to deliver a fatal blow. Undeterred, the purple-black stinger continued its relentless assault towards Li Ao. As the venom-laden stinger was mere moments from piercing Li Ao's garments, he abruptly opened his eyes. Within them, there was neither panic nor surprise, only a chilling calm reminiscent of eternal ice. He did not even turn to look. His right hand, gripping the knife, moved faster than the eye could perceive. With a slight flick of his wrist, the cracked steel-long knife resting on his lap sprang up as if imbued with life. Rising half a foot, clang, a sound so faint it was nearly imperceptible, a metallic vibration. The seemingly fragile long knife, at a most exquisite angle, gently struck the side of the queen's purple-black stinger with the end of its handle, precisely hitting the 7-inch mark. This point was the weakest link in the Stinger's power transmission, and the most critical juncture. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The Queen's assured strike was as if it had been struck at a vital point, causing the concentrated force to dissipate in an instant. The purple-black stinger, now uncontrolled, veered aside, plunging brutally into the sand beside Li Ao, corroding a hissing pit, leveraging the slight recoil from the knife's handle. Li Ao's body glided smoothly along the ground, completing a half-turn to face the queen scorpion. Only then did the fierce wind from Medusa's iridescent energy strike his hair. Ruffling it gently, the queen emitted a shrill, agonized screech, clearly taken aback by the unexpectedly precise and lethal capabilities of the seemingly frail human. Instinctively, it sought to retreat. Yet Li Ao offered it no respite. As he completed his rotation, his empty left hand, fingers poised like a blade, glimmered with a dark iron sheen at the tips, radiating a lethal brilliance that struck with the swiftness of a serpent emerging from its den, accurately targeting the exposed wound on the Queen's fractured carapace. Sizzle. There was no grandiose display, only a soft sound akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The sharply honed force penetrated instantly, ruthlessly obliterating all vitality within the Queen. Her massive form stiffened abruptly, the crimson glimmer in her compound eyes fading rapidly, before she collapsed lifelessly onto the ground, silent as the grave. From the initial ambush by the Queen to Li Ao's effortless counterattack, the entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Swift, accurate, ruthless. A form of slaughter that bordered on artistry. With the Queen's leadership extinguished, the surrounding swarm of scorpions plunged into chaos, their shrieks transforming into disarray, their offensive waning. Medusa waved her hand, and the vibrant energy field expanded once more, clearing the remaining sand scorpions in a sweeping motion. Beside the campfire, safety was momentarily restored. She stood in place, her kaleidoscopic gaze fixed upon Li Ao as he gradually sheathed his cracked long knife across his lap, as though he had merely swatted away a bothersome fly. His stern visage remained devoid of expression, yet deep within his eyes, a fleeting discomfort appeared, likely a byproduct of the exertion on his injuries. However, Medusa found it impossible to quell her tumultuous heart. She had almost instinctively intervened. With her current battle sovereign prowess, she could have easily ensured their safety. Yet the moment the Queen Scorpion had launched its attack on Li Ao, an instinctual reaction compelled her to react without a moment's thought. And had he already perceived everything? The absolute composure he maintained even in the face of mortal peril. His combat intuition so precise it was unsettling, and his ability to transform the dire into the miraculous. What other secrets did this human conceal? Li Ao raised his gaze, meeting her complex and inscrutable stare, his tone unflinching. Thank you. He referred to her intervention in blocking the Queen's strike. Medusa paused momentarily, a wave of inexplicable emotion surging within her. She pressed her lips together, her kaleidoscopic gaze drifting to the flickering flames of the campfire. Her voice tinged with an unrecognized peculiarity. This king merely wished for you not to perish too easily. That has yet to be acquired. Li Ao regarded her, slightly turned away, the firelight casting soft shadows across her features, revealing a gentler contour, along with the faint blush creeping up her alabaster earlobe. He chose not to challenge her clumsy justification. Closing his eyes once more, he resumed his meditation, though the corner of his mouth seemed to soften just a fraction. The crackling campfire illuminated their silent figures. The night in the desert was still long. Yet, certain nascent elements appeared to be far more profound and inscrutable than the encroaching darkness. Chapter 23, The Awakening of Emotion. The desert night, sullied by the remnants of the venomous sand scorpions and the lingering stench of decay, found its ambience disrupted by the flickering campfire, casting light upon two faces, each harboring their own thoughts. Medusa sat poised like a deity, her kaleidoscopic gaze resting upon the dancing flames, yet failing to focus. Her fingertips unconsciously twisted a corner of her brocade robe, still tinged with the warmth of energy that had surged forth in her moment of urgency. Why did she intervene? She mused. Was it due to the fragile alliance they had formed? Or was it the unwillingness to witness that cracked knife, resting upon her lap, shatter completely? She tilted her head slightly, her gaze sweeping over the shadowed figure of Li Ao, who remained in quiet meditation. His complexion remained pale, yet his breath had steadied. And beneath his tattered azure garb, his wounds appeared to be healing at an astonishing rate. This regenerative ability far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Coupled with his unerringly precise combat instincts, this human was like an enigma. The closer she drew, the more obscure he became. Though Li Ao kept his eyes shut, his senses enveloped the surroundings. He could discern Medusa's somewhat erratic breathing and feel her probing gaze resting upon him, imbued with curiosity and a barely perceptible tremor. In that fleeting moment when she had acted, he had not been entirely unprepared. Yet the urgency contained within her kaleidoscopic energy had cast a stone into the still waters of his typically unyielding heart. He was accustomed to control, to negotiation, and to measuring all things through the lens of power. However, this action, which transcended the bounds of their collaboration, caused a slight fissure in his established principles. Undoubtedly, he required the strange fire. Yet at this moment, alongside the thought of obtaining it, there seemed to quietly sprout something else, a sentiment he had yet to clarify, an inexplicable concern for the breathtakingly enchanting figure before him. A night passed in silence, with only the relentless wail of the wind and sand. The following morning, the scorching sun once again reigned over the sea of sand. The two continued their journey towards the secret oasis mentioned by Medusa. The atmosphere had grown even more delicate than before. Silence prevailed, yet within that silence, it felt as though countless tiny hooks were testing and tugging at one another. Medusa advanced ahead, her purple robes billowing in the searing wind, illustrating a breathtaking undulation. She deliberately maintained the demeanor and pace of a queen, her multicolored eyes fixed ahead, seemingly indifferent to the person behind her. Yet only she knew that every gaze from behind felt as tangible as a brand upon her, causing her newly acquired dozone heart to race uncontrollably. Li Ao trailed behind, his gaze calmly sweeping over her waist, which naturally swayed with the movement of her serpent tail, and over her long neck that gleamed healthily in the sunlight. He suddenly realized that this cold and ruthless queen of the serpent race occasionally revealed a breathtaking femininity in certain unguarded moments. This discovery stirred within him a strange flutter of emotions. At midday, when the sun was at its most merciless, a faint breath of moisture, distinct from the scorching winds, wafted towards them from behind the dunes ahead. "We are almost there," Medusa spoke, her voice betraying a hint of relaxation. However, just as they were about to scale the final dune, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Medusa's serpent tail abruptly halted, her delicate form swaying ever so slightly, and the azure flame lotus mark on her forehead blazed fiercely before quickly dimming. She let out a muffled groan, her complexion paling momentarily, and the stable seven-colored energy field around her exhibited a slight disturbance. The conflict of strange fire energy erupted without warning. Although she forcibly suppressed it, it was evident that it had affected her condition. Li Ao paused, his sharp gaze fixed on her. "What happened?" "It's nothing," Medusa asserted, forcing her breath to steady, her multicolored gaze flickering as she attempted to mask her momentary weakness. "Just a minor inconvenience." She tried to press on, yet her serpent tail displayed a hint of sluggishness. Li Ao furrowed his brow, opting not to inquire further, merely slowing his pace to walk alongside her. Upon cresting the dune, a vista unfolded before them. A modest oasis lay nestled in the basin's center, resembling an emerald embedded within the boundless golden sea of sand. A crescent-shaped spring shimmered with glistening ripples, while a few drought-resistant palm trees cast sparse shadows. The air was infused with long-forgotten, refreshing moisture and the fragrance of verdant flora. The vitality in a desolate realm was always particularly moving. Medusa gazed at the oasis, a trace of ease flickering in her multicolored eyes. She quickened her pace towards the crescent spring, eager to harness the relatively gentle energy of the location to quell the cursed conflict within her. However, perhaps due to her momentary relaxation or the turmoil of energy within her, as she approached a slippery stone near the spring, her serpent tail suddenly slipped, and her center of gravity faltered. She exclaimed in a brief gasp, her entire being tumbling towards the icy waters. With her zone strength, she could have easily steadied herself. Yet at this moment, the energy conflict occupied much of her focus, rendering her unable to adjust to the sudden imbalance. Just as she thought she would land awkwardly in the water, a steady and powerful hand swiftly grasped her slender and resilient waist. A wave of warmth, imbued with a distinctly masculine essence, surged through her thin robe, instantly reaching her skin. Medusa's body stiffened. She was pulled back by an irresistible force, her back colliding solidly against a broad and firm chest. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. She could distinctly feel the strong heartbeat pulsating from behind her, thumping like a drum against her spine and her very heart. The hand encircling her waist was scorching, steady, exuding an overwhelming sense of control that instantly reminded her of the figure that had shielded her from the fire python within the secret realm. Li Ao looked down at the instantly tensed, fragrant figure in his arms. The unique scent of her hair mingled with a hint of the strange fire, intensity, creating an intoxicating allure. The waist beneath his palm was delicate yet brimming with strength. The juxtaposition of the Serpent Queen's flexibility and power formed a dangerously captivating contradiction at that moment. Medusa suddenly regained her senses, her multicolored eyes flashing with a blend of indignation and icy fury. "Release me." Her voice was frigid, laced with murderous intent as she struggled. Yet, Li Ao's arm felt like iron, unyielding. Not only did he not relent, but he tightened his grip, pressing her even more closely against himself. Their bodies fit seamlessly together, allowing them to feel each other's warmth and contours distinctly. "Stay still." Liao's deep voice resonated in her ear, his breath warm against her sensitive earlobe. "Your energy is in disarray." His voice was low, yet it carried an inexplicable allure, causing Medusa's struggles to momentarily falter. She sensed a gentle yet steady force flowing through his hand that held her waist, slowly permeating into her being. Not fighting energy, but a weighty sensation of suppression, calming the tumultuous, strange fire energy within her meridians. This sensation was akin to when he had assisted her in the secret chamber, yet now it felt more direct, more intimate. Indignation still lingered, yet a more complex emotion, tinged with a hint of confusion and helplessness, began to entwine around her heart like a vine. She could even feel her cheeks uncontrollably warming. As the queen of the serpent race, she had never experienced such close contact with a male. Moreover, the manner in which she was almost enveloped in his embrace was unprecedented. "You." She attempted to drive him away with her icy gaze. But when her eyes met his deep, fathomless ones, her icy demeanor seemed to collide with an invisible barrier, shattering momentarily. His gaze was calm, devoid of lewdness or desecration. Only a pure focus, as if observing a delicate instrument, accompanied by a barely perceptible possessiveness that he may not even have realized. To avoid falling into the water, "Quiet down," Liao commanded in his customary, unquestionable tone. He held her, his steps steady, leading her towards a dry patch of shade by the spring. Medusa pressed her lips together, her multicolored eyes flashing wildly, ultimately choosing not to struggle further. She allowed him to half-carry her into the shade, where he gently set her down. The searing warmth on her waist abruptly vanished, leaving an icy sense of loss. She instinctively stepped back, creating distance. Her exquisite face clouded with frost, yet the depths of her multicolored eyes still bore traces of unrest. "Thank you," she said stiffly, her voice remaining cold, but with a hint less of menace. Liao observed the slight redness at her ears and the barely concealed turmoil in her gaze. And that strange feeling within him resurfaced. He nodded, offering no further words, and turned to the spring, scooping a handful of cool water to wash his face. The icy water temporarily subdued the inexplicable heat stirring within him. Medusa gazed at his departing figure, her delicate hand instinctively resting on the waist he had just embraced, where the lingering warmth and steady strength still resonated. An unprecedented, tumultuous emotion began to swell within her chest. The gentle breeze of the oasis caressed her, carrying with it the dampness of spring water and the fragrant essence of flora. Yet, the air between the two was more scorching than the midday sun of the desert. Some boundaries, once crossed, are almost impossible to return from. And how long could the tranquility of the oasis endure? Chapter 24. The Rebound of the Strange Fire. The serenity of the oasis was as fragile as gossamer. By the crescent spring, shadows of the trees danced gracefully. Medusa turned her back to Liao, her shoulders beneath the purple brocade robe taut and straight, resembling a frigid jade sculpture. Only she knew that the sensation of being embraced and drawn into his arms had left an indelible mark, igniting an unrest within her soul. The energy of the strange fire stirred restlessly within her, seemingly provoked by the presence of the unfamiliar man, clashing with greater intensity than ever before. Liao scooped up the spring water, its chill penetrating to the bone, yet could not quell the unfamiliar restlessness in his heart. He flicked the droplets from his hands, his gaze fixating on Medusa's rigid silhouette. The disarray of her breath was more apparent than before. "Your issue remains unresolved," he spoke, his voice resonating with unusual clarity in the stillness of the oasis. Medusa's shoulders twitched imperceptibly, but she did not turn around, her voice laced with feigned coldness. "No need to concern yourself." No sooner had the words left her lips than the azure flame lotus mark on her forehead erupted in a blinding glow. A surge of uncontrollable, searing energy exploded from within her, akin to a wild stallion breaking free. With a gasp, she could no longer contain it. A torrent of scalding blood, tinged with azure flames, burst forth, splattering onto the sandy ground, emitting a hissing sound. Her delicate frame swayed violently, and the vibrant energy field surrounding her dissipated instantaneously, causing her to slump forward weakly. "Oomph!" A muffled grunt escaped her lips, yet the anticipated embarrassment of falling into the dust did not manifest. A strong arm once again secured her falling form. The same searing warmth, the same irresistible strength enveloped her. Liao half-supported, half-cradled her, allowing her to lean against the sturdy trunk of a palm tree. Observing her pallid complexion, the remnants of vibrant red on her lips, and her tightly shut eyes with trembling lashes, he furrowed his brow. Repression would only yield counterproductive results. His tone was firm, tinged with an almost imperceptible reprimand. Medusa struggled to open her eyes. The radiant colors had dimmed, her gaze now filled with pain and a hint of stubbornness. You need not concern yourself. She attempted to push him away, but her arms were weak and feeble. Liao disregarded her insignificant resistance. He crouched down, his right fingers poised like a blade. The dark iron sheen gathering at his fingertips, swiftly targeting several acupoints on her body. Where his fingers landed, a sharp, decisive energy sliced through the chaotic energy conflicts, forcefully severing the most turbulent meridian nodes. Ugh! Medusa trembled in pain, yet the excruciating sensation that had threatened to explode within her was suddenly alleviated by more than half. However, this was merely a temporary measure. Liao observed her struggling to endure the pain, a sight both pitiful and heart-wrenching, and his gaze darkened. He understood that he must swiftly guide the conflicting energies within her. Otherwise, the next eruption would be catastrophic. Without hesitation, he extended his hands, one pressing against her smooth, slightly rising abdomen, while the other rested on the delicate, slightly damp area of her back, the life gate. You! Medusa's eyes widened in shock and fury, the vibrant hues within them surging with indignation. The abdomen and life gate were the most vulnerable and intimate areas for any practitioner. How dare he if you wish to live? Focus your mind and follow my guidance. Liao's voice surged with an undeniable authority, instantly overpowering her fury. The searing yet steady energy from his palm had already permeated her being. This time, it was no longer the indirect contact of energy through a barrier, but rather the most direct and profound exchange of power. The two energies collided violently within her. One was her newly attained Do zone energy, a ferocious and fervent seven-colored energy infused with the heart of azure lotus fire, wild and unruly. The other was Liao's dark iron energy, derived from the black iron tyrant body in the system, cold and sharp, suppressing all wills with its dominance and steadiness. The two starkly contrasting forces, like ice and fire, should have repelled each other, clashing violently. Yet, under Liao's consummate control, his dark iron energy acted like the most adept of combs, and the most resilient of guiding lines, forcefully infiltrating the tumultuous stream of seven-colored energy, guiding and untangling it, gradually smoothing out the conflicts and restlessness. This was an exceedingly perilous process, demanding the practitioner possess extraordinary insight and mastery over the energies, while requiring the recipient to extend their utmost trust. Initially, Medusa's body was rigid and resistant. With her vital points restrained and her energy invaded, it was an unprecedented crisis and violation for her. Yet soon, she sensed a difference. The intruding force, while domineering, bore no malice. Where it passed, it brought not destruction, but order. The energy conflict that had caused her such agony, threatening to tear her meridians apart, began to gradually subside under this guiding force. An unparalleled sense of clarity and tranquility replaced the previous pain and chaos. Her taut body involuntarily began to relax. Her tightly shut eyes no longer quivered, and she could distinctly perceive her once turbulent seven-colored energy, akin to boiling magma, now being tamed by the steady dark iron force, flowing along an intricate trajectory. A peculiar resonance, almost at the level of the soul, established itself between them. She could feel the stable and searing warmth emanating from his palm, the slight rise and fall of his chest with each breath, and even the barely perceptible mental fluctuations as he concentrated on guiding the energy. Conversely, he could keenly sense every change in her body, from her initial resistance to her gradual acceptance, from the chaos in her meridians to their newfound compliance, and even her hastening heartbeat. In the tranquil oasis, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves and their gradually synchronizing, elongated breaths remained. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until the sun began its descent, casting a warm golden hue across the oasis. Liao slowly withdrew his hands. The restless, strange fire energy within Medusa had been temporarily guided back into place. The conflict subdued. The azure flame lotus mark on her forehead now glowed steadily, no longer blinding. Her complexion regained its rosy hue. Yet her slowly opening seven-colored eyes still reflected traces of confusion born from immense pain and upheaval, alongside a deeper, ineffable complexity. She gazed at Liao now, so close. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his complexion paler than before, clearly indicating that this exertion had drained him significantly. Their eyes met, and the air was thick with an indescribable tension and intimacy more intense than ever before. The profound energy exchange that had penetrated to the marrow of their beings. The unreserved trust and reliance, the resonance of their breaths and heartbeats, had carved an indelible mark between them. Medusa's crimson lips parted slightly, as if to speak. Yet she found her throat parched, unable to produce a sound. Those seven-colored eyes gazed deeply into hers, as if seeking to unveil her very soul. Liao met her gaze, his expression still calm, yet beneath that calm lay a tumultuous undercurrent. He extended his hand, not to touch her, but to gently brush away the dry blood that clung to the corner of her lips. His fingertips glided over her soft and cool lip petals, causing both their bodies to shiver slightly. A sensation akin to an electric shock coursed through them in an instant. Medusa abruptly turned her head, her ears flushing crimson at an observable rate. Her heart raced, drumming like a war beat. Liao withdrew his hand, the lingering softness of her lips seemingly still echoing in his fingertips. He stood up, turning his back to her as he gazed at the sun, which was on the verge of sinking into the sea of sand. Next time it erupts, it won't be so easy, he said, his voice low and tinged with a barely perceptible rasp. Medusa observed his upright yet inexplicably lonely silhouette and pressed her lips together, her kaleidoscopic gaze shifting before finally transforming into a barely audible sigh. She understood that some things had irrevocably changed, whether it pertained to the contest for the increasingly intricate and enigmatic relationship between them. The night in the oasis descended quietly. Chapter 25. The Rift in Space. The night in the oasis did not bring the anticipated tranquility. The campfire had long extinguished, leaving only a few dark red embers, flickering uncertainly in the rising night breeze. The surface of the crescent spring was no longer smooth as a mirror. Rather, it was disturbed by chaotic ripples of energy that seemed to arise from nowhere, creating fragmented and hurried waves. Liao sat cross-legged beneath a tree, appearing to meditate, yet his right index finger, resting on his knee, unconsciously tapped lightly against the scabbard. An indescribable sensation, as if birthed from the depths of his soul, stirred within him, akin to a current flowing beneath the surface of a lake. This was not a warning of known dangers, but a more ethereal and grander sensation. A feeling of being observed? No. It felt more like the very fabric of space was undergoing a shift beyond his comprehension. Across from him, Medusa was not entirely at peace either. Her kaleidoscopic eyes narrowed slightly as she sensed the subtle yet persistent distortion in the surrounding space. The azure flame lotus mark on her forehead faintly radiated warmth, and the energy that had begun to merge within her seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, growing restless. Something is amiss, she suddenly spoke, her voice taut in the stillness of the night. Almost simultaneously with her words, a low, resonant hum, neither auditory nor visual, but rather a profound vibration that resonated at the level of the soul, suddenly swept across the entire oasis. The sand beneath their feet surged violently, as if alive, flowing. The surrounding palm trees twisted and distorted as if being gripped by an invisible hand. Water from the crescent spring shot skyward, not falling back, but freezing in midair, shattering into sparkling fragments of crystal. The sky transformed from a deep indigo into a bizarre, kaleidoscopic vortex that tore and reformed. Stars elongated into eerie light trails, and the moonlight shattered into shards of cold silver foil. Space was collapsing. The rules were unraveling. A spatial storm? Medusa gasped, her kaleidoscopic eyes reflecting a rare look of horror. Even the might of the felt insignificant as an ant before such cosmic power. Liao sprang to his feet, his gaze sharp as a blade, instantly elevating his state to its zenith. The strength of the black iron body surged within him, its dark iron sheen radiating outward, forcefully suppressing the chaos within a radius of one zhang around him. He seized Medusa's wrist, feeling her icy and trembling touch. We must leave. There was no time to ponder the source of this spatial storm. Their only path to survival lay in escaping this disintegrating area. As they moved, the ground ahead, once a dune, shattered like glass, revealing a dark abyss that appeared to devour everything. A terrifying force drew in the surrounding sand and twisted remnants of trees. The path of retreat was severed. To the left and right, space was collapsing at an alarming rate. Only at the center of the oasis, where the crescent spring once resided, did an oddly stable energy vortex emitting a soft white light form. There was no choice. Into it, Li Ao shouted, wrapping his arms around Medusa's waist, accelerating to the utmost limit. With the thunderous step activated, their figures became a blur, recklessly rushing toward the white vortex. Behind them, the entire oasis, along with the sea of sand, was being rapidly erased by an invisible force, returning to chaotic nothingness. Boom! Just as their figures plunged into the white vortex. The ground they had stood upon was entirely engulfed by darkness. A sudden sensation of weightlessness and spatial tearing assaulted them. It felt as if countless invisible hands were attempting to rip them apart. Medusa let out a muffled cry, her kaleidoscopic energy instinctively erupting to form a shield. Yet it trembled violently under the terrifying spatial force, on the verge of collapse. Li Ao held her tightly in his embrace, the power of the black iron body pouring forth without reservation, its dark iron glow acting as a tangible armor against the omnipresent tearing. He felt his bones creak. As reopened wounds bled anew, soaking through his garments. It was impossible to tell how long they tumbled through the darkness, whether it was merely a moment or an eternity. Thud! A muffled sound of impact echoed. All tearing forces abruptly ceased. Li Ao, clutching Medusa, crashed heavily onto a hard, cold surface. The immense force sent a taste of copper to his throat, and he swallowed back the surge of blood. He immediately looked down at Medusa, who was also gazing up at him, her kaleidoscopic eyes still filled with shock, her exquisite face pale, her purple robes slightly disheveled. Strands of hair plastered to her cheeks by sweat, rendering her somewhat vulnerable. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and they could distinctly feel each other's frantic heartbeat. "Are you all right?" Li Ao's voice was hoarse from injury and exhaustion. Medusa shook her head slightly, her gaze shifting from his face to the surroundings. Her kaleidoscopic eyes once again filled with astonishment. This place was no longer the Tagore Desert. They seemed to find themselves within an immense hall constructed entirely of unknown pale stones. The hall was so vast that it sent chills down one's spine, stretching endlessly beyond sight. Towering columns, requiring dozens of people to embrace, supported the ceiling, and their surfaces were adorned with countless intricate and ancient patterns and symbols, belonging neither to the serpent people nor to any civilization known to humanity. An atmosphere of antiquity, desolation, and death pervaded the air. There was no wind, no sound. Even the sensation of time passing had become blurred. Light, emanating from an unknown source, fell evenly and coldly, casting everything in the semblance of a faded, ancient painting. Most bizarrely, they felt no trace of the world's energy. This was as if they had entered a forsaken, lifeless void stripped of all vitality. What is this place? Medusa's voice carried a hint of unrecognized reliance as she looked to Li Ao. Li Ao gradually loosened his hold on her, enduring the excruciating pain that coursed through his body as he struggled to stand. His sharp gaze swept over the strange space, his brow furrowed tightly. System. Scan the current environment. He communicated his thoughts. Ding. Scanning in progress. Warning. Unknown high-dimensional space fragments detected. Rules are incomplete, energy is inert, and there exists a powerful spatial barrier, unable to connect to the main world coordinates. No matching information in the database. Even the system could not identify this place. Li Ao's heart sank. This signified that they might be trapped in an unknown alternate space, isolated from the Duki continent. A troublesome predicament indeed. He spoke in a deep voice, revealing no hidden truths. Medusa rose to her feet, acutely aware of the seemingly frozen zone power within her, coupled with the sluggish sensation emanating from the at her forehead, akin to being ensnared in a quagmire. Her countenance darkened further. Here, her strength had been suppressed to an alarmingly perilous degree. A glance exchanged between the two revealed the gravity of their situation reflected in each other's eyes. An unknown environment, suppressed power, and severed paths of retreat. A deadlock. Li Ao took a deep breath, suppressing his internal injuries and the tumult of his blood. His gaze becoming resolute and unwavering once more. He approached the nearest colossal pillar, reaching out to touch the cold, pale stone inscribed with enigmatic runes. His fingertips met an eerie silence, devoid of any energetic response. The priority was to ascertain the circumstances of this place. He turned to Medusa, urging her to stay close. Medusa observed the calm demeanor he maintained even in dire straits, endeavoring to regain control over the situation. A strange sense of stability, after centuries of icy detachment, washed over her heart at that moment. She nodded softly, flicking her serpentine tail to follow suit. In this realm of chilling silence, fraught with danger and uncertainty. The intricate and ambiguous relationship between the two appeared to draw closer, as the sudden crisis transformed them from adversaries vying for the into each other's sole reliance. The vast, pale hall loomed like a silent behemoth, swallowing the two insignificant figures whole. The path ahead was shrouded in mystery, fraught with peril. Chapter 26. Trust me once. Pale, silent, and boundless. The immense stone hall consumed all sound. Even the act of breathing felt intrusive. Cold, indifferent light cascaded from an unidentifiable source, casting elongated, solitary shadows of Liao and Medusa upon the glassy floor. The air felt stagnant, devoid of any energy fluctuations, as if they stood in a graveyard abandoned by the gods. The azure flame lotus mark on Medusa's forehead flickered dimly. The formidable power of her newly attained Do Zone, trapped in the depths of a murky abyss, obscured and unmanageable. She could even sense that the nascent fusion of the had become docile, or rather, eerily silent under the oppressive weight of this space. Liao's condition was equally grim. The operation of his black iron dominance felt laborious, as if every ounce of power demanded a price several times that of the outside world. The persistent ache from the fresh wound on his left arm served as a painful reminder of his frailty in this moment. This place was devouring our abilities. Medusa's voice was low, her multicolored gaze sweeping over the monotonous pale pillars and ceiling, a frost settling upon her exquisite visage. She attempted to unleash a faint surge of multicolored energy, but it dissipated like a drop of water in the desert, vanishing without a trace. Failing to even create a ripple, Liao remained silent, advancing to a colossal pillar, and with a finger poised like a blade, concentrated the dark iron sheen at his fingertip, striking the pale stone surface forcefully. A sharp, grating sound echoed. The stone bore only a shallow white mark, which began to fade at a visible rate. This stone was unimaginably hard and appeared to possess some form of self-repairing capability. His expression grew increasingly grave. Unable to replenish energy, his strength continually waning, and in an environment both unknown and exceptionally resilient, they were ensnared in a nearly insurmountable deadlock. A way out must be found. He turned, his gaze sharp as a hawk, beginning to scrutinize the vast, despair-inducing hall, for any anomaly might serve as a clue. Medusa nodded, suppressing her unease, walking alongside him, her multicolored eyes also vigilantly scanning their surroundings. In that moment, the subtle ambiguity and tentative undertones between them were temporarily set aside under the pressure of survival. They were each other's only allies and their sole reliance. Time lost its significance in this place. It was uncertain how long they had been traversing, perhaps several hours or even days. The surroundings remained unchanged. An endless expanse of pale pillars, the cold, smooth ground, and the eternally suffocating silence. Their pace slowed. Medusa felt her do chi dwindling to a mere fraction, the mark on her forehead pulsing with fiery pain, a sign that the energy began to stir restlessly from its slumber. Liao's steps too faltered, his breathing growing labored. The dark iron sheen of black iron dominance flickering across his skin. Despair, like a cold tide, began to silently erode their resolve. If this continues, we shall be consumed here. Medusa halted, leaning against a colossal pillar, breathing heavily. Her purple robe was somewhat disheveled, strands of hair clinging to her sweat-drenched forehead, and her once dominant multicolored gaze was now shrouded in shadows. Liao also paused, his chest rising and falling. He glanced at Medusa, whose condition had evidently deteriorated, then surveyed the seemingly endless pale expanse ahead, a flicker of resolve igniting in his eyes. We cannot sit idly by. He struck the nearby pillar with a fierce blow. A thunderous sound reverberated through the silent hall. The pillar remained unmoved, yet the rebound force sent a surge of tumult through his already injured body. Futile. Medusa shook her head, weariness lacing her voice. This stone hall felt like a cohesive entity, a living prison. Just then, a faint hum resonated within Liao's perception, as if originating from a distant realm. It was neither sound nor energy fluctuation, but rather a resonance of space. He abruptly looked up, fixing his gaze on a direction deep within the hall. There, something seemed to differ minutely from this realm of silence. That way, he urged, seizing Medusa's wrist without hesitation, propelling them toward that direction. Medusa, drawn along, felt the warmth and determination radiating from his palm, contrasting sharply with the lifelessness of their surroundings, rekindling a flicker of hope within her heart. She did not resist, allowing him to lead her toward the uncertainty ahead. As they drew closer, The peculiar sensation of space became increasingly palpable, as if the rules governing that area diverged ever so slightly from the rest. At last, after navigating countless colossal pillars, the scene before them transformed dramatically. The end of the hall was not a wall, but an endless, slowly swirling expanse of pale mist. Within the mist, countless fractured and bizarre images flickered erratically. Collapsing mountains, boiling oceans, warped stars, and even incomprehensible geometric structures. It was as if the remnants of all worlds that had met their end had converged here. Suspended before the swirling pale mist was an object. It was an irregular, multifaceted crystal roughly the height of a person. The crystal was entirely transparent, yet within it flowed a miniature, ceaseless silver river of stars. It hovered serenely, radiating a soft and eternal glow, starkly contrasting with the surrounding oppressive silence. Even more astonishing to the two was that near this crystal, their nearly extinguished powers began to regain a semblance of vitality. Though still feeble, it was undeniably present. That is the core of space. Medusa's multicolored eyes sparkled with incredible brilliance, her voice tinged with disbelief and excitement. Liao's gaze remained sharp as he focused on the crystal and the pale mist behind it, filled with the remnants of countless worlds. System, analyze the target. Ding. High concentration of spatial essence detected. Contains fragments of stable spatial rules. Warning, this entity is safeguarded by an unknown force field and is intricately connected to the breath of the abyss, tentative designation, behind it. Forcibly touching it may provoke unforeseeable consequences. The essence of space. Fragments of rules. Liao's heart raced violently. This might be the key to escaping this place. Yet, the warnings from the system regarding the breath of the abyss and the unpredictable repercussions rendered him hesitant to act recklessly. Just as the two were fully engrossed in the peculiar crystal, a chilling, hissing sound erupted from the pale mist surrounding them, akin to countless sheets of sandpaper scraping against one another. Following this, the mist roiled, and pale figures began to materialize, hauntingly ethereal. They bore no fixed form, sometimes coalescing into human shapes, and at other times dispersing like smoke, their entire being composed of the same pale substance that formed the stone hall. With only their eye sockets ablaze, with two flickering azure flames, cold and lifeless. Upon their emergence, these ghostly specters locked their eerie blue gazes upon Liao and Medusa. An overwhelming wave of pure malice and insatiable hunger for all living beings swept over them like an icy tide. They were the guardians, or perhaps the scavengers, of this desolate realm. Be cautious, Liao growled, swiftly pulling Medusa behind him, his steel blade unsheathed. Though the blade was marred with cracks, it still radiated an indomitable brilliance in his grasp. Medusa summoned the remnants of her dwindling energy, her seven-colored gaze frosty, as faint multicolored energy began to coalesce in her delicate hands. The first of the pale specters let out a silent roar, transforming into a streak of white lightning that charged directly at Liao. Wherever it passed, even the indifferent light seemed to be devoured. Liao's eyes sharpened. He did not flinch or evade, stepping forward with resolute determination. And with a fierce swing of his blade, he struck. Howling wind, slicing blade, severed flow. Clang! The clash of the blade against the pale specter resonated with the sound of iron striking iron. A chilling, lifeless energy coursed through the blade, attempting to corrode his arm. Liao stifled a grunt as the power of black iron dominance surged forth, the dark iron sheen swirling, forcibly dispersing the deathly energy. The specter was cleaved apart, yet the pale substance did not vanish. Instead, it began to coalesce slowly, once more not far away. Cannot be killed. More specters surged forth like a relentless tide. They were formless, rendering physical attacks minimally effective, yet the energy suffused with lifelessness could erode vitality and sap strength. Medusa cried out, unleashing a faint seven-colored ribbon that repelled several specters. But her complexion paled further, the azure flame mark on her forehead flickering violently, as the strange fire energy within her threatened to spiral out of control under the oppressive atmosphere. Their core was that ghostly blue flame. Liao keenly discerned the crux amidst the fray and urgently cautioned. Medusa, upon hearing this, focused her seven-colored gaze and concentrated her power, launching a more refined beam of multicolored light directly toward the eye socket of one specter. Thud! The ghostly blue flame extinguished in response. The specter emitted a silent wail, dissipating utterly, no longer capable of reconstituting. Effective, however, the sheer number of specters was overwhelming. Moreover, Their power seemed to be intertwined with this space. Thriving here, while the AO and Medusa's strength was being continually depleted. Back to back, the two valiantly resisted the frenzied onslaught of the specters. Blade light and seven-colored energy crisscrossed, relentlessly fending off and exterminating the approaching specters. Yet, their space for maneuvering was consistently constricting, gradually forcing them toward the direction of the floating core crystal of space. Li Ao's blade grew heavier. The wound on his left arm ruptured once more. Blood trickling down his arm, absorbed instantly by the pale ground. Medusa's breathing became increasingly labored, her seven-colored energy dimming to its nadir. A droplet of blood even escaping from the corner of her mouth. A backlash from forcibly suppressing the internal fire conflict. Despair loomed once more. At this rate, we cannot hold out much longer. Medusa's voice was laced with weakness and reluctance. She gazed at the blood-soaked man, standing resolutely before her, unwavering like a boulder. Her seven-colored eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Was it truly the case that having glimpsed a sliver of hope, they were to perish here? Li Ao cleaved through another specter, feeling the rapid depletion of his strength, and gazing at the core crystal of space, so tantalizingly close, yet seemingly worlds apart. A glimmer of wild determination flickered in his eyes. I cannot die here. He suddenly turned to Medusa, his voice hoarse and torn from exhaustion. Trust me this once. Medusa met his gaze, where flames still burned fiercely, even amidst despair, momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Li Ao executed an unexpected maneuver. He abruptly retracted his long knife, his left hand darting out like lightning to grasp Medusa's wrist. Simultaneously, his right fist clenched tightly, channeling the full force of black iron dominance, along with that mysterious and dominating energy from the system, unreservedly into the strike. The dark iron light blazed with unprecedented intensity, even overshadowing the lifeless pallor of this space. He intended to forsake defense, launching an all-out assault on the core crystal of space. Are you mad? Medusa gasped in horror. The system's prior warning echoed in her ears. Forcibly touching it could yield catastrophic results. I'm taking a gamble. Li Ao roared, his punch already in motion, unyielding. Either we escape, or we die together. As the words left his lips, the punch, infused with all his power and resolve, surged forth like a meteor tearing through the heavens, striking with unrelenting ferocity at the floating core crystal, within which silver rivers of stars flowed. At the moment he unleashed his punch, all the pale specters seemed to receive some directive, unleashing a sharper, more frenzied shriek, akin to a torrent bursting forth from a dam, surging from all directions simultaneously. Medusa watched as Li Ao's fist approached the crystal, witnessing the encroaching wave of death, and gazing at the man's resolute profile beside her. All her hesitation, struggle, and pride dissolved into a blank void in that moment. She tightly grasped the hand that held her wrist. If they were to die, let it be together. Boom! Li Ao's fist struck solidly against the core crystal of space. The anticipated explosion did not occur. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The crystal trembled slightly, the internal silver rivers abruptly halting their flow. Then, with a faint crackle, akin to ice shattering, a subtle sound emanated from the surface of the crystal. A fine crack quietly appeared. Soon after, a second, a third. The crack spread like a spiderweb, instantly enveloping the entire crystal. An endless, pure, and violent silver light erupted from the myriad fractures, instantly consuming Li Ao's fist, devouring his arm, his body, and also Medusa beside him. Simultaneously engulfed were the pale specters that had lunged forward with menacing shrieks. In that moment, the entire pale stone hall was utterly submerged in the explosive silver light. A powerful sensation of spatial tearing surged once more 100-fold, 1,000-fold stronger than when they traversed the vortex. Li Ao felt as if his soul and body were being completely torn apart by this silver light. Clenching his teeth, he relied on black iron dominance and that mysterious force to shield his heart and consciousness, while with his other arm, he tightly embraced Medusa's cold, trembling form, as if to meld her into his very being. Medusa sensed the terrifying force that threatened to shatter her very soul, coupled with an unprecedented strength of embrace and protection. She closed her eyes, burying her face in his bloodied chest, surrendering all resistance and allowing the silvery light to engulf her. In the fleeting moment before her consciousness descended into darkness, she seemed to hear a sigh that resonated from the depths of antiquity, imbued with endless weariness and the weight of ages, echoing from the very core of the silvery brilliance. Then, all succumbed to oblivion. Chapter 27. The Activation of Primordial Power. Her consciousness, akin to sinking into the icy depths of a millennium-old abyss, felt cold, dark, and frozen. Time became an enigma, and after an indeterminate duration, a faint sensation of light pierced through the boundless blackness like a needle. Li Ao struggled to lift his heavy eyelids. His vision was blurred, and his body felt as if it had been crushed by countless boulders, every inch of bone and muscle protesting under the unbearable burden. His throat was thick with a metallic tang of blood, as if his very organs had been dislocated. He attempted to move his fingers, yet all he received in return was searing pain and profound weakness. He was still alive. This realization stirred his muddled consciousness into a semblance of clarity. He turned his eyes, laboriously surveying his surroundings. He remained in that pale, desolate space, yet it seemed he was no longer near the crumbling oasis. Surrounding him were several familiar, massive, pale stone pillars, forming a relatively secluded corner. The light remained even and indifferent, and the energy that permeated the air showed no sign of abating. Then he beheld her. Medusa sat not far from his side, her back to him. Her purple robes somewhat tattered, encrusted with pale dust. She sat cross-legged, her serpentine tail coiled beside her, and her once resplendent, multicolored hair now appeared somewhat dimmed. The aura surrounding her was exceedingly faint, even less potent than during the previous clash of energies. The overwhelming pressure of her newly attained dozong status had vanished, replaced by an almost extinguished sense of vitality. What has happened to her? A sudden weight settled in Li Ao's heart. He recalled the last moment, when he had forcefully struck the core of that space, triggering a catastrophic eruption of silver light. That destructive spatial force was sufficient to tear everything asunder. What had she done? He struggled to sit up, but this trivial movement exacerbated his injuries, eliciting a suppressed groan from his lips. The sound stirred the figure before him. Medusa's delicate form trembled slightly as she slowly, with great difficulty, turned to face him. When Li Ao finally beheld her visage, his pupils constricted in shock. The once breathtakingly beautiful face, radiant and enchanting, was now devoid of color, as pale as the finest porcelain, fragile to the point of shattering with the slightest touch. Her exquisite features were contorted by immense agony, and her smooth forehead was dotted with beads of cold sweat, soaking a few strands of hair that clung to it. Most strikingly, her eyes, once vibrant with a kaleidoscope of colors, gazing imperiously upon the world, had lost much of their brilliance, now reflecting a deep weariness, and for the first time, a hint of bewildered fragility he had never witnessed in her before. Her lips were chapped and trembling, as if she wished to utter something, yet even articulating a single syllable seemed an insurmountable challenge. Li Ao's voice emerged hoarsely, akin to a weathered bellows. Gazing at Medusa in her current state, an incredulous thought thundered through his mind. You have used the primordial power? In the Duki continent, whether human or beast, primordial power is the most essential and precious source of life and strength. Once excessively depleted, the consequences could range from the complete obliteration of one's cultivation to the shattering of the soul. Medusa regarded the unmasked astonishment in his eyes. A fleeting, indescribable emotion flickered within her dimmed gaze, perhaps resignation, perhaps determination, or even a hint of inexplicable relief that she herself could not comprehend. She gave the slightest nod, an imperceptible motion. To protect them both from that cataclysmic spatial storm, she had risked utilizing the primordial power of her newly stabilized dozong state, not yet fully integrated with her being, along with a portion of the primordial essence of the blue lotus earth fire. This had barely afforded them a glimmer of survival against the relentless pull of the silver light, allowing them to descend into this relatively stable area. The price was her current state of near collapse. Li Ao's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, suffocatingly painful. He had never imagined that this cold, proud queen of the serpent people, who regarded humans as mere insects, would go to such lengths to save him. No. In such dire circumstances, had she sought only her own survival, there might have been a slim chance. Bringing him along, a burden, was akin to courting death. Then what was it for? He gazed into her eyes, now stripped of their vibrant hues, leaving only exhaustion and frailty. For the first time, he saw in this decisive woman an unmistakable, unguarded vulnerability, an unprecedented swirl of emotions, shock, guilt, and a profound, indescribable ache, boiled within his chest like molten lava. He ceased his attempts to rise, instead laboriously extending his uninjured right hand toward her. This simple gesture seemed to drain all his remaining strength. Medusa beheld his outstretched hand, stained with blood and marred by wounds, yet imbued with a sense of stubbornness. Her faded eyes stared blankly for a moment before she too, with great slowness and trembling, raised her cold, delicate hand and gently placed it in his palm. The instant their fingertips touched, both their bodies shivered slightly. No words were spoken, nor were they needed. In this isolated, perilous, pale abyss, amidst the imminent specter of death, all scheming, all contention, all barriers of identity seemed to fade into insignificance. He grasped her icy hand tightly, as if clutching a fleeting specter on the brink of vanishing, or perhaps the sole remaining truth in that moment. Her hand was cold, her fingertips still quivering, yet within the warmth of his fervent palm, that tremor gradually began to subside. Time flowed slowly in this silent connection. Both were engaged in a fierce struggle against their grievous injuries and weakness, greedily drawing from this fleeting, fragile peace. Liao could feel Medusa's vitality slowly ebbing away. Her breath flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. He had to do something. He bore the excruciating pain, attempting to summon the nearly exhausted power within. The black iron dominance struggled to operate, seeking to extract even the slightest energy from this desolate realm. Yet the results were minimal. He recalled the system, attempting to establish communication, only to find the interface shrouded in darkness, seemingly battered by the local rules. Capable of maintaining only the most basic functions, unable to provide any effective assistance. Despair coiled around his heart like a frigid serpent. Was it truly the case that having narrowly escaped the spatial storm, he would now be forced to witness her extinguish her primordial essence before his very eyes? No. A flicker of madness ignited in his gaze. He still possessed the black iron dominance, as well as that mysterious force from the system, not yet fully understood. Even if it meant exhausting his final reserves, he could not allow her to perish here. With a fierce determination, he gritted his teeth, disregarding the tearing pain throughout his body, forcibly activating the remnants of his power, transforming it into a pure, fiery essence infused with his life force, channeling it through their clasped hands into Medusa's being. You. Medusa's ashen eyes widened abruptly, feeling a surge of warmth, gentle yet searing, flow into her nearly parched veins. She yearned to break free, to scold him for his self-destructive actions, but his hand gripped hers tightly, rendering her immobile. The vitality flowed like a gentle stream, nourishing her withered veins and temporarily suspending the dying flicker of her life force. She could distinctly sense that Liao's breath, in response to this act, had diminished significantly, even more so than her own. This madman. She observed the furrowed brow of anguish upon his face, the fresh blood continuously spilling from his lips, and the resolute determination in his gaze. The icy exterior of her faded eyes finally shattered, transforming into a tumultuous tide of bittersweet emotions. Why go to such lengths? For the sake of them? Yet if she were to perish, it would spiral out of control, and he too would meet his demise. For what purpose, then? She could not comprehend. No one had ever done this for her. Never. She ceased her struggles, no longer attempting to push him away. She simply allowed that searing vitality to flow into her frigid body, permitting his large hand to envelop her cold fingers tightly. She slowly closed her eyes, and two streams of tears finally escaped her control, cascading down her pale cheeks and dripping onto their clasped hands, warm against the chill. Liao felt the icy moisture upon his hand, and his movements faltered slightly. He gazed at her tightly shut eyes and the silent tears cascading down her face, her fragile form as delicate as crystal, causing his heart to ache profoundly. His infusion of vitality grew gentler, yet more resolute. Time passed, perhaps just a moment, or perhaps an eternity, before Liao finally succumbed to exhaustion, his vision fading to black as he lost consciousness. In the instant before his awareness sank into darkness, the only thing he could do was grip her cold hand even tighter. Once he collapsed, Medusa slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at the man beside her, unconscious and barely breathing, still holding her hand tightly even in his state. The once vibrant colors in her gaze returned with a faint hue, reflecting a complexity of emotions. She reached out with her trembling hand to gently wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth, her touch unprecedentedly tender. Fool! A barely audible, choked whisper dissipated into the still, pale air. She carefully adjusted his position, allowing him to lean against her side, and then close her eyes once more, channeling the searing vitality he had bestowed upon her, striving to mend her own crumbling essence. In this forsaken desolation, the two of them nestled together. Like young beasts seeking warmth in the bitter chill of winter, valiantly battling against death with the faint glimmers of light they provided each other. Pale, it remained an endless expanse of white. Yet amidst this pallor, something seemed to be quietly stirring. Chapter 28, The Breath of the Void. Consciousness drifted within the boundless white and excruciating pain. Liao felt as if he could hear the sound of his bones shattering, experiencing the torment of his veins being torn apart, while a chilling, lifeless energy spread within him like a malignant growth, attempting to freeze his vitality and extinguish his soul. This was the price for forcibly assaulting the core of space, invoking the backlash of the breath of the void. Had it not been for the indomitable strength of the black iron body and the mysterious power from the system shielding his heart at the last moment, he would have long since been reduced to cosmic dust in that explosion of silver light. However, what shook his spirit more than the physical injuries was the contrasting weakness and coldness that emanated from his palm. He suddenly opened his eyes. His vision remained blurred, yet his senses captured the faintest breath beside him. Medusa. She leaned against him, her once resplendent rainbow hair now devoid of luster, hanging limply like withered vines. Her enchanting visage appeared as pale as transparent crystal, seeming as though it would shatter with the slightest touch. Her eyes were tightly shut, long lashes drooping wearily, with breaths so faint they were nearly imperceptible. The overwhelming pressure of a had long since dissipated, replaced by a desolation born of the excessive burning of her life source. In order to protect them both amidst the spatial storm, she had dared to utilize the essence she had only just stabilized, not yet fully merged, and possibly even a portion of this essence. Liao's heart felt as if gripped by a frigid hand, the suffocating pain radiating through him. He had never imagined that this haughty and aloof serpent queen, who viewed humanity as mere fodder, would go to such lengths for him. In such dire circumstances, abandoning him, their collaborator, to seek survival alone would have been the more advantageous choice for her. Then what was this for? He struggled to lift his intact right hand, brushing against her icy cheek. The temperature beneath his fingertips was alarmingly low. System, scan her condition. He mentally cried out, disregarding his own impending collapse. Beep. Scanning in progress. Target's life signs are critically weak. Essence depleted by over 70%. Soul power severely damaged. Essence dissipated, entangled with host's energy. Status, near death. Estimated remaining time. Unknown, subject to local rules. Near death. The two words thundered in his mind. He suddenly recalled the system's prior warnings regarding the breath of the void, the ancient sigh that seemed to echo through time. None of this was coincidental. This alternate space, the eerie white stone hall, the core crystal imbued with spatial rules, and the pale specter guarding the space, all concealed greater secrets, entwined with higher powers. It was even possible that they related to the system itself and the truth of his crossing. Fragments of foreboding flickered in his mind. The continent was not the only realm. Beyond its confines lay a vaster world. The disappearance of the ancient, the origins of these vague elements in the original narrative now weighed heavily upon his heart. Medusa's plight was a clarion call, rousing him from his stupor. Strength. He needed greater power, not merely to crush Xiao Yan, seize the harem, and dominate the continent. He required the strength to unveil the truths of the world, to master his own destiny, to protect those he cherished. Otherwise, the tragedy of Medusa today could just as easily befall him tomorrow or other cherished targets, such as Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun, Xiao Yan, or even that elusive final opportunity belonging to the Flame Emperor. He cannot afford to stagnate here. A fierce desire to survive and a relentless ambition to grow erupted within him like a volcano. He was no longer striving for strength solely to complete the system's tasks, but to possess the power to dictate the fates of himself and those around him. Save her, no matter the cost, Liao bellowed at the system, his eyes ablaze with a fervent fire. Warning, host's own condition is severely compromised. Forced rescue may lead to the collapse of the host's essence. Additionally, the target's injuries involve a backlash at the rule level, rendering conventional methods ineffective. Recommended plan. Utilize the host's black iron body essence and blood as a conduit, combined with the system's reserve energy to initiate a life resonance, forcibly stabilizing her soul and vitality. However, success rate is below 30, and it will cause permanent foundational damage to the host. Execute. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao abruptly sat up, disregarding the excruciating pain that threatened to shatter his bones, and lifted Medusa's cold, delicate form, cradling her against him. With both hands pressed firmly against her back and vital points, the remnants of the primal blood essence derived from the black iron body within him were frantically squeezed and extracted. This, combined with the last vestiges of energy stored in the system's space, transformed into a torrential surge of life force, searing and overwhelming, that recklessly flowed into Medusa's nearly lifeless body. An indescribable agony instantly engulfed Li Ao. He felt as though his very life was being ignited and consumed at an alarming rate. Blood once again seeped through his skin, oozing from his 7 orifices, rendering him akin to a porcelain doll on the verge of shattering. Yet, the madness and resolve in his eyes remained steadfast like bedrock, unwavering. As the searing vitality surged in, Medusa's cold form trembled slightly, a hint of abnormal color rising from her ashen countenance. The flickering flame of life within her, on the brink of extinction, flared up like sparks thrown into boiling oil, responding fervently to this overpowering force. But soon after, a more violent clash erupted. The remnants of the deathly rules from the breath of the ruins within her clashed violently with the vibrant blood essence and system energy that Li Ao had infused, resembling an irreconcilable conflict of fire and water, waging a chaotic battle within her meridians. Medusa violently expelled a mouthful of black, icy blood, her body convulsing violently. Li Ao clung to her tightly, allowing the foul blood to splatter upon himself, his hands, infused with vitality, steadfast as a mountain, even intensifying their output. He was using his very life to combat the bizarre backlash of the rules. "Hold on. You must hold on," he roared hoarsely at the semi-conscious Medusa in his arms, his voice rasping like sandpaper. "Did you not wish to lead the serpent people to rise? Did you not desire greater power? To perish here would be a betrayal to your kin. A betrayal to the essence that burns within you." Perhaps she heard his fervent words, or perhaps she sensed his unwavering protection. Medusa's convulsing body gradually calmed. With immense difficulty and extreme slowness, she lifted her heavy eyelids. What met her blurred vision was Li Ao's bloodied, frenzied face, so close that it was within reach. Blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes shone with a terrifying brightness, as if 2 infernal flames were ablaze within them. Their gazes locked. No words were exchanged. In Medusa's faded eyes, the reflection of his disheveled yet resolute form mirrored her own tumultuous emotions, unprecedented and complex, breaking through all her defenses like a flood unleashed. Shock, confusion, bewilderment, and a sensation she had not experienced in centuries. A warmth of being so cherished and fiercely protected. With great effort, she slowly extended her cold hand, gently placing it atop his equally cold and bloodied hand resting against her vital point. The faint response from her fingertips invigorated Li Ao. He ceased his words, fully dedicating himself to guiding the tumultuous life force against the deathly rules, counterbalancing and eroding their conflict. Time passed in this silent, brutal tug-of-war, stretching on endlessly, as if a century had gone by. At last, the rampant, deathly rules within Medusa were temporarily subdued, dissipated by Li Ao's nearly self-destructive infusion of life. A hint of vitality returned to her pallid face, her breathing, though still weak, no longer erratic. Li Ao sensed the life force within her stabilize, no longer draining away, and the tension in his heart suddenly eased. The frenzied will that had sustained him receded like a tide, and he was instantaneously engulfed by profound weakness and excruciating pain. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he could no longer endure. Cradling Medusa, they both collapsed onto the cold, hard, pale ground. In a fleeting moment, before losing consciousness, the only thing he could do was hold her tighter, using his body to shield her from the icy grip of this lifeless void. When Li Ao regained a semblance of awareness, the first sensation he felt was the faint yet genuine warmth emanating from the body in his embrace. He struggled to open his eyes, glancing down. Medusa remained unconscious, curled up within his arms, her pallid visage now bearing the faintest hint of color, her breathing much steadier. The azure flame lotus mark upon her forehead, though still dim, no longer exuded the same lifelessness as before. Her once dull, rainbow-hued hair seemed to regain the slightest sheen. She was alive. This realization allowed Li Ao's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, to finally settle back into place. However, this relief was swiftly followed by an overwhelming tide of weakness and pain. He felt utterly hollowed out, lacking even the strength to move a finger. The system interface remained dim, barely sustaining his most basic life signs. leaning against the cold stone pillar. He held Medusa, akin to two statues relying on one another. Reflecting on the madness that had transpired, he felt no regret. Medusa could not die, not merely for the sake of the, nor solely due to the inexplicable stirrings within him, but because her existence was a crucial piece in his quest for self-validation and the pursuit of higher powers. Her lineage as the queen of the serpent people, her ancient bloodline, her role as a fusion wielder of, inherently held immense secrets and value. Reviving her would yield greater benefits than drawbacks. Of course, the uncontrollable surge of protective instinct that had manifested in the face of life and death also bore its own truth. This shifted his understanding of strength. Power pursued solely for domination and plunder was hollow. Only strength imbued with the spirit of guardianship could truly be flawless, enabling one to journey further. He gazed at the tranquil countenance of the woman in his arms, her usual majesty and coldness stripped away, revealing a breathtaking fragility and beauty. He reached out, his fingertips gently brushing against her icy cheek, the gesture unprecedentedly tender. The queen of the serpent people is even more than I had imagined, he whispered softly to himself, the rest of his thoughts dissipating into a barely audible sigh. Perhaps there exists an alternative path to dominance over the Dopa continent, one that transcends mere oppression and seizure. At that moment, Medusa's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Within those irises, the vibrant colors had yet to fully return, still holding a hint of weakness and confusion. She initially scanned her surroundings with a degree of bewilderment. Then her gaze settled upon Li Ao's face, mere inches away. Their eyes met once more. The prior tension had vanished, along with the scheming and testing, and the madness of life and death. What remained was a tranquil aftermath, and the complex emotions that had burgeoned amidst adversity, impossible to ignore. Medusa examined his pale face, the bloodstains that had yet to dry on his form, and felt the life force within her that had been forcibly stabilized, intertwined with his own domineering yet gentle strength. She understood everything. She spoke not a word, merely gazing at him, as if the depths of her rainbow-hued eyes were thawing ice and the spring waters were awakening. Li Ao remained silent, retracting his hand from her cheek, his gaze calmly meeting hers. In this pale and forsaken realm forgotten by the world, two powerful beings from disparate races, each bearing different missions, found their relationship irrevocably transformed due to a sudden spatial tempest and an act of mutual protection that defied death. The path ahead remained uncertain, and dangers still loomed. Yet some seeds, once sown, are destined to take root and flourish, reaching for the heavens. Li Ao, feeling the void of weakness within him, while looking at the queen who depended on his warmth, was filled with a sharp glimmer of resolve. He needed to elevate his power with utmost urgency, in pursuit of liberation from this place, to seize and to gain the fortitude to confront the subtle transformation surrounding him. He closed his eyes and began to channel the remnants of power from the black iron dominance. Simultaneously, he sought to communicate with the dormant system, striving to discover a means to expedite recovery and even transcend his current limitations. Medusa observed his tightly shut eyes, his profile marked by an unwavering determination and tenacity. Gently, she rested her head against his not overly broad yet inexplicably reassuring chest, closing her eyes as well, beginning to guide the thread of vitality he had bestowed upon her, slowly mending her damaged essence. Pale and lifeless, yet amidst this despairing tableau, something was stirring, breaking through the soil, resilient and indomitable. Medusa's inner voice whispered, "Human, Li Ao, who exactly are you? How can you evoke such feelings in me? If I survive this ordeal, perhaps the grievances between the serpent tribe and you ought to be re-evaluated. They may not be beyond negotiation. However, are humans and serpents ultimately destined to diverge?" Chapter 29, The Silence of Consciousness tumbled amidst a kaleidoscope of colors and deafening roars, tearing at his very being. Li Ao felt akin to a leaf cast into tumultuous waves. Each moment he anticipated being utterly torn apart. The icy sensation in his embrace and the searing spatial mark upon his forehead would forcibly pull him back from the brink of collapse. He lost track of time, adrift between the void and reality, until that terrifying force, which threatened to grind his soul to dust, abruptly vanished. Bang! A heavy impact reverberated, accompanied by the unbearable strain on his bones. He fell into a tangible reality. Cold, hard, and rough with grit, the howling winds filled his ears, carrying with them the familiar, scorching air imbued with the scent of sand, rudely surging into his mouth and nostrils. The Taggart Desert. They had returned. This realization galvanized Li Ao's waning consciousness. He abruptly opened his eyes, his vision blurred by pain and weakness, yet he could still discern the familiar. Scorching sun overhead and the undulating expanse of golden dunes surrounding him. They were alive. They had escaped from that ashen abyss. The exhilaration was fleeting, swiftly supplanted by deeper concerns. He immediately looked down into his arms. Medusa remained unconscious, her complexion devoid of color, her breath faint as a flickering candle in the wind. The azure flame lotus mark upon her forehead was dim, with even a slight distortion at the edges resembling cracks in space. The forced activation of essence to combat the chaotic spatial currents, coupled with the final passage through the dimensional rift, had left her in a far worse condition than when they had departed that alternate space. His own situation was equally grim. His body felt hollow. The strength of black iron dominance was nearly depleted, and his meridians resembled a parched riverbed, riddled with fractures. The wound on his left arm had reopened, blood gushing forth and staining the sand beneath him. More troubling was the faint, chilling presence of the rules of, entwining itself within the depths of his soul like a creeping decay. Although the system interface had regained some functionality, the option to expunge this invasive rule remained grayed out. Immediate healing was imperative. Otherwise, even before the rule's power manifested, the loss of blood and ensuing weakness would be sufficient to claim their lives. Li Ao gritted his teeth, forcing himself upright, surveying his surroundings. This was an unfamiliar sandy expanse, the scorching sun unforgiving and devoid of any sign of oasis or shelter. He clenched his jaw, carefully placing Medusa in a sheltered depression of a sand dune, then summoned the last of his strength to begin digging into the sand beneath him. The coarse grains toward his fingertips, blood mingling with the earth, yet he pressed on relentlessly. Soon enough, a rudimentary pit large enough for two was unearthed. He gently lifted Medusa and placed her within, then slid in after her. The pit provided a meager reprieve from the sun's relentless rays and the sandstorms. It was the only course of action available. Having completed this task, he was nearly spent, leaning against the sandy wall as he gasped for breath. System. Conduct a comprehensive scan of both my and the target statuses and formulate the optimal recovery plan. He communicated, his voice tinged with undeniable fatigue. Ding. Scan complete. Host status. Vital signs diminished. Depleted vitality. Black iron dominance realm has regressed to the initial stage of the first level, severely damaged meridians. Open wound on the left arm. Soul being eroded by unknown rules. Slight. Not yet spread. Target Medusa. Status. Vital signs extremely weak. Source of nearing depletion. Severely damaged soul. Essence dissipating and tainted by spatial forces, in a state of deep self-sealing for protection. Recommended plan, 1. Host should prioritize healing physical wounds and replenishing vitality. Absorption of local fire attribute energy is possible, but with low efficiency. 2. Target's condition is critical. Conventional methods are ineffective, requiring higher level life energy or rule power for nourishment. Warning. If the target cannot stabilize her source within 72 hours, irreversible soul extinction will ensue. 72 hours. A heavy weight settled in Li Ao's heart. Higher level life, energy, or rule power. Where could he possibly procure such? The system shop remained largely locked due to insufficient energy. Was it that after narrowly escaping, he would have to watch her? No. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. If conditions were lacking, he would create them. He glanced at the unconscious Medusa, her brow furrowed as if enduring immense pain, took a deep breath, and resolved to act. He extended his right hand to press against the location of his heart on the left side of his chest. The heart technique of black iron dominance activated once more. This time, not to extract vitality, but to directly draw forth the most primal essence of his blood. This was the foundation of a warrior, and losing even a single drop would require an eternity to replenish. 1 drop, 2 drops, 5 drops. 5 droplets, exuding a faint golden hue, imbued with overwhelming vitality and pure strength, were forcefully extracted and suspended in his palm. His complexion turned ashen, his breath flickering like a candle flame, as though it might extinguish at any moment. Yet his gaze remained resolute. With utmost care, he administered the 5 droplets of his essence into Medusa's cracked lips, simultaneously guiding the vitality within to shield her waning heart and soul core. Having completed this task, he could no longer sustain himself. Darkness enveloped him as he collapsed into the sand pit, succumbing to a deep unconsciousness. After his collapse, the 5 droplets of golden essence diffused within Medusa, akin to a gentle rain upon parched earth, temporarily stabilizing her last flicker of life. The distorted flame lotus mark upon her forehead seemed to glow faintly. When Li Ao regained consciousness, the first sensation he felt was the bone-chilling cold of the desert night. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself still lying in the sand pit, a thin layer of sand covering him, clearly a result of the night winds. The emptiness within him persisted, yet the imminent sense of collapse had lessened. He quickly turned his gaze to Medusa. She remained unconscious, yet her complexion seemed less deathly pale, and her breathing had gained a modicum of strength. The 5 droplets of his essence had indeed made a difference. He exhaled in relief, laboriously sitting up to assess his condition. His injuries remained severe, but at least they had stabilized. The black iron dominance activated automatically, slowly absorbing the sparse fire attribute energy present in the desert. And Li Ao suddenly froze. He sensed that, in addition to the thin fire attribute energy, there were faint wisps of energy infused with a chilling and lifeless essence, being stripped from the void and merging into his body. This energy was of the same origin as the breath of. However, they did not inflict harm upon his body. Rather, they were gradually refined and absorbed by the strength of the black iron body and the enigmatic energy within him. Ding! Detected that the host is passively absorbing trace amounts of the power of the rules of annihilation, diluted variant of the breath of the void. Black iron body is undergoing adaptive evolution. Physical strength has slightly increased. Soul resistance has slightly increased. System energy recovery speed has improved by 5. The system's notification carried a hint of astonishment. An astonishing light erupted in Li Ao's eyes. Was it a blessing in disguise? The breath of the void, which had nearly led to their demise in the otherworldly space, could, in its diluted form, be absorbed and refined by his black iron body, providing nourishment for his growth. Was it due to his forcible refinement of spatial energy, or perhaps the peculiar nature of the system, or his soul as a transmigrator? Regardless of the reason, this was undoubtedly monumental news. He immediately focused his mind and fully activated the black iron body, actively guiding and capturing the thin traces of the power of annihilation in the air. The process remained agonizing, akin to scraping bones with a dull knife. Yet the subtle yet tangible enhancement of both his body and soul made all the pain worthwhile. Time flowed slowly as he cultivated. The dawn of the desert quietly approached. As the first rays of morning light illuminated the sand dunes, Li Ao gradually opened his eyes. Although his injuries were still severe, a newfound sharpness and depth had taken residence in his gaze. A night of cultivation had not only stabilized his wounds, but also granted him a fresh understanding of both the black iron body and his own power. It seemed that this near-death experience had broadened his path. He glanced at Medusa beside him. In the gentle light of dawn, she remained peacefully asleep, her long eyelashes casting faint shadows upon her eyelids, stripped of her usual sharpness and coldness, leaving only a breathtaking yet fragile beauty. Li Ao reached out, gently brushing away the grains of sand that clung to her cheek, his movements surprisingly tender, even to himself. At that moment, Medusa's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her eyes began to open slowly. Her vibrant, multicolored irises still bore a dim glow, filled with the confusion and fragility of awakening. She first glanced around in bewilderment before her gaze landed on the face of Li Ao, mere inches away. Their eyes met. Gone was the madness of their desperate plight, the resoluteness before her unconsciousness, and the barriers of status and calculation that usually separated them. After experiencing life and death together, entrusting each other's lives at this tranquil dawn, a subtle yet genuine feeling began to flow silently between them. Medusa gazed at his pale yet resolute face, noticing the unmasked concern in his eyes, feeling the remnant of his domineering yet gentle vitality still persistently supporting her. The final remnants of her frozen barriers within her heart finally melted away. She slightly moved her cracked lips, her voice as soft as a whisper, yet it clearly reached Li Ao's ears. "Thank you." Li Ao was momentarily taken aback, and then the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly. He did not speak, but merely extended his hand, bringing the water pouch to her lips. Medusa looked at him, no longer refusing, and took small sips of water from his hand. The crisp water quenched her parched throat and seemed to nourish something deeper within. After finishing the water, she leaned against the sandy wall, breathing lightly, her multicolored gaze resting on Li Ao, filled with inquiry. "Your injuries will not be fatal." Li Ao retrieved the water pouch, his tone reverting to its usual brevity. How do you feel? Medusa examined herself, her brow furrowing slightly. The source remains depleted. The lie's dormant, but there is no immediate threat to my life. She paused, looking at Liao. It was you who had a small price to pay. Liao interrupted her, unwilling to dwell on the matter. Can you move? We must leave this place swiftly and seek a safe location for your complete recovery. Medusa attempted to summon her power, but shook her head. I fear it will take some time. In her current state, she was hardly stronger than an ordinary person. Liao nodded, refraining from urging her. He stood up, gazing into the distant, undulating sand dunes, his expression profound. That place still holds the power of the rules. Medusa's voice carried a hint of dread and gravity. That is not the end. Liao turned back to glance at her, his gaze sharp as a blade. It is merely the beginning. It has shown us the sky beyond the well. Medusa's heart trembled as she met his gaze, which seemed capable of piercing the heavens. After a moment of silence, she softly acknowledged him with a hum. She understood that after this ordeal, some things had irrevocably changed, both in their relationship and in their perceptions of the world. Liao sat down again, closing his eyes while continuing to guide the thin power of annihilation to temper his body, simultaneously communicating with the system. System. Prioritize analyzing the characteristics of the power of annihilation. Deduce the subsequent advancement direction of black iron body. Additionally, scan the surrounding area for locations with relatively concentrated energy or hidden resources. Ding. Task received. Analyzing and deducing. Scanning in progress. Strength. He needed to recover faster, to grow stronger more swiftly. Medusa's source damage required high-grade elixirs or heavenly treasures for repair, and all of that demanded strength to acquire. Xiao Yan's growth trajectory would inevitably be altered by him. He must seize the opportunities presented in the original work. Furthermore, the glimpses of higher-level powers and realms, everything pointed towards a singular goal, to enhance his strength at any cost. The sun gradually grew harsh, scorching the boundless sea of sand. In the shadow of the sand pit, the two of them, one sitting, the other reclining, each harnessed their remaining strength, racing against time and their injuries. The road ahead remained long, fraught with peril. Yet this time, they were no longer isolated and helpless. Chapter 30. The Land of the Void. Pale, still the color that dominated all. Time, in this otherworldly space, had lost its measure. Only the two of them, with their gradually synchronizing, faint breaths, testified to the tenacity of life. Liao leaned against the cold, massive pillar, cradling the still unconscious but increasingly stable breathing Medusa. He closed his eyes, yet his consciousness was taut like a drawn bowstring, exerting every ounce of the remaining strength of the black iron body, as if he were excavating hidden currents deep within a parched riverbed. Each slight circulation of his blood was accompanied by excruciating pain, a warning of his damaged foundation. Yet he pressed on, with only one thought occupying his mind: recovery. Strengthening. System Energy Recovery 13. Basic scanning function partially rebooted, detecting stable life signs of the host. But foundational damage is severe. Black iron body realm has fallen to the edge of the first level, detecting residual unknown spatial rule erosion. Attempting analysis. The cold notification echoed intermittently, providing a faint sense of direction. The system was also struggling to self-repair, analyzing the spatial structure, searching for weak points, and calculating escape plans. Liao issued commands with his thoughts while immersing himself deeper within, observing the remnants of his essence and blood that faintly intertwined with Medusa's aura. This was the trace left behind after his essence and system energy clashed with the rules of the breath of the void within her body. A profound realization surged within him. Rules are not untouchable, and power is not solely defined by one form of energy. The tempered flesh of the black iron body itself is a microcosm, a small world containing boundless power and rules. Just as he became engrossed in introspection and deduction, the delicate body in his arms stirred slightly. Liao immediately opened his eyes. Medusa had awoken at some point. Her eyes, which had regained a hint of luster, yet still held a dim, multicolored glow, were quietly fixed upon him. Her gaze was intricate. Gone was the previous coldness and disdain, replaced instead by a calm that was steeped in exploration and an ineffable emotion. As their eyes met, silence enveloped them, neither daring to speak. Eventually, it was Medusa who slightly averted her head, avoiding his piercing gaze. Her voice, tinged with a long untouched hoarseness and fragility, uttered, "Let me go." Liao did not release her immediately. Instead, he attentively assessed her condition. Life was now stable. The bizarre rule that had been eroding her was temporarily suppressed. Although her essence remained depleted, at least she was no longer in danger of death. Only then did he gradually loosen his grip. Medusa attempted to sit up, but her weakness caused her body to sway. Instinctively, Liao reached out to support her, yet she had already steadied herself with her hand against the ground. Nevertheless, the slight tremor in her arm revealed the effort it required. She leaned against another stone pillar, maintaining a distance of several feet from Liao, and adjusted her somewhat disheveled robe. Her gaze swept through the ever-constant pallor surrounding them before resting back on Liao. "You saved me," she stated matter-of-factly, her tone devoid of discernible emotion. "And you saved me," Liao replied, equally composed. Were it not for her last-ditch effort to utilize her essence to withstand most of the spatial storm, he would have already met his demise. Medusa fell silent for a moment, her iridescent eyes flickering. "The cost was great," she remarked, referring to her nearly depleted Dozong essence and his equally severe foundational damage. "Worth it," Liao's response was brief yet resolute. Medusa fell silent once more. Worth it? For what? For the elusive, otherworldly fire? Or for something else? She found herself hesitant to delve deeper into such thoughts. In her centuries-long existence, she had grown accustomed to weighing pros and cons, to making cold, calculated decisions. Yet she had never encountered a situation where someone would go to such lengths, even risking their own foundation to save her. This fundamentally contradicted her understanding of humanity. She regarded Liao's pale, yet unwaveringly resolute face, observing the flame in his eyes that seemed eternally unquenchable. The icy barriers within her heart began to loosen further. "Where's this place?" She shifted the topic to the most pressing question at hand. A fragment of time and space that has been severed, or perhaps a cage. Liao articulated, combining the fragmented information analyzed by the system with his own judgment. The rules were incomplete and energy was inert. That so-called breath of the void was likely a form of higher-level erasure power. The spatial core we previously struck may be the key to maintaining the stability of this fragment, but it also connects to the more perilous void. Medusa's pupils constricted. Though she was a Dozong, her understanding of space and rules remained grounded in the context of the Duki continent. The time-space fragment and the void Liao spoke of made her acutely aware of her insignificance and lack of knowledge. "How do we leave?" she inquired. "I do not know," Liao replied bluntly. But sitting idle would lead only to death. Struggling to his feet despite his unsteady condition, he approached the suspended, yet severely cracked, spatial core crystal, its internal galaxy stilled. The crystal emitted a faint white light, albeit one tinged with instability, as if it might completely vanish at any moment. "It can barely hold on," Liao mused, staring at the fissures on the crystal surface. This space was slowly collapsing. Medusa also gazed at the crystal, feeling the pervasive silence and oppression surrounding them. She felt a chill in her heart, attempting to summon the minuscule Duki within her. She found it akin to a stone sinking into the ocean. "Your power seems to be unaffected by this place," she observed, having detected the fleeting surge of a primal energy within Liao when he had risen. Liao did not deny it. "My cultivation system differs from Duki." He did not elaborate further, instead stating, "The urgent matter is to restore a portion of our strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we may not be so fortunate during the next spatial tremor." He sat cross-legged before the crystal, closing his eyes once more. The heart method of the black iron body struggled to operate within him. This time, he sought not merely to tap into his own life force, but to guide and refine the exceedingly feeble spatial energy occasionally escaping from the cracks in the crystal. This was an exceptionally perilous endeavor. Spatial energy was wild and chaotic. A moment's carelessness could lead to being torn apart by spatial forces. Yet he had no choice. Conventional energy was unattainable in this place, and this dissipating spatial energy was the only possible resource to exploit. Medusa watched him with a mixture of concern and admiration, her iridescent eyes reflecting a flicker of emotion. She closed her eyes, falling silent, and with all her might. She sought to connect with the thread of life force that Liao had imparted, attempting to awaken the dormant blue flame lotus mark upon her forehead. Even if she could only evoke a sliver of the otherworldly fire's power, it would provide an additional means of self-preservation. Silence enveloped them once more. Yet this silence was imbued with a sense of urgency, as if racing against time. Liao's body began to manifest fine, porcelain-like cracks, the cost of forcibly containing and refining the spatial energy. But he gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead standing out. as he drew upon the solid foundation laid by Black Iron Body and the support of that mysterious force, forcibly taming the violent spatial energy and integrating it into himself. Ding! Host successfully absorbed a trace of spatial energy. Black Iron Body repair, progress, 01. Detected energy specificity, beginning to deduce Black Iron Body advancement direction. The system's notification carried a faint sense of encouragement. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, a hum. The entire pale stone hall shook violently once more fiercely than at any previous moment. The suspended spatial core crystal emitted a screeching sound as its surface cracks widened dramatically. Countless silver, frenzied streams of spatial turbulence erupted from the fissures, tearing apart everything in their path. Be careful. Li Ao's eyes snapped open, a flash of brilliance within. There was no time for contemplation. He sprang into action, swiftly pulling Medusa, who was still attempting to communicate with the otherworldly fire, back into his embrace. At the same time, the fragment of Black Iron Body strength he had just regained exploded forth, a dark iron sheen mingling with a hint of silver, forming a thin yet resilient shield that enveloped them both. Boom! 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 The spatial turbulence slashed at the shield like countless invisible blades, causing it to tremble violently, flickering uncertainly, issuing a mournful cry under the immense strain. Medusa was held tightly against him, her cheek pressed against his solid yet slightly trembling chest. She could distinctly hear the thunderous beating of his heart and feel the rate at which his strength was depleting to maintain shield. The slight power he had just regained was being rapidly drained. She lifted her head, gazing at his taut jawline, at his face, which had grown pale once more from extreme exertion, emotions swirling in her iridescent eyes. No longer hesitating, she pressed her delicate hand firmly against her forehead's blue flame lotus mark. With the remnants of my fire, ignite the void. With a clear command, she forcibly extracted the last trace of power connected to the core of the blue lotus fire within her. A minuscule yet exquisitely condensed blue flame lotus emerged from her forehead, merging into the shield Li Ao had erected. Sizzle, the azure flame intertwined with the silver light, and the once teetering shield seemed to be infused with a surge of violent and fervent life, stabilizing for several moments, temporarily holding back the oncoming spatial turbulence. Li Ao looked down, astonished at the woman in his arms. Her complexion had turned ashen, akin to gilded paper, her breath falling to a new low, even more precarious than before. Yet her eyes burned with an unwavering determination that mirrored his own. You. He struggled to find his voice, his throat dry. Do not speak foolishly, hold on. Medusa's voice was barely audible, and after uttering those words, she fell unconscious once more, collapsing into his embrace. Li Ao gazed at her pallid face, devoid of color, feeling the azure flames infused with her life force mingling with the protective barrier. An unprecedented surge of heat surged through his head, a primal roar akin to that of a wounded beast, erupted from his lips as the nearly exhausted power within him seemed to be reignited by this cry, extracting its final potential. The might of the Black Iron Body, the refined spatial energy, and the otherworldly firepower that Medusa had bestowed upon him forcibly merged within him in a nearly destructive manner. The barrier blazed with brilliance, creating a fleeting safe haven amidst the tumultuous spatial turbulence. Just then, the cracked core crystal of space reached its breaking point. With a resounding crack, boom! A thunderous explosion shook the very ground. The crystal shattered completely. An unending surge of silver light erupted once more, but this time, it was no longer mere destruction. At the heart of the shattered crystal core, a diminutive, swirling black hole, emitting a gentle allure, suddenly manifested. A spatial passageway. A glimmer of hope ignited in Li Ao's eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned every ounce of his strength, tightly clutching the unconscious Medusa, and leaped toward the minuscule black hole. A powerful sensation of spatial tearing enveloped him once again. Yet, in the final moment before plunging into the black hole, Li Ao glanced back, casting a profound look at the pale prison that was on the brink of total collapse. Power. He needed greater strength. Strength enough to disregard such dire predicaments. Strength enough to seize control of his own fate. Strength enough to protect the woman in his arms, who had repeatedly stood by him through life and death. In the next instant, silver light engulfed everything. Chapter 31. Departure from the Abyssal Land. The dawn in the desert arrived swiftly, bringing with it an undeniable heat that dispelled the chill of the night. Leo opened his eyes, a fleeting glint of silvery gray sparkling within, only to vanish moments later. After a night of cultivation, harnessing the sparse power of the rules of annihilation. Although his injuries remained unhealed, the realm of the black iron tyrant body had stabilized from the brink of collapse, and he had developed a slight resistance to the soul-corroding forces of the rules. The system interface had also regained more functionalities, although most of the marketplace remained locked. Basic scanning, analysis, and energy guidance were now operational. He immediately turned his gaze to his side. Medusa had also awakened, leaning against the sandy wall, eyes closed in meditation. Her complexion was still pale, her breath faint, yet she was in a far better state than the near-death condition of the previous day. The 5 drops of her life essence and her indomitable will to survive had ultimately preserved her final thread of life. However, the delicate spatial cracks around the azure flame lotus seal on her forehead were still alarming, indicating the severity of her primordial damage. As if sensing his gaze, Medusa slowly opened her eyes. Her iridescent pupils were dim, but no longer lifeless. Instead, they reflected a calm that had settled after turmoil as she met his gaze. "Can you walk?" Leo inquired, his voice slightly hoarse from his injuries. Medusa attempted to move her serpent tail, furrowing her brow slightly. "In short distances, yes," she replied, her voice still weak, yet imbued with the tenacity befitting a queen. Leo nodded, rising to his feet, and handed her the water pouch along with the last of their provisions. "We must depart this area swiftly and find a stable water source and shelter. Your injuries cannot be delayed." Medusa accepted without protest, quietly consuming small sips of water and bites of food. She understood that this was not the time for bravado. After a brief replenishment, the two resumed their journey. Leo led the way, his steps significantly steadier than before, though his pace was deliberately slow, clearly considerate of Medusa's condition. Medusa followed behind, her serpent tail dragging through the sand, leaving a serpentine trail, her movements labored with each step. The tattered purple robe exposed patches of her skin, glaringly white under the scorching sun. Silence reigned as the dominant theme, yet this silence no longer felt cold. Instead, it flowed with a subtle atmosphere of shared survival, an unspoken understanding forged through their near-death experiences. Occasionally, Leo would halt to ascertain their direction or to avoid hidden dangers lurking beneath the sand. Medusa, utilizing her familiarity with the desert, pointed out specific dunes that hinted at the potential presence of underground water veins. An unspoken camaraderie developed naturally, born from their life and death struggles. By midday, the sun's intensity reached its zenith. Medusa's pace noticeably slowed, her breathing grew labored, and beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow, clearly approaching her limits. Leo paused, glancing back at her with a furrowed brow. He stepped beside her and, without hesitation, extended his hand. "I will carry you for a while." Medusa's body stiffened slightly, her iridescent eyes flickering as she regarded his unwavering gaze and his outstretched hand, marked with old scars and fresh wounds, yet steady and strong. After a moment's hesitation, she gently bit her lip and placed her cold hand into his palm. Leo grasped her hand firmly, wrapping his other arm around her waist, activating thunderous steps as their speed surged, transforming them into a blurred shadow racing between the dunes. He consciously moderated his strength and pace, ensuring that he did not impose additional strain on her already weakened body. Enveloped in his embrace, Medusa initially felt tense, but gradually, under the comforting aura surrounding him, she relaxed, even unconsciously resting her head gently against his shoulder, closing her eyes to conserve every ounce of energy. Leo cast a glance at the unusually docile queen in his arms. Her slightly furrowed brow, coupled with her fatigued profile, appeared even more striking up close. He tightened his embrace, ensuring her safety, while his sharp gaze scanned the terrain ahead for suitable resting points. Finally, before sunset, Leo discovered a small oasis encircled by several massive wind-eroded rocks. The oasis was modest, consisting of a murky shallow pool and a few clusters of drought-resistant thorns. Yet it sufficed to provide drinking water and a brief respite. He landed by the water's edge with Medusa. Medusa disentangled herself from his hold, her steps unsteady, and she leaned against a nearby rock to regain her balance. She surveyed the murky pool, her brow furrowing. Her instincts as a queen made her wary of such inferior water sources. Leo said nothing, approaching the pool, retrieving the water pouch, and instead of directly filling it, he formed his fingers like a blade, tracing through the water's surface. An invisible sharp energy penetrated the water, briefly displacing the mud and impurities at the bottom before he swiftly filled the pouch. He handed the water pouch to Medusa. She paused, surprised by his actions, yet took the pouch, feeling the clarity of the water within. Glancing at Liao, a barely perceptible ripple of emotion flickered in her colorful eyes as she lowered her head to sip delicately. Liao also took a few sips, then settled down in the shadow of a rock, sitting cross-legged to continue healing and guiding the thin power of annihilation. After finishing her water, Medusa found a spot to sit down, attempting to communicate with the otherworldly fire seal on her forehead. Yet, the azure lotus heart fire remained dormant, and the spatial cracks felt like shackles, hindering her recovery. She sighed softly, a trace of worry shadowing her features. The damage to her primordial essence was grave. If not swiftly mended, her newly attained Do-Zone realm could very well plummet, possibly leaving her with permanent scars. As night deepened, the desert's temperature plummeted. A gust of cold wind swept through, causing Medusa to shiver involuntarily, instinctively wrapping her arms around herself. In her current state, her resistance to the cold was significantly diminished. A tattered azure garment, still imbued with warmth, was gently draped over her shoulders. Medusa's body stiffened as she lifted her gaze to meet Liao's calm eyes. His words were succinct, and he swiftly turned back to his position, as if performing an inconsequential act. Clutching the fabric that still bore his warmth and a faint scent of blood, her fingers curled slightly. Though the garment was coarse and frayed in places, it dissipated the biting chill when wrapped around her. She observed Liao's silhouette in the moonlight as he closed his eyes to meditate. Noting the thin undershirt that remained on him, emotions surged in her kaleidoscopic eyes, ultimately coalescing into a complex silence. She wrapped the garment around herself, accepting his kindness. In the latter half of the night, Liao suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the darkness beyond the oasis. Almost simultaneously, Medusa raised her head alertly. A faint rustling sound drew nearer, an ominous indication of the sandwolves. Judging by the noise, their numbers were substantial. Soon, pairs of eerie green eyes flickered to life in the shadows, akin to ghostly flames, encroaching from all directions. Their heavy breaths and low growls resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. They were evidently drawn by the meager moisture in the air and the blood scent that the two could not entirely mask. In their prime, these sandwolves would not have warranted a second glance from the duo. Yet now, one was grievously injured, and the other was depleted of energy, rendering the situation perilous. Medusa struggled to rise, the cold light flashing in her vibrant eyes as she attempted to summon her strength, but her insides felt hollow, allowing her only to muster a faint glimmer of colorful energy in her palm. Liao also stood, positioning himself protectively in front of her, his steel blade drawn. Though the blade was marred by cracks, it still reflected a chilling glimmer under the moonlight. His expression was steely, despite his weakened state. He emanated a fierce aura born from a sea of blood and carnage, momentarily instilling hesitation in the advancing sandwolves. A particularly robust alpha wolf let out a roar, shattering the standoff. The pack surged forward in a frenzied assault, as if commanded. Liao's gaze sharpened, stepping forward to unleash the furious wind blade with unyielding ferocity. The blade cut through the air with the swiftness of lightning, targeting the wolf's vital points with precision and savagery. Though his strength was waning, his honed instincts and timing allowed him to navigate the onslaught with remarkable agility, causing several sandwolves to howl in agony as they fell. Medusa was not idle. She concentrated her meager, colorful energy into fine needles, aimed directly at the wolf's eyes and joints, complementing Liao's strikes with commendable effect. However, the sheer number of wolves proved overwhelming, and their reckless ferocity was unyielding. With Liao's injuries exacerbated by prolonged combat, his breath became erratic, and a wound on his left arm split open once more, crimson staining his sleeve. During a defensive maneuver against the alpha wolf's charge, he faltered slightly, revealing a minor opening. A sandwolf seized the opportunity, lunging towards his side. "Be careful," Medusa cried out, instinctively yanking Liao behind her, turning to face the sandwolf's claws with her back. The sound of fabric tearing echoed. Medusa stifled a groan as searing pain coursed through her back. Yet she steeled herself, retaliating with a burst of colorful energy that pierced the wolf's eye socket. Liao regained his balance, and, upon seeing the three deep, bone-exposing claw marks on Medusa's back, blood rapidly soaking through her ruined garment and the shirt he had draped over her, a surge of red rage welled in his eyes. You seek death, he growled, unleashing the remnants of his strength, mingled with a fragment of the power of annihilation, into his blade. The sword emitted a strained hum, fissures erupting with faint silver-gray light. With a sweeping strike, the blade cleaved through the air as if parting it. The foremost sand wolves, including the formidable Alpha, were bisected in an instant, their limbs and entrails spilling across the ground. The remaining wolves, utterly terrified by this display of ferocity, whimpered in fear and fled with their tails between their legs, quickly vanishing into the darkness. At the edge of the oasis, only the heavy scent of blood and their ragged breaths remained. Liao leaned on his sword, coughing violently, a trickle of blood escaping his lips. Forcing his energy, he had aggravated his already grave injuries. Yet, his concern for Medusa eclipsed his own pain as he swiftly turned to support her, who was barely standing. "Are you all right?" His voice bore an urgency he was unaware of. Medusa leaned against him, her back ablaze with pain, her vision blurring from blood loss, but she resolutely shook her head. "It's nothing." Observing her pale face and the ghastly wound on her back, Liao's expression hardened. He helped her sit down and promptly retrieved the last remnants of healing salve from his system, carefully applying it to her injury. When the powder touched her wound, it stung, prompting Medusa to inhale sharply, her body quaking slightly. Liao instinctively adjusted his touch to be gentler. Once the wound was tended to, he tore a clean strip from his undershirt to carefully bandage her. Throughout the process, silence enveloped them. The moonlight cascaded like water upon their forms. He focused intently on her injury, while she quietly leaned against him, accepting his ministrations. The air was thick with the mingled scents of blood and medicine, yet it also flowed with an ineffable warmth. When the bandaging was complete, Liao gazed at her, weakly resting against his shoulder, her eyes closed and long lashes fluttering as if she had drifted into slumber. After a brief moment of silence, he extended his arm, gently enveloping her in an embrace, using the better half of his body to shield her from the night's chill. Medusa stiffened momentarily, but did not resist. Instead, she nestled into a more comfortable position, burying her face in the crook of his neck and letting out a nearly inaudible sigh, laden with fatigue and reliance. Feeling her soft, cool body against him, inhaling the faint fragrance of her hair mixed with the metallic scent of blood, Liao lowered his gaze upon her unguarded sleeping visage in the moonlight. His expression a tapestry of complex emotions. He reached out, his fingertips delicately brushing over the fiery mark on her forehead where spatial fissures danced, sensing the tumultuous power that lay beneath. This woman, powerful, proud, and cold, repeatedly chose paths that defied her very nature in the face of life and death. His initial motive to save her may have been for the sake of thee and to validate his own path. Yet now, Liao closed his eyes, tightening his grip around her frigid form. The road ahead remained fraught with danger, his injuries still grave and the ownership of the yet undecided. But certain things had quietly shifted, unbeknownst to them. Under the moonlight, two figures nestled together, crafting a fleeting yet fragile tableau of tranquility amidst the perilous sands of the desert oasis. Chapter 32, The Queen's Return. The outline of the Serpent Man's sentry station shimmered in the scorching heat waves, akin to a mirage. When the figures of Liao and Medusa appeared in the Sentinel's line of sight, a brief silence was shattered by an eruption of astonishment, joy, and disbelief. "It is Her Majesty the Queen. The Queen has returned. Quick, alert the elders of the underworld." The serpent warriors guarding the outpost hastily laid down their weapons, prostrating themselves upon the ground in the most reverent manner, their long tails pressed against the scorching sand, heads bowed in deep submission, unwilling to meet her gaze. Yet, from the corner of her eye, she could not help but cast a glance at the silent human youth lingering behind the queen, as well as the ineffable, subtle aura that seemed to have emerged from some profound calamity share between them. Medusa moved with grace, her serpentine tail tracing an elegant and steady path upon the sandy ground. Despite her pallid complexion and tattered brocade robe, the innate majesty of a formidable combatant and the queen's nobility exuded an aura that was both sacred and inviolable. She kept her gaze unwavering, striding directly towards the largest stone dwelling at the center of the outpost. Liao followed half a step behind her, his calm eyes surveying the prostrate serpent warriors and the austere yet formidable layout of the outpost. He felt the wary, hostile, and barely concealed fear emanating from the gazes directed at him, a sentiment rooted in his prior overwhelming defeat of Herman and the intimidation brought forth by his association with the queen. At the entrance of the stone house, the elder of the Shadow Realm, having received word, hurriedly approached with several formidable serpent leaders. Upon witnessing Medusa's safe return, the elder's murky old eyes ignited with uncontrollable joy. But this elation was swiftly supplanted by profound concern as he sensed Medusa's exceptionally weakened aura and the peculiar mark upon her forehead. "Your Majesty," he exclaimed, taking a step forward, his voice trembling. "It is of no consequence," Medusa interjected, raising her hand to silence him, her tone frigid yet tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. "Prepare a quiet chamber. Without my command, no one is to disturb." Her gaze swept over the leaders standing behind the elder, particularly fixating on one serpent whose flickering eyes bore a resemblance to Medusa. A fleeting glimmer of icy disdain flickered within her multicolored irises. "Yes, your Majesty." The elder, daunted by her presence, bowed deeply and promptly acquiesced, leading the way. Medusa slightly inclined her head, signaling for Li Ao to follow. Expressionless, Li Ao calmly trailed behind Medusa and the elder into the stone house, under the scrutiny of countless complex gazes. The quiet chamber was soon prepared. Situated at the innermost part of the stone house, insulated from the clamor of the outside world. As the door closed, the facade of strength that Medusa had maintained crumbled instantaneously. Her delicate form swayed slightly, and she steadied herself against the adjacent stone table, her breath becoming rapid. Li Ao immediately stepped forward to support her arm. "Sit down." Medusa did not feign strength. Instead, she complied and seated herself upon the stone bench, closing her eyes and breathing heavily. Forcing herself to maintain an imposing demeanor while walking had placed considerable strain upon her current state. The elder observed the queen's condition and then glanced at the silently poised Li Ao, whose aura, though somewhat tenuous, emanated a steadfastness akin to rock. His face was etched with worry and questions. "Your Majesty, your injuries," and this human Medusa slowly opened her eyes, her multicolored irises, though dimmed, radiating undeniable authority. "Elder, I require you to attend to several matters immediately." "As you command, your Majesty." "First, seal the news of my return. It must not be disseminated, especially not to the Holy City. Second, gather all materials and intelligence regarding the restoration of my essence and the nourishment of souls, regardless of the cost. Third," Medusa's gaze shifted to Li Ao. "Prepare an adjacent quiet chamber for him. All necessary provisions should be supplied as if I were personally present." The elder trembled, glancing incredulously at Li Ao, as if the queen were present. What merit does this human possess? Yet, she dared not question the queen's orders, suppressing the tumult within her heart as she bowed deeply. "This old servant obeys. Go." Medusa waved her hand. The elder cast one last deep glance at Li Ao before exiting the quiet chamber. Only the two of them remained within. Medusa leaned against the stone table, looking at Li Ao, her voice low. "This place is temporarily safe. You may heal here. The necessary items will be sent by the Shadow Realm." Li Ao nodded, moving to the opposite side of the quiet chamber to sit cross-legged, uttering no further words as he closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. The black iron body technique began to operate, actively guiding and capturing the faint power of the rules of annihilation that lingered in the air. Time was of the essence. He needed to recover swiftly, even to grow stronger. Medusa watched him swiftly attain tranquility, sensing the cold, deathly aura that subtly emanated from him, one that continually fortified his physical form. A flicker of intrigue crossed her vibrant irises. This human harbored more secrets than she had anticipated. She too gathered her focus, attempting to gently guide the thread of vitality that Li Ao had bestowed upon her, meticulously reaching out to the anomalous flame mark on her forehead, bound by the rift in space. Each delicate touch was accompanied by soul-rending pain, yet she gritted her teeth, silently enduring. In the days that followed, the outpost descended into a strange tranquility, marked by an atmosphere of external relaxation yet internal tension. The elder, the Shadow Realm, dutifully executed Medusa's commands, as various rare healing herbs and energy-laden magical cores were consistently delivered to their quiet chamber. News was strictly contained, and the outpost defenses were doubled, creating a heavy atmosphere. Li Ao immersed himself in his cultivation. With a relatively stable environment and ample resources, albeit most of little effectiveness for him, yet better than none. Alongside the continuous refinement of the power of annihilation, his recovery accelerated significantly. The black iron body technique steadily advanced towards the mid-stage of its first level, his physical strength increasing day by day, and the wound on his left arm had healed, leaving only a faint scar. The system, benefiting from the relative stability of this environment, accelerated its self-repair, enhancing its scanning and analytical capabilities. He occasionally opened his eyes to observe Medusa across from him. She remained locked in her struggle against the rift in space and the damage to her essence, making slow progress. Her complexion still pale, though her aura was no longer as feeble as at the outset. At times, she could successfully summon a faint azure flame, only for it to dissipate swiftly due to the obstruction of the spatial rift, beads of cold sweat forming at her temples. Li Ao remained silent, refraining from intervening. This was her path. She needed to traverse it on her own. Each time she faltered and her aura became chaotic, he quietly offered a thread of gentle energy imbued with the vitality of the black iron body, assisting her in calming her turbulent blood flow. Medusa felt this silent support clearly. She did not offer thanks. Instead, during her next attempt, her gaze grew more resolute. One day, as Li Ao was guiding a pure strand of annihilation rule power to temper his spine, one of the key aspects of the first level of the black iron body, he suddenly sensed an unusual surge of energy fluctuations emanating from Medusa's quiet chamber next door. He swiftly opened his eyes, his figure flashing to the doorway of her chamber. Inside, he beheld Medusa seated on the ground, her surroundings alight with swirling multicolored energy and azure flames, yet trapped by the rift in space upon her forehead, unable to be released. The two forces within her were clashing violently, causing her body to tremble violently, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth. Her complexion alternating between an unnatural hue of blue and red. She was attempting to forcefully break through, to resolve the confinement of the spatial rift. Foolishness. Li Ao's eyes narrowed, instantly discerning the perilous nature of her actions. Given her current state, to forcefully assault the rift imbued with spatial rules was tantamount to self-destruction. Without hesitation, he stepped into the quiet chamber, his right hand moving with the speed of lightning, pressing directly against Medusa's forehead. Within his palm resided not only the overwhelming vitality of the black iron body, but also a strand of the recently refined power of annihilation, imbued with a suppressive intent. Buzz! His hand pressed against the fiery lotus mark upon Medusa's forehead. The chaotic energy surged as if it had found an outlet, wildly pouring into his hand. An excruciating pain coursed through him, as if his hand were being torn apart by the two forces. Yet, his gaze remained icy, unwavering, as he guided the strand of annihilation rule power, akin to the most precise surgical blade, slicing into the entanglement of the spatial rift and the source of the anomalous fire. This was not an act of forceful destruction, but rather a means of guidance and solace. Employing the principles of annihilation, I temporarily suspended the tumultuous forces of the spatial realm, and through the conduit of my own vital essence, I guided the imprisoned energy of the gradually restoring tranquility. This process, exquisitely intricate yet perilously fraught, demanded an extraordinary mastery over energy from the practitioner and an intimate understanding of the condition within the recipient's body. The moment Medusa felt his palm press against her, her body trembled violently, yet she soon sensed the familiar, domineering yet gentle force surging within her, forcibly calming the turbulent energies that raged within her. The agony she endured, the near-explosive conflict, gradually subsided under the guidance of that force. She opened her eyes, her kaleidoscopic gaze filled with the tremors of a life spared and a hint of confusion, as she beheld the proximity of Li Ao. Noting the slight pallor on his face from the energy strain and the hand that remained steadfastly pressed against her forehead, unwavering, seeing her breath stabilize, Li Ao slowly withdrew his hand, revealing a palm marked by charred remnants, with faint spatial fissures flickering before they swiftly mended under the might of the black iron body. Haste begets folly. He regarded her with a calm demeanor, though a subtle reprimand underpinned his tone. The fissures, linked to the laws of space, would only exacerbate her injuries through brute force. Medusa gazed at the ephemeral charred remnants of his palm, feeling the lingering chill and suppressive essence of his power at her forehead, her heart a tumult of mixed emotions. She parted her lips, ultimately uttering only a soft acknowledgement. This sovereign understands. This time, she refrained from referring to herself in the first person. Li Ao cast her a glance, but chose not to speak further, turning to exit the quiet chamber. Medusa watched his retreating figure, her hand gently brushing against the flame mark on her forehead that seemed to have calmed somewhat, the complexities of her emotions reflected in her colorful gaze. Following this incident, the invisible barrier between the two seemed to have thinned a fraction. Beyond the outpost, rumors regarding the queen's return, bearing grievous wounds, and her profound connection with a mysterious human began to circulate, propelled by those with ulterior motives akin to a silent undertow in the desert. Chapter 33. The Seven-Colored Illusory Spirit Drool. The tranquility of the outpost, a mere facade akin to the calm before a storm, endured for but 3 fleeting days. On the 4th morning, before the first rays of sunlight fully dispelled the chill of the desert, a stifling and lethal atmosphere surged forth like an invisible tide, sweeping over the rudimentary stone walls. Within the quiet chamber, Liao suddenly opened his eyes, a fleeting silver-gray glint flashing in his gaze. He sensed at least 4 formidable auras of the Do Wang level swiftly approaching the outpost from various directions, one of which bore an unmistakable chill and hostility, hurtling directly towards the stone house where he and Medusa resided. Almost simultaneously, a cold voice emanated from the adjacent chamber, piercing through the stone wall. Clearly reaching Liao's ears, "They are coming." Her tone was calm, yet imbued with the foreboding of an impending storm. Liao rose and pushed the door of the quiet chamber open, just as Medusa emerged from her own, clad in her tattered purple robe, draped with Liao's blue outer garment. Her complexion remained pale, yet her once vibrant 7-colored eyes had regained their former depth and authority, albeit with a trace of imperceptible gravity lurking beneath. The two exchanged a glance, words unnecessary, as they walked side by side towards the stone house's entrance. In the clearing before the stone house, the elder of the Shadow Realm wore a grim expression, standing defiantly against a group of aggressive snake people, loyal warriors of the queen at his side. The leader, a tall, slender elder with a narrow face and a pair of triangular eyes, brandished a twisted wooden staff shaped like a serpent's head, emanating a chilling aura. He was unmistakably a 5-star Do Wang. Behind him trailed 3 other snake leaders, each equally formidable, along with dozens of fierce guardians. "Viper Elder, have you not received permission to intrude upon Her Majesty's sanctum? Do you seek rebellion?" The elder of the Shadow Realm bellowed, his voice trembling with indignation. The triangular-eyed Viper Elder's gaze swept over Medusa, greedy and sinister, lingering on the dim flame mark upon her forehead and her pallid visage, a smirk curling upon his lips, devoid of pretense. "Shadow Realm, cease with your baseless accusations. I have heard of Her Majesty's safe return and have gathered the leaders of various factions to pay my respects and inquire about her well-being. What rebellion do you speak of?" His gaze swiftly shifted to Liao, and the triangular eyes ignited with intense murderous intent and jealousy. "It is this human brat. Time and again he has sullied our queen, and he is suspected to be involved in the disappearance of Chief Mobus. Today, I shall cleanse the queen's domain by eliminating this scoundrel." Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the serpent-headed staff slammed into the ground. A wave of frigid, bone-chilling Do Chi surged forth like a venomous python unleashed, reeking of death, barreling past the elder of the Shadow Realm towards Liao with astonishing speed. Evidently a premeditated strike. This blow, infused with the full might of a 5-star Do Wang, was sufficient to instantly freeze a typical Great Do Master. Impudent. Medusa's 7-colored eyes glimmered fiercely, her delicate hand raised, poised to intercept. Yet her injuries hindered her response by a fraction. Just as the icy Do Chi was about to reach Liao, he made his move. He did not retreat, nor did he draw his blade. He merely stepped forward, his right fist clenched, the dark iron hue beneath his skin shimmering as he delivered a punch with unadorned ferocity. Black iron body, collapse mountain. The wind from the punch howled, not a spectacle of Do Chi-esque brilliance, but rather the explosive sound of pure physical power igniting the air. A raw, domineering force, akin to a slumbering beast suddenly awakened. Bang! The fist collided violently with the frigid Do Chi. There was no stalemate, no back and forth. In the incredulous gaze of the Viper Elder, his chilling Do Chi, capable of freezing steel, was shattered in a brutal display by what appeared to be an ordinary fist, exploding into a flurry of ice crystals that scattered in all directions. Meanwhile, Liao stood firm as a mountain. Even the corners of his garments remained undisturbed. Silence enveloped the scene. All present stared in disbelief at the young man in the blue shirt. The wrathful strike of 5-star Do Wang had been obliterated by a single punch. The sneer on the Viper Elder's face instantly froze, transforming into sheer shock and fury. What sorcery is this? Liao shook his fist and regarded him with an unruffled demeanor, as though observing a noisy insect. "Your words are tiresome." This nonchalant remark incited a rage within the Viper Elder far greater than any insult. "You little wretch, I shall slay you today," he roared, unleashing the full force of a 5-star Do Wang, Swinging his serpent-headed staff as a tempest of icy snake-shaped qi materialized, descending upon Li Ao like a horde of serpents seeking to devour the heavens. This time, he held nothing back, vowing to rend this peculiar human into 1,000 pieces. Protect young Master Li Ao. The elder of the Shadow Realm gasped, preparing to advance. Unnecessary. A cool voice interjected, imbued with undeniable authority. Medusa stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Ao. She gazed upon the oncoming storm of icy, serpent shadows, her 7-colored eyes betraying no hint of turmoil. As she slowly raised her right hand, there were no dazzling hues nor cataclysmic energy fluctuations. She merely extended her slender fingers towards the oncoming serpent shadows and lightly tapped. Freeze! This single word seemed to embody the power of a rule that dictated reality. The frenzied, fearsome multitude of serpent shadows, mere yards from the two, abruptly halted in midair as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to advance a single inch. Spatial confinement, even though her original source was severely damaged, and her strength reduced to a mere fraction. She remained the majestic Queen Medusa, having touched upon the realm of Dozong and initially grasped the power of space. The malevolent expression on the Elder Viper's face instantaneously transformed into sheer terror. He sensed the very fabric of space around him becoming viscous, hindering his movements, while the flow of Do-Chi within him became sluggish. Your Majesty, he croaked, his voice dry as he attempted to explain. Yet, Medusa did not deign to glance at him. Her gaze swept over the 3 Do Wong leaders behind the Elder Viper, who were subtly suppressed by the power of space, as well as the snake warriors behind them, their faces etched with fear. Her voice, cold and resonant, echoed throughout the outpost. Viper, you have colluded with foreign entities, coveted the throne, and sought to harm my esteemed guest. Your crimes are deserving of death. Her tone, though not raised, carried the weight of royal judgment, each word striking like a hammer upon the hearts of all present snake people. As for you, her gaze fell upon the 3 Do Wong leaders. Whether you were deceived or complicit, I grant you an opportunity to choose. The expressions of the 3 Do Wong leaders fluctuated as they felt the omnipresent pressure of space, glancing at the easily subdued Elder Viper. Ultimately, 2 of them gritted their teeth and bowed, declaring, "We were deceived by treachery. We are willing to accept your judgment." Your Majesty. The third, however, hesitated, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. Medusa's iridescent gaze turned frigid. She ceased her words. With a gesture as precise as a blade, she directed her fingers toward the Elder Viper, now ensnared by the power of space, and made a swift motion in the air. Swoosh! A slender yet exquisitely refined beam of multicolored light sliced through the air as silently as a knife through tofu, gliding past the Elder Viper's neck. The terror on his face immediately froze, his pupils dilating. In the next breath, his head was severed from his body, blood gushing forth like a fountain, staining the sandy ground in crimson. Swift, decisive, devoid of any hesitation, a 5-star Do Wong faced the wounded Queen Medusa without a shred of opportunity for resistance, and was executed on the spot. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the area. All present were left awestruck by Medusa's thunderous display of power. The 2 Do Wong leaders who had chosen to submit were drenched in cold sweat, gripped by fear. Medusa, not casting a glance at the lifeless body of the Elder Viper, surveyed the entire scene once more. Her voice remained icy, yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. From this day forth, the Serpent People shall enter a state of wartime vigilance. Elder Een will temporarily oversee all matters, tirelessly gathering resources to restore our original source. Should anyone dare to act with duplicity or harbor ill intentions, her gaze, sharp as a chilling blade, swept across the faces of every serpent present, as if to warn them of impending doom. We shall obey your command, your Majesty. Elder Een was the first to kneel, his voice fervent and sincere. We shall obey your command. The remaining snake people, including the 2 Do Wong leaders and all the warriors, fell to their knees in unison, their voices resounding like a tidal wave throughout the outpost. Medusa nodded slightly, choosing not to speak further, and turned to walk toward the stone chamber. Her figure remained regal, yet a hint of undeniable fatigue lingered. The recent exertion of spatial power had taken a significant toll on her. Li Ao followed closely behind her, passing the headless corpse of the Elder Viper without a moment's pause, as if it were merely a pile of inconsequential refuse. Upon returning to the quietude of the stone chamber, the moment the door closed, Medusa could not suppress a muffled groan. leaning against the wall as blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, her complexion paling further. Li Ao immediately stepped forward to support her, a gentle energy imbued with the essence of black iron body coursing into her being. Medusa leaned against him, breathing heavily for a moment before gradually straightening. Wiping the blood from her lips, her iridescent gaze meeting Li Ao's with a hint of complexity. You have assisted me once more. Had it not been for your earlier intervention in shattering the Elder Viper's assault and intimidating the crowd, I would not have so readily wielded the power of space to assert my authority. It was merely a transaction. Li Ao retracted his hand, his tone neutral. Your survival holds greater value for me. Medusa regarded his stern profile, aware that this was not the entirety of the truth. If it were merely a transaction, he need not have risked his life to protect her in the ethereal realm, nor drained his own blood to save her. Yet, she refrained from voicing this, simply responding with a soft hum. Your injuries must be addressed swiftly. Li Ao approached the window, gazing at the snake warriors who were beginning to mobilize outside, his eyes deepening with thought. Resources here are limited. What Elderine can gather may not suffice to restore your original source. Medusa stood beside him, both gazing out at the boundless sea of sand, a hint of helplessness flashing in her iridescent eyes. I am aware. However, following this incident, the serpent people require time to regroup. Moreover, the extraordinary treasures capable of restoring the Dozong source are elusive and rare. We cannot afford to wait that long. Li Ao turned to look at her. What do you need? Tell me. Medusa was momentarily taken aback, meeting his calm, yet seemingly all-consuming gaze. After a brief silence, she slowly replied, the seven-colored illusion nectar or the heart of the Earth's soul. The former may be traced in the poisonous mountains at the border between the empire of Xiao Yan and the empire of Jaimar. The latter is even more elusive. Li Ao noted these names, nodding, understood. He did not elaborate on how to procure them, nor did he mention how long it would take. Yet, the unwavering certainty in his calm tone inexplicably soothed Medusa's heart. What are your plans next? She inquired. Li Ao's gaze drifted toward the empire of Jaimar, a glint of cold determination shining in his eyes. First, restore my strength. Then, reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. His voice was soft, yet carried an unsettling resolve. Medusa observed his profile, sensing the suppressed ambition and power, akin to a volcano poised to erupt beneath the calm surface. She understood that this human would never acquiesce to obscurity. This continent would soon be stirred by him, ushering in a new tempest. And amidst this storm, what roles would she and he play? She inhaled gently, suppressing her tumultuous thoughts. The immediate priority was the restoration of strength. Regardless of what the future held, power remained the only foundation. The two ceased their conversation, retreating to their respective quiet chambers to continue their race against time in cultivation. Yet this time, a bond transcending mere transaction and cooperation had quietly formed, unbreakable and steadfast, between the cold stone walls. Chapter 34. News from the Xiao clan in Wutan City. The brief tranquility of the Serpent People's outpost was irrevocably stained by the blood of the Elder Viper. The metallic scent of rust still lingered in the air, when a new, more oppressive undercurrent began to surge within the stone walls and sands. Medusa's thunderous execution of the traitor temporarily subdued the internal factions ready to stir. Elder Yun seized authority, striving to reorganize the outpost while diligently gathering resources for healing and restoring their original source, as per Medusa's orders, regardless of the cost. Teams of serpent scouts were dispatched deep into the desert, even daring to venture near human territories, all in pursuit of a glimmer of hope. However, whether it was the precious medicinal herbs and magic cores sent by Elder Yun, deemed invaluable by the Serpent People, or Li Ao's slow yet steady recovery through the black iron body and the power of the rule of oblivion, it remained but a drop in the bucket in the face of Medusa's source damage that touched upon the very fabric of rules. Within the quiet chamber, Medusa sat cross-legged, the azure flame lotus mark upon her forehead still dim, with the minute spatial cracks at the edges resembling a malicious curse, firmly binding much of her power. She had attempted countless times. Each effort to summon the source was ruthlessly interrupted by the cold, desolate force of space emanating from those fissures, even rebounding upon herself. Days passed with minimal progress, and her complexion grew even paler than before. After concluding a round of cultivation, Li Ao opened his eyes to behold the furrowed brows of Medusa, accompanied by a trace of blood that had not been entirely wiped away from the corner of her mouth. He rose to his feet and approached her without uttering a word, simply extending a finger to delicately point at the mark upon her forehead. Medusa paused momentarily, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Do not move," Liao spoke in a low tone. At the tip of his finger, an exceedingly subtle wisp of energy emerged. A silver-gray hue laced with a dark iron sheen, emanating an aura of icy suppression as it cautiously brushed against the spatial fissure. This was not his first attempt. Since discovering that the power of the Oblivion Rule could exert some influence on that spatial rift, he had begun to harness his own strength to assist her. The moment that mixed energy made contact with the rift, Medusa's body jolted as an icy sensation, far more profound and penetrating than before, surged through her, eliciting a stifled groan. Simultaneously, the spatial inertia obstructing her communion with the seemed to loosen slightly. Effective, Liao's gaze sharpened, his focus intensifying as he manipulated that strand of energy like the most precise of chisels, painstakingly scraping along the thorn-laden edges of the rule's fissure, soothing its jaggedness. This process drained both his spirit and strength. In mere moments, beads of sweat began to form upon his brow, and his complexion paled. Medusa could distinctly feel the excruciating pain inflicted upon her forehead, forcefully being untangled. Yet she also sensed within Liao's energy a resolute determination to carve a path for her, even at the cost of his own vitality. She closed her eyes, enduring the discomfort as she fully cooperated, guiding the feeble seven-colored energy within her to follow the lead of his energy, attempting to touch and merge with the imprisoned azure flames. Time slipped away in silent torment. Uncertain of how long had passed, Liao abruptly withdrew his finger, the energy at its tip having been nearly depleted, leaving him feeling somewhat drained as well. He stepped back, breathing heavily as he regarded Medusa. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and within her seven-colored gaze flickered a faint yet tangible azure flame, momentarily illuminating her features, a stark contrast to the prior utter silence. The fissure on her forehead appeared to have shrunk, albeit imperceptibly. "How do you feel?" Liao inquired, his voice laden with fatigue. Medusa turned her focus inward. Sensing this power, though still faint, was finally within her grasp, stirring within her an indescribable exhilaration. She looked at Liao, taking in his pallid face and the sweat beading at his temples, her icy seven-colored eyes reflecting his image for the first time, imbued with a complexity of emotions she herself had not recognized. "It feels somewhat better," she replied, her voice slightly hoarse, pausing before adding, "Thank you." Liao waved his hand dismissively and took a seat nearby to recuperate. "This is merely a temporary measure. Without eliminating that fissure, it remains a latent danger." Medusa remained silent, fully aware of this truth. However, eradicating damage at the level of rules was no simple feat at that moment. A gentle knock echoed at the door of the quiet chamber. "Your Majesty, young Master Liao, the Elder of the Underworld requests an audience." "Enter," Medusa commanded. The Elder of the Underworld stepped inside, a grave expression adorning his face, holding a black jade slip emanating faint spatial fluctuations. "Your Majesty, young Master, our scouts dispatched towards the Gamma Empire have returned with the latest intelligence." He respectfully presented the jade slip. Medusa accepted the slip, her soul power probing within. After a brief moment, a flicker of surprise crossed her seven-colored eyes as she turned to Liao, her tone somewhat peculiar. "It concerns news from the Xiao family of Wutan City." Liao raised an eyebrow, taking the slip from her. The information contained within was simple. Xiao Yan, son of the Xiao family in Wutan City, departed several days ago, reportedly heading toward the Monster Mountain Range for a life and death trial. It is rumored that he is accompanied by a mysterious, powerful soul entity. Meanwhile, Nalan Yanran, the young master of the Yunlan sect, returned to seclusion at the Yunlan sect half a month ago, with her master, Yun Yun, personally safeguarding her. There seemed to be stirrings within the royal family of the Gamma Empire and the Mitre family, with the three great families engaging in increasingly intense rivalry. The fragmented information sketched a burgeoning silhouette of unrest brewing within the Gamma Empire. "Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran," Liao murmured, devoid of any discernible emotion, only a profound chill. For him, these two were merely prominent symbols on the stage of destiny, targets he was fated to crush and seize. "Xiao Yan has the aid of the soul entity of Yao Lao." "Perfect. That saves me the trouble of searching later." "Nalan Yanran is in seclusion? Yun Yun personally safeguarding her? When I descend upon Yunlan Mountain, all of this will become a mere joke." His ambitions had never been confined to the diminutive Gamma Empire. The damage to Medusa's essence, the glimpses of higher powers and realms he had perceived, compelled him to accelerate his growth. It appeared that the Gamma Empire was on the verge of a tumultuous upheaval. Medusa's voice held a hint of amusement as she regarded Liao. It seems your possessions have caught the attention of others. She referred to the item Liao had previously mentioned wanting to reclaim, albeit she was unaware of its specifics. Liao shattered the jade slip, reducing it to powder that cascaded through his fingers. A mere clown, hardly worth my concern. He stood and moved to the window, his gaze seemingly penetrating through the stone walls to the land that would soon boil with his influence. My blade has long been thirsty for blood. His tone was flat, yet imbued with an unsettling menace. The elder of the underworld sensed an invisible pressure, instinctively retreating a step, his heart racing. This young human, though his aura was not particularly strong, possessed a demeanor that rivaled even that of the queen in her prime. Medusa observed his unyielding back, her seven-colored eyes shimmering. She understood. This man was about to take action. The tranquility of the desert was soon to be shattered. What do you require? She inquired. Liao Tourne, his gaze settling on the fissure upon Medusa's forehead before sweeping over the elder of the underworld. I need an absolutely secure location to enter seclusion for a few days. Afterward, I shall be departing for a time. He needed to optimize his condition and thoroughly solidify the first level of the black Iron Overlord body, even striving to break through to the mid-stage. Then, it would be time for him to return to the Gamma Empire and stir the winds of chaos. Medusa exchanged a glance with the elder of the underworld. It could be arranged, she nodded. Ensure, make the necessary arrangements. Open the Earth-Fire secret chamber for young Master Liao's use. The Earth-Fire secret chamber? The elder of the underworld gasped. Your Majesty, that is reserved for our clan. Proceed as instructed. Medusa interrupted, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Understood. The elder of the underworld cast a deep glance at Liao before bowing and departing. The Earth-Fire secret chamber was constructed utilizing the underground fire veins by the Serpent People, a training chamber known for its violent and pure energies, typically reserved for clan leaders or elders who had rendered significant service. The Queen's decision to grant Liao access to this chamber spoke volumes of her regard for him. Once more, the quiet chamber held only the two of them. The Earth-Fire energy is volatile. It may prove beneficial to you, Medusa remarked, observing Liao. He nodded slightly. That will suffice. After a moment, he turned to her. I will keep an eye on your injuries. Medusa was taken aback, then a faint, nearly imperceptible smile graced her lips. This queen is not so weak as to require your constant concern. Liao did not respond, merely casting one last deep glance at her before turning to exit the chamber. As she watched him depart, Medusa gently brushed her fingers against the mark on her forehead, still retaining a trace of his lingering power, her seven-colored eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. This human was domineering, cold, and enigmatic, yet time and again, he had appeared when she needed him most, offering her support in a manner she could scarcely comprehend. The intertwining destinies of the serpent and the human, the queen and the swordsman, the rules. Where would this intricate relationship ultimately lead? She did not know. Yet she understood that when Liao's long-dormant blade was drawn once more, it would surely unleash a cataclysm. And she, perhaps, would be swept into this tempest he had ignited, engulfing the continent, unable to extricate herself. Outside the window, the desert winds remained scorching, swirling clouds of yellow sand that obscured the distant sky. The mountain rain approached, heralding change. Chapter 35. The second layer of the Black Iron Body. Deep within the Serpent Man tribe's watchtower, at the terminus of a secret passage leading to the underground, the heavy stone door slowly closed behind Liao, sealing away all external sounds and light. Inside, it was not the anticipated pitch blackness. A searing heat enveloped him, the air thick with the acrid scent of sulfur and molten rock. The chamber was modest in size, its walls and ceiling composed of a peculiar dark red rock capable of withstanding high temperatures, adorned with naturally formed, flowing patterns reminiscent of flames. At the center of the chamber lay a pool, not of clear water, but of tumultuous, blood-red lava, the essence of earth fire. This was the forbidden chamber of the Serpent Man tribe, revered and feared. The frenzied and pure fire attribute energy was nearly tangible. Cultivating within it would yield extraordinary results, albeit with the grave risk of being consumed by the earth fire. Liao stood at the pool's edge, the scorching air ruffling his tattered blue robe, revealing the contours of his muscular physique, which hinted at explosive power. His expression was calm as he absorbed the energy concentration that surpassed that of the outside world, alongside the vibrant intensity that contradicted the principles of annihilation. This place was perfect, Without further hesitation, he shed the remnants of his already tattered clothing, exposing his robust torso. The scars of past battles stark against the crimson glow. He stepped into the churning lava pool. A hissing sound erupted, akin to a painful grind. The earth fire, hot enough to instantly vaporize steel, seared his skin. Waves of agony surged through him. Li Ao grunted, veins bulging on his forehead, yet his gaze sharpened with increasing intensity. The black iron body cultivation method surged into action, the dark iron sheen beneath his skin flowing with unprecedented velocity, resisting the terrifying heat. Moreover, he actively opened all his pores like a parched sponge, ravenously absorbing the pure fire attribute energy from the pool and the faint but real essence of annihilation that permeated the air. He aimed to harness this extreme environment, tempering his body with fire and refining it with annihilation, forcefully breaking through to the second layer of the black iron body. Time flowed amidst the excruciating pain and the rapid surge of power. Li Ao resembled a statue immersed in a furnace, enduring the searing earth fire and the encroaching annihilation. His skin oscillated between charred and renewed, his bones creaking under the immense strain, yet growing increasingly resilient, while his veins tore apart and were mended time and again by the strength of the black iron body, expanding in the process. The system interface flickered rapidly in his mind, precisely guiding him in harnessing every fragment of energy and optimizing the path to shatter his bottleneck. Host's physical strength continues to rise, vitality boiling, the bottleneck of the first layer of black iron body loosening, absorbing the power of annihilation, soul resistance increasing. System energy recovery accelerated. Uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps 3, the aura surrounding Li Ao in the lava pool abruptly transformed. The dark iron sheen that had circulated beneath his skin suddenly withdrew inward, as if settling deep within his bones, muscles, and blood. A far heavier, more reclusive, and more ferocious aura, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber, began to stir. He suddenly opened his eyes wide. No longer did his gaze shimmer with silvery gray. Instead, it transformed into a profound dark iron hue, seemingly capable of devouring light. Deep within his pupils flickered 2 faint, crimson sparks, reminiscent of the earth fire. The second layer of the black iron body, complete. He slowly raised his hand and clenched his fist. Without invoking any additional power, merely the strength of his physical form caused the air around his fist to emit a deep, resonant hum, crushed under the immense force. His skin bore a healthy bronze hue, appearing no different from an ordinary person, yet beneath lay an explosive power sufficient to shatter mountains. He felt that, with his current physique alone, he could contend with high-tier battle spirits. If coupled with raging windblade and thunderstep, he would fear no one beneath the rank of Battle King. His strength had surged tremendously. Li Ao rose from the lava pool, the scorching earth fire now akin to warm water. He approached the edge of the pool, feeling the turbulent power within him, a sense of unprecedented control surging forth. It was time. He pushed open the heavy stone door and stepped outside. The outside world was cloaked in night, the desert sky adorned with brilliant stars. Upon returning to the stone house, Medusa stood by the window, gazing at the starry expanse. Upon hearing his footsteps, she turned to face him. Their eyes met. A flicker of unmistakable surprise crossed Medusa's multicolored gaze. The Li Ao before her emanated a contained aura, much like the depths of the ocean, inscrutable in its vastness. Yet the pressure that stemmed from the essence of life itself was several folds stronger than before, especially in those dark, iron-colored eyes. Beneath their calmness lay an edge capable of rending all asunder. Had he broken through again? Just a few days had passed? Congratulations, Medusa said, suppressing the tumult within her. Her voice still cool, yet tinged with less distance. Li Ao nodded, his gaze falling upon the flame mark on her forehead. The fissure remained. It seemed to have faded slightly, clearly indicating that she had not ceased her efforts during his absence. I must depart, Li Ao stated plainly, revealing his intent. Medusa was not taken aback, but inquired, to the Gamma Empire? Indeed. Li Ao stepped closer to her, retrieving several items from his system space. A jade talisman inscribed with simple gathering and protective formations, a vial exuding rich vitality, an elixir he had concocted from leftover materials infused with a trace of his own essence, and a rough animal hide map that marked several perilous locations likely to harbor extraordinary treasures. These are for you. He extended the items towards her. The talisman will assist you in channeling energy during your recovery. The elixir may temporarily stave off your essence depletion, and the markings on the map could prove useful. Medusa regarded the items in his hands, particularly the vial imbued with his essence, a complex emotion flickering across her seven-colored gaze. After a moment of silence, she reached out, her fingertips inevitably brushing against his palm, cool to the touch. "Thank you," she said softly as she accepted the items. Liao observed her, then unexpectedly extended his hand, coalescing energy at his fingertip that shimmered with a darker iron sheen and a hint of crimson fire, gently tracing the crack on her forehead. This time, Medusa did not resist. Instead, she slightly tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and allowed his power to penetrate. The energy flowed like the most delicate sculptor's tool, cautiously navigating her fissure, meticulously refining it. The pain persisted, yet alongside it came a clearer sensation of confinement being pried open little by little. Moments later, Liao withdrew his hand, his breath steady. The crack on Medusa's forehead appeared to have narrowed slightly, the glow of the azure flame lotus mark brightening a fraction. "Wait for my return," Liao said, gazing into her opened eyes, his tone calm, yet laced with an undeniable promise. Medusa studied the dark iron depths of his pupils, as if seeking to unveil all hidden within. After a long pause, she gently nodded, "Be careful. No superfluous words, no sentimental farewells." Liao turned, pushed open the door of the stone house, and his figure melded into the desert night, disappearing into the vast sea of sand in a few flickering moments. Medusa approached the threshold, gazing in the direction of his vanishing figure, as the night breeze tousled her violet tresses and tattered brocade robe. She raised her hand, delicately caressing the mark upon her forehead that still bore a trace of his lingering power, then tightened her grip around the vial of elixir imbued with his essence. In her kaleidoscopic eyes, the frost had dissipated, leaving behind a profound turmoil that even she could not fully decipher. She understood that when he re-emerged, he would undoubtedly stir cataclysmic upheaval upon the land known as Gamma, and perhaps soon she would hear from afar the ominous hum of his blade being unsheathed. The desert lay desolate, the stars cascading above. A new tempest was brewing. This time, the wielder of the sword bore the name Liao. Chapter 36, The Gamma Empire. At the edge of the Taggart Desert, the winds and sands raged fiercely, yet the air began to carry a hint of moisture, one that spoke of oases and human settlements. Liao stood atop a towering sand dune, his azure robe fluttering in the hot gusts, revealing beneath it the bronze skin glistening with a dark iron sheen. He gazed into the distance at the faintly discernible green outline of the Gamma Empire, his dark iron-hued pupils betraying no emotion, only a profound tranquility. The strength bestowed by the second level of the black iron body had fully permeated his limbs, as natural as breathing. The thread of extinguished rule within him was firmly restrained and refined, no longer a threat, but rather a unique resource for tempering his physical form. The system's functionality had largely restored. Although high-tier items remained locked, the basic scanning, analysis, and energy guidance were sufficient to address most situations. It was time. He cast one last glance back at the endless expanse of golden sands. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the fabric of space, catching sight of the Serpent Folk outpost, and the striking figure before the stone house's window, marked by a violet hue and a blue flame sigil upon her forehead. "Wait for my return," he murmured softly, then turned away, his footsteps carrying him forth, his form vanishing like a specter beneath the sand dune, leaving only faint tracks quickly erased by the wind. His speed was astonishing. Under the support of thunderous steps and the second level of black iron body, he maintained a state akin to gliding just above the ground, eluding the gaze of even the most adept combat spirit practitioners. Days later, a somewhat verdant oasis came into view. This was the buffer zone between the Gamma Empire and the Taggart Desert, bustling with merchant caravans and a mix of individuals. Liao slowed his pace, entering the only tavern within the oasis that appeared relatively decent. He needed to gather the latest intelligence regarding the Gamma Empire, particularly concerning Wutan City and the Yunlan sect. The tavern remained raucous, filled with the stench of sweat, low-quality alcohol, and the boisterous boasts of mercenaries. His entrance attracted numerous glances. His youthful visage, simple attire, though changed. It remained an ordinary blue cloth robe, and the seemingly unremarkable long knife sheathed at his waist stood in stark contrast amidst the bloodthirsty mercenaries. Yet, no one dared to approach him with provocation. The aura he exuded, restrained to the utmost, yet radiating an unsettling pressure, instinctively warned these seasoned mercenaries of the danger he posed. He approached the counter, tossing a gold coin. Recent news regarding Wutan City and the Yunlan sect. The proprietor, a lean middle-aged man with drooping eyelids, skillfully pocketed the coin and lowered his voice. Wutan City? Ah, something peculiar has occurred. That good-for-nothing young Master Xiao Yan of the Xiao family seems to have stumbled upon some fortuitous opportunity in the Monster Mountain range, experiencing a meteoric rise in power, returning to suppress the Gao family and the Uba family to the point of humiliation. Even that second-tier alchemist, Lu, she fled in disgrace. Li Ao's eyes flickered with interest. Indeed, had Xiao Yan's growth accelerated due to his presence? Was it due to pressure, or perhaps the elder medic's preemptive intervention? What else? He inquired. Regarding the Yunlan sect. The proprietor's voice dropped even lower, tinged with awe. Miss Nalan Yanran returned from outside and has entered seclusion, reportedly under the direct protection of the Sect Master Yun Yun. Some speculate that the young Sect Master may be striving to break through to the Grandmaster level. TSK, a Grandmaster before 20 years of age. The future of the Yunlan sect is promising indeed. Nalan Yanran in seclusion, striving for the Grandmaster level. A cold smile curved Li Ao's lips. In the original narrative, she should not yet possess such strength. It seemed his arrival had instilled a sense of urgency in the proud young Sect Master. Is there anything more regarding a man who wielded a blade? Li Ao pressed, eager to learn how far his reputation had spread in Wutan City and Shak Scorpion Town. The proprietor paused, deep in thought, then shook his head. A master swordsman? I haven't heard of anything noteworthy. The Gamma Empire has a few renowned swordsmen, but none have been particularly active lately. Li Ao nodded, refraining from further inquiries. It appeared his previous actions had not yet drawn significant attention, much to his satisfaction. He turned to leave the tavern, seeking a secluded spot within the oasis to rest. His mind racing with calculations. Xiao Yan stirred the winds in Wutan City, Nalan Yanran secluded in the Yunlan sect, and the Gamma Empire's royal family and 3 major clans were embroiled in hidden currents. This pool of intrigue had begun to muddy, and he was destined to be the one to overturn it completely. His goals were clear. First, to seize the heart of the Blue Lotus. This required Medusa to fully recover or even evolve, a process that could not be rushed, but he could begin gathering relevant intelligence and auxiliary materials. Second, to swiftly enhance his strength. The second level of Black Iron Body was merely the beginning. He required more potent techniques and resources. The Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild, the treasure troves of the various families, even the royal secret realms, could all become his targets. Third, to encounter those fated individuals and significant characters. Xiao Yan, Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun, and Yafei, all were intertwined with immense opportunities and fortunes. Overpowering them and seizing their opportunities was the best path to rapid growth. Fourth, to uncover the truth behind thee and the return of the Ruin's Breath. This could be connected to the system and even the secrets of his transmigration, and thus could not be overlooked. With his thoughts clarified, Li Ao no longer lingered. He oriented himself and set off towards the heart of the Gamma Empire, racing towards the nearest large city, Blackrock City. There, he hoped to find the Alchemist Guild's branch, which might yield information regarding the restoration of his source, and his figure darted swiftly between the desert and oasis, akin to a silent specter. Days later, the towering walls of Blackrock City loomed into view. However, just as he was about to reach the city gates, his brow furrowed slightly. The atmosphere at the gates felt amiss. The number of soldiers guarding the city had evidently increased, each displaying a tense demeanor as if bracing for an impending threat. Lines of people entering and exiting the city formed long queues, undergoing stringent inspections. On the city walls, several glinting crossbows were aimed downward, their cold gleams ominous. A faint, lingering scent of blood filled the air, mingled with a trace of familiar, chilling energy fluctuations. Li Ao slowed his pace, blending into the queue, his gaze sharp as he scanned his surroundings. System, scan for residual energy ahead. Beep, scan complete. Detected trace amounts of dark attribute fighting energy residue. Energy level approximately at the peak of the Grandmaster. The residual traces are relatively recent, not exceeding 12 hours. There is an 87 similarity with the energy from the incident involving Hai Bodong in the database. Hai Bodong, the former Ice Emperor, now a powerhouse residing in Blackrock City. He had been attacked. Li Ao's expression sharpened. In the original narrative, Hai Bodong had only attracted the Soul Palace's attention in the later stages. Was this occurrence a result of his presence triggering a butterfly effect? Or had the Soul Palace's actions been accelerated? Regardless of the possibilities, They indicate that the situation in the Gamma Empire is far more intricate and perilous than he had anticipated. Has the Soul Palace, that vast force lurking in the shadows, coveting souls, finally begun to reveal its fangs? A cold smirk crept across Li Ao's lips. It seems that Black Rock City will not be devoid of excitement any longer. He lifted his gaze towards the imposing city gates, a glint of bloodthirsty exhilaration flickering within his dark, iron-colored pupils. The storm appears to have arrived sooner than he had predicted, and this aligns perfectly with his desires. His blade has long been parched with thirst. Chapter 37. The Tidings of the Fallen Heart Flame. Black Rock City, a pivotal stronghold on the borders of the Gamma Empire, is renowned for its formidable black rock walls and flourishing alchemist industry. Yet today, this grand city is shrouded in an intangible atmosphere of tension. Li Ao moved forward amidst the throngs of people, his keen senses acting like an invisible web, ensnaring every anomaly in the air. The taut expressions of the city guards, the poised crossbows atop the walls, and the lingering remnants of dark, cold, and decaying fighting spirit all pointed to an extraordinary conflict that had recently transpired here. Have you heard? Something major happened in the city last night. It seems there was quite a commotion at the Middle Auction House. They say two mysterious powerhouses clashed, causing chaos and even collapsing a corner of the city wall. Chill, keep your voice down. Didn't you notice how stringent the inspections are today? It's apparently related to that place. Fragmented whispers reached Li Ao's ears, affirming his suspicions. The Middle Auction House, the sanctuary of Hai Buodong. The people from the Soul Palace have indeed extended their reach here. Is it for the remnants of the map in Hai Buodong's possession, or do they have ulterior motives? He maintained an impassive demeanor as he proceeded to undergo inspection. The soldier scanned his youthful visage in plain attire, briefly glanced at the long blade at his waist, and did not trouble him further, waving him through. Upon entering Black Rock City, the atmosphere of chaos and tension became even more palpable. Pedestrians hurried along the streets. Many shops had closed early, and the air was thick with an impending sense of a storm. Li Ao could sense several obscure yet powerful presences lurking like venomous serpents in the shadows of the city, evidently in search of something. He paid them no heed, making his way directly to the Alchemist Guild at the heart of the city. There, he might uncover the information regarding the herbs needed to restore Medusa's essence, as well as clues about the Soul Palace. The Alchemist Guild was bustling as ever, with individuals clad in various alchemist robes coming and going, the aroma of potions permeating the air. Yet upon closer inspection, one could discern figures cloaked in black, exuding an aura of coldness, who seemed out of place amidst the crowd. As Li Ao entered the main hall, his gaze swept over the enormous task board and information panels. His presence did not attract much attention, as he appeared too young and ordinary. However, just as he was about to approach the consultation desk, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a somewhat familiar figure darting past the side door of the guild. It was a youth clad in black. His features still youthful, yet marked by a determination and composure that belied his age, especially his pair of pitch-black eyes, deep enough to seem capable of swallowing light. Beside him was a girl dressed in a delicate azure gown, her countenance strikingly beautiful. Xiao Yan, Xiao Yan. What brings them here? According to the timeline, Xiao Yan should be consolidating his power in Wutan City or en route to the Jiannan Academy. Li Ao's eyes narrowed slightly, suddenly contemplating a possibility. Hai Buodong. In the original narrative, Xiao Yan encounters the reclusive Hai Buodong in Black Rock City, receiving his assistance. Could the conflict at the Middle Auction House last night also be related to Xiao Yan? Is the target of the Soul Palace the medicinal elder residing within him? As his thoughts raced, Li Ao silently followed them. Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner appeared exceedingly vigilant, swiftly maneuvering through the intricate alleys, seemingly evading something. Their auras, Xiao Yan had evidently broken through to the level of a 3-star great fighter, while Xiao Suner's presence was even more elusive, undoubtedly at the pinnacle of a great fighter. This rate of growth is indeed abnormal. Li Ao trailed behind like a specter, utilizing the perfect concealment of black iron body and the extreme speed of thundersound steps, remaining undetected. After traversing several alleyways, they arrived at a relatively secluded courtyard. Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner slipped inside. Li Ao refrained from recklessly following, instead concealing himself in the shadows of the alley, melding with the wall. His soul energy extended like the finest tendrils, slowly probing towards the courtyard. Within the courtyard, beside Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner, there was a third presence. This aura was exceedingly faint, akin to a flickering candle in the wind, yet it bore an overwhelming depth, as if it held an ocean of vastness. Yet, at this moment, that sea had dried up significantly, filled with frailty and decay. The medicinal elder, his condition is indeed dire. Is it due to the confrontation with the Soul Palace last night? Teacher, how are you? Xiao Yan's voice was laced with undeniable anxiety. I'm fine, not dead yet. A frail voice replied, tinged with a hint of laughter, but unable to mask the weariness. I hadn't expected the rabble from the Soul Palace to be so astute. Thankfully, that icy old man is quite dependable. His fragmented words confirmed Li Ao's suspicions. Last night, the people from the Soul Palace attacked Hai Buodong and the Medicinal Elder. It seems Hai Buodong is in grave danger, and the Medicinal Elder has exhausted a significant portion of his soul energy to protect Xiao Yan. We must leave Black Rock City at once. Xiao Sun's voice was cold and resolute. The Soul Palace is still searching. It's unwise to linger here. But teacher's injuries. Xiao Yan's tone was heavy. To Jia Nan Academy, the Medicinal Elder's voice was even weaker. There lies the fallen heart flame, which may stabilize my soul, and it is safe. Jia Nan Academy? Fallen heart flame? A jolt of realization surged through Li Ao. This was indeed crucial information. The fallen heart flame possesses the effect of nurturing soul bodies, and Jia Nan Academy, with its profound heritage, would be an excellent refuge from the Soul Palace. At that moment, Li Ao suddenly raised his head, glancing towards the end of the street. A chilling, violent, and insatiably devouring aura, akin to a dark cloud looming overhead, abruptly descended. The target locked on was this very courtyard. I found you, hee. A raspy, sandpaper-like cackle echoed through the alley. A figure, shrouded in an oversized black robe with a blurred visage, materialized at the entrance to the courtyard like a specter. Thick, black mist coiled around him, swallowing even the light, with the air hissing in corrosive protest. The overwhelming pressure was unabashedly released, unmistakably at the level of a Dohuang, although merely at the initial stage of Dohuang. The soul-derived sense of oppression caused even the hidden Li Ao to feel a pang of trepidation. The Soul Palace's protector, Wu Hufu, how could he arrive so swiftly and directly pinpoint this location? Inside the courtyard, Xiao Yan and Xiao Sun's expressions instantly darkened. The Medicinal Elder's aura also became taut. Take the teacher and go. Xiao Yan abruptly thrust an ancient ring into Xiao Sun's hands, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. As azure flames erupted around him, he was preparing to fight desperately. Yania, no. The Medicinal Elder's weak voice rang out in protest. Leave? He. None of you shall escape before this protector. Wu Hufu cackled menacingly, as withered hands, resembling ghastly claws, emerged from beneath his black robe. Thick black chains, shooting forth like venomous serpents, aimed straight for Xiao Yan and that ring, just as the black chains were about to strike. Buzz! An invisible barrier, imbued with a chilling aura of suppression, abruptly manifested at the entrance of the courtyard, effectively thwarting the numerous black chains. Upon this barrier, a silver-gray and dark iron sheen swirled, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The figure of the guardian, Wu, came to a sudden halt, his gaze beneath the black robe, scanning the surroundings with uncertainty. Who dares to impede the affairs of the Soul Palace? From the shadows, Li Ao emerged slowly. His countenance remained serene, his dark iron-hued pupils coldly fixated on Wu. Your voice is quite bothersome. The bland remark carried a chill more piercing than the biting wind. Wu's eyes were locked onto Li Ao, sensing a restrained yet agonizing aura emanating from him, particularly the rule-infused power swirling upon the barrier, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. Who are you? His voice was hoarse, laced with trepidation. Li Ao remained silent, gradually raising his right hand to grasp the hilt of the blade at his waist. The finely forged long sword remained sheathed, yet an overwhelming force, capable of obliterating all, erupted around him as if it were a tangible entity. The air within the alleyway instantaneously solidified, and the temperature plummeted. The swirling black mist, under the pressure of this force, writhed violently as if it had encountered its nemesis, retreating in disarray. Wu's pupils constricted sharply. He felt an unprecedented threat emanating from this young swordsman. This menace did not stem from the absolute strength of energy, but arose from a sense of overwhelming oppression rooted in the very essence of life and power. Stop your tricks. I shall end you. He bellowed, no longer hesitating. The surrounding black mist surged violently, transforming into a colossal, ghostly claw that, accompanied by a wailing cry of souls, lunged towards Li Ao. Faced with this terrifying strike capable of tearing apart even low-tier Do emperors, Li Ao's gaze remained tranquil. He moved. Without unsheathing his sword, he merely extended the hilt, along with its sheath, gently forward. The motion appeared languid, yet it transcended the confines of space, arriving at the center of the enormous ghostly claw first. With a sound akin to a searing iron piercing through ice and snow, the ghostly claw, composed of pure soul energy and dark do chi, emitted a wretched sound of annihilation upon contact with the sheath, rapidly collapsing and dissipating from the point of contact. Was staggered back, as if struck by a heavy blow, his face beneath the black robe etched with shock and disbelief. Rules? You have touched upon the rules. Impossible. Li Ao retracted the sheath, his indifferent gaze fixed upon him. Leave. Or perish. Was stared intently at Li Ao, his expression shifting unpredictably. He could not fathom the depths of this enigmatic swordsman. The power imbued with the essence of rules instilled in him a profound sense of caution. More importantly, his primary targets were the soul of Yao Chun and the young man from the Xiao family, rendering it unnecessary to engage in a futile confrontation with an unfathomable master of rules. Boy, I shall remember you. The treasures of the Soul Palace are not easily acquired. We shall meet again, was spat out a harsh retort, his form transforming into a swirl of black mist, disappearing as mysteriously as he had arrived at the alley's end. With the formidable foe departed, silence enveloped the alleyway once more. Li Ao turned to face the courtyard. Xiao Yan was supporting the weakly breathing Yao Lao in ring form, while Xiao Suner stood protectively beside them, all three regarding him with complex expressions, shock, gratitude, and profound curiosity. Thank you for your assistance. Xiao Yan clasped his fists, his tone earnest. Though he did not know Li Ao, the latter's action in repelling the guardian of the Soul Palace had undoubtedly saved them. Li Ao's gaze lingered on Xiao Yan for a moment, particularly scanning the ancient ring on his finger, before shifting to Xiao Suner. The hidden power within this young lady of the ancient clan evoked a hint of apprehension even in him. It was merely a trivial matter, Li Ao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. You should leave at once. Xiao Yan nodded. We are preparing to head to the Jianan Academy. He hesitated briefly before inquiring. May I ask your esteemed name? I shall surely repay today's kindness. Li Ao, he stated, his gaze once again drawn to the ring as if he could penetrate its surface to glimpse the frail soul within, ensuring its protection. His life still held value. For now, having said this, he did not linger, turning away and vanishing into the depths of the alley with a few flickers, as though he had never existed. In the courtyard, Xiao Yan clutched the ring, watching the direction in which Li Ao had disappeared, his brow furrowed. Li Ao, who is he really? Why did he assist us? Moreover, it seems he knows our teacher. Within the ring, Yao Lao's weak voice bore an unprecedented gravity. This individual is unfathomable. The power he possesses is peculiar, seemingly touching upon some fundamental rule. Yenner, whether he is friend or foe, remains uncertain. We must proceed with caution. Xiao Suner's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue as she softly remarked, Brother Yin, let us leave this place first. Xiao Yan nodded firmly, suppressing the tumult of questions and emotions within, and together with Xiao Suner, they swiftly vanished from the other side of the courtyard. Maionville, Liao, now distant from that area, stood atop a high building in Black Rock City, gazing down at the city gradually regaining order, a glint of cold light flickering in his dark, iron-colored pupils. The Soul Palace had indeed begun its machinations, with its sights set squarely on Yao, Lao, and Xiao Yan. The Guardian was but the beginning. There were undoubtedly stronger entities lurking behind. His emergence seemed to stir the undercurrents of his continent into a more tumultuous flow. However, such turmoil only adds to the intrigue, does it not? A cold smile curved upon Li Ao's lips. The prey had entered the arena. It was time for the hunter to reveal his fangs. His gaze shifted towards the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire. The next target awaited him there, Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun, and the clues of the concealed within the deep palace. His blade yearned for blood. Chapter 38. The Queen is attacked. Li Ao's figure dashed along the official road, not proceeding in a straight line toward the imperial capital, but rather like a specter, weaving through the remote areas detected by the system, where energy fluctuations were abnormal or special medicinal herbs lay hidden. The second layer of the black iron dominance surged within him, each heartbeat pumping forth a magma-like vitality. He needed to battle, to gather resources, to hone himself to perfection before the impending storm erupted. 3 days later, a mountain range enveloped in a pale purple miasma came into view. This was the Poison Miasma Mountains, located at the border between the Outcloud Empire and the Jiama Empire. According to Medusa, the 7-colored illusionary nectar might be nurtured here. Without hesitation, Li Ao plunged headlong into the noxious miasma that would deter even a Grandmaster Dosher. Activating black iron dominance, he closed his pores, allowing his dark iron skin to shield him from the corrosive toxins, even subtly crushing and absorbing the toxic particles, transforming them into a minuscule source of nourishment for refining his flesh. Deep within the mountains, poisonous insects swarmed, and exotic beasts lay in ambush. Li Ao was akin to a tiger among sheep, though his finely forged longsword remained sheathed. His fists, fingers, elbows, and knees became the deadliest of weapons. The essence of raging wind and swift blade infused every movement, each strike accompanied by a piercing howl that tore through the air. A six-winged purple centipede, equivalent to a five-star Do Ling, was cleaved open by his handblade, while a swarm of corrupted bone ants, lethal enough to slay a Do Wong, was shattered into dust by the dark iron aura erupting from his body. He did not engage in mindless slaughter. The system was fully activated, meticulously searching for concentrations of energy. Finally, at the bottom of a toxic pond, he discovered a nearly mature, seven-colored illusionary nectar. Guarding it was a venomous toad with strength comparable to an 8-star Do Ling. Without a word, only the primal instinct of combat remained. Li Ao, exchanging injury for injury, withstood the corrosive venom of the toxic toad and shattered its skull with a single punch, claiming the resplendent spiritual plant. 7 days later, he ventured into an underground lava cavern, utilizing his acute perception of fire energy and the formidable black iron body to contend with a fire spirit python for a ground fire lotus seed. Ultimately, he seized the seed at the cost of his left arm being scorched to the bone. 15 days later, he dismantled a secret stronghold of the Soul Palace located on the border, slaying a low-tier Soul Master. Through soul searching, he uncovered that the Soul Palace was clandestinely searching for a certain key within the Gamma Empire and seemed particularly focused on the Yunlan sect. A series of bloody battles and brush with death ensued. Li Ao, like an unflagging killing machine, had his azure robe stained beyond recognition with blood and grime, revealing new wounds beneath the tattered fabric. Yet his dark, iron-colored skin healed at an astonishing rate. His aura, forged through slaughter and plunder, grew increasingly refined and ferocious. And within the depths of his dark, iron-colored pupils, one could sense the tumult of a sea of corpses and blood. Ding! The host has accumulated the annihilation of 17 high-tier magical beasts, obliterated 1 Soul Palace stronghold, and acquired 3 rare medicinal herbs. The proficiency of Black Iron Body has significantly increased, requiring 35 more experience to reach the mid-stage of the 2nd level. System energy restored to 78. On this day, while he was recuperating in a desolate valley, consolidating his recent gains, a faint yet frantic wave emanated from the sub-talisman, corresponding to the Jade Talisman from Medusa's quiet chamber. It was an urgent message from the Elder of the Netherworld. Li Ao's eyes snapped open, his dark iron-colored pupils instantly narrowing to pinpricks. He deciphered the fragmentary, despair-laden message within the Jade Talisman. Your Majesty, ambushed by a mysterious powerhouse. The space is locked. We are powerless. I implore you, return swiftly. The message abruptly cut off. Medusa had been attacked. The space was locked. An unprecedented surge of violent, murderous intent erupted from the depths of Li Ao's heart, akin to a dormant volcano erupting. His blood surged uncontrollably. The dark iron luster radiating from him compressed the surrounding air, causing it to explode with a deafening roar. Without a moment's hesitation, even neglecting to tend to his injuries, he propelled himself like a lightning bolt tearing through space, activating thunderous steps to an unparalleled peak of speed. The velocity was such that it left a lingering sound barrier cloud in his wake. Desert. Outpost. As he descended upon the outpost, like a meteor, the sight before him made his pupils constrict sharply. The entire outpost was enveloped by a massive, semi-transparent, gray energy barrier. The runes upon the barrier pulsated, emanating a spine-chilling power of spatial confinement. Inside the outpost, an eerie silence prevailed, devoid of any life force, save for the central stone house, from which violent energy collision waves faintly emanated. A formidable enemy had invaded. Moreover, they had employed spatial sealing techniques. Their target was undoubtedly Medusa, seeking death. Li Ao's eyes blazed crimson. Devoid of any pretense or hesitation, he did not even attempt to decipher the spatial barrier. He clenched his fist tightly, channeling the full might of Black Iron Body, infused with the remnants of the power of obliteration and the overwhelming murderous aura accumulated from his recent slaughters, all converging upon his fist. His dark iron-colored fist resembled a black hole that devoured light, as the air around him violently collapsed inward. "Open for me!" A roar erupted, reminiscent of a primordial beast, shaking the very sands of the desert. With a single stride, the ground beneath him cracked. His fist, imbued with the terrifying force capable of shattering mountains and rending the heavens, ruthlessly struck the gray spatial barrier. The earth-shattering sound resonated. The spatial barrier, capable of ensnaring a Do Emperor, shattered upon contact with Liao's fist as if a boulder had been hurled on a fragile ice, producing a cacophony of unbearable burden. Countless fissures radiated from the point of contact, swiftly spreading throughout the barrier. Crack! Boom! The barrier shattered. Like broken glass, it transformed into countless scintillating particles. Dissipating into the void, Liao's figure, akin to a deity of death emerging from the abyss, stepped into the desolate outpost. His gaze instantly locked onto the central stone house. The stone house had already collapsed significantly. Amidst the swirling dust, two figures were engaged in a fierce clash. One was Medusa, blood trickling from her lips, her complexion as pale as parchment, her once vibrant multicolored gaze dimmed, yet still retaining an indomitable pride. Surrounding her was a faint aura of 7 colors and azure flames, evidently fighting with all her might, yet her aura had waned to its nadir, each clash causing her delicate form to tremble violently, and the spatial fissures upon her forehead ominously threatening to expand. The other figure was a mysterious individual cloaked in distorted light and shadows, rendering his visage unrecognizable. His aura was ethereal yet formidable, unmistakably at the level of a 3-star Do Emperor. In his attacks, he wielded not merely Do Qi, but a bizarre gray energy that seemed capable of eroding both space and soul. This very energy constituted the previous spatial blockade and persistently gnawed at Medusa's essence. TSK, as expected of Queen Medusa, even with her essence so severely damaged. She can still withstand for this long under my hand. The mysterious man let out a hoarse, derisive laugh, yet his strikes grew increasingly ruthless. A gray energy akin to a venomous serpent darting towards Medusa's heart. "Regrettably, your and this perfect body shall belong to me today." A flicker of despair and resolve flashed through Medusa's multicolored eyes as she prepared to detonate her remaining essence without hesitation. "Your prattle remains as excessive as ever." A voice, chilling to the core, resonated as if from the depths of the 9 hells. The mysterious man's instinct screamed alarm as he whirled around. What met his gaze were dark, iron-colored pupils devoid of any human emotion, along with a fist rapidly magnifying in his field of vision, entwined with silver-gray energy and crimson, murderous aura. Quick, faster than thought itself. The mysterious Do Emperor barely had time to hastily coalesce the gray energy before him. Boom! The sound resonated as if the drums of an ancient god were being struck. The fist collided violently with the gray energy. There was no stalemate. That gray energy, capable of eroding space, disintegrated upon contact with Liao's fist, producing a wretched sound of obliteration, collapsing instantaneously. The momentum of the fist remained unyielding as it solidly imprinted upon the chest of the mysterious Do Emperor. The sickening sound of bones fracturing echoed. The distorted light and shadow upon the mysterious Do Emperor's face shattered, revealing an expression of horror and disbelief upon an aged countenance. He was sent hurtling backward like a broken kite, faster than when he had arrived, crashing through several stone walls before plummeting into the distant sands. Blood gushing like a fountain from his mouth and nose, his chest caved in. One punch, merely one punch, a 3-star Do Emperor, grievously wounded and on the brink of death. Liao cast not a glance at the mysterious figure he had sent flying. With a single stride, he reached Medusa, whose form was teetering on the edge of collapse, and gently supported her cold, soft body. "You." Medusa gazed at him, her multicolored eyes filled with an ineffable complexity, shocked by his terrifying surge in power, yet more stirred by the palpable murderous intent and concern reflected in his eyes. Liao remained silent, continuously channeling a pure, gentle energy imbued with the essence of black iron body into her, stabilizing her crumbling aura. His gaze was as frigid as the sharpest blade, sweeping across the ruins. "Rodent hiding in the shadows, come forth." He addressed the void coldly. "Ha! Such keen perception, such domineering power." A distortion rippled through the void, and a figure shrouded in an expansive black robe. exuding a presence far more profound and enigmatic than the previous mysterious Do Huang, gradually materialized. There was no discernible energy, fluctuation emanating from him, yet he appeared to merge seamlessly with the surrounding space, creating an illusion of impeccable invincibility. A peak Do Huang, perhaps even a half-stepped ozone. To encounter such an individual in this desolate land is truly unexpected. The voice of the figure in black was neutral and ethereal, rendering it impossible to discern gender. I find myself rather intrigued by Your Majesty the Queen. Might I request a favor from you? Li Ao positioned the weakened Medusa behind him, his dark iron-colored pupils locking onto the figure in black. Those who touch my people shall meet death. This succinct declaration, composed of merely 5 words, radiated a fierce, murderous intent reminiscent of a sea of corpses, causing the temperature around them to plummet to freezing levels. The figure in black fell silent for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. The recent spectacle of Li Ao delivering a crushing blow to a 3-star Do Huang had instilled a significant sense of threat within him. It appeared there was no room for negotiation. With a sigh, the figure slowly raised his hand. As he did, the surrounding space began to twist and fold violently. An oppressive force far more formidable than the previous gray energy descended, as if it could command the very rules of this realm. In that case, I invite you to your demise. Before the words fully left his lips, the space surrounding Li Ao and Medusa transformed into an invisible mire, compressing and constraining them fiercely. Simultaneously, countless invisible blades of space surged forth like a tempest from all directions. Spatial strangulation. Strangulation. Such power could only be initially grasped by a Do Zong expert. In the face of this lethal predicament, Li Ao's gaze remained as cold as ice. He shielded Medusa further behind him, and his entire being erupted with power. The second level of the black iron body was activated to its zenith, the dark iron sheen enveloping him like tangible armor. While the force of the annihilation rules surged to its peak, forming a faint silver-gray halo around his body. He stood resolute, refusing to flinch or evade, determined to withstand this spatial strangulation with sheer physical might. Boom, boom, boom. Countless spatial blades rained down upon Li Ao, producing a cacophony akin to relentless rain striking banana leaves. Sparks erupted across his dark iron skin, leaving behind white scars, with some areas even torn open, blood gushing forth. Yet, astonishingly, he withstood the force of the spatial strangulation through sheer brute strength. He stood like a rock amidst a raging torrent, unwavering. Moreover, under the frenzied cutting of the spatial force, the power of black iron body within him surged even more violently, as if he were sharpening his skills against this strangulation. How is this possible? The figure in black exclaimed in astonishment for the first time. To withstand spatial strangulation with mere flesh. Such a feat was utterly unheard of. At that moment, Li Ao moved. Braving the relentless spatial blades, he stepped forward. The thunder-sound step erupted beneath his feet, his form seemingly breaking free from the constraints of space, appearing instantaneously before the figure in black. His right hand clenched into a fist, no longer a dark iron hue, but transformed into an abyssal black, as if capable of devouring all. Upon his fist, vitality, malevolence, the force of black iron body, and the rules of annihilation coalesced at that instant, perfectly compressing, dominating fist, annihilation. A single punch, and all things would be extinguished. The figure in black's pupils constricted. Sensing an unprecedented crisis of death, he frantically summoned the power of space, erecting layers of spatial barriers before him. Crack, crack, crack. However, before the annihilating punch, all spatial barriers crumbled like mere paper, shattering layer upon layer. The fist's momentum remained unimpeded, crashing through the final defense and imprinting itself upon the chest of the figure in black. Silence enveloped the atmosphere. It was as if all sound had been consumed by that singular punch. The figure in black stood frozen in place, glancing down at the transparent hole that pierced through his chest, its edges smooth as a mirror, before raising his gaze to meet Li Ao's emotionless dark iron-colored pupils. He opened his mouth, seemingly attempting to utter something, yet ultimately found himself unable to speak. In the next instant, his body, along with the black robe, crumbled like weathered sand sculptures, vanishing silently into the air. One punch, and a half-stepped ozone was reduced to ashes. Silence. A deathly silence. Only the desert wind, swirling with sand, emitted a mournful wail. Li Ao gradually retracted his fist, the terrifying aura around him receding like a tide. He turned to look at Medusa behind him. Medusa stared at him, observing the myriad of intersecting wounds, deep enough to reveal bone, yet visibly healing at an alarming rate, gazing at his pale but still resolute face, and the dark iron pupils in which the lingering, heart-stirring essence of annihilation had yet to fully dissipate. She parted her lips, only to find her throat parched, unable to produce any sound. Before today, she had believed she had sufficiently underestimated this human. Yet now she realized that what she had witnessed might merely be the tip of the iceberg. For her sake, he had shattered spatial barriers with a single punch, gravely injured a 3-star Do Huang with another, and obliterated a half-step Do Zone with yet another. Chapter 39. Successfully Conquering Queen Medusa. At last, she found her voice again. Though she remained unsure of what to say, Li Ao approached her, extending his hand, his fingertip once again condensing that strand of mixed energy, aimed at the crack upon her forehead. This time, the energy was even more concentrated, imbued with a trace of the residual essence of that annihilating punch. As the energy penetrated, the stubborn spatial fissure began to close at a visibly accelerated pace. Although it could not be entirely eradicated, the binding force was significantly diminished. Medusa felt an unexpected lightness coursing through her body, as if a gap had been opened in the chains that had long suppressed her essence, and she could even sense the dormant essence of the blue lotus earth heart fire beginning to flow once more. What remained would require time. Li Ao withdrew his hand, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. The continuous high-intensity exertion, particularly the final annihilating strike, had taken a considerable toll on him. Medusa, feeling the long-lost surge of power within her, gazed at the man who had repeatedly pulled her back from the precipice of despair. In her kaleidoscopic eyes, the frost melted away, leaving only a tumultuous wave, one she herself struggled to control. Taking a deep breath, as if resolving to make a decision, she stepped forward, approaching Li Ao, tilting her head to meet his profound, dark, iron-colored pupils. Liao, she called his name, her tone no longer frigid, but imbued with an unprecedented, near serious significance. When I have completely restored myself and undergone my evolution, she paused, her 7-colored gaze reflecting Li Ao's deep, dark, iron-colored pupils. Medusa's voice carried a resolute conviction and an indescribable complexity of emotions. When I have fully recovered and completed my evolution, the serpent people, along with myself, shall acknowledge you as our master. Once these words left her lips, it was as if the very air had stagnated. The desert wind seemed to hold its breath. To be acknowledged as a master, this was no mere act of gratitude or collaboration. It was a complete entrustment of the future of her entire race, along with her own self. A flicker of tumult passed through Li Ao's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He did not immediately respond to this heavy oath, merely stating, "We must leave this place. It is not safe to linger here." He understood that a force capable of dispatching a half-step Do Zone was no ordinary entity. The commotion from their recent battle had likely attracted the attention of other beings. Furthermore, Medusa's condition remained unstable, necessitating an absolutely safe environment to consolidate her strength. He stepped forward, unceremoniously lifting Medusa into his arms. Medusa stiffened slightly. As a queen, she had never been treated in such a manner. Yet, enveloped in the embrace of Li Ao, she felt the warmth and security emanating from his formidable vitality, alongside the undeniable strength in his movements. Her fleeting resistance dissipated in an instant, replaced by an ineffable sense of tranquility. Gently resting her delicate head against his solid chest, she closed her eyes, surrendering herself to this moment of vulnerability and reliance. Li Ao cradled Medusa, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the vast sea of sand. He did not return to the Serpent People's royal city, but instead, guided by the system's scan, located a highly concealed cavern nestled deep within a magma stream. Here, the fire attribute energy was abundant, and the terrain was intricate, making it an ideal hiding spot. Carefully placing Medusa atop a flat boulder in the innermost part of the cave, Li Ao retrieved the earth fire lotus seeds and some herbs for nurturing the origin energy that he had previously acquired, using his own vitality to assist her in refining and absorbing them. Watching as Medusa's breath gradually stabilized, the fissure on her forehead further suppressed, and even her ethereal 7-colored soul began to solidify, Li Ao felt a slight sense of relief. The system scanned the surrounding area for 100 miles, detecting the highest energy response. Ding! Scan complete. The highest energy response is a patrol team of the Serpent People, 70 miles to the northwest, with the highest cultivation being Battle Spirit. No energy fluctuations of Battle Emperor or above detected. Temporarily safe. Li Ao sat cross-legged, beginning to recuperate from the exhaustion of the recent fierce battle, while digesting the insights gained from his confrontation with the half-step Dozone. The Tyrant Fist, a nascent form of the returning ruins, was instinctively unleashed under extreme, murderous intent and pressure. Now, as he savored it in detail, he gained a deeper understanding of the rules of annihilation it contained. Meanwhile, deep within the Gamma Empire, in the heart of the Beast Mountain Range, a somewhat disheveled black figure was locked in a fierce battle with a ferocious fifth-tier magical beast, the Crimson Flame Tiger. The young man's face was resolute, his gaze sharp as an eagle, as he wielded a massive black ruler, cutting through the air with a heavy, slicing sound. It was none other than Xiao Yan, the flame-partitioning, devouring wave ruler. A torrent of scorching fire-type, Do Qi surged forth, crashing down upon the head of the Crimson Flame Tiger and finally slaying it completely. Xiao Yan gasped for breath, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Teacher, the power of this flame-partitioning devouring wave ruler is indeed extraordinary. The ethereal figure of Yao Lao emerged, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, little one, your rate of progress surpasses my expectations. However, do not become complacent. This Gamma Empire, and indeed the entire northwestern continent, is merely the starting point. Xiao Yan nodded solemnly, his gaze resolute. I understand, teacher. The 3-year agreement is approaching. Nalan Yanran, Yin Lanzong. I will personally cleanse the humiliation of that day. He tightened his grip on the Xian heavy ruler, feeling the surging Do Qi within him. He had now successfully advanced to a Grando Master, a speed that was truly astonishing. However, troubling rumors that he had recently heard flashed through his mind unbidden. Whispers of a mysterious young man, whose swordsmanship was divine and whose strength was formidable, appearing near the Taggart Desert, even linked to the fearsome Medusa Queen. Furthermore, he had vaguely heard that Nalan Yanran seemed to exhibit an unusual interest in this suddenly rising powerhouse. These thoughts entangled his mind like a web, stirring a sense of inexplicable irritation and oppression within him. He shook his head, casting aside these distractions. No matter who it is, none shall obstruct my path. My destiny is mine to control. Yao Lao observed the rekindled fighting spirit in his disciple's eyes, a smile of contentment gracing his lips, though a subtle gravity flickered in the depths of his gaze. He knew more than Xiao Yan did. The sudden emergence of Li Ao, with his rapid rise and displayed strength, was indeed suspicious. Moreover, the activities of the Soul Palace seemed to be increasing, indicating that dark currents were surging across the continent. In the subterranean cavern, several days passed quietly. Under Li Ao's protective watch and resource support, Medusa's recovery was remarkably swift. Not only had her injuries healed completely, but the hidden dangers posed by the spatial fissures were also suppressed to a minimum. Furthermore, she had inadvertently gained a deeper understanding of spatial power. Her 7-colored soul of the sky-devouring python had become even more solidified, achieving a higher degree of fusion with her physical body, and her aura had grown increasingly profound. One day, she slowly opened her eyes, the 7-colored radiance flashing momentarily, even more brilliant than before. She gazed at Li Ao, who was meditating not far away. Her expression complex. Li Ao seemed to sense her gaze and opened his eyes. How do you feel? He inquired calmly. Unprecedentedly well, Medusa replied, rising gracefully, her form still regal and enchanting, though the icy pressure of her queenly demeanor had considerably lessened in Li Ao's presence. Thank you. It was merely a transaction. Li Ao stood. Now that you have recovered, I must take my leave. Wait, Medusa called out to him. Where will you go next? Gamma Holy City. Li Ao responded without reservation. Yun Lanzong, quite intriguing. Upon hearing the name Yun Lanzong, Medusa's eyes flickered, recalling the renowned Yun Yun, the leader of the sect. And considering the possibility of other women appearing by Li Ao's side, a wave of inexplicable emotion stirred within her heart. Yet she quickly suppressed it, adopting a serious tone. The two who attacked me, though slain by you, are backed by a formidable force. The strange gray energy I encountered was unlike anything I've seen before. It seems to have a strong restraint on souls and space. Li Ao nodded. The Soul Palace, a vast organization lurking in the shadows. Their goal appears to be the collection of powerful soul entities, as well as the search for a certain key. The Soul Palace? Medusa furrowed her brow. unfamiliar with this force, realizing that the continent was far from peaceful. Be cautious on your journey. She paused, as if casually adding, if needed, the serpent people will stand ready to fight for you. This marked her second declaration of intent. Li Ao regarded her with a glance, a fleeting smile gracing his lips before vanishing. Take care of yourself. Resolving the issues with your soul and body will require higher-tier elixirs or fortuitous opportunities. I shall keep an eye out. With that, he ceased to linger, his figure moving as a streak of light, swiftly exiting the cavern. Medusa remained rooted in place, gazing at the direction he had vanished for an extended period. Her delicate fingers unconsciously brushed over the spot where he had held her, where it still seemed to retain a hint of lingering warmth. A trace of bewilderment flickered in her seven-colored eyes, soon replaced by determination. Li Ao, regardless of who may accompany you, what this king has resolved will not change. She turned, her silhouette merging with the shadows as she returned to the Serpent People's royal city. After this battle, she required greater strength, not only for herself, but also for her tribe, and perhaps to truly stand beside that man rather than always being sheltered by him. At the border of the Gamma Empire, in a small town, Xiao Yan settled in an inn, eavesdropping on the discussions of the surrounding mercenaries and adventurers. Have you heard? There's been a major incident over in the Taggart Desert. A peerless powerhouse clashed, reportedly shattering space itself. I've heard. It seems to be related to Queen Medusa, and there's a mysterious young man. TSK, Queen Medusa, renowned for both her beauty and her ferocity. I wonder about that mysterious figure. Hey, I also heard that the leader of Yunlan Zone, Yun Yun, was recently inquiring about someone. The continuous chatter penetrated Xiao Yan's ears, causing him to tighten his grip on his cup. Nalan Yanran, Yun Yun, Medusa. These names, once linked to him by engagements or entanglements, now seemed to subtly connect with the enigmatic Li Ao. A sense of something that once belonged to him being taken away grew increasingly vivid. He took a deep breath, flames igniting in his eyes. Li Ao, no matter who you are, no matter what opportunities you possess, none shall lay a finger on what belongs to me. Xiao Yan, 3 years hence, I shall surely meet you in person. The voice of the old master echoed within his heart. Youngster, maintain your composure. Your path is that of a peak powerhouse. Women and love are but fleeting sights along the journey. Do not allow them to disrupt your resolve. It is strength that forms the foundation of everything. Xiao Yan remained silent, acutely aware of the truth in his mentor's words. Yet, the pangs of discontent and fury burgeoned within him, like wild grass growing unchecked in the depths of his heart. His narrative trajectory at the crossroads of destiny seemed to be racing towards a path strikingly reminiscent, yet utterly divergent from the original. The intersection of his fate with that of Li Ao, two lines that were never meant to converge, was destined to create a cataclysmic upheaval. Li Ao was oblivious to Xiao Yan's inner turmoil. Even if he were aware, it would matter little. He continued at his own pace, heading towards the city of Jama. The task panel of the Blade Ancestor System shimmered with a new mission. Main task: make a name for yourself. Arrive at Jama City and ascend to the summit of Cloud Mist Mountain with absolute strength. A new storm was brewing at the heart of the Empire. Chapter 40, The Mytel Auction. Jama City, the scepter and jewel of the Empire, welcomed visitors from all directions with its millennia of profound history and ever-present vitality. The massive black granite walls stood like silent giants, while the bustling gates were alive with the sounds of traffic and chatter, emlang of spices, sweat, the scent of beast mounts, and the fluctuating auras of combatants, creating a vibrant tableau of life. Li Ao entered the city amid the throngs. He changed out of his travel-worn clothes into a simple, deep blue robe, deliberately suppressing the fierce aura forged in the crucible of blood and death within. However, the solid presence emanating from the nascent black iron body, akin to tempered steel sinking into a deep pool, and the occasional glint in his dark, iron-colored pupils, capable of severing all, still rendered him a gem amidst the gravel, drawing the furtive glances of those with keen perception or who frequently tread the precipice of life and death. He paid little heed to these gazes, calmly surveying the unfamiliar grand city. On either side of the streets stood a myriad of shops, the air filled with incessant calls, while the distant golden dome of the palace shimmered under the sun. Further away, the towering Cloud Mist Mountain, shrouded in clouds, stood like the spine of the empire, emanating an invisible pressure. Ding! Multiple high-energy convergence points detected in Jama City. Royal Depths, Alchemist Guild, core area of the Mytel family, Nalan family residence. Energy field of the Cloud Mist Sect. It is advisable for the host to gradually explore, gather intelligence, and prioritize contact with the Mytel auction house for potential rare resources and crucial information. The system's prompt resonated coolly in his mind. The Mytel auction house stirred something within Liao. This commercial empire spread throughout Jama, its intelligence network omnipresent, perhaps providing an excellent entry point. Moreover, he recalled a certain alluring auctioneer from the original narrative, Yifei, who was adept in the art of persuasion. Finding a secluded, yet respectable inn, he secured a room facing the street. Liao did not rush into action. Instead, he stood by the window, appearing to gaze at the street scene while meticulously sorting through the information gleaned from the Serpent Man tribe and along his journey, combining it with the system's scans to preliminarily construct a power map of the Holy City. As night descended and the city became adorned with vibrant lights, its clamor did not subside, but rather donned a shimmering veil, with various desires surging forth under the cloak of darkness. Liao's figure blended into the night, traversing the rooftops and alleys like a specter. His target was clear, the headquarters of the Mytel auction house. Not for thievery, but for observation. Utilizing the system's precise perception of energy flows and life forces, he easily evaded both visible and hidden sentinels, slipping into the auction house's interior like an unseen breeze. He did not venture to touch the storerooms housing treasures, but instead, like a patient hunter, quietly lingered in the shadows of the intelligence central area. His soul force akin to delicate spider silk, capturing fragments of lingering information and the whispers of passing individuals. For 2 consecutive nights, he repeated this process. He heard fragmented information regarding the clandestine rivalries among the great families, discussions surrounding Nalan Yanran's annulment of her engagement, and faint allusions to mysterious powerhouses, the Taggart Desert, and the Queen Medusa, terms that resonated with his own narrative, indicating that some news had indeed reached the Holy City. On the evening of the 3rd day, Liao donned a more respectable blue long robe, resolved to formally step into the Mytel auction house. He sought some medicinal herbs to assist in the cultivation of the black iron body, while also wishing to personally experience the ambience of this commercial empire. Perhaps he might even encounter that pivotal figure. The headquarters of the Mytel auction house loomed grandly, ablaze with lights even at night, resembling a colossal beast in repose. Upon entering the hall, the expansive interior was exquisitely adorned, with crystal chandeliers refracting dazzling light, and the air suffused with a subtle emlang of sandalwood and the scent of wealth. The individuals milling about were either of substantial affluence or formidable combat practitioners. Liao's entrance garnered little attention. He concealed his aura, and while his attire was not shabby, he was not deemed worthy of special notice by the seasoned staff of the Mytel auction house. He made his way directly to the medicinal herb display area, his gaze sweeping over the rare herbs protected under crystal domes. The system rapidly scanned in his mind, assessing their value. This 300-year-old blood spirit mushroom had lost nearly 30% of its energy and was overpriced. The ice spirit flame grass? Regrettably, it was of insufficient age, lacking in potency. He quietly judged in his heart, maintaining an impassive exterior. As he paused before a thunder arc wood radiating a faint electric glow, a delicate, alluring voice like a siren's sang from behind him. It seems the gentleman is quite interested in this thunder arc wood. Liao turned, and before him stood a stunning woman clad in a red, form-fitting qipao. Her figure was exquisite, curvaceous, and the slits of her dress revealed her long, snow-white legs, her every movement brimming with allure. She possessed a captivatingly beautiful oval face, her eyes shimmering with an enchanting allure, and a delicate beauty mark near her crimson lips enhancing her charm. She was none other than the chief auctioneer of the Mytel auction house, Yifei. Wearing a professionally enchanting smile, there was a subtle yet perceptible scrutiny hidden within the depths of her watery peach blossom eyes. The distinctly profound aura emanating from Liao, coupled with the calm yet determined gaze he displayed while assessing the herbs, piqued her curiosity. Quite discerning, Liao nodded, his tone unremarkable, his gaze lingering on Yifei for but a moment before returning to the thunder arc wood, seemingly more intrigued by the wood than the enchanting beauty before him. Yifei was slightly taken aback. She held great confidence in her allure. Typically, most men would be somewhat flustered upon encountering her. Yet, this young man regarded her with clear, calm eyes, as if appraising a fine artifact, appreciative yet devoid of desire. You possess a keen eye, sir. Yifei gracefully moved closer, a subtle, enticing fragrance wafting into Liao's nostrils. This thunder arc wood is sourced from the fringes of Thunder Valley, containing a hint of pure thunderous energy. It is an exceptional material for alchemy and would greatly complement the cultivation of certain thunder-based techniques. She smiled coyly, leaving the implication about the price unspoken but clear. The price is of no consequence, Li Ao replied nonchalantly. However, the thunderous energy seems rather volatile. Using it directly could harm one's meridians. A flicker of intrigue danced in Yafei's beautiful eyes. Few could discern the energy characteristics of the Thunder Arc would at a glance. This youth was indeed extraordinary. Her smile widened, her voice becoming even more melodious. You truly are an expert. Indeed, this item does require the calming effects of tranquil grass or jade essence to temper its violent energy, in order to unleash its maximum efficacy. Our auction house has recently acquired a fine batch of serenity grass. If you are in need, Miss Yafei can arrange for someone to bring it to you for your perusal. She began to display her adeptness in social maneuvering, attempting to draw closer and extract more information. Li Ao remained non-committal and redirected the conversation, inquiring, I have heard that the middle auction house is well informed. Might there be any news regarding the Soul Palace? The Soul Palace? Yafei's pupils imperceptibly contracted, her smile unwavering. Yet a trace of vigilance and gravity flickered within her gaze. The information you seek is indeed quite extraordinary. It is a divine entity of heaven and earth, elusive in nature. Its appearances often herald chaos and bloodshed. As for the Soul Palace, she gently shook her head, lowering her voice. That name is far too sensitive. Entangled in significant matters. Being of modest stature, Yafei could not dare to speculate recklessly. She adeptly redirected the conversation, but from her fleeting reaction, Li Ao gleaned part of the answer. The middle family, at least at Yafei's level, is indeed aware of the Soul Palace and harbors a sense of trepidation towards it. Is that so? Then let it be. Li Ao chose not to press further, as if merely making casual mention. He pointed to the Thunder Arc wood and the Serenity Grass Yafei had mentioned, indicating that he would take both. Additionally, prepare for me a vial of the blood essence of the steelback bear, the older the better. The blood essence of the steelback bear? This is a rare material essential for cultivating a certain formidable body refinement technique. Yafei's heart stirred once more, elevating her assessment of Li Ao. Her smile remained alluring. Very well, sir. Please wait a moment. I shall prepare it for you. She summoned a maid and whispered a few instructions before personally leading Li Ao to a nearby VIP lounge. While awaiting, Yafei poured tea for Li Ao, engaging in seemingly casual conversation while subtly probing into his origins and intentions. Li Ao responded with ease, his words concise, spending most of the time simply savoring the tea, occasionally offering a comment, which left Yafei feeling as though she were confronting a fathomless ancient well, completely unable to gauge its depths. Soon, the medicinal materials and blood essence were ready. Li Ao paid a handsome sum of gold coins, his demeanor unchanged, as if he were merely spending a few copper coins. This financial prowess caused Yafei to inwardly gasp. If you require anything further in the future, do not hesitate to seek out Yafei. Upon escorting Li Ao to the entrance of the auction house, Yafei presented him with a purple card adorned with gold edges, her smile radiant as a flower. This is the VIP card of the Middle Auction House. With this card, you may enjoy discounts at any establishment owned by the Middle family, and perhaps gain access to items not typically available through ordinary channels. Her words hinted at the possibility of deeper collaboration. Li Ao accepted the card, his fingertips brushing against Yafei's delicate ones for a brief moment before parting. He glanced at Yafei and nodded. You are most thoughtful. With that, he turned and departed, his figure swiftly melding into the night, leaving no trace of longing behind. Yafei stood at the entrance, watching the direction in which he vanished, her alluring smile gradually fading, a glimmer of astuteness flashing in her peach blossom eyes. She gently caressed the fingers that had just handed over the card, murmuring to herself, Li Ao, the enigmatic powerhouse. A formidable physique, unfathomable depths. It seems the holy city is indeed on the verge of storm. I must swiftly convey this news to Elder Tingshan. Meanwhile, in a secluded courtyard within the holy city of Gama, Xiao Yan, having concluded a day of arduous training, was listening to the medicinal insights shared by the medicine elder. His aura had grown thicker compared to his time in the Beast Mountain range, clearly indicating rapid progress. In the realm of alchemy, mastering fire control and soul perception is paramount, the medicine elder imparted earnestly. Xiao Yan listened attentively, yet an inescapable shadow of gloom lingered on his brow. He could not help but interject, Master, what are the recent rumors circulating in the Holy City regarding the Blade Ancestor Li Ao and Nalan Yanran, the ethereal figure of the medicine elder, sighed. Drifting slightly, "Young man, I know what weighs on your mind. That Liao is indeed mysterious, and his rate of power enhancement is alarmingly rapid. He may be connected to Queen Medusa and possibly other factions. But remember, your path must be forged by your own efforts. Becoming engrossed in comparisons with others or allowing external rumors to unsettle your spirit is a grave impediment to cultivation." "But," Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his nails nearly embedding into his flesh, "I cannot accept this." "Why should he? There is no reason." The medicine elder's tone turned serious. "The world is vast and full of wonders, and there will always be those with opportunities that defy fate. If you cannot endure these minor setbacks and comparisons, how will you cultivate a heart of a strong man? How will you ascend to the pinnacle of the continent? How will you search for your father?" At the mention of his father, Xiao Yan's body trembled, the frustration and agitation in his eyes gradually replaced by a determined light. He took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. "Master, I understand. It is my heart that has been unsettled." He gazed towards the direction of Yunlan Mountain, his eyes sharpening like a blade. "The 3-year appointment is approaching, and I will let everyone know that I, Xiao Yan, am no useless person. As for Liao, there will come a day when I will personally assess his worth." The medicine elder nodded in approval. Yet in his gaze towards the night sky lingered a hint of barely perceptible concern. The emergence of Liao was akin to a boulder cast into the river of fate, creating ripples that quietly altered the course of many events. Xiao Yan's future is destined to be fraught with more uncertainties and challenges. The night in the holy city deepened. Inside an inn, Liao meticulously reviewed the medicinal materials he had purchased, while Yifei contemplated how to establish a connection with this mysterious powerhouse. And Xiao Yan diligently trained for the upcoming 3-year appointment. 3 distinct forces surged quietly within this vast city, their fateful trajectories gradually drawing closer under the influence of an unseen power. A storm is brewing silently beneath the tranquil night. Chapter 41, Ascending the Mountain. In his own room, Liao gently brushed his fingertips over the thunder arc wood, feeling the thunderous power within, akin to tiny silver serpents slithering. The system in his mind was precisely analyzing the energy structure and providing several methods for the black iron body to absorb it. The vial of steelback bear's blood essence exuded a primal ferocity, the dark red liquid gently rippling in the jade bottle, as if imbued with life. He did not immediately commence his cultivation. The brief interaction with Yifei, alongside the scattered information gleaned within the auction house, had granted him a more nuanced understanding of the situation in the holy city. The middle family, or rather Yifei herself, evidently harbored a keen interest in him, stemming from an evaluation of his strength and mystery, as well as a merchant's innate sense for investment. "The Soul Palace," Liao murmured to himself. Yifei's momentary wariness and reticence confirmed that this organization's tendrils had indeed penetrated the upper echelons of the Gamma Empire. The black-clad figure behind the Yunlan sect's rear mountain, the mysterious powerhouse who attacked Medusa, the activities of the Soul Palace were becoming increasingly frequent. He stowed away the medicinal materials and blood essence, his gaze once again turning towards the mist-shrouded Yunlan Mountain outside the window. Ascending the mountain was an inevitability, but before that, he required more influence. Not merely personal martial prowess, but the capacity to shift the imperial landscape. The middle family could potentially serve as an excellent springboard. In the following days, Liao did not return to the middle auction house, instead living the life of a true recluse. He utilized the medicinal materials and blood essence he had acquired, coupled with the system-optimized energy guidance methods, to further hone the black iron body. Occasionally, faint rumblings of thunder emanated from his room, interspersed with the fleeting surge of a formidable blood essence akin to that of a savage bear. His skin's hue deepened, the dark iron color seemingly settling, subtly shimmering with an imperceptible metallic sheen, as both his defense and strength steadily improved. Simultaneously, he did not cease his efforts in gathering intelligence about the holy city. Through the inn's attendants, tea houses lining the streets, and eavesdropping in specific areas during nighttime, such as taverns frequented by mercenaries, he acquired a wealth of surface-level information, which, when combined with the system's analysis, began to paint a clearer picture. The Nalan family has solidified its status within the empire due to Nalan Yanran's connection with the Yunlan sect. Yet, this association has also tethered them firmly to the chariot of the Yunlan sect. The imperial family appears increasingly unsettled by the growing might of the Yunlan sect, yet lacks effective means of counterbalance. The alchemist guild remains aloof. However, undercurrents regarding the succession of the next president have begun to stir. Meanwhile, along the borders of the Outcloud Empire, there seems to be an escalating trend in minor conflicts, and the activities of poison masters are expanding. All these undercurrents seem to subtly point towards the impending 3-year agreement, as well as the deeper shadows of the Soul Palace. In the top chamber of the middle auction house, Yafei stood respectfully before an elderly man whose countenance shone with brilliance and whose gaze was as sharp as that of an eagle. Elder Tingshan, the leader of the middle family. Elder Tingshan, Yafei began, I have conveyed the entirety of my interactions with Mr. Liao, as well as the fragments of information I have subsequently gathered about him. This individual possesses unfathomable power, at least at the pinnacle of the Do Wang level, if not higher. His purchases lean towards extreme body refinement, and he has shown an interest in exotic flames and the Soul Palace. His demeanor is calm and decisive, unlike that of a typical loose cultivator. Yafei reported with clarity, her alluring face now displaying only shrewdness and competence. Elder Tingshan lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Pondering, news from the Tagore Desert suggests that the Queen Medusa is allegedly quite close to a mysterious young man who recently dealt a heavy blow to a Dohuan. The timing seems to coincide. If indeed this is the same person. He paused, his eyes gleaming with insight. Such a young powerhouse could not have emerged from thin air. There may be hidden forces at play behind him that we are unaware of. His inquiries about the Soul Palace indicate either a vendetta or knowledge of some secrets we do not know. Either scenario warrants our attention. What is the elder's intention? Yafei inquired. Continue to maintain contact, but do not appear overly eager, lest you provoke his aversion, Elder Tingshan instructed. Subtly extend some goodwill, perhaps by providing information on rare herbs or special metals that might pique his interest. Additionally, regarding the Soul Palace, utilize our covert channels to investigate carefully, but remember, do not delve too deeply. That organization is far too intricate. Jiafei understood. Moreover, the 3-year agreement between the Nalan girl and the Xiao lad is fast approaching. Isn't it? Elder Tingshan shifted the topic. This time, the Yunlan sect likely aims to assert its dominance, fully suppressing the imperial family and other clans. The spectacle is one that our middle family must observe closely. That Xiao Yan, I hear he has made significant progress while honing his skills in the Monster Mountain range. As a disciple of Yao Chun, he undoubtedly possesses some acumen. Jiafei nodded. Young Master Xiao Yan is indeed extraordinary. His potential was evident even back in Wutan City. However, she hesitated, but her implication was unmistakable. Elder Tingshan sighed. Indeed, talents emerge in every generation. The Galmar Empire is likely to witness considerable upheaval due to these 2 young individuals. Our middle family must proceed with caution, finding our place amidst the storm. In a secluded training room within the Holy City, Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat after completing a rigorous session of Do-Chi compression training. The Xianzhong Qi stood beside him, and the ground bore subtle cracks. Teacher, I feel I am not far from becoming a 3-star Do master, Xiao Yan panted, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Yao Lao's ethereal figure emerged, nodding in approval. Indeed, your foundation has been solidly established. However, do not be hasty. Each star advancement after Do Master requires greater accumulation. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him, yet his expression dimmed slightly. Teacher, I heard that Li Ao appeared at the middle auction house a few days ago, and even Miss Yafei personally attended to him. Yao Lao observed his disciple, aware that his heart still bore a burden. He spoke gently, Xiao Yan. You must understand that the path of the strong is a solitary one. You will encounter countless individuals of remarkable talent and fortuitous circumstances. If you allow your state of mind to be swayed by each encounter, your path will reach its end, no matter how formidable Liao may be. That is his fortune. Your fortune lies in the burning heaven technique, in your teacher. Focus on yourself, continually surpassing the person you were yesterday. That is the way of the strong. But Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan hesitated. He had heard whispers suggesting that within the Yunlan sect, attitudes towards Nalan Yanran had subtly shifted due to Li Ao's emergence, filling him with a sense of humiliation. Nalan Yanran? Yao Lao Sako? She is merely the first sharpening stone on what appears to be a rugged road for you. Your aspirations should aim for broader horizons. As for women, he paused, his tone growing complex. When you truly stand at the pinnacle, you will understand that some things cannot be forced. Nor need they be. Stay true to your heart, and you shall achieve your goals. Xiao Yan fell silent for a moment before nodding resolutely. I understand, teacher. I will adjust my mindset. For the 3-year agreement, I must win. Not only must I win, but I must win splendidly. Let everyone know that I, Xiao Yan, am not inferior to anyone. His eyes reignited with fighting spirit, a defiant flame igniting within him. The emergence of Li Ao loomed over him like an invisible mountain. Yet it also awakened a deeper stubbornness and potential within his very being. Unbeknownst to him, as he diligently trained, Li Ao too had not paused in his pursuit. Both were advancing towards their predetermined goals in their own ways. The stage of the holy city was set, awaiting the protagonist's entrance. Yet who the true protagonist would be remained uncertain. Li Ao opened his eyes in the inn, a flash of lightning flickering in his dark, iron-colored pupils. He sensed the increasingly vigorous vitality and resilience within his body, a cold, hard smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is time. He rose to his feet, his gaze piercing through the window, resting once more upon the mist-covered Yunlan mountain. Ascending the mountain, to seek the truth. This time his steps would no longer be low-key. He intended to declare his arrival to the entire Galmar holy city in the most direct and domineering manner. And the prelude to this ascent might commence from a particular message quietly relayed by the middle family, or perhaps from Xiao Yan's frenzied training upon hearing of these events. The gears of fate, through countless subtle choices and interactions, began to accelerate their rotation. Chapter 42, The Path of Ascent. In the early morning, the thin mist had yet to fully dissipate, draping the vast Galmar holy city in a veil of haziness. However, an invisible undercurrent had already begun to surge in certain corners of the city. Li Ao pushed open the door of the inn, clad in his customary clean, deep blue attire, with a simple yet ancient steel long sword wrapped in cloth at his back. He did not deliberately exude an imposing aura. Yet as he stepped out of the inn and onto the street, an indescribable weightiness naturally radiated from him, spreading outwards like ripples from a stone cast into a tranquil lake, alerting the sensitive fish below. His steps were steady, his objective clear, Yunlan Mountain. Meanwhile, in the upper echelons of the middle auction house, Yafei, who had spent the night meticulously analyzing all information regarding Li Ao, was rubbing her temples, preparing to invigorate herself with a strong cup of tea. A trusted maid hurried in, whispering, Mr. Li Ao has left the city, heading towards Yunlan Mountain. Yafei's hand, which held the teacup, paused momentarily, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her alluring peach blossom eyes, quickly morphing into a complex emotion of as expected. She set down her cup and hastily approached the window, gazing towards the mist-enshrouded peak, murmuring, he has indeed chosen the most direct approach. Immediately relay this information with the highest confidentiality to Elder Tingshan, and alert our spies at the base of Yunlan Mountain to closely monitor. But do not approach. Observe from a distance and report back. Understood. The Nalan family, the Mu family, and even certain entities within the depths of the imperial family had also received the news. The name Li Ao, accompanied by the whispers of the Tagore Desert and yesterday's encounter with Yafei at the middle auction house, has already entered the sights of the Empire's elite forces. His movements stir the nerves of countless individuals. Xiao Yan is practicing the flame division and wave-devouring ruler in his rented courtyard, where the ruler's wind howls and his fighting spirit surges. The ethereal figure of Yao Lao stands beside him, offering guidance. Suddenly, Yao Lao pauses slightly, his gaze seemingly piercing through the walls, directed towards the direction of Yunlan Mountain. Master, what is it? Xiao Yan inquires, halting with the ruler in hand, his brow furrowed in confusion. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Lao replies, a formidable force is converging upon Yunlan Mountain, sharp, domineering, and relentless. It appears that the Blade Ancestor, Li Ao, has begun his ascent. Xiao Yan's body jolts, his grip on the ruler tightening, knuckles paling. He clenches his jaw, emotions swirling within his eyes, unwillingness, fury, and a hint of an ineffable sense of powerlessness that he himself is reluctant to acknowledge. Yet ultimately, all transform into an even more fervent flame. Is he finally going to make a move against the Yaman sect? Xiao Yan's voice is somewhat hoarse. It is an ascent, a quest for enlightenment, and a declaration of power. Yao Lao's tone grows grave. This young man's actions may appear straightforward, yet every step he takes is laden with profound significance. His choice to ascend on the eve of the 3-year agreement speaks volumes. Xiao Yan, this is a tempest. For you, it is both a crisis and a trial. Observe the unfolding events and remain steadfast in your heart. Xiao Yan nods solemnly, refraining from further words, gripping the heavy ruler even tighter, and plunges back into fervent cultivation. He must grow stronger, faster, strong enough to confront any storm, strong enough to reclaim all that is rightfully his. At the foot of Yunlan Mountain, the long white marble steps, akin to a celestial staircase, shimmer with a cold radiance in the morning light. At the mountain gate, the disciples on guard today seem more numerous than usual, and the atmosphere is palpably more solemn. Clearly, the higher-ups of the Yunlan sect are already aware of Li Ao's impending ascent and have made preparations. Li Ao's figure appears at the start of the stone steps. He does not pause, but steps forward. The moment his foot lands, a leader among the guarding disciples barks. Halt! This is the sacred ground of the Yunlan sect. No outsiders are permitted today. The voice is robust, imbued with fighting spirit, attempting to suppress him through sheer force of presence. Li Ao appears oblivious, maintaining his rhythmic stride upwards. The immense, yet dormant force surrounding him begins to awaken with each step, akin to a colossal dragon slowly lifting its head. The air grows thick, an invisible pressure causing the guarding disciples to struggle for breath. Cloud, mist enveloping the sun formation. The leader's expression shifts dramatically, and without hesitation, he commands. Several disciples swiftly reposition, their fighting spirits intertwining to form a pale energy net, descending upon Li Ao with even greater potency than before. Li Ao still makes no move to draw his blade, not even raising his fingers as if to strike. He merely lifts his eyelids, his dark, iron-colored pupils scanning the descending energy net with indifference. Dissipate. The word is uttered lightly. There is no cataclysmic clash of energies. The energy net, woven by the combined efforts of the disciples, disintegrates upon contact with the invisible field surrounding Li Ao, emitting a faint sizzling sound, collapsing into wisps of gentle breeze. Is this the manifestation of a spoken command? No. It is the embryonic form of an unparalleled blade in intent and mental pressure, condensed to its essence. Within the bounds of his influence, energy structures below a certain threshold are naturally suppressed and dismantled. Puff! The disciples at the formation are struck back, spitting blood as they retreat, their eyes filled with astonishment and dread. This time, they didn't even graze the hem of his garment. Li Ao's steps do not falter as he strides past them, continuing his ascent. His pace remains unhurried, yet the mounting force, as heavy as a mountain, seems to trample each stone step, causing all Yunlan sect disciples attempting to obstruct or spy on him to tremble, their faces paling, instinctively yielding the path. None daring to make a move. The news spread like wildfire to the upper echelons of the Yunlan sect. Report. The individual has crossed the mountain gate. The guarding disciples' formation has been breached, and none can stop him. Report. He has passed the welcoming pine. His steps have not ceased, and his momentum continues to ascend. Report. The law enforcement team attempted to intercept him, but was intimidated by his aura and collapsed before engaging. Urgent reports flooded into the main hall of the Yunlan sect, where the atmosphere turned grave. Many elders wore grim expressions, feeling the unyielding force approaching from the mountain below, sharp as a sword. Seated in the principal position, Yun Yun donned a moon-white sect leader robe today, regal and elegant, her demeanor as cool as the clouds. Her stunning visage appeared calm, yet the delicate fingers resting on the armrest unconsciously curled slightly. She could distinctly sense the force drawing closer, domineering, frigid, imbued with an unyielding resolve to sever all, starkly contrasting with the gentle demeanor of Xiao Yan, who had once saved her from peril in the Beast Mountain range, yet equally unfathomable. Leader, this individual is far too audacious. Please allow me to lead the elite of the law enforcement hall down the mountain to capture him. An irascible elder rose to plead. Yun Yun raised her hand slightly, her voice clear and steady. No need. He comes in search of enlightenment. We of a Yunlan sect shall meet him with the way. Pass down the order to activate the first 3 transformations of the cloud, mist locking mountain formation. All disciples retreat to the square and must not act without permission. Leader. The elders were perplexed. Yun Yun's gaze swept over them, her authority unmistakable. Do as I say. She rose, her skirt trailing on the ground, striding toward the hall's entrance. Her gaze piercing through the void, as if she could see the figures stepping forward, shattering the pride of the Yunlan sect. Liao, let me see what abilities you possess to dare to challenge my Yunlan sect. At this moment, Li Ao had reached the mountainside. Ahead, the mist surged abruptly, the once clear path vanishing, replaced by a vast expanse of fog, suffused with a sense of disorientation and the power to suppress fighting spirit. This was the first 3 transformations of the Yunlan sect's protective formation: cloud mist locking mountain formation, confusion, void binding and erosion. Ordinary Do Kings would find themselves in dire straits within this formation, struggling to make any progress. Liao finally outed. Standing at the edge of the fog sea, he slowly raised his head, the glint of a blade seemingly swirling within his dark, iron-colored pupils. A mere illusionary formation dares to impede me? He did not force his way through the formation. Instead, he closed his eyes. His soul power, like quicksilver, merged with the surrounding fog. The system aided in scanning the energy node's flow patterns, while the formidable perception granted by the black iron dominance captured the subtlest fluctuations in space. After a moment, he opened his eyes and took a step, not in a straight line, but following an arcane trajectory, directly plunging into the thick mist. His figure flickered in and out within the fog, his strides seemingly devoid of method, yet he deftly evaded the lethal traps of the formation, stepping precisely in the interstices of energy flow. The fog, capable of eroding fighting spirit, dispersed at a distance of 3 feet from him, shredded by an invisible sharpness. In this manner, he traversed the proud, protective formation of the Yunlan sect with an almost leisurely demeanor. His speed surpassed even that on the clear mountain path. The elder guarding the formation stared in disbelief at the crystalline orb, watching the blue figure darting through the mist as if in its element. Scarcely able to believe his eyes. How is this possible? He has completely seen through the formation's changes. As Li Ao's figure emerged unscathed from the confines of the cloud mist-locking mountain formation, appearing at the edge of the vast Yunlan sect square, a profound silence enveloped the entire area. All disciples, stewards, and elders gathered there stood as if frozen in place, staring blankly at the young man who seemed to have emerged from the mist. Sunlight cascaded down, illuminating his deep blue robes and the ancient long blade upon his back. He stood there, his stature not particularly imposing, yet the overwhelming momentum that had been forged through countless trials had now reached its zenith. Descending upon the entire square like a tangible mountain, the air was stifling, rendering breaths labored. Li Ao's gaze calmly swept over the densely packed crowd, ultimately resting upon the entrance of the grand hall, where a solitary figure clad in moon-white stood apart from the world. Their eyes met. One gaze was as cold as steel, severing illusions, while the other was complex as clouds, harboring myriad emotions. Liao slowly spoke, his voice resonating like the clash of gold and iron, clearly reverberating throughout the square and into the hall. I, Li Ao, a solitary cultivator, have reached the pinnacle. I beseech the Yunlan sect to impart your teachings. As his words fell, the long-suppressed, overwhelming aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano that had lain dormant for millennia. A dark, iron-colored light of vitality surged into the heavens, stirring the winds and clouds, a fierce and unmatched intent to cleave the sky, soaring into the firmament. The challenge had officially commenced. Chapter 43, The Battle of Establishing Authority. Li Ao's voice thundered like a tempest, shattering the silence that enveloped the Yunlan sect plaza, its echoes resounding against every stone pillar and shard of debris, striking heavily upon the hearts of every disciple present. I beseech the Yunlan sect to impart your teachings. A mere 5 words, yet they bore the weight of 1,000 tons and an undeniable challenge. The immense aura that erupted with his ascent, mingled with dark iron-colored vitality and a chilling intent to sever all, swept through the square like a tangible storm. The slightly weaker disciples felt their breaths constrict, their legs weaken, nearly succumbing to the ground. Before the grand hall, Yun Yun's moon-white robe fluttered slightly in the wake of this force, her exquisite countenance remaining serene, though her clear, cold eyes had begun to ripple with emotion. She could distinctly sense that this young man before her was far more formidable than the rumor suggested. The purity of his intent to cleave, the grandeur of his momentum, was utterly incongruous with one so youthful. Arrogance. Before Yun Yun could utter a word, an elder from the assembly, unable to contain his fury, shot forth like an arrow, accompanied by a fierce gust of azure wind, landing firmly 10 paces in front of Li Ao. The newcomer was an elder with a flushed visage, hair standing on end, his aura robust. He was a 5-star Oolong. The elder, known for overseeing the sect's penal code, was notorious for his explosive temper. You ignorant junior, the Yunlan sect is not a place for you to rampage. He bellowed, allow me to teach you what it means to know your place. With a thunderous shout, Elder Yin unleashed a torrent of azure do chi, transforming it into countless razor-sharp wind blades that tore through the air with a hissing sound. Wind blade barrage. He formed seals with his hands, and in an instant, the myriad wind blades coalesced into a colossal azure whirlwind, hurtling toward Li Ao with devastating cutting power. This strike was capable of reducing steel to dust. Faced with an attack that would terrify any ordinary 5-star Do Wong, Li Ao's expression remained unchanged. He did not even glance at the oncoming whirlwind of wind blades. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled, and gently made a fist toward the front. The motion was languid, devoid of any fiery fervor. Yet, at the moment his fingers closed, the roaring azure whirlwind seemed to be seized by an invisible hand. Its forward momentum abruptly halted. The rapidly spinning, razor-sharp wind blades, akin to crashing against an unseen, indestructible wall, emitted a jarring sound of friction before shattering and vanishing. The entire process transpired in utter silence, save for the gentle breeze stirred by the dissipating energy, ruffling a few strands of hair on Li Ao's forehead. Elder Yan's expression of rage froze instantly, morphing into sheer astonishment. The advanced Do technique he had unleashed with all his might had been casually crushed by his opponent. How could this be possible? Before he could react, Li Ao's clenched fist trembled lightly in the air. Boom! It was as though an invisible giant drum had been struck. Elder Yan felt an irresistible, immense force transmitted through the air, crashing violently into his chest. He could scarcely muster a defense, his body soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. Blood gushing from his mouth as he fell heavily to the edge of the plaza, struggling for a moment, unable to rise. Silence enveloped the arena. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. A 5-star Do Wong, a notable elder of the Yun Yun sect, had been unable to make his opponent move a single step. Not a soul had witnessed how Li Ao had struck. It was as if he had merely tightened his fist, and a Do Wong had met with utter defeat. This profound visual and cognitive shock sent a chilling wave through all the disciples of the Yun Yun sect. The anger that had previously ignited due to the sect's provocation was extinguished by the harsh reality, replaced by profound fear and bewilderment. High above, the elders, including Yunling, wore ashen expressions, their fists clenched, yet feeling utterly powerless. Elder Yan's strength was considered above average among them, yet his defeat was so decisive. This youth's power had likely truly reached the level of a Do Huang. Moreover, it was clear that he was not merely a fledgling Do Huang. Yun Yun's breath quickened for a moment as she gazed at the still, composed youth in the center of the plaza, her heart resonating with an overwhelming tumult. She finally affirmed that, even without the enigmatic purple crystal seal in the Beast Mountain range, she would likely not be a match for this individual. Who else? Li Ao's gaze calmly surveyed the elders on the high platform before once more settling upon Yun Yun. His voice remained placid, yet it carried an absolute confidence that surveyed the entire assembly with disdain. If no one is to impart their teachings, then this inquiry shall be exceedingly dull. Impudence! Do not be so arrogant. Two furious shouts rang out almost simultaneously. From the elder assembly, two figures surged forth once again. One was a stout elder wielding a heavy hammer, while the other was a tall, lean elder wielding dual swords. Their auras intertwined. Both were at the pinnacle of 6-star Do Wong, evidently skilled in combined assault techniques. The Yun Yun sect will not permit such disdain, they declared in unison. Receive our twin thunderstorm formation. The stout elder swung his heavy hammer, conjuring a resonant thunderclap. As Do Chi transformed into chains of thunder that spiraled from the ground to ensnare Li Ao's feet. Meanwhile, the slender elder's dual swords danced like the wind, their sword energies weaving into a vast azure net that sealed the skies above, the fierce intent of the swords cleaving through space. One above, one below, one to bind, one to kill, their coordination seamless, and their combined might far exceeding the sum of their individual powers, sufficient to contend with 7-star or even 8-star Do Wong. Faced with this pincer assault, Li Ao finally moved. He stepped forward slightly with his left foot, lowering his center of gravity, his right hand forming a blade with his fingers, the dark iron sheen swirling at his fingertips as a more refined, terrifying intent to cleave, capable of severing the cycles of causality, began to coalesce. He did not glance at the sword net above, nor did he heed the thunder chains at his feet. He merely directed the tips of his fingers toward the empty space before him and gently swept downward. It was still so simple, so direct. Swish! A slender, nearly invisible silver-gray line materialized in the air with the motion of his fingertip. The instant this line appeared, the light in the square seemed to dim momentarily. All those with keen perception felt a stabbing pain in their souls. The encroaching chains of thunder. Upon contact with the silver-gray line, melted away, soundlessly like ice thrown into a blazing inferno, vaporizing. The vast azure sword net descending from above, upon meeting the fine line, was effortlessly cleaved as if it were a fragile spider's web encountering a divine weapon, instantly collapsing into a chaotic storm of energy that scattered in all directions. The silver-gray thread of energy did not diminish in intensity. It seemed to transcend the fabric of space, swiftly gliding past the two elders, iron and wood. Thud! Thud! The figures of the two men, who had surged forward, suddenly froze, and then weakly collapsed to their knees, their heavy hammers and dual swords clattering to the ground. Their faces turned ashen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, their eyes filled with dread and disbelief. Beside their necks, delicate traces of blood remained, shallow, yet precisely drawn, as if to serve as a warning that had the strike deviated by even half a point, they would have been severed from their heads. Another seemingly effortless blow, breaking the combined formation while simultaneously subduing two peak 6-star Do Kings. What terrifying control and power were at play. Silence enveloped the square. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the involuntary chattering of teeth could be heard. All disciples of the Yunlan sect gazed upon the deep blue figure as though they were beholding an invincible deity. Having defeated 3 elders, including 2 skilled in combined attacks, the opponent had not even taken a single step nor drawn the extraordinary blade that rested at his back. Yun Yun slowly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she opened them again, all hesitation and complexity had faded, leaving only the resolute and composed demeanor befitting the leader of the Yunlan sect. She understood that allowing the elders to act further would only serve to increase their humiliation and undermine the foundation of the sect. At this moment, the only one capable of restoring the dignity of the Yunlan sect was herself, or perhaps the one on the back mountain. With graceful steps, her moon-white skirt brushed against the polished ground as she made her way toward the center of the square, drawing the gazes of countless onlookers. Approaching the youth who had single-handedly rendered the entire Yunlan sect unable to raise its head, she halted 5 steps before Liao, her cold gaze locking with his dark, iron-colored pupils. Lord Liao, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Yun Yun's voice remained melodious, yet bore a hint of gravity. You have triumphed over 3 elders of my sect, demonstrating exceptional strength, which I admire. However, the Yunlan sect has stood for 1,000 years and possesses its own dignity. If you insist on probing further, with a delicate lift of her hand, an ancient-looking long sword emanating a greenish glow appeared in her grasp. The blade quivered, releasing a melodious hum. A formidable aura, no less potent than that of Liao, began to rise from her being, infused with pure wind, a tribute Do Qi, standing resolutely against the domineering and fierce intent of his sword. Thus, Yun Yun was prepared to experience the prowess of the esteemed lord with her long sword in hand. The oppressive force of a Do Emperor was laid bare. Chapter 44. The pinnacle duel between Liao and Yun Yun. Yun Yun stood firm with her sword, her moon-white robe billowing as if caught by an unseen wind, resonating with a haunting sound. Surrounding her was a pure and overwhelming azure Do Qi, as if she had fused with the very energies of the wind in the world. The unmatched pressure of a Do Emperor was unleashed without reservation, crashing into Liao's fierce and cutting sword intent at the center of the square. A low, resonant hum filled the air as the two powerful auras collided. Rather than a thunderous roar, it produced a deep, heart-pounding vibration. The air in the square felt thick and viscous, light distorting, and the dust on the ground was repelled by an invisible force, creating a distinct vacuum zone. All disciples of the Yunlan sect held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping from their chests. The sect leader had personally engaged. This was the last vestige of dignity for the Yunlan sect, and their final hope. The elders on the high platform wore tense expressions, with Yunling's fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his palms. He both wished for Yun Yun to defeat this arrogant youth, and harbored a faint concern regarding the depth of his strength. Liao surveyed the fully unleashed Yun Yun before him, a flicker of seriousness passing through his dark, iron-colored eyes. He slowly lowered his previously clasped fingers, grasping the hilt of the wrapped blade at his back. Clang! A clear sound of the blade rang out, akin to a dragon's roar echoing through the heavens. The steel longsword was drawn. The blade did not radiate the brilliance of a divine weapon, but instead bore a rugged and ancient demeanor, with only the edge shimmering with a chilling glint. The blade trembled, emitting a longing for blood. The suppressed ferocity of his sword intent finally finding an outlet as it surged upward, darkening half the sky. With the sword in hand, Liao's aura transformed anew. If he had previously been a concealed weapon, he was now a bloodthirsty blade fully unsheathed, the will to sever all things condensed into a palpable essence. As if he could cleave through space itself. Please. Liao held the sword with one hand, the tip pointed toward the ground. A simple word conveyed more pressure than any grand declaration. Yun Yun's beautiful eyes narrowed. She sensed that the threat posed by his sword intent had multiplied exponentially since he had drawn the blade. She hesitated no longer, lightly tapping her foot on the ground. Her form as weightless as willow fluff, yet as swift as lightning. The ancient longsword in her hand sliced through the air, trailing a chilling and stunning azure arc, and straight at Liao's throat. Ultimate Gale Slash. With this strike, she unleashed the Yunlan sect's ultimate secret technique. This sword was not merely faster than when Yunling had executed it, but had been refined beyond measure. The light of the sword created ripples in the space it traversed, as if it truly aimed to pierce through. Faced with this electrifyingly swift and concentrated strike, Liao moved. He neither chose to meet it head-on nor retreated, but instead shifted his footing, his form ghostly, leaving behind a series of afterimages. Although he had not unleashed the full might of thunderous steps, he demonstrated astonishing agility in the confined space. Simultaneously, his dark longsword transformed into a streak of black lightning. Not to block, but to strike at a remarkably cunning angle, the tip quivering as it targeted Yun Yun's wrist. Attack where they defend. Yun Yun felt a shiver run through her, her sword momentum unyielding. With a slight tremor of her wrist, the sword tip quivered, manifesting into several indistinguishable sword shadows, resembling a peacock displaying its feathers, deftly avoiding the tip of Liao's blade while simultaneously targeting multiple vital points around him. Liao's sword momentum remained unchanged, yet his arm twisted at an unnatural angle, as if devoid of bones. The dark longsword seeming to possess life as it traced profound trajectories, whether thrusting, sweeping, slashing, or slicing. Each strike found the weakest points of the sword shadows with pinpoint accuracy, producing a series of crisp sounds akin to raindrops on banana leaves. Sparks flew. Doqi surged. The figures of both combatants whirled in the square, colliding and separating once more. The sword light flashed like lightning, while the blade shadows danced like curtains. The speed reached its zenith, and the disciples with slightly lower cultivation could only perceive two indistinct flashes of azure and black colliding repeatedly, unable to discern the specific techniques being employed. Yun Yun's swordplay was ethereal and graceful as the wind, maximizing the speed and variability of the wind attribute Doqi. Her sword intent dense as an invisible net, seeking to ensnare Liao within its grasp. Conversely, Liao's blade technique was characterized by sheer dominance and sharpness. There were no unnecessary flourishes. Each strike was succinct, direct, and effective, embodying the will to sever all. Regardless of how exquisite Yun Yun's swordplay was, he shattered it with a single strike. In his hands, the dark longsword seemed to possess the power to cleave mountains and split seas. The essence of Raging Gale Blade was brought to new heights, the speed of the blade escalating, the momentum intensifying, as if it were a storm gathering at sea. Return of the wind, dance of the snow. Yun Yun, unable to gain the upper hand, altered her sword momentum once more. Her form twirled, the longsword sweeping forth a tempest of azure sword energy, akin to a blizzard, each strand imbued with formidable cutting power, sealing off all avenues for Liao to evade. A glint of brilliance flashed in Liao's eyes. He did not evade or retreat. Instead, he activated Black Iron Body with a thunderous roar, the dark iron-colored blood surging beneath his skin. With both hands gripping the sword, he launched a simple yet powerful downward slash. Rending wind, the blade sliced through the air, unleashing an extraordinarily refined silver-gray blade aura. This aura, while not overwhelmingly vast, contained an unparalleled sharpness and an essence of utter annihilation. As it traversed, the tempestuous azure sword auras that filled the sky shattered and dissolved as if they had encountered their nemesis. The blade aura surged forth relentlessly, aiming directly at the storm's epicenter, Yun Yun. Yun Yun's delicate countenance shifted slightly as she sensed the terrifying power embedded within that blade aura. Daring not to confront it head-on, she hastily retreated, while simultaneously tracing several circles in the air with her longsword, coalescing azure battle chi into formidable wind shields. Bang! 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 The silver-gray blade aura consecutively shattered 3 wind shields, its force finally expending itself, dissipating into the ether. Yet, the backlash compelled Yun Yun to step back several paces. Her breath slightly erratic, her jade-like hand gripping the sword hilt beginning to tingle. She raised her gaze, her eyes filled with astonishment as she looked at Liao. Her wind-returning snow dance was a paragon among the advanced mystic-level battle techniques, yet it had been so ruthlessly severed by her opponent's blade. Moreover, the bizarre power within that blade aura had directly obliterated her battle chi. Seizing the advantage, Liao launched himself forward, his feet executing the thunder sound step with explosive force, appearing beside Yun Yun in an instant, his long knife sweeping horizontally, targeting her waist. Before the blade even arrived, the fierce wind it generated rustled her skirt, sending chills across her skin. Yun Yun remained composed in the face of danger, her waist bending back like a willow, forming a breathtaking arc as she narrowly dodged the horizontal slash. At the same time, her longsword lunged towards Liao's rib with the swiftness of a viper. Liao seemed to anticipate her move, his blade curving upwards with uncanny precision, deflecting her sword with a sharp clang. In an instant, his other hand, swift as lightning, shot out like a claw, its dark iron sheen gleaming as it aimed for Yun Yun's alabaster neck. Close combat, exceedingly perilous. Yun Yun's heart raced. She had not expected her opponent's fighting style to be so brutally decisive. She quickly tilted her head to evade while flicking her fingers, launching a condensed wind blade towards Liao's face in a desperate attempt to push him back. Liao did not flinch. His grip on her neck remained unyielding, merely tilting his head slightly as the wind blade grazed his cheek, severing a few strands of hair and leaving a faint trace of blood. Yet, his dark, iron-colored hand had already clamped down like a vice upon Yun Yun's slender neck. As that hand, imbued with terrifying power, neared her skin, Yun Yun could feel the icy breath of death emanating from his fingertips, a flicker of despair flashing in her eyes. In that critical moment, enough, a voice, ancient yet imbued with supreme authority, resonated as if it echoed with the very essence of Yunlan Mountain, crashing down like thunder from the heavens. In that instant, an overwhelming pressure, vast as an abyss and far surpassing the Do Huang level, descended upon the entire Yunlan Sect Plaza like the collapse of the sky. Space crystallized. Time appeared to freeze. Liao's hand, on the verge of making contact with Yun Yun's neck, became ensnared in an invisible quagmire, its speed diminishing tenfold. Simultaneously, Yun Yun felt herself imprisoned by an irresistible force, rendered immobile. Everyone sensed a tremor originating from the depths of their souls, an instinctive urge to kneel before this might. Liao abruptly lifted his head, his dark iron pupils sharp as blades, piercing towards the direction of the back mountain, a chilling smile gracing his lips. At last, unable to contain yourself, the old Sect Master, Yun Shan, or rather, the Yun Shan corrupted and controlled by the Soul Palace. Chapter 45, Yun Shan. That single word, enough, resonated like a thunderclap from the heavens, bearing unparalleled authority and power. It was not merely a sound, but a proclamation of rules. The moment the voice echoed, the entire plaza of Yunlan's sect, nay, the entirety of Yunlan Mountain, seemed to be ensconced within an invisible crystal, abruptly solidifying. The wind stilled, the clouds halted. Even the light appeared to thicken. All disciples, elders, including the recently rescued Yun Yun, felt themselves ensnared by an incomprehensible, unfathomable force, rendering even the slightest movement of their eyes an arduous task, as primal fear and a sense of submission surged from their souls. The Do Zone. Only those who had stepped into that echelon, gaining initial control over spatial power, could wield such earth-shattering might. Liao's dark iron hand, poised to touch Yun Yun's neck, halted just a finger's breadth from her porcelain skin, as if ensnared in eternal ice, its movement stymied to an agonizing crawl, each advance requiring immense effort. The fierce blade intent surrounding him seemed to be compressed by an invisible barrier, thrumming violently within a 3-foot radius, yet struggling to break free from the shackles of space. He suddenly lifted his head, his dark iron pupils sharp as blades, directed towards the source of the pressure emanating from the depths of the Yunlan sect's back mountain. His expression bore no hint of panic for being restrained. Instead, the cold curve of his lips deepened, tinged with mockery and an exhilarated battle spirit. Finally, unable to hold back, he murmured to himself, his voice curiously clear within the frozen space. In the sky above the back mountain, clouds swirled madly, coalescing into a colossal vortex. At the center of the vortex, a hazy figure gradually materialized, initially just a black dot, but in the next moment, it appeared as if teleported directly above the plaza. It was an elder clad in simple white robes, with hair and beard as white as snow, his visage emaciated yet imbued with an ethereal quality. However, within his opened eyes lay not the clarity and wisdom one might expect, but a peculiar grayness and indifference, as if he regarded all life as mere fodder. He exuded no powerful energy waves, simply hovering in the air. Yet he seemed to embody the very center of this realm, with all rules revolving around him. It was none other than the old Sect Master of Yunlan's sect. Yin Shan, old Sect Master. The old Sect Master has emerged. Welcome, esteemed old Sect Master. Despite their bodies being bound by the oppressive force, countless disciples of Yunlan's sect could not help but erupt in fervent cheers, as if witnessing the arrival of their savior. Elders like Yun Ling were equally exhilarated. With the old Sect Master present, the dignity of Yunlan's sect would undoubtedly be preserved. Yun Yun gazed at the familiar yet distant figure in the sky, her beautiful eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions, joy, reverence, yet beneath it all, a thread of worry she herself had not fully grasped. The aura of her teacher seemed different from before. Yin Shan's dim gaze first settled upon Yun Yun, who was ensnared by Li Ao's oppressive aura. He frowned slightly before shifting his attention to Li Ao, the only individual still capable of movement, resisting the spatial confinement with his blade intent and physical prowess. Young man, in mercy lies strength. Yun Shan spoke, his tone calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority, each word resonating with the surrounding spatial power, striking the hearts of those present like a heavy hammer. The Yunlan sect is not a place for your recklessness. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, I will allow you to leave without retribution. His words, though seemingly magnanimous, conveyed an unmistakable air of condescension and veiled threat. Upon hearing this, Li Ao did not retreat. Instead, he let out a derisive laugh. The dark iron aura surrounding him surged violently, as if thunder rumbled within him. The power of the black iron-dominant body pushed to its utmost limits, causing his previously halted hand to lurch forward half a step, almost brushing against Yun Yun's skin, the cold sensation making her shiver. Letting bygones be bygones? Li Ao raised his head, locking eyes with Yun Shan in the sky, his gaze defiant and frigid. Do you think you hold any authority? A pseudo-do zong who relies on external forces to break through dares to toy with spatial power before me? At this declaration, the entire assembly was taken aback. A pseudo-do zong? Relying on external forces to break through? Everyone was left in a state of bewilderment by Li Ao's earth-shattering proclamation. For the first time, a noticeable shift appeared on Yun Shan's typically placid face as a flicker of malevolence and murderous intent surged from the depths of his dull eyes. The previously serene spatial fluctuations surrounding him instantly transformed into something razor-sharp, akin to invisible needles piercing towards Li Ao. Ignorant youth, spouting nonsense. Since you insist on courting death, let me oblige. Yun Shan ceased his idle chatter and slowly raised his withered hand, pressing down lightly towards Li Ao below. The motion was subtle, as if merely brushing away dust. Yet in that very instant his palm descended, the space above Li Ao, within a radius of 10 zhong, abruptly collapsed. This was not a physical collapse, but rather a compression and folding at the level of rules. It was as if an unseen giant hand tightly clenched that space, as if molding clay. The space was being crushed. Yun Lung gasped in astonishment, his eyes filled with fervor and reverence. This was the power of a do zone, the ability to manipulate space, to take life and spare it at will. Li Ao, situated at the heart of the collapsing space, immediately felt unprecedented pressure. Every inch of his skin and every bone within him groaned under the unbearable weight. The invisible force of space pressed in from all directions, intent on utterly annihilating him along with that fragment of space. His blade intent was compressed to its utmost limit, and the dark, long sword trembled violently, emitting a mournful wail. The dark iron sheen on his skin flickered frantically, fighting against the omnipresent tearing force, already showing minute cracks from which blood began to seep. The difference between Do Zong and Do Huang was but a single character, yet it signified an insurmountable chasm. This was the absolute suppression of realms. With a roar akin to that of trapped beast, Li Ao let out a deep, resonant growl, his eyes igniting with a crimson hue. He did not yield. Instead, he unleashed the black iron dominance to an unprecedented level of ferocity. His vital blood surged like molten lava within him, the refined power of the rules of annihilation fully awakened, merging with the overwhelming murderous aura accumulated from days of slaughter. All channeled into the long sword in his grasp. The dark long sword suddenly exploded with a dazzling silver-gray radiance. On the blade, it seemed as though the demise of all things and the extinction of stars manifested. He gripped the sword with both hands, consolidating all his strength, will, and understanding of the rules of annihilation into this defiant strike. Facing the crushing collapse of space and the hovering Yun Shan, he ferociously slashed. The dominating blade, annihilation slash. A silver-gray blade aura, spanning the heavens and the earth, surged upwards. As the blade aura passed, the space was not merely sliced open, but annihilated. It was as if an invisible eraser had wiped away that collapsed spatial structure, the omnipresent spatial power, along with light, sound, and all existence, leaving only a pure, void black trace that sent shivers down the soul. What? The usually impassive Yun Shan's countenance shifted drastically at this moment. From that silver-gray blade aura, he sensed a power that threatened his very essence. This was not merely a clash of pure energy, but a collision of rules, a fundamental rule of destruction that surpassed his rudimentary grasp of spatial power. Annihilation rules? This is impossible, he exclaimed in disbelief, losing all semblance of composure. As his withered hands waved repeatedly, a torrent of chi mixed with deeper spatial power, forming layers of defense before him. Boom! The silver-gray blade aura collided violently with the spatial defenses Yun Shan had erected. An indescribable roar reverberated throughout the entirety of Yunlan Mountain. At the epicenter of the collision, space fractured like a shattered mirror, spreading countless dark cracks that voraciously devoured everything around. Energy storms swept outward like a tsunami. The ground of the plaza fissuring inch by inch, massive stone pillars snapping in half, and nearby disciples being reduced to blood mist before they could even scream. Yun Yun was swiftly brushed aside by Yun Shan, narrowly avoiding the core of the collision, yet she remained horrified by the terrifying spectacle. Dust and energy turbulence engulfed the area. When the chaos finally subsided, the crowd looked on in shock. Li Ao was seen kneeling on one knee, propped up by his long sword. His garments were tattered, riddled with intersecting wounds that exposed bone, and his dark iron skin was covered in cracks. Blood staining him into a crimson figure, his breath waning to the brink of collapse. Clearly, forcibly executing the annihilation slash beyond his limits and clashing against the Do Zong's spatial strangulation had inflicted severe backlash upon him. Yet he was still alive. Moreover, the dark iron hue of his pupils still burned with an unyielding flame as he fixed his gaze upon the air. Above, Yun Shan remained suspended, his white robe somewhat disheveled, his aura slightly disordered. The layers of spatial defenses he had set up were nearly half shattered by that one strike. Before him, a slender, almost imperceptible silver-gray stream of energy, like a relentless parasite, continued to erode his protective Do Chi, emitting a sizzling sound. He looked down at the nearly extinguished youth below, yet still standing tall, and for the first time, an expression of grave concern, even a hint of fear, appeared in his dull eyes. This child must not be allowed to live. Meanwhile, amidst his labored breathing, Li Ao sensed the nearly depleted power within him and the severe injuries he had sustained. Yet his consciousness remained remarkably clear. He observed the system panel, noting the increased proficiency of black iron dominance due to the extreme exertion, as well as a deeper understanding of the rules of annihilation, a difficult but cold smile tugging at his lips. A Dozong is nothing more than this. He understood that today, killing Yun Shan was impossible, and even remaining any longer posed the risk of demise. Yet, his goal had been achieved. He had successfully established his own presence in this foremost sect of the empire, standing before this pretender Dozong. He cast a glance at the astonished Yun Yun, swept over the terrified disciples of the Yunlan sect, and finally met Yun Shan's piercing gaze once more. Today's inquiry shall end here. Yun Shan, I shall come to claim your life next time. Before the words had left his lips, he struck the ground fiercely, using the rebound force to propel himself like a blood-red meteor towards the base of Yunlan Mountain. Simultaneously, he infused his remaining strength into Thunderstep, his speed soaring. Want to escape? Leave it here. Yun Shan's murderous intent surged as he could not allow such an easy departure. His withered hand rose once more, gathering spatial power, ready to intercept. However, At the moment he made his move, a slender, nearly undetectable silver-gray blade intent lingered in the void where Li Ao had departed, suddenly erupting like a preset trap. Although it could not harm Yun Shan, it successfully disrupted his control over that fragment of space for a fleeting moment. It was this brief delay that allowed Li Ao's figure to vanish into the vast expanse of the mountains and clouds, his presence rapidly fading. Yun Shan's expression darkened to the point of nearly dripping with malice as he hovered in the air, gazing towards the direction Li Ao had vanished, remaining motionless for a long while. The plaza was in disarray, with numerous casualties. The dignity of the Yunlan sect had been thoroughly trampled underfoot today. All members of the Yunlan sect were engulfed in a complex mix of emotions, teetering between relief and disbelief. A lone youth had boldly infiltrated the Yunlan sect, defeating multiple elders and forcing the sect leader to intervene personally, ultimately clashing with the old sect leader, a Do Zone powerhouse, and though grievously injured, he had successfully escaped. This news would undoubtedly sweep across the entire Gamma Empire, and even the northwestern continent, with the force of a hurricane. From this day forth, Li Ao's name would be known by all. Far away in a certain corner of the sacred city, Xiao Yan, diligently training, felt an overwhelming shock when he perceived through Yao Lao's senses the earth-shattering collision in the direction of Yunlan Mountain and the soaring obliteration blade aura. His hand, gripping the measuring tool, trembled violently from excessive force, his eyes filled with an unprecedented sense of awe, and a shadow of disparity that he could not deny loomed over him. A storm had arisen, and both he and Li Ao had been swept into the vortex's eye. Chapter 46. Li Ao's severely wounded retreat. Li Ao's desperate and disheveled escape resembled droplets of water splashing into boiling oil, exploding upon the desolate plaza of Yunlan's sect, leaving behind a scene of devastation and indescribable shock. As the dust slowly settled, it revealed a plaza floor riddled with cracks, as though trampled by a colossal beast. Shattered stone pillars, and the anguished cries of disciples who had either perished or been injured in the preceding energy storm. The air was thick with the scent of blood, dust, and the residual violent energy that had yet to subside. All surviving disciples of Yunlan's sect stood frozen in place, akin to lifeless statues. Their faces a mixture of fear, confusion, and an emptiness born from shattered faith. Their revered and godlike patriarch, Yun Shan, had personally intervened, yet failed to capture the grievously injured youth. Even more provocatively, that youth's arrogant declaration before his escape echoed in their minds. "Next time I come for you." These words resonated like a curse, instilling a chilling dread within each heart. Yun Shan hovered in the air, his aged visage dark enough to weep, his dim eyes fixated on the direction in which Li Ao vanished. And the once harmonious aura that blended with the heavens now resembled a turbulent sea before a storm, suppressing a tidal wave of wrath and murderous intent. It was not that he did not wish to pursue, but he could not. The last trace of obliteration intent Li Ao had unleashed, though faint, was exceedingly troublesome, akin to a festering wound that continued to erode his protective energy, demanding his focus to suppress it. More critically, the obliteration slash and the manifestation of rule power he exhibited instilled a sense of wariness in Yun Shan, leading him to suspect the existence of some hidden ancient entity behind it. Clear the plaza, tend to the wounded. Yun Shan's voice was devoid of emotion, shattering the suffocating silence. Today's events were to be classified as the sect's highest secret, forbidden from dissemination. Anyone who disobeyed would face the penalty of having their cultivation stripped and expulsion from the sect. The chilling command sent shivers down the spines of all disciples and elders, who hastily bowed in compliance. Yun Shan's gaze shifted to the pale-faced, complex expression of Yun Yun below, his tone slightly softened yet still imbued with undeniable authority. "Yun'er, come with me to the back mountain." With a wave of his sleeve, his figure gradually melded into the void, disappearing from sight. Yun Yun surveyed the wreckage of the plaza, cast one last glance towards the direction Li Ao had departed, and a swell of emotions surged within her beautiful eyes. Ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh, she adjusted her slightly disheveled robe, suppressing the tumultuous energy within, transforming into a streak of azure light as she sped towards the back mountain of Yunlan's sect, in the Forbidden Chamber. "Master." Yun Yun addressed the figure of Yun Shan, who stood with his back to her, seemingly merging with the mountain itself, her voice tinged with hesitation. "That Li Ao must die." Yun Shan did not turn, his voice resolute and laden with murderous intent. "This boy possesses a peculiar body refinement technique and has preliminarily grasped a thread of destructive rule power. His potential is too terrifying. If he is not eliminated today, he will undoubtedly become a grave concern for our Yunlan sect in the future, even jeopardizing the plans of our esteemed envoy. Rule power? Yun Yun's pupils constricted. Although she sensed the immense terror of Li Ao's final strike, she had not anticipated it to involve the realm of rules. That was a domain only accessible to Do Zong's strong practitioners. Though it was merely the surface, its nature was extraordinarily profound. Yun Shan turned to face her, a flicker of gravity passing through his dim eyes. Moreover, his interference with space during his escape was executed with impeccable timing, far from mere coincidence. This boy's combat talent is nothing short of monstrous. He paused, scrutinizing Yun Yun. Yunner, how did you find your encounter with him? Yun Yun pondered momentarily before responding candidly. His Do Chi cultivation does not seem particularly formidable, likely just recently ascended to Do Huang. Yet his physical strength is extraordinarily terrifying, comparable to a peak 6th-tier magical beast. His swordsmanship is fierce and domineering, striking at the essence itself. My wind extreme Do technique was almost entirely countered by his blade. Furthermore, it seemed he did not exert his full strength until you intervened, Master. Yin Sha nodded. His foundation lies in that peculiar physique and that blade. Should we encounter him again, we must employ overwhelming force to prevent him from displaying that rule swordsmanship. On another note, have there been any leads regarding the key needed by our esteemed envoy? Yun Yun Sha yet. No concrete news yet. However, there have been undercurrents in Jiamar Sacred City lately, and the Middle family seems to be investigating something in secret, possibly related to the Soul Palace. Mitte, that old fox Tingshan. Yun Shan scoffed. There is no need to concern ourselves with them. Intensify the search for the key's whereabouts while closely monitoring Li Ao's movements. He is gravely injured and will undoubtedly require a place for recovery and resources. Notify our hidden networks throughout the Empire. Once his trail is discovered, report immediately. Yes, Master. Yun Yun responded with a bow. Atop the highest level of the middle auction house in Jiamar Sacred City, Yafei hurriedly entered the private chamber of Elder Tung Shan, her alluring visage marked by an unprecedented gravity. Elder Tung Shan, I've just received classified intelligence from within Yunlan sect. She scarcely had time for formalities before urgently declaring, Mr. Li Ao single-handedly infiltrated Yunlan sect, defeating multiple Do Wang elders and battling with Sect Master Yun Yun to a standstill, ultimately forcing the Patriarch Yun Shan to intervene personally. What? Even Elder Tung Shan, known for his composure, was momentarily struck with disbelief, rising abruptly from his seat. Yun Shan has exited seclusion? He has successfully broken through. The news is confirmed. Yun Shan is now a Do Zong strong practitioner. Yafei's tone was heavy, but even more astonishing was that Mr. Li Ao had withstood the spatial obliteration unleashed by Yun Shan and, though gravely wounded, managed to escape. The chamber fell into a profound silence. Elder Tung Shan gradually resumed his seat, disbelief etched across his features. To infiltrate Yunlan's sect, provoke a Do Zong, withstand spatial obliteration, and escape. Each of these feats alone would be enough to send shockwaves throughout the entire empire. Yet Li Ao achieved them all on his own. This boy. Elder Tung Shan muttered, momentarily a loss for words to encapsulate his astonishment. He had strived to overestimate Li Ao, only to realize he had still underestimated him. Elder, how should we respond? Yafei inquired, her peach blossom eyes sparkling with determination. Mr. Li Ao's heavily wounded escape will surely require assistance. This may be our opportunity to forge a deeper connection with him. Elder Tung Shan inhaled deeply, forcing himself to regain his composure. Indeed, this presents a significant risk, but also an unprecedented opportunity. Immediately mobilize all our secret channels. At any cost, seek out Mr. Li Ao's whereabouts. But we must maintain absolute confidentiality. We cannot attract the attention of Yunlan's sect or other forces. He fixed a keen gaze upon Yafei. Yafei, you are to take full responsibility for this matter. Remember, find him, provide him with everything he needs, but tread carefully to avoid inciting his aversion. We aim to be allies providing timely aid, not opportunistic hyenas. Yafei understood. She nodded firmly, a flame of determination igniting in her eyes. She recognized that this could be a pivotal step for the middle family in the coming decades, even centuries. In another courtyard of the sacred city, Xiao Yan sat cross-legged, attempting to enter a state of cultivation, yet the harrowing images of the collision at Yunlan Mountain, conveyed through Yao Lao's soul perception, incessantly flashed through his mind. The silvery gray blade aura that obliterated all, the terrifying force that caused spatial collapse, and the bloodied figure of Li Ao, defiant even in escape. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his breath in disarray as forced cultivation led to a backlash of Do Qi. Xiao Yanzi, the ethereal figure of Yao Lao, materialized, gazing at him with concern. Teacher, I. Xiao Yan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his complexion pale, his eyes filled with anguish and reluctance. Is that truly his genuine strength? Even the Dozong can clash head-on with him. Yao Lao fell silent for a moment, then sighed. His circumstances indeed surpass imagination. That power of rules, even if merely a superficial aspect, is far from ordinary. Xiao Yan, I understand the immense pressure you are under, but remember, his path is his own. Your journey requires you to forge your own way, step by step. Xiao Yan clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, blood trickling through his fingers. He lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot, yet deep within his pupils, something shattered and then reformed, becoming more resolute and determined. Teacher, I comprehend. His voice was hoarse, yet extraordinarily firm. I shall no longer be disturbed by him. He is he, and I am I. He has his sword. While I possess my own measure, I will triumph in our 3-year agreement. On the path to future greatness, I shall not be absent. He gazed toward the direction of Yunlan Mountain, his eyes sharp as a blade. Li Ao, today you could not flatten Yunlan's sect. In the future, I, Xiao Yan, shall not be incapable. We shall see. Yao Lao observed the rekindled, even more fervent and pure fighting spirit in his disciples' eyes, nodding in satisfaction. Perhaps, the sudden emergence of Li Ao as an imposing mountain was not entirely detrimental to Xiao Yan. Extreme pressure can indeed forge an extraordinary brilliance. In the Jiama Empire, the waters have been thoroughly muddied by Li Ao's shocking upheaval. Beneath the surface, various factions were recalibrating their strategies, while the severely injured Li Ao. Where could he possibly be now? What kind of turmoil would his next appearance stir within this empire? All awaited with bated breath. The storm was far from over. Chapter 47. The Escape. The biting cold wind sliced through the undulating mountains like a blade, whipping up withered branches and snowflakes. Li Ao's consciousness floated amidst boundless darkness and excruciating pain, each breath pulling at the torn wounds throughout his body, the frigid air piercing his lungs like needles. He had lost track of how long he had been fleeing and was unaware of his location, relying solely on an indomitable will and the remnants of the black, iron tyrant instinct to mechanically move his nearly disassembled body. Blood seeped from the myriad wounds covering him, leaving a harrowing trail of crimson on the pristine snow behind him, quickly masked by fresh snowfall. The strike from Yun Shan, imbued with spatial power, and the backlash from forcibly executing the annihilation slash had nearly extinguished his vitality. Numerous meridians lay severed, his organs displaced, and fine cracks marred his bones. His source of Do Qi nearly depleted. Were it not for the robust life force bestowed by the second stage of the black iron tyrant sustaining him, he would have perished on the spot. Warning: host life signs are below the critical threshold. Physical damage at 71. Energy reserves below 5. Immediate search for a safe location for intensive healing is advised. Unknown residual power of rules detected, continuously eroding host vitality. Emergency purification program initiated, progress slow. The system's cold alerts echoed intermittently in his mind, tinged with an almost imperceptible urgency. Safety, location. Li Ao's consciousness vaguely grasped this term. He strained to lift his heavy eyelids. His dark, iron-hued pupils had dimmed to a dull glow. His gaze fell upon an endless expanse of snow-covered, primordial forest. He had ventured far beyond the influence of Jia Ma Holy City and Yunlan's sect, into the chaotic borderlands adjoining the Outcloud Empire in the northern reaches of the empire. He needed to find an utterly concealed place. Otherwise, even without the pursuing forces of Yunlan's sect, the harsh environment and the lurking magical beasts could easily claim his life. Drawing upon the last vestiges of his perception of energy fluctuations and his instinct for survival, he stumbled deeper into the mountains, seeking an area where energy was relatively chaotic, capable of interfering with detection. At last, he discovered a narrow cave entrance, concealed beneath a thick shroud of vines and snow at the base of a wind-sheltered cliff. Using his last ounce of strength, he pushed through the obstacles and plunged into the inky darkness of the cave. The entrance was small, yet the interior was quite deep, filled with numerous forks and suffused with a damp, chilling atmosphere, reminiscent of an underground riverbed. He paid no mind to exploration. After confirming the absence of immediate danger, he promptly seated himself in a relatively dry corner at the farthest depths. Extracting the scant healing elixirs from his spatial ring, he swallowed them all without a second glance. Simultaneously applying the remaining essence of the steel-haired bear's blood he had purchased to the deepest of his wounds. The elixirs transformed into a slight warmth that spread through him, while the violent energy contained within the blood pricked at his damaged flesh like steel needles, inciting a new wave of agony. Li Ao gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat mingling with blood streaming down. He exerted every effort to channel the remnants of the black iron tyrant technique, guiding this feeble power to mend his body, combating the insidious encroachment of Yun Shan's spatial rules, akin to maggots gnawing at his bones. Initiating deep repair mode, consuming system energy reserves, analyzing foreign rule structures, attempting to simulate the annihilation rules for neutralization. On the system panel, the percentage of energy reserves began to decline slowly, while the progress bars for physical repair and rule purification ascended at a maddeningly sluggish pace. Outside the cave, the wind and snow howled. Within, the silence was pierced only by Li Ao's labored, pained breaths and the flickering flame of life that swayed like a candle in the wind. In Jia, Ma Holy City, dark currents surged. The news of Li Ao's audacious infiltration of Yunlan's sect, his clash with the Dozong, and his successful escape, despite Yunlan's sect's efforts to seal it, spread like wildfire among the higher echelons, fueled by numerous witnesses and the spies planted by various factions, igniting a tremendous uproar. Deep within the royal palace, Jia Xingtian gazed toward Yunlan Mountain, his expression gravely serious. The emergence of Li Ao and the breakthrough of Yun Shan had shattered the equilibrium maintained within the empire for years. An uncontrollable prodigy and an ambitious Dozong, potentially backed by even more terrifying forces, rendered the royal family's future fraught with uncertainty. Jia Laoui, the president of the Fa Ma Association, hesitated, words unspoken. Let us observe the changes. Jia Xingtian spoke solemnly. Increase surveillance on Yunlan's sect, while secretly seeking Li Ao's whereabouts. If this child survives, he may become the key to balancing Yun Shan in the future. At the Nalan family estate, Nalan Jia listened to his subordinate's report, his expression shifting unpredictably. He was both shocked by Li Ao's strength and concerned about the implications for the impending 3-year agreement. Nalan Yanran's emotions were even more complex. The once contemptible Xiao family waste could now be linked to such an earth-shattering figure. Following this incident, Yunlan's sect prestige had suffered, and her position as the young sect master had also become precarious. The Mu family and other clans were similarly shaken, hastily recalibrating their strategies to seek self-preservation or even profit in the approaching storm. At the Mitre auction house, Yafei stood before a vast map of the empire, her brow furrowed. Days had passed, and despite utilizing numerous secret channels, she still had no concrete information about Li Ao. He seemed to have evaporated from existence. The northern border, the magical Beast Mountain range, the chaotic areas at the Outcloud Empire's border, these were the most likely locations. Yet the vastness and complexity of the terrain made the search immensely challenging. Yafei rubbed her forehead, feeling a wave of helplessness wash over her. Elder Tongshan, seated behind her, spoke slowly. There is no need to be anxious. With such severe injuries, he will undoubtedly require a prolonged period to conceal and heal. Intensify the search efforts, but exercise caution. We must not reveal our intentions. I believe he will not perish so easily. When he re-emerges, it may well be the opportunity for our Mitre family. At the rear mountain of Yunlan's sect, have you not yet found him? The voice of Yun Shan revealed no sign of elation or ire, yet the dark scout kneeling below trembled in fear. Returning to the venerable Sect Master, our men have already been dispatched. We have meticulously searched all potential hiding spots surrounding the holy city and the main thoroughfares leading throughout the empire, but to no avail. He may have employed some exceedingly advanced technique of concealment, or perhaps he has already fled beyond the empire's borders. Yun Shan remained silent for a moment, then waved his hand, dismissing the scout. A cold light flickered in his grayish eyes. The backlash of the power of rules, combined with my spatial erosion, ensures he cannot recover in the short term. Continue the search. If he is alive, we must see him. If he is dead, we must see his corpse. Additionally, keep a close watch on that young lad from the Xiao family and the Middle Clan. They may take action. Within the courtyard of the holy city, Xiao Yan was drenched in sweat as the heavy Xuanzhong staff cut through the air with a resounding whoosh, striking and piercing repeatedly. His gaze was fierce and focused, as if he were imagining the wooden post before him as the Yunlan sect, as Li Ao, as the mountains of pressure weighing down upon his heart. The ethereal figure of Yao Lao observed silently from the side. He could feel that ever since the battle at Yunlan Mountain, Xiao Yan had been training with an even greater fervor, bordering on self-destructive madness. The pressure had transformed into the most direct impetus for his growth. Teacher, I sense that I am on the verge of a breakthrough. Xiao Yan panted, pausing to catch his breath, his eyes shining with intensity. Under the tremendous stimulation and frenzied training, he had managed to touch the threshold of a 3-star Dome Master. Yao Lao nodded, a glimmer of satisfaction crossing his features. Yet more concern lingered. A breakthrough is indeed a good fortune, but remember to maintain a solid foundation. Xiao Yan, your journey is still long. There is no need to be overly anxious for immediate results. Xiao Yan nodded earnestly, yet the tightly clenched handle of the staff betrayed his inner turmoil. He understood that the chasm between himself and that individual remained vast, but he would not relent. Each breakthrough was a step closer to surmounting that towering mountain. Time slipped by quietly amidst the anxious waiting and covert maneuvers of various factions. Half a month passed, yet news of Li Ao remained as elusive as a stone cast into the sea. Some speculated that he had succumbed to his grievous injuries, buried in the wilderness, while others believed he lay hidden, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave of a remote mountain range, Li Ao still maintained his cross-legged position, resembling a statue shrouded in blood scabs and frost. Most of his wounds had scabbed over, yet his complexion remained pallid as paper, his breath faint. However, had anyone been able to peer within, they would have discovered that the once rampant power of spatial rules had been counterbalanced and largely devoured by deeper, more tyrannical silver-gray current, the simulated rules of annihilation. The shattered meridians, under the influence of the black iron body and the effects of medicinal pills, were gradually reconnecting, widening, and becoming more resilient at a slow, yet steady pace. Deep within the nearly exhausted energy sea, a faint yet exceptionally pure Do Qi was being reborn. Host life signs are stable. Physical damage reduced to 45. Purification of foreign rule power at 87. Black iron body proficiency rising, nearing the mid-bottleneck of the second layer. System energy reserves remaining at 32. The most perilous moment seemed to be passing. With destruction comes rebirth. When this battered body regained vitality, it would undoubtedly be even more formidable than before. The eyelids of Li Ao, which had remained tightly shut for so long, twitched slightly. Chapter 48. The sharpness beneath the scabs. Within the cave, time lost all significance, with only the steady drip of water and the faint echoes of life being rekindled in the darkness. Li Ao resembled a slumbering beast of prey, his body covered in a thick layer of dark red scabs, a mix of blood and dirt, transforming him into a grotesque statue. His breath was nearly entirely restrained, so subtle that even the rise and fall of his chest were imperceptible, save for the occasional flicker of faint silver-gray light beneath the scabs, signifying that life had not been extinguished, but rather was undergoing a deeper form of rebirth. Ding! Purification of foreign rule power completed. Physical damage reduced to 18. Breakthrough to the mid-bottleneck of the second layer of black iron body. System energy reserves remaining at 28. The cold chime of the system's alert echoed like the tolling of a bell, awakening the dormant consciousness deep within Li Ao's soul. Crack! A faint yet crisp sound resonated clearly in the silent cave. A thick scab covering the elbow joint of Li Ao's left arm was the first to crack open, triggering a chain reaction as the thick scabs surrounding his body began to fissure and fall away. The newly formed skin revealed itself. No longer the pure, dark iron hue of before, but rather a deeper, more subdued, dark golden sheen, as if forged from divine metal through countless trials. The luster flowing beneath the surface, containing a power and resilience far surpassing its previous state. The skin was smooth, and the terrifying scars that once marred it now only left faint silver traces, resembling peculiar tattoos. He slowly opened his eyes. His dark, iron-colored pupils remained unchanged. Yet, deep within, it seemed as if two clusters of silver-gray flames quietly burned, remnants of the initial integration of the rules of annihilation into his essence, endowing his gaze with a profound, frigid depth, bearing an essence that pierced through illusions and disregarded life and death. He gently moved his fingers, the joints producing a series of crackling sounds, as an unprecedented sense of strength surged through his limbs. Not only had his physical strength increased, but the Do Qi within the energy sea, which had been nearly depleted, now regained its fullness, becoming more refined and pure. carrying a faint trace of the aura of annihilation, its quality far exceeding before. His mental fortitude had also grown increasingly resilient and keen due to the confrontation with the power of rules and the system's analytical assistance. With destruction comes rebirth, without breaking. There could be no standing. The fierce battle with Yun Shan, teetering on the edge of life and death, along with the subsequent struggle for recovery, though fraught with peril, had served as the finest whetstone. At this moment, not only had he fully healed, but his strength had also ascended to new heights. The black iron body had officially entered the mid-stage of the second layer, his physical strength now comparable to that of a mid-level 7th-tier magical beast, and his Do-Chi cultivation firmly established at the 2-star Do-Emperor level. More importantly, his grasp and understanding of the thread of annihilation had deepened several-fold. With a mere flicker of thought, he extended his finger like a blade, a barely perceptible silver-gray current swirling around his fingertip, and lightly traced it against the hard stone wall beside him. There was no sound, yet a smooth, mirror-like cut appeared on the stone wall, as if the rock structure had instantaneously undergone eons of weathering, crumbling into the finest dust that fell away. Annihilation is not simply destruction. It is a return to the void, Li Ao murmured to himself, contemplating the deeper implications contained within. This was no longer the violent outburst of before, but rather a more refined and controllable power. He stood up, shaking off the remaining scabs that clung to him, revealing a physique that was sleek, perfectly proportioned, and gleaming with a dark golden hue. He retrieved a spare set of azure robes from his spatial ring. Though simple, they could not conceal the terrifying power lurking beneath, sufficient to instill fear in those of the same rank. It was time to leave this place. He approached the cave entrance, parting the vines. Outside, the world remained a frozen expanse, yet the biting cold wind that brushed against him felt merely like a gentle spring breeze, bringing no discomfort. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly deduced his approximate location to be in the northern part of the Gamma Empire, deep within the mountain range bordering the Outcloud Empire. Names like Yinlan's Sect, Middle Family, and Soul Palace flashed through his mind. Yin Shan and the Soul Palace would undoubtedly not rest, fully intent on searching for his whereabouts. As for the Middle Family, based on previous encounters, he might be able to leverage them to his advantage. He requires information, a comprehensive understanding of the changes in the outside world over the past fortnight, and resources to further solidify and enhance his abilities, particularly as the resources necessary for the continued cultivation of the black iron body have become increasingly rare. He resolved to proceed to the nearest gathering point. Although the border region is chaotic, it is also a hub of information, making it easier to conceal oneself. Selecting a direction, Li Ao moved with purpose, refraining from employing the thunder step to avoid making excessive noise. Relying solely on the strength of his physical form, each stride left a shallow imprint in the snow, his figure shooting forth like an arrow, moving at a speed surpassing that of his pre-injury, full-fledged technique. With a few flickers, he vanished into the vast expanse of the snowy forest. In the secret chamber of the Mitre auction house within the Saint City, Yefei rubbed her slightly throbbing temples, setting down a report marked as fruitless. Days of intense searching had yielded no results, leaving her with a sense of fatigue and frustration. At that moment, a gentle knock sounded at the chamber door, and a trusted maid hurried in, her face alight with suppressed excitement. "Miss, we have news. It wasn't from our own people, but rather an informal report relayed by our informant in the northern town of Blackrock, concerning an energy anomaly from half a month ago." "Blackrock Town? An energy anomaly?" Yefei's spirits surged, and she straightened her posture. Blackrock Town, a chaotic locale at the northern border of the Empire, was a mlang of various elements. Indeed, the report indicates that approximately 2 weeks ago, deep within the mountain range outside Blackrock Town, there was a brief yet exceedingly subtle energy fluctuation, the nature of which remains unclear, but its intensity was remarkably high, only to vanish completely thereafter. Due to its remote location and the timing aligning perfectly, our informant deemed it suspicious enough to report. The time, location, and energy intensity all matched. Yefei's heart raced. Immediately alert our informant in Blackrock Town and initiate the highest level of reconnaissance protocols. But remember, observe only. Do not engage or follow. Report any findings directly to me at the earliest opportunity. Yefei commanded swiftly, her peach blossom eyes rekindled with fervor. Additionally, prepare the gift we had arranged and keep it on standby. Yes, the maid acknowledged, departing promptly. Yefei approached the window, gazing northward, her lips whispering softly, "Mr. Liao, you are indeed still alive." This time, our miter family will certainly not miss the opportunity. In the forbidden area of the rear mountains of the Yunlan sect, Yun Shan sat cross-legged amidst the clouds and mist, the space around him slightly distorting. He suddenly opened his eyes, a flicker of confusion passing through his dull gaze. Has the resonance of the rules of annihilation completely vanished? He mused with a furrowed brow. Previously, although he could not precisely locate Liao, he could still vaguely sense his general direction in the Northern Empire due to the remnants of spatial rules left within Liao's body, as well as the resonance produced when Liao employed the rules of annihilation. But just now, that sensation had abruptly ceased. Has he fallen? Or has he discovered a method to eradicate my mark entirely, even mastering that rule? A cold glint flickered in Yun Shan's eyes. Either scenario was far from his desire. Send word down. Intensify the search efforts in the northern border region. Pay close attention to any suspicious powerful auras or energy fluctuations. In the courtyard of the Saint City, Xiao Yan gradually calmed his surging do qi, successfully breaking through to the rank of a 3-star dosher. He stepped into the courtyard, grasping the heavy Xuanzhong ruler and commencing his daily practice with methodical swings. His movements were steady and meticulous. His gaze was resolute, his spirit seemingly entirely at peace, unaffected by the tumult of the outside world. The ethereal figure of Yao Lao nodded silently beside him, sensing that Xiao Yan's mindset had undergone a purification, becoming more profound. With a purer objective, to grow stronger and ascend to the Yunlan sect, fulfilling the 3-year pact. However, unbeknownst to the Miter family, who were secretly searching the Yunlan sect, whose murderous intent had not waned, and the diligently training Xiao Yan, the figure that had stirred tumultuous waves in their hearts had already emerged like a coiled dragon from the abyss, bearing the brilliance of rebirth after breaking free from its chrysalis, silently stepping into the chaotic vortex of the Empire's borders. A new storm would soon unveil its prelude in that lawless land. Liao's next destination, Blackrock Town. Chapter 49, Northern Border Town. The biting northern wind whipped through the snowflakes, slicing across the desolate expanse like a blade. As far as the eye could see, there lay a monotonous palette of white and gray. The dead shrubs trembled in the wind, while the distant, serpentine mountains loomed like slumbering behemoths, their backs cloaked in perpetual snow. Liao's silhouette emerged on this desolate horizon. His azure robe flapped in the frigid gusts, yet he walked with a steady gait, his form unwavering, as if the bone-chilling temperature posed no more threat to him than the gentle breeze of spring. His dark golden skin shimmered with a subdued luster under the dim sunlight, his deep-set eyes calmly surveying the surroundings, absorbing every detail of the terrain into his consciousness. Based on his previous judgments and the sporadic traces he had gathered along the way, he determined that a settlement of humans lay not far ahead. Indeed, after traversing a snow-laden ridge, the outline of a town materialized at the edge of his vision. Rather than a town, it resembled a vast, chaotic cluster of fortresses. Towering wooden walls, crudely assembled from rough-hewn logs, bore the scars of axe and blade, streaked with dried blood and adorned with rudimentary defensive runes that, despite their simplicity, exuded an aura of fierce ferocity. Within the walls, the buildings rose and fell erratically, mostly constructed of wood and stone, appearing quite rudimentary. A complex aroma wafted through the air, mingling the scents of smoke, livestock, low-quality alcohol, and a faint hint of blood. Here lay the infamous no-man's land of the northern border of the Garma Empire, Blackrock Town. The Empire's laws held little sway here, making it a haven for fugitives, mercenaries, adventurers, and smugglers, a quagmire where sin and opportunity intertwined. Liao suppressed most of his aura, adopting the guise of a weary, yet capable lone mercenary as he approached the town's entrance. Guards stood at the gate, not imperial soldiers, but a group of scruffy men clad in mismatched leather armor, their eyes fierce and exuding a palpable menace. They lounged by the entrance, scrutinizing the flow of people entering and exiting, their gazes akin to hungry wolves sizing up their prey. Entering Blackrock Town required the payment of a substantial entry fee, a customary rule of the area. Liao refrained from unnecessary complications, tossing a small pouch of gold coins. The leader of the guards waited in hand, casting a wary glance at Liao, seemingly seeking to glean more profit from him. Yet, the calmness in Liao's unwavering gaze, coupled with an implicit sense of pressure, prompted the guard to wisely close his mouth, waving him through. As he stepped into Blackrock Town, a cacophony of chaos and clamor enveloped him. The streets were narrow and muddy, flanked by a myriad of stalls and shops selling monster materials, weapons, herbs, and even some dubious-looking slaves. The air was filled with shouts of vendors, quarrels, raucous laughter, and the seductive laughter of women. A diverse throng of individuals navigated the streets, scarred mercenaries, solitary figures with cold eyes, and mysterious cloaked beings, each armed and exuding an air of vigilance and avarice. Li Ao strolled leisurely through the streets, his soul energy extending like invisible threads, quietly capturing fragments of information swirling in the air. Have you heard? The venomous snake mercenary corps took a hit in the wolf's den a few days ago. It seems they encountered tough opposition, and the leader hasn't returned. Damn it. The black storm has been frequent lately. The paths into the mountains are treacherous, and prices for herbs have skyrocketed. Those blood wolves are becoming increasingly brazen, daring to seize territory from our fierce tiger mercenary corps. Things are also unsettled over in the Outcloud region. It appears several prominent families are active near the border. Hey, have you heard? It seems that a significant event has transpired in the southern city of Gamma, the Yunlan sect. As the name Yunlan sect faintly reached Li Ao's ears, his footsteps imperceptibly faltered for a moment. He discreetly approached a group of mercenaries boasting and drinking beneath the tavern's awning. It's absolutely true. I have a brother who has been mingling in the holy city, and he sent word that half a month ago, a formidable individual single-handedly stormed the Yunlan sect, thrashing those arrogant fellows until they were utterly humiliated. Even their long-secluded old sect master was alarmed, yet they still couldn't capture him. TSK. That a battle sect master, exclaimed a burly man with a bushy beard, his words accompanied by animated gestures. Is that for real? Old Scar, don't be exaggerating. Interjected a skeptical voice from the side. Exaggerating? Well, have I, Old Scar, ever lied to you? I heard that this fierce person is named Li Ao. Yes, that's right. The holy city is abuzz with his name. The Yunlan sect has truly lost face this time. Li Ao, I've never heard of such a person. Where did he come from? Who knows? As long as he is impressive, that's all that matters. If only I could meet someone like him. Even death would be worth it. Li Ao listened silently and then turned to leave. The news had indeed spread, although the details might have been distorted. The core content had undoubtedly proliferated. This development held both advantages and disadvantages for him. The advantage lay in the fact that the name of the Blade Ancestor, Li Ao, would carry even greater deterrence, while the downside was that his physical characteristics and strength would become known to more factions, increasing the difficulty of remaining inconspicuous. He needed to quickly ascertain the local situation and find a stable source of information and a place to settle. His gaze swept across the street until it landed on a relatively tidy wooden house adorned with a sign that read all things. Such establishments are typically the most well-informed and adhere to the rules. Pushing open the slightly worn wooden door, a bell chimed crisply. The interior was dimly lit and sparsely furnished, containing only a counter and a few tables and chairs. An elderly man with graying hair and a monocle, who was bent over writing something, raised his head and adjusted his glasses, his murky eyes scrutinizing Li Ao. "Customer, what do you require?" The old man's voice was hoarse, yet imbued with a serene wisdom. "Information and a place to stay," Li Ao replied succinctly, placing several gold coins on the counter. The old man glanced at the coins but did not immediately take them. Instead, he spoke slowly. "New to town? In Blackrock Town, information comes at a price. But it also depends on the person. Some knowledge, the more you know, the more dangerous it becomes." "That's of no concern," Li Ao replied in a calm tone. The old man studied Li Ao for a few seconds, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression, before finally nodding and pocketing the coins. "In Blackrock Town, there are 3 major factions that one should not provoke lightly. The Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, led by the 5-star battle spirit, Luo Mang, who commands a significant portion of the town's gambling and brothel businesses. The Blood Wolf Gang, headed by the ruthless 4-star battle spirit Peak, Lone Wolf, who primarily engages in debt collection and underground market dealings. Chapter 50, The Olive Branch from Miter the Stench of Blood and No. 7 Black Dagger Alley was soon dispersed by the north wind, as the cold corpse was silently dragged away by the alley's cleaners under the cover of night, as if it had never existed. This was the daily routine of Blackrock Town, where death was as commonplace as eating and drinking. Li Ao set up a simple warning barrier within the stone house, then immersed himself in consolidating and refining his own power. The black iron body had entered the mid-stage of the 2nd level, bringing not only an explosive increase in defense and strength, but also a subtle enhancement of his life force, sharpening his perception of energy and rules. He needed time to thoroughly familiarize himself with this rejuvenated body and the subtle power of the rules of extinction that flowed through him like a guiding hand. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant to his surroundings. His soul energy acted as an invisible radar, cautiously scanning the area within a radius of several hundred meters from the stone house. He heard the raucous, drunken revelry of mercenaries in the adjacent courtyard, witnessed sordid transactions in the shadows, and detected several probing presences discreetly sweeping across the area. Clearly, his swift execution of that 7-star Grand Battlemaster during the day had caught the attention of some local toughs. However, these probes appeared remarkably restrained, imbued with a sense of caution, as no one dared to provoke him recklessly. One of the survival rules in Blackrock Town: do not lightly provoke those whose depths you cannot fathom. On the evening of the third day, as Li Ao was devising more variations of the extinction slash, a series of soft and rhythmic knocks echoed from outside the courtyard door. Unlike the rude battering of an intruder, Li Ao raised an eyebrow. His soul energy had already sensed the presence of two individuals outside. Leading them was a woman clad in an unassuming gray cloak, with a slender figure and a repressed aura. Yet, that faint, almost imperceptible charm and shrewdness, honed through special training, allowed Li Ao to instantly recognize her identity, Yafei. Trailing behind her was an elderly man with a steady demeanor and sharp eyes, likely a 3-star battle spirit, serving as a guard for the Miter family. They had indeed come, and with remarkable speed. With a mere thought, the courtyard door slid open soundlessly. Yafei lowered her hood, revealing her enchanting face, which, at this moment, lacked her usual professional smile and was instead marked by a sense of gravity and caution. She stepped into the courtyard, her gaze swiftly scanning the simple, even somewhat dilapidated space, finally resting on Li Ao, who stood at the entrance of the stone house. As her eyes met Li Ao's, which were profound like an ancient well, seemingly swirling with silver-gray starlight, her heart inexplicably fluttered, as if her very soul were being drawn in. She acutely sensed that the Li Ao before her was markedly different from the one she had encountered half a month ago at the Miter auction. His demeanor had undergone a transformative change, becoming more reserved yet infinitely more perilous, like a divine weapon sheathed in a chaotic stone scabbard, its edge concealed. Yet the potential for devastation was palpable. "Mr. Li Ao, I apologize for the intrusion," Yafei said, slightly bowing, her tone imbued with just the right amount of respect without veering into subservience. "Upon learning of your retreat here, I have come on behalf of the Miter family to pay my respects." The elder behind her also bowed in greeting, his eyes filled with vigilance and reverence. As a guard, he could directly sense the ferocious vitality concealed within Li Ao, which caused even him, a battle spirit, to feel a pang of trepidation. "The Miter family is quite well informed," Li Ao remarked, his tone neutral, betraying neither pleasure nor displeasure. Yafei smiled charmingly, her allure intact. Yet she dared not probe further. "You flatter us, Mr. Li Ao. The Miter family thrives within the Empire, relying on this modest network of information. Learning of your possible presence here, the family could not afford to be negligent, and specially commissioned me to see if there was anything you might need assistance with." As she spoke, she retrieved an ancient-looking black spatial ring from her sleeve and presented it with both hands. "This is a token of our family's goodwill, containing 5 revival purple pills, which are exceptionally effective for stabilizing one's realm and healing hidden injuries. Additionally, there is a detailed map of the Gamma Empire and its surrounding regions, marking perilous locations, secret realms, and our family's covert contact points that are not easily known through regular channels. I hope this may be of assistance to you." This gift could not be deemed insignificant. The revival purple pills are pinnacle-grade pills of the 5th rank, worth their weight in gold, and are a rare treasure for any battle emperor. The map, too, is priceless, representing the Miter family's immense sincerity and trust. Li Ao glanced at the spatial ring, but did not immediately accept it. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Yafei. "What does the Miter family desire? There is no such thing as a free lunch, especially in a place like Blackrock Town." Yafei's expression grew serious as she replied earnestly, "Mr. Li Ao, you speak plainly, and I shall not beat around the bush. The Miter family wishes to forge a bond of goodwill with you. We do not dare to expect you to serve our family, but simply hope that in future circumstances, should it be convenient, you might extend a measure of favor to the Miter family within your capacity. Meanwhile, the Middle family, with its extensive commercial network and intelligence systems spread throughout the Empire, stands ready to extend its offerings to you, sir. Should you have any needs, be it herbs, information, or even certain unique resources, The middle family will make every effort to procure them for you. This is a long-term investment, wagering on Li Ao's future potential for growth. We do not seek control, only collaboration and camaraderie, adopting a notably humble posture. Li Ao fell silent for a moment. The middle family's commercial network and intelligence capabilities were indeed what he currently required. Collaborating with such a local powerhouse would alleviate many of his troubles. Moreover, the sincerity and foresight displayed by Yafei and Elder Tingshan did not leave him feeling adverse. He reached out to accept the black ring, subtly scanning its essence with his spiritual power, confirming its contents. Very well, a simple affirmation, yet it allowed the weight that had rested heavily on Yafei's heart to finally lift as a genuine smile blossomed on her face. Reminiscent of the first thaw of spring, she understood that this investment had succeeded. Thank you, sir. Yafei bowed once more. The safety of your person here will be discreetly monitored by the middle family. She presented him with a special jade token. Should you require anything, you may contact me through this. She handed him a smooth, white jade token. Li Ao accepted the token with a nod. Yafei, ever aware of the appropriate decorum, recognized it was best not to linger. After achieving her objective, she took her leave. Then I shall not disturb your meditation any further. Farewell. She donned her hood anew and, accompanied by the elderly guard, departed silently, much like her arrival, without drawing any attention. Li Ao contemplated the black ring and white jade token in his hands, his gaze profound. The olive branch extended by the middle family was anticipated. With their assistance, his endeavors in Black Rock Town, and indeed throughout the entire Jamma Empire, would be significantly more convenient. He harbored no fears of betrayal from the middle family. A shrewd merchant knows how to weigh short-term gains against long-term investments. In the face of the immense pressures from the Cloud Gale sect and the Soul Palace, allying with him, a potential powerhouse, was undoubtedly the best choice for the middle family. Resources, information, Li Ao murmured to himself. Next, I must rid myself of some bothersome flies, and then I shall see what nefarious entities lie hidden within Black Rock Town. His eyes appeared to pierce through the stone walls of the cottage, directing his focus towards the east of the town, where the establishment known as the Shadow Inn resided. The Soul Palace agents were lurking there. What were their intentions? Did it have any connection to the black-robed figures near the back mountain of the Cloud Gale sect? All of these mysteries awaited his unraveling. At this moment, far in the Jamma Holy City, Xiao Yan had less than half a month remaining before the fateful 3-year agreement. A storm was brewing simultaneously from both the borders and the imperial capital. Chapter 51, Serpent Kin and Relics. Under the cloak of night, Black Rock Town resembled a ferocious beast lying in wait upon the desolate plain. The daytime clamor had settled, transforming into a more perilous whisper. The raucous cheers of the gambling halls, the clinking of mugs in taverns, and the muffled groans and sounds of blades sinking into flesh in shadowy corners wove together the eternal background music of this land. Li Ao sat cross-legged within the stone cottage, holding the black ring gifted by the middle family aloft in his palm. As his spiritual power penetrated the artifact, the first thing that registered in his perception was a quintet of dragon-eye-sized, violet-glowing pills, exuding a powerful yet gentle medicinal energy. Indeed, a fine product for stabilizing one's realm and fortifying one's foundation. Since he had no immediate use for it, he carefully stowed it away. His attention was primarily drawn to an enormous beast skin map. The map was intricately detailed, marking not only the major cities, mountains, and rivers of the Jamma Empire, but also the perilous areas where ancient relics might exist, as well as the territorial ranges of formidable magical beasts. More importantly, it contained subtle symbols indicating the middle family's secret contact points at key locations, including certain areas within neighboring nations, such as the Outcloud Empire and the Falling Goose Empire. The Wanyao Mountain Range, the Poisonous Marsh, the Black Wind Canyon. Li Ao's gaze swept over several regions highlighted as high-risk and potential relic sites. These areas might harbor the rare materials he needed to further refine the Black Iron Body or opportunities related to the rules of obliteration. However, his gaze ultimately rested near Black Rock Town, specifically at a location along the border with the Outcloud Empire, known as the Soul Burial Gorge. The map noted this place as spatial turbulence, energy volatility, suspected site of an ancient battlefield relic, extremely dangerous, no return once entered. Yet beside it, in a script only visible through special means, written by the middle family with a unique potion, were additional annotations. In the past 6 months, energy fluctuations have been abnormal, occasionally emitting strange luminous phenomena. There may be treasures about to emerge, and mysterious black-robed figures have been frequently observed investigating. The Soul Burial Gorge. The black-robed figures. An understanding flickered in Liao's eyes. The Soul Palace's gathering in Blackrock Town likely aimed for that very location. Whatever drew the Soul Palace's interest was certainly not ordinary. Just as he was meticulously studying the map, the jade token in his possession emitted a faint yet distinctly chilling pulse. It was the token left by Medusa. Liao furrowed his brow and immediately immersed his spiritual power into it. What he received was not a complete message, but a series of extremely vague, fragmented images and emotional snippets. A searing desert, a dilapidated ancient stone hall, intense energy clashes, and a serpentine warrior, whose imposing form bore a resemblance to the Elder of the Abyss, drenched in blood, letting out a desperate roar. The scene culminated at a massive stone door, half collapsed and etched with serpentine reliefs, through which emanated an ancient, desolate aura that even made Liao's heart race. Serpentine relics? An ambush? Liao instantly comprehended. Medusa or her kin had encountered a formidable foe within some relic in the Tagore Desert. The distress signal from the Elder of the Abyss pointed to that location. And now, the token from Medusa had relayed images from there, suggesting she might have personally ventured into the fray and found herself in trouble. What kind of enemy could pose such a challenge, even to the now formidable Medusa, necessitating a covert distress signal through her token? The Cloud Gale sect? Or perhaps the Soul Palace? Though the Tagore Desert lay far from Blackrock Town, Liao felt an intangible connection between the two. The ancient relics of the Serpentkin, the anomalies of the Soul Burial Gorge, the frequent activities of the Soul Palace. These clues were like scattered pearls, lacking a thread to string them together. After a moment of contemplation, he made his decision. The Soul Burial Gorge was within reach, and he needed to clarify the objectives of the Soul Palace. As for Medusa, he trusted her strength and wisdom would suffice for the time being. He needed to first address the immediate issues, gather more information, and perhaps find connections therein. Stowing away the map and jade token, Liao's form melded into the shadows of the night, silently departing the stone cottage, and stealthily making his way towards the shadow in the eastern part of town. He intended to pay a personal visit to those mysterious black-robed figures. The shadow was one of the few relatively well-structured buildings in Blackrock Town, yet it emanated an aura that seemed to deter outsiders. Liao's spiritual power flowed like mercury, effortlessly penetrating the inn's rudimentary defensive array. He sensed 3 presences within, 2 at the doling level and 1 astonishingly at the 2-star Dohuang tier. Moreover, the aura of these 3 figures bore the unique chill and deathly silence characteristic of the Soul Palace, as if they could erode the very soul. The 2-star Dohuang was likely the leader of this place. Liao did not wish to raise any alarms. He meticulously restrained his spiritual probing to its utmost limit. Resembling the minutest speck of dust, clinging to the wooden structure of the inn, eavesdropping on the happenings within. The restrictions around the Soul Burial Gorge are more troublesome than anticipated. Forcibly breaching them would consume excessive energy and could easily attract unwanted attention. A hoarse voice emerged, belonging to the 2-star Dohuang. Esteemed butler, what course of action shall we take now? The master is pressing us urgently. It is said that the other half of the key has recently exhibited fluctuations in that area, inquired another voice with utmost respect. Patience. According to ancient texts, the spatial turbulence deep within the Soul Burial Gorge experiences brief periods of calm at intervals. Judging by the time, it is due to occur in the coming days. It would be prudent to act then, as our chances will be significantly enhanced, declared the butler, a 2-star Do Emperor, in a grave tone. However, news from the Tagore Desert indicates that woman, Medusa, seems to have discovered a relic potentially linked to the key. What if? The protectors will handle matters on that front. Our task is to ensure that the gate to the Soul Burial Gorge can be open to usher in the master. Once our mission is accomplished, a mere Medusa will be of no consequence. The mention of the key, the gate, and the summoning of the master sent a chill through Liao. The Soul Palace was indeed scheming something grand. They appeared to be in search of a key to unlock a certain gate, inviting forth a more formidable presence. The relics in the Soul Burial Gorge and the Tagore Desert were likely intertwined with this key or gate. At that very moment, the Soul Palace butler seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly raising his head, his cold gaze seemingly piercing through the walls as he barked. Who goes there? Having been discovered, Liao did not hesitate. He swiftly retreated. Simultaneously, he focused his thoughts, unleashing a wisp of meticulously cultivated annihilation intent. which sliced through a critical energy node within the inn like an invisible thread. Bang! A muffled sound echoed within the inn, accompanied by chaotic energy fluctuations, evidently signaling the destruction of a crucial formation or communication device. Seeking death, roared the enraged voice of the Soul Palace butler, as a powerful, chilling out instantly lock to liao, along with two other doe spirits, three shadowy figures, like phantoms, burst through the inn's windows, pursuing Li Ao with fervor. Li Ao did not flee at full speed, but maintained a deliberate pace, guiding the trio toward the desolate outskirts of Blackrock Town. He needed to capture a tongue to extract more information regarding the key and the gate, and the wilderness outside the town was the ideal location for such endeavors. Under the night sky, the four figures raced across the expanse, three in pursuit and one leading the way, like shooting stars, soon vanishing beyond the flickering lights of Blackrock Town. A hunt against the Soul Palace, and a counter-hunt, quietly unfolded under the veil of night at the border. Meanwhile, what peril awaited Medusa far in the Tagore Desert? Two seemingly unrelated threads were being drawn closer by an unseen hand. Chapter 52, Annihilation Hunt. The night over the wilderness was desolate and empty, with only the piercing northern wind howling like the wails of vengeful spirits, ceaseless and relentless. The moonlight was obscured by thick clouds, leaving only the snow to reflect a faint, ghostly glow, illuminating the four figures darting across the plains. Li Ao led the way, his form ethereal, each step upon the snow leaving mere shallow impressions, producing almost no sound. He did not push his speed to the utmost. Like a seasoned hunter, he deliberately maintained a pace that would give the pursuing foes a semblance of hope, while never allowing them to close the distance, guiding them deeper away from Blackrock Town. Behind him, three figures cloaked in black pursued unrelentingly. The foremost, a two-star Doe Emperor butler, was enveloped in a grayish-black mist, leaving a trail of lifelessness in his wake. His eyes glinted with malice, fixated on the figure in the azure robe ahead, both astonished and furious. Astonished that the other could evade his senses and strike, dismantling the core of the inn's defenses with a single blow. Furious that this individual dared to provoke the authority of the Soul Palace. Regardless of your identity, today I shall extract your soul and forge you into a soul slave. The butler's voice was hoarse, laced with an icy chill. He suddenly accelerated, his robes billowing as he waved his sleeve, conjuring two gray chains forged from pure soul energy, akin to venomous serpents, slicing through the air with a piercing shriek, coiling towards Li Ao's legs. An eerie power that eroded the soul enveloped the chains. Simultaneously, the two other Doe spirit soul servants launched their assault. One unleashed a mental shockwave, aiming to disrupt Li Ao's mind, while the other summoned several ominous specters, clawing and shrieking, attempting to invade his psyche with maddening whispers. Faced with the trio's onslaught, Li Ao finally halted. He slowly turned, his dark golden visage appearing somewhat obscured in the dim light, yet his eyes shone like two burning silver-gray stars, coldly observing the approaching attacks. He did not draw the steel-long knife strapped to his back. Instead, he raised his right hand, fingers splayed, directing his palm toward the whistling soul chains. The mental shock and the grotesque specters, grasping emptiness. Annihilation. The words slipped from his lips, as if spoken into existence. From the center of his palm, an invisible force, capable of returning all things to ultimate silence, abruptly expanded. The two gray chains, potent enough to ensnare the soul of a Doe Emperor, crumbled upon entering the force's realm. As if cast into void flames, their structure collapsing instantaneously, the soul power within vanishing without a sound, dissipating into primordial particles. The invisible mental shockwave met the same fate, vanishing without causing the slightest ripple. The grotesque specters, too, encountered their doom, shrieking in despair, their forms twisted and faded, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The combined assault of the three Soul Palace envoys was so effortlessly erased. The power of rules, and more specifically, the rule of annihilation. The two-star Doe Emperor butler's pupils constricted in terror as he gasped in disbelief, halting mid-pursuit, his face betraying an expression of incredulous fear for the first time. He understood better than anyone that this nature of rule power signified realms beyond the reach of ordinary Doe zongs. Who are you? His voice trembled slightly. Li Ao offered no reply. In a blur, he appeared before the Doe spirit who had unleashed the mental shock. In the latter's horrified gaze, Li Ao's dark golden hand pierced through the hastily formed soul defenses with ease, pressing against the top of his head. Soul search. The cold words emerged, imbued with overwhelming soul power intertwined with a hint of annihilation intent, forcibly invading the opponent's sea of consciousness. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rent the night as the doe spirit convulsed violently, black blood oozing from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. His soul rapidly disintegrating under the corrosion of the annihilation power. After a brief moment, Li Ao released his grip, and the soul servant crumpled to the ground like a lifeless husk, vitality extinguished. Within Li Ao's mind, fragmented yet crucial information had been obtained. The soul burial gorge. The ancient sect's Yumming sect ruins, spatial nodes, summoning the revered from the branch hall. The key comprised 3 parts, with a portion likely hidden within the ancestral grounds of the serpent people in the Tagore Desert. The protectors had already proceeded to Tagore, targeting Queen Medusa and the relic key. Indeed, the Soul Palace's objective was to unlock the spatial node of the Soul Burial Gorge, inviting forth a stronger existence. And the relics in the Tagore Desert, along with the serpent people, were entangled in this scheme. Medusa was in genuine peril. At the moment Li Ao conducted the soul search, a fierce glint flickered in the eyes of the 2-star Doe Emperor Butler, who, without hesitation, abandoned his companion, transforming into a gray shadow as he fled desperately in the opposite direction. Simultaneously, he shattered a pitch-black jade slip, attempting to transmit a covert spatial signal. He knew that facing an adversary who wielded the rule of annihilation left him with no chance of victory. He had to relay the information back. Trying to escape? Li Ao's icy gaze swept over, his fingers slicing through the air like a blade, aimed at the fleeing figure of the butler. A slender, nearly indistinguishable silver-gray thread, seamlessly merging with the darkness, traversed the space in silence, arriving before the butler in an instant. The butler felt a chilling aura of death creeping up behind him, freezing his very soul, and he frantically summoned all his fighting spirit and soul energy to erect a defense. Yet it was futile. The silver-gray thread swept past, shattering his layered defenses like fragile bubbles under sunlight. Without hindrance, the thread pierced through his back, emerging from his chest. The butler's forward momentum abruptly halted as he looked down, gazing at the gaping hole in his chest, transparent from front to back, its edges smooth as a mirror, devoid of any blood. His eyes brimmed with profound terror and bewilderment. He could sense his very life force, along with his soul, being swiftly extinguished by an invisible power, dissolving into nothingness. The esteemed master would not spare him. He managed to utter a few words, and his body crumbled like a weathered sand sculpture, silently disintegrating into a cloud of ash, vanishing in the biting, cold wind. The last of the soul messengers, utterly terrified, turned to flee. Li Ao did not even cast a glance. With a swift motion, he unleashed a palm strike, a robust gust of energy intermingled with a hint of annihilation, instantly transforming the messenger into a mist of blood, following in his companion's wake. In the blink of an eye, 3 soul messengers had been obliterated, 2 dead and 1 soul extracted, their forces utterly annihilated. Li Ao stood still, processing the information gleaned from the soul extraction, his gaze growing ever colder. The plans of the Soul Palace were far grander than he had anticipated, and the threat facing Medusa exceeded expectations. The Guardian heading to the Tagore Desert was likely at least a high-level Doe Emperor, possibly even a Doe Zone. He had to hasten to the Tagore Desert. But before that, the spatial node of the Soul Burial Gorge had to be dealt with. He could not allow them to summon the so-called subchamber venerables. His eyes turned toward the direction of the Soul Burial Gorge, where the energy fluctuations seemed to grow increasingly active. According to the information obtained from the soul extraction, the calm period for the spatial turbulence was imminent, within the next day or 2. I shall sever your aspirations first. Li Ao moved, opting not to return to Blackrock Town, but instead racing directly toward the Soul Burial Gorge. In the night, his figure resembled a meteor slicing through the darkness, imbued with a resolute intent to kill, heading straight for that place marked as a one-way abyss. Meanwhile, far away in the city of Gama, Xiao Yan concluded yet another day of arduous training, standing in the courtyard, gazing toward the southern direction of the cloud mist mountain, his palm slowly clenching tight. Only 10 days remained in the 3-year agreement. Deep within the vast Tagore Desert, before the entrance to an ancient ruin concealed beneath a warped space, Queen Medusa, wielding a 7-colored serpentine sword, felt a trickle of blood escape from the corner of her mouth as her cold, multi-hued gaze fixed upon a figure shrouded in dense black mist ahead, an aura of suffocating dread emanating from it. The Soul Palace, the Guardian. The storm has erupted simultaneously in various locations. Li Ao's choices would directly influence the course of this immense whirlpool sweeping across multiple lands. Chapter 53. The Roar of the Soul Burial Gorge. The Soul Burial Gorge, a colossal chasm located at the border between the Gamma Empire and the Qian Empire, exuded a disquieting, chaotic energy field even before one approached. The air was thick with visible gray-black currents, a blend of turbulent spatial power and lingering deathly energy, capable of sapping the vitality and sanity of even seasoned dome masters after prolonged exposure. The chasm's sides were steep, resembling knife-carved black cliffs, plunging into an abyss where only howling winds and the occasional glimpses of spatial rifts capable of tearing apart Do Kings could be seen. At that moment, on a relatively gentle section of the cliff near the Gamma Empire side of the Soul Burial Gorge, 3 soul messengers clad in black robes busily surrounded a makeshift altar constructed from countless pale bones and black runes. At the altar's center hovered a dark purple crystal, twisting and radiating intense spatial fluctuations. Hurry! The calm period is almost upon us. We must activate the Void Stone and stabilize the node at the moment when the spatial turbulence is weakest. One soul messenger, exuding the aura of a 9-star Do spirit peak, urged sternly. He was the leader among the remaining trio. The other 2 Do spirits did not dare delay, frantically channeling their cold Do Chi into the altar. The black runes on the bone altar began to illuminate one by one, emanating an ominous glow, resonating with the central dark purple Void Stone, attempting to forcibly carve out a stable passage amidst the frenzied spatial turbulence. Unbeknownst to them, a figure, silent as a rock, loomed above them from atop a protruding black boulder, 100 jong high. Li Ao gazed down at the repugnant bone altar and the dark purple crystal that stirred the spatial fluctuations, his eyes icy. According to the information acquired from the soul extraction, this was the key used by the Soul Palace to locate and stabilize spatial nodes. Built upon the bones of living beings and tainted souls as bait, the Soul Palace was indeed composed of detritus that ought to be obliterated. He hesitated not for a moment, not even granting the trio below any time to react. With a flick of his right hand, the ominous steel-long blade behind him emitted a low hum, automatically falling into his grasp. Upon the blade, the dark golden energy of blood and the silver-gray essence of annihilation intertwined and flowed, coalescing into a terrifying intent to sever all things, returning everything to the ultimate void. The surrounding chaotic spatial turbulence and deathly energy seemed to recoil slightly in fear upon sensing this intent. Grasping the knife with both hands, he raised it above his head, channeling all his power, will, and understanding of the rules into this strike. The blade's target was not the 3 soul messengers, but the altar beneath their feet, and the Void Stone at its center. Dominating blade, return to the void, he declared in a low voice, akin to a death knell. The long blade descended. There was no earth-shattering blade, aura, no piercing shrieks that tore through space. Only a razor-thin, pitch-black crack condensed to perfection, as if it devoured light and sound, emerged. Like an ink line, it extended from the blade's edge, disregarding the distance of space, instantaneously descending upon the bone altar. The 3 soul messengers had no time to mount any defense or evasion. Feeling their souls freeze in an instant, consciousness engulfed by boundless darkness and silence. The moment the pitch-black crack made contact with the altar, a resonance echoed, as the black runes illuminating the altar extinguished like snuffed candles, instantly dimming and shattering. Countless pale bones constituting the altar crumbled into powder as if eroded by eons of time, silently disintegrating. The dark purple Void Stone, radiating intense spatial fluctuations, offered no resistance, vanishing entirely within the black crack, as if it had never existed in this world. The entire altar, along with the 3 soul messengers, was erased beneath that blade mark, as if an eraser had wiped them from the canvas, leaving no trace behind. Only a smooth, mirror-like, bottomless circular pit remained, its edges still exuding a chilling aura of annihilation. With a single strike, the altar destroyed, the Void Stone annihilated, the 3 Do spirit messengers turned to dust. However, at the very moment the altar was obliterated, an unexpected change occurred. The tumultuous spatial turbulence deep within the Soul Burial Gorge, now bereft of the Void Stone's faint stabilizing power, seemed to be thoroughly provoked. unleashing a deafening roar. Countless massive spatial rifts surged through the abyss like black lightning, colliding and intertwining. The entire soul burial gorge trembled violently, with massive boulders from the cliff sides tumbling down, being shredded into nothingness before they could even plunge into the abyss. A terrifying pull, tenfold, 100-fold greater than before, emanated from the depths of the gorge, as if it sought to devour everything. Liao stood atop the massive rock, his figure unwavering amidst the tempest of chaotic energy. The azure-clad figure rustled as he stood, his dark golden skin shimmering with brilliance, repelling the oncoming fragments of space and the ominous aura of death. With an indifferent gaze, he surveyed the apocalyptic scene below, sensing the chaotic surge of spatial power unleashed by the destruction of the node. The Soul Palace seeks to stabilize the node and summon formidable warriors? Now, this place is transformed into an even more perilous wasteland, a dead zone that even the Do Zone would hesitate to tread upon. At least until the tumult of spatial turbulence settles, their plans are utterly in ruins. The objective has been achieved. He no longer lingered, turning on his heel and stepping forth, his form appearing hundreds of meters away in an instant. In a mere few flickers, he distanced himself from the roaring edge of the burial soul gorge. It is time to venture towards the Taggart Desert. He retrieved the map bestowed by the Mytel family, his gaze fixed on the direction of the Taggart Desert, and touched the soul symbol in his possession, which still emitted faint fluctuations, indicating that Medusa was still embroiled in a fierce battle. "Oh, Guardian, I hope your spirit can endure the taste of annihilation." In the next moment, an explosive surge of energy enveloped him, as he unleashed the full might of the thunder sound step, transforming into a dark golden streak of light that tore through the skies, racing towards the southern Taggart Desert. His speed far surpassed that of his previous journey, leaving behind a lingering sonic boom in the air. Almost immediately after Liao departed, the space above the burial soul gorge twisted violently, and a figure cloaked in dense black mist, radiating an aura several times stronger than that of the previous steward, suddenly appeared. He beheld the utterly chaotic spatial turbulence below, akin to a meat grinder, along with the completely vanished altar and the absence of the guiding stone's presence. The black mist roiled violently, emitting an enraged roar. "Who dares to thwart my grand design for the Soul Palace?" The echo of his roar reverberated through the burial soul gorge. It was drowned out by the even more ferocious rumblings of the chaotic space. Meanwhile, within the sacred city of Gamma, at the back mountain of the Yunlan sect, Yinshan abruptly opened his eyes during his seclusion, a flicker of astonishment passing through his ashen pupils. The direction of the burial soul gorge radiated an alarming burst of energy, accompanied by a repugnant aura of annihilation. Was it him? He was not dead, and had ventured there to disrupt the Soul Palace's arrangements? Yunshan's expression darkened, ultimately settling into a grim countenance. "Send word to Yun'er. The 3-year agreement is imminent, and the sect must be on high alert. Additionally, notify our covert operatives in Taggart to closely monitor developments in the desert, particularly the whereabouts of Medusa and Liao, as various factions turn their gaze once more towards the vast, scorching expanse of the southern desert, Taggart Desert. An impending storm brewed, and there, en route were Liao, the beleaguered Medusa, and the enigmatic Guardian, on the brink of a fateful collision. Chapter 54. Smoke and Flames in the Sea of Sand. In the Taggart Desert, the blazing sun hung like a molten gold disk, mercilessly scorching the boundless yellow sands. The heat waves distorted the air, rendering distant scenes as wavering reflections upon water. Yet before an ancient ruin, half buried in the sandstorm deep within the desert, the atmosphere was even more searing and grim. In the center of the crumbling stone edifices lay a relatively open plaza. At this moment, the relentless clash of energy and the piercing cries of battle filled the air. Queen Medusa hovered in midair, her once resplendent multicolored gown now tattered in several places, revealing her crystalline skin marred by bloodstains. Her breathtaking visage appeared pale, with a haunting trace of crimson lingering at the corner of her lips. Yet her 7-colored serpent eyes remained icy, defiant, and ablaze with unyielding fervor. Each swing of her serpent-shaped, multicolored sword unleashed a tempest of vivid rays and scorching azure flames, the blue lotus earth fire, as she assailed her adversary with the fury of a tempest. However, most of her attacks were devoured by the thick, impenetrable black mist surrounding her opponent, dissipating into nothingness. The black mist seemed to possess a life of its own, twisting and writhing, exuding a chilling aura that eroded the very essence of the soul, keeping the desert's sweltering heat at bay. Amidst the black mist, a shadowy figure emitted a hoarse, piercing cackle. TK, Queen Medusa truly lives up to her reputation. Despite your previous injuries, you can still endure for so long against this guardian. Your physical form and this anomalous fire are indeed tantalizing to me. It was none other than the Soul Palace's guardian. His power had unmistakably reached the realm of a 5-star Do Emperor. Moreover, his techniques were treacherous, as the black mist exerted a formidable restraining influence over both Do Chi and the soul, rendering Medusa's struggle exceedingly vexing. At the edge of the plaza, several powerful figures, including the elders of the Serpent People, were in dire straits, their formation teetering precariously after being struck by mere soul shocks from the guardian. Each one grievously injured and struggling to maintain their defenses, utterly incapable of intervening in the apex battle. Surrender, Your Majesty. The guardian's voice dripped with seduction and coldness. Hand over the portion of the key hidden within your clan's ruins, and offer up your physical form and anomalous fire, and I may spare your kin. Otherwise, today marks the beginning of the annihilation of your Serpent People. No sooner had he spoken than the black mist surged violently, coalescing into a colossal claw of gray, entirely composed of soul energy. Countless distorted faces writhed in anguish upon the claw, emanating the terrifying power to rend souls as it descended upon Medusa. This strike was more formidable than any prior. Medusa's 7-colored pupils constricted sharply. She sensed the lethal threat harbored within that claw. Gritting her teeth, she urged the remnants of her Do Chi and the essence of the blue lotus earth fire, as her multicolored sword erupted in an unprecedented radiance, forming a 7-colored flame sword aura that surged forth like a phoenix reborn, defiantly meeting the massive soul claw. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resonated in the heart of the plaza. An energy storm swept outward, leveling the surrounding ruins once more. Medusa's delicate form quivered violently, and she violently expelled a mouthful of blood, her body plummeting like a severed kite, crashing heavily into the yellow sands below. The brilliance of her multicolored sword dimmed, her aura plummeting to its nadir, rendering her incapable of maintaining her levitation. The spatial crack upon her forehead, previously suppressed by Li Ao, now showed signs of reopening. Meanwhile, the black mist surrounding the guardian also quivered violently, indicating that Medusa's desperate strike had dealt him a measure of discomfort. Yet he quickly regained his composure, the black mist recoalescing as he emitted an even more smug cackle. At the end of your strength, let's see how long you can endure. Slowly, he extended a withered hand from the black mist, reaching towards the incapacitated Medusa, poised to seize her. A wave of gray, soul-sucking energy erupted, aiming to forcibly extract Medusa's soul from her body. My lady, the elders of the underworld, their eyes filled with desperation, struggled to rush forward. But the guardian effortlessly waved his hand, conjuring a barrier of black mist that firmly obstructed their passage. Medusa felt the agonizing rending of her soul on the verge of separation, despair and reluctance flashing through her eyes. Could it be that the fate of the Serpent People was truly destined to culminate here? Just at this critical juncture, a piercing sound, sharp enough to rupture eardrums, sliced through the air, approaching with terrifying speed. From the direction of the sound, a dark golden that rapidly expanded in the distance. Having been but a speck on the horizon moments ago, now descending with cataclysmic momentum upon the plaza, it was a figure, enveloped in swirling dark golden energy, moving so swiftly that it left behind a long vacuum trail in the sky. Before he even arrived, an overwhelming and annihilating intent surged forth, crashing down upon the soul-sucking force unleashed by the guardian. Crack! The intangible allure of the soul, confronted by this more domineering and pure essence of destruction, shattered like fragile glass in an instant. The guardian of the goose trembled as he reached for Medusa's hand, abruptly lifting his gaze toward the figure that materialized in the sky, his eyes shrouded in dark mist, filled with astonishment and gravity. Who? The figure hovered in the air, slowly lowering its head, its dark golden skin gleaming with a metallic luster under the scorching sun. Within the depths of its profound gaze, silver-gray flames of extinction quietly burned, coldly observing the guardian below, akin to a deity surveying ants. Did you seek permission from my blade before you laid hands on my kin? The frigid voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated like thunder in the ears of everyone present. Medusa collapsed on the ground, gazed at the familiar yet unfamiliar figure above, feeling an aura exponentially more powerful than when they last parted, along with an undeniable sense of protection in its words. A myriad of complex emotions surged through her multicolored eyes: shock, disbelief, and a hint of impulsive survival that even she had not perceived. He has arrived, in the most desperate of times. The elders of the underworld and the serpent people quivered with excitement, as though they had witnessed the coming of a savior. The guardian of the goose fixated on Li Ao, feeling the piercing chill of the extinction intent emanating from him, his voice turning dreadfully somber. "It was you who disrupted the arrangement of the Soul Burial Gorge? Who exactly are you?" Li Ao did not respond to his inquiry. Instead, his gaze swept over the gravely injured Medusa, and the silver-gray flames in his eyes flickered momentarily, a chilling intent to kill radiating from him, causing the temperature in the vicinity to plummet to freezing point. He slowly raised his hand, grasping the hilt of the dark, long blade behind him. "Those who harm her shall perish." The sound of the blade unsheathing rang out, pointing directly at the guardian of the goose. Chapter 55, The Blade That Commands Souls. Li Ao's proclamation, "Those who harm her shall perish," struck like a shard of ice forged from the depths of the abyss, piercing the very souls of everyone present. Imbued with an undeniable will and the harrowing intent of a blood-soaked massacre, the black mist surrounding the guardian of the goose churned violently, revealing his inner fury and a hint of unutterable trepidation. The blade intent that radiated from the opponent, particularly the extinction aura that sent tremors through his very essence, compelled him to regard Li Ao with utmost seriousness. "Arrogant brat, though you have just entered the realm of the fighting emperor, you dare to speak so boldly before me. Since you seek death, I shall collect your soul along with your life." The guardian bellowed, attempting to suppress his unease with sheer force. He rapidly formed seals with both hands, and the surrounding black mist surged forth like a boiling tempest. Soul-devouring array. The wails of tormented spirits echoed throughout the heavens and the earth. Countless distorted, anguished soul phantoms struggled out of the black mist, coalescing into a colossal, gray tempest of souls that blotted out the sun. Within the storm, innumerable faces twisted in pain, roared and wept, emanating a terrifying force that eroded sanity and devoured vitality. This was one of the Guardian's ultimate techniques, a soul domain capable of slaughtering even those of equal rank by harnessing the collected and refined essence of countless souls. The soul tempest descended upon Li Ao like a massive grinding mill, rippling space itself as it advanced, the yellow sands below instantly losing all color, turning into a desolate gray. Faced with this soul attack potent enough to make ordinary five-star fighting emperors shudder, Li Ao's gaze remained as frigid as eternal ice. He did not even glance at the howling soul tempest. Instead, he simply raised the long blade, shimmering with dark gold and silver-gray hues before him. "You vile creatures dare to make a ruckus?" With a slight twist of his wrist, the blade trembled gently, in a deeper, more restrained essence, one that seemed capable of heralding the twilight of gods and returning all to stillness, emanated from a blade. He executed no flashy maneuvers. He merely pointed the blade's tip at the colossal soul tempest and simply thrust. The motion was unadorned, reminiscent of a novice's clumsy jab. Yet, at the moment the blade's tip pierced forth, a nearly invisible silver-gray beam surged from it, instantly penetrating the heart of the immense soul tempest. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no roaring clash of energies. The seemingly unstoppable gray tempest of souls, upon being touched at its core by the silver-gray beam, collapsed as if plunged into an ultimate void of nothingness. Countless roaring soul phantoms, unable to even emit a scream, melted away silently like snow under the sun, obliterated. The structure of the soul tempest began to collapse from within, rapidly spreading, and the entire tempest visibly thinned, becoming transparent, before ultimately dissipating into the air, as if it had never existed. One strike, just a seemingly casual thrust, shattered the Guardian's pride. The soul-devouring array. Impossible! The Guardian screamed in horror, his face hidden beneath the black mist etched with disbelief and terror. His soul attack had been so effortlessly erased. This was entirely beyond his comprehension of power. "What rules do you command?" His voice trembled with fear. Li Ao offered no reply. After dismantling the soul tempest, his figure moved. Thunderous step erupted, leaving behind a slowly dissipating sound wave. His true form appeared as though traversing space, standing before the Guardian of the Goose. His speed was unparalleled, so swift. The Guardian's heart sank in terror, hastily condensing the black mist into a formidable soul shield before him, simultaneously retreating in haste. Shatter. Li Ao uttered a chilling word, transforming the thrust of his long blade into a slash, still straightforward and unembellished, descending fiercely upon the soul shield. The dark blade, embodying the rules of extinction and overwhelming vitality, unleashed an invisible force that made the soul shield creak under the strain. Crack! The soul shield barely held for a breath before it shattered explosively. The blade's momentum remained unyielding, cleaving toward the Guardian's face. The Guardian, terrified beyond measure, let out a frantic shriek, unleashing his fighting spirit and soul power without reservation. The black mist coalesced into countless twisted, ghostly hands, desperately clawing at the blade in an attempt to block it, while his body contorted in a bizarre manner, seeking to evade this fatal blow. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The ghostly hands, formed from pure soul energy, disintegrated upon contact with the extinction aura enveloping the blade, as if encountering their nemesis. Although much of their strength was nullified, the blade still grazed the Guardian's shoulder. A piercing scream erupted. The black mist at the Guardian's left shoulder was instantly severed, revealing a wound deep enough to see bone, along with the flesh and bone beneath. Even more horrifying was that no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, it exhibited a strange, ashen hue, which rapidly spread along his body, draining vitality and wilting flesh wherever it passed. This was the corrosive power of the remnants of the rules of extinction. Rule corrosion. What manner of monster are you? The Guardian cried out in sheer terror, desperately channeling his power to suppress the encroaching grayness, only to find the effect minimal. The extinction force clung to him like a festering sore, tenaciously eroding his vitality. He was utterly stricken with dread. Before him stood this youth, whose apparent strength seemed inferior, yet the bizarre power of the rules completely countered him. If this continued, he was certain to perish. Flee! I must escape. The Guardian lost all will to fight, violently spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, which merged with the surrounding black mist, intensifying it several-fold, and he shot away like a black streak, fleeing desperately into the distance. Even the key within the ruins was disregarded. Now you wish to flee? It is too late. Li Ao's gaze was icy, forbidding any thought of escape. With a single step, he moved like a shadow, instantly closing the distance. The long blade in his hand was raised once more. This time the silvery gray radiance upon the blade intensified to its utmost, resembling a miniature black hole that devoured all light. The Annihilation Slash. A silver gray blade, aura, slicing through the heavens like the scythe of death, surged forth, swiftly catching up to the fleeing Guardian, feeling the terrifying force behind him. Capable of obliterating both body and soul, the Guardian let out a desperate roar, gathering all the black mist and spiritual energy into a final defense. But it was futile. The silvery gray blade, aura, swept by silently. The defense shattered as if made of paper. The Guardian's forward momentum abruptly halted as he looked down, witnessing a massive, smooth-edged void expanding at his chest, filled with utter terror and confusion. His body, beginning from the chest, crumbled like weathered sand, rapidly turning to ash along with his terrified soul, returning to the eternal void of annihilation. The 5-star Doe Emperor, Guardian of the Soul Palace, was dead. The remaining force of the blade, aura, struck a distant sand dune, leaving no explosion or dust, but instead a vast, bottomless chasm emerged, the edges smooth as a mirror, exuding an unsettling aura of annihilation. Silence enveloped the world. Only the hot winds of the desert stirred the yellow sands, emitting a mournful wail. The elder of the underworld and the serpent people stood in shock, gazing at this scene as if beholding a miracle. The terrifying presence that had driven them to despair had been slain, just like that. Li Ao slowly sheathed his blade, the menacing aura around him ebbing away like a receding tide. He turned and descended from air, walking step by step towards the fallen Medusa, who lay in the yellow sands, her breath weak. He crouched down, gazing at her pale, yet still enchanting visage. Observing the fissure in her forehead that seemed on the verge of splitting apart, his brow slightly furrowed. He extended his finger, condensing pure and gentle energy imbued with the essence of black iron overlord body and a hint of annihilation rules, to neutralize residual foreign powers, gently touching her forehead. The energy surged in, akin to a nourishing rain upon parched earth. Medusa let out a muffled groan, feeling the soul-rending pain rapidly diminish. the fissure in her forehead stabilizing and visibly healing to some extent. The nearly exhausted Doqi within her began to slowly revive under this infusion of life. She lifted her gaze, her multicolored eyes filled with complex emotions as they met Li Ao's deep, starry gaze. Her crimson lips parted slightly, as if she wished to speak. But ultimately it transformed into a hoarse whisper. "You have saved me once again." Li Ao withdrew his finger, replying calmly. "The transaction is not yet complete." Medusa paused, studying his serene expression, and then, to his surprise, the corners of her pale lips lifted into a breathtakingly faint smile. This time, she refrained from proclaiming him her master. Yet the light swirling in her multicolored eyes was more resolute than any vow. Some debts of gratitude are best kept in the heart. Li Ao rose, his gaze sweeping towards the depths of the ancient ruins. A part of the key sought by the Soul Palace lay within. Meanwhile, far away in the holy city of Jaimar, Xiao Yan slowly opened his eyes, the surging Doqi around him gradually retracting. He pushed open the door and gazed at the towering cloud flame mountain, his eyes sharp as blades. Tomorrow marks the 3-year appointment. The storm has never ceased. It merely rages in different places, in different ways, with unbridled ferocity. Chapter 56. The Secret Key of the Ancient Temple. The desert's sweltering heat seemed to have been somewhat dissipated by the earth-shattering battle just witnessed. The air still lingering with the void left by the obliteration of souls and the unsettling intent of the Annihilation Blade. Upon the yellow sands, where the Guardian had fallen, only an eerie silence remained, as if even the grains of sand had lost their vitality. Li Ao withdrew his finger from Medusa's forehead, sensing her internal energy gradually stabilizing, and chose to remain silent. His gaze turned towards the ancient ruins, partially obscured by yellow sands and crumbling walls. Where lay the object the Soul Palace was willing to risk sending guardians to seize, a part of the so-called key. Medusa struggled to rise, despite her grievous injuries. The life-infused energy Li Ao had imparted had temporarily suppressed her wounds, allowing her some measure of mobility. She watched as Li Ao advanced towards the ruins, a flicker of light passing through her multicolored eyes. She commanded the Elder of the Underworld and the others, "Stay here to heal and remain vigilant." With that, she drew a deep breath and followed in Li Ao's footsteps. The Elder of the Underworld and the others responded respectfully, their gazes filled with awe and gratitude as they looked upon Li Ao. They understood that had it not been for this mysterious powerhouse's timely arrival, the Serpent People would likely have faced utter annihilation. The interior of the ruins was even more grand and dilapidated than it appeared from the outside. Massive stone pillars leaned precariously, their ancient serpent totems largely worn down by the sands of time. Yet a profound and desolate aura still resonated within. Passing through a collapsed hall, the two arrived at a tightly shut massive door crafted from some dark, heavy metal. The door towered 10 zhong, its surface icy to the touch, adorned with an intricate mural, a gigantic, multicolored python coiling amidst the clouds, its serpent eyes surveying the earth with an air of sovereign authority. At the center of the python's coil lay an unusual recess, irregular in shape, seemingly requiring a specific object for it to open. "This is a lost ancestral ground of my serpent people. The altar behind this door enshrines a holy relic left by our ancestors," Medusa stated as she approached the door, her voice laced with weakness, yet still maintaining the poise of a queen. According to the remnants of ancient texts within the tribe, that relic seemed to be connected to an ancient secret. The key spoken of by the Soul Palace likely referred to it. Li Ao examined the metallic door and the recess, extending his spiritual energy to sense the faint vibrations emanating from beyond. It was a subtle energy, infused with a certain spatial rhythm. "How do we unlock it?" he inquired. Medusa's face revealed a hint of difficulty. The method of unlocking has long been lost. Generations of queens have attempted various approaches, including the power of bloodlines, yet none succeeded. This door seems to require a specific token, rather than mere strength or bloodline. Li Ao stepped closer to the massive door, reaching out to touch the cold metal. The surface was not purely rigid. Rather, it possessed a peculiar resilience. He attempted to push it open, but the door remained immovable, seemingly fused with the very mountain itself. His gaze fell upon the recess, a thought stirring within him. The Soul Palace had gone to such lengths. Surely they possessed something to rely on. Perhaps they knew the method to unlock it, or possessed that so-called token. He recalled the information obtained from the soul searching in the Soul Burial Gorge, as well as the Guardian's final words. The Soul Palace sought 3 parts of a key to open a certain door, to summon the so-called subchamber venerables. The piece here, belonging to the serpent people, was one such part. Token. Liao pondered for a moment, suddenly struck by an idea. He focused his thoughts and retrieved an item from his spatial ring. It was an unassuming black bone shard obtained from the 3 Soul Palace emissaries in the Soul Burial Gorge. The fragment was no larger than a palm. Neither metal nor jade, with irregular serrated edges, its surface etched with twisted, eerie runes consistent with the Soul Palace's style. At the time, he had dismissed it as merely an identity token for members of the Soul Palace or some sort of consumable. Now, as he took the black bone shard out and compared it to the recess on the massive door, its shape seemed to fit. Vaguely, Medusa also noticed the bone shard in his hand, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her multicolored eyes. Liao infused his soul power into the black bone fragment, causing the strange runes etched upon it to glow faintly, emanating subtle spatial fluctuations. He cautiously approached the indentation on the massive door with the bone fragment. Just as the fragment was about to make contact with the groove, a resonant hum echoed. Both the black bone and the colossal metallic door vibrated in unison. The runes on the bone shone brightly, while the groove on the door exhibited a formidable pulling force. With a soft click, the black bone seamlessly fitted into the indentation, as if it were an intrinsic part of the grand door. Following this, the entire metallic door began to radiate a hazy, ethereal light, and the totem of the colossal, multicolored python engraved upon it seemed to come alive, with its serpentine eyes igniting with twin crimson glimmers. An ancient and overwhelming pressure slowly permeated from the door. Had he succeeded? Medusa's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment. The ancestral gate that had troubled the serpent people for countless years had been opened by Liao using a fragment of bone obtained from a soul hall's inhabitant. Liao's gaze grew serious as he pulled Medusa back slightly. He sensed the obscure spatial fluctuations behind the door intensifying rapidly. A deep rumble resonated as the long-sealed metallic door began to open inward, revealing a dark and profound passage beyond. A purer, more ancient aura, accompanied by dense energy mists, surged forth from behind the door. The door had opened. Liao and Medusa exchanged glances, both recognizing the gravity of the moment. Behind that door lay the ancestral altar of the serpent people and the coveted key component sought by the soul hall. Without a moment's hesitation, Liao took the lead, stepping into the shadowy passage, followed closely by Medusa. The passage was not lengthy. At its end lay an expansive, subterranean chamber. At the center of this space stood a circular altar constructed from pristine white jade. Suspended above the altar was a crystal, roughly the size of a fist, radiating deep, shimmering, multicolored light. Within the crystal, countless minuscule spaces seemed to flicker in and out of existence, emitting a potent and stable spatial vibration. Indeed, this multicolored crystal resonated with the energy attempting to stabilize the spatial nodes near the burial soul gorge. This was the sacred relic lost by our clan, the void rainbow crystal. Medusa gazed at the crystal, her voice tinged with excitement and realization. It was indeed part of the key. Liao's attention then shifted to the area beneath the altar. There lay several skeletal remains, weathered by the passage of countless years, which appeared to belong to the ancestors of the serpent people. Beside these ancient bones was a relatively more recent skeleton clad in a black robe. Its bones bore a pallid hue, evidently succumbing to some corrosive force, with a death that had occurred no more than a century prior. It seemed the Soul Hall had dispatched individuals here long ago, attempting to seize the void rainbow crystal, but had failed. Liao regarded the black-robed skeleton coldly. This might also explain why the Guardian had possessed the bone fragment that opened the great door. His focus soon returned to the void rainbow crystal. The spatial power contained within this crystal was extraordinarily pure and immense, if he could refine and absorb it. The benefits to his comprehension of spatial dynamics and the next stage of his cultivation of the black iron body could be immeasurable. Moreover, it was the key to thwarting the Soul Hall's plans. Just as he prepared to step forward and retrieve the crystal, a sudden hum erupted. The floating void rainbow crystal seemed to sense the presence of an intruder, erupting in a brilliant burst of multicolored light. A wave of resistant intent, intermingled with immense spatial power, surged towards Liao like a tidal wave. Simultaneously, ancient runes illuminated the jade stone surrounding the altar, forming a protective barrier. This sacred relic possessed its own sentience, repelling outsiders. Seeing this, Medusa took a step forward, attempting to communicate with her essence as the queen of the serpent people. The resistance of the multicolored light seemed to weaken slightly, yet remained vigorous. Li Ao's expression hardened. He had no time to linger here. A mere inanimate object dared to obstruct him? He extended his fingers like a blade, the dark golden tips enveloped in silver-gray streams of annihilation energy, and gently sliced through the protective barrier. With a soft hiss, the barrier parted as though sliced by a hot knife through butter, instantly creating an opening. The surging spatial power melted away upon contact with the annihilation energy, unable to approach Li Ao in the slightest. He stepped through the gap in the barrier, his hand reaching directly for the violently trembling, radiant void rainbow crystal. The moment his palm made contact with the crystal, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The crystal quivered violently, and a torrent of information, interspersed with fragmented images, surged forcefully into Li Ao's mind. He found himself amidst an endless void where 3 colossal doors loomed, spanning the heavens and earth. The outline of one door faintly overlapped with the chaotic spatial nodes of the Burial Soul Gorge, while another seemed to originate from a much more distant and unknown realm. The final door appeared to vaguely indicate the direction of the Gamma Empire, even bearing a faint resemblance to the contours of Yunlan Mountain. Simultaneously, an ancient, dignified, and sorrowful voice resonated deep within his soul, echoing with a sense of warning. Gather the 3 keys, and the heavenly gate shall open. Fortune or misfortune, to guard or to destroy, beware future seekers. The stream of information abruptly halted. Li Ao, now holding the subdued and docile void rainbow crystal, stood still, his brow furrowed. 3 keys, 3 doors? One of them might be located within the Yunlan sect. Was the so-called envoy of the Soul Hall truly seeking to unlock the door near the Yunlan sect? This sudden influx of information cast a more enigmatic and perilous shadow over the entire affair. He stowed the void rainbow crystal away and turned to Medusa. We must depart. The tempest of the desert had reached a temporary lull, yet the true eye of the storm seemed to be gathering in the Gamma sacred city, silently coalescing upon the towering Yunlan mountain that pierced the heavens. Tomorrow marked the day when Xiao Yan would step into the Yunlan sect to fulfill his 3-year pact. Li Ao raised his gaze, as if peering through the thick layers of rock toward the direction of the Gamma Empire. Perhaps it was time to return, to meet that old acquaintance, Yun Shan, and to witness with his own eyes what this so-called door truly was. The trajectory of fate intertwined tightly once more between the desert and the sacred city. Chapter 56. The Empire's Attention. The sweltering heat and desolation of the Tagore Desert were far behind them. Li Ao, accompanied by Medusa, chose not to traverse the lengthy land route, but instead harnessed a portion of the power from the just-acquired void rainbow crystal. The crystal floated in Li Ao's palm, its multicolored radiance shimmering and releasing a stable and profound spatial fluctuation. He carefully manipulated the spatial energy within the crystal, using his own mighty vitality and a thread of annihilation force as a guide, constructing a twisting and undulating multicolored gateway that allowed passage for only a few individuals. Let's go. Li Ao spoke succinctly, stepping through the gateway first. Medusa took one last deep look at the desert, a battleground of life and death filled with the secrets of their kin, before following closely behind. The gateway rippled and then collapsed, vanishing as if it had never existed. All that remained were the scars left by the fierce battle and the complex gazes of the surviving elders of the Serpent People. In Gamma's sacred city, the atmosphere was more fervent than ever. All the undercurrents, discussions, and anticipations of the past converged today into a torrent sweeping across the entire city. Yunlan sect, the 3-year pact, countless gazes from all corners of the empire, and even neighboring nations, converged upon the towering, cloud-shrouded peak. In the bustling streets and alleys of the holy city, in taverns and tea-houses, everyone is fervently discussing this duel that is destined to be etched in the annals of the empire's history. That worthless scion of the Xiao family actually dares to show up? It is said he has spent 3 years honing his skills outside, and his power has significantly increased. He has now become a grandmaster. But what of a grandmaster? Miss Nalan is the young master of the Yunlan sect, having received the true teachings of Sect Master Yun Yun, and is rumored to have already reached the realm of doling. This battle concerns not only personal honor, but also the reputation of the Xiao family, the Nalan family, and even the Yunlan sect itself. Look, the Xiao family members are heading towards Yunlan Mountain. The crowd stirred, witnessing a solemn group led by Xiao Yan weaving through the throngs, making their way toward Yunlan Mountain. Xiao Yan clenched his fists, his gaze filled with both concern and boundless hope. Behind him, several elders and core disciples of the Xiao family wore serious expressions. Meanwhile, atop a towering structure elsewhere in the holy city, two figures stood quietly, gazing at Yunlan Mountain. The air shimmered slightly as a rainbow-hued portal silently appeared, and Liao and Medusa stepped through. After a brief spatial transmission, Medusa appeared slightly paler, though her aura had stabilized, and the fissure on her forehead had been reinforced by Liao once more. She donned an elegant moon-white gown, concealing her injuries. Yet it could not obscure her innate regal elegance and the delicate beauty she exuded at this moment. Liao remained in his azure attire, his presence as deep and restrained as the ocean, but the silver-gray starry light within his dark iron-colored pupils seemed to pierce through the void. Landing squarely on the vast plaza of Yunlan Mountain, it appears we have arrived just in time for a splendid performance, Liao remarked in a calm tone. He could distinctly sense the powerful presences gathering at Yunlan Mountain and observe the boy burdened with a massive black ruler. Each step he took on the lengthy stone staircase leading him toward a pivotal turning point in his destiny. Medusa followed his gaze, her rainbow-colored eyes flashing with surprise. That boy is Xiao Yan, though she was far away in the desert. She had vaguely heard the name of this Xiao family disciple who had made a 3-year pact with Nalan Yanran. Indeed, Liao nodded, yet his gaze transcended Xiao Yan, directing itself deeper into the Yunlan sect, towards the rear mountain shrouded in formidable barriers. The aura of Yun Mountain and the so-called gate seemed to be becoming increasingly active. He could sense that deep within the Yunlan sect, a concealed yet immense spatial energy was slowly awakening. Resonating with the fluctuations detected in the Soul Burial Gorge and the Serpent Man ruins, yet was more magnificent and perilous. The Soul Palace's plans had evidently not been entirely halted due to the destruction of the Soul Burial Gorge node. The gate on the Yunlan sect side was likely the key. Do you need to intervene? Medusa inquired, though her injuries had not yet healed, significantly diminishing her strength. She would not retreat if Liao wished to act. Liao shook his head, his gaze returning to the boy ascending the mountain step by step. This is his battle, his path. His eyes were profound. What I wish to see is whether the Yunlan sect still has a reason to exist after today. His words were soft yet bore an oppressive chill. Medusa understood that the enmity between Liao and the Yunlan sect, along with Yun Mountain and the Soul Palace, would not simply conclude here. Today's agreement might merely serve as a prelude. Just as the two were conversing, Xiao Yan finally stepped onto the vast plaza of the Yunlan sect. The plaza was teeming with people. The disciples of the Yunlan sect, clad in uniform moon-white robes, stood in formation, their expressions haughty. On the high platform, Yun Yun sat in the main seat, her countenance icy, betraying no hint of emotion. Beside her sat Yun Ling and several elders, their sharp gazes scrutinizing the lone boy who had come forth. Nalan Yanran, dressed in fitted attire that accentuated her graceful figure, regarded the boy she had personally rejected 3 years ago with a complex expression, her face frosty. Countless gazes, some curious, some disdainful, some sympathetic, and others expectant, were all fixated on Xiao Yan. The pressure was palpable, as if it were a tangible mountain. Yet, Xiao Yan's spine remained straight. He slowly raised his head, his gaze sharp as a drawn sword, piercing through the crowd to lock onto Nalan Yanran on the high platform. The Xiao family, Xiao Yan, here to fulfill the 3-year pact. His clear voice, imbued with youthful stubbornness and the indomitable spirit cultivated over 3 years, boomed across the plaza of the Yunlan sect like thunder. At that moment, the entire Jia Ma Empire seemed to fall silent. All the clamor, all the discussion ceased. Only that boy, burdened with a heavy black ruler, became the sole focus of the universe. Liao watched from afar, a faint, almost imperceptible smile gracing his lips. It has begun. The performance has commenced. He would seize this opportunity to discern the true nature of the Yunlan sect, to unveil the tumultuous undercurrents hidden beneath the surface. The battle belonging to Xiao Yan had commenced, and the storm belonging to him, Liao, was about to descend once more upon the heart of the empire. Chapter 57. The Ruler's Howl in Yunlan, Part 1. Xiao Yan's voice resonated like a boulder cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the silent plaza of the Yunlan sect. Countless gazes intertwined upon him, some scrutinizing, some contemptuous, some curious, and others displaying unabashed hostility from the disciples of the Yunlan sect. Upon the high platform, Nalan Yanran slowly rose, her dress billowing, her stature upright. She gazed at the boy below, who had not been seen for 3 years yet exuded an entirely different aura, her eyes filled with complex emotions. There was a fleeting sense of nostalgia for the past, astonishment at his strength in reaching this point, but predominantly, there was the pride of being the young master of the Yunlan sect, and a resolute determination to uphold the sect's dignity. Xiao Yan, you have finally arrived. Nalan Yanran's voice was frigid, shattering the stagnant atmosphere. The 3-year pact would conclude here today. Let me see just how much you have grown in these 3 years to dare step into my Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan's gaze was sharp as an eagle, locking onto Nalan Yanran across the distance without an ounce of retreat. Nalan Yanran, the humiliation of 3 years will be repaid in full today. Strike. No unnecessary words. The grudges and fighting spirit accumulated over 3 years erupted into the most direct battle intent in that moment. Nalan Yanran's eyes narrowed, her jade hand grasping lightly, and a long sword shimmering with a green hue materialized, the blade quivering slightly as it emitted a clear, melodious sword cry. Her aura surged dramatically, a torrent of do qi belonging to a doling powerhouse sweeping forth, unmistakably reaching the level of a 3-star doling. 3-star doling. The young master truly possesses extraordinary talent. How could Xiao Yan, merely a grandmaster, hope to contend? Gasps of astonishment and admiration echoed throughout the plaza, the disciples of the Yunlan sect displaying a sense of pride and honor. However, in the face of this formidable doling pressure, Xiao Yan took a deep breath, forcefully stamping his foot against the ground. Boom! A dull thud resounded as the aura surrounding him erupted like a volcano unsealed. A scorching and heavy do qi surged skyward, its intensity reaching the pinnacle of a grandmaster, even faintly brushing against the threshold of doling. 9-star grandmaster. He has actually reached this level. In 3 years, he advanced from the 3rd stage of do qi to 9-star grandmaster. How is this possible? Gasps of disbelief rang out once more, laced with incredulity. Even on the high platform, Yun Yun's beautiful eyes flickered with astonishment. Such a rapid cultivation speed is nothing short of terrifying. Nalan Yanran's pupils also contracted slightly, but she soon snorted coldly. A 9-star grandmaster is ultimately not a doling. The difference in realms is not so easily bridged. Wind Spirit's shattering sword. Without hesitation, her graceful figure transformed into a green shadow, the sword in her hand conjuring several indistinguishable sword phantoms, enveloping Xiao Yan's vital points like a raging storm. The sword shadows danced with fierce precision, slicing through the air and showcasing extraordinary swordsmanship. Xiao Yan's expression grew solemn as he grasped the Xian Zhong ruler from behind him. The weighty ruler, accompanied by the sound of whistling winds, began to swirl in his hands. Flame-severing wave ruler. The intense heat of fire attribute do qi surged into the ruler, igniting raging flames that transformed into a massive fire ruler's aura, boldly confronting the countless sword shadows. The clashing sounds rang out like a torrential downpour, echoing throughout the square. Fire and azure light intertwined furiously, annihilating each other. The residual do qi ripples spread like ripples across the water, causing the disciples near the square to feel the wind whip against their robes. The two combatants, upon engaging, plunged directly into a heated confrontation. Nalan Yanran's swordplay was light and swift, leveraging the advantages of wind attribute do qi to continuously seek out Xiao Yan's weaknesses. In contrast, Xiao Yan relied on the heaviness and dominance of the Xianzhong ruler, combined with the violent do qi infused with the essence of, to counter every sharp sword shadow with sheer strength. In an instant, the square was filled with the flickering shadows of the ruler and the intersecting brilliance of the swords. As the two figures collided rapidly, the sounds of do qi resounding incessantly, the intensity of the battle left all spectators breathless. Could it be that Xiao Yan had truly withstood the onslaught of the young Sect Master? His do qi was remarkably peculiar. Despite being merely a great do master, it was so refined and violent, radiating an extreme heat. The black heavy ruler was indeed extraordinary, likely a treasured artifact. On the platform, the elders, including Yunling, wore solemn expressions. They had not anticipated that Xiao Yan could contend with Nalan Yanran to such an extent. Liao, watching from the pinnacle of the holy city, observed the battle below with a calm gaze. His foundation was solid, his do qi refined, and even incorporated a trace of. It appeared he had his own fortuitous encounters. Liao commented faintly, yet Nalan Yanran had not yet exerted her full strength. she was merely probing. Medusa nodded slightly, her seven-colored gaze resting upon Xiao Yan's resolute face, softly stating, "This youth possesses a rare tenacity of spirit. Alas, the disparity in cultivation cannot be wholly compensated by will alone." The fierce battle raged on. Nalan Yanran, unable to break through, felt a growing sense of frustration. She had initially believed she could easily overwhelm Xiao Yan, yet he proved to be exceedingly tenacious. "Xiao Yan, I admit I underestimated you. But this ends now," Nalan Yanran exclaimed, her form suddenly retreating. Her long sword raised before her as a torrent of azure, qi surged wildly. The extreme wind of the setting sun, as her cold voice resonated. A pinpoint of exquisite azure light erupted from the sword's tip, rapidly expanding into a blindingly brilliant azure sun. Within that sun lay a terrifying energy, seemingly capable of overshadowing the very sun in the sky. The surrounding energies of the world surged madly towards that azure sun. This was one of the Yunlan Sect's supreme skills, a high-tier, Xian-level Do technique. The sheer destructive energy contained within the azure sun caused Xiao Yan's expression to grow grave. Gripping the Xian Zhong ruler tightly, the Do crystal within his body spun furiously, as all of his Do qi, along with a trace of the faint azure heartfire essence, was poured unreservedly into the Xian Zhong ruler. Dark red flames blazed fiercely upon the ruler, and its aura expanded dramatically, a torrential heat and violent essence, seemingly capable of incinerating all, surged forth. Flame-severing wave, ruler's ninth wave. He roared, unleashing the strongest strike modified by Yaolao, the Xian Zhong ruler. Bearing the combined force of 9 overlapping waves of flame, surged forth like a roaring fire dragon, directly colliding with the approaching azure sun. On one side was the culmination of the wind's ultimate descent. On the other was the unmatched fury of the 9-fold fire waves. Under the watchful gazes of countless astonished eyes, the two attacks, embodying the full extent of their powers, collided with a thunderous crash at the center of the square. Boom! An indescribable sound reverberated, shaking the entire Yunlan mountain as if it would collapse. The blinding blue and red dual light instantly engulfed everything. A terrifying energy storm sweeping outward like a tsunami, fracturing the ground of the square, with massive cracks spreading like a spider's web. At the eye of the energy storm, the two figures were sent flying like kites with severed strings, both spitting blood as they were thrown back. Nalan Yanran's face turned pale. Her long sword barely supported her as she struggled to stabilize her form, her breath disordered, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Xiao Yan fared even worse. The Xianzhong ruler slipped from his grasp, embedding itself into the ground at a distance. He crashed heavily down, his garments tattered, his body a mixture of charred flesh and blood, struggling for a moment, yet found himself unable to rise. Both were gravely injured. However, just as everyone believed the battle would conclude in a draw, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, his dark eyes ablaze with an unyielding fire. He fixed his gaze on Nalan Yanran, summoning all his remaining strength to hoarsely shout, "Nalan Yanran, you have lost." Before his words faded, he struggled to raise his hand towards Nalan Yanran, clenching it fiercely. Bang! The residual energy, previously dispersed by the fire ruler's aura around Nalan Yanran, suddenly coalesced as if drawn by some unseen force, transforming into several small dark red fire serpents that struck fiercely against her unsuspecting back. Nalan Yanran, as if struck by a heavy blow, spat out another mouthful of blood, her delicate form collapsing, her breath instantly dwindling to the utmost. She had been defeated. Silence. A deathly stillness. Everyone stared in disbelief at this scene, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. Xiao Yan, a 9-star Great Do Master, had actually triumphed over Nalan Yanran, a 3-star Do spirit. Yet, just as victory seemed to be decided, on the platform, Elder Yunling abruptly stood, his face ashen, an aura of murderous intent surging his eyes as he bellowed. "You young one, daring to employ deceit against our Yunlan Sect's young Sect Master. You shall not be spared." The horrifying pressure of a Do Wang descended like a mountain, crashing down upon the injured and incapacitated Xiao Yan. "Yunling, how dare you?" Xiao Zhan's eyes widened in fury, attempting to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by the Yunlan Sect disciples. At that critical moment, a soft yet piercingly cold and infinitely taunting laugh echoed, seemingly emanating from the heavens, resonating in the ears of all present. What Yunlan Sect, truly unable to accept defeat, as the voice sounded, a force far more terrifying and domineering than Yun Ling's, as if capable of cleaving the very heavens and silencing all, descended upon the entire Yunlan Sect Plaza like a slumbering ancient beast awakening suddenly. The Dowang pressure that Yun Ling had directed towards Xiao Yan shattered like fragile glass before this overwhelming intent. A collective shock rippled through everyone's hearts as they looked up in astonishment. There, in the distant sky, stood a figure clad in azure, whose presence had seemingly materialized out of nowhere. With hands clasped behind him, he stood with an indifferent expression, his dark iron-colored pupils resembling an ancient abyss, coldly gazing down upon the scene below, akin to a deity surveying mere ants. It was none other than Li Ao. He had finally intervened. Chapter 58. The Blade's Intense Sword. That mocking laugh, like a cold blade, sliced through the hearts of all present, effortlessly shattering Yun Ling's furious Dowang pressure and severing the cord of shock and silence that enveloped the square. Instantly, all gazes shifted from the fallen Nalan Yanran and the struggling Xiao Yan, redirecting towards the source of the voice, the azure-clad figure standing in the sky. It was him, the mysterious powerhouse who had single-handedly stormed the Yunlan sect, clashing with the Do sect and emerging unscathed. Li Ao. He had returned at this moment, to this place. An indescribable chill, akin to a tidal wave, instantaneously engulfed the entirety of the Yunlan sect's plaza. The myriad emotions that had surged forth from Xiao Yan's unexpected triumph, shock, disbelief, and fury were swiftly supplanted by a deeper, more profound terror. Elder Yunling's complexion shifted from ashen to ghostly pale as he cast his gaze towards that figure. His throat constricted as if gripped by an unseen hand. The previously raging fury and murderous intent, under Li Ao's indifferent scrutiny, dissipated like snow under the blazing sun, leaving only a tremor that emanated from the depths of his soul. He harbored no doubt that should he dare to make any move, the terrifying blade intent that had obliterated the Dozong and reduced the Guardian Wu to ashes would descend upon him in an instant. Upon a high platform, the ever-composed Yun Yun abruptly rose to her feet, her exquisite visage etched with astonishment and an unprecedented gravity. She gazed at Li Ao, then glanced at the pale yet resplendent Queen Medusa beside him, whose aura was as formidable as the legends foretold. A tempest of emotions surged within her. Not only had he returned, but it seemed he shared a profound connection with the Queen Medusa. What did their simultaneous appearance signify? Li Ao. Yunling's voice trembled imperceptibly as he struggled to maintain his composure. This matter concerns the Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan. Why do you meddle? Li Ao's gaze did not even flicker towards Yunling, remaining calmly fixed upon the gathering, as if he had merely brushed away a speck of dust. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in every ear, carrying an undeniable air of authority. I intervened because I found it intolerable. Do you have any objections? Such simple words bore an oppressive weight far more potent than any threat, as if to assert, must I require justification for my actions? Do you dare to oppose me? Yunling found himself momentarily breathless, his face flushing with indignation, yet he dared not utter a single word in retort. In the face of absolute strength, all reasoning and decorum appeared feeble and impotent. Silence fell upon the assembly. The disciples of the Yunlan sect stood mute, their earlier pride and superiority evaporated, leaving only the stark terror of confronting an insurmountable force. The representatives of various factions who had come to observe were equally taken aback, realizing that the events of the day would likely not conclude easily. This Li Ao was clearly not a harbinger of goodwill. On the ground, Xiao Yan struggled to lift his head, gazing at the figure clad in azure, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. Gratitude mingled with an ineffable weight of concern. It was he, once again, who had appeared during his most perilous moment. This debt of gratitude was immense. Simultaneously, Li Ao's absolute dominance over the Yunlan sect reminded him starkly of the chasm that lay between them. Li Ao finally swept his gaze across the assembly, his eyes eventually settling upon Yun Yun atop the platform. He spoke softly. Sect Master Yun Yun, is this how the Yunlan sect treats its guests? When an elder cannot bear to lose, does he resort to violence against the youth before all? Yun Yun inhaled deeply, quelling the tumult within her heart as her voice rang out with icy clarity. Elder Yunling acted out of desperation. The sect will impose its own punishment. However, Li Ao, you have intruded without invitation. What is your intention? What is my intention? Li Ao's lips curled into a frigid smile. During the last mountain ascent, I failed to obtain answers. Today, I shall seize this opportunity to conclude unfinished business. Before he could finish, his gaze abruptly shifted towards the direction of the Yunlan sect's rear mountain, his tone sharpening like a drawn sword, infused with the intent to sever all. Yun Shan, how much longer will you hide, coward? Come fort, come fort, come out, show yourself. His voice resonated like rolling thunder, echoing through the Yunlan mountains, causing the clouds to churn and the mountains to tremble. Every heart quaked. He had audaciously called out the name of the old patriarch, and in such an impudent manner demanded him to emerge. This was no mere provocation. It was an unvarnished declaration of war. Impudent, arrogant. Several elders of the Yunlan sect were taken aback, their anger flaring as they reprimanded him. However, their rebuke was barely uttered when a sigh, imbued with the weight of countless years, emanated from the depths of the rear mountain, echoing softly yet profoundly above the clamor, resonating within the very souls of all present. With that sigh, an overwhelming, unfathomable pressure, far more refined and terrifying than that which had been unleashed by Yun Shan previously, began to seep from the rear mountain, enveloping the entire Yunlan mountain. The clouds in the sky rolled back, the sunlight dimmed, and the very fabric of space seemed to solidify. A hazy figure gradually materialized from the mist above the rear mountain, transforming from ethereal to corporeal. Clad in a simple white robe, exuding an otherworldly grace, Yun Shan's eyes, now opened, bore a deeper shade of gray than before, hinting at an eerie darkness. The aura radiating from him had evidently solidified at the dozone level, perhaps even exceeding that. Suspended in the air, he faced Li Ao from afar, his dull gaze sweeping over him and then briefly acknowledging Queen Medusa. His voice, though flat, carried a chilling undertone. Li Ao, you have indeed survived. Not only that, but it seems your strength has also increased. I presume the disturbances in the Soul Burial Gorge were orchestrated by you? In the face of this unprecedented dozone pressure, Li Ao stood tall and unyielding, his dark iron-colored pupils flickering with silver flames, undeterred and brimming with battle fervor. And what of it? He retorted coldly. I have come today to see what you, this old tortoise, are scheming while hiding in your shell, and to take your life. To take your life. Such a direct and domineering proclamation sent ripples of cold across Yun Shan's previously impassive visage. Slowly, he raised his withered hand, causing the surrounding space to warp and fold. Young man, while having ambition is commendable, excessive fervor can lead to one's downfall. If you insist on seeking death, then I, as the sect leader, shall grant your wish. As his words fell, Yun Shan's aura erupted with overwhelming force. A power more terrifying than that of half a month prior surged forth, akin to an invisible tsunami. Crashing Tovages Liao. The entire sky above Yunlan Mountain quaked under the weight of his will. A battle was imminent. This time, it was no longer a mere test, but a true clash of life and death. Every heart raced to the brink of despair. The 3-year pact between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran had been rendered inconsequential in this moment. The pinnacle confrontation that would determine the future landscape of the Gamma Empire was about to erupt atop Yunlan Mountain. Li Ao's gaze was as frigid as ice as he slowly grasped the hilt of his sword behind him. The dark blade emitted a craving hum for blood, the essence of annihilation beginning to coalesce around him. Queen Medusa's 7-colored gaze was grave. Though her wounds were not yet healed, she secretly gathered her remaining strength, ready to strike at any moment. Yun Yun watched the two poised for battle in the air, her delicate hands clenched tightly, her knuckles turning white. Her eyes filled with helplessness and deep concern. The storm had arrived. This is not merely a show of overwhelming might, but rather an initial application of spatial rules by a dozone expert, intending to crush Li Ao along with that very space into nothingness. Half a month prior, Li Ao was grievously wounded and on the brink of death by this very technique. However, the present moment is not the same as before. Faced with this lethal strike capable of instilling dread in any Do Huang, the silver-gray flames of annihilation in Li Ao's eyes suddenly surged. He did not attempt to forcibly break free from the constraints of space. Instead, he positioned the dark, elongated blade before him, allowing the dark golden energy and the silver-gray rules of annihilation to intertwine and compress with unprecedented speed. With a low shout, he did not swing the blade, but instead centered it with the blade's tip, unleashing a visible ripple of silver-gray energy. The ripple spread silently. Yet, the frenzied spatial force, upon contact with this silver-gray ripple, emitted a hissing sound of annihilation as if it had encountered its nemesis. The ironclad spatial confinement was forcefully neutralized, creating an area available for movement. What? He could directly dissolve the spatial confinement. Yun Shan's darkened pupils narrowed in astonishment. Just half a month ago, the opponent had to rely on an enigmatic rule-based sword technique to confront him. Now, he could effortlessly neutralize such a threat. His mastery of the rules had progressed at an astonishing rate. It seems I cannot afford to let you live. Yun Shan's killing intent intensified, his hands forming intricate seals as gray-black Do Qi surged forth, mingling with an even deeper spatial force. The great grief-rending wind hand. The skies darkened with ominous clouds. A colossal gray-black hand, comprised of overwhelming energy and spatial power, suddenly took form, casting a shadow over the heavens. The fingerprints upon the giant hand were distinct, resembling the hand of a deity, imbued with a strange essence that seemed to tear through the firmament and show compassion to all beings. Descending upon Li Ao with crushing force. Before the hand even landed, the terrifying pressure had shattered the stone slabs of the plaza beneath. This was Yun Shan's renowned ultimate technique, a low-level earth-ranked Do technique, coupled with his Do's zone cultivation and the enhancement of the Soul Palace's secret arts. Its might could easily shatter mountains. Li Ao lifted his gaze to meet the descending giant hand, a glimmer of gravity flashing in his eyes. Yet more so was a surging battle intent. Drawing a deep breath, he unleashed the full power of the black iron dominance, a dark golden sheen radiating from him. Resembling an awakening ancient war god, he gripped the blade with both hands, channeling all his strength, vitality, Do Qi, and even his profound comprehension of the rules of annihilation into the edge of the blade. The dark, elongated blade emitted a resonant hum under the immense strain, as the dark golden and silver-gray lights intertwined to their limits, transforming into an extraordinary entity that seemed to devour light itself. With a powerful stomp into the void, the thunderous step erupted, propelling him forward like a meteor, actively meeting the colossal hand descending from above. The dominant blade returned to the void, still the same technique. Yet the power and essence were worlds apart from half a month ago. A blade mark, honed to perfection, appeared as if even the very fabric of space could revert to nothingness, slashing upwards against the heavens. With a blade mark traversed, light distorted, sound vanished, leaving behind a pure, deathly trajectory that sent shivers down the spine of any who beheld it, under the gaze of countless astonished onlookers. The black blade mark collided fiercely with the descending gray-black giant hand above Yunlan Mountain. Boom! An incomprehensible, terrifying explosion erupted. It was as if two stars had collided. At the point of impact, space shattered like a broken mirror, spreading countless dark spatial fissures that ravenously consumed all surrounding energy and matter. Blinding light instantaneously illuminated the entirety of the Jama Saint City, while the shockwave from the energy storm radiated outward in a circular fashion, tearing apart the clouds above. And the structures of the Yunlan sect below crumbled as if plowed by an invisible giant plow. Quickly retreat. Activate the protective sect formation. The shrill cries were drowned amidst the roaring chaos. Yun Yun had already descended, joining forces with the elders to barely maintain a massive azure shield to protect the core disciples. But the shield violently trembled under the terrifying aftershocks, flickering precariously. Medusa's seven-colored eyes sparkled, her delicate hand waving, enveloping the severely injured Xiao Yan in a faint seven-colored aura, sparing him from being torn apart by the backlash. She gazed at the cataclysmic collision above, her heart tumultuous. Li Ao's strength exceeded her expectations. In the air, the energy storm gradually subsided. The scene that unfolded made everyone gasp in shock. Yun Shan remained suspended in the air, though his white robe bore signs of damage, his aura slightly disordered, indicating that he too had not emerged unscathed from the earlier clash. Meanwhile, Li Ao had been forced back several hundred zhang, his right arm trembling slightly. The skin of his palm split, oozing dark golden blood. A trace of blood also seeped from the corner of his mouth, his internal energy roiling. Even with the significant power increase and the unmatched might of the black iron dominance, he still bore some internal injuries. The disparity in realms remained apparent. To withstand the great grief-rending wind hand of my sect, you have every reason to be proud. Yun Shan's voice was icy, laced with a hint of mocking. Yet the chasm between Do Huang and Do Zong could not be bridged by mere cleverness with rules. Next, Allow me to demonstrate what true Do Zone power is. He slowly brought his hands together. Gray-black energy surged like smoke soaring into the sky, resonating with the energy of the entire Yunlan mountain. An aura far more magnificent and despair-inducing than before began to awaken from within him. Yunlan's secret technique, mountain soul empowerment. Thunderous roars. The entire Yunlan mountain seemed to come alive. An inexhaustible force from the mountains surged into Yunshan, as if rivers were returning to the sea. His aura escalated rapidly, instantly breaking through the threshold of a 3-star Do Zone, reaching 4 stars, and even continuing to rise. The energy coalescing around him caused the very space to emit mournful cries of strain. He can actually harness the power of the Yunlan mountain range to augment himself? Liao's expression turned gravely serious. This was Yunshan, or rather, the true trump card aided by the Soul Palace. To compel my sect to resort to such a measure, Liao, you shall meet your end without regrets. Yunshan's voice thundered, imbued with the authority of absolute control. This strike shall send you to the netherworld. He raised a finger, pointing at Liao, and lightly gestured. Annihilation finger. A gray-black beam shot forth from his fingertip. The beam, no thicker than an arm, was refined to the utmost, containing not only Yunshan's power, but also a chilling, purer essence of death and annihilation from his soul palace. With a beam passed, space was not merely torn asunder. It was erased as if by an eraser, leaving behind an eternal void trace. This single finger had already grazed the edges of the laws. Its might far surpassed the previous great grief-rending wind hand. Faced with a strike that could instill fear even in an ordinary 4-star Do Zone, Liao felt an unprecedented sense of impending death. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes. Instead of cowering in fear, he thrust his long knife back into its sheath behind him. He intended to take it head-on with his bare hands. Amidst the incredulous gazes of all, Liao brought his palms together fiercely at his chest. The dark golden energy and silver-gray rules of annihilation compressing and merging in an unprecedented manner. The veins in his arms bulged like coiled dragons. The dark golden sheen of his skin, so rich it seemed ready to drip liquid metal. You think you're the only one who understands annihilation? He roared, thrusting his joined palms forward with tremendous force. Annihilation returned to the void palm, a disc-sized manifestation, exuding an aura of chaotic void, seemingly capable of devouring all light, sound, and even the essence of life and soul, emerged silently from his palm, advancing toward the terrifying gray-black beam of light. On one side lay the Desolation Finger, embodying the power of mountains and the secret arts of the Soul Palace. On the other, the Return to Ruin's palm, a fusion of blood, principles, and indomitable will. These two forms of annihilative power, akin in origin yet distinct in nature, collided thunderously atop the cloud mountain. There was no sound, no light, only an ever-expanding, all-consuming, absolute void. Chapter 60, The Rift of Emptiness, Undercurrents Surge. The clash of the Desolation Finger and the Return to Ruin's palm did not yield a cataclysmic explosion, nor did it produce dazzling brilliance. Their encounter resembled a droplet merging into an inkwell, resulting in a profound and unfathomable void that expanded with alarming rapidity. In that region, light was consumed, sound was obliterated, and even the fabric of space itself became indistinct, as if an invisible hand had ruthlessly erased it from the canvas of reality, leaving behind a writhing, expanding, utterly soul-freezing void. There was no energetic shockwave, no rolling turbulence. Yet, the terrifying spectacle of existence being blotted out evoked a greater dread than any violent explosion. In the square, all breath was held, as if even heartbeats had ceased. They could only behold the ever-expanding void and the violent distortions at its edges, reminiscent of a space structure teetering on the brink of collapse. Yunshan's pupils constricted sharply. Disbelief etched upon his face for the first time. He sensed that his Desolation Finger, infused with the power of mountains and the secret arts of the Soul Palace, was being assimilated and dismantled by the opponent as chaotic palm imprint in a manner more fundamental and thorough, ultimately reverting to nothingness. This was not a mere exchange of energy, but rather a domination and consumption at the level of principles. The opponent's annihilation was shockingly purer, closer to the essence than that which he had mastered, bestowed by the Soul Palace. Impossible. Yunshan's heart roared with fury. In this eerie silence, as the void expanded, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A sound as clear as a bell, akin to the shattering of a foundational stone supporting the world, suddenly emanated from the very center of the void. Subsequently, at the edge of that chaotic emptiness, a broad, serpentine black rift in space tore open without warning. Within the rift, there was not merely darkness, but a tempest of chaotic spatial turbulence, a rampaging void storm, and a chilling, deathly aura, as if something from another realm was seeping through. This was not a direct consequence of the clash between Li Ao and Yinshan, but rather a result of their annihilative powers, particularly Li Ao's essence of return to ruins, surpassing the limits of what this space could endure, inadvertently tearing apart an already fragile spatial barrier. A spatial rift? How could this be? Yunshan's face drained of color. He understood better than anyone the implications of a stable space being torn apart, especially in this peculiar locale of Cloud Mountain. Li Ao was also shaken. He could sense the rift's emanations, akin to those from the Soul Burial Gorge and the relics of the Serpent People, yet far more formidable and perilous. Could it be that beneath Cloud Mountain there truly lay a complete gateway, and their battle had inadvertently disturbed it, just as their minds were ensnared by the spatial rift? A faint yet solid gray-black soul spike shot forth unexpectedly from the shadows of the back mountain of Cloud Mountain Sect, moving with a velocity that surpassed thought. Its target was not Li Ao, but rather Medusa, who had just shielded Xiao Yan and was momentarily distracted, her focus drawn to the spatial rift. The timing was ruthlessly impeccable. Just as her old energies had dissipated and new ones had yet to manifest, a moment of mental disturbance arose. "Watch out!" Li Ao's pupils dilated in alarm as he shouted, instinctively turning to provide aid. Yet, how could Yinshan allow him such an opportunity? "Your opponent is me." Yinshan sneered. Though equally astonished by the emergence of the spatial rift, his battle instincts seized this once-in-a-lifetime chance. He suppressed the turmoil within him, once again channeling the power of the mountains, and a solid gray-black palm imprint struck fiercely toward Li Ao, ensnaring him completely. Medusa's multicolored gaze flared with cold light, hastily summoning the remnants of her fighting spirit and soul power to form a defense before her. But the soul spike was too refined and malicious, evidently premeditated. Puffed. The defense barely held for an instant before it was pierced. The soul spike plunged deep into Medusa's brow. Ugh! Medusa emitted a muffled cry of pain, her delicate form trembling violently as her already unstable breath shattered anew. The crack in her forehead, previously reinforced by Li Ao, suddenly widened, her colorful gaze dimming, rendering her akin to a fallen butterfly, helplessly plummeting from the sky. Medusa! Li Ao's eyes widened in anguish, his blood and the rules of annihilation surging within him. Driven by pure rage, he endured Yinshan's fierce onslaught, sustaining further injuries. Yet he forced his way to Medusa's side, catching her cold, delicate body in his arms. Feeling her rapidly fading essence and the wounds upon her soul, the silver-gray flames in Li Ao's eyes threatened to erupt. He abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing a piercing stare upon the relentlessly pursuing Yinshan, then glanced at the ever-expanding, ominous rift, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. No more delaying the battle. Medusa's injuries were grave. She needed immediate healing. Moreover, the rift instilled within him a dreadful premonition. Yinshan, and the vermin of the Soul Palace. Today's grievances Li Ao shall remember. One day, I will repay them 100-fold. A chilling vow, infused with murderous intent, reverberated through the skies. Li Ao hesitated no longer. He fully activated the 7-colored crystal of emptiness, and a more refined 7-colored light portal materialized before him in an instant. He cradled Medusa and stepped into the light portal. Thinking of escaping? Stay! Yinshan bellowed furiously, a massive spatial palm imprint crashing down toward the portal. However, just as the imprint was about to impact the portal, Li Ao retaliated with a swift slash, not aimed at Yinshan, but slicing toward the ever-widening rift. A concentrated intent of annihilation penetrated the edge of the rift. Boom! The already unstable spatial rift was provoked by an external force of rules, erupting violently. A more turbulent, chaotic flow of space surged forth like a flood breaking its banks, instantly engulfing that area of the void, devouring and shattering the imprint left by Yunshan's palm, while simultaneously hindering his pursuit. Seizing this opportunity, the colorful portal abruptly contracted, vanishing completely, leaving only Yunshan's furious roar and the still rampaging spatial rift, seemingly connected to an unknown terror, like a massive scar seared into the sky above Yunlan Mountain. The peak confrontation came to an unexpected halt in such a manner. Yet, all were aware that this storm, which would sweep across the empire and beyond, had merely begun. Li Ao's departure was by no means an end, but rather the prelude to even greater upheavals. The shadow of the Soul Palace, the mysterious spatial rift, and the gravely wounded Queen Medusa, all of these foretold that true chaos was about to descend. Meanwhile, far from the Snake Man royal city in the desert, a seven-colored portal flickered into existence as Li Ao stepped through, cradling the nearly lifeless Medusa in his arms, his expression as dark as the depths of water. He needed to tend to Medusa immediately, and then at the swiftest pace grow stronger. Chapter 61. Healing in the Royal City, the Night's Hidden Malice. The nights in the Taggart Desert, stripped of the day's searing heat, left only a biting chill and an eerie silence. Under the cold moonlight, the royal city of the Snake Men loomed like a colossal beast lying in the sea of sand, heavily guarded. Deep within the royal palace, the queen's chamber, once resplendently adorned, was now shrouded in a grave atmosphere. Li Ao carefully placed the unconscious Medusa, her breath flickering like a candle in the wind, upon the cold jade bed. The fissure on her forehead had widened, resembling a grotesque centipede, with tendrils of gray-black mist, the remnants of the Soul Palace's soul attack, seeping forth and incessantly eroding her soul's essence. Her colorful, serpent-like eyes were tightly shut, long lashes trembling, revealing the immense pain she was enduring. The elders of the underworld and several core experts of the Snake Men stood anxiously nearby, their faces etched with worry and anger, yet they dared not utter a sound, fearing to disturb Li Ao. Standing by the bed, Li Ao furrowed his brow. Medusa's injuries were more troublesome than he had anticipated. Not only had old wounds resurfaced, but more critically, the soul attack imbued with the Soul Palace's secret techniques was insidiously destructive, akin to a festering wound, continuously undermining her soul's foundation. If not addressed promptly, even with Medusa's formidable strength, she risked total soul dissolution. I require absolute silence. No one is to approach within 100 paces of the chamber. Li Ao's voice was cold, carrying an irrefutable command. Yes, we shall vow to protect her with our lives. The underworld elders did not hesitate, immediately bowing and retreating, securing the palace grounds so that not even a fly could penetrate. Within the chamber, only two remained. Li Ao took a deep breath and seated himself cross-legged before the bed. He first retrieved the revitalizing purple pill from his spatial ring, carefully administering it to Medusa, using its gentle medicinal properties to temporarily safeguard her faltering heart and vital energy. Then he extended his hands, one resting on Medusa's smooth forehead, the other hovering over her energy sea. The dark golden essence of the black iron dominance merged with pure fighting spirit, flowing into Medusa's body like a warm tide, nourishing her damaged meridians and physical form. Yet, this was far from sufficient. The key lay within that soul injury. Li Ao closed his eyes, his soul's power akin to the most delicate surgical scalpel, cautiously probing into Medusa's sea of consciousness. Chaos and darkness engulfed him. The once resplendent, multicolored essence of her soul was now ensnared by vast clouds of gray-black mist, eroding and dulling its brilliance, with signs of fragmentation beginning to appear at the edges. The gray-black mist carried the unique chill of the Soul Palace, steeped in silence and resentment, fiercely resisting any external force. What a vile tactic! Li Ao's heart seethed with murderous intent. This Soul Palace guardian had left such a treacherous trap, even in death. He attempted to dispel the gray-black mist with his immense soul power, but found it to be of little effect. The mist seemed entwined with Medusa's soul essence, and any forceful dispelling could potentially harm her very foundation. Only by employing annihilation against annihilation could he succeed. Li Ao's gaze sharpened. The nature of the Soul Palace's power leaned towards destruction and death, somewhat akin to his own principles of annihilation, but far more sinister. He needed to utilize a purer, more fundamental intent of annihilation to neutralize and consume that foreign energy. This was an extremely perilous process, requiring his mastery of the annihilation principle to reach an exquisite level. Any misstep could not only fail to save Medusa, but could accelerate her soul's obliteration. He held his breath, meticulously extracting a thread of silver-gray annihilation energy from his own soul, as if manipulating the most delicate of threads, slowly guiding it into Medusa's sea of consciousness, approaching the eroded essence of her colorful soul. As this thread of annihilation energy touched the gray-black mist, a hissing sound erupted. It was as if cold water splashed into boiling oil, triggering an explosive reaction. The gray-black mist surged wildly, attempting to resist and corrode this foreign force of rules, while Medusa's soul essence quaked violently, emitting waves of agony. Beads of perspiration formed on Liao's forehead as he focused intently, wielding his formidable soul control to precisely manipulate that thread of annihilation energy, like the most patient of cleaners, gradually scraping away the gray-black mist clinging to the soul essence, consuming and annihilating it. This process was excruciatingly slow and mentally taxing. Liao had to maintain the utmost concentration, without the slightest distraction. Time slipped by quietly in the stillness of healing. Outside, the moon gradually descended in the west. Just as Liao exerted all his effort to heal Medusa, shadows akin to phantoms emerged silently from the dunes, several dozen li away from the Snake Man royal city. Cloaked in black robes, their presence melded seamlessly with the desert's nocturnal hues. Had one not sought them out deliberately, they would be nearly imperceptible. The leader raised his head, revealing eyes that glimmered with a ghostly green light, gazing towards the royal city, his voice gravelly like sandpaper. According to the soul imprint fluctuations relayed by Lord Guardian, the target is within that Snake Man royal city, with an extremely faint aura. Now is the optimal moment to strike. Another shadow replied in a low voice, Master Steward. There's also that mysterious powerhouse who killed Lord Guardian within the city. The shadow, dubbed Steward, sneered coldly. At this moment, he must be fully engaged in healing Medusa, his mental energy severely depleted. This is when he is at his weakest. Moreover, we have come under the command of the esteemed envoy, equipped with the soul-locking net and the soul-piercing spike, specifically designed to counter soul and spatial evasion techniques. If we seize the opportunity for a swift resolution, success is not out of reach. If we can capture Medusa's soul along with that portion of the key, it would be a monumental achievement. But what if we alert that powerhouse? There is no what if. The steward interrupted, his eyes glimmering with a chilling light. The esteemed envoy is determined to obtain that key. This operation must succeed. Failure is not an option. Prepare yourselves at the stroke of midnight. We shall infiltrate the royal city and await the opportune moment to act. The shadows vanished into the darkness once more, as if they had never been present. Only the faint, chilling malice lingered, permeating the cold night of the desert. The Snake Man royal city remained enveloped in a weighty atmosphere of concern for their queen, utterly unaware that a deadly crisis was stealthily approaching under the cover of night. Within the chamber, Liao remained oblivious to the external threat, wholly absorbed in Medusa's sea of consciousness. The gray-black mist that had once entangled her colorful soul essence had been largely dispelled, and Medusa's aura had stabilized slightly. Yet, the countenance of Liao was slightly pale. The continuous, precise manipulation of the rules of annihilation exacted a tremendous toll on his soul. He cast a fleeting glance at the increasingly profound night outside, and a barely perceptible glint of menace flickered in his eyes. It would be best if no one dared to provoke me. Chapter 62. Whispers of the Soul, Bloodlight in the Dark Night. In the royal city of the Serpent Folk, within the queen's chamber, time trickled through his fingers like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass. Liao sat cross-legged before the cold jade bed, his eyes tightly shut, beads of perspiration forming on his brow and cascading down the resolute contours of his face. His soul power was engaged in a silent yet perilous tug-of-war against the stubborn, ashen-black mists within Medusa's sea of consciousness. Medusa's sea of consciousness, which ought to have been a magnificent and vast kaleidoscope of colors, was now shrouded in a chilling gloom across most of its expanse. However, in contrast to its initial state, a small patch of clarity had been cleared at the fringes, where a feeble, multicolored light flickered with the tenacity of a candle flame in the wind. Liao wielded a slender strand of silver-gray energy, imbued with the essence of annihilation. Much like the most patient of artisans, meticulously peeling away the toxins that clung to the essence of the soul. This process not only demanded immense energy, but also required him to endure the painful tremors transmitted from Medusa's soul, as if countless needles were simultaneously piercing his senses. At the moment he exerted himself to eradicate a particularly core point of erosion, a fragmented and exceedingly vague vision surged into his consciousness, accompanied by intense, emotional fluctuations, a torrid river of lava, a budding blue lotus swaying amidst flames, a resolute figure plunging headlong into the heart of that cataclysmic energy core. The soul-wrenching agony and the disorientation of consciousness detachment, along with a deeply ingrained, intricate mark within the soul, one that neither the excruciating pain nor the passage of time could completely erase. This mark seemed to resonate faintly with that of a youth burdened with a black measuring rod. It was a fragment of memory from Medusa during her devouring of the blue lotus core fire. And also, Xiao Yan, a tremor coursed through Li Ao's mind. But he promptly suppressed the ripple, refocusing on the purification at hand. This was the most primal memory and emotion buried deep within Medusa's soul, unconsciously revealed when her soul was wounded and defenses were at their weakest. He had not sought to pry, yet having sensed it. The complex mark related to Xiao Yan also elucidated certain subtle sentiments within the original narrative. The past is but a wisp of smoke. What benefit does obsession bring? Liao felt indiferente. His path was to sever all obstacles in his way, directly aiming for the pinnacle. The affections of youth were merely dust upon the journey. He concentrated his mind, completely obliterating the last vestige of the encroaching ashen-black mist. On the cold jade bed, Medusa emitted an exceedingly faint groan, her long, dense eyelashes quivering before she finally managed to open her eyes a fraction. Her multicolored pupils were dim and devoid of luster, filled with weakness and confusion. However, the tenacious will of Queen Medusa had begun to coalesce once more. She gazed at Li Ao, who was close at hand, observing the unmistakable fatigue etched upon his face. And a barely discernible ripple flickered in her eyes. Her ruby lips moved slightly, yet no sound emerged. Concentrate, calm your spirit, and guide the medicinal energy to restore the essence. Li Ao withdrew his hand from her forehead, his voice hoarse from exhaustion, yet steady. The most perilous juncture had passed, and what remained depended upon her own strength. Medusa obediently closed her eyes, gradually channeling the restorative energy of the purple spirit pill along with Li Ao's residual vigor to nurture her injured soul and body. Liao exhaled softly, intending to recuperate his depleting soul power when suddenly he abruptly opened his eyes, an icy, piercing glare erupting from his dark, iron-hued pupils. The audacity of the intruders. He sensed it. On the periphery of the royal city, several figures, expertly concealed, yet exuding the chilling, deathly aura characteristic of the Soul Palace, slithered forward like serpents in the dark night, silently breaching the serpent folk's outer defenses, swiftly making their way towards the queen's chamber. They appeared to wield peculiar artifacts specifically designed to target souls and manipulate space. Indeed, they had arrived, and their timing was impeccable. A surge of murderous intent boiled within Li Ao. His soul power was nearly half exhausted, placing him in a relatively vulnerable state. Yet these Soul Palace minions had evidently miscalculated. He glanced at Medusa, who was in the critical phase of healing. He could not allow her to be disturbed, nor could he permit these vermin to disrupt the tranquility of the royal city. Li Ao slowly rose to his feet. The aura that had grown somewhat languid from exhaustion was replaced in that moment by a more ferocious and pure intent to kill. This was not merely a fluctuation of fighting spirit, but rather the formidable, primordial blood essence cultivated through the black iron body, combined with the will to annihilate countless foes and the lingering echoes of the rules of annihilation. He did not draw his long blade. Instead, he formed his fingers into a knife-like gesture, a dark golden sheen swirling at his fingertips, resembling the sharpest divine weapon in existence. His figure vanished like a specter, reappearing atop the highest point of the palace, bathed in the cool moonlight, resembling a guardian deity of the territory, coldly surveying the approaching shadows weaving through the darkness. Since you have come, then leave your lives behind. The chilling voice, akin to a deathly invitation, resonated clearly in the ears of the Soul Palace assassins. The figures of the shadows froze abruptly, their eyes wide with horror as they met the gaze of those eyes glimmering with dark gold and silver gray under the moonlight. Akin to a demonic god, he has noticed us. And why does his aura feel even more terrifying than reported? Wasn't he said to be greatly exhausted? A profound unease surged within the green-eyed leader of the group. Yet with the arrow already knocked, they had no choice but to strike. He allowed a fierce howl, attack. Soul-locking net. Soul-breaking spike. Kill. A gray net, woven from the countless, anguished wails of soul phantoms, surged forth with a peculiar power that could bind souls, descending upon Li Ao atop the palace. Simultaneously, 3 spikes, radiating a ghostly blue light and specifically designed to obliterate souls, silently shot towards Li Ao's brow, back, an energy center from 3 cunning angles. A strike meant to be fatal. Without mercy. Faced with an assault that could send even a fully energized Do Huang into chaos, Li Ao merely raised his right hand, fingers poised like a knife. He did not even glance at the descending soul-locking net or the speeding soul-breaking spikes. He simply directed his focus into the void, towards the direction of the Soul Palace assassins. With a gentle motion, he made a languid, seemingly careless stroke. A subtle, nearly imperceptible dark golden thread appeared out of thin air. The thread swept past the soul-locking net, which was woven from countless souls, capable of ensnaring even a Do Huang's spirit. It froze upon contact, and then, without a sound, it disintegrated, the entire net fracturing and transforming into pure soul particles that dissipated into the ether. The thread then crossed the path of the soul-breaking spikes. Those 3 malicious soul artifacts did not even stir a ripple before they quietly vaporized in the presence of the thread, as though they had never existed. The thread continued its relentless trajectory, instantaneously traversing the distance of space, gliding past the bodies of the Soul Palace assassins. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The assassins remained frozen in their advancing or casting postures, their faces etched with shock, fury, and the haunting green of their pupils, all rigid and unmoving. In the next instant, a soft sound echoed, as if a gentle breeze swept through a pile of sand. The bodies of the assassins, along with their black robes, silently transformed into the finest dust, dispersing with the wind, leaving no trace behind. Only the faint remnants of severed vitality linger in place, embodying the terror of impending annihilation, a testament to their past existence. The night returns to silence. Moonlight cascades down, illuminating the figure clad in azure atop the palace roof, untouched by dust. Li Ao gradually retracts his fingers, as if he has merely performed an inconsequential act. He does not glance at the direction where the assassins vanished, but instead refocuses his gaze within the palace, sensing that Medusa's essence is steadily revitalizing, causing the fierce light in his eyes to gradually fade. He settles into a cross-legged position, commencing his breathing exercises to restore his expended strength. Outside the royal city, the crisis has been averted. Yet, Li Ao is acutely aware that this is merely the beginning. The Soul Palace will not relent, and the spatial rift on the Yunlan sect side poses a significant threat. He must expedite Medusa's recovery, and then, with enhanced strength, confront the impending, tumultuous tides of chaos. The night is profound, yet the murderous intent has not receded. It merely lies in deeper concealment, awaiting the next opportunity to erupt. Chapter 63, Pact and Shadows. The desert dawn rends the night's veil, casting golden rays across the Tagore Desert and dispersing the last vestiges of blood and malice lingering from the previous night in the royal city. Within the palace, on the cold jade bed, Queen Medusa slowly opens her eyes. Her iridescent pupils, though still tinged with weakness, have shed their confusion, regaining the clarity and sharpness befitting a sovereign. She senses the faint yet steady flow of her fighting spirit within, along with the deep-seated wounds in her soul that have been forcibly suppressed. Her gaze lands on the figure in azure, seated beside her, eyes closed in meditation. He maintains his cross-legged posture, his complexion a touch more vibrant than the previous night, yet the lines of fatigue remain etched upon his brow. It is evident that he has expended considerable energy to dispel the Soul Palace's insidious spiritual corruption. Medusa struggles to sit up, her subtle movements rousing Li Ao from his reverie. He opens his eyes, his dark iron-colored irises calm and unwavering, meeting her gaze. How do you fare? My life is unharmed, though my essence is damaged and requires time to mend, Medusa replies, her voice still somewhat hoarse, yet regaining its characteristic chill. She pauses, adding with a weighty sincerity, "Thank you." This expression of gratitude lacks the previous undertones of calculation and exchange, imbued instead with an indescribable gravity. Li Ao nods slightly, offering no further words, and rises to the window, gazing at the undulating sand dunes in the distance. The claws of the Soul Palace reached out last night. Medusa's eyes narrow with cold resolve. They truly harbor unrelenting ambitions. We eliminated a few, but they were merely pawns, Li Ao responds nonchalantly. The real trouble lies with the Yunlan sect. The spatial rift there may be linked to the Soul Palace's ultimate objective. He succinctly recounts the events of the battle with the Yunlan sect, the unexpected emergence of the spatial rift, and the colossal fluctuations he sensed, originating from both the grave of souls and the ruins of the serpent people. Upon hearing this, a frost descends upon Medusa's stunning features. 3 gates, keys, the revered guide. The ambitions of the Soul Palace are vast. Should they succeed, the entire northwestern continent could be plunged into despair. She turns to Liao, a glimmer of determination flashing in her iridescent eyes. My serpent people are willing to stand with you against the Soul Palace. This is not merely an act of gratitude, but a decision rooted in the survival of her race. Having endured the attack from the Guardian and last night's assassination, she understands that the serpent people can no longer remain aloof amidst the storm conjured by the Soul Palace. Forming an alliance with the enigmatic yet formidable Liao, who shares a mutual enmity with the Soul Palace, is the most prudent and singular choice available. Liao turns to face Medusa, observing the unwavering resolve in her eyes, and nods. It is settled. Thus, the alliance is formed, free from unnecessary formalities, grounded in the most tangible of interests and a common adversary. How long will your recovery take? Liao inquires. With sufficient resources, I can regain 70% of my strength in half a month, Medusa estimates. But to fully restore my soul's essence will require a considerable duration. I will find a way to procure the resources, Liao assures her. After half a month, we shall approach the Yunlan sect again. This time, our aim will not merely be the Yunshan, but to uncover the secrets behind that spatial rift and thwart the Soul Palace's schemes. At this moment, the voice of the Elder of the Underworld resonates respectfully from outside the palace. Your Majesty, Sir Liao, Miss Yufei of the Maitel family requests an audience, claiming she has urgent matters to discuss. The Maitel family? Yufei? She has indeed found her way to the Serpent People's royal city? Liao and Medusa exchange glances. Let her enter. Moments later, Yufei steps into the palace, guided by the Elder of the Underworld. Today, she is clad in a practical light purple outfit, exuding less of her usual allure and more of a competent, weary demeanor. Upon seeing Liao and Medusa standing side by side, a flicker of surprise briefly crosses her peach blossom eyes, quickly masked by a well-timed smile. Greetings to Her Majesty the Queen, and to you, Mr. Liao. She performs a graceful curtsy, her gaze swiftly scanning Medusa, keenly perceiving her weakened state, leading her to speculate on the events that transpired last night. Miss Yufei, well-informed as ever, to have found this place, Liao remarks coolly. Yufei responds with a radiant smile. Your praise is unwarranted. My family possesses some enterprises in the desert, and upon hearing the news of the cataclysmic battle at the Yunlan sect, coupled with the simultaneous disappearance of you and Her Majesty, I boldly surmise that you too may have come to the royal city. I apologize for the intrusion. Pausing, her demeanor shifts to one of gravity. I have come on behalf of the Maitel family to express our sincere intent to ally with you and Her Majesty once more. The Maitel family is willing to spare no effort in providing all necessary resources and intelligence support for both of you. As she speaks, she produces a spatial ring, offering it with both hands. This contains a portion of our family's collection of healing elixirs and rare treasures for nurturing the soul, along with the latest intelligence regarding the Soul Palace's recent activities within the Empire. I hope it may aid in alleviating Her Majesty's injuries. Medusa glances at Liao, noting his slight nod, and signals the Elder of the Underworld to accept the spatial ring. The second matter, Yufei lowers her voice, adopting an even more serious tone, concerns the Yunlan sect. According to urgent reports from our informants in the Holy City, since the spatial rift appeared yesterday, the Yunlan sect has completely sealed its gates, and that rift seems not to have disappeared. Rather, it has been temporarily stabilized by a certain means from Yunshan. Furthermore, a presence resembling that of a Soul Palace expert secretly entered the back mountains of the Yunlan sect last night. Liao's expression sharpens. It appears Yunshan has indeed forged a deeper alliance with the Soul Palace. They aim to stabilize that rift. Are they attempting to forcibly open that gate? Additionally, Yufei's expression takes on a peculiar note. Young Master Xiao Yan, after the battle yesterday, was taken away by his master and has gone missing. However, based on fragmented information, it is inferred that they may have headed to the Black Corner region. The Black Corner region? Medusa furrows her brow slightly, recognizing it as a place far more chaotic and disordered than the Gamma Empire. Yet a glimmer of understanding flashes in Liao's eyes. The Black Corner region, indeed, is a realm where opportunity and peril coexist. It is a fitting place for swiftly enhancing one's power. Xiao Yan's choice aligns with my expectations. So be it. Let him carve his own path. This information is invaluable, Liao tells Yufei. Convey to Elder Tingshan that I have received his sincerity. The details of our collaboration can be discussed between you and Her Majesty. Yufei's heart swells with joy, realizing that this investment has finally yielded a clear response. Understood. I shall not disappoint the trust placed in me by you and Her Majesty. After bidding farewell to Yafei, tranquility returns to the palace. The Black Corner region. It seems your little compatriot is also a restless spirit, Medusa observes, casting a meaningful glance at Liao. Liao remains non-committal. Everyone has their own path. He strides to the window, his gaze seeming to traverse endless distances, landing upon the vast and shadowy realm that awaits us. Our journey lies within the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace. He felt the power within him gradually restoring, alongside a deeper mastery over the rules of annihilation. After half a month, a true reckoning would unfold atop Yunlan sect. Meanwhile, far beyond a myriad of miles, at the entrance to a dark realm replete with chaos, slaughter, and opportunity, a young boy bearing a colossal black measuring tool strode forward with unwavering determination. In his eyes, a fierce flame of ambition burned alongside a shadow of concealed pain and resolute determination. The storm had never ceased. It merely gathered destructive power across a broader expanse of existence. Liao and Xiao Yan, these two intertwining fates, after a brief convergence, once again ventured toward their respective unknown paths, fraught with thorns. Chapter 64. The initial arrival in the Dark Domain, sudden killings. The royal city of Tagore Desert gradually regained its order and vitality under the morning sun, while a land shrouded in gloom and blood awaited youth burdened by a heavy past and future. The Black Corner Domain, merely crossing the threshold of this land, a pungent aroma mingled with the scent of blood, hostility, decay, and madness assaulted the senses, far more intense than the most chaotic corners of the Gamma Sacred City. The sky seemed eternally enshrouded in a somber mist, with sunlight struggling to pierce through, casting feeble patches of light. The ground beneath was an ominous dark red, as if soaked in countless lifeblood. Xiao Yan tightened his grip on the heavy measuring tool behind him, the cold sensation momentarily invigorating his weary spirit from the long journey. Clad in an unremarkable black cloak, his hood obscured most of his face, revealing only a pair of sharp, hawk-like eyes, which concealed both anguish and determination. "Teacher, is this the Black Corner Domain?" Xiao Yan silently inquired in his heart. Even with prior mental preparation, the chaos and oppression of this place surpassed his expectations. The air was thick with a turbulent aura, unsettling the mind. The ethereal voice of Yao Lao resonated within him, tinged with solemnity. Indeed, this place is a den of mixed dragons and snakes, where slaughter is commonplace, and the law is a mere jest. Xiao Yan, here, trust is a luxury, and strength is the only truth. Remember, never let your guard down. Xiao Yan nodded gravely, his gaze sweeping over the imposing silhouette of Black Mark City, which loomed like a crouching beast. It was one of the more renowned gathering spots on the outskirts of the Black Corner Domain, serving as the first stop for countless souls seeking fortune or refuge in this treacherous land. There were no guards at the city gate, only a few fierce-looking men leaning against the wall, scanning the flow of incoming and outgoing people as if appraising merchandise. Their gaze lingered on Xiao Yan for a moment, but upon sensing merely the aura of a great fighter, they dismissively looked away. Xiao Yan remained silent, lowering his hood as he merged into the crowd entering the city. The scene within the city was even more deplorable. The streets were filthy and congested, flanked by crooked buildings, with various shops selling dubious weapons, medicinal pills, and materials from magical beasts, even openly trading in slaves confined in iron cages, their eyes hollow and devoid of life. Street brawls, murders, and theft occurred almost incessantly, with passers-by either coldly observing or seizing the opportunity to loot the deceased, painting a picture reminiscent of hell. Xiao Yan suppressed his discomfort and anger. He understood that in this place, compassion and a sense of justice were utterly futile. What he sought were information, resources, and a means to rapidly grow stronger. Following Yao Lao's guidance, he found a dilapidated tavern named Ghost Hand, known for intelligence gathering. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, a wave of foul air, mingled with cheap alcohol, sweat, and the stench of blood, rushed forth. The tavern was dimly lit, with scattered patrons exuding a menacing aura. As Xiao Yan, a newcomer, stepped in, several predatory gazes immediately fixated on him, akin to a sheep stumbling into a wolf pack. Unperturbed, Xiao Yan walked straight to the counter. Behind it stood a one-eyed proprietor, busily wiping a wine glass with a grimy rag. "I seek information," Xiao Yan rasped, placing several gold coins on the counter. The one-eyed proprietor glanced at the coins, then sized up Xiao Yan, a glint of cunning flashing in his single eye. "New here, are you?" What do you wish to know? Where can I procure high-level magical beast blood or information about? Xiao Yan inquired directly. Haha, the one-eyed proprietor chuckled ominously. You've quite the audacity, kid. High-level magical beast blood? Try your luck in the Black Storm Canyon, but be wary. It's the blood sect's territory. You might not return alive. As for that divine artifact is beyond your reach, but there is a rumor that may be found within the Canaan Academy. However, with your current strength, you won't even be able to cross their threshold. Black Storm Canyon? Blood Sect? Canaan Academy? Xiao Yan mentally noted these names. Although the proprietor's tone dripped with mockery, he had provided some leads, just as he prepared to inquire further. A burly man with a scarred face and a physique like a boulder abruptly slammed his hand on the table, drunkenly stumbling toward Xiao Yan and grabbing for his shoulder. Kid, do you know the rules? Newcomers must show respect to me first. Huh. Before he could finish, Xiao Yan slightly sidestepped, evading the grasp while his right hand shot out like lightning, precisely seizing the man's wrist with lethal force, unleashing a hidden current of power. Crack! The sound of bone fracturing echoed painfully. The scarred man let out a wretched scream, his arm hanging limply at his side. The alcohol sobering him up in an instant as he gazed at the hooded youth in terror. Xiao Yan released his grip, his voice remaining calm. Get lost. The scarred man scrambled out of the tavern, not daring to utter a single threat. Instantly, the tavern grew quieter, the malicious gazes retracting somewhat, now tinged with wariness. To incapacitate a 5-star great fighter in an instant, this youth was far more formidable than he appeared. Disregarding the onlookers, Xiao Yan tossed a few more gold coins to the one-eyed proprietor. A detailed map of Black Storm Canyon and Canaan Academy, as well as any recent noteworthy happenings. The one-eyed proprietor pocketed the coins, his demeanor shifting to one of respect as he swiftly retrieved a beast skin map and a jade slip containing information, handing them to Xiao Yan. Having acquired what he needed, Xiao Yan wasted no time and turned to exit the suffocating tavern. However, as he stepped outside and turned into a secluded alley, 3 shadowy figures materialized like phantoms, blocking his path. The leader was none other than the sinister man from the tavern, now radiating the aura of a 9-star great fighter. Kid, you have some skills. He licked his lips, eyes gleaming with greed and malice. Hand over your gold coins and that black measuring tool, and perhaps I'll leave you with a whole corpse. The other 2 exuded the presence of 8-star great fighters, encircling Xiao Yan in a triangular formation. Xiao Yan slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of icy eyes beneath his hood. He had anticipated being targeted. He simply hadn't expected it to happen so swiftly. Want it? Come and take it. He gradually drew forth the heavy measuring tool from his back, its weight scraping against the ground and emitting a harsh screech. A flicker of blazing fire attribute energy began to swirl around the tool's blade. In the Black Corner domain, words were but hollow echoes. Only combat could determine the allocation of resources and the fate of lives. His journey in the Black Corner domain commenced in this dim alley, unfolding in the most direct and blood-soaked manner. Meanwhile, far away in Tagore Royal City, Li Ao was deeply immersed in the system, strategizing the obstacles he would need to overcome upon returning to Yunlan's sect in half a month. Although he and Xiao Yan were separated by vast distances, they both forged ahead on their respective paths toward greater strength. The path of destiny continues to stretch towards the unknown, amidst the lethal atmosphere of the Black Corner region and the preparations in the desert. Chapter 65. The survival rules of the Black Corner region in the shadowy alleyways. The air seemed to congeal, heavy with the scent of blood and impending death. The only escape routes had been sealed off by 3 seasoned mercenaries from the Black Corner region, their eyes glinting like those of famished wolves fixated on their prey, filled with greed and cruelty. The leader among them, a sinister figure at the pinnacle of the 9-star great fighter realm, known as Blood Butcher, had gained a small measure of notoriety in the outskirts of Black Ink City for his ruthless ambushes on newcomers. His gaze fixated on the seemingly cumbersome black measuring tool in Xiao Yan's hand, which was enveloped in a fierce aura of fighting spirit, intensifying his greed. This measuring tool was no ordinary item. Boy, remember this in your next life. In the Black Corner region, humility is the key to survival. Blood Butcher sneered, and without further ado, he launched himself forward, his foot striking the ground with the speed of a cheetah, wielding a short sword glimmering with a ghostly light. Aimed directly at Xiao Yan's throat. The speed was blinding, the angle treacherous. Simultaneously, the other 2 8-star great fighters joined the assault. One swung a heavy axe toward Xiao Yan's back, while the other hurled several venom-laced throwing darts, effectively sealing off Xiao Yan's escape routes. Their coordination was seamless. clearly seasoned in the art of murder and plunder. Facing this lethal situation, Xiao Yan's gaze turned icy to its core. In the Black Corner region, mercy equated to cruelty towards oneself. His fighting spirit surged violently within him as he executed an explosive step, advancing rather than retreating, boldly meeting Blood Butcher head-on. Seeking death, Blood Butcher, observing Xiao Yan's audacity to confront him directly, felt a flicker of disdain, intensifying his assault with the short sword. However, just as the short sword was about to pierce Xiao Yan, the black measuring tool in his grasp moved. With no intricate maneuvers, it was merely a simple and direct horizontal sweep. The fiery fighting spirit erupted from the measuring tool, transforming into a concentrated arc of flame. Clang! The short sword collided fiercely with the black measuring tool, the sound of metal clashing ringing deafeningly. Blood Butcher's sinister grin froze instantaneously, replaced by sheer terror. He felt an indescribable force surging through the short sword, a violent and searing energy that shattered his defensive aura. With a grunt, Blood Butcher's hand was crushed, the short sword flying from his grasp, as he was propelled backward with a speed greater than when he had advanced, crashing violently against the alley wall. Spewing a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly growing weak. A mere foot. In just a foot, the peak of the 9-star great fighter, Blood Butcher, was grievously wounded and defeated. Almost simultaneously, as if Xiao Yan had eyes in the back of his head, the momentum of the black measuring tool remained unspent, his wrist twisting unnaturally as he swung the heavy tool back with overwhelming force. Bang! The heavy axe aimed at his back, along with its wielder, was sent flying by this ferocious counterattack, crashing into the opposite wall, the sound of shattering bones echoing loudly, clearly indicating a fatal outcome. As for the poison darts, Xiao Yan didn't even spare them a glance. His fighting spirit erupted outward, forming a faint flame vortex that caused the darts to veer off course, clattering harmlessly into the wall. In the blink of an eye, the offensive collapsed, one dead and two severely injured. The alley fell into a deathly silence, leaving only the labored and terrified breaths of Blood Butcher and another surviving 8-star great fighter. Xiao Yan stood poised with a measuring tool, its tip angled toward the ground, as dark red flames swirled slowly along its length. The hood had slipped off during the fierce battle, revealing a youthful yet resolute and cold face. He approached Blood Butcher, who lay crumpled on the ground, his eyes filled with dread. "Please, don't kill me. Gold coins, spatial rings, I'll give you anything." Blood Butcher struggled backward, incoherently pleading for mercy, devoid of his prior arrogance. Xiao Yan halted before him, bending to retrieve the fallen spatial ring and short sword. With a casual sweep of his soul power, he found nothing of value aside from some gold coins and low-grade medicinal herbs. He fixed his gaze on Blood Butcher, his voice icy. "How much do you know about the Blackstorm Canyon?" Blood Butcher, grasping at straws, quickly replied, I know. It's the Blood Sect's territory, rich in several rare ores and magical beasts, but the environment is extremely harsh, constantly battered by black storms that can tear apart fighting spirits. The Blood Sect has a stronghold there, overseen by a doling elder named Fan Lao. Recently, there have been strange energy fluctuations deep within the canyon, possibly indicating the emergence of some treasure, attracting many, though most have not returned. Fan Lao. Doling elder? Strange energy fluctuations? Xiao Yan silently noted these details. The Black Storm Canyon seemed to be an unavoidable destination. He disregarded Blood Butcher's pleas for mercy, turning away, the black measuring tool dragging along the ground, producing a chilling sound as he stepped out of the blood-soaked alley. For those who sought to take his life, he harbored not an ounce of pity. This was the law of the Black Corner region, and it was the path of survival he must adapt to. It wasn't until Xiao Yan's figure vanished completely from the alleyway that Blood Butcher and the other surviving mercenary collapsed to the ground, utterly spent, cold sweat soaking their backs. They gazed in the direction of the alley's exit, their eyes filled with disbelief and dread. Was that boy really a great fighter? That strength, that combat awareness, was simply monstrous. After this battle, Xiao Yan had begun to establish a reputation in the outskirts of Blacking City. At least for the time being, no foolish souls would dare to provoke this harbinger of doom who bore the black measuring tool. Xiao Yan sought out a relatively secluded and sturdy stone house to rent, setting up simple warning traps. He sat cross-legged within, counting the spoils he had scavenged for Blood Butcher and his companions. Though the haul was modest, it provided him with some initial funds. "Master, what do you think of the Black Storm Canyon?" Xiao Yan mused inwardly. The ethereal figure of the medicine elder emerged, contemplating, A harsh environment implies a coexistence of opportunities and risks. That Fan Lao is merely a low-tier doling with your current strength. Combined with the Inflamed Division S-devouring wave measuring tool, you may not be unable to contend with him. As for the strange energy fluctuations, they might be worth investigating. However, before that, you must ensure you are at your peak condition, and it would be prudent to acquire a more detailed map and special items to withstand the black storms. Xiao Yan nodded resolutely. He understood that in the Black Corner region, every venture must be undertaken with utmost preparation, lest it lead to death. He consumed several recovery pills and began to meditate, digesting the insights from the recent battle while planning his journey to the Black Storm Canyon. The path to strength is fraught with thorns. Only with the will forged in blood and fire can one break through to progress. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the stone house, a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness silently noted Xiao Yan's whereabouts before vanishing quietly. The waters of the Black Corner region run far deeper and murkier than they appear on the surface. Xiao Yan's arrival was like a stone cast into these murky waters, destined to stir ripples. Simultaneously, within the city of Tagore, Li Ao slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his dark, iron-colored pupils. The half-month deadline was drawing near. For the Yunlan sect and the Soul Palace, it was time to settle the score. A storm is brewing simultaneously in two locations, awaiting the moment of its final eruption. Chapter 66. Undercurrents and Breakthroughs in the Tagore Desert, the Serpent Man Tribe's Royal City. Half a month passed quietly amidst tense preparations and silent cultivation. An invisible pressure seemed to envelop the royal city. All Serpent Men were acutely aware that a storm, pivotal to their tribe's fate, was once again looming. Deep within the palace, on the cold jade bed, Queen Medusa was surrounded by a faint rainbow halo, her aura several times stronger than it had been half a month prior. Although the wounds of her soul's origin have yet to be fully healed, her physical injuries have largely mended, and her strength has stabilized at the level of a 7-star Do Huang. Slowly, she opened her eyes, the kaleidoscopic brilliance within her pupils swirling, as the regal majesty and sense of power that belonged to a queen returned once more. She gazed at Li Ao, who was also meditating nearby. For the past half-month, he had hardly left her side, both safeguarding her and entering a profound state of cultivation himself. At this moment, Li Ao's aura was entirely repressed, akin to a dormant volcano. However, upon closer observation, one could discern a deepening dark gold sheen beneath his skin, as if every inch of flesh had undergone relentless tempering, harboring explosive power. The somber long knife lay across his lap, its blade occasionally shimmering with a faint silver-gray radiance, emanating an unsettling aura of annihilation. He was striving to break through to the later stages of the second level of the black iron body. A plethora of rare herbs and the blood of magical beasts had been consumed, with the resources provided by the Miter family playing a crucial role. Within him, his vital energy surged like a mighty river, continuously washing and refining his body and meridians, etching the essence of annihilation deeper into every ounce of strength. Ding! Host's physical strength has reached the critical point. Black iron body proficiency 99. Energy infusion, rule resonance, breakthrough in progress. The system's prompt echoed in his mind. Li Ao's consciousness completely immersed itself within, guiding the overwhelming vital energy and the rules of annihilation to launch a final assault on the invisible barrier. A low, resonant hum emanated from within him, as if a certain shackle had been shattered. The dark golden light of his vital energy erupted violently, illuminating the entire chamber in a radiant splendor. On the surface of his skin, intricate and ancient dark gold patterns flickered and vanished, and an even more formidable and domineering pressure of flesh radiated outward. Black iron body, second level, late stage, success. Li Ao abruptly opened his eyes, the dark iron hue of his pupils ablaze with silver-gray flames of annihilation, seemingly taking on a tangible form, roaring fiercely. He slowly clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him capable of shattering mountains with a single blow, along with the more refined rules of annihilation that obeyed his every command. At this moment, he could contend with a 5-star Do Huang merely with his physical prowess. When combined with Do Qi and the rules of annihilation, his strength had undeniably ascended to an entirely new pinnacle. Congratulations, came Medusa's cold voice, carrying a hint of scarcely perceptible fluctuation. She could distinctly sense that Li Ao was stronger than he had been half a month prior. Li Ao stood, stretched his limbs, and a sound of cracking bones echoed around him. He looked at Medusa and nodded. Your recovery speed surpasses expectations. I am indebted to the resources and protection you provided. Medusa descended from the cold jade bed, her moon-white gown trailing behind her, her figure exuding an air of pride. I have now regained 70% of my combat strength. Sufficient for a battle. Excellent. Li Ao's gaze shifted toward the direction of the Gamma Holy City, his expression icy. It was time to reclaim some interest. Meanwhile, in Gamma Holy City, at the Yunlan sect, half a month had passed, and the scars left by the previous battle had been largely cleared. But the menacing spatial rift above Yunlan Mountain still loomed, like a scar upon the heavens, exuding an ominous aura. Yun Shan had employed secret methods in conjunction with treasures provided by the Soul Palace to barely stabilize it, preventing further expansion, yet he could not close it. In a newly opened chamber, shrouded in dense black mist within the back mountain's forbidden area, Yun Shan sat cross-legged at the center of a complex formation. His aura deeper and more obscure than it had been half a month ago, faintly touching the edge of five-star Do zone. Yet, within his grayish pupils, flashes of distortion and anguish occasionally flickered. Opposite him, a shadow entirely composed of black mist floated, its features obscured, emanating a rough and chilling voice. Yun Shan, the esteemed one, is very dissatisfied with the progress. The stability of the gate can only be maintained for 3 months. Within this time frame, we must gather 3 void 7-color crystals to completely open the passage. The one in Medusa's possession must be reclaimed. Additionally, the one lost in the Soul Burial Gorge must be tracked down swiftly. Yun Shan's facial muscles twitched as he replied solemnly. Respected protector, that Li Ao is anomalously powerful. And Medusa has also recovered. Recklessly heading to the desert may yield little success. Furthermore, the Gamma royal family and other factions have recently begun to stir. Incompetent fool. The shadow interrupted sharply. If you cannot even control a mere Gamma empire, how can you serve the esteemed one? Do not forget, your current standing is entirely due to the esteemed one's bestowal. If you jeopardize this significant matter, you should be well aware of the consequences. A flicker of fear crossed Yun Shan's eyes, and he hurriedly lowered his head. Yes, I understand. I have already dispatched additional personnel to search for the whereabouts of Li Ao and Medusa, and I have also planned to leverage the royal family's decade-long ritual to compel them into submission, consolidating the Empire's forces for the esteemed one's command. The ritual? Oomph. At least you possess a modicum of wit. The shadow's tones softened slightly. Remember, this is your final opportunity. The esteemed one's patience is finite. With that, the black mist shadow gradually dissipated within the chamber. Yun Shan lifted his head, his face etched with malice and determination. He clenched his fists, the dark dough chi coalescing in his palms. Li Ao, Medusa, and those ungrateful ants. Once the esteemed one descends, I shall ensure your souls are scattered. In the Gamma Holy City, atop the Mitre Auction House's uppermost chamber, Elder Tung Shan and Yafei regarded the latest intelligence in their hands, their expressions grave. The Yunlan sect had been unusually active lately, recalling numerous elite disciples and tightening their mountain gates. Moreover, they seemed to be covertly investigating the security arrangements for the royal family's ritual. Yafei furrowed her brow. Elder Tung Shan tapped his fingers on the table. That old dog Yun Shan appears unable to hold back from tearing off the mask. The ritual is the prime opportunity for him to strike, as core members of the royal family will be present. Elder, how should we respond? Should we alert the royal family? Tung Shan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. The royal family, especially that old fox Jian Tian, likely has not remained oblivious. It would be unwise for us to expose ourselves prematurely. We will wait until Mr. Li Ao and Her Majesty the Queen return. Jiafei, how is the grand gift we prepared? A confident smile graced Yafei's face. It is fully prepared, awaiting the opportune moment. In the Black Corner region, Black Ink City, Xiao Yan stood at the window of his rented stone house, gazing at the eternally dreary sky outside. After half a month of rest and preparation, he had reached his peak condition and, through certain special channels, obtained a detailed map of the Black Storm Gorge along with several bee skin cloaks capable of providing temporary protection against the black storms. It was time to set forth. He hoisted the Xian Zhong Qi onto his back, pushed open the door, and blended into the chaotic throngs of Black Ink City, resolutely heading toward the area known as the Death Forbidden Zone, the Black Storm Gorge. Little did he know, shortly after his departure, several silhouettes quietly appeared outside his rented stone house, the leader being the blood butcher he had grievously wounded in the tavern. His severed arm had been reattached. yet his face was filled with resentment and a peculiar fervor. Follow him. Notify Elder Fan Lao that the fat fish has emerged. Undercurrents surged among various factions. Li Ao and Medusa were poised to return to the Yaman sect. Xiao Yan was venturing into the Black Storm Gorge. And the schemes of the Soul Palace and Yunshan were quietly unfolding. All threads would soon intertwine and collide, igniting an ultimate storm that would sweep across the entire empire. Chapter 67. The Trial of the Black Storm Gorge. The sky in the Black Corner region was perpetually shrouded in an oppressive gray. Departing from Black Ink City, Xiao Yan followed the map's guidance toward the northern expanse, known as the Life Forbidden Zone, the Black Storm Gorge. The closer he drew, the more ferocious the winds and sands in the air became, carrying a sharpness that seemed capable of stripping flesh from bone. The desolation along the way was profound and eerie, with scarcely any vegetation in sight, only bizarre and jagged stones worn by the relentless winds and sands. Occasionally, the bleached bones of intrepid adventurers could be seen half buried in the sand, or desiccated into grotesque forms, silently testifying to the perils of this land. 3 days later, an immense canyon, seemingly cleaved by a colossal axe, loomed before Xiao Yan. At the entrance of the canyon, howling winds surged, sweeping up clouds of yellow sand and forming spiraling tornadoes that connected heaven and earth, severely obstructing visibility. The wind's howl was intermingled with a piercing shriek, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing, heralding the dread of the black storm. Even at the canyon's periphery, the wind's ferocity was sufficient to make a Grand Master feel a sting against their skin, with their energy rapidly depleting. Xiao Yan retrieved a robust beast skin cloak, acquired at considerable cost, draped it over himself, tightened the hood, and swallowed a pill to ward off the toxic winds before taking a deep breath and stepping into the roaring sands. Upon entering the canyon, the environment grew exponentially harsher. The ferocious winds struck him like a solid wall, battering against his body, while the gravel ricocheted off the beast skin cloak with a sharp, crackling sound. Even more terrifying was the peculiar energy contained within the wind, which not only eroded his fighting spirit, but also incessantly sought to penetrate his consciousness, unsettling his mind. Xiao Yan firmly anchored his thoughts, dispersing his spiritual energy around him to fend off the insidious winds, while simultaneously circulating his fighting spirit to stabilize his form, trudging step by arduous step deeper into the canyon. According to the map, the Bloodsack stronghold was situated within a relatively sheltered cavern in the canyon's midsection. The so-called area of anomalous energy fluctuations lay even deeper, in a region marked as an unknown danger on the map. The canyon's terrain was treacherous, riddled with bottomless fissures and precarious rock faces. Xiao Yan tread cautiously, relying on his formidable spiritual perception to avoid danger, while also discovering some rare wind, a tribute, ores, and several resilient wind-corroded grasses growing stubbornly in the crevices, useful for concocting high-tier elixirs. Indeed, danger coexisted with opportunity. Xiao Yan meticulously gathered the medicinal herbs, aware of their substantial worth in the outside world. Just as he traversed a stone forest sculpted by the winds, a sudden sense of foreboding flickered in his mind. A faint sound of air being sliced came from his side. It was extraordinarily swift. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yan summoned the heavy ruler to his hand, countering with a swift motion. Clang! Sparks flew. A tremendous force emanated from the ruler, causing his arm to tingle slightly. Upon closer inspection, he found himself assailed by a serpent, its entire form a grayish-white hue, nearly blending into the surrounding rocks. The serpent was no thicker than an arm, yet its triangular head exuded a foul odor as it flicked its forked tongue, possessing the formidable strength of a fourth-tier magical beast, equivalent to a human doling. The Wind Rock Viper. The voice of the medicine elder resonated in Xiao Yan's mind, warning him, "Be cautious. This creature is highly elusive, possesses potent venom, and typically hunts in packs." As if to corroborate the elder's words, from the shadows of the stone pillars, rustling sounds emerged, and dozens of cold vertical pupils ignited simultaneously. Locking onto Xiao Yan, the intruder, surrounded, Xiao Yan's gaze sharpened, refusing to let his guard down. His internal fighting spirit erupted violently. Azure flames, wind fury dragon flame, surging from the ruler, dispelling some of the surrounding chill and wind corruption. Roar! The leading wind rock viper emitted a sharp hiss, and dozens of serpents lunged at Xiao Yan from all directions like arrows released from their bowstrings. They harnessed the wind's force, moving with incredible speed, their fangs glistening with a ghostly blue venom. Flame-splitting wave ruler, Xiao Yan shouted, the heavy ruler engulfed in blazing flames, tracing a perfect circular fire ring. The searing heat and ferocious ruler's energy instantaneously severed and incinerated several of the lunging wind rock vipers. However, more serpents closed in. They either spat venom or coiled around him, their methods of attack deviously intricate. Xiao Yan wielded the heavy ruler with relentless precision, its shadow dancing, flames surging, as he continually felled and scorched the wind rock vipers. Yet, his fighting spirit was rapidly depleting, and the beast's skin cloak had suffered several corrosive holes from the venom, while the fierce sands lashed against his skin, inflicting searing pain. It was a grueling war of attrition. The brutality of the Blackhorn domain was starkly manifest within this canyon. Amidst the fierce battle, Xiao Yan suddenly sensed several formidable presences approaching rapidly from a distance. One of them had unmistakably reached the doling level. Moreover, the aura was chilling, starkly contrasting with the canyon's environment, unmistakably the hallmark of Blood Sect members. It's the Blood Sect, the medicine elder warned, facing a swarm of serpents attacking from the front and a formidable enemy closing in from behind. A glint of resolve flashed in Xiao Yan's eyes. He could not afford to linger. He abruptly channeled a surge of fighting spirit into the heavy ruler, igniting its flames, and unleashed a more potent version of the flame-splitting wave ruler, temporarily forcing back the surrounding serpents. Seizing the opportunity, he activated the explosive step, turning not deeper into the canyon, but into a narrow rock crevice, unhesitatingly burrowing inside. The interior of the crevice was convoluted and deep, accommodating only one person, temporarily blocking the external serpents and the approaching Blood Sect members. Leaning against the frigid rock wall, Xiao Yan gasped for breath, consuming several pills to replenish his fighting spirit. The brief skirmish had drained him significantly, and he bore some minor injuries. He needed to swiftly locate the source of the energy fluctuations or devise a way to evade the Blood Sect members, he mused. In this canyon, he was isolated and vulnerable, necessitating utmost caution. After a brief respite, once his fighting spirit had somewhat replenished, he continued to delve deeper along the crevice. This crevice seemed to lead further downward into the canyon, and the deeper he ventured, the more pronounced the peculiar energy fluctuations became, seemingly emanating from the very end of this passage. After approximately half an hour of progress, a faint glow and the sound of trickling water reached his ears. Xiao Yan's spirits lifted, and he quickened his pace. Upon traversing the last narrow passage, he was greeted by a vast underground cavern. The ceiling was adorned with countless stalactites emitting a gentle white luminescence, illuminating the entire space. In the center of the cavern flowed an underground dark river, its waters crystal clear, yet exuding a faint chill. Opposite the dark river stood a small, ancient, and dilapidated palace entirely constructed from a type of azure jade. The grand gates of the palace stood resolutely shut, adorned with enigmatic runes, and the potent surge of energy emanated unmistakably from within. Could this be an ancient cave dwelling? A wave of astonishment coursed through Xiao Yan's heart. The architectural style of the palace and the ancient aura it exuded were certainly not of modern origin. To carve out such a sanctuary deep within the Black Wind Storm Gorge, its master must have been an extraordinary powerhouse in life. Exercise caution. Such ancient abodes often harbor formidable restrictions, the medicine elder cautioned, a hint of gravity and curiosity lacing his tone. Xiao Yan nodded, his gaze sweeping over the dark river. The water appeared tranquil, yet he could sense the bone-chilling coldness and the subtle energy fluctuations within, an unmistakable sign of danger. He tossed a stone into the water, and the moment it touched the surface, it was instantly encased in a layer of solid ice, sinking to the riverbed. What a formidable chill, Xiao Yan exclaimed, taken aback. This dark river served as a natural barrier. He scrutinized the palace across the way and noticed something scattered across the jadestone plaza before the gates. Several long-weathered skeletal remains. Judging by the positions of the bones, it seemed that they had all attempted to rush towards the palace gates in their final moments. It appears that others have discovered this place before us, yet none succeeded in entering, Xiao Yan mused, his expression growing solemn. This only underscored the peril and value of the cave dwelling. He traversed along the riverbank, seeking a potential means to cross. Eventually, in a corner of the cavern, he stumbled upon a dilapidated stone bridge. Most of the bridge had collapsed, leaving only a few solitary stone pillars standing in the river, spaced far apart. This is the only way across. Xiao Yan assessed the distance and positioning of the pillars, taking a deep breath. He had to land precisely on each pillar while resisting any residual restrictions and the terrifying chill emanating from the river. He steadied himself, gathering his energy, and focused on the first stone pillar before leaping. With a whoosh, he landed firmly on the pillar. The stone was icy and smooth, and a subtle tremor of force attempted to unbalance him and topple him into the river. Channeling his energy, he stabilized his position. Without pausing, he fixed his gaze on the second, more distant pillar and leapt again. Thus, he navigated perilously from one solitary stone pillar to another like a nimble monkey. Each landing had to be precise, each leap a battle against the omnipresent chill and the strange forces of the pillars themselves. On several occasions, the pillar beneath him even cracked, nearly sending him plummeting into the dark river, capable of freezing a dosed spirit in an instant. A mere 100 meters felt akin to crossing a chasm of death. When he finally stepped onto the Jadestone Plaza on the opposite bank, his back was drenched in cold sweat. He cast a glance back at the lifeless dark river and the crumbling bridge, his heart still racing. There was no time to rest. His gaze immediately turned to the nearby Azure Jade Palace. The gates remained tightly shut, the runes shimmering with a faint glow. He attempted to push them open, but they did not budge. Forcing the doors might provoke an even stronger backlash from the restrictions. Examine the surroundings for any mechanisms, or perhaps attempt to communicate with your soul power, the medicine elder suggested. Following his advice, Xiao Yan cautiously extended his soul energy towards the gates. As his energy brushed against the arcane runes, an unexpected transformation occurred. The runes on the door erupted into blinding azure light. A torrent of vast information mingled with fragmented images surged into Xiao Yan's mind. It was an endless expanse of azure flames, a hazy figure struggling amidst the inferno. Ultimately merging with the flames, countless insights into fire control, alchemy, and a unique flame known as the Azure Nether Flame flooding his consciousness like a tidal wave. This is a legacy? Xiao Yan's heart raced. The master of this cave dwelling was indeed an ancient alchemist who commanded extraordinary flames. What he left behind was a lifetime of alchemical wisdom and the inheritance of unique fire. This opportunity was monumental. However, just as he was on the verge of fully absorbing this immense legacy of information, whoosh, 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 several sharp sounds of slicing air approached from behind, accompanied by a chilling, sinister laugh. Kid, we owe you our gratitude for leading the way. Who would have thought this cursed place concealed such treasures? Now, hand over the inheritance you've acquired, and then you may meet your demise. Xiao Yan whirled around to behold 5 members of the Blood Sect, led by Fan Lao, who had somehow crossed the dark river and appeared upon the plaza, though they bore signs of weariness, evidently having struggled to traverse the river. All eyes were now greedily and cruelly fixed on Xiao Yan and the palace gates radiating azure light, transmitting the inheritance. They had followed him. Moreover, they had seized the perfect moment while he was engrossed in receiving the inheritance, leaving him utterly vulnerable. Fan Lao, a 1-star Doling, was flanked by 4 high-ranking Dado Shi. Despair enveloped Xiao Yan's heart. The inheritance was at a critical juncture, and he could not afford to interrupt it. Otherwise, all would be lost, and he might even face a backlash. The formidable foes had already surrounded him. What to do? Chapter 69, Desperate Straits, the Spirit of Flames, the Nether Flame, emerges. The light of the inheritance flickered violently upon the Azure Jade gates, and the torrent of information surged into Xiao Yan's consciousness like a flood breaking through a dam. The ancient alchemist's fire control insights, countless rare recipes, and the comprehension and techniques regarding the Azure Nether Flame, each one capable of igniting bloodshed in the outside world. This was an incredible opportunity, yet at this moment, it had transformed into a death sentence. The 5 members of the Blood Sect encircled him in a fan shape, their faces twisted with a cat-and-mouse mockery and unabashed greed. Their auras locked onto Xiao Yan, their energy surging, poised to deliver a lethal strike at any moment. At this critical moment of inheritance, Xiao Yan found himself nearly powerless to resist. Kid, you're quite fortunate, but alas, you won't live to enjoy it. Fan Lao sneered, raising his withered palm. Blood-red energy coalescing into a foul-smelling crimson palm print, infused with corrosive energy, aimed directly at Xiao Yan's crown. He intended to sever the inheritance and simultaneously end Xiao Yan's life. The other 4 high-ranking Dado Shi launched their attacks simultaneously. Sword energy, blade shadows, poison darts, all converging from different angles to seal off every escape route for Xiao Yan. The specter of death descended in an instant. Xiao Yan's pupils constricted, an overwhelming surge of unwillingness and fury igniting within him. He had strived to reach this point and acquire such an opportunity. Was he truly destined to perish here? No, absolutely not. In this moment of dire crisis, memories of the medicine elder's teachings flooded his mind, along with the countless life and death trials he had endured over the past 3 years. The imposing gaze of Nalan Yanran and the seemingly insurmountable figure of Liao, an unyielding will erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano. He forcibly divided his focus, ignoring the imminent attacks, and instead activated the refining methods regarding the azure nether flame he had just received, fervently awakening the faint trace of the bone spirit cold fire within him. Indeed, it was not a matter of defense, but rather refining the residual aura of the azure nether flame that permeated this cave dwelling. He was taking a gamble that the lingering flame essence from the ancient cave would resonate with the bone spirit cold fire, as both shared the same frigid attributes. He wagered that the restrictions left behind by the cave's master would show leniency towards those attempting to refine the extraordinary flames. This was an exceedingly reckless move. To attempt to refine extraordinary flames under the watchful eyes of fierce enemies was tantamount to courting death. Yet, he had no other choice. Flamme technique. Transform for me. Xiao Yan silently roared within, as the mysterious technique bestowed by the medicine elder surged into action with unprecedented speed. The essence of the bone spirit cold fire was fully invoked. An extreme chill, mingled with the property of devouring all flames, erupted outward from him. Buzz! At the very moment when Fan Lao and the others were about to unleash their assault upon Xiao Yan, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The entire azure-hued jade palace trembled violently. The runes adorning the grand entrance surged with an intensified radiance, and an aura far older and more magnificent than before erupted with a thunderous awakening. Concurrently, within the cavern, the residual energy of the Qingming ghost flame, which had lingered for countless ages, seemed to respond to a sovereign's call, wildly converging towards Xiao Yan. What? Fan Lao's blood-red palm print, along with the attacks of the 4 formidable dome masters, met this sudden surge of ancient aura and frigid energy, only to collide with an invisible barrier, scattering and dissipating into nothingness. Even the 4 dome masters were forced to stagger backward, their faces ashen with shock. What is happening? Why has the seal of this cave suddenly strengthened? Fan Lao, both astonished and enraged, gazed incredulously at Xiao Yan, now enveloped in a cerulean white glow. At this moment, Xiao Yan felt as though his very being was on the verge of explosion. The external residual energy of the Qingming ghost flame intertwined violently with the bone spirit cold fire essence within him, clashing ferociously. Yet under the arcane powers of the burning art, they were forcibly refined and fused. An extreme chill and the searing pain of soul burning assaulted him simultaneously. His meridians were being torn apart inch by inch, his chi violently swelling, frost forming upon his skin, yet a cerulean white flame radiated from within. He was enduring unimaginable torment, yet the depths of his ebony eyes burned with an indomitable flame. He must not succeed. He is refining the foreign fire energy here. Attack together. Kill him. Being a powerful Do spirit, Fan Lao immediately discerned the gravity of the situation, and as dread gripped him, his murderous intent flared even more. This boy must not be allowed to live. No longer holding back, Fan Lao unleashed the full might of his 5-star Do spirit, executing the Blood Sect's ultimate technique. The Blood Fiend Palm, conjuring more concentrated and massive blood-red palm print, accompanied by the howls of the damned, once again crashing toward Xiao Yan. The other 4, despite their injuries, mustered their strength for a final assault. However, it was too late. Just as the blood-red palm print was about to strike, Xiao Yan suddenly lifted his head, and his eyes transformed from mere obsidian to an eerie hue. His left eye glistening white, bone spirit cold fire, and his right eye a cerulean white, Qingming ghost flame. He opened his mouth, releasing a roar that was far from human. Qingming ghost fire, manifest. Boom! A torrent of cerulean white flames erupted violently from within him. This flame possessed the utmost chill of the bone spirit cold fire, intertwined with an eerie stillness and ethereal essence unique to the Qingming ghost flame. As if it were summoned from the depths of the netherworld. Wherever the flames passed, the very fabric of space appeared to freeze, and even light became distorted. The cerulean white inferno clashed fiercely with Fan Lao's blood fiend palm. There was no thunderous roar, only a disconcerting hissing sound. The palm print, imbued with ferocious Do Qi and blood fiend power, upon contact with the cerulean white flames, seemed to meet its nemesis, its energy rapidly freezing, disintegrating, and ultimately vanishing. Impossible! Fan Lao shrieked in terror, feeling his do chi and even his life force swiftly drain beneath that bizarre flame. The cerulean white firestorm surged forth, instantly engulfing the entire plaza. Ah, no! Piercing screams echoed continuously. The four high-ranking Do masters could not muster even a modicum of resistance before being transformed into ice sculptures within the cerulean white flames, their souls disintegrating into dust. Fan Lao, driven mad, frantically summoned his Do Chi, erecting layers of blood shields before him, retreating in haste. Yet the cerulean white flames pursued him relentlessly, shattering the blood shields one by one. Ultimately, a slender, cerulean white flame penetrated through the last line of defense. Igniting his left arm, Fan Lao let out a heart-wrenching scream as his left arm visibly turned gray-white, stiffening, and with a crack, it shattered, turning to icy powder before it even touched the ground. The flame continued to spread along the severed arm towards his body. Terrified beyond measure, Fan Lao dared not linger, violently expelling a mouthful of vital blood to execute the blood escape secret technique, transforming into a beam of bloodlight, madly fleeing towards the cave's exit. Lacking even the courage to glance back, the cerulean white flames gradually receded, returning to Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan stood amidst heavy breaths, his complexion pale as paper, his body teetering on the brink of collapse, forcibly drawing forth and refining the residual energy of the foreign fire, while unleashing the still incomplete Qingming ghost flame, had nearly drained him of all his strength and inflicted considerable internal injuries upon him. Yet he had survived. Moreover, he had unexpectedly grasped a fragment of the power of the Qingming ghost flame. Though far from mastering the complete essence of the foreign fire, its might had already exceeded his expectations. He cast a glance in the direction of Fan Lao's escape and at the four piles of ashes on the ground, his eyes devoid of any compassion. Approaching the icy powder of the severed arm, he retrieved an untouched storage ring. Blood sect, Fan Lao, this enmity has been established. Xiao Yan's gaze turned frigid. He understood that the trouble was only just beginning. He must leave this place expeditiously. No longer hesitating, he strained his weakened body and turned toward the still shimmering azure gold palace gates. The inheritance was not yet complete. He needed to absorb it fully before departing this perilous realm. The law of survival in the Black Corner region is thus: every opportunity is accompanied by endless bloodshed. Only by continuously growing stronger can one carve a bloody path through this dark land. And now, having begun to merge the powers of two chilling foreign fires, Xiao Yan's journey as a formidable warrior was destined to be accompanied by even more bone-chilling coldness and flames that incinerate all obstacles. Chapter 70. Returning to Yunlan. Sword pointing at the mountain gate. The blazing sun over the Tagore Desert seemed unable to disperse the oppressive aura that had gathered above the royal city for half a month. Two figures soared from the depths of the royal city, their imposing presence instantly stirring the winds and clouds within 100 miles. Li Ao remained clad in a blue robe, yet the repressed, dark golden sheen surrounding him made the air feel heavy. He gazed calmly towards the direction of the Jama, holy city. After half a month of arduous training, having stepped into the latter stages of the second layer of the black iron overlord body, his physical strength rivaled that of a 5-star Do Emperor, and his mastery over the rules of annihilation was as effortless as extending a finger. At this moment, he resembled a razor-sharp blade, fully primed for bloodshed. Beside him, Queen Medusa stood adorned in a flowing moon-white gown that fluttered in the wind. Although her soul's origin was not yet fully healed, her strength as a 7-star Do Emperor had been restored, and the cold glint in her 7-colored pupils betrayed her regal authority and murderous intent. The vendetta against the near extinction of the Serpent People and the hatred for the Soul Palace's treachery would be avenged today. Let us proceed. Li Ao spoke softly, leaving no room for superfluous dialogue. With a flick of his thought, the empty void 7-colored crystal hovered in his palm, shimmering with vibrant hues, as a more stable and expansive spatial gate rapidly manifested before them. This time, he had no need to conceal their movements. He intended to return to the Yunlan sect in the most direct and domineering manner possible. The two stepped through the luminous gate, and their figures vanished in an instant amidst rippling waves of space. In the Jama holy city, today's atmosphere was particularly eerie. The bustling streets, once alive with the anticipation of a 3-year pact and subsequent battles, now lay shrouded in an inexplicable silence. The streets were sparsely populated, with many shops shuttered, and an oppressive sense of impending storm loomed over the entire city. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards the cloud-shrouded Yunlan Mountain. The rift in the sky that had torn open half a month ago remained vividly etched in memory, like a sword suspended above the heart of the empire. Today, an ominous feeling permeated the air, hinting at the arrival of something far more dreadful. The gates of Yunlan's sect, once a bastion of grandeur, now lay in a state of disrepair. The decaying square had yet to be fully restored, and the number of disciples guarding the mountain had surged several-fold, each wearing an expression of anxiety, as if facing a formidable enemy. The protective formation, the cloud and mist-locking mountain array, had been completely activated, enveloping the entire peak in a thick fog that severed all lines of sight and perception from the outside world. Upon the high platform, Yun Yun stood resolutely at the forefront, her exquisite visage marred by an inescapable melancholy. She sensed the increasingly unstable and ominous aura emanating from the back mountain. The presence of her master, Yun Shan, and the dark forces of the Soul Palace. It was clear to her that today, Yunlan's sect would likely confront its gravest calamity since its inception. Elder Yun Lung and the other elders stood behind her, their expressions equally grim, their gazes reflecting both concern for the sect's plight and dread at the impending arrival of that harbinger of doom. In the midst of this deathly silence and anticipation, a sudden hum reverberated. The void above Yunlan Mountain, near the spatial rift, began to twist violently without warning. A resplendent portal of 7 colors materialized, and soon after, 2 figures stepped forth. It was Li Ao and Medusa, without relying on any flying magical beasts or traversing the lengthy stone steps. They appeared in the core area of Yunlan's sect in the most shocking manner possible. They have arrived. It is them, Liao, Queen Medusa. In an instant, all who focused on this location, whether disciples of Yunlan's sect or various factions in the holy city observing through special means, were engulfed by a tumult of emotions. Suspended in midair, Li Ao, clad in a blue robe, remained untouched amidst the fierce winds generated by his rapid movement. His indifferent gaze swept over the obscured Yunlan sect below, ultimately landing on the source of the obscure fluctuations emanating from the back mountain. Yin Shan, come forth and face your demise. His voice, though not raised, carried an enigmatic force that penetrated the barriers of the cloud and mist array with clarity, resonating like rolling thunder in the ears of every disciple of Yunlan's sect. It reverberated throughout a significant portion of the holy city of Jamma. Dominant, direct, without room for negotiation. An uproar ensued within Yunlan's sect, a cacophony of shock and horror. Activate the great array. All disciples, prepare to confront the enemy. Elder Yunlong, both astonished and furious, bellowed in rage. The thick fog surged violently, and countless chains of cloud imbued with piercing sword intent howled forth from the formation, akin to myriad giant serpents, coiling and constricting towards Li Ao and Medusa in the sky. Simultaneously, the threefold transformations of the elusive shadows, forbidden space, and erosion fully activated, attempting to ensnare the two within the array. Faced with this formidable protective formation capable of ensnaring even a peak Do Huang, Li Ao's expression remained unchanged. He did not even glance at the incoming attacks. Instead, he slowly raised his right hand, his finger poised like a blade. At his fingertip, dark golden blood essence and silver-gray principles of obliteration coalesced to their utmost potential. Break! He directed his finger towards the cloud and mist array that enveloped the entire mountain, towards the pride and bastion of Yunlan's sect that had endured for millennia, and made a gentle downward motion. The action remained simple and direct, with a soft hiss. A slender, dark thread, seemingly capable of severing causality and returning all to the void, appeared with the motion of his fingertip, silently merging into the swirling fog. There was no cataclysmic explosion, no roaring clash of energies. The cloud and mist-locking mountain array, fortified by countless generations of ancestors from Yunlan's sect and designed to withstand Do Zong attacks, emitted a mournful wail as its core energy structure was touched by the dark thread, as if plunged into ultimate nothingness. Countless chains of cloud shattered in an instant, dissipating. The elusive shadows crumbled like shattered glass. The powers of forbidden space and erosion ceased abruptly. The heavy fog enveloping Yunlan Mountain visibly thinned, became transparent, and ultimately vanished entirely. Sunlight, after half a month, once again cascaded unobstructed onto the dilapidated square of Yunlan's sect and the incredulous disciples. The protective formation was shattered. with just a single finger. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All disciples of Yunlan's sect stared in disbelief at this spectacle, their faith seemingly collapsing in that moment. The bastion they took pride in was rendered utterly vulnerable before that individual. Yun Yun shut her eyes, a chilling sensation enveloping her heart. The very thing she had feared most had come to pass. Liao retracted his finger, as if merely having accomplished a trivial task. His gaze traversed past the disciples of Yunlan's sect, who resembled lambs awaiting slaughter, directly penetrating the void to land upon the restricted area of the back mountain. Yinshan, if you continue to cower like a turtle, I shall dismantle your Yunlan sect and see if you dare emerge. No sooner had his words faded than the oppressive aura he had long suppressed erupted forth, mingling with a terrifying blade intent that annihilated all. Dark golden blood essence surged into the sky, resembling colossal pillars supporting heaven and earth. Medusa stepped forward as well, her seven-colored aura radiating like dawn's light. Though not at her peak, the ancient pressure belonging to the seven-colored devouring python still caused countless hearts to tremble. The two formidable beings exerted their might over Yunlan. A sigh, seemingly imbued with boundless fury and humiliation, emanated from deep within the restricted area of the back mountain. Liao, you have gone too far. As this voice echoed, an overwhelming and ferocious aura, far more terrifying than that of half a month prior, surged forth. As if a ferocious demon, long slumbering in the depths of time, had awakened. Beside the spatial rift, Yunshan's figure slowly coalesced. He still wore the white robe, but the gray-black energy swirling around him had intensified several-fold, vaguely forming a hideous specter. His eyes had transformed into pure ebony, devoid of any whites, only reflecting endless resentment and madness. His aura had undeniably reached the pinnacle of the five-star Do zone. Moreover, that power brimmed with ominous and destructive qualities, far beyond what an ordinary Do zone could possess. Leveraging the external forces of the Soul Palace, he had forcibly elevated himself, merely a temporary solution to a dire predicament. Liao regarded the transformed Yunshan with a frigid gaze. Today, I shall put an end to your distorted sect. Arrogance. Yunshan roared, his inky black eyes fixating on Liao. Today, this sect shall drain your blood and refine your soul. With your blood, I shall offer a tribute to Yunlan's sect. The battle was on the brink of eruption. This time, there would be no room for negotiation, only a struggle to the death. Liao slowly grasped the hilt of the blade at his back, the dark long sword emitting an excited hum. Medusa clenched her jade-like hand, her seven-colored energy beginning to coalesce. The ultimate fate of Yunlan's sect and the trajectory of the Jamma Empire would be decided in this peak confrontation. Chapter 71. The Silent Black Domain, Collision of Principles. Yunshan's furious roar, steeped in resentment and madness, sounded like a clarion call to the final battle. The gray-black energy swirling around him erupted into a frenzy, transforming into countless gnashing specters that emitted piercing shrieks. The terrifying pressure of a five-star Do zone pinnacle, mixed with the unique chill of the Soul Palace, surged forth like a tangible tsunami, bearing down on Liao and Medusa. The sky dimmed instantly, as if drenched in thick ink. Below, the disciples of Yunlan's sect trembled under this pressure, even their Do Chi becoming sluggish and difficult to wield. Medusa, deal with those insignificant fish. Liao spoke to Medusa beside him with a calm demeanor, yet his gaze remained fixed on the altered presence of Yunshan. He sensed that at this moment, Yunshan's power had fundamentally twisted, filled with ominous energy, and must be resolved swiftly. A cold glint flickered in Medusa's seven-colored eyes as she nodded. With a graceful uplift of her hand, the overwhelming seven-colored Do Chi transformed into a radiant net, ensnaring the elders like Yun Lung and numerous elite disciples below who were attempting to form a formation, though still recovering from her injuries. She was more than capable of dealing with these Do Wang and Do Ling. Block her. Yun Ling was a tempest of fury and rage, joining forces with the other elders to activate the remaining battle formations of the Yunlan sect. A colossal azure sword aura surged skyward, confronting the resplendent colors of the rainbow. The cataclysm erupted both in the heavens and upon the earth. At this moment, high above, Liao and Yunshan clashed fiercely. Yunshan struck first, his obsidian eyes devoid of emotion, filled only with a primal desire for annihilation. His withered hand lunged forth, causing the surrounding space to collapse instantaneously. Coalescing into a gargantuan claw, 100 feet wide, formed entirely of warped space and ominous gray energy. The ghostly grasp. As the claw swept through the air, even light was devoured, accompanied by a soul-rending shriek. It lunged towards Liao. The power of this strike far surpassed that of the great grief-rending wind hand from a fortnight prior. Liao's expression turned grave, yet he advanced rather than retreating. The might of the late stages of the second layer of black iron body erupted with a thunderous force, his dark golden vitality soaring like a beacon, casting him as a golden war deity. He did not draw his blade. Instead, his fingers coiled into a fist, the dark golden vitality intertwining with the silver-gray essence of annihilation, aimed squarely at the approaching ghostly grasp. Dominant fist, abyssal ruin. As his fist struck, it was soundless. Yet, where his fist passed, the space seemed to be cleaved asunder, creating an eternal chasm. The claw, capable of shattering mountains, upon contact with this abyssal ruin, emitted a mournful sound of obliteration, as its core gray-black energy and spatial structure encountered their nemesis, crumbling into nothingness. With brute force overcoming cunning, and, through annihilation, he vanquished the ghostly threat. What? A flicker of disbelief flashed through Yun Shan's dark eyes. He had not anticipated his full-force strike, bolstered by the power of the Soul Palace, would be so ruthlessly dismantled by his opponent. Your power is convoluted and impure, merely a hollow semblance. Liao's icy voice rang out, and after shattering the claw, he darted towards Yun Shan like a bolt of lightning, his finger poised like a blade, enveloped in the heart-stopping essence of annihilation, aiming directly for Yun Shan's brow. Impudence! Yun Shan roared, crossing his arms to block, as dense gray-black energy coalesced before him into a heavy shield etched with ghastly visages. Clash! The finger blade collided fiercely with the ghostly visage shield. There was no explosive sound, only a nauseating noise of corrosion and obliteration. The seemingly solid shield succumbed before the finger blade of annihilation, merely enduring a breath before being pierced through. The finger blade's momentum remained unabated, bearing down on Yun Shan's face. Yun Shan's soul nearly fled in terror. He jerked his head back violently, unleashing a frenzied burst of gray-black energy to propel himself backward. Puffed. Though he narrowly avoided a fatal blow to his brow, Liao's finger blade still carved a deep gash into his left cheek, exposing bone. Blood did not flow from the wound. Instead, it exhibited a peculiar gray pallor, rapidly spreading and eroding his flesh and vitality. Ah, the essence of annihilation! Yun Shan cried out, clutching his cheek, his voice a mixture of astonishment and fury, desperately channeling his power to suppress the insidious decay, yet finding it utterly ineffective. Liao, relentless in his pursuit, activated thunderous steps, his figure a shadow that closed in once more. He held nothing back as the dark, brooding long blade finally emerged from its sheath. Clang! The blade's cry resonated through the heavens. With the sword in hand, Liao's aura transformed yet again, his will to sever all coalescing into a palpable essence, as if he had become the sovereign of annihilation. Ghostly soul, devouring wave. Yun Shan was driven to madness. Disregarding his facial wound, he thrust both hands forward. A torrent of gray-black energy, formed from countless twisted souls, surged forth, capable of tainting fighting spirit and eroding the very essence of the soul. Akin to a flooded river from the underworld, racing towards Liao. This was a secret technique bestowed by the Soul Palace, insidiously vile. Faced with this malevolent soul attack, Liao's gaze turned frigid, his hands gripping the blade as he channeled all his strength into it. The blade shimmered with intertwining dark gold and silver-gray luminescence, transforming into a black hole that threatened to consume all. Annihilation slash. A silver-gray blade aura, spanning the heavens and the earth, was unleashed soundlessly. With a blade aura traversed, the oncoming torrent of gray-black souls wailed in anguish, as if confronted by the scorching sun melting away ice. Their fragments and malevolent energy rapidly cleansed and obliterated. The blade aura surged undeterred, cleaving through the torrent, aimed directly at Yun Shan. Yun Shan's pupils constricted, sensing the imminent peril. He roared in defiance, choosing not to evade, but instead forming an eerie hand seal, summoning the power of the spatial rift from the back mountain. With my soul, I summon the power of the underworld. Descend. He expelled a mouthful of blood imbued with his life essence, casting it towards the spatial rift. Buzz! The rift trembled violently, unleashing a torrent of gray-black energy, far purer and more terrifying than Yun Shan's own, akin to the breath of a demon from the depths of the abyss. Surging forth and flooding into Yun Shan's being. Yun Shan's aura skyrocketed, forcibly breaking through the confines of the 5-star Do zone, reaching the 6-star realm. The energy coalescing around him caused the very Yunlan mountain to tremble violently, the mountain crumbling. Liao, to compel our sect to sacrifice its soul essence. Invoking the power of the envoy, you are indeed worthy of pride. Yun Shan's voice turned harsh, reminiscent of metal scraping against metal, as he raised his hand, now entirely enveloped in gray-black energy, and fiercely clenched it against the descending blade aura of annihilation. Ghostly annihilation palm, a massive gray-black handprint, seemingly formed from countless tormented souls, emanating a malevolence that resonated with Liao's essence of annihilation, yet more sinister and brutal, was unleashed. On one side was Liao's concentrated vitality, the essence of rules and will manifesting as a source of annihilation. On the other was Yun Shan's sacrifice of soul essence, invoking the power of another realm with his ghostly annihilation palm. Both touched upon the principles of annihilation, yet diverged into extreme horrors, colliding at the pinnacle of Yunlan Mountain. ZZZT. There was no explosion, only a sound reminiscent of the primordial void, as if all creation was returning to the abyss. At the center of the collision, a minuscule, light-absorbing black point suddenly emerged, then expanded uncontrollably. The space shattered like fragile glass, forming a vast, distorting void black hole. A terrifying gravitational pull emanated from the black hole, mercilessly tearing apart the shattered mountains, building debris, and even some unsuspecting disciples of Yunlan's sect, dragging them into the eternal void without a sound, erasing their existence. Even Medusa and Yunling, embroiled in battle, were forced to momentarily cease their conflict, retreating in horror, exerting all their strength to resist the overwhelming force of annihilation. Liao and Yun Shan found themselves at the very heart of this destructive black hole, enduring the most direct and violent backlash of the laws and energy impact. This was the clash of annihilation and the underworld, a duel between two divergent rules of death. In the end, who would emerge alive from that all-consuming realm of silence? Chapter 72, Severing Mountains, The Void Gate. ZZZT. The obliterating black hole at the pinnacle of Yunlan Mountain expanded furiously, consuming light, sound, matter, and even the fabric of space itself. The dreadful gravitational force resembled countless invisible hands, ruthlessly yanking the shattered mountains, debris, and even some fleeing disciples of the Yunlan sect into that eternal void. Liao and Yun Shan stood at the epicenter of this cataclysmic storm, the backlash of the laws, along with the chaotic clash of two distinct yet similar energies of annihilation, formed a realm so silent it could shred souls. Yun Shan's visage twisted in rage, his body enveloped in gray-black energy, trembling violently within the black void as he howled in fury, relentlessly harnessing the ghostly power surging from the spatial rift, attempting to obliterate Liao's silver-gray blade aura. Having sacrificed part of his soul essence, he was teetering on the edge of madness, consumed by a singular thought: to slay Liao. Liao stood resolute like a boulder amidst a raging torrent, his body enveloped in a dark golden glow of vital energy that defiantly shimmered in the darkness, repelling the pervasive forces of annihilation and the encroaching shadows of the netherworld. With both hands firmly grasping the hilt of his blade, he summoned the powers of his soul and the black iron dominance to their utmost limits, striving with all his might to maintain the output of the annihilation slash. This was a confrontation of will and essence. The first to falter would be irrevocably consumed by the opponent's laws, their very being obliterated. Your annihilation stems from external sources, chaotic and convoluted. Liao's voice resonated intermittently through the realm of darkness, imbued with a chilling clarity that pierced through to the core, while my annihilation arises from within, severing the illusions and returning to the essence of truth. As his words faded, the silver-gray flames within his pupils surged violently. The strand of annihilation's law, which he had thoroughly refined and integrated into his essence, seemed to be infused with renewed vigor, becoming even more concentrated and pure. The blade's aura, in a sudden retreat, emitted a profoundly deep and unsettling aura of nothingness, The concept of returning to the void reached its zenith at this moment. Crack! It was as if something had shattered. The malevolent and brutal imprint of the netherworld annihilation, conjured by Yun Shan, could no longer withstand the contact with this transcendent intent of the void, revealing the first fissure within its structure. Immediately, the crack spread like a spider's web. No! Yun Shan howled in despair and defiance, sensing the severance of his connection to the nether powers. The strength that had bolstered him from another realm was rapidly dissipating. Break! Li Ao Ishaled sharply, unleashing the intent of the void with a thunderous eruption. Bone! The immense gray-black palm print, along with the lamenting souls and nether energies contained within, shattered into the most primal particles, mercilessly consumed by the expanding black hole surrounding it. The momentum of the blade did not diminish, swiftly slicing through the rigid form of Yun Shan, who had been momentarily paralyzed by the backlash of power. Yun Shan's forward momentum abruptly halted. He lowered his gaze, witnessing the swiftly enlarging, mirror-smooth void crack upon his chest, his pitch-black pupils filled with utmost terror, confusion, and a hint of release. So this is the true annihilation, he murmured, as his body began to disintegrate from the chest, akin to a weathered sand sculpture, silently transforming into a cloud of ash, along with his soul, tainted by the powers of the Soul Palace, returning to eternal silence. The 5-star Do sect, briefly reaching 6-star after sacrifice, the old master of the Yanran sect, Yun Shan, has perished. With Yun Shan's obliteration, the nether powers, having lost their source of strength, swiftly diminished, and the horrific black hole in the sky seemed to lose its foundation, beginning to tremble violently, contracting until, with a more intense spatial ripple, it collapsed with a thunderous crash, vanishing from sight. All that remained was a fragmented sky, as if ravaged by a colossal beast, and below, the devastated peak of Yunlan Mountain, reduced to rubble. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the entire world. All who survived, be they disciples of the Yunlan sect or distant observers from various factions, gazed in astonishment at the lone figure standing firm in the sky. Clad in green, the blade's edge darkened. Li Ao slowly sheathed his sword, his countenance slightly pale. The intense battle of laws had taken a toll on him. Yet, the overwhelming vitality and repressed brilliance surrounding him were more heart-stirring than ever before. He had accomplished it. He had slain Yun Shan, who had relied on the power of the Soul Palace, in direct confrontation. Yun Yun, witnessing the place where her master had transformed into ash, staggered back, ultimately collapsing to the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with emptiness and silence. The pillar of the Yunlan sect had fallen. Medusa waved away the 7-colored brilliance, her gaze fixed upon the figure in the sky, her multicolored eyes shimmering with wonder. Though she knew Li Ao was formidable, she had not anticipated his ability to so decisively slay the anomalous Yun Shan. Li Ao's gaze did not linger on the spot of Yun Shan's demise, but instead turned towards the spatial rift still present in the back mountain. Though Yun Shan was dead, this greatest hidden peril remained unresolved. The Soul Palace could transmit power through it, signifying a connection to an exceedingly dangerous realm. He stepped forward, standing before the spatial rift. The closer proximity allowed him to better perceive the chilling, deathly silence emanating from it, as if it could devour all vitality with its eerie aura. At the edges of the rift, the space was highly unstable, tendrils of gray-black energy still attempting to seep forth. This portal must be destroyed. Li Ao's expression turned frigid. He sensed that something on the other side of the rift was watching him. He once again grasped the hilt of his blade, the rules of annihilation beginning to coalesce. He intended to eradicate this rift with the most powerful strike of the void, severing the Soul Palace's pathway. However, just as he was about to unleash his power, buzz! The spatial rift trembled violently. An overwhelming, pure force, imbued with supreme majesty and a cold consciousness, akin to an awakened ancient beast, surged forth from the other side of the rift. A grand, chilling voice, seemingly formed from the murmurs of countless souls, transcended the infinite space, resonating directly within Li Ao's very soul. "Ant, do you dare to destroy my door?" As the voice echoed, a colossal gray hand, entirely composed of pure nether energy, emerged from the spatial rift, exuding an unparalleled pressure capable of shattering stars and commanding life and death, descending fiercely upon Li Ao and the entire realm behind him. The aura emanating from this hand had evidently surpassed that of a dozone, reaching the level of a dozun. A powerhouse of the Soul Palace had personally intervened through the spatial passage. Faced with this unexpected and incomprehensibly powerful assault, Li Ao's pupils constricted in alarm. The true crisis had only just begun to unfold. Chapter 73. The Might of a Dozun, the Queen's Bloodshed. The immense gray hand emerging from the spatial rift was not flesh and blood, but was instead condensed from the purest nether energy and some higher-level laws. The moment it appeared, it felt as though the very rules of the world were forcibly rewritten, with space solidifying, time stagnating, and all things withering. That terrifying pressure, surpassing the Do Zone level and reaching the Do Zun tier, descended like a collapsing sky. This was not the false power of pseudo-respect that Yunshan had forcibly augmented through external means, but the true, absolute power belonging to a Dozun, transcending all beings. Even a strike transmitted across endless space possessed enough force to effortlessly shatter any Dozone. Before the gigantic palm could fully descend, the already shattered peak of Yunlan Mountain began to disintegrate entirely, turning to dust. The surviving disciples of the Yunlan sect could not even scream before being obliterated into clouds of blood mist under the dissipating pressure. Even Elder Yunling, at the Do Wang level, could barely endure for a breath before despair crossed his features, his body shattering like porcelain. Yun Yun was pulled into the protective sphere of seven-colored light by Medusa just in time to escape disaster. Yet, as she beheld the apocalyptic scene before her, watching her millennia-old sect turn to ash, her eyes were filled with lifeless gray. Li Ao was at the forefront. In the instant the Do Zun's pressure descended, he felt as if he were being crushed by countless ancient divine mountains. Even moving a single finger became an arduous task. His internal Do Qi nearly came to a standstill, his vital energy roiling violently. The dark golden sheen of the black iron dominance flickering wildly as it resisted the omnipresent law's encroachment. This was the most formidable adversary he had faced since his arrival in this realm. Even a mere attack from afar brought upon him an unprecedented sense of mortal peril. Ants that dare to destroy my pieces shall be eradicated. That resounding voice echoed once more, imbued with an icy indifference to all living beings. The colossal gray hand descended slowly, its pace unhurried, yet effectively sealing off all avenues of escape for Li Ao. As if a cat were toying with a mouse, determined to let him fully experience despair before crushing him. You wish to kill me. It shall not be so simple. A glint of madness flickered in Li Ao's eyes as he fiercely bit down on his tongue. A mouthful of blood infused with surging vitality and the essence of obliteration spraying onto the darkened blade. Buzz. The long blade emitted a piercing yet exhilarating hum. The dark gold and silver gray glow upon its surface merging instantaneously, transforming into a chaotic hue reminiscent of primordial forces capable of creating worlds anew. He pushed the black iron dominance to its utmost limits, even sacrificing part of his own vitality, striving to break free from the oppressive might of the combat sovereign. Raising the blade high against the slowly descending gray hand, unleashing his most formidable strike to date. Obliteration, return to the void, creation, a beam of light, impossible to describe by color, erupted from the blade's edge. This light was no longer merely a force of annihilation and void. It bore an essence that seemed to stem from chaos itself, aiming to cleave through the primordial fabric and redefine the elements of earth, fire, water, and wind with supreme intent. It was the culmination of all his strength, will, and ultimate comprehension of the laws of obliteration, transcending limits in a sublime strike. The blade's radiance surged upward, fiercely cleaving toward the gray hand. From the other side of the rift came a faint sound of surprise. Seemingly unprepared for this ant to unleash such a strike that resonated with the very essence of the laws. The clash of blade and hand finally occurred. Boom! This time, it was not the silent obliteration of before, but a cataclysmic roar that echoed as if two worlds had collided. At the center of the impact, space did not shatter. It was utterly transformed into chaos. The elements surged forth, the chains of the laws fractured, and a massive, ever-shifting vortex of chaos manifested in the air, ravenously consuming all that surrounded it. Li Ao's creation of the world with his blade momentarily held back the descent of the gray hand. The blade light relentlessly eroded the nether energy upon the hand, producing a shrill sound of friction and obliteration. However, the power of the combat sovereign was ultimately that of the sovereign. The gray hand merely hesitated slightly, the nether light swirling upon it, The eroded portions swiftly restored, and an even more terrifying force surged forth like a tide. Crack! A minute fissure appeared upon the chaotic blade light. Instantly, the cracks spread rapidly. Li Ao was struck as if by lightning, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face turning as pale as parchment, the dark golden sheen surrounding him dimming. He felt his will, the laws, and even his very soul suffer grievous harm beneath this hand. The disparity in strength was insurmountable, even with all his might expended, even at the cost of his essence. He could not bridge this chasm of realm. The gray hand shattered the blade light, its momentum slightly slowing, yet it continued its relentless descent, imbued with an intent to obliterate all, now targeting the breathless Li Ao, who had nearly lost all power to resist. As Li Ao teetered on the brink of annihilation beneath this distant strike from the combat sovereign, a voice rang out, resolute and sorrowful. A cascade of seven-colored light surged forth at a speed that transcended limits, rushing fiercely to stand before Li Ao. It was Medusa. She burned the remnants of her seven-colored bloodline from the sky-devouring python, even daring to invoke her still-healing soul's wounds. She spread her arms wide, shielding the injured Li Ao behind her, gazing up at the descending gray hand with unwavering resolve in her amber-like eyes, devoid of fear. Seven-colored scaled shield. Ignite my essence. With a fierce shout, she unleashed all her seven-colored energy, intertwined with the essence of the azure lotus fire, including her damaged soul power, coalescing it into a massive, diamond-shaped shield that shimmered with seven-colored light and azure flames before her and Li Ao. Upon the shield, a miniature specter of the seven-colored sky-devouring python coiled and roared, exuding the tragic grandeur and majesty of an ancient divine beast. This was her final line of defense, constructed at the cost of her life and soul. Medusa. Li Ao's eyes widened in despair as he attempted to push her aside, only to find himself utterly immobilized, helplessly witnessing that graceful yet determined figure standing before the specter of death. The gray hand ruthlessly smashed against the seven-colored scaled shield. Boom! An indescribable, thunderous roar. The seven-colored shield trembled violently, its luminous glow rapidly dimming, the specter of the seven-colored python emitting a silent wail before shattering in an instant. Cracks spread across the surface of the shield like a spider's web. Puffed. Medusa spewed forth a copious amount of blood, her delicate form hurtling backward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against a distant, crumbled mountainside. The seven-colored radiance surrounding her completely dissipated, her presence flickering like a candle in the wind, rapidly waning, the fissure upon her brow widening, even her soul's vibrations becoming imperceptible, her fate uncertain. Meanwhile, the gray hand, after obliterating the seven-colored shield, had finally expended a substantial portion of its strength, becoming significantly more ethereal. Yet its residual power inexorably pressed onward toward the now defenseless Li Ao. From the other side of the rift, that cold voice seemed to carry an air of impatience, a futile struggle. Li Ao gazed toward the direction where Medusa had fallen, watching her sacrifice herself for his sake. Her fate now unknown, while the deathly gray hand continued its relentless descent. A surge of unprecedented fury, madness, and an eerie coldness erupted from the depths of his being. His eyes transformed instantly into a realm of pure silver gray, devoid of any human emotion, possessing only the most profound essence of obliteration. In that moment, a certain shackle within him seemed to shatter, forcibly broken by this overwhelming emotion and dire circumstance. Ding! Detecting host's intense emotional upheaval and life-threatening crisis. Black iron dominance on the verge of breaking through, deep resonance with the laws of obliteration, unknown energy interference detected, analyzing. The system's alert sounded urgent and disjointed. Li Ao slowly raised his head with a near-mechanical motion, directing his gaze toward the illusory gray hand, peering into the depths of the rift, toward the elusive form of the combat sovereign. His lips moved slightly, uttering a syllable that resonated like a tolling bell from the depths of the underworld, imbued with endless destruction and oaths. Obliteration. Chapter 74. A New Journey. The syllable of obliteration, seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, did not resound through the heavens, but instead rang directly within the very essence of his soul. The dark golden vitality that had dimmed due to his injuries did not extinguish in that moment. Rather, it reignited with an intensity that was even deeper and more restrained, as if all its brilliance had been compressed to its utmost. No, this was not merely burning, it was collapsing, centered around him. The light in the space within 100 zhong became utterly distorted and dim, as if all life, energy, and even the laws themselves were forcibly siphoned away, converging frantically toward the silver-gray core of obliteration within him, compressing. The silver gray in his eyes transformed from flames into two slowly rotating whirlpools, devouring all. Ding! Detecting host's intense obsession, triggering a rule overload. Black iron dominance, forcibly breaking through thresholds. The second pinnacle barrier shattering. Commencing fusion, reconstructing the laws, warning. Energy overload. The physical form is about to collapse. The system's warning blared sharply and insidiously. But Li Ao was already oblivious. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him, to sever that hand, to destroy that gateway, to avenge the figure behind him who had shielded him from a fatal strike. Now lost to the unknown, a cacophony of cracking resonated within him, as the dark golden veins upon his skin fractured, oozing forth blood imbued with silvery gray luminescence. This was the backlash from the overwhelming surge of the annihilation rules, a torment his flesh could scarcely endure. Yet, heedless of the agony, he channeled all his suffering, all his fury, and all his murderous intent into the somber long blade that trembled and wailed in his grasp. The blade was no longer a mere intermingling of dark gold and silvery gray. It transformed into a color so pure that it seemed to deny the very concept of existence, a hue of absolute nothingness. With both hands gripping the sword, he aimed at the now ethereal, yet still oppressive gray giant hand descending upon him, directed at the cold consciousness that flickered in and out of the spatial rift, unleashing a strike that transcended his limits, igniting everything in its path. This strike bore no name, for it embodied the ultimate return to silence. Slash! The blade's light glided silently through the air. There was no cataclysmic uproar, no tearing of space. Wherever the blade's radiance traversed, all colors, sounds, energy fluctuations, and even the omnipresent pressure of the fighting sovereign seemed to be erased by an invisible hand, leaving behind an absolute void that froze the very essence of the soul. The gray giant hand, upon contact with this blade of silence, encountered its ultimate nemesis. The laws of the underworld and the might of the fighting sovereign contained within it had no room to struggle, dissolving like remnants of snow beneath the sun. Collapsing into the most complete void, the blade severed the giant hand, its momentum unabated, plunging directly into the violently trembling rift of space. A resonant hum echoed from the other side, imbued with rage and disbelief. That grand voice reverberated once more, now laced with evident tremors. The source of annihilation. How could this lowly realm, before the words could fully escape, the rift in the sky, at the core where the blade of silence had passed, abruptly collapsed inward, as though its very foundation had been severed by that single strike. Countless intricate fissures, imbued with the aura of annihilation, spread along the edges of the rift. "And I shall remember you." The cold voice, tinged with suppressed wrath, swiftly receded, dissipating into the ether. It was clear that the cross-dimensional transmission of power had been forcibly severed, causing damage even to the gate, leaving the entity on the other end to suffer significant losses and retreat temporarily. Ultimately, amidst an intense spatial tremor, the rift, akin to an imperial scar, emitted a mournful cry, collapsing into a minuscule black, before vanishing entirely. The sky returned to its original hue, although still marred. The eerie atmosphere and the rift had vanished without a trace. Cloud Mist Mountain, no, at this moment, it could hardly be called a mountain. It was merely a vast expanse of ruins, riddled with deep pits and chasms. Amidst the wreckage, only Li Ao stood, blade in hand. The terrifying aura of silence enveloping him receded like a tide, replaced by an overwhelming weakness and the brink of collapse. He could no longer bear the strain and sank to one knee, propping himself up with his long knife, barely managing to remain upright. Blood gushed forth from his fractured skin, drenching him in crimson, his breath dwindling to the faintest whisper. Yet he lived, and he had succeeded. He had obliterated the fighting sovereign's attack from afar, forcibly sealing the rift. With great effort, he lifted his head, his silvery gray pupils regaining a flicker of clarity as he immediately gazed toward the direction where Medusa had fallen. Amidst the rubble, a faint glimmer of seven-colored light flickered, like a firefly in the darkness, dim yet resilient, refusing to extinguish. She was still alive. The taut string in Li Ao's heart relaxed slightly, but an overwhelming fatigue and darkness surged over him, engulfing his consciousness. just before he succumbed to complete oblivion. He vaguely glimpsed a cyan streak shooting toward him from the distant horizon, a familiar aura. It seemed to be Yun Yun. Soon, he was enveloped in an endless void. Time passed unmeasured, and when Liao regained a semblance of awareness, he found himself in an unfamiliar, simply adorned stone chamber. Below him lay a hard stone bed, and the air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. He attempted to move, only to be met with excruciating pain as if his body had been disassembled and reassembled, especially in his meridians and chi, which burned with a fiery sting, the aftereffects of forcibly unleashing powers beyond his limits. "You are awake?" A cool voice, laden with complex emotions, resonated beside him. Liao turned his head with great difficulty to see Yun Yun standing at the bedside, a steaming bowl of medicinal liquid in her hands. She still wore the moon-white robes of the sect leader, yet her visage was weary, her eyes reflecting an indescribable exhaustion, sorrow, and a hint of confusion. "Where's this?" Liao's voice was hoarse and dry. Cloud Mist Sect, in a hidden sanctum on the back mountain. Yun Yun placed the bowl beside the bed, her voice subdued. "The Cloud Mist Sect is no more." Liao fell silent. His spiritual sense extended slightly, sensing the desolate silence and ruins outside. The foremost sect of the empire, which had endured for millennia, had ultimately crumbled into the dust of history amidst his battles with Yun Mountain and the Soul Palace. And her? Liao's concern shifted to Medusa's safety. Yun Yun, understanding who he referred to, wore an even more complex expression. "Queen Medusa is in dire straits. To save you. Her soul's essence is nearly shattered, and the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-devouring python is exhausted. Though I have used the sect's secret treasure, the soul-nurturing jade, to temporarily safeguard a sliver of her heart pulse and residual soul, whether she can awaken, and when, remains uncertain." Liao's heart sank heavily. The near shattering of her soul's essence was a dire injury, one far more severe than any corporeal damage. He forced himself to sit up, disregarding the agony in his body. "Take me to see her." Yun Yun gazed into his resolute eyes, sighed softly, and did not impede him, turning to lead the way. In a neighboring chamber, shrouded in tranquility and filled with the rays nurturing the soul, Liao beheld Medusa. She lay motionless on a cold jade bed, her complexion pale to the point of transparency. The once resplendent seven-colored hair had lost all its luster, turning gray and brittle. Her breath was so faint it was nearly undetectable, with only a warm jade pendant at her forehead emitting a soft glow, barely sustaining the flicker of life akin to a candle in the wind. The once mighty Queen Medusa now appeared as fragile as a delicate porcelain doll. Liao approached the bedside, extending his hand to gently brush against her cold cheek, feeling the faint tremors of her soul. For the first time, his eyes revealed an unmistakable clarity of sorrow and murderous intent. "Soul Palace, this grudge shall not go unpunished." He inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of blood and emotion, and spoke to Yun Yun. "Thank you." Yun Yun shook her head, her expression sorrowful. "The Cloud Mist Sect has been destroyed by the hand of the Soul Palace, and my master has been lost to its power, ultimately falling. For both public and private reasons, I must save her. However, my abilities are limited, and, I fear, I will save her." Liao interrupted her, his voice calm, yet imbued with an unwavering resolve, regardless of the cost or the journey ahead. He gazed at Medusa's sleeping visage, as if making a vow. "Before I return, take care of her for me." Yun Yun observed Liao's frail figure, yet one that seemed to embody boundless strength and determination, and nodded, "I will." Liao uttered no further words and turned to exit the stone chamber. He needed to recover swiftly and then seek the ultimate divine medicine capable of healing the shattering of her soul's essence. Even if it meant traversing the entirety of the Duki continent, he would ensure Medusa awakened. And as for the Soul Palace, it would await his reckoning. The day he returns will mark the moment when all the soul temples across this continent will be utterly obliterated. A new journey has already unfurled beneath his feet, and this time his aim is set squarely upon the vast shadow that looms over the land, the Soul Temple. Chapter 75. Journey to the Central Continent. Outside the stone chamber, the setting sun bled crimson, casting a mournful red hue over the ruins of the Yunlin sect. The remnants of broken walls stood silently, whispering tales of past glory and present desolation. Liao stood atop the ruins, his tattered azure robe billowing in the evening breeze. His condition was dire. Numerous meridians lay shattered, his energy reserves nearly depleted, and the black iron body had suffered foundational damage due to a forced breakthrough. its dark golden sheen now dull and lifeless. Yet he stood tall, his dark iron-colored pupils harboring a faint glimmer of silvery, extinguished flames that continued to burn coldly within. He cast a lingering glance towards the hidden, forbidden stone chamber, as if he could penetrate the stone walls and glimpse the figure who had shielded him from fatal blow, now teetering on the brink of life and death. "Wait for me." The silent vow dissipated into the wind. He did not linger, turning instead to take a step forward, his form wavering yet resolutely vanishing into the shadows of the ruins. He craved strength, the divine herbs capable of healing his soul's essence, and the absolute power needed to confront the Soul Temple. In the Gamma Empire, and perhaps throughout the entire northwestern continent, it would be exceedingly difficult to find treasures capable of mending Medusa's grievous wounds. His destination was the broader, more magnificent central continent, a land where the strong abounded, and opportunities were plentiful. Half a month later, at the border of the Gamma Empire, just outside a mighty fortress known as Tianya City, Liao arrived, weary and travel-worn. A hint of fatigue unmistakably etched upon his features. For the past half-month, he had traversed under the cover of night, evading all eyes and ears, while laboriously mending his internal injuries and hastening towards the Empire's borders. Although he had not fully recovered, possessing barely a third of his former strength, the repressed brilliance and aura of extinction he exuded kept the more perceptive magical beasts and ne'er-do-wells at bay. Tianya City served as a crucial nexus for the Gamma Empire, possessing a spatial wormhole that led directly towards the central continent. After paying a considerable fee, Liao stepped into the massive plaza jointly controlled by the imperial family and several major merchant guilds. In the center of the plaza, a pitch-black spatial vortex, exceeding 100 feet in diameter, spun slowly, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. This was the spatial wormhole. Surrounding the wormhole, a cacophony of voices rose as various practitioners and merchant caravans congregated, awaiting the wormhole's opening. Among them were not a few Do Wang, and even Do Huang-level presences. Liao lowered his hat, suppressing his aura, blending in as an ordinary solitary traveler, quietly standing at the end of the line. His current state was precarious. He could not afford any unnecessary complications. However, just as the wormhole was about to open and the crowd prepared to enter in succession, a commotion erupted from the front of the line. "Make way! Make way! My young master must go first." Several fiercely powerful guards, clad in matching black attire, brazenly pushed through the crowd, escorting a young man adorned in opulent clothing, his demeanor haughty. Though he appeared youthful, his aura suggested he had already reached the pinnacle of Do Wang, radiating an air of arrogance. "It's someone from the Black Emperor's sect. Is that Imoya, the young master? What brings him to the central continent?" "Shoo, keep your voice down. The Black Emperor's sect is a formidable power in the Blackhorn region. We cannot afford to provoke them." Whispers of trepidation rippled through the crowd, and many faces turned wary, instinctively stepping aside. Imoya scanned the crowd with undisguised disdain. Upon noticing Liao at the end of the line, who did not yield as swiftly as the others, his brow furrowed, and he coldly snorted. "Who is this blind fool? Did you not hear my words? Get out of the way." A Do Huang-level guard beside him comprehended the cue. Stepping forward with a powerful thrust of his palm, infused with overwhelming Do Chi, aimed at Liao's shoulder, intending to shove him aside violently. Liao's eyes, concealed beneath his hat, suddenly turned frigid. Though his strength had diminished greatly, he was not one to be easily bullied. As the guard's hand was about to make contact with his shoulder, Liao subtly shifted his body, refraining from using Do Chi, merely nudging his shoulder forward as if casually. The foundation of the black iron body remained. Even with just the remnants of his internal strength, he was far from insignificant. Bang! A dull thud erupted. The Do Huang guard felt an indescribable force surge through him, his entire arm instantly numbing, bones cracking audibly, and he was sent flying as if struck by a rampaging beast, shrieking as he crashed into several unsuspecting bystanders. The entire scene fell into stunned silence. All eyes were wide, fixated on the figure that remained standing still, the hat undisturbed upon his head. A single strike? He and T even used Do Chi, and he had severely injured a one-star Do Huang. Imoya's haughty expression abruptly froze, morphing into shock and disbelief. He stared intently at Liao, his voice trembling with an edge of fear. "Who are you? How dare you harm a member of the Black Emperor's sect?" Liao slowly lifted his head, revealing a pair of cold, emotionless dark iron-colored pupils beneath his hat. He said nothing, merely gazing steadily at Moya. Under the intensity of that gaze, Moya felt an icy chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head, as though he were being targeted by a primal beast. His very soul trembling. The other guards behind him fell silent, too frightened to even breathe. "Forgive me, Senior. I am but a fool, and I have offended you. Please, spare my life." Moya, not being a fool, quickly discerned that the person before him was beyond his capacity to provoke and hastily bowed in reverence, his tone rife with trepidation. Li Ao withdrew his gaze, disregarding him entirely, and turned, stepping into the now stabilized spatial wormhole, his figure swallowed by the dark energies of the space. Only after Li Ao had vanished did Moya dare to straighten up, his back drenched in cold sweat. He watched the slowly rotating wormhole, his eyes filled with dread and a flicker of resentment. Investigate. Find out who this person is. Inside the spatial wormhole lay a bizarre passage filled with turbulent spatial energies. Even ordinary Do Wong would need to exert all their might to shield themselves with Do Qi against the tearing forces of the spatial power. Li Ao sat cross-legged at a relatively stable energy node, the dark golden energy within his body laboriously circulating, mending his injuries while simultaneously resisting the external spatial pressure. He closed his eyes, turning inward to gauge the nearly shattered meridians and energy sea, his brow furrowing slightly. The injuries were more troublesome than anticipated. He must quickly find a safe place to enter seclusion or procure some divine healing herbs. Memories of fragmented information from the central continent surfaced in his mind. Dan Tower. The sacred ground for alchemists in that land might possess supreme elixirs capable of healing both soul and body. And then there was the Soul Temple. According to the intel shared by Yun Shan and the Guardian Wu, the headquarters of the Soul Temple seemed to be located in the central continent. The vengeance for Medusa, the annihilation of the Yunlong sect, all intertwined with this colossal entity. Soul Temple, await my arrival. The chilling voice faded within the spatial passage, imbued with boundless murderous intent. Meanwhile, as Li Ao struggled through the spatial wormhole en route to the central continent, in another plaza of the Blackhorn region, leading towards the central continent, a youth bearing a colossal black measuring stick paid his fee and stepped into the wormhole. His gaze was sharp, and his aura was now even more condensed and profound than when he had been in the Black Windstorm Canyon, having clearly broken through to the Do Ling level. It was none other than Xiao Yan. He had fully assimilated the inheritance in that ancient cave dwelling and initially merged the residual energy of the Qingming ghost flame, significantly enhancing his power. After escaping the relentless pursuit of the Blood Sect, he understood that the Blackhorn region was no longer a place for him to linger. His stage awaited him in the broader central continent. The master and disciple, one in front and the other behind, embarked on their journey to the central continent, each harboring disparate goals and animosities. At the moment they traversed the spatial wormhole, the trajectory of fate appeared as two parallel lines, continuously extending towards a continent where storms and clouds converged. What challenges and fortuities shall they encounter upon the grander stage of the central continent? Will Li Ao discover a means to heal Medusa? How will Xiao Yan carve out his reputation in this realm teeming with formidable beings? And what tumult shall the Soul Palace, lurking in the shadows, unleash? All shall slowly unfold upon the scroll named the Central Continent. Chapter 76. The Liu Family of Tianbei City. The journey through the spatial wormhole was both monotonous and perilous. The violent forces of space acted like invisible blades, incessantly cutting and compressing the protective energy of the travelers. Time lost its significance in this realm, leaving only the eternal flow of light and the howling winds. Li Ao sat cross-legged atop the energy node, his eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed. The state of his body was far worse than anticipated. The backlash from forcibly breaking through the black iron body, coupled with the injury incurred from a distant clash with a Dozun, and the final consumption of his essence to execute the return to silent strike, had nearly driven his tempered physique to the brink of collapse. His meridians resembled parched and cracked earth, riddled with fissures, as his Do Qi struggled to navigate through them with great difficulty. A slight misstep could provoke even graver damage. His Qi Si was almost depleted, the once lake-like reservoir of Do Qi now reduced to mere wisps of vapor. Most troubling was that the thread of annihilation rules seemed to have become exceedingly unstable due to overexertion, oscillating between dormancy and agitation, inflicting sharp, needle-like pains within him. He had to allocate most of his focus to guiding his vital energies, barely maintaining the vitality of his body while simultaneously resisting the incessant spatial pressure from outside. The speed of recovery was agonizingly slow. He pondered the necessity of finding a place to land or locating a treasure rich in life force. Ordinary elixirs would be of little consequence for his current injuries. Uncertain of how much time had passed, a glimmer of steady white light finally appeared at the end of the passageway, rapidly enlarging as he approached. The exit was near, however. Just as the wormhole was about to reach its terminus and the surrounding spatial fluctuations began to calm, an abrupt transformation ensued. The entire spatial passageway suddenly convulsed violently. The previously stable spatial forces turned furiously wild, like a lake disturbed by massive stone, raising towering waves. Dark, gaping fissures in space appeared without warning, voraciously devouring everything in their vicinity. This was bad. A spatial storm. Steady yourself. Panic erupted among the other travelers within the wormhole as they desperately summoned their Do Chi, various glows igniting in a bid to stabilize themselves against the tempest. Li Ao's expression shifted. If he had been in peak condition, he would have feared this trifling storm little, but in his current state, it was undoubtedly a calamity upon a calamity. He forcibly summoned a breath of essence, a dark golden aura forming a faint veil around his body, while his hands gripped the energy node tightly to anchor himself. Crack! A colossal spatial rift tore open nearby. Akin to the maw of a ferocious beast, a terrifying pull surged forth, and several nearby Do Kings, caught off guard, were swallowed whole before they could even scream, vanishing into nothingness. Li Ao was also being dragged by the overwhelming force, his body unsteady, on the verge of following suit. In this critical moment, a fierce glint flickered in his eyes as he disregarded his injuries and forcefully activated the agitated thread of annihilation rules. Freeze! With a low shout, silver-gray energy surged outward from him, and though the range was minuscule, it bizarrely solidified the space within 3 feet around him for an instant. The terrifying pull momentarily faltered. It was this fleeting breath of respite. Li Ao instinctively activated Thunder's soundstep, utilizing the rebound to escape like a fish, narrowly evading the death zone as he shot towards the ever-approaching light of the exit. Behind him, the spatial storm grew increasingly ferocious, the entire passageway beginning to twist and collapse. Whoosh! Li Ao's form surged forth like an arrow released from a bow, finally bursting out of the raging spatial wormhole, crashing heavily onto the hard ground. Puff! The moment he landed, he could no longer suppress the injuries within, violently coughing up a mouthful of dark red blood. His breath waning to the extreme, and darkness clouded his vision, nearly causing him to faint. He strained to maintain the last vestiges of his consciousness and surveyed his surroundings. Before him lay a vast square of azure stone, far grander than the one in Tianya City. The square was bustling with people, many of whom exuded overwhelming auras. Do Kings were as common as the clouds, and Do Emperors were not rare either, with occasional deep and obscure presences surpassing even the Do Emperors. The air was thick with the energy of heaven and earth, so rich that it felt almost tangible, and with each breath, he sensed a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. So this is the central continent? Li Ao had no time for a closer inspection when he felt several malicious gazes fixated upon him. Covered in blood and weakened, he resembled a lamb waiting for slaughter, an ideal target in this mixed milieu of dragons and snakes. A chill ran through him. He knew it was unwise to linger here. He had to leave immediately and find a safe haven to heal. Struggling to rise, he found his limbs racked with excruciating pain, nearly devoid of strength. At that moment, a voice filled with mild surprise rang out nearby. "Oh, my friend, you're gravely injured. Did you encounter a storm within the spatial wormhole?" Li Ao laboriously raised his head to see a young man clad in a light blue robe standing not far off, concern etched on his face. The young man was handsome, exuding a gentle demeanor, with clear eyes that did not betray malice. His aura revealed him to be a Do Emperor with a solid foundation. Behind him trailed 2 elderly men with steady auras, their sharp gazes scanning the surrounding hostile eyes, subtly guarding Li Ao within their midst. "Who are you?" Li Ao's voice was hoarse, vigilance still present. "I am Lu Qing, from the Lu family of Tianbei City." The young man smiled slightly, clasping his fists. "Seeing your severe injuries, if you do not mind, you may accompany us to a nearby Lu family outpost to rest and recuperate. Everyone has their difficulties when outside." Lu Qing? Lu family of Tianbei City? Fleeting fragments of information about the powers in the central continent flashed through Li Ao's mind, Indeed, there was a place named Tianbei City, and the Liu family was recognized as a prominent force therein. Assessing Liu Qing and sensing the auras of the two elders, he weighed his options. Given his current state, remaining here was fraught with peril. Liu Qing did not appear to harbor ill intentions. Perhaps he could take advantage of their protection to weather this immediate crisis. Then I shall impose, Li Ao decided without further hesitation, nodding. Restoring his injuries was his utmost priority. Seeing his agreement, Liu Qing's smile broadened, signaling one of the elders to assist Li Ao. No need for formality. Please follow us. Under the escort of Liu Qing and his companions, Li Ao temporarily departed the peril-laden square, heading towards the Liu family in Tianbei City. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, at another exit of a spatial wormhole, a young man bearing a black also stepped onto the land of the central continent, somewhat disheveled. Xiao Yan gazed at the unfamiliar and vast expanse before him, inhaling deeply, filled with anticipation and determination. Central continent, I have arrived. Thus Li Ao and Xiao Yan, these two latent dragons emerging from the Garma Empire, had finally set foot upon this grander stage, destined to stir new waves upon this ancient and expansive land. Li Ao's temporary stay at the Liu family house. Is it a blessing or a curse? Will he be able to swiftly regain his strength and discover a remedy for Medusa? Meanwhile, what challenges and opportunities await Xiao Yan, who has just entered the central state? All will gradually unfold in this land of swirling clouds and shifting fortunes. Chapter 77, Fragment of the Nether Iron, the Liu family in Tianbei City. Nestled on the northern frontier of the central state, Tianbei City, while not comparable to those truly core megacities, is nevertheless a city of considerable scale. The towering city walls are constructed from hard blue-violet stone, with runes subtly appearing, radiating impressive waves of energy. Within the city, the streets are bustling with people. The air thick with the presence of formidable beings. Spirit fighters are as common as dogs, and king fighters are everywhere, while the occasional aura of an emperor fighter barely raises any eyebrows. The Liu family stands as a significant force within Tianbei City, reportedly overseen by an ancestor of the Dozong rank, controlling nearly 30% of the market and resources within the city. Under Liu Qing's guidance, Li Ao arrives at the Liu family residence situated in the eastern part of the city. The estate is vast, adorned with pavilions and towers, exuding an extraordinary aura. Liu Qing seems to hold a respectable position within the household, as the guards and servants encountered along the way all bow respectfully. He settles Li Ao in tranquil, independent courtyard known as the Quiet Heart Garden. Brotherly, please rest here and recuperate. I shall have the necessary healing elixirs sent to you. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to instruct the maid outside. Liu Qing assures him earnestly. Thank you for your assistance, Brother Liu. Li Ao responds with a clasped fist, grateful for this kindness. In his current state, he indeed requires a safe and serene place to heal. Liu Qing chuckles lightly. It is but a small effort. There is no need for such formality. Please rest, brotherly, and I shall visit again later. With that, he departs with two elder companions. Li Ao closes the door behind him and promptly sets up a few simple warning barriers within the room before sitting cross-legged upon the bed. He turns his gaze inward, his brow furrowing in concern. His injuries are more stubborn than he had anticipated. The impact of the spatial storm has exacerbated the cracks in his meridians, and the turbulence of the rules of annihilation has become increasingly pronounced. He retrieves the healing elixirs sent by Liu Qing, all of which are of the 5th or 6th rank, high-tier medicinal pills with gentle and pure potency, already rare for an ordinary emperor fighter. Yet, for his nearly collapsing black iron body and the wounded source of rules, their effects are akin to a drop in a bucket. Ordinary elixirs are of little use. Liao realizes what he truly needs are extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth imbued with immense vitality, capable of repairing the wounds of rules, or perhaps even higher-tier elixirs. As he channels the medicinal energy to slowly nourish his battered form, he contemplates the road ahead. The name Dan Tower resurfaces in his mind. As the holy land for alchemists on the Duki continent, it may hold the key to healing him, and possibly Medusa as well. However, the Dan Tower lies deep within the core region of the central state, and in his current condition, he is utterly incapable of undertaking such a long journey. Moreover, seeking high-tier elixirs from the Dan Tower would inevitably require a significant price. I must first regain some of my strength, he resolves with unwavering determination. Once my injuries stabilize, I shall seek opportunities within Tianbei City and its surrounding areas. The vast land of the central state is replete with chances. Perhaps I can uncover something beneficial to my plight. In the days that follow, Li Ao remains indoors, dedicating himself entirely to healing. With the aid of numerous elixirs, coupled with the formidable recovery abilities of the Black Iron body, he finally manages to suppress the internal injuries, preventing further deterioration. The severed meridians have begun to reconnect, albeit still fragile, allowing him to barely circulate his Duki. The once dry Qi Si has also begun to coalesce into a small cloud of Duki. His strength has roughly returned to the initial level of a king fighter. While this is negligible compared to his former prowess, it grants him a modicum of self-defense. During this time, Lu Qing visits several times, bringing new elixirs and engaging Li Ao in casual conversation. From Lu Qing, Li Ao gains a preliminary understanding of Tianbei City and its surrounding powers. The city is primarily controlled by three prominent families, the Lu, Cheng, and Han families, who engage in both open and covert rivalry. Outside the city lurk some fierce mercenary groups and bandit factions, with the Blood Wolf gang being particularly notorious. Furthermore, in the broader northern region, there exist many sects and empires far more powerful than Tianbei City. Brotherly, it seems your injuries have improved considerably. On this day, Lu Qing visits and notices that Li Ao's aura is no longer as feeble as it was upon his arrival, causing him to express some surprise. Such severe injuries would typically take an ordinary emperor fighter months of toil to recover from. Yet he has shown signs of improvement in just a few days. Some slight improvement, thanks to Brother Lu's elixirs. Li Ao replies nonchalantly, choosing not to elaborate further. A flicker of intrigue crosses Lu Qing's eyes, yet he tactfully refrains from probing deeper. Instead, he suggests, if you find yourself bored, why not take a stroll for the market in the city? Our Tianbei City's Qingshi market has garnered a bit of fame on this northern frontier. Occasionally, treasures from ancient ruins or deep mountain forests make an appearance. The mention of the market piques Li Ao's interest. At this moment, resources are precisely what he lacks, and a stroke of luck could serve him well. Very well, then let us go and take a look. Accompanied by Lu Qing, Li Ao steps out of the quiet heart garden for the first time, arriving at the bustling Qingshi market in Tianbei City. The market spans a vast area, with shops lining the streets and stalls densely packed. The air filled with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares and haggling customers. A dazzling array of medicinal materials, magical cores, weapons, and scrolls of martial techniques abound, including some rare high-tier items seldom seen in the outside world. It is not uncommon to encounter strong figures at the king fighter or emperor fighter level, and Li Ao even subtly senses a few fleeting auras of Dozong level. The splendor of the central state is evident. Li Ao's spiritual energy quietly extends, sweeping across the various stalls. Most of the items hold little value for him, but he occasionally discovers one or two objects emanating special energy waves. Regrettably, they are either exorbitantly priced or of no benefit to his injuries. As he passes a secluded stall selling various broken metals and peculiar stones, his steps momentarily falter. His gaze is drawn to a piece of metal scrap, roughly the size of a fist, entirely black with a rust-covered surface, utterly unremarkable. From his fragment, he perceives a faint, yet resonant aura of death that subtly aligns with the rules of annihilation within him. How much for this item? Li Ao crouches down, picking up the cold and heavy black metal fragment. The stall owner is a wrinkled old man who lazily raises his eyelids and replies, 100,000 gold coins, or a 6th rank elixir. The price is steep, yet Li Ao senses that this object may aid him in comprehending the rules of annihilation. Just as he is about to speak, a somewhat arrogant voice suddenly rings out from beside him. I shall take this piece of nether iron. I offer 150,000 gold coins. Li Ao furrows his brow and turns to see a young man dressed in luxurious attire, exuding an air of arrogance, accompanied by several guards. It is none other than Moya, the young master of the Black Emperor's sect, with whom he had a brief encounter at the spatial wormhole plaza. Moya also notices Li Ao, initially taken aback before a venomous yet wary sneer spreads across his face. Oomph, what a coincidence. I never expected you to survive that spatial storm. Seeing this, Lu Qing steps forward, his voice low and serious. Moya, this is my guest, brotherly. I kindly ask you to exercise restraint. Lu family? Moya scoffs, sizing Lu Qing up. Since when did you Lu family start taking in such mysterious cripples? This brat injured my Black Emperor sect's people outside the wormhole, and the score remains unsettled. Today, this piece of nether iron is mine. Let us see who dares to contest me. Before he finishes speaking, an elder behind him, whose aura reaches 5-star Emperor fighter, steps forward, unleashing a powerful pressure directly towards Li Ao. A confrontation is on the verge of erupting. The crowd within the market is immediately drawn in, gathering around with keen interest to witness this dispute. The Liu family and the Black Emperor sect are formidable forces in the northern frontier, not to be trifled with. Lu Qing's countenance darkened. The Black Emperor sect's influence surpassed that of the Liu family, and he had no desire for direct confrontation. Yet, he could not turn a blind eye to Li Ao, whom he had taken under his wing. In the face of the oppressive aura emanating from the five-star Dou Emperor, Li Ao remained composed. Although his strength had yet to be restored, his vision and will were intact. How could he possibly be daunted by the mere pressure of a five-star Dou Emperor? He weighed the black metallic fragment in his hand and turned to Moya, speaking with an unyieldingly calm demeanor. I shall take this. His tone was flat, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Moya's expression soured, seeking death. Seize him. The five-star Dou Emperor's eyes glinted coldly as his withered hand, propelled by a fierce gust, lunged towards Li Ao's shoulder. Everyone assumed that this seemingly inexperienced young man, merely at the initial stage of Douwang, would soon be bathed in blood. However, in the instant the hand was about to make contact with Li Ao, he moved. He did not summon Dou Qi. Instead, he simply extended his right hand, clutching the black metallic fragment, and casually directed its sharp edge towards the old man's grasping palm. The movement appeared slow, yet it was preemptive. A hint of disdain flickered across the elder's face as he intensified his grip, intending to shatter both the young man and the fragment alike. But in the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically. At the instant his palm met the dark fragment's tip, an extremely chilling aura erupted forth, one that seemed capable of freezing the soul and extinguishing all vitality. It surged through his arm's meridians, invading him with relentless ferocity. The elder let out a piercing scream as his right arm instantaneously turned a ghastly black and became rigid, as if all moisture and life had been drained from it. Terrified, he stumbled backward, channeling all his Dou Qi to expel the suffocating aura, only to discover it clung to him like a relentless curse. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their gazes fixed upon the still composed young man in the green robe. One strike, without even utilizing Dou Qi, merely by wielding an enigmatic fragment. He had severely wounded a five-star Dou Emperor. How could this be possible? Mo Ya's arrogance instantly morphed into horror and fear as he pointed at Li Ao, his voice trembling. Who on earth are you? Li Ao ignored him, tossing 100,000 gold coins to the stunned vendor. Pocketing the black metallic fragment and addressing Lu Qing, let us depart. Lu Qing inhaled deeply, suppressing his shock, and nodded in agreement as he left with Li Ao. They left Mo Ya and his companion standing in place, their faces ashen, surrounded by countless astonished, curious, and awed gazes. Following this incident, the name Li Ao, shrouded in mystery and strength, began to circulate quietly throughout Tianbei City. Meanwhile, Li Ao contemplated the fragment of nether iron within his spatial ring, a flicker of intrigue crossing his eyes. This object seemed to possess even greater fascination than he had initially surmised. Upon returning to the Tranquil Heart courtyard, Li Ao eagerly retrieved the fragment of nether iron, meticulously probing its essence with his soul power. He sensed that the suffocating aura contained within might grant him new insights into the rules of annihilation. His journey through the central continent had begun, with this small Tianbei city heralding the commencement of a grand saga. Meanwhile, the distant Dan Tower, the Soul Palace, and the slumbering queen awaited his arrival. Chapter 78, The Treasure Pavilion. Within the Tranquil Heart courtyard, the lights flickered like fireflies. Li Ao sat cross-legged, the dark fragment of nether iron resting in his palm. As he sensed it closely, the faint aura of death became increasingly vivid. It was not merely coldness or destruction, but an essence that seemed to linger after all things had met their end, a perpetual stillness. He attempted to carefully inject a thread of the power of annihilation into the fragment. Buzz! The fragment trembled slightly, its surface rust seemingly coming to life. Akin to writhing black worms, a far more refined and ancient aura of death surged forth, as though a slumbering malevolent spirit from eons past had awakened, violently rebounding along the thread of rule power, attempting to corrode Li Ao's very soul. Li Ao's pupils flashed a silvery gray light, and rather than retreating, he actively guided the alien aura of death to collide and merge with his own restless understanding of annihilation. Hiss! Like cold water splashing into boiling oil, a fierce reaction erupted within his sea of consciousness. The two distinct yet related concepts of annihilation clashed, devouring and deconstructing one another. The aura of death within the nether iron was more ancient and pure, imbued with a sense of descent and finality akin to the underworld. In contrast, Li Ao's own comprehension of annihilation leaned towards severance, destruction, and the return to nothingness, active and domineering. At this moment, within the tranquil chamber, a silent duel concerning the rules of death unfolded. Li Ao's complexion alternated between pallid and suffused with an eerie black mist, his aura fluctuating unpredictably. Occasionally, subtle spatial fissures flickered around him, remnants of the power unleashed by the collision of rules. The risk was immense. A single misstep could lead to his own rules being tainted by this ancient aura of death, even causing his soul to descend into oblivion. Yet the potential rewards were equally staggering. Should he successfully decode and absorb this foreign notion of annihilation, his understanding of the rules would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Time trickled by. Beads of cold sweat formed on Li Ao's forehead, and his body trembled slightly, yet the brilliance in his gaze intensified. He felt as if he were glimpsing a broader, more profound realm of annihilation. Not merely destruction, but the inevitable conclusion of all things, the ultimate destination of existence. A cold and absolute order. Uncertain how much time had passed, the fragment of nether iron in his palm emitted a faint cracking sound as its dark sheen dulled, as if the ancient aura of death contained within had been fully extracted and refined. Li Ao slowly opened his eyes, the silver gray within his pupils no longer merely flames, but had transformed into two slowly rotating vortices that seemed capable of engulfing all light, deeper, more reserved, and far more terrifying. He spread his palm, a subtle thought directing a barely perceptible gray-black stream to swirl at his fingertips. This stream no longer bore the violent tumult of before. Instead, it exuded a haunting calm. As it brushed against the edge of the table, the sturdy ironwood corner did not shatter. Instead, it silently disintegrated into the finest dust, as if its very existence had been erased from the world. Annihilation is not merely ferocious destruction, but also the absolute cessation, Li Ao murmured, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. This venture had elevated his understanding of the rules of annihilation to a new echelon, though his strength remained limited. His grasp and essence of rules had undergone a qualitative leap. This would yield immeasurable benefits for his future recovery and even surpassing his peak. He discarded the now mundane fragment, his gaze turning resolute. There was no time to linger. He must swiftly acquire resources to restore his strength. The following day, Li Ao expressed his intention to depart to Lu Qing. Brother Li is leaving? Lu Qing was somewhat taken aback. Your injuries, they're no longer severe. My gratitude for your hospitality during these days. Brother Lu, Li Ao clasped his hands in respect. I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot overstay. I shall repay your kindness in due time. Seeing Li Ao's determination, Lu Qing refrained from detaining him further. After a moment's contemplation, he remarked, Since you are intent on leaving, I shall not hinder you. However, should you require swift access to resources or seek something specific, you might consider visiting the Treasure Pavilion in the city. It is a branch of the Central Continent's Tiangong Pavilion, well-informed and rich in treasures, also accepting various commissions. You may find something of use there. The Treasure Pavilion? Tiangong Pavilion? Li Ao noted this name carefully. Furthermore, Lu Qing lowered his voice slightly and informed me that, according to intelligence from the Lu family, a brilliant light indicating the emergence of a rare treasure had recently appeared in the Fonlei mountain range, situated a myriad of miles away from Tianbei City, attracting numerous seekers. It is rumored that this phenomenon may be related to some formidable lightning attribute artifact or an ancient relic. If Brother Li is interested, he might consider venturing there. However, the area is currently rife with danger, and I urge Brother Li to exercise caution. Fonlei mountain range? Rare treasure? A flicker of intrigue ignited within Li Ao. Danger often accompanies opportunity, and what he currently lacked most was a chance to rapidly enhance his strength. Thank you for the information, Brother Lu. After bidding farewell to Lu Qing, Li Ao did not immediately head towards the Fonlei mountain range. Instead, he first followed Lu Qing's guidance and arrived at the most magnificent edifice at the center of Tianbei City, Wanbao Tower. The tower rose 9 stories high, adorned with intricate carvings and exuding an imposing aura. Those who entered and exited were either affluent or powerful, with numerous formidable presences palpable within. Upon stepping inside, Li Ao was immediately approached by a beautiful and graceful attendant. Welcome to Wanbao Tower. How may I assist you today? I seek elixirs capable of healing severe wounds to the soul's essence, or rare treasures of heaven and earth, as well as artifacts that can swiftly restore my peak Dohuang cultivation. Additionally, I wish to inquire about the Soul Palace's outposts in the northern region of Zhongzhou. Li Ao stated his intentions directly. The attendant maintained her professional smile, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of solemnity. The items you seek are indeed extraordinary, particularly those that can heal the essence of the soul, which are exceedingly rare. Please accompany me to the VIP room on the 7th floor for a more detailed discussion. In a tastefully decorated chamber on the 7th floor, an elderly man clad in a brocade robe and possessing a striking visage received Li Ao. This individual exuded a profound aura, unmistakably a peak Do Huang expert and the overseer of this branch of the tower. My surname is Qian, and I have the honor of managing Wanbao Tower in Tianbei City. I understand you are in search of treasures that can heal the essence of the soul. Manager Qian scrutinized Li Ao with piercing eyes. Indeed, Li Ao nodded. Do you possess such items? Manager Qian pondered for a moment. Any artifact capable of healing the essence of the soul is a rare treasure. Currently, we have a soul-nourishing dew that is 3,000 years old, which is remarkably effective for nurturing the soul. However, as for healing a nearly shattered essence, it may fall short. This item is priced at 3 7th-grade elixirs or their equivalent. 3 7th-grade elixirs. Such a price could easily bankrupt many Do Zong experts. Liao's brow fuhovid. He had nothing of value to offer. Is there anything more potent? More potent? Manager Qian stroked his beard thoughtfully. It is said that the leaders of the Dan Tower possess a 9th-grade elixir capable of restoring life from mere bones, even legendary 9th-grade treasures. However, such divine artifacts are beyond our reach. As for items that can quickly restore cultivation, we do have several 7th-grade elixirs, but their prices are similarly steep. He paused, turning his gaze back to Li Ao. As for information regarding the Soul Palace, I regret to inform you that their movements are shrouded in secrecy, and their strongholds are confidential. We are not in a position to disclose such matters. Li Ao fell silent. Indeed, whether it was the elixirs needed to save Medusa or the information about the Soul Palace, neither was easily attainable. Strength and capital are both indispensable. However, Manager Qian shifted his tone. If you are in urgent need of resources, Wanbao Tower does have a proposition. We are always in search of various heavenly materials, ancient artifacts, and we also post bounty tasks. If you can accomplish any, you will be rewarded accordingly. For instance, in light of the recent stirrings in the Fonlei mountain range, we have issued tasks to seek out the source of the rare treasures and collect Fonlei stones, with generous rewards offered. The Fonlei mountain range again. Liao understood. It appeared that this was the quickest route to acquire resources at present. Please provide me with the details of the tasks. Half an hour later, Li Ao departed from Wanbao Tower, now in possession of a detailed map of the Fonlei mountain range and a task scroll. He did not return to the Liu family, but instead exited Tianbei City, orienting himself before channeling his duqi, albeit faint, into a streak of light, hastening towards the Fonlei mountain range situated miles away. Not long after Li Ao left Tianbei City, another figure, weary from travel, stepped into the border city. Xiao Yan raised his gaze to the towering city gates and the cacophony and formidable energies emanating from within, inhaling deeply. Master, is this Zhongzhou? Indeed, the energy of heaven and earth is quite rich here. Indeed, young one, Zhongzhou is unlike the Jiama Empire, where powerful individuals abound, and one must act with greater caution. The voice of Yao Lao resonated within his mind. I understand. Xiao Yan's eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on the Xian Zhongqi at his back. He resolved to find a place to settle, gather information, and then ascertain a complete map of Zhongzhou, as well as news regarding the Jianan Academy and the Weihua. He melded into the flow of people and ventured into the city, embarking on his journey through Zhongzhou. Meanwhile, far beyond, enveloped in a realm of 7-colored radiance and chilling cold, within a palace constructed entirely of 10,000-year-old profound ice, Yun Yun gazed at Medusa, whose breath remained faint yet seemed slightly more stable than before. She sighed softly, carefully placing a newly acquired soul-warming jade upon Medusa's brow. Sensing the barely perceptible fluctuations of her soul, her eyes reflecting a complex emotion. He has left the Jia Ma Empire. I hope all goes well for him. Outside the ice palace, snowstorms raged, seemingly isolating the entire world. Li Ao raced towards the Fonlei mountain range in search of opportunity. Xiao Yan cautiously navigated Zhongzhou, while Medusa lay in slumber within the ice palace, awaiting her fate. The destinies of these three individuals slowly unfurled along their respective trajectories upon the vast stage of Zhongzhou. When and where their paths would converge again remained uncertain. Chapter 79. Fenglei Mountain Range. The Fenglei Mountain Range, situated on the fringes of Zhongzhou's northern region, stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles, characterized by perilous terrains, perpetually shrouded in violent thunderstorms and raging winds. Even before one truly stepped into the mountainous domain, the distant rumble of thunder and the mournful howling of the wind could be heard, with the air thick with concentrated lightning energy and chaotic wind elements, making flight exceedingly arduous for even the most seasoned Dowang. Li Ao hovered atop a solitary peak at the mountain's periphery, gazing into the deathly domain where electric serpents danced and wind blades howled. According to the map from Wanbao Tower, the radiant glow of rare treasures first manifested near the core region of the mountain range, the Thunder Prison Valley. Without hesitation, he summoned forth a faint dark golden glow around him, activating the residual power of the black iron body to shield against the relentless wind pressure and the occasional flickering electric serpents, propelling himself into the tempestuous energy field like a dart. Upon entering the mountain range, the environment deteriorated exponentially. The black tempest roared like a beast, sweeping up boulders the size of millstones, while the razor-sharp wind blades were capable of slicing through steel. Above, dark clouds loomed, with silver serpentine lightning continuously striking down, shattering the obsidian rocks into fragments. Li Ao spread his soul energy, deftly evading the most violent areas of wind and thunder while rapidly advancing toward the Thunder Prison Valley. He nimbly wove between the gusts and lightning strikes, occasionally suffering from unavoidable wind blades that grazed his form, leaving mere white scars upon his dark golden skin before dissipating. The strength of the black iron body was evident, even in his still recovering state. Along the way, he encountered numerous adventurers also seeking treasures. Some were solitary Dowang, while others traveled in packs, as mercenary groups. Their encounters were marked by watchful gazes and mutual suspicion, with bloody conflicts erupting over a randomly discovered rare lightning attribute herb. The brutality of Zhongzhou was vividly manifested within this mountainous expanse. Li Ao, wishing to avoid unnecessary conflicts, did his utmost to steer clear of crowds, focusing on his journey and search. With his keen sensitivity to energy fluctuations, he managed to acquire several pieces of wind thunderstones imbued with pure lightning energy, thus completing a fundamental task for the Wanbao Pavilion. 3 days later, he finally arrived at the edge of the Thunder Prison Valley marked on the map. This vast basin was dominated by a bottomless, shadowy abyss at its center, where storm clouds gathered densely above. Thunderbolts, as thick as barrels, cascaded down like waterfalls into the abyss, producing a deafening roar. Surrounding the basin were jagged rocks, charred black by lightning strikes. The accumulation of lightning energy in this area was nearly tangible, and the stray arcs of electricity caused one's hair to stand on end. Li Ao could sense that the bizarre fluctuations invoking the phenomena of heaven and earth originated from the depths of this Thunder Prison Valley. However, at that moment, the periphery of the valley was already teeming with people, distinctly divided into several factions. One group donned matching blue robes adorned with lightning patterns, exuding a fierce aura. Their leader, an elder, radiated a presence that reached the level of a 7-star Do Huang, representing the Wind Thunder Pavilion, a formidable power in the northern region. Opposing them was a band of men clad in blood-red attire, emanating an aura of malevolence. These were members of the Black Emperor's sect, with Mo Ya prominently among them. Beside him stood a sinister-looking elder, his gaze reminiscent of a venomous serpent whose cultivation level was even more formidable at 8-star Do Huang. Clearly the leading powerhouse of the Black Emperor sect on this expedition. In addition to these two significantly strong factions, there were scattered powerful individuals and small mercenary groups lurking in the distance, eager to take advantage of the chaos. Li Ao's arrival did not attract much attention. He deliberately concealed his aura, mingling among the crowd of scattered cultivators. Elder Guyi, this Thunder Prison Valley was first discovered by my Wind Thunder Pavilion. What do you mean by intruding here, Black Emperor sect? The elder from Wind Thunder Pavilion spoke sternly towards the direction of the Black Emperor sect. The elder known as Guyi replied with a chilling smile. Elder Bei, celestial treasures belong to those with affinity. Just because you claim to have discovered it first, does it truly belong to you? How laughable. Today, the Black Emperor sect shall also stake our claim to this Thunder Prison Valley. Tension mounted as both sides stood on the precipice of confrontation. Li Ao observed coldly, calculating in his mind. A direct assault was not feasible. His strength had not yet recovered, insufficient to contend against two high-ranking Do Huangs alongside their numerous subordinates. He could only bide his time. At that moment, deep within the abyss, an eruption of radiant seven-colored light burst forth. A wave of even purer and more colossal energy surged outward. The treasure is about to appear. Someone shouted, and the previously stalemated factions sprang into action. Engage! Seize the treasure! Gui bellowed, and the Black Emperor sect surged forward like a crimson torrent towards the abyss. Block them! Elder Bei, unwilling to be outdone, led the disciples of Wind Thunder Pavilion to confront them. The two tides of energy collided at the valley's mouth, a cacophony of battle cries, energy explosions, and screams erupted into chaos. The scattered cultivators and small mercenary groups, akin to sharks sensing blood, surged into the fray, eager to claim their share amidst the turmoil. The situation spiraled into utter chaos, igniting a brutal melee. Li Ao's gaze sharpened. Now was the moment. He activated the Thunder Sound Step. His figure ghostly as he did not join the main battle, but instead stealthily maneuvered along the battlefield's edge, using the jagged rocks as cover, silently creeping toward the abyss. His soul energy was intensely focused, deftly avoiding the chaotic attacks and rampant lightning. However, just as he was nearing the abyss's edge, a cold gaze locked onto him. "Kid, it's you after all. Leave that to me." Moya's venomous voice resounded. He had not engaged in the core battle, but had been searching the outskirts and finally discovered Li Ao's trail. Beside him, the 5-star Do Huang Elder, previously injured by the nether iron, displayed a grotesque expression, disregarding the lingering stiffness in his right arm, his left hand channeling immense Do Qi, transforming into a blood-red claw that lunged viciously towards Li Ao's back. Seeking death, Li Ao's eyes glinted with coldness as he swiftly turned around. He did not utilize Do Qi. Instead, he condensed the thread of the terminal intent of the Desolation Rule he had just comprehended at his fingertips and gently pointed at the blood-red claw. The motion was ethereal, devoid of any earthly essence. Upon contact, there was no explosive clash of energies. The formidable blood-red claw, at the moment of contact with his fingertip, seemed to have all meaning of existence instantly stripped away. Its structure collapsed, its energy obliterated, dissipating silently into the air. Moreover, that wisp of gray-black annihilation energy, akin to a parasite, surged along the Elder's left arm, swiftly spreading upward. Not this cursed thing again. The Elder howled in terror as his left arm visibly decayed and withered. Frightened out of his wits, he retreated madly, no longer daring to approach Li Ao. Moya, struck dumb by the scene, felt a chill run down his spine. This fellow was even more bizarre and terrifying than during their encounter in the spatial wormhole. Li Ao cast a cold glance at them, dismissing them entirely, as he swiftly leapt into the tempestuous abyss of thunder. "Chase! We must not let him obtain the treasure." Moya shouted in a mix of surprise and fury, rallying the other guards beside him. Several Do Huang level guards, steeling themselves, plunged into the abyss after him. Inside the abyss, it was not a realm of darkness, but illuminated as if it were daylight by countless bolts of lightning. The deeper one descended. The more dense and violent the thunder became, powerful enough to slay a Do Huang. Li Ao activated the black iron body to its utmost, his dark golden form floating amidst the sea of lightning, braving the onslaught of thunder strikes. The force of the lightning coursed through his body, inflicting intense numbness and pain. It also seemed to be tempering his damaged physique, as the ruptured meridians displayed signs of subtle healing under the lightning's stimulation. This thunder actually had a body-tempering effect. Li Ao's heart stirred. He ceased merely evading and instead began to actively channel portions of the lightning energy into his body, utilizing its violent energy in conjunction with the Desolation Rule to forcibly cleanse and mend the hidden injuries within. It was a painful and perilous process, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. After descending approximately 1,000 fathoms, solid ground finally came into view below. It was a massive platform made of some black crystalline substance. At the center of the platform floated a globule of liquid the size of a human head, constantly shifting with 7 colors of light. Within the liquid resided unfathomable energy and vitality, the very source of the phenomena. This is the Earth Core soul essence. No, it seems to have fused with the primal powers of wind and thunder. Li Ao recognized the object, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. The Earth Core soul essence is a sacred object that nourishes the soul, and the version infused with the primal powers of wind and thunder possesses effects beyond measure. Perhaps it could work wonders for Medusa's injuries. However, just as he was about to approach the radiant globule of liquid, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A roar, seemingly from the depths of antiquity, erupted from the endless darkness beneath the platform. Following this, a colossal serpent, entirely composed of lightning and stretching 100 feet in length, surged forth from the shadows, opening its mouth formed of lightning toward Liao, intent on devouring him. The aura it exuded unmistakably reached the pinnacle of a 7th-grade magical beast, comparable to a human dozone. This treasure indeed has a formidable guardian beast, with the lightning serpent blocking the path ahead and the Black Emperor sect pursuing from behind. Liao's gaze turned icy as he slowly gripped the hilt of his blade behind him. It seemed he had no choice but to unveil some of his trump cards ahead of time. The enormous, gaping maw of lightning resembled a ravenous chasm, exuding an overwhelming aura of terror that sent shivers through the very essence of one's soul. At the pinnacle of the 7th rank, it was comparable to the prowess of a human dozone. With pursuers behind and ferocious beasts ahead, Liao found himself ensnared in an unprecedented peril. His gaze turned frigid to an extreme. Far from retreating, he instead summoned the recently stabilized laws of annihilation to their utmost limit. The silver-gray vortex within his pupils whirled frantically, unleashing a terrifying essence that seemed capable of bringing all things to an end and returning all laws to silence. Radiating outward from him with a thunderous force, "Beast of sin, depart," he bellowed in a low growl, not drawing his weapon, but rather condensing all his power of the laws and residual fighting spirit into his right fist. At the edge of his fist, dark golden blood energy intertwined with gray-black flows of annihilation, as if he held a miniature black hole on the verge of collapse. Confronting the ravenous maw of the lightning python, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he hurled his fist forward with unyielding resolve. Dominating fist, end of all. As his fist struck, it was utterly silent. Yet where his fist passed, the violent power of thunder seemed to encounter its natural nemesis, emitting a mournful sound of obliteration, shattering and dissipating in its wake. The body of the lightning python, composed purely of energy, disintegrated from the moment it made contact with the intent of annihilation contained within Liao's fist, as if it were a sandcastle cast into the void, crumbling from its head downwards. There was no explosion, no shockwave, only the most thorough erasure. The 100-foot-long lightning python, before that seemingly diminutive fist, endured for less than a breath before being entirely reduced to nothingness, as though it had never existed. It left behind only a temporary void of tranquility and that drifting, still swirling, 7-colored liquid, the mutated core essence of the earth. With a single punch, the peak of the 7th rank annihilation lightning python. This was the manifestation of Liao's initial fusion with that ancient aura of deathly stillness, showcasing a deeper application of the laws of annihilation. Although he had not yet regained his peak strength, the essence of his laws had undeniably undergone a transformation. However, forcefully executing this punch nearly drained the last remnants of his recently recovered fighting spirit, causing his meridians to scream with tearing pain, and his complexion turned as pale as parchment. He let out a muffled groan, his form swaying precariously, on the verge of plummeting from the sky. At that moment, swift as lightning, several sharp attacks surged from above. It was the pursuers from the Black Emperor sect, who had followed him into the abyss. Witnessing Liao obliterate the lightning python, they were struck with fear, but quickly recognized that he was at the end of his tether. Seizing the opportunity to launch their assault, blood-red blade energies, corrosive energy spheres, and Moya's fierce, vengeful fighting spirit, all converged from various angles to seal off every possible escape route for Liao. Seizing the moment, they aimed to take his life. A sinister smile crept across Moya's face. Liao's gaze chilled. He was in a dire state. Enduring these attacks would surely inflict severe injuries. In the blink of an eye, he made a bold decision. Rather than defending or evading, he summoned every last ounce of his strength, stepping into the thunder step, his figure resembling a moth drawn to a flame, advancing rather than retreating, directly towards the suspended 7-colored liquid, the mutated core essence of the earth. What does he intend to do? Is he seeking death? That energy is so violent, direct contact would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The members of the Black Emperor sect were both astonished and perplexed, just as their attacks were about to land. and Liao's hand was on the verge of touching the seven-colored liquid, he suddenly opened his mouth, not to consume the liquid, but to emit a low, resonant roar infused with the profound essence of his latest comprehension of annihilation. Silence. The peculiar syllable seemed to invoke some underlying rule. The originally tumultuous seven-colored liquid abruptly stilled. The radiant colors swirling upon its surface appeared to be forcibly solidified, and the vast energies and vitality contained within were, in that instant, subdued by the essence of annihilation. Becoming somewhat docile, it was this fleeting moment of opportunity. A thin layer of gray-black energy enveloped Liao's palm, shooting out like lightning. Not grasping the entirety of the liquid, but rather expertly slicing off approximately a third of its volume from the edge. In that instant of contact, an indescribable surge of immense energy and a refreshing essence, nurturing to the soul, surged into his body. Yet simultaneously, the temporarily subdued primal forces of wind and thunder began to violently resist, bringing excruciating pain. Liao let out a muffled groan, yet without hesitation. He stored the severed portion of the seven-colored liquid into his storage ring. At that very moment he succeeded. The attacks from the Black Emperor sect finally fell. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive energy engulfed the position he had just occupied. The violent shockwave hurled him through the air, crashing heavily against the rock wall of the abyss, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. However, he leveraged the momentum of the impact and the pure energy surging into his body from the soul essence, forcing himself to stabilize, and without looking back, he fled upward towards the abyss. Pursue. He has stolen the treasure. Emoya roared in exasperation. Yet, having lost that third of the core essence, the remaining portion seemed to lose its balance, erupting forth with an even more terrifying energy storm. The seven-colored brilliance mingled with the violent thunder and hurricane, sweeping outward like a tsunami. The foremost victims were the members of the Black Emperor sect. Not good. Retreat. The 8-star Do Huang, Guyi, turned pale, hastily raising a defense, but was instantly swept away by the energy storm, spewing blood. Other guards suffered grievous losses. The entire base of the Thunder Prison Valley was inundated with destructive energy. Utilizing Thunder Step and his acute sensitivity to energy fluctuations, Liao navigated through the gaps in the storm, desperately surging upwards. When he finally broke free from the abyss and returned to the skies above Thunder Prison Valley, the energy storm below erupted completely, consuming the entire valley's base. Those who could not escape from the Black Emperor sect, as well as some unfortunate souls still entangled in battle at the valley's mouth, were instantly reduced to ashes. The remaining factions at the valley's entrance gazed in horror at the erupting column of energy, retreating in haste, no longer daring to approach. Liao landed on a distant, charred mountaintop, gasping violently, his clothes tattered and stained with blood, his breath weak to an extreme. He glanced at the apocalyptic scene, then touched the now much more docile seven-colored liquid within his storage ring, a flicker of relief flashing in his eyes. I made the right bet, daring not to linger. He mustered his injured body, discerned the direction, and staggered towards the outskirts of the mountains. He needed to find an absolutely safe place to refine the core essence of the earth and recover from his injuries immediately. Not long after Liao departed, the North Elder of the Storm Thunder Pavilion gazed at the now eerily silent Thunder Prison Valley, his expression grim. The precious treasure had evidently been partially seized by the mysterious youth. The Black Emperor sect had suffered grievous losses, and the Storm Thunder Pavilion had gained nothing. Investigate. Find out the origins of that youth. At this moment, Liao had found an extremely concealed cave carved out by lightning within the mountains. After setting up a concealment barrier at the entrance, he immediately sat cross-legged, retrieving the mutated core essence of the earth. The seven-colored luminescence shimmered, the overwhelming energy and vitality nearly spilling forth. I hope you can aid in my recovery, and even more so, save her. A gentle glimmer flickered in Liao's eyes, soon replaced by a resolute determination. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, guiding the seven-colored liquid to slowly merge into his sea of consciousness at the center of his brow, while simultaneously activating Black Iron Body, commencing the refinement of the boundless energy contained within. This time, could he rise anew and return his peak? Would this essence infused with the primal forces of wind and thunder become the key to awakening Medusa? Seclusion begins now. The storm brews, both within and without him. Chapter 81. Soul Essence Tempering the Body. Rise anew. Within the cavern, Silence enveloped the atmosphere, broken only by the mesmerizing iridescent liquid suspended before Li Ao's brow, casting a phantasmagoric glow that illuminated the dim recesses of the cave in a kaleidoscope of colors. Powerful waves of energy surged and ebbed like the tides, causing the very fabric of the surrounding space to warp slightly. Li Ao's expression was grave as he formed intricate hand seals, his consciousness sinking deep within, guiding the mutated core essence of the Earth's heart, rich with the primal forces of wind and thunder, an abundant vitality, drawing forth a slender stream to gradually merge into a sea of consciousness and permeate his limbs and bones. The moment the essence entered his body, it was akin to dousing boiling oil with cold water, triggering an instantaneous and violent reaction. Within the sea of consciousness, the soul power, previously dimmed and somewhat chaotic due to overexertion, greedily absorbed the pure and refreshing essence of the soul as if it had encountered much-needed rain after a prolonged drought. The profound sensation of comfort emanating from the depths of his soul almost compelled him to moan aloud. If Medusa's nearly shattered soul essence could receive such nurturing, salvation would surely follow. Yet, fortune often conceals peril. As his soul experienced rejuvenation, the tempestuous power of wind and thunder, intertwined with the essence, erupted within him like a wild stallion breaking free. The ferocious force of lightning surged like countless silver serpents, wreaking havoc through his already battered meridians, tearing them apart. Meanwhile, the razor-sharp blades of wind sliced from within, shredding his flesh and bone. Either of these primal forces alone could obliterate an ordinary Doe emperor. Yet both rampaged through his body simultaneously. With a suppressed grunt, Li Ao's complexion flushed crimson, beads of blood forming on the surface of his skin, as if he were on the brink of exploding. Waves of excruciating pain crashed against his will like an unrelenting tide. Nevertheless, his gaze remained as cold as iron, unwavering in resolve. Black iron body, activate! He roared within, and the fragmented technique surged into motion with unprecedented speed. The dark golden blood within him was forcibly ignited, surging forth like enraged dragons to confront the rampaging forces of wind and thunder. This was not mere resistance. It was a deliberate act of guidance and consumption. He aimed to use the destructive fury of the wind and thunder to temper his nearly collapsing physical form, while also harnessing its monumental energy to replenish his depleted energy sea and assault the damaged barriers of his meridians. This was an exceedingly reckless notion. It was akin to dancing on the edge of a blade or strolling along the precipice of a cliff. Crack! Crack! His meridians continuously ruptured under the onslaught of the wind and thunder, yet were swiftly mended by the overwhelming life force of the essence. Each rupture and repair was accompanied by unimaginable agony, yet the newly formed meridians emerged broader and more resilient, faintly shimmering with hints of lightning and wind patterns. Within the energy sea, the nearly exhausted clouds of fighting energy, infused with the vast energy, began to expand and swirl as if imbued with the essence of life itself. The once stagnant energy sea now roared with thunder and howled with wind, reawakening with magnificent vitality. His physical body became the eye of a storm. The dark golden bones gleamed with a metallic sheen amidst the thunder, while his flesh continually tore and reformed under the slicing winds. Each reconstruction deepening the dark golden luster, as if he were undergoing a rebirth from ashes. The barrier between the late stage and the pinnacle of the second layer of black iron body trembled violently under this extreme internal and external forging, emitting sounds of unbearable strain. Time flowed slowly through this torturous refinement. 1 day, 2 days. Outside the cave, powerful magical beasts or adventurers drawn by the energy fluctuations occasionally passed by, yet they were deterred by the seemingly fragile barrier at the entrance, which concealed the essence of annihilation and dared not approach carelessly. Inside, Li Ao's body seemed to transform into an abyss. As the mutated core essence of the Earth's heart visibly shrank, its vast energy and vitality entirely consumed and refined by him. His internal injuries were healing at an astonishing rate. The ruptured meridians were expanded several-fold, akin to rushing rivers. The once parched energy sea regained its fullness and vigor, the fighting energy swelling like an ocean, its grandeur even surpassing his state before the injuries. More importantly, the thread of annihilation ruled within him. After merging with the ancient essence of death and absorbing the soul essence infused with the primordial forces of the universe, seemed to have received nourishment and completeness, becoming more harmonious and profound. The silvery gray aura no longer surged chaotically. Rather, it flowed like a gentle stream, yet bore the terrifying potential to obliterate all, quietly coursing through the core of his power. Time passed, though he could not say how long, until the final thread of iridescent light was completely drawn into his being. Boom! A presence far more terrifying and domineering than before violently erupted from within him. The cave trembled violently, and stones cascaded down. Li Ao's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Whoosh! Two beams of tangible silver-gray light shot forth from his pupils like swords, piercing through the cave wall and creating two unfathomable black voids. In his gaze, there was no longer merely fire or whirlpools, but an icy majesty that disregarded all. Wielding dominion over oblivion, he slowly rose to his feet. The bones of his body cracked with explosive sounds, and his previously tattered azure robe was instantly torn to shreds by the surging energy, revealing a physique that resembled a divine being sculpted by the gods. His skin exhibited a subdued, dark golden hue, and beneath the smooth muscle contours lay a terrifying strength capable of shaking mountains. Occasionally, fine arcs of lightning and wind patterns flickered across the surface of his skin. Black iron body, pinnacle of the second layer. Achieved. In this moment, his physical form alone was sufficient to confront an 8-star Do Emperor, coupled with the transformed annihilation rule and boundless fighting energy. His true combat prowess had transcended the ordinary Do Emperor level, rivaling that of those newly entering the Do Zone realm. From destruction comes rebirth. Without destruction, there can be no birth. This experience of grievous injury and near death, combined with the aid of the extraordinary mutated core essence, had facilitated a complete rebirth. His strength not only returned, but soared to unprecedented heights. As he felt the power within him surging like the mighty Yangtze River, he clenched his fist, causing the very space around him to distort ever so slightly. Power had finally returned. He murmured to himself, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. And even more formidable, with a thought, a new azure robe appeared on his form, slightly restraining the overwhelming aura. It was time to emerge from seclusion. Medusa awaited salvation from this soul essence, and the shadow of the Soul Palace still loomed over the continent. He needed to hasten to the central region of Zhongzhou, seek the Alchemist Guild, pursue higher-grade pills, and settle old scores. He waved his hand to dispel the barrier at the cave's entrance and stepped out. The sunlight was blinding, and the air was fresh. However, the moment he emerged, his brow furrowed. Outside the cave, he found himself surrounded by dozens of figures, their presence ominous. Clad in uniform crimson attire, they exuded a fierce aura, and at the forefront stood Elder Guyi, whom he had encountered at the Black Emperor's sect. Possessing the strength of an 8-star Do Emperor, beside Guyi stood an elder cloaked in black robes, his features obscured by shadows, emanating a chilling and obscure aura that even Li Ao found slightly threatening. "Kid, you finally decided to show yourself." Guyi's gaze was filled with resentment and murderous intent as he regarded Li Ao. "You dared to seize the treasures of my Black Emperor sect in the Wind Thunder Mountain range and slay my sect's disciples. Today marks your demise." He pointed to the cloaked elder beside him, his tone laced with both reverence and fervor. "This esteemed individual is the Iron Protector of the Soul Palace. To perish at the hands of the Protector is a privilege you should cherish." The Soul Palace Protector? Li Ao's gaze suddenly turned icy, a palpable killing intent radiating from him. He had not yet sought trouble with the Soul Hall, yet they had delivered themselves right to his doorstep. Perfectly. He would use you to test this newfound strength of mine. Chapter 82. Iron Guardian, Blood for Blood. Outside the cavern, an atmosphere thick with murderous intent prevailed. Dozens of elite disciples from the Black Emperor sect fanned out in a crescent formation, their blood-red fighting spirit merging into a suffocating aura of malice that subtly sealed off the surrounding space. At the forefront, Elder Guyi's expression was twisted with malice, the aura of an 8-star Do Huang emanating unreservedly, fixating intently on the freshly emerged Li Ao. However, what concerned Li Ao even more was the old man in black robes standing beside Guyi. Cloaked in an oversized black robe, his features were obscured, save for a pair of eyes that were a bizarre grayish-white, devoid of any human emotion, exuding a chilling indifference as if regarding ants. There were no powerful energy fluctuations emanating from him, yet he seemed to meld with the surrounding shadows, giving off an impression of invincibility coupled with extreme danger. His aura unmistakably reached the level of a Do Zone, Though merely a one-star dozong, the sinister and chilling essence unique to the Soul Hall, capable of corroding souls, was far purer and more refined than that of Yinshan. Soul Hall, Iron Guardian. Kid, to perish at the hands of the Iron Guardian is a fortune you've earned through countless lifetimes. Gu Yi sneered, his tone laced with a morbid fervor. To him, having the Guardian of the Soul Hall personally intervene indicated that this mysterious youth was undoubtedly doomed. Li Ao surveyed the scene with calmness, his gaze ultimately landing on the Iron Guardian, his voice as cold as ice. I haven't sought you out yet, but you've come knocking at my door. The Iron Guardian's grayish-white pupil shifted slightly, his indifferent voice scraping like rusted iron. Hee, an interesting little fellow. It's no wonder that Yun Shan fell at your hands. You possess a flavor that piques my interest. Hand over what you obtained in the Thunder Prison Valley, and then become my sole slave. Before his words had fully faded, his withered fingers pointed gently at Liao. Phantom Finger, a streamlined gray-black beam of energy silently traversed the space, instantaneously appearing before Liao's brow. Within that beam lay a far more pure and insidious force of the netherworld than Yinshan's, capable of effortlessly piercing through any Do Huang's defenses and obliterating their soul. This strike was swift, precise, and merciless. Common Do Huangs would not even have time to react. However, Liao merely tilted his head slightly. Whoosh! The gray-black beam grazed his temple, shooting into the mountain behind him, not exploding, nor making a sound. The hard rock was as if erased by an eraser, leaving a deep, smooth, circular hole. What? Guye's sinister grin froze instantly, disbelief flooding his eyes. The Iron Guardian's phantom finger was actually evaded so effortlessly. The Iron Guardian's grayish-white pupils also narrowed slightly, for the first time revealing a hint of genuine attention. Oh, it seems Yinshan did not die in vain. Your soul perception is remarkable. Liao slowly raised his hand, brushing away non-existent dust from his temple, his gaze still frigid. Is this all you have? The Guardian of the Soul Hall is nothing more than this. Arrogance. The Iron Guardian's voice turned frigid, his black robe billowing without wind, a more terrifyingly cold aura emanating, as if to transform the very heavens and earth into a realm of the dead. Since you insist on seeking death, I shall grant your wish. He formed seals with his hands. A dense gray-black mist surged from within him, coalescing behind into a gigantic, indistinct, fearsome specter. The specter emitted a silent roar, instantly dimming the surrounding light, causing the temperature to plummet as even the flora began to wither at an alarming rate. Veneration of 10,000 souls. With a fierce shout from the Iron Guardian, the colossal specter opened its arms. Countless twisted, anguished soul apparitions were forcibly drawn from the void, emitting wails of despair, merging into the specter, rendering it even more solid and terrifying. The specter's aura surged, reaching the pinnacle of a one-star dozong. This was the Soul Hall's dark art, drawing power from the souls of the beings it had collected and refined. Kill! The Iron Guardian pointed, and that terrifying specter, laden with resentment and the deadened essence of the netherworld, surged toward Liao like a descending demon, freezing the space and withering all in its path. Faced with an attack that would send shivers down the spine of any ordinary one-star dozong, Liao's eyes held no fear. Instead, they ignited with a fierce battle spirit. What he needed was a whetstone to validate the strength he had gained from his recent breakthrough. Come at me. Liao let out a long howl, advancing rather than retreating. The pinnacle power of the second layer of black iron body erupted with a resounding force. Dark golden energy soaring like smoke to the heavens, casting him as a resurrected ancient god of war. He did not draw his blade, but simply unleashed a single punch. Upon his fist, the dark golden energy merged perfectly with the essence of finality contained within the rule of annihilation. Dominating fist returned to silence. With one punch, the world fell silent. No sound of wind, no thunder, only an absolute stillness, as if even time, space, and existence itself were to be utterly erased, radiating from the fist's edge toward the approaching specter of souls. The specter, comprised of countless souls and brimming with resentment, encountered the essence of the return to silence fist in that instant, as if it had met its natural nemesis. Its core of netherworld power, its very soul structure, seemed to be thrust into an ultimate void furnace, emitting a silent wail, before it began to disintegrate and vanish at unprecedented speed. Countless soul apparitions, as if liberated, had their pain and resentment dissipate transforming into pure points of soul light, scattering into the heavens and the earth. The massive specter, barely sustaining for 3 breaths, began to crumble from the point of contact with the fist, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. One punch, annihilating the specter of 10,000 souls. Impossible. For the first time, the Iron Guardian uttered a voice of horror, his grayish-white pupils contracting violently. His veneration of 10,000 souls had been so brazenly erased by the opponent, employing the fundamental power of rules. This had completely surpassed his understanding of the Do Huang realm. Your power. He fixated on the remnants of gray-black energy still swirling around Li Ao's fist, his voice trembling slightly. Is that the rule of annihilation? And so pure. Who exactly are you? Li Ao withdrew his fist, standing tall with an overwhelming aura, looking down coldly at the Iron Guardian, the one who will kill you. Before his words could fully settle, he took a step forward. Thunder's step erupted. His speed was several times faster than before his injury. Only a dark golden afterimage remained in place, while his true self appeared before the Iron Guardian, as if by teleportation. So fast, the Iron Guardian's heart sank in terror, hastily condensing netherworld power to create a formidable gray-black soul barrier before him. Shatter. Li Ao's finger, poised like a blade, with the concentrated essence of the rule of annihilation swirling at its tip, gently sliced through the layered barrier. Sizzle, like a hot knife cutting through grease. That soul barrier, capable of withstanding the full force of a Do Zong of the same rank, was effortlessly cleaved apart before the blade of the rule of annihilation. As if it were mere paper, the finger blade surged forward, aiming directly for the Iron Guardian's throat. The Iron Guardian, terrified to the core, screamed and erupted into a dense black fog, retreating like a specter while hurling forth several black soul chains to ensnare Li Ao, attempting to block him. Yet, it was futile. The finger blade swept through, the soul chains silently snapping and vanishing. The blade's momentum remained relentless. Despite the Iron Guardian's desperate attempts to evade, the spectral dagger still pierced his emaciated chest, leaving a wound deep enough to reveal bone, its edges smooth and reflective like a mirror. No blood flowed from the gash. Instead, a bizarre, ashen hue rapidly spread forth, voraciously eroding his vitality and soul. The corrosion of annihilation. The Iron Guardian let out a heart-wrenching shriek, feeling a force more tyrannical and fundamental than the power of the netherworld ravaging within him. Fear finally flickered in his eyes. This child is invincible. Flee. I must escape. With no will left to fight, he shattered a pitch-black jade talisman, a powerful spatial fluctuation enveloping him in an instant. Wishing to depart, leave something behind. Li Ao's gaze turned cold, his finger poised like a blade, and he slashed at the Iron Guardian, who was about to be whisked away by the spatial wave. Annihilation slash. A slender, silvery gray thread, seemingly capable of severing causality, surged forth, reaching the Guardian's phasing body in an instant. A more anguished, heart-wrenching scream, imbued with endless pain and resentment, echoed from the vanishing spatial fluctuation. Then silence reigned. The Iron Guardian had fled. Yet, in his place remained a withered, ashen arm, as if aged through eons of wind and erosion. It was the Iron Guardian's left arm. Though Li Ao's distant annihilation slash had failed to retain him, it had severed an arm with brutal finality. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All disciples of the Black Emperor sect, including Elder Guyi, were rendered speechless, their eyes wide with shock as they beheld the severed limb of the Soul Hall's guardian and the young man, still pristine in his azure robe, fingers withdrawn, untainted by dust. Fear coiled around their hearts like a cold serpent. The guardian of the Soul Hall has been defeated and lost an arm. Li Ao's indifferent gaze shifted toward the pallid Guyi and the others. Now, it is time to settle our debts. Without a hint of superfluous action, he slowly raised his palm, directing it toward the disciples of the Black Emperor sect, grasping the void. The return to the abyss. In an instant, centered around Guyi and the others, a space of 10 zhong seemed to be fiercely clenched by an invisible hand, collapsing. Light sound, and even the dozens of disciples of the Black Emperor sect, along with the 8-star Do Emperor Yi, were swallowed without even a scream, as if thrown into the mouth of an invisible abyss, their forms twisting, fading, and ultimately vanishing without a trace. Only the eerily silent area remained, where even the dust seemed to have stilled, bearing witness to their former existence. With a mere wave, the elite members of the Black Emperor sect, including the 8-star Do Emperor, were reduced to ashes. Li Ao gradually lowered his hand, feeling the power still surging within him, his gaze unperturbed. He glanced in the direction where the Iron Guardian's severed arm had vanished, then looked up at the sky over the core region of Zhongzhou. The Soul Hall. This is merely the beginning. He halted no longer, transforming into a dark golden streak of light, vanishing into the horizon, racing toward his next target, the core of Zhongzhou, where he could heal Medusa and acquire more resources and information. Blood debts must be repaid in blood, and the Soul Hall shall be the first on his list. Chapter 83. Rumors of the Pill Domain, Spatial Ships. Approximately a stick of incense after Li Ao's departure. Several powerful, yet varying auras cautiously approached the area that had just witnessed a fierce battle. Upon seeing the mountain pierced by the ghostly dagger, its vitality completely extinguished, and sensing the lingering aura of annihilation and the Soul Hall's unique cold, spectral atmosphere, especially the utterly desolate area obliterated by the return to the abyss. Their faces turned pale, and they gasped in horror. What a terrifying, destructive force. The remnants of this place caused my very soul to tremble. A middle-aged man at the pinnacle of the Do, Wang level, spoke hoarsely, his eyes filled with dread. That technique, a realm of sinister silence, imbued with the essence of soul-stealing, must undoubtedly be from those wretched beings of the Soul Hall. Conversely, there exists an even more pure and fundamental form of annihilation. It can suppress and even obliterate the netherworld's power of the Soul Hall. An elderly Do Huang, with vast knowledge, stroked his beard, his brow furrowing as he analyzed the remnants of the battle, growing increasingly alarmed. The recent spatial fluctuation that fled bore the distinct stench of the Soul Hall, undoubtedly a person from there. Judging by the outcome of this battlefield, the escaping Soul Hall expert likely suffered a significant loss. Someone pointed to the area where the Void Fist and Annihilation Slash had swept through, where the residual power of the rules still sent chills down their spines. Who is this formidable being that could force the Guardian of the Soul Hall into such a predicament? Could it be that a part of its body was severed? Speculations arose, eyes sweeping over the area in search of more evidence. News spread like wildfire, swiftly circulating through the nearby regions. Mysterious strongman appears, suspected of severely injuring the Soul Hall's Guardian. Mysterious youth, with the Annihilation Fist, restrains the Soul Hall's netherworld power. Elder Guyi of the Black Emperor sect and his elite disciples were wiped out with a mere wave by a mysterious strongman, suspected to be related to a conflict with the Soul Hall. Various rumors, vividly described, quickly caused quite a stir. The Soul Hall had a notorious reputation in the northern region of Zhongzhou, with ordinary forces avoiding it at all costs. Now, someone dared to provoke them and seemingly gained the upper hand, igniting the curiosity and anticipation of many oppressed factions. Meanwhile, at the center of this incident, Li Ao was already several hundred miles away. He did not deliberately conceal his whereabouts, but his speed was so rapid that it was difficult for ordinary people to capture his presence. Clad in his azure robe, his aura restrained, unless witnessed firsthand. No one could connect him to the one who had effortlessly annihilated the Do Emperor and severed the Soul Hall's Guardianess arm. He journeyed southward toward the core region of Zhongzhou. Along the way, he paused briefly in several larger cities, both to ascertain the current detailed situation in Zhongzhou and to seek news of spiritual treasures or alchemists capable of healing Medusa. In a tavern within a medium-sized city named Ruined City, Li Ao ordered a jug of clear wine, appearing casual as he sat. Yet his spiritual perception functioned like an unseen web, quietly capturing all the surrounding conversations. Have you heard? The Pill Tower's biennial Pill Conference is set to begin in 6 months. It's the grand event of the entire alchemy community in Zhongzhou. The Pill Conference? That's where the geniuses gather. I hear even those rare prodigies from the Pill Tower might make an appearance this time. The Pill Domain, where the Pill Tower is located, is a holy land for alchemists, home to the continent's top alchemists and flames. Perhaps there will be a sacred medicine or master capable of restoring the essence of the soul. But getting to the Pill Domain isn't easy. One must take a specific spatial ship and traverse through spatial storms, and the cost is quite high. I've heard that the champion of this Pill Conference will receive a seed of the 7-colored soul nourishing lotus, an unparalleled treasure for nurturing and restoring the soul. Amidst the myriad of information, the terms Pill Tower, Pill Domain, and 7-colored soul nourishing lotus shone like beacons in the dark, instantly capturing Li Ao's full attention. The Pill Domain, a holy land for alchemists, gathering the finest alchemists and resources, undoubtedly heightened the hope of healing Medusa. Moreover, the seven-colored soul, nourishing lotus seed perfectly aligned with his needs. The pill domain, the seven-colored soul, nourishing lotus. Li Ao silently contemplated, his gaze growing resolute. No matter what, he must visit the pill domain. He would also vie for a place in the pill conference. He set down his payment, rose from the tavern, and made his way directly to the plaza, housing the spatial wormhole in the city. The spatial wormhole in Ruined City wasn't particularly large, yet the flow of people remained incessant. A fleet of colossal and uniquely designed spacecrafts rested in a designated area, their hulls aglow with shimmering runes, emanating intense spatial fluctuations. These vessels varied in size and adornment. Some were as rudimentary as a shuttle, merely facilitating basic spatial travel, while others were resplendent like palaces, clearly belonging to powerful factions or affluent families. Li Ao approached the ticket counter, where considerable queue awaited. "What is the fare for a ticket to the nearest entry point, Dan City?" he inquired directly as his turn arrived. The elderly ticket seller raised his gaze, sensing the subdued yet unfathomable aura emanating from Li Ao, and his tone became noticeably more courteous. "Sir, a ticket to Dan City in the standard cabin costs 100,000 gold coins, while the VIP cabin is 300,000 gold coins. The next departure is in 1 hour." The price was steep, yet for Li Ao, at this moment, gold coins were merely numerical values. He casually tossed a spatial ring containing surplus gold coins and low-tier magic cores. One ticket for the VIP cabin. The old man accepted the ring, scanning its contents with his consciousness, a smile breaking on his face as he respectfully handed over a jade token inscribed with intricate spatial runes. "Please keep this, sir. It is your boarding pass. You may embark from Passageway 3. I wish you a pleasant journey." Li Ao took the jade token and proceeded toward Passageway 3. At the end of the corridor lay a spacecraft approximately 50 meters long, forged entirely from a dark silvery metal, its smooth contours engraved with numerous reinforcement and anti-gravity runes. The vessel was divided into 3 levels, with the VIP cabin situated on the topmost floor, offering independent rooms with superior views and protection. Once aboard, Li Ao found his room, compact yet elegantly furnished, equipped with basic soundproofing and protective formations. He carefully retrieved the warm soul jade, which housed Medusa, placing it gently upon the bed as he sensed the faint yet stable soul fluctuations within. "Your Majesty, please endure a little longer. We shall soon find a way to save you," he murmured softly. An hour later, the spacecraft trembled slightly as the runes along its hull sequentially illuminated, releasing powerful spatial waves. With a deep, resonant hum, the vessel gradually entered a vast, swirling spatial wormhole radiating a profound silvery light. The familiar scenery outside was instantly distorted, replaced by elongated silver streaks, marking the official commencement of the ship's journey through the spatial channel. Seated cross-legged in his chamber, Li Ao remained vigilant. In the land of Zhongzhou, where dragons and snakes intertwined, safety aboard this spacecraft was not guaranteed. He allocated a portion of his consciousness to remain alert of his surroundings while the majority delved within, continuing to solidify his cultivation and comprehend the strands of the rules of tranquility, all the while recalling known information regarding the Dan Tower and the Dan Association. As the spacecraft sailed through the spatial channel for much of the day, everything seemed tranquil until Li Ao's tightly shut eyes suddenly snapped open, a glimmer of cold light flashing within. He sensed several obscure yet malevolent auras, akin to venomous serpents, silently locking onto the spacecraft and rapidly closing in. Trouble was indeed ubiquitous. He rose slowly and approached the window, his gaze piercing through the distorted silver light of space, peering into the profound darkness beyond. Chapter 84. Ambush in the Void. Within the spatial channel, silver light flickered silently, the only sound being the subtle hum generated by the spacecraft's passage. However, this tranquility was soon shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several jet-black, ominously blood-tinged, shuttle-shaped projectiles, akin to venomous snakes lurking in the shadows, shot forth from the distorted void without warning, accompanied by a piercing shriek, striking precisely at the spacecraft's energy shield. An ambush! Space pirates! Experienced passengers aboard the vessel immediately cried out, and chaos erupted throughout the ship. Boom! 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 Violent explosions erupted against the energy shield surrounding the spacecraft, its glow flickering erratically, the vessel trembling violently as a result. These black projectiles were evidently no ordinary weapons, imbued with formidable corrosive and penetrating power, specifically designed to target the protections of spacecraft. Listen well. Surrender all valuables and leave the women behind, and perhaps we shall spare your pitiful lives." A cruel and arrogant laughter echoed from beyond the void as over a dozen figures wielding black, bone-like wings akin to gliding sails pierced through the chaotic currents of space, surrounding the spacecraft. Each of these pirates exuded a ferocious aura, with the weakest among them at the Do Huang level. While the three leaders had reached the Do Huang tier, one being a burly one-eyed man whose aura unmistakably reached 5-star Do Huang, they radiated an air of lethal intent, clearly being desperate rogues who thrived on bloodshed. The captain of the ship's guard, a 3-star Do Huang, stepped forward with a grim expression, declaring sternly, "We are the vessel of the Windwalker Trading Company. Which faction do you belong to? Do you dare to rob us, fearing the wrath of Master Feng's bounty? Master Foam? Huh. In this desolate void, if we kill you, who will know it was us?" The one-eyed man sneered, brandishing his wicked blade. "Brothers, stop wasting breath. Break their defenses. Kill them all, and seize everything." The pirates howled in unison, intensifying their assault as various combat techniques rained down upon the shield like a torrential downpour. The ship's guards, led by their captain, fought valiantly, yet they were outnumbered and outmatched, the shield's brilliance dimming at a visibly rapid pace, on the brink of collapse. Within the VIP cabin, Li Ao observed the carnage outside through the window with a detached demeanor. He had no desire to intervene, but these assailants obstructed his path, and he sensed the one-eyed man's gaze sweeping over the VIP area with unabashed avarice. Clearly, they had marked him as a prime target. A death wish, indeed. A cold light flickered in Li Ao's eyes. At that moment, with a crisp crack, the energy shield of the spacecraft finally succumbed under the relentless barrage from the pirates, shattering into fragments. Kill! The pirates surged forward like sharks, sensing blood, exuberantly screaming as they swarmed in, clashing violently with the ship's guards and the few brave passengers who dared to resist, instantly transforming the scene into a gruesome spectacle of blood and cries of horror. The 5-star Do Huang one-eyed man transformed into a streak of crimson light, his target clear as he charged straight for the VIP cabin where Li Ao resided. He had already sensed, through special means, that the energy fluctuations emanating from this room were the most pure, undoubtedly indicating a bountiful catch. "Boy, get out here. Hand over your spatial ring and treasures." The one-eyed man bellowed, laughter echoing as he swung his wicked blade, aimed directly at the protective formation of the VIP cabin. Boom! The formation shattered in response, splinters of wood flying. Yet, at the very instant the formation broke, a long, faintly dark golden hand emerged from the fractured opening, as though piercing through the void itself, deftly grasping the blade with unerring precision. What? The grin on the one-eyed man's face froze instantly, his pupils constricting in disbelief. He felt as though his strike, capable of gravely wounding a fellow Do Huang, had met an indestructible barrier, unable to advance even a fraction. While the recoil shattered his grip, blood gushing forth, he stared incredulously at the hand and the young man in the azure robe who emerged slowly from behind the shattered door. The youth's expression was tranquil, his gaze as frigid as eternal ice, devoid of any emotion. "You." Just as the one-eyed man began to speak, an irresistible force surged from the blade. Crack! The high-grade wicked blade was crushed inch by inch within that palm. In the next moment, Li Ao's other hand, fingers extended like a blade, casually swiped toward the horrified, one-eyed man. Silencing finger. A thin, silvery gray thread flickered and vanished in an instant. The one-eyed man froze mid-charge, his expression one of sheer terror. Suspended in the air, his body bore no visible scars, yet the brilliance in his singular eye swiftly dimmed and extinguished with alarming rapidity, alongside the tremendous vitality and soul within him, utterly erased under the weight of an absolute void. A 5-star Do Huang. He could not utter a single cry of despair before he disintegrated like a sand sculpture scattered by the wind, his form transforming into the minutest particles, dissipating into the abyss, leaving behind only a few spatial rings and a pair of black skeletal wings, helplessly floating in place. Silence. A deathly stillness. The once cacophonous battlefield, filled with the roars of battle, seemed to have been pressed on pause. Whether it was the frenzied attackers or the beleaguered guards and passengers, all stood agape, their minds clouded with disbelief. What had they witnessed? The notorious 5-star Do Huang bandit leader had been effortlessly crushed by that seemingly ordinary young man in a green robe, reduced to nothingness with a mere gesture. What kind of terrifying power was this? A dozone of such youth. The remaining bandits finally snapped back from their overwhelming fear, emitting terrified shrieks akin to encountering a specter. Abandoning their plunder in a frantic bid to activate their skeletal wings and flee this realm of death. Now, they wished to escape? It was too late. Li Ao's indifferent voice resonated like a death knell. He did not pursue. He merely lifted his right foot and gently stepped upon the void's deck. A hum resonated as an invisible yet monumental surge of dark golden blood energy, intertwined with ripples of the law of extinction, radiated from him, expanding like waves to engulf the entire battlefield. All the fleeing bandits suddenly froze, as if ensnared in an invisible quagmire. In terror, they realized their Do Chi vitality, and even their very thoughts were being stripped away and obliterated at a terrifying velocity. No cries of agony, no struggles. In but a single breath as time, the more than 10 fearsome void bandits, along with their skeletal mounts, vanished silently like pencil marks erased by an eraser, disintegrating into the most fundamental particles. Lost to the void. In the emptiness, only the battered spatial vessel remained, along with the survivors aboard, their faces etched with shock and reverence. Li Ao waved his hand, collecting the spatial rings left behind by the one-eyed brute and some of the bandit leaders, casting not a glance at the others as he turned and returned to his dilapidated VIP cabin. He waved his hand to cast a simple isolation barrier and resumed his seated meditation, as if he had merely swatted away a few bothersome flies, until his figure vanished. The others aboard gasped for breath as though rescued from drowning, exchanging glances filled with trepidation and astonishment. The captain of the guards wiped the cold sweat from his brow and deeply bowed in the direction of Li Ao's room, his voice imbued with profound respect. "Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention." The others soon followed suit, bowing deeply towards that direction, their gratitude palpable. They understood that had it not been for this enigmatic young man's intervention, they all would likely have perished in the void. After a brief tumult, the spatial vessel stabilized once more, and the crew hurriedly began repairs on the damaged shields and hull. Meanwhile, whispers of this mysterious green-robed powerhouse swiftly circulated among the ship's occupants. As they passed his battered cabin door, they did so with profound respect, daring not to disturb him in the slightest. Li Ao closed his eyes, focusing his consciousness on the few spatial rings he had just acquired. Aside from a plethora of gold coins and common cultivation resources, there was nothing of particular note. However, within the one-eyed brute's spatial ring, he discovered a black token etched with a bizarre skull totem, which piqued his interest. Blood Skull Camp. Li Ao, as consciousness penetrated the token, revealing fragmented information. It was a bandit organization active near these void trade routes, seemingly with some unclear ties to the Black Emperor's sect. Mere ants. He casually shattered the token, dismissing it entirely. Following this minor episode, the subsequent journey unfolded with remarkable tranquility. Days later, at the terminus of the distorted Silver Passage, a bright light gradually expanded. The entrance to the Dan domain, Dan City, was drawing near. Chapter 86, The Storm of Dan City. The spatial vessel penetrated the luminous membrane of the exit, and after a slight tremor, the vista before them opened up magnificently. An overwhelming surge of celestial energy, mingled with the faintest hint of medicinal fragrance, assailed the senses, invigorating the spirit. Li Ao stood at the bow of the ship, gazing outwards, even with his composure. A flicker of awe crossed his eyes. Before him lay an unimaginably vast platform, seemingly sculpted from solid, radiant white jade. Upon this platform, countless spatial vessels of varying sizes were docked, with streams of light continuously entering and exiting from the enormous spatial wormhole at the center, creating a scene of bustling activity. In the distance, a colossal city loomed, majestic to the point of being otherworldly, like an ancient behemoth slumbering between heaven and earth. Its walls towered into the clouds, a deep crimson hue, as if forged through eons of alchemical fire, emanating an ancient and overwhelming aura. Upon the walls, intricate runes flickered, outlining a gigantic formation that enveloped the entire city. The energy fluctuations from this array caused even Li Ao to feel a pang of trepidation. Above the grand city, the sky was not clear, but instead displayed a peculiar kaleidoscope of colors, as if countless flames eternally burned and intertwined in the heavens, evolving the very principles of existence. This was the unique 10,000 flames celestial canopy of the Dan domain, said to have been summoned by the countless ancestors of the Dan Tower through the power of all fires in the world, serving as both a symbol of the Dan domain and an immensely powerful protective barrier. Here lay the gateway to the Dan domain, an essential passage for all who sought the Dan Tower, Dan City. At last, they had arrived. Liao took a deep breath. The air thick with the aroma of medicinal herbs, each imbued with strands of pure energy, truly worthy of being the sacred ground for alchemists. He descended this spatial vessel, stepping onto the jade-like platform. The platform was alive with the chatter of countless individuals, warriors, and alchemists from all corners of the continent thronged the area, their strengths varying widely, yet all generally superior to those outside. Occasionally, he could even sense a few subtle yet formidable auras, at least at the Do Zone level, suggesting that even in Dan City, they were not the pinnacle. Liao's objective was clear: to inquire about the seven-colored spiritual lotus seeds and to seek out an alchemical master capable of restoring the essence of his soul. As he entered Dan City, the sights within exceeded all expectations of prosperity. The wide streets could accommodate dozens of carriages side by side, with shops lining both sides, the majority of which sold alchemical-related goods. Herbal shops, alchemical furnaces, fire shops, and shops for soul cultivation techniques were abundant, offering a plethora of choices. The air was thick with a medley of peculiar aromas from various herbs, mingled with the faint yet alluring scent of pills wafting from the depths of some stores. Among the crowd traversing the streets, a significant proportion wore the robes of alchemists, adorned with badges denoting their ranks, exuding an air of pride and earning the respect of those around them. Liao even spotted several elderly men bearing the badges of 6th and even 7th grade alchemists, surrounded by admirers like moths drawn to a flame. Truly, this was the Dan domain, Liao mused inwardly. Here, the status of alchemists was exalted to immeasurable heights. He strolled into a seemingly expansive establishment called Wan Yao Zhai, the largest apothecary in Dan City. Inside, the space was vast, filled with countless rare herbs, their energy fluctuations intertwining to create a dazzling spectacle. A clever attendant promptly approached, sensing the profound aura emanating from Liao, and greeted him with utmost respect. "Esteemed sir, may I inquire what you seek? Our establishment is one of the largest herbal merchants in Dan City, offering a comprehensive range of medicinal materials." Liao directly inquired, "Do you possess the seeds of the seven-colored spiritual lotus? Or any related information?" The attendant, upon hearing this, displayed a look of hesitation. "My lord, the seven-colored spirit lotus is a legendary sacred artifact, and its seeds are exceedingly rare and elusive treasures, said to possess astonishing restorative properties for the soul. Such a divine item would hardly be found in a humble shop like ours, even within the entire pill domain. It is likely only the core treasury of the pill tower, or certain reclusive alchemists could possess it." This answer was anticipated by Liao, who continued to inquire, "Might you know which alchemist within the pill domain is most proficient in healing the fundamental wounds of the soul?" The attendant pondered for a moment before responding. "Restoring the essence of the soul is one of the most advanced and arduous fields in alchemy. As far as I know, several prominent figures of the pill tower, such as President Xiankong and Elder Tianlei, may possess such capabilities. Additionally, there is a wandering alchemist known as the Celestial Fairy of Qinghua, whose unique alchemical techniques are said to be remarkably effective for soul injuries. However, this fairy is elusive and seldom makes an appearance." Celestial Fairy of Qinghua. Liao noted this name carefully. Just as he was about to delve deeper into inquiries regarding her, a sudden commotion erupted outside the shop, accompanied by several arrogant shouts. "Make way! Step aside! Can't you see our young master is about to enter? This blood dragon ginseng has caught our young master's eye. Wrap it up." A group of magnificently dressed, domineering attendants surrounded a haughty young man in splendid attire, who strode into the shop. The young man's contemptuous gaze swept over the crowd, pausing momentarily on Liao, seemingly displeased by his calm demeanor. Yet he paid little heed and walked straight to the counter. "Shopkeeper, bring forth the finest soul-restorative materials you have," the young man demanded, rapping his knuckles on the counter, his tone leaving no room for dissent. The shopkeeper, clearly recognizing him, quickly put on a smile. "Ah, it is the young master of the Blood River Sect. Please come in. Fine tea will be served." He busily instructed the attendants while personally fetching the materials. The Blood River Sect? Liao's brows furrowed slightly. He recalled that this sect seemed to have some ties with the Soul Palace and was not well regarded in the northern region of Zhongzhou. As the young master of the Blood River Sect waited, his gaze fell upon Liao once more. Noticing that Liao remained unmoved and did not exhibit the reverence or deference displayed by others, his displeasure intensified. He sneered, "Who is this bumpkin blocking my path? Get lost." One of his attendants, grasping the implication, stepped forward, intending to shove Liao aside. "Did you hear? Our young master commands you to move aside." A chill flickered in Liao's eyes. He He made no move, merely casting a cold glance at the attendant. Poof! The attendant, possessing the strength of a battle king, was struck as if by a heavy blow, his face instantly paling. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backward like a kite with its string cut, crashing violently against the door frame and losing consciousness. Silence. The entire Wanyaozhai fell into a hushed stillness. Everyone stared in shock at Liao, then glanced at the unconscious attendant, ultimately resting their gaze on the now darkening expression of the young master of the Blood River sect. No one had anticipated that this seemingly ordinary young man in a green robe could be so domineering, capable of severely injuring a battle king with merely a glance. The young master of the Blood River sect glared fiercely at Liao, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Very well. How dare you harm someone from my Blood River sect in Pill City? You seek death. His aura erupted, revealing that he too was a 3-star battle emperor. The other attendants behind him simultaneously released their auras, all at the level of battle emperors. Just as a confrontation was on the verge of igniting, a gentle yet authoritative voice resonated from within the shop. Duels are forbidden within Pill City. Young Master Bloodlian, I implore you to grant this old man some face. As the voice trailed off, an elderly man clad in a simple alchemist's robe, adorned with a 7th-rank alchemist badge, stepped forth. His gaze was calm, yet exuded a powerful soul pressure that momentarily stilled the aura of the Blood River sect's young master. A 7th-rank alchemist. Gasps of awe escaped the crowd as they regarded the elder with respect. The young master's expression shifted, clearly wary of the elder. Suppressing his fury, he clasped his hands. Ah, it is Elder One. Since Elder One has spoken, I shall naturally give this face. He cast a venomous glare at Liao. You may think you've won today, but we shall see. With that, he took his leave, taking the materials the shopkeeper had prepared. Elder One then turned his gaze toward Liao, a hint of scrutiny and curiosity in his eyes. Earlier, he had distinctly sensed that fleeting, soul-stirring cold intent from Liao. This young friend seems unfamiliar. How should I address you? Have you come a Wanyaozhai seeking something? Elder One inquired kindly. Liao, finding the elder's intervention, though he had not required it, to be favorable, calmly replied, My surname is Li. I wish to inquire about the seeds of the 7-colored spirit lotus and the alchemist skilled in restoring the essence of the soul. A spark of interest flashed in Elder Wan's eyes as he pondered. The seeds of the 7-colored spirit lotus are one of the prizes for this year's Pill Conference champion. If you wish to obtain them, you must participate in the conference and secure the top position. As for the alchemist skilled in soul restoration, although I have some knowledge of alchemy, I have not delved deeply into the essence of the soul. Perhaps you could try your luck at Baichao Hall in the west of the city. Its proprietor has some connections with the celestial fairy. The Pill Conference champion, Baichao Hall. Liao mused, acknowledging Elder Wan with a slight nod. Thank you for the information. With that, he did not linger further and turned to leave Wanyaozhai. Watching Liao depart, Elder Wan stroked his beard and muttered to himself, Such a young battle sovereign? His soul power is unfathomable. It seems this Pill Conference will be quite lively. However, having drawn the ire of that vengeful young master from the Blood River sect upon his arrival, trouble is surely not far behind. Liao stepped out of Wanyaozhai, ignoring the curious, awed, or gloating gazes around him. As he made his way directly toward the western part of the city, the Pill Conference champion, you say, for the sake of the 7-colored spirit lotus seeds. He must secure this title at all costs, and anyone daring to obstruct him or provoke trouble will be crushed in the most direct and domineering manner. Chapter 87. The Master of Baichao Hall. The western district of Pill City was a stark contrast to the bustling central area. The buildings here were more antiquated, primarily constructed from time-worn bluestone, and the streets were comparatively narrow and tranquil. The air was infused with a pure aroma of medicinal herbs, devoid of the commercial ostentation, and rich with a sense of heritage. Many shops lacked prominent signs, making it difficult for those unfamiliar with the area to fathom the astonishing legacies that might lie behind these seemingly ordinary facades. Following Elder Wan's directions, Liao traversed several secluded alleyways, ultimately halting before a courtyard draped in verdant vines. The entrance featured 2 slightly weathered wooden doors, ajar, with an unassuming wooden plaque hanging above, inscribed with the 3 elegant characters, Baichao Hall. There were no guards, no clamor, only a subtle, tranquil fragrance of herbs wafting from within, soothing the mind and spirit. Liao pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside. Inside was not a shop, but a serene little courtyard. The space was adorned with many rare and exotic flowers and herbs, arranged in an aesthetically pleasing manner, brimming with vitality. A pebble path led deeper into a hall. The entire yard was so quiet that the only sounds were the rustling of leaves in the wind and the occasional melodious chirp of birds. Li Ao's soul perception quietly swept across the area, stirring something within him. The courtyard appeared ordinary, yet concealed profound secrets. The positioning of the flora subtly formed an intricate array for gathering spirit and inducing illusions, a trap easily lost in for anyone lacking a high level of soul cultivation. Moreover, he sensed an exceedingly subtle yet vast oceanic force of the soul, lurking like a deep pool within the recesses of this courtyard. When distinguished guests arrive, it is a breach of etiquette not to extend a warm welcome. Please partake of some tea in the hall. A gentle and tranquil voice resonated from within the hall, its volume modest yet crystal clear, reaching Li Ao's ears and imparting a soothing balm to his spirit. He followed the path into the hall as instructed. The interior of the hall was equally simple and elegant. A woman clad in a light blue gown sat with her back to him, kneeling gracefully on a cushion. Before her, on a low table, lay a set of unadorned tea utensils, which she handled with practiced ease as she prepared the tea. Her figure was slender, and her cascading dark hair was held up by a simple wooden hairpin. Although her face remained unseen, her tranquil and refined aura evoked an immediate sense of affinity. Please take a seat. The woman did not turn around, but gently raised her hand, gesturing towards the cushion opposite her. Li Ao, feeling no need for formality, sat down comfortably, his gaze falling upon the tea she was brewing. The tea leaves, vibrant green and glistening, unfurled in the water, releasing tiny specks of light akin to starlight. The aroma was crisp and invigorating, and with the first sip, he felt a wave of refreshment wash over his soul, vanishing the fatigue accumulated from the recent battles and travels. Truly, it was elixir for the spirit. I am surnamed Mu. You may address me as Mu Hall Master, the woman said with a slight smile, her calm eyes meeting Li Ao's. Your aura, though restrained, carries a profound essence of annihilation, and your soul force is exceptionally refined. Indeed a rarity in this world. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit to my humble Baichao Hall? Li Ao set down his teacup and directly revealed his intentions. Hall Master Mu, your discerning eyes are commendable. I am Li Ao, here to inquire about the whereabouts of the Qinghua immortal and seek methods to restore the origin of my soul. Upon hearing the name of Qinghua immortal, Mu Hall Master's hand paused slightly, and a flicker of unnoticeable emotion passed through her eyes. She scrutinized Li Ao carefully, her gaze lingering momentarily on the soul-warming jade ring adorning his finger. It has been a long time since anyone has mentioned that name, she murmured, her tone laced with nostalgia. You seek her to rescue the soul within your ring, do you not? Li Ao's heart stirred. It was not surprising that she could sense Medusa's presence within the soul-warming jade, but the implications of her words were intriguing. Do you know the Qinghua immortal? Instead of answering directly, she posed a counter-question. Restoring the origin of the soul is no small feat. Common elixirs can only nourish, not restore its essence. As far as I know, there are but a few methods that may prove effective. The first is to locate the legendary soul infant demon tree and procure its core soul infant fruit. The second is to enlist the 3 grandmasters of the Dan Tower to collaborate in refining the pinnacle 8th grade elixir, Tai Soul Pill. The third is the reward for this year's Dan Conference champion, the 7-colored spirit nurturing lotus seed, a sacred item for nourishing and restoring the essence of the soul. If one can find an exceptional alchemist to perfectly harness its potency, there may be a 70% chance of success. What she described largely aligned with the information Li Ao had previously gathered, yet was more detailed. The soul infant demon tree was elusive, and the cost of summoning the grandmasters of the Dan Tower was unknown and immensely challenging. Therefore, participating in the Dan Conference and acquiring the lotus seed appeared to be his most definitive course of action. I understand, Li Ao replied solemnly. Mu Hall Master nodded. It seems you have already made a decision. The Dan Conference gathers the elite talents of the world, and the competition is exceedingly fierce. It tests not only alchemical skill, but also the strength of one's soul and mastery over flames. Though your prowess is formidable, she did not finish her sentence. Yet her meaning was clear, casting doubt on Li Ao's alchemical expertise. Li Ao remained unperturbed. I possess my own alchemical heritage, though he refrained from revealing it outright. His overwhelming confidence evoked a flicker of surprise in Mu Hall Master's beautiful eyes. As for the Qinghua immortal, she pondered for a moment before slowly saying, If you can place within the top 10 of the Dan conference, perhaps you may learn of her whereabouts. At that time, you may return to Baichao Hall to seek me again. Li Ao's gaze sharpened. Her words nearly confirmed her close ties with the Qinghua immortal, possibly indicating that she was either the immortal herself or her successor. The condition of placing in the top 10 was both a test and a form of protection. I comprehend, Li Ao stated as he rose, offering a respectful bow to Mu Hall Master. Thank you for your guidance. After the Dan conference, I shall return to disturb you once more. Mu Hall Master smiled gently and nodded. I look forward to your good news. However, it seems you have already attracted some trouble upon your arrival in Dan City. The Blood River Sect is known for their vindictiveness. You must exercise caution. Petty clowns are of little consequence, Li Ao replied with a calm demeanor, exuding absolute confidence and indifference. He bowed once more before turning to leave Baichao Hall. As Mu Hall Master, Qinghua Immortal, watched Li Ao's figure fade beyond the courtyard entrance, a complex expression flickered in her eyes as she lifted her now lukewarm teacup. A young Do Zone, harboring the essence of annihilation and an unfathomable soul force, along with his remarkable alchemical lineage. What astonishing prowess might he possess? Perhaps he could indeed stir the winds of this Dan conference, bringing a glimmer of hope to his master? She murmured softly to herself, her gaze drifting toward the depths of the courtyard, where deeper secrets seemed to lie hidden. Not long after Li Ao departed Baichao Hall, several pairs of malevolent and greedy eyes stealthily locked onto him from the dim alleyways. The Blood River Sect's retribution arrived swifter than he had anticipated. Sensing the faint trails of pursuit, a cold smile curved Li Ao's lips. Since you have come to my doorstep, let your actions here in Dan City establish my first measure of authority. He chose not to head towards the crowded areas. Instead, he swiftly darted towards the western outskirts, where an abandoned district of dilapidated buildings awaited. Chapter 88. Establishing Authority Through Slaughter, Initial Trials of the Dan Conference. In the western district of Dan City, amidst the forsaken alchemical workshops, broken walls, and overgrown weeds spoke of past failures and desolation. The spiritual energy here was thin, tainted by lingering traces of violent fire poison, making it a seldom visited locale. Li Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back in a relatively open area of ruins, his blue robe fluttering lightly in the breeze, his expression indifferent, as if awaiting something. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being sliced filled the atmosphere as 7 shadowy figures emerged like phantoms from different directions, encircling Li Ao in a tight formation. Leading them was none other than Xiao Yan, the Blood River Sect's junior master, with whom Li Ao had previously clashed at the Wanyaozhai. Accompanying him were a few familiar Do Huang attendants, along with 2 elder figures clad in dark red robes, their chilling auras palpable. The hawk-like glint in the eyes of these 2 elders revealed that their bloodthirsty energy was almost tangible, their powers evidently reaching the pinnacle of the 8-star Do Huang realm. In order to deal with Li Ao, Xiao Yan had evidently summoned the hidden forces of the Blood River Sect in Dan City, deploying elder-level figures from the sect. Kid, I never expected you would dare to come to such a place. This certainly saves me a great deal of trouble. Blood Refinement wore a cruel and triumphant smile, his gaze akin to that of a man observing a corpse. Within the confines of the Dan City, he had exercised a modicum of restraint. Here, however, slaying you would be as effortless as crushing an ant. The 2 8-star Do Emperor elders fixed their cold, steely gazes upon Li Ao. One of them rasped, "Young man, your arrogance belies your ignorance. Offending our Blood River Sect can only be resolved with bloodshed. Surrender all your treasures and cripple your own cultivation, and perhaps we may leave you with a complete corpse." The other elder was more direct, his murderous intent palpable. Why waste breath on him? Seize him at once, and strip him of his soul and treasures. Li Ao calmly surveyed the 7 individuals before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Blood Refinement, his tone devoid of any tremor. Are we all gathered? Very well. It saves me the trouble of searching for each of you. His nonchalant demeanor momentarily stunned Blood Refinement and his cohort, only to be swiftly replaced by fury. How dare he remain so arrogant in the face of death? Elders, take action. Cripple him. Blood Refinement bellowed fiercely. Seize him. The 2 8-star Do Emperor elders roared in unison, launching themselves into action. One elder extended his fingers like talons, unleashing 5 threads of condensed blood energy that coiled towards Li Ao's limbs and neck, reeking of a foul wind, laden with corrosive Do Chi and lethal toxins. The other elder hurled a punch, transforming the wind into a massive blood-red skull, emitting a chilling shriek as it lunged forward to devour him. Their coordination was impeccable, one seeking to capture while the other aimed to overpower, their assault ruthless and aggressive, evidently intent on a swift conclusion. Faced with the combined might of the two 8-star Do Emperors, Liao finally moved. He did not employ any elaborate footwork, but simply took a single step forward. With that step, the heavens and earth shifted. The dark golden aura of his blood surged forth like a dormant volcano erupting and overwhelming. Tyrannical pressure suffused with a sense of destruction descended upon the ruins. The 5 blood threads, upon contacting this dark golden domain, fizzled and dissipated as if snow confronted by the blazing sun. Meanwhile, the gigantic blood-red skull was directly distorted and deformed by this mighty aura, emitting a mournful wail before shattering into fragments long before it could approach Liao. What? This blood aura? Are you a body cultivator? No. What kind of power is this? The expressions of the two 8-star Do Emperor elders shifted drastically, their eyes brimming with horror and disbelief. They felt their Do Chi suppressed to an extreme within this dark golden aura, its flow obscured, as if they were not facing a mere man, but a reawakened ancient beast of terror. Yet, before they could react further, Liao's figure appeared before the first elder like a specter, moving faster than their souls could perceive. Quick, faster than our senses can grasp. With a simple, direct punch, unencumbered by any rules of extinction, he channeled the pure physical strength of his peak second layer of the black iron body, harmonizing it with his overwhelming aura and Do Chi, delivering a thunderous blow. Where his fist passed, the air groaned under the unbearable weight, as if an invisible mountain were descending. The elder's pupils constricted in panic, hastily gathering all his blood and evil Do Chi into his arms, crossing them defensively. Boom! The collision of their arms emitted a thunderous sound, followed by the sickening crack of bones. With a snap, his arms shattered like fragile twigs, and the unstoppable fist struck his chest. The protective bloodlight surrounding him crumbled like paper, and his chest visibly caved in, the shape of a fist imprint rising grotesquely on his back. His eyes widened in terror. His body flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing through several crumbling walls before embedding itself in a pile of rubble, devoid of breath. One punch, instant annihilation of an 8-star Do Emperor. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene. The remaining 8-star Do Emperor Elder, along with blood refinement and the others, stood frozen, as if encased in ice. Their faces contorted with fear, replacing their earlier expressions of malice and intent to kill. What manner of monster is this? One punch to slay an 8-star Do Emperor? A Do Zone. He must be a Do Zone. Flee. The remaining elder's heart raced, consumed by terror, as thoughts of escape filled his mind. He could no longer concern himself with blood refinement or the others, igniting his essence blood to transform into a streak of bloodlight, ready to escape. I warned you. Since you've come, you shall all remain. Liao's voice, as cold as death, echoed ominously in his ears. Liao pointed his fingers like blades at the fleeing bloodlight, making a gentle slice through the air. Extinction slash. A silver-gray thread shimmered to life, silently slicing through the void. The bloodlight, having traveled several hundred zhong, suddenly halted, and with the swiftness of wind scattering sand. Both the fleeing figure of the 8-star Do Emperor Elder and the light were reduced to the finest particles, vanishing into nothingness. In the blink of an eye, two 8-star Do Emperor Elders had perished. Blood refinement and the remaining followers were utterly shattered. They collapsed to the ground, their trousers soaked, their faces as pale as paper, staring in terror at the young man in green, who resembled a demonic deity, slowly turning to face them, unable to muster even a plea for mercy. No, please don't kill me. I am the young master of the Blood River Sect. My father is a Do Zone. If you kill me, the Blood River Sect will not spare you. Blood refinement wept and screamed incoherently. Liao's gaze remained indifferent, unyielding. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Having forged a deadly enmity, there was no possibility of holding back. He flicked his fingers repeatedly, unleashing several strands imbued with the essence of extinction. Puff, puff. Puff the remaining individuals, including blood refinement. Each bore a tiny red dot upon their foreheads, their eyes dimming instantaneously as life and soul were swiftly erased. With a mere gesture, all 7 formidable members of the Blood River Sect, including the young master, were obliterated. Liao, expresiones. collected their spatial rings before igniting a strand of dark golden flame, incinerating the bodies to nothingness, erasing all traces. Having completed this task, he adjusted his attire as if it were a trivial matter and stepped away from the ruins. News could not be contained, especially concerning a young man suspected to be a Dozong who had effortlessly obliterated the elite cadre of the Blood River sect, including 2 8-star Do Emperor elders. Near Dan's city, as this information quietly circulated through various channels within certain circles in Dan City, it sparked considerable turmoil. Though the Blood River sect was not among the pinnacle forces in the Dan region, it boasted a fearsome reputation in the northern region, with its leader being a legitimate 1-star Dozong. Now, with the young master and 2 core elders slain within Dan City's territory, it was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the Blood River sect. Countless gazes began to covertly focus on the mysterious young man in green named Li Ao. A blend of curiosity, wariness, attempts at alliance, and hostility intertwining. In the aftermath of establishing his reputation, Li Ao found his days unexpectedly tranquil. At the very least, no foolhardy individuals dared to provoke him openly any longer. Days swiftly passed. The long-awaited registration day for the triannual Dan Conference finally arrived. On this day, the entirety of Dan City erupted with fervor. Crowds surged like rivers converging into the sea, flowing from all directions towards the towering edifice at the heart of the city. A monumental symbol of the alchemist's highest sanctuary, the Dan Tower, and the vast square before it. The square teemed with a sea of humanity, a cacophony reverberating through the air. Young alchemists from across the continent gathered, their eyes ablaze with passion, driven by dreams of mastering the art of alchemy and achieving renown. Li Ao, clad in green, stood amidst the throngs, remarkably unassuming. However, his soul perception functioned like an invisible radar, sweeping across the entire square. Oh, a little fellow whose soul power has reached the mid-stage of the spirit realm, with a bone age not exceeding 30. Impressive. That purple-haired maiden seems to harbor a formidable beast fire within her body. And a trace of dragon blood? The young man in the black robe exudes a chilling aura. His cultivation technique appears inclined towards soul attacks, and his alchemical methods likely follow a rather enigmatic path. As for those several individuals, they should be prodigies nurtured by the alchemist guild themselves. Their aura is steady, their soul powers refined, with a remarkably solid foundation. Suspended in the air above the square were dozens of assessment platforms crafted from transparent crystal. The preliminary test of the Alchemist Convention was about to commence upon these platforms. The content of the preliminary test was rather straightforward. All participants were to simultaneously concoct the designated 5th-grade pinnacle elixir, the Soul Spirit Pill. The time limit was the burning of a single incense stick. Those who succeeded would advance, while those who failed would be eliminated. The Soul Spirit Pill, a 5th-grade pinnacle elixir, serves to nourish the soul, and its preparation difficulty ranks as top tier among 5th-grade elixirs, demanding extreme precision in the alchemist's control of temperature and the meticulous manipulation of soul power. This challenge alone was sufficient to weed out over 80% of the pretenders. As an elder from the Alchemist Guild announced the commencement of the preliminary test, the vast square erupted with a myriad of flames, each a different hue. The intense heat permeated the air, distorting it, creating an extraordinarily magnificent scene. Li Ao casually selected an unoccupied assessment platform and stood firm. He did not rush to take action, but instead surveyed the 3 prepared medicinal materials on the platform. Only 3 materials. Was this a single opportunity for failure? He understood this in his heart. Around him, numerous alchemists had already begun to summon flames, preheating their cauldrons and processing the materials. Various flames vied for attention, including beast fires, rare fires, and even some lower-ranked, all making their appearances and eliciting gasps of astonishment. Taking a deep breath, Li Ao, under the scrutiny of countless gazes, including some that were covertly observing him, slowly raised his palm. He did not summon a cauldron. Instead, a deep, almost light-devouring black flame flickered silently above his palm. At the moment the flame appeared, all alchemists within a 100-foot radius, regardless of whether their flames were beast fires or rare fires, even including a couple of ranked beyond the 20th, all weakened in an instant as if bowing to a sovereign, quivering violently as though they sought to escape their master's control and pay homage to that strand of black flame. A myriad of flames paid their respects. The entire square instantly fell into an eerie silence. All alchemists who sensed this pressure emanating from the very source of the flames were left aghast. their gazes fixated on that figure in the azure robe and the terrifying black flame in his palm. What kind of fire is that? My sea heart flame is trembling. It must be, and its rank is exceedingly high. On the high platform, several elders responsible for monitoring the test abruptly rose to their feet, their eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brilliance as they fixated intensely on the black flame in Liao's palm. This color, this pressure, could it be the legendary void devouring flame? No, wait, the aura is somewhat different, yet the level is undoubtedly formidable. Liao ignored the astonished gazes surrounding him, unleashing his soul power, enveloping one of the medicinal materials on the platform. Using his palm as a cauldron and his soul as a guide, the child flame of the void devouring flame emerged. Chapter 89. The Void Condensing Cauldron. All flames submit. Silence. The once boisterous square had become so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Tens of thousands of gazes, filled with an indescribable shock and horror, were fixed on that figure in azure and the flickering black flame in his palm. The flame was deep as eternal night, seemingly capable of devouring even light. It lacked the typical fiery ferocity, instead exuding a chilling and deathly stillness that sent shivers through the soul. Yet, this seemingly tranquil flame radiated a primal pressure that surpassed all other flames. Under this pressure, the myriad of flames in the square, once competing for brilliance, whether they were fierce beast fires, rare heavenly fires, or those lower-ranked, now dimmed, swaying violently as if encountering a natural ruler. Some of the lower-quality beast fires extinguished with a puff, their masters suffering backlash, turning pale and spitting blood. A myriad of flames bowed in submission, none daring to defy. What is this flame? A sixth-grade alchemist with a rare stammered, his voice dry and filled with disbelief. The he took pride in now appeared as docile as a lamb, radiating clear fear. My turtle spirit earth fire is trembling. It ranks 13th on the list. Another young prodigy from a prominent family exclaimed in shock, straining to channel his fighting spirit, only to find his connection with the turtle spirit earth fire becoming obscured. The flame refusing to obey. Is this the void, devouring flame? Impossible. How could such a divine entity be present in the hands of a young man? On the high platform, an elder from the Alchemist Guild, well-versed in knowledge, trembled, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had felt the pressure of the second-ranked void, devouring flame before, though this flame differed, lacking the domineering ability to devour the heavens and earth. It possessed an essence and level that was utterly terrifying. Only a few strands of the entire gathering managed to maintain their forms, but even they dimmed their brilliance, not daring to overstep. Among them was the genius from the Burning Flame Valley with the rank 12th, as well as the mysterious young man in black robes who concealed a strand of pale, white flame within him, the Bone Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 11th. Yet, their gazes toward Li Ao were equally filled with unprecedented gravity and wariness. Li Ao had become the absolute center of the entire square. In the face of the collective astonishment and myriad complex gazes, Li Ao remained composed. What lay in his palm was indeed the child flame of the void, devouring flame. Although it was not the original source, through the nurturing of his rules of annihilation and the tempering of his own vital essence, it had already acquired a unique characteristic of tranquility, its power and suppression over myriad flames, even surpassing that of an ordinary child flame. He paid no heed to the external commotion. His soul power surged forth like an invisible tide, not infusing into a cauldron, but directly enveloping one of the soul spirit pill materials on the assessment platform. Subsequently, under the astonished gazes of all, the black flame in his palm suddenly expanded and morphed, as if sketching in the air, coalescing in an instant into a phantasmal cauldron entirely fashioned from black flames. Standing over half a person tall, on the cauldron's surface, mysterious runes flickered, emanating a deep, desolate aura, as if capable of refining all things, returning them to the void. He formed a cauldron from flames. He doesn't even need a physical cauldron, directly using to condense a cauldron for alchemy. To what exquisite degree must his control over flames be? How strong must his soul power be? Gasps of astonishment echoed, each wave more intense than the last. Ordinary alchemists, even 7th-grade masters, needed to rely on high-quality cauldrons to stabilize flames and concentrate medicinal power. To directly form a cauldron from flames not only demanded an exceptionally high level of soul control, but also required absolute confidence in one's flames. Moreover, he was using such a terrifying. This had surpassed the comprehension of many alchemists. On the high platform, The elder who had previously recognized the flame's uniqueness found his pupils constricting once more, murmuring, "Not only is it, but this young man's soul power has likely reached the late stage of the spirit realm, perhaps even complete mastery. Such a young individual with perfect mastery of the spirit realm." This, beside him, another elder inhaled deeply, speaking in a grave tone. "This young man is no ordinary figure. This alchemist convention has just become exceedingly intriguing." Liao disregarded all murmurs, fully immersed in the art of alchemy. To condense the furnace with a void-devouring flame was no daunting task for him. This flame resonated with his very essence, responding to his every intention, allowing the crafted flame cauldron to unleash the full potency and characteristics of the fire, particularly suitable for concocting soul-related elixirs. With a mere thought, he enveloped the meticulously processed herbs in a formidable surge of spiritual power, seamlessly casting them into the obsidian flame cauldron. As the herbs entered, they were not subjected to the fierce blaze typical of ordinary alchemy. Instead, they were gently shrouded in an irresistible force of nothingness, within which impurities were quietly dissolved, leaving only the most refined essence of the medicinal liquid. The entire process was silent, yet astonishingly efficient. Meanwhile, on other assessment platforms, renowned prodigies such as the enchanting Xiao Yan of the Qiao family, Dan Shun of the Dan clan, and the white-robed youth wielding the Nine Dragons Thunderfire, finally emerged from their initial astonishment. They gazed intently at Liao's fluid and artful alchemical process, their resolve intensifying. Each one then focused their minds, dedicating themselves to the meticulous crafting of their own soul elixirs. However, the flames in their palms remained unavoidably constrained, demanding greater mental effort to stabilize them. Time, measured by the slow burning of an incense stick, passed. Throughout the square, numerous alchemists exited with downcast expressions due to uncontrolled flames, insufficient spiritual power, or operational errors leading to explosive failures. Those who managed to maintain composure and successfully concoct soul elixirs in such an environment were undoubtedly individuals of exceptional resilience and solid foundations. Approximately half an incense stick later, a rich and soul-soothing fragrance emanated from Liao's flame cauldron, enveloping the surroundings. The aroma lingered without dissipating, subtly forming a faint silver halo above the cauldron. This was the manifestation of the elixir's essence, an elixir of perfect quality. Those with discerning eyes gasped in awe. To have crafted a pinnacle fifth-grade elixir of such impeccable quality in such a brief period, employing an unfathomable method, was truly astonishing. Liao flicked his fingers, and the flame cauldron dissipated, revealing a flawless elixir the size of a longan, adorned with a delicate silver sheen, gracefully hovering in his palm, radiating immense and pure spiritual energy. Without a glance, he casually placed the elixir into the inspection jade plate beside the assessment platform. The jade plate glowed brilliantly, signifying his success. Having completed this, Liao closed his eyes and stood in tranquil meditation, seemingly unaffected by the surrounding clamor and scrutiny. His demeanor instilled a sense of awe in countless onlookers. This calmness and composure were not mere pretense, but stemmed from an absolute confidence in his own capabilities. As time progressed, Xiao Yan, Dan Shun, and the white-robed youth also succeeded in refining their elixirs. While their qualities did not match Liao's flawless perfection, they achieved commendable results and passed the assessment with ease. When the last wisp of incense ash fell, the preliminary trial concluded. Originally boasting tens of thousands of participants, fewer than 1,000 remained. The elimination rate was staggering. The alchemists who passed the assessment wore expressions of joy, casting glances of admiration, trepidation, and curiosity towards the figure in the azure robe who had always seemed out of place. Everyone understood that this year's alchemy conference, due to his presence, would undoubtedly differ from any previous iteration. An elder overseeing the trials descended gracefully to announce the list of those who had passed the preliminary assessment. When Liao's name was called, the crowd turned their attention to him once more. After completing the announcement, the elder scanned the alchemists who had succeeded, solemnly stating, "Congratulations to all who have passed the preliminary trial. In 3 days, the second stage of the alchemy conference, the Soul Mirage Assessment, will take place at the entrance to the Soul Realm within the Alchemy Tower. At that time, the top 100 will be determined, granting them the opportunity to enter the final alchemical duel. I urge you all to prepare well." The mention of the Soul Mirage sent a chill through the crowd, as they realized that it represented the true test of an alchemist's foundation, the brutal trial of spiritual prowess. Li Ao slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of interest dancing within them. The soul mirage? Perfect. This would provide an opportunity to further hone his soul and probe the depths of the alchemy tower. With a subtle movement, he departed the square, all eyes upon him. As he left, the oppressive aura of terrifying flames that had enveloped the area dissipated, allowing the alchemists to exhale in relief, feeling their flames return to normalcy. Yet, the namely Ao and his stunning feat of the void condensed cauldron had swiftly swept through the entirety of Dan City, reaching the ears of all factions, both large and small, as well as those at the pinnacle of power. Dan City, stirred anew by his presence. Chapter 90. The Entrance to the Soul Realm. A Clash of Titans. In the 3 days following the conclusion of the preliminary trial, the atmosphere in Dan City only intensified, becoming increasingly fervent. Conversations about Li Ao's astounding void condensed cauldron and his seemingly unparalleled ranking among alchemical flames became the most popular topics in every corner. Numerous factions sought to uncover his origins, yet the information was scarce, as if this extraordinary youth, whose prowess in both strength and alchemy was akin to that of a prodigy, had emerged from thin air. Rumors of the mysterious disappearance of the Blood River Sect's young master and his elders circulated only within select circles, naturally linking them to Li Ao, which instilled a sense of caution among many factions, deterring them from provoking him lightly. 3 days slipped away in the blink of an eye. As dawn once again graced Dan City, nearly 1,000 alchemists who had passed the preliminary trial, along with representatives from various factions, had gathered beneath the alchemy tower. Unlike the open square of the preliminary trial, today's venue was situated within the alchemy tower. The tower's lower level was not the cramped space one might imagine, but rather an immensely grand hall. The hall's soaring ceiling was adorned with intricate depictions of celestial bodies and the flow of myriad flames, exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. At the far end of the hall, instead of a wall, stood a slowly rotating, ethereal light screen emanating a misty glow. The fluctuations of spiritual energy within the screen surged like tides, faintly resonating with a variety of peculiar sounds, whispers, roars, wind songs, and thunderous cries, evoking deep contemplation and a sense of reverence. This was one of the alchemy tower's forbidden grounds, the entrance to the soul mirage, and a passageway to the soul realm, a small world within the tower. Before the light screen stood several elders clad in the robes of the alchemy tower, their profound auras emanating authority. The foremost among them was an elder in dark robes, his complexion rosy, adorned with a badge not of traditional alchemical ranks, but a silver tower radiating 8 ripples, a mark of an 8th grade alchemist. Moreover, he was a core elder of the alchemy tower. Silence. The elder's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, his voice, though not loud, effectively quelling the surrounding clamor. I am Elder Xian Yi, responsible for overseeing this soul mirage assessment. Upon hearing the name Xian, a wave of hushed admiration rippled through the crowd. Elder Xian Yi was one of the most powerful and respected 8th grade alchemists beneath the 3 towering figures of the alchemy tower, his strength having already stepped into the realm of the Dozun. The soul is the foundation of an alchemist. The soul mirage will assess your soul's strength, resilience, purity, and control over spiritual power. Elder Xian Yi's voice resonated with gravity. This mirage, a legacy from our ancestors, consists of 3 levels. The first level, the soul confounding path, tests the resilience of your soul. You must endure for the duration of an incense stick without faltering to advance to the next level. The second level, the soul refining ladder, examines your soul's strength and control. Those who reach the summit of 100 steps will be deemed qualified. The third level, the heart's inquiry, evaluates the purity and will of your soul. Only those who succeed will be eligible for the final ranking among the top 100. Within the mirage, opportunities and dangers coexisted. Should you gain insights, it would greatly benefit your soul's realm. However, should you falter, shatter this jade talisman, and you may exit at any time. The elder in the dark robe waved his flowing sleeves, and nearly 1,000 warm jade talismans gracefully descended into the hands of each contestant. Remember, act within your limits. Do not overexert yourselves. Otherwise, your souls may suffer irreparable damage, and regret will come too late. With this solemn warning, the elders stepped aside, declaring, the assessment begins. Enter the soul realm. As his words echoed, a hazy luminous curtain suddenly illuminated, emitting a powerful gravitational pull. Nearly 1,000 alchemists, with fervent eyes, some anxious, others confident, transformed into streaks of light, rushing to immerse themselves within the scintillating veil, their figures vanishing in an instant. Liao, however, remained unhurried. After the majority had entered, he took a deliberate step forward, seamlessly melding into the light. Following a brief sensation of temporal distortion, the scene before him unfolded into clarity. It was not the shadowy illusion he had envisioned, but rather an endless expanse of peculiar space. The sky was a chaotic gray, and beneath his feet lay a narrow stone path, barely wide enough for three to walk side by side, winding forward into the misty abyss. On either side of the path loomed an unfathomable darkness, where distorted soul shadows lurked, their wailing cries and beguiling whispers striking at the very essence of one's being. This was the first layer, the bewildering path. At this moment, the alchemists who had entered earlier were already traversing the stone path. Many, after taking only a few steps, turned pale, their bodies swaying as if burdened by immense pressure. Some were even ensnared by the invisible hands of souls extending from the void beside the path, or fell victim to the confounding whispers, screaming as they plummeted into the dark abyss, their jade talismans shattering and their forms being expelled. As Liao stepped onto the stone path, he immediately felt an intangible force pressing in from all directions, attempting to invade his consciousness and disrupt his soul. The wailing of the soul shadows intensified, and the beguiling whispers grew sharper. Yet, as these disturbances approached within 3 feet of him, they collided with an invisible barrier, subdued by a more refined and solitary will, dissipating into nothingness. His soul realm had long reached a state of consummate perfection, mere steps away from the celestial realm. Such levels of interference posed no challenge to him, akin to a gentle breeze upon his face. He walked with an unhurried grace, his pace steady and astonishingly composed, contrasting sharply with the struggling and tormented expressions of the other contestants. His remarkable demeanor soon caught the attention of several elite talents also positioned ahead. Xiao Yan, the enchanting prodigy of the Qiao family, adorned in vibrant attire, exuded a delicate aura of multicolored soul energy that shielded her from disturbances, moving with an ethereal lightness. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with interest as she observed Liao's leisurely stride, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed intriguing. Dan Shun of the Dan family, fragile in demeanor and pale of face, nevertheless seemed to generate an invisible vortex of soul energy around her, quietly absorbing and neutralizing the encroaching forces, her speed not lacking. Her gaze towards Liao was tinged with curiosity and inquiry. Tang Hu, a young man clad in white from the blazing valley, wielded the power of the Nine-Dragon Thunderfire, fiercely incinerating the approaching soul disturbances with his fiery might. Upon seeing Liao, a spark of battle intent ignited in his eyes, clearly regarding him as a formidable rival. The youth, shrouded in a black robe, emanated an aura of chilling coldness. As the soul disturbances approached him, they were swiftly devoured by an eerie force. He cast a glance at Liao, his gray-white pupils devoid of emotion, a void of silence residing within. Liao sensed their scrutiny, but paid it no heed. His objective was to swiftly navigate through this trial and gain a deeper understanding of the soul realm. Just as he was about to surpass most and approach the threshold of the first layer, a voice laced with a chill resonated nearby. Liao, is it? You made quite an impression in the initial trials. Turning his gaze, he beheld 3 formidable alchemists blocking the narrow stone path ahead, forming a subtle encirclement. The leader, with an arrogant demeanor, was clad in the attire of a core disciple of the Starfall Pavilion, boasting a strength that had attained the 7-star Do Emperor rank, with a soul power equally formidable, reaching the mid-stage of the soul realm. The other 2 were also at the 5-star Do Emperor level. These 3 were evidently intent on obstructing him, disciples of the Elder Mu Gu from the Starfall Pavilion, rumored to have had a falling out with the Alchemist Guild. Were they attempting to suppress a talent favored by the guild? The leader, Guli, was said to possess formidable soul power, having received the Elder's true teachings. A spectacle was about to unfold. How would Liao respond? Contestants with remaining energy turned their attention towards the impending confrontation. Guli, eyeing Liao, sneered. This bewildering path is narrow. It would be wise for you to proceed slowly, lest you fall. The threat in his words was unmistakable. Liao's steps did not falter, nor did his expression waver. He merely uttered 2 words with a hint of indifference. Get lost. Guli's expression darkened, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Let me show you the taste of a wounded soul. As his words fell, a flash of light flickered between his brows, and a finely honed, piercing soul spike shot forth like a venomous serpent, crossing several meters in an instant, aimed directly at Li Ao's brow. This was a soul attack technique known as the soul-piercing spike, a signature move of the Mugu lineage, potent enough to severely injure souls of the same rank. Simultaneously, the other two launched their own soul blasts from the flanks, weaker yet no less vicious. Faced with these treacherous soul assaults, Li Ao did not even adopt a defensive posture. He simply raised his gaze, meeting Ge Li's eyes. His expression was calm and profound, imbued with an aura that seemed to encompass the ultimate stillness of the universe, the culmination of all things. With a resounding hum, an invisible, far more expansive and desolate soul pressure emanated from Li Ao, radiating outward. The three soul attacks, upon contact with this overwhelming force, melted away without a ripple, as if ice plunged into boiling water, vanishing into silence. What? The color drained from Ge Li and his companions' faces, their eyes filled with an all-consuming terror. They felt as if their souls were being crushed under an invisible mountain of extinction, their thoughts grinding to a halt. With a simultaneous cough, they spat forth blood, their figures trembling violently, their complexions as pale as parchment, their vitality waning in an instant. Ge Li, in particular, bore the brunt of the assault, his soul grievously wounded, his gaze growing unfocused. Li Ao did not spare them a glance, as if swatting away a few bothersome flies. His steps remained unbroken, effortlessly passing between the three. As he did, the terrifying pressure of extinction reverberated once more. Ge Li and his companions could no longer maintain their balance, screaming as they were pulled into the dark abyss by the invisible forces emerging from the void beside the path, their jade talismans shattering as they were expelled from the trial. With a mere flick of his gaze, he had severely injured three talented individuals of considerable soul power, eliminating them with ease. This scene left all witnesses in stunned silence, their voices lost in astonishment. Chao Ying, Dan Shun, Tang Hor, and the youth in black, among the top talents, felt their pupils contract slightly, their gazes on Li Ao now tinged with gravity. This individual's soul power was indeed terrifying. Li Ao appeared to regard the event as trivial, maintaining his composed stride as he became the first to emerge from the bewildering path, stepping into the denser light ahead. Entering the second layer, the soul refinement steps, his domineering demeanor, alongside the expulsion of Ge Li and others, sent ripples of astonishment throughout the soul illusion realm. Chapter 91. On the soul refinement staircase, each step blooms with lotus. As Li Ao stepped out from the luminous veil at the end of the bewildering path, the scenery before him shifted once more. A colossal gray stone staircase, seemingly reaching towards the heavens, loomed within the void. Each step of the staircase towered 3 feet high and was of indeterminate width, stretching upward into the clouds, with no visible end in sight. This was the second trial, the soul refinement staircase. Unlike the pervasive spiritual interference of the bewildering path, the soul refinement staircase imposed a tangible and profound pressure upon the soul. The moment Li Ao set foot on the first step, he was enveloped by an immense and overwhelming soul pressure, akin to an invisible tide cascading from all directions, particularly from above, bearing down heavily upon his soul. This pressure was not merely a shock. It felt more like a refining force, as if it sought to expel the impurities from his soul, rendering it more refined and potent. Upon a staircase, numerous forerunners were laboriously ascending. The higher they climbed, the stronger the pressure became, causing many to slow considerably. Their faces flushed, veins bulging on their foreheads, and their bodies trembling with exertion. Each step appeared to demand Herculean effort. Some could not withstand the increasingly terrifying pressure, and, with anguished cries, tumbled down the steps, shattering their jade talismans to escape. Li Ao gazed upward at the seemingly endless staircase, his expression serene. For an ordinary soul at the spiritual realm, the soul refinement staircase indeed posed a formidable challenge. Its 100 steps could easily eliminate the vast majority of participants. However, for him, it felt more like a rare opportunity for refinement. Without hesitation, he began his ascent. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace remained steady, yet each footfall was as solid as a mountain, echoing softly yet firmly upon the stone steps. The immense pressure that would make the souls of ordinary alchemists tremble merely stirred slight ripples in his soul, honed through countless trials under the rule of annihilation. As it seamlessly absorbed and transformed the pressure into pure soul energy, solidifying and purifying it further. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Li Ao swiftly surpassed the majority of his struggling competitors. His extraordinary performance once again drew attention. How does he appear so unfazed? What terrifying foundation of the soul he possesses? Such pressure, and he traverses it as if on level ground? Observing him, his soul radiates a restrained brilliance, seemingly approaching the realm of the heavenly soul. As Li Ao reached the 50th step, the pressure had intensified significantly. Even the top talents like Xiao, Ying, and Danshun found their pace slowing, needing to summon all their soul energy to resist. Gao Xing, surrounded by a vibrant halo of soul energy, resembled a delicate butterfly, her steps still steady despite the strain. She gazed at the figure in the azure robe ahead, her beautiful eyes shimmering with admiration. Danshun, on the other hand, struggled more, her unique constitution making her vast soul energy difficult to control. Her face paled slightly, yet her gaze remained resolute as she continued her ascent. Tang Hor, leveraging the ferocity of the nine-dragon thunderfire, wove through the pressure with a swift pace, closely trailing the leading group. Meanwhile, the young man in black garb moved like a specter, his steps peculiar, as the soul pressure approached him. It seemed to be distorted and deflected by an unseen force, allowing him to progress with relative ease. As Li Ao stepped onto the 70th step, an unexpected transformation occurred. Among the pure soul pressure, a flicker of scorching soul fire intermingled. This fire was not a physical entity, but directly targeted the soul, as if attempting to ignite it. Soul fire refinement, someone exclaimed. After the 70th step, the soul refinement staircase would invoke soul fire, testing the endurance and purity of the soul. Suddenly, several alchemists were caught off guard, their souls seemingly ignited, emitting piercing cries as ethereal flames erupted from them, hastily shattering their jade talismans to flee. Li Ao raised an eyebrow, feeling the searing twinge of the soul. This pain, compared to what he endured when he initially absorbed the rule of annihilation to refine his soul, was negligible. With a thought, the essence of his soul, integrated with the concept of annihilation, quivered slightly within his sea of consciousness. All-invading soul fire was assimilated by the profound intent of annihilation the moment it drew near, calming and transforming into pure soul nourishment. He continued his ascent without faltering. 80 steps. The soul fire surged further, now accompanied by a bone-chilling aura of profound ice, creating a trial of fiery and icy duality that tested the resilience of the soul. 90 steps. In addition to the ice and fire, various illusions emerged, targeting the vulnerabilities of the heart and disturbing the mind. Nevertheless, none of these challenges could impede Li Ao's progress. His soul was akin to an indestructible, chaotic, divine stone, steadfast amidst the tempests of wind, fire, and thunder, becoming increasingly translucent and radiant through these trials. 95, 96, 97. As Li Ao approached the 99th step, on the brink of stepping onto the symbolic 100th step, the soul energy that had remained subdued around him could no longer be contained and began to flow forth naturally. It was not blindingly bright, but rather a profound hue, as if capable of encompassing all things. As the radiance flickered, faint gray, ethereal lotus shadows, formed from pure soul energy, appeared upon the steps he traversed. Each step bloomed with lotus, though merely fleeting apparitions. This phenomenon sent shockwaves through the hearts of all who witnessed it. The manifestation of the soul, each step blooming with lotus. This was the zenith of soul energy refinement, a near embodiment of the Tao. Below, Xiao gasped in disbelief, her eyes filled with incredulity. She prided herself on her exceptional soul talent, but could never hope to achieve such a feat. Danshun, Tang Hor, and others wore expressions of astonishment. For the first time, intense fluctuations appeared in the grayish-white pupils of the young man in black. High above the soul refinement staircase, the elders in dark robes, observing the situation through a special formation, could no longer maintain their composure. This child, his soul, is no longer of the spiritual realm. One elder's voice trembled. The elder in dark robes gazed intently at the fleeting lotus shadows beneath Li Ao's feet, inhaling deeply before speaking slowly. His soul has begun to merge with a certain supreme rule. Though not yet fully transformed into the heavenly realm, its essence has already transcended the spiritual realm. He is akin to a half-step heavenly realm, a half-step heavenly realm soul. Moreover, it is a soul intertwined with a particularly terrifying rule of annihilation. This news, should it spread, would undoubtedly shake the entire alchemical world of the central continent. Under the countless astonished gazes, Li Ao calmly ascended to the 100th step. The moment his feet firmly landed upon the platform of the 100th step, the entire soul refinement staircase seemed to tremble slightly. Before him, a more solid portal, radiating a gentle glow, quietly emerged, an entrance to the third trial, the heart's inquiry gate. Li Ao did not linger for a moment, nor did he glance back at the struggling talents below. He stepped through the luminous gate, vanishing from sight. His aim was never to vie with these peers. His gaze had long been set upon the ultimate reward and the hope of rescuing Medusa, with Li Ao leading the way through the soul refinement staircase. The other top talents were spurred into action, unleashing their greater potential. Xiao Yan let out a fierce shout, her seven-colored soul radiance soaring into the sky, transforming into a resplendent phoenix that bore her through the final steps to success. Dan Chun Bittertongue, unleashing an even more formidable yet slightly chaotic surge of soul energy, staggering her way to the 100th step. Tang Huo, amidst the intertwining lightning and fire of the 9 dragons, forcefully ascended to the pinnacle. The young man in the black robe moved with a ghostly grace, deftly shedding the weight of pressure and appearing silently upon the platform. Subsequently, a dozen or so individuals, each possessing remarkable spiritual prowess, struggled to complete the arduous ascent of the 100 steps. As the final person stepped onto the platform, the luminous gate gradually dissipated, signifying that fewer than 30 candidates had successfully passed the second trial. Each of these 30 was an elite among elites, possessing the strength to vie for a position within the top 100 or even to pursue loftier ranks. Yet, all understood that the first figure to tread upon the heart's gate, clad in a blue robe, loomed over them like an invisible mountain, pressing heavily upon their hearts. What trials awaited them next at the heart's gate? Chapter 92. The Illusions of the Heart, Guided by Emotional Tribulations. The moment Li Ao stepped through the luminous gate, it was not a mere transition of space, but rather a profound immersion into consciousness. He felt as though his soul had been severed from its corporeal vessel, thrust into an endless, kaleidoscopic void of chaos. Surrounding him were not concrete images, but rather a torrent of fragmented emotions, memories, obsessions, and desires. Joy, sorrow, anger, fear, greed, love, countless thoughts of sentient beings intertwined and collided, forming a bizarre sea of consciousness. This was the heart's gate. It did not test the strength of the soul, nor its resilience, but rather questioned the true essence of one's heart. Any hint of mental fragility, any lurking obsession, any unresolved attachment would be magnified infinitely within this peculiar illusion, transforming into the most lethal of inner demons, tormenting the soul until it shattered. Li Ao's spirit floated amidst this tumultuous flow of consciousness, as steadfast as a rock. His determination was unyielding, having lived 2 lifetimes experiencing life and death. In mastering the rules of annihilation, his resolve had been tempered into an ancient, cold iron. The illusions before him were incapable of swaying him even the slightest. Countless fragments of light and shadow attempted to invade his consciousness. The vibrant nightlife of his previous life's bustling city tempted him to succumb. The weakness and fear he felt upon first arriving in the continent of combat sought to awaken his terror. The exhilaration of overlooking all beings after gaining power lured him towards arrogance. Even the malevolent visages of his foes, such as the Iron Guardian and Yun Shan, attempted to incite his wrath and bloodlust. Yet, as these illusions approached the dim essence of annihilation at the core of Li Ao's soul, they disintegrated like pebbles cast into the void, leaving no ripples behind, unable to affect him in the slightest. His heart was as clear as a mirror, reflecting all, yet untouched by dust, uncertain of how much time had passed, perhaps a fleeting moment, or an eternity. The chaotic consciousness seemed to recognize that trivial desires and emotions could not disturb him, and began to transform. The surrounding chaos gradually coalesced into a familiar scene. The Tagore Desert, Stone Desert City, the small courtyard where he, the little medicine sage, and the azure scale resided. As the sun dipped low, it bathed the courtyard in a warm orange glow. The little medicine sage, donning an apron, emerged from the kitchen, carrying steaming dishes, her face adorned with a gentle and contented smile. The azure scale chased after a few low-tier butterflies in the yard, her emerald eyes shimmering with pure joy. "Big brother Li Ao, you're back. Wash your hands and come eat," the little medicine sage called out, her voice soft and imbued with the warmth of home. "Master." The azure scale cheered, rushing over, her small face radiant with affection and delight. This scene was serene, beautiful, and filled with the happiness of mundane life. It represented Li Ao's deep yearning for peace and protection. The illusion perfectly captured this subtle emotion and magnified it, constructing a warm tableau capable of melting the hearts of even the most hardened souls. Li Ao gazed at this scene quietly, his expression remaining tranquil, though deep within. A barely perceptible ripple passed through him. He recognized this as an illusion, yet what it presented was undeniably precious to his heart. He did not succumb to it, nor did he forcefully dispel it. He merely observed as a passerby, quietly watching. The warm scene, reflected in his heart of annihilation, though real, remained separated by a layer, unable to intrude upon his will. The illusion seemed to grow irate, and the scene distorted once more, shattering. In the next moment, an overwhelming chill and silence enveloped him. The surroundings transformed into a dim altar, at the heart of which floated a jade stone emanating a faint, colorful glow, the soul-warming jade. At that moment, the radiance of the soul-warming jade was rapidly dimming, its surface even developing fine cracks. The ethereal shadow of Medusa emerged from within, her breathtaking visage filled with pain and struggle. Her violet eyes gazed at Li Ao, brimming with boundless reluctance and longing. Her lips moved as if to speak, yet her form began to dissipate like a candle in the wind, breaking apart into motes of light. No, Li Ao, save me. A faint, desperate wave of spiritual energy reached Li Ao's perception. Simultaneously, a voice filled with temptation and authority resonated deep within his soul, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the Heart's Gate. Behold, the one you wish to protect is fading before your eyes. What your power? What are your rules of annihilation? If you cannot safeguard those you care for, what meaning does your pursuit of power hold? Surrender. Relinquish your struggle within this illusion. You may possess eternal strength, easily reversing life and death, allowing her to remain by your side forever. The cruel reality pales in comparison to the perfection of illusion. Stay here. As this seductive voice echoed, the dissipating motes of Medusa's soul began to coalesce anew. Her anguish vanished, replaced by a captivating smile. As she extended her jade hand towards Li Ao, her eyes filled with love and hope. The surroundings transformed into a world rich with the songs of birds and fragrant blossoms, resembling a paradise where, with just a nod, he could remain with the beauty forever, attaining eternal happiness and power. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Heart's Gate. It did not assail him directly with terror. Instead, it wielded his most cherished, most unyielding obsessions and emotions, crafting a seemingly perfect trap, especially given Li Ao's profound desire to save Medusa. This became the sharpest spear with which the illusion attacked him. Faced with Medusa's impending disappearance and the allure of perfect happiness within reach, Li Ao's soul finally experienced violent turbulence. A fleeting moment of daze flickered in his eyes, and his outstretched hand trembled slightly, as if he were truly about to grasp that illusory jade hand and succumb to this deceptive perfection. Just as his fingertips were about to brush against the illusion, the thread of silent annihilation at the core of his soul erupted with an icy clarity, awakening him to the essence of truth. The intent of annihilation, returning to the void, also illuminated the real. The false eternity was merely an everlasting prison. What I desire is the authentic her, not the puppet of the illusion. If one cannot discern between reality and illusion, how can they speak of protection? How can they discuss the great path? A cry that seemed to originate from the very essence of his soul thundered within his consciousness like a clap of thunder. The grayish stream of annihilation surged forth, not as destruction, but as a return to the source, cleansing the obfuscation before his eyes like cold, clear water. Crack! The idyllic scene, the blissful illusion of Medusa shattered like a mirage, fragmenting into nothingness. The altar, the scene of the soul-warming jade's collapse, vanished simultaneously. Surroundings reverted to the mesmerizing, chaotic flow of consciousness. Li Ao's spirit floated serenely, his gaze regaining its profound tranquility, even clearer and more resolute than before. After this trial of emotional tribulations, his heart was not only unscathed, but had transformed, like pure gold refined of its last impurities, becoming even more pristine and flawless. Though the realm of the soul has yet to directly breach the heavenly domain, the barrier appears to have thinned ever so slightly. What he has unraveled is not merely the illusion, but also a transcendence and mastery over his own obsessions. Healing Medusa remains his objective, yet he shall no longer be ensnared or disoriented by this fixation. he will pursue his goal with a more formidable and lucid demeanor. As he dismantles this obstacle, the torrent of consciousness surrounding him begins to calm, and a gentle, stable gateway of light slowly opens before him. Beyond the threshold emanates a rich fragrance of medicinal herbs and pure waves of energy. This is the true visage of the soul realm. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ao steps forward, completely extricating himself from the illusion of self-reflection. At the instant he crosses the light gate. In the grand hall at the entrance of the soul realm, before Elder Xian, a colossal light screen erupts with a dazzling, grayish brilliance that represents Li Ao, stabilizing to signify that he is the first and currently the only individual to have fully passed the triple soul illusion assessment. So swift. One elder gasps in astonishment. It has been less than half an hour. Moreover, the radiant soul light he manifested during the trial was a shade of extinguished gray. This young man's experience within the illusion of self-reflection is surely extraordinary. Another elder's expression grows grave. Elder Xian gazes profoundly, slowly stating, "This young man possesses the heart of a true champion. Relay this information. He must be monitored closely. Should he excel in the upcoming alchemical contest, perhaps our alchemist guild could form a beneficial alliance with him." Meanwhile, within the soul realm, Li Ao, the first to emerge from the illusion of self-reflection, is greeted by a breathtaking ancient world reminiscent of a celestial paradise. The dense spiritual energy envelopes him, while distant mountains rise and fall, waterfalls cascading like the Milky Way, and rare spiritual herbs sway and glimmer in the valleys. His gaze is instantly drawn to a floating island in the distance, shrouded in vibrant hues of dawn, revealing the ethereal silhouette of a lotus flower, exuding an overwhelming vitality and pure soul energy. Is that the aura of the seven-colored spirit lotus? A fiery light ignites in Li Ao's eyes. The true opportunities and challenges are only just beginning. Chapter 93. The Secret Realm of the Soul, the Seven-Colored Lotus Platform. Upon entering the genuine soul realm, he is met with a rich infusion of earthly energy and a fragrance of herbs, mingled with a refreshing essence that seems to cleanse the very soul. Li Ao stands at the mouth of a valley lush with spiritual herbs, his gaze sharp as lightning, immediately locking onto the floating island on the horizon and the lotus silhouette that flickers within the prismatic light. The overwhelming and pure vitality of the soul resonates precisely with what he had gleaned from inquiries in Dan City and the descriptions provided by Master Mu, perhaps even more refined and vast. The seven-colored spirit lotus indeed resides here. Li Ao resolves firmly. The crucial main ingredient for healing Medusa has finally been pinpointed. Judging by its form and emanating aura, it appears to be nearing maturity, aligning perfectly with the timing of the upcoming alchemical conference. He does not rush impulsively towards the floating island. Since the Alchemist Guild has designated this lotus as a reward for the champion and has displayed it prominently, it surely possesses formidable defenses. Recklessly approaching would be unwise. The immediate priority is to utilize the exceptional environment of the soul realm to prepare for the forthcoming ultimate contest while remaining vigilant against potential adversaries. As the core microcosm of the Alchemist Guild, this soul realm not only brims with energy, but is also a cradle for countless rare soul attribute herbs and heavenly treasures that are hard to find in the outside world. For an alchemist, this place is nothing short of paradise. Li Ao's soul power unfurls like mercury, and his half-step heavenly realm soul perception allows him to distinctly discern the flow of energy and distribution of herbs within a radius of several dozen miles. 3 miles to the southeast lies a patch of condensing soul grass, aged no less than 500 years, suitable for refining a 6th-grade spirit-nourishing pill. In the depths of a northern ravine, he detects a faint fluctuation of soul infant fruit. No, it is not quite that, yet remains a rare soul fruit. In the western marsh, a peak 6th-grade soul-eating crocodile lurks, its lair exuding the essence of a soul-soothing lotus. With a swift motion, he transforms into a shadowy blue figure, darting towards the locations of the purest energy that would be most beneficial to him at present. He needs to gather some herbs to concoct various pills that can enhance his control and refinement of the soul in a short time, preparing him for the potentially fierce competition at the alchemical conference. Along the way, he encounters several other alchemists who have also passed the illusion of self-reflection. These individuals appear hurried, keenly searching for opportunities, whether it be gathering herbs or seeking secluded spots to meditate and cultivate, hoping to elevate themselves before the ultimate contest. Upon spotting Liao, they all display expressions of awe and trepidation, instinctively retreating and daring not to approach. The remarkable performance he exhibited in the soul illusion, particularly the manifestation of blooming lotuses with each step and his swift passage through the illusion of self-reflection, has already spread, making it clear to everyone the vast chasm that exists between them. Soon after, top-tier talents such as Xiao Ying, Dan Shun, Tang Hua, and a young man in black robes also appear within the soul realm. They too are captivated by the seven-colored lotus platform, but they restrain their impulses, each commencing their own quest for opportunities, while cautiously keeping watch over one another. Xiao Ying discovers a spring of soul water, drawing its essence. Dan Shun seems particularly interested in a type of shadow attribute soul flower. Tang Hua, with his domineering lightning fire, directly drives away a sixth-grade magical beast guarding a patch of herbs. The young man in black, however, vanishes like a specter into a shadowy grove, leaving no trace. The entire soul realm appears tranquil, yet beneath the surface, currents of tension swirl. Utilizing his formidable soul perception, Liao deftly avoids unnecessary skirmishes, successfully collecting several precious herbs needed and discovering an excellent temporary dwelling in a valley where soul energy cascades like a waterfall. He sets up a simple concealment and protective barrier, retrieving some alchemical cauldrons obtained from the elder of the Blood River sect and the Void Bandit. He refrains from using the void-devouring flame cauldron to avoid attracting too much attention and begins his alchemical practice. What he concocts are not high-level pills, but rather a few long-lost ancient formulas. Though their grades hover around the 6th rank, their effects are remarkably unique, able to gently yet effectively stimulate the potential of the soul, making it more agile and refined in a short span. The void-devouring flame flickers quietly within the cauldron, and under Liao's exquisite control of the soul, the herbs are perfectly purified and blended. In less than half an hour, several batches of pills emerge, their fragrance subtle yet distinctive. Upon consuming the pills, Liao sits cross-legged, guiding the medicinal power to nourish his soul. Within his sea of consciousness, the extinguished gray essence of his soul source begins to rotate gently, akin to a singularity at the universe's core, continuously absorbing and refining the medicinal power and the pure soul energy that permeates the soul realm, rendering his soul power not only unyielding, but increasingly supple and transparent. Time slips by quietly in his cultivation. Approximately a day later, as Liao meditates with closed eyes, he suddenly opens them wide, a fleeting gray glimmer flashing within. As he gazes towards a certain direction outside the valley, he senses two obscure yet powerful auras stealthily approaching his vicinity. These two presences carry a coldness and silence that stand in stark contrast to the natural soul energy of the soul realm. Despite their efforts to conceal themselves, the taint emanating from their soul origins cannot escape his perception. So the soul halls people have indeed infiltrated? A glint of cold light flashes in Liao's eyes. In a swift motion, he vanishes silently, melding seamlessly into his surroundings. Moments later, two figures cloaked in a faint black mist appear at the entrance of the valley. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, and one of them whispered, according to the soul jade's sensing, the boy named Liao must have lingered in this area before. He possesses a rare flame and a peculiar soul power. Even the Iron Guardian has suffered significant losses. The sect leader has commanded us to capture or eliminate him before the finals of the Alchemy Conference. We must seize his extraordinary flame and soul. The other spoke in a hoarse voice, thick with murderous intent. The two were unmistakably empowered by the aura of a one-star dozone, evidently elite members dispatched by the Soul Palace. However, just as they prepared to delve deeper into the valley, a chilling voice, seemingly emanating from the netherworld, resonated behind them. "Are you looking for me?" Startled, the two turned swiftly, unleashing their dark energy in an explosive display. But it was too late. A slender, silvery thread appeared as if birthed from the void, silently slicing through the air. Annihilation, severing the soul. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling displays of energy. The two members of the Soul Palace suddenly froze, their surrounding shadows dispersing like smoke in the wind. The light in their wide eyes faded rapidly, ultimately turning to ashen emptiness. Their bodies slumped lifelessly to the ground, devoid of breath. Their souls had been utterly severed by Liao's soul attack, imbued with the essence of annihilation. Liao's figure gradually materialized from the void, his expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at the lifeless forms below. With a wave of his hand, The void-devouring flame swept through, reducing the bodies to nothingness, erasing all traces. It appeared that the Soul Palace had converged like sharks sensing blood. Li Ao turned his gaze toward the depths of the Soul Realm, toward the direction of the seven-colored lotus platform, his eyes cold and resolute. If that were the case, then, at the Alchemy Conference, he would settle accounts with this group of lurking vermin. Without further hesitation, he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward the heart of the Soul Realm. The venue of the ultimate confrontation, the Wan Yao Plaza. The final stage of the Alchemy Conference was about to commence, and the hidden threats had already quietly been laid. Chapter 94. The Warning of the Transcender, Turbulent Undercurrents. At the center of the Soul Realm, the Wan Yao Plaza stood as a colossal expanse capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands, its ground paved with a warm, jade-green stone, intricately inscribed with countless complex, gathering, and soul-solidifying runes. Surrounding the plaza were 10 towering stone platforms, each rising 100 feet high. Prepare for the final round of alchemical battles for the top 10 alchemists. At this moment, the plaza was devoid of any presence, save for the highest observation platform in the center, where several figures quietly appeared. Leading them was the Elder in black robes. Flanked by several core elders of the Alchemy Tower, their auras profound and their attire varied, alongside representatives from other top forces in the Central State, invited to witness the finals of the Alchemy Conference. Li Ao's figure appeared at the edge of the plaza. He did not rush to ascend the alchemical platforms, but instead calmly surveyed the observation platform, momentarily pausing on the representatives of various factions. Drawing upon the foresight of a transcender and his experience dealing with the original Soul Clan, the force behind the Soul Palace, he could vaguely sense a chilling aura emanating from one or two of the representatives, a faint connection to the Soul Palace. The tendrils of the Soul Palace were indeed pervasive, daring to infiltrate even the Alchemy Conference organized by the Alchemy Tower. A cold smile crept onto Li Ao's lips. He did not wish to alarm the snakes, merely committing these faces to memory. As time passed, Xiao Ying, Dan Shun, Tang He, the young man in the black robe, and other alchemists who had passed the soul illusion assessment arrived at the plaza one after another. Including Li Ao, there were precisely 30 individuals. Each chose an alchemical platform, standing still upon it, adjusting their states, and awaiting the commencement of the final contest. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. The Elder in black robes swept his gaze over the 30 exceptional young alchemists, pausing momentarily on Li Ao, a flicker of barely perceptible admiration and seriousness flashing in his eyes. He stepped forward, his voice resonating like a great bell, echoing throughout the plaza. Congratulations to all of you for overcoming numerous trials to reach this final venue. The rules of this year's Alchemy Conference Finals are as follows. You may freely showcase your abilities in this soul realm, concocting the highest grade or most innovative elixirs you can master. Materials are to be prepared by yourselves, and there is no time limit. Ultimately, the 3 titans of the Alchemy Tower, in conjunction with the esteemed guests present, will evaluate the rankings based on the elixir's grade, quality, difficulty, and originality. With the rules announced, the spirits of the crowd were invigorated. The freedom to create the highest grade or most innovative elixirs undoubtedly granted everyone the greatest latitude. Yet it also placed the highest demands on individual foundation, accumulation, and audacity. After stating the rules, the Elder did not immediately declare the start, but instead shifted his tone to a more somber note. Additionally, there is a matter I must remind everyone of. Recently, throughout the Central State, there have been numerous reports of spirit bodies mysteriously disappearing, and even some alchemist families have been attacked by unknown forces, with the target being the essence of souls. Our investigations at the Alchemy Tower have revealed many clues pointing to a mysterious organization, the Soul Palace. Upon hearing the name Soul Palace, a murmur of surprise rippled through the plaza. Many young alchemists displayed confusion, clearly lacking in-depth knowledge. However, the expressions of some representatives from powerful factions, as well as Xiao Ying and Tang He, instantly turned grave. Li Ao narrowed his eyes, realizing that the Alchemy Tower was seizing the opportunity to issue a warning and alert. It seemed they were not entirely ignorant of the Soul Palace's infiltration. The Elder in Black continued. This organization operates with secrecy and employs cruel methods, aiming to collect powerful souls. Behind them lies a tremendous conspiracy, opposing not only us alchemists but all living beings in the Central State. I urge you all to exercise caution as you traverse the continent in the future. Should you encounter members of the Soul Palace, seek assistance from the Alchemy Tower or various righteous factions. This warning deepened the atmosphere of tension in the plaza. Li Ao's thoughts raced. As a transcender, he understood better than anyone present what the Soul Palace, or rather, the Soul Clan behind it, sought to achieve, to gather sufficient soul essence to aid the Soul Emperor in becoming a Do Emperor and subsequently enact a blood sacrifice upon the Central State. This was a crisis concerning the very lives and deaths of all, far from what the Alchemy Tower could dismiss with mere caution. He had initially intended to focus solely on his own advancement to prepare for the impending upheavals and to heal Medusa. However, the repeated provocations by the Soul Palace and the sweeping conspiracy behind it made him realize that while he might protect himself through solitary strength, safeguarding those he wished to protect and striving for a chance of survival in the coming cataclysm necessitated the establishment of his own power and allies. The Alchemy Tower, as one of the most formidable forces in the Central State, was undoubtedly a potential important ally. This alchemy conference represented a perfect opportunity to showcase his value and gain recognition. Li Ao resolved not only to claim victory and acquire the Lotus Seeds, but also to demonstrate his potential, compelling the Alchemy Tower to regard him with respect and even reliance, along with his understanding of the Soul Palace. While he contemplated this, the Elder in Black finally proclaimed, "The finals of the Alchemy Conference begin now." Boom! Almost instantaneously with his declaration, dozens of flames of varying colors and strengths erupted simultaneously across the plaza. The searing heat enveloped the air, distorting it as the fragrance of medicinal herbs began to emerge. Xiao Yan waved her delicate hand, and a magnificent cauldron, surrounded by a halo of 7 colors, materialized. With a flick of her finger, a flame exhibiting 7 hues descended into the cauldron, her famed 7-colored spirit flame. Her expression was solemn, and every herb she retrieved was undoubtedly a rare treasure, signaling her intent to concoct an elixir of exceedingly high grade. Danshan produced an unassuming black medicinal cauldron that appeared to be ancient and unadorned. Her flame radiated a gentle, milky white hue, yet the soul fluctuations it contained were astonishingly vast. Though her pace of refining was not swift, each step was executed with remarkable stability, as if resonating with the very essence of the soul realm. Tanghor, in stark contrast, displayed brazen dominance. Her crimson cauldron erupted with a roar of 9 dragons' thunder fire, intertwining lightning and flames as she recklessly tossed several volatile herbs into the cauldron, beginning her fierce refining process. The young man in the black robe remained shrouded in shadow, wielding an icy white flame that was chilling and starkly different from ordinary fire. The elixirs he crafted emitted a bizarre aura that was unsettling. Other alchemists showcased their skills, diligently preparing their herbs and heating their cauldrons. Yet Li Ao did not immediately engage. He stood upon the alchemy platform, eyes closed in deep concentration, seemingly brewing something profound. His unusual demeanor drew the attention of the entire assembly once more. What was he contemplating? Why had he yet to commence? Could it be that he lacked the materials for high-tier elixirs? No, his aura suggested he was communing with the energies of heaven and earth. On the observation platform, Elder Xian, Yi, and others exchanged puzzled glances. Moments later, Li Ao abruptly opened his eyes, a piercing brilliance illuminating them. He did not retrieve any cauldron, but raised his palm once more. The deep, inky void flame leapt forth, a terrifying pressure descending upon the gathering, causing the flames of the other alchemists to flicker once more. However, this time, Li Ao did not use it to condense a cauldron. His gaze swept across the observation platform, his voice clear yet imbued with an undeniable penetrating power, resonating throughout the square. Elder Xian, Yi, and esteemed seniors. The calamity of the Soul Palace is far from a mere collection of souls. What lies behind it is the intent to use the souls of countless beings as offerings to enact a cataclysmic scheme, aiming to forge a world-destroying demon that will bathe Zhongzhou in blood. Their methods are insidious and cunning, skilled in soul manipulation and stealthy erosion. Those near you may have already been infiltrated by their hidden agents without your knowledge. At these words, the atmosphere erupted in shock. Not only did the alchemists in the square pale in fear, but representatives from the observation platform also turned ashen. "You insolent child, cease your nonsense." A representative from a prominent family, whose aura bore a resemblance to that of the Soul Palace, barked sharply, his eyes flickering. Elder Xian, Yi's pupils constricted, raising his hand to quell the disturbance, his gaze sharply fixed on Li Ao. "Young friend Li Ao, do you possess any evidence for such claims?" Li Ao met his gaze without flinching, his voice resolute. "Evidence? The Soul Palace collects souls, not for simple cultivation or the crafting of puppets. They seek the most primal soul power to complete an ancient and malevolent array. Should this array succeed, Zhongzhou will surely be plunged into desolation. This is ancient knowledge I have chanced upon. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely up to you. He would naturally not reveal his identity as a traveler from another realm, instead cloaking his assertions in the guise of ancient secrets. Yet, coupled with the recent actions of the Soul Palace and the investigations of the Pill Tower, his words were sufficient to plant a deep thorn in the hearts of all present representatives. As for proof, Li Ao's tone shifted, his palm engulfed in a surge of inky flames, declaring, "I shall use the elixir I am about to concoct." Alongside this extinguishing flame that specifically counters the Soul Palace's spectral forces to prove my words. Today, I, Li Ao, shall refine the pinnacle 7th grade elixir, the soul-shattering disruption pill, right here in the Wan Yao Square. Before his words had fully settled, the void flame in his palm suddenly bifurcated, transforming into dozens of slender fire threads that, as if animated by life, precisely ensnared the prepared herbs, which exuded peculiar fluctuations and even a trace of malevolence. With fire as his guide, he undertook the audacious feat of handcrafting a pinnacle 7th grade elixir, specifically designed to counter the sinister soul energies, breaking through illusions and effectively neutralizing the Soul Palace's means of soul manipulation and mental affliction. This audacious act once again sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. He intended not only to showcase his astonishing alchemical skills, but also to use this elixir as a declaration of his understanding and countermeasures against the Soul Palace's tactics. This was a demonstration of value and a strategic maneuver for the future. Elder Xian Yi observed Li Ao as confident and resolute figure. Alongside the flame that contained an enigmatic extinguishing power, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as his heart stirred with tumultuous waves. This youth not only possessed a monstrous talent, but seemed to harbor knowledge and ambitions far beyond that of ordinary individuals. The finals of the Alchemy Conference became increasingly enigmatic and rife with undercurrents, all due to Li Ao's revelations and the elixir he was about to refine. Chapter 95. The Pill-S formation invokes calamity. The extinguishing flame devours thunder. Li Ao's words were like a boulder cast into the still waters of a lake, stirring up immense waves across the Wan Yao Square and throughout the observation platform. Bloodshed in Zhongzhou, millions of lives as offerings, ancient secrets. How did he come to know of these? The soul-shattering disruption pill? That was an exceedingly challenging 7th grade pinnacle elixir to concoct, specifically designed to counter various soul malevolences and manipulative techniques. Gasps of astonishment, voices of skepticism, and whispers of discussion erupted in a cacophony. Everyone was shaken by the earth-shattering news Li Ao had thrown forth and the elixir he had chosen. If his claims were true, the extent of the Soul Palace's threat would far exceed their previous imaginations. On the observation platform, Elder Xian Yi and the other elders of the Pill Tower exchanged glances, each recognizing the gravity and uncertainty reflected in the other's eyes. Li Ao's words were too shocking to fathom, but as high-ranking members of the Pill Tower, they possessed information far beyond that of outsiders. Upon careful reflection, certain covert actions by the Soul Palace in recent years did seem to faintly correspond with his sacrificial assertions. The representative from the family who had earlier scolded Li Ao wore a grim expression, his eyes betraying a hint of barely concealed panic. Gao Xin, Zhan Chen, and other prodigies temporarily paused their refining, gazing at Li Ao in astonishment. They hailed from powerful factions and were aware of the threat posed by the Soul Palace. Yet they had never conceived its ambitions to be so terrifying. Such alarmist rhetoric. Focus on your alchemy first. Refining a pinnacle 7th grade elixir is no simple feat. Be wary of your pills failing and your life being forfeit. A skeptic scoffed derisively. Li Ao remained unfazed by the surrounding discussions. His mind was wholly immersed in the art of alchemy. Dozens of herbs, each with distinct forms and conflicting properties, floated around him, enveloped in strands of the void flame as fine as a hair. Some of these herbs were imbued with extreme yang and rigidity, others with extreme yin and coldness, and a few even contained the natural essence of malevolence, which ordinary alchemists would avoid at all costs. However, under Li Ao's nearly heavenly soul power and his exquisite control over the void flame, these herbs were meticulously refined and purified. The chaotic energy was forcibly tamed by the flames, the frigid aura silently neutralized, and the strands of malevolence were directly purified and stripped away by the flame's inherent essence of tranquility, leaving only the purest medicinal essence. Throughout the entire process, he did not utilize a cauldron, relying solely on his soul power to construct an intangible furnace domain, using fire as his hands to engage in the exceedingly complex art of handcrafting elixirs. His profound mastery of soul control and deep understanding of flames left all knowledgeable alchemists spellbound, even causing Elder Xian Yi to nod in subtle approval. Time passed incrementally. On the other alchemy platforms, others began to reach critical moments as well. In Xiao Ying's cauldron, a vibrant seven-colored radiance soared, faintly accompanied by the sound of phoenix cries. Above Dan Chen's black cauldron, a small patch of milky white soul clouds began to coalesce. Meanwhile, the thunderous roars emanating from Tang, his thunderfire cauldron, filled the air with a domineering fragrance. The icy white flames of the young man in the black robe formed a ghostly visage, exhaling medicinal power. Yet, the brilliance of all others seemed eclipsed by Li Ao's display of hand-controlled fire strands, embodying the artistry of alchemy. 3 days and nights swiftly passed. For high-tier alchemy, this duration was but a fleeting moment. During this time, several alchemists successfully refined pills, triggering varying degrees of pill thunder, but the highest grade achieved was merely mid-level 7th grade. On this day, at the zenith of noon, under the blazing sun, Li Ao found himself surrounded by dozens of orbs of pure medicinal liquid, which, under the guidance of his soul, began to converge towards a singular focal point, akin to rivers returning to the sea. The act of fusion represented the most arduous step in concocting the soul-slaying barrier elixir. The myriad properties of the various herbs required a flawless equilibrium to be achieved, particularly when dealing with the primary ingredients embodying barrier-breaking and malevolent-repelling characteristics. A moment's carelessness could incite an energy upheaval, leading to utter failure. Li Ao's expression was grave as he pressed his hands lightly, his soul force operating with the precision of a finely tuned instrument, orchestrating the amalgamation of each medicinal property. Within his sea of consciousness, the dim essence of his annihilated soul flickered slightly, emanating an extraordinary aura that could stabilize the tumultuous energies of the herbs. "Merge," he intoned softly, and all the medicinal liquids suddenly contracted, transforming into a fist-sized mass of viscous liquid that shimmered in shades of gray, white, and gold. An enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, clarifying the mind, yet carrying an undercurrent of malevolence that hinted at the obliteration of evil spirits. As the elixir's form began to solidify, the previously clear sky above the pill square darkened ominously. Thick clouds, akin to ink, converged from all directions, layering upon each other and enveloping the entirety of the square. Within the tempestuous clouds, silver serpents danced, thunder roared, and a suffocating pressure descended from the heavens. It was the Dan Thunder, the thunder of a pinnacle 7th grade elixir. Its ferocity surpassed that of the previous mid-tier 7th grade elixirs by several folds. He was on the verge of success. All gazes turned skyward, their faces etched with astonishment. With a resounding crack, a silver bolt of lightning, as thick as a child's arm, cleaved through the clouds, descending with a breath of annihilation towards the tricolored elixir in Li Ao's hand. Li Ao's eyes narrowed. Instead of employing his fighting spirit to resist, he focused his thoughts, and the quiet, flickering flames of the void devouring fire in his palm surged explosively, transforming into a curtain of pitch-black flames to meet the impending Dan Thunder. Under the astonished gazes of countless onlookers, the silver lightning, capable of gravely injuring a Dou emperor, upon contact with the ebony flames, vanished without a trace, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, leaving not a ripple behind. The annihilation fire could incinerate all. It could also consume thunder. What? He actually devoured the Dan Thunder with his otherworldly flames? What kind of fire is this that can swallow the very lightning of heaven and earth? The crowd was once again left in disbelief. Boom, boom, boom. Seemingly incensed by Li Ao's audacity, the clouds roiled, unleashing even more violent lightning that cascaded like a torrential downpour. The second bolt, the third, each thicker than the last, transformed from silver to green, ultimately culminating in terrifying dark purple columns of lightning. Yet it was all futile. The void-devouring fire in Li Ao's palm appeared to morph into an unfathomable abyss, effortlessly engulfing and refining every strike of lightning, causing the flames to radiate a deeper, more profound glow. The tricolored elixir, under the baptism of the lightning and the guardianship of the flames, became increasingly solid. Its brilliance intensified, and the fragrance grew ever more intoxicating, when the last dark purple lightning column was silently consumed by the black flames. The clouds in the sky seemed to exhaust their power, reluctantly dissipating, allowing sunlight to once again bathe the square. A profound silence enveloped the scene. All eyes were fixed upon Li Ao's palm, where a pill the size of a dragon's eye, shimmering in chaotic gray with three natural patterns, gray, white, gold, spiraled, exuding a formidable and extraordinary soul fluctuation. The space around the elixir subtly warped, hinting at its ability to dispel illusions and suppress malevolent forces. The pinnacle 7th grade elixir, the soul-slaying barrier elixir, had been successfully forged. Moreover, it was created through the sheer art of handcrafted alchemy, having withstood and consumed all the Dan thunder, achieving a quality that had reached the epitome of perfection. Li Ao cradled the elixir, potent enough to incite contention among those Zune powerhouses, and cast a discerning gaze towards the observation platform, his voice calm, yet imbued with undeniable authority. This elixir can shatter soul malevolence, quell heart demons, and specifically counter the soul-controlling sorcery of the Soul Palace. This is but a fraction of my evidence against the Soul Palace. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping over the grim-faced family representative in certain shadowy corners of the space, and coldly declared, "The remnants of the Soul Palace, along with the unfortunate souls they have corrupted. Are you prepared? This reckoning has only just begun." Chapter 96. Renowned in the alchemical realm, the Knight's deadly scheme. The pill square fell into an eerie stillness. Every gaze was fixated on the soul-slaying barrier elixir, suspended within Li Ao's palm, swirling with a chaotic gray luminescence. The three natural patterns on the elixir surface seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the universe, emanating an essence capable of dispelling illusions and suppressing malevolence, inducing a profound sense of comfort and stability among the powerful souls present, while some felt an unsettling prickling in their spirits. To concoct a pinnacle 7th grade elixir by hand, to summon Dan Thunder and consume it. The perfection of this elixir, specifically designed to counter soul malevolence. Each of these feats was nothing short of astounding, particularly the soul-slaying barrier elixir, whose attributes seemed to validate Li Ao's earlier astonishing claims regarding the Soul Palace. The soul-slaying barrier elixir, as documented in ancient texts, was crafted by ancient cultivators to combat heart demons and the manipulation of sinister souls. The method of its refinement had long been lost to time. Yet, this young man not only succeeded, but achieved a flawless quality. Elder Xian murmured in disbelief, his eyes brimming with astonishment. As an 8th grade alchemist, he recognized the value of this elixir, far surpassing that of ordinary pinnacle 7th grade elixirs. Under certain circumstances, it could even rival 8th grade elixirs. The expressions of the other elders of the Alchemist Tower and representatives from various factions were a tapestry of shock, greed, apprehension, and contemplation. Li Ao had, through irrefutable evidence, demonstrated that he possessed not only monstrous talent, but also secrets and methods that could potentially influence the fate of the Central Plains. The family representative who had previously scolded him now bore a pallid countenance, his hand trembling slightly within his sleeve, casting a furtive, malevolent glance at Li Ao, yet dared not speak further. Chao Ying, Dan Shun, and Tang Hua had all successfully concocted their own elixirs. Chao Ying produced a high-grade 7-color glazed elixir, its formation illuminating the air with resplendent hues. Dan Shun crafted a mid-grade Tai Chi soul liquid, though not a solid elixir. The purity of its soul energy drew a nod of approval from Elder Xianyi. Tang Hua succeeded in concocting a mid-grade Thunderfire bodyguard elixir, embodying her fierce style. The black-robed youth refined a soul-corroding elixir, exuding a chilling soul fluctuation, also reaching mid-grade 7 tier, yet its aura was decidedly discomforting. Their accomplishments, while deserving of admiration, paled in comparison to Li Ao's soul-slaying barrier elixir. The disparity was unmistakable, without need for further words. All present understood that the champion of this alchemical conference was already a foregone conclusion. Elder Xian inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the tumult within, and after a brief exchange with several other elders and faction representatives, he soared to the center of the square. His gaze swept over the entire assembly before finally settling on Li Ao, his voice grave and solemn. "By our unanimous decision, the champion of this alchemical conference is Liao." His voice resonated through the realm of souls, even reaching the outer world of the alchemist's city through special means. Following a brief moment of silence, an eruption of uproar and commotion unfolded like a tsunami. Though anticipated, the actual announcement still stirred the hearts of many. Champion, Liao, truly deserving. Concocting a pinnacle 7th-grade elixir by hand, consuming thunder to forge pills, an unprecedented feat. From this day forth, the name of Li Ao shall resonate throughout the entire Dan region, and even across the central continent. Xiao Ying and the others gazed at Li Ao with a mixture of complex emotions, admiration, fighting spirit, and a hint of resignation. All of them were proud individuals. Yet in the face of a prodigy like Li Ao, they could only yield in both heart and words. The elder in the black robes raised his hand to impose silence, and once the clamor subsided, he continued. In accordance with our agreement, the champion, Li Ao, shall receive a single seed from the 7-colored spirit lotus and be granted the opportunity to ascend to the top tier of the Dan Tower's library. With a flourish of his sleeve, a radiant beam of multicolored light shot forth from the direction of the floating lotus platform, landing precisely in his hand. The seed, roughly the size of a pigeon's egg, was perfectly round and emanated a gentle, resplendent aura. Within it, one could sense a vast flow of vital energy and the essence of the soul, causing one's spirit to tremble at its mere presence, as if beckoning them to ascend to the heavens. The 7-colored spirit lotus seed. As Li Ao beheld the seed, his previously calm demeanor was finally overtaken by an uncontainable surge of excitement and fervor. After enduring countless trials and tribulations, he had finally acquired it. There was now hope for healing Medusa. He solemnly accepted the seed, feeling the immense yet gentle power within, and carefully stored it in a pre-prepared cold jade box, which he then placed into his spatial ring. "Thank you, Elder in the black robes, and thank you, Dan Tower," Li Ao said with sincerity as he clasped his hands in gratitude. The elder regarded him with profound eyes. "This is what you rightfully deserve. Young friend Li Ao, after the Dan conference, should you find some leisure, I hope to have a private discussion with you." Li Ao understood that the higher-ups of the Dan Tower wished to delve deeper into matters concerning the Soul Palace and himself, a result he desired, and he nodded in agreement. "It would be my utmost honor." The awards ceremony did not linger for long. The elder in the black robes announced the rankings of the top 10, with Xiao Ying, Dan Shun, Tang Wen, and others following in succession, all receiving their respective rewards. Yet, the focus of all present was evidently on the champion, Li Ao. Thus, the Dan conference officially drew to a close. As the elder in the black robes proclaimed the end, the barrier enveloping the square dissipated, and the crowd began to disperse. Many representatives of various factions exchanged glances, evidently contemplating how to forge connections or hatch other schemes. Li Ao did not linger, under the watchful gazes of countless eyes. He made his way directly toward the exit of the Soul Realm. His most pressing concern was to find a secure location where he could utilize the 7-colored spirit lotus seed to attempt the healing of Medusa within the Soul Pearl. However, he was acutely aware that the Soul Palace would not let him escape easily. Having boldly exposed their schemes during the Dan conference and showcased the means to counter them, coupled with his possession of a priceless treasure, he now resembled the brightest beacon in the night, attracting all latent malice. Nightfall descended quietly. Instead of returning to the accommodations arranged in Dan City, Li Ao, relying on his formidable soul perception, located an exceptionally concealed, naturally formed soul power cave on the edge of the Soul Realm. He set up multiple layers of concealment and protective formations, even employing a strand of the rules of obliteration to disrupt the heavenly secrets, ensuring that no one could detect this place in the short term. Deep within the cave, Li Ao sat cross-legged, cautiously retrieving the Soul Pearl. Within the jade, Medusa's soul phantom remained in a deep slumber, her aura faint yet relatively stable. He then took out the seed, radiating a multicolored glow, and an intense surge of vitality and soul energy instantly filled the cave. "Your Majesty, hold on. I shall heal you shortly," Li Ao whispered, his gaze resolute. Following the subtle hints from the Woodhall Master, Qinghua Fairy, and his own understanding of the soul, he began to channel the seed's power. He did not allow Medusa's soul to directly absorb the seed. Instead, he first utilized his own half-step heavenly realm soul power as a bridge, carefully extracting a strand of the purest essence from the seed and gradually transferring it into the Soul Pearl to nourish the ethereal soul. This process was exceedingly slow and mentally taxing, requiring absolute focus without any interruptions. As time ticked by, under the unparalleled nourishment of the seven-colored spirit lotus seed, Medusa's originally ethereal soul began to solidify at a visible pace. Though still faint, the disintegrating essence seemed to stabilize, with even the slightest signs of repair emerging. A surge of joy blossomed in Li Ao's heart, and he intensified his guidance of the medicinal power. However, just as he was wholly absorbed in the healing process, a soft crack echoed. The first layer of the concealment formation he had set up outside the cave shattered silently, like a bubble. Immediately afterward, the second layer of the protective formation began to fluctuate violently, its light flickering erratically. So they have come. Li Ao's eyes gleamed coldly as he swiftly withdrew his soul power, hastily stowing away the soul pearl and the seed. In a flash, he appeared outside the cave. Beneath the moonlight, three figures shrouded in dense black mist surrounded him in a triangular formation. The aura of these three individuals was far more formidable than the two he had previously encountered in the soul realm. The leader, a towering figure, was partially obscured by swirling black mist, yet his face, covered in strange runes, became visible, exuding a presence that unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the three-star Do zone. The other two were also at the peak of one-star Do zone. Furthermore, the eerie aura of death emanating from them was pure and terrifying, far beyond that of the Iron Guardians. Clearly, they were elite guardians from the Soul Palace, possibly even directly subordinate to the Elder. Cackling, the rune-faced guardian exclaimed, "You possess quite a keen perception, boy. Hand over the seven-colored spirit lotus seed and that soul-destruction breaking pill, along with your soul, and perhaps you might suffer less torment in the Soul Palace." Li Ao's gaze swept coldly over the three, his soul power quietly expanding as he remained vigilant for a potential fourth assailant. "You think you three insignificant fish can threaten me?" he retorted disdainfully. "Arrogant." The guardian on the left barked, vanishing like a specter. In the next moment, he reappeared behind Li Ao, a withered, ghostly claw screeching towards his back with a soul-rending shriek. Seeking death, Li Ao didn't even bother to turn around, retaliating with a powerful punch. A burst of dark golden vitality erupted, his fist embodying the might of a mountain. Boom! The punch met the claw, and a shockwave surged forth. The one-star Do Zone Guardian let out a scream as his entire arm, along with half of his shoulder, was obliterated into a mist of blood. His body sent flying back as if it were a sack of broken rice, his aura instantly dwindling. What? The rune-faced guardian and the other guardians' expressions drastically changed. They had not anticipated Li Ao's physical strength to be so fearsome. "Altogether now, take him down." The rune-faced guardian, no longer overconfident, shouted, forming seals with his hands as thick black mist coalesced into countless twisted soul locks, entwining toward Li Ao like venomous serpents. The other guardian opened his mouth and unleashed a gray-black breath of death, corroding everything in its path as if the very fabric of space were being eroded. Faced with the combined assault of two high-level Do Zone Guardians, Li Ao's expression hardened, and he finally unleashed his true power. His fingers became blade-like, a thread of reclusive annihilation energy swirling around his fingertips. Annihilation cut. A slender silver-gray thread silently sliced through the night sky, without any earth-shattering explosion. The multitude of soul locks and the breath of death disintegrated and vanished the moment they encountered the silver-gray thread, as if cast into the ultimate void. The thread continued unabated, sweeping past the guardian who had exhaled the breath of death. The guardian's body stiffened, the light in his eyes receding like a receding tide, and his form crumbled into dust, dissipating in the night breeze. Instant kill. The rune-faced guardian's soul nearly fled from his body as he finally realized that the youth before him far surpassed their expectations. The power he wielded over the rules was a natural nemesis to the Soul Palace's deathly energies. Flee. Without the slightest hesitation, he crushed a pitch-black jade talisman, his form transforming into a wisp of black smoke, ready to slip into the void. I had mentioned before that since he had arrived, he might as well stay. Li Ao's icy voice resonated like the whisper of death itself. With the thunderous steps of a deity, he moved like lightning, instantly closing the distance to the black smoke. His fist, imbued with dark golden vitality and the rules of obliteration, came crashing down like a falling star. "No, the Soul Palace will not let you go. The Celestial Sovereign will avenge us." The rune-faced guardian screamed in despair. Boom! The force of the punch erupted, intertwining dark gold and gray-black light that devoured everything in its path. When the brilliance dissipated, only a massive, deep pit remained, accompanied by a few wisps of lingering underworld energy. The rune-faced guardian, at the pinnacle of the 3-star dozone, had been utterly obliterated, his soul scattered. Li Ao stood at the edge of the deep pit, his azure robe billowing in the night breeze, his gaze as frigid as a millennium of ice. He waved his hand to erase the traces of battle, his eyes turned toward the direction of the Dan Tower, seemingly piercing through the void to glimpse the vast organization concealed beneath the shadows of Zhongzhou. The Soul Palace, this is merely the beginning. I shall reclaim your blood debts, with interest one by my own hands. As the night deepened, the aura of murder grew ever more palpable. Chapter 97. Confidential discussions at the Dan Tower. Initial talks of alliance. The night had not yet faded, lingering in the darkest hour before dawn. After clearing the remnants of battle, Li Ao did not return to the cave that had already been discovered. Like a specter in the night, he utilized his formidable soul perception to seek out a more concealed location within the soul realm, a natural vortex of soul power, where he once again set up layers of restrictions. Though formidable foes had temporarily retreated, he understood well that the Soul Palace would not rest easily. With the 3-star Dozong Peak Guardian leading the charge, they had suffered a crushing defeat. The next time they came, it would likely be the true high-ranking elders, or even beings of a higher echelon. He needed to quickly elevate his strength and seize the opportunity presented by the Dan Tower. He settled into a meditative position, not immediately resuming treatment for Medusa. Although the battle had been brief, the use of obliteration rules to slay 3 high-ranking Dozong, especially the final rune-face guardian, had caused a slight disturbance in his vitality due to the soul curse and underworld backlash unleashed at the moment of death. He required a moment to recuperate. At the same time, he awaited the arrival of the Dan Tower's emissaries. He was confident that his previous warning at the Wan Yao Plaza, along with the short yet intensely energetic battle that had just transpired, could not have escaped the notice of the Dan Tower's leaders, who held sway over the soul realm. Indeed, just as the first light of dawn broke the horizon, a gentle yet irresistible soul transmission quietly penetrated the layers of restrictions he had set, echoing in his mind, "Young friendly Ao, I am Xian. If you are unharmed, please follow the guiding light for a conversation." As the words faded, a soft white light resembling a firefly appeared before Li Ao, gently flickering as if awaiting his response. Li Ao opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing within. He rose, adjusted his azure robe, and maintained a calm demeanor. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. This meeting with the Dan Tower was of utmost significance. He did not resist, following the light as his figure melded into the hazy morning mist. The guiding light did not lead him toward the exit of the soul realm, but rather deeper into its recesses, towards a floating lotus platform shrouded in colorful rays. Along the way, they traversed several seemingly impassable mountain walls and mists, clearly indicating some form of sophisticated spatial restrictions. Without the guiding light, outsiders would find it nearly impossible to discover the path. Moments later, the scenery before him opened up. It was a tranquil valley nestled within the heart of the mountains beneath the floating lotus platform. Streams babbled gently, and exotic flowers bloomed abundantly. The richness of spiritual and soul energy surpassed even that of the outside world. A simple bamboo house of azure stood by the stream. Seated at a stone table before the bamboo house were 2 individuals. One was Elder Xian, while the other was an elderly man clad in homespun garments. His visage ancient yet with eyes as profound as the vast starry sky. This elder's aura was restrained, as if he were one with the surrounding valley. Yet Li Ao's soul perception revealed that his strength far surpassed that of Xian Yi. He likely stood at the terrifying pinnacle of the Dozong. "This is another leader of our Dan Tower, Tian Lei. Elder Xian Yi introduced, his tone tinged with respect. Tian Lei, one of the 3 great leaders of the Dan Tower, renowned in Zhongzhou for his thunderous might and unwavering integrity. A chill ran through Li Ao's heart, though his expression remained calm as he cupped his hands in salute. Junior Li Ao, greetings to Elder Xian Yi and Senior Tian Lei. Tian Lei Ziyas, seemingly imbued with the essence of thunder, scrutinized Li Ao closely before he spoke slowly, his voice rumbling like distant thunder, carrying an innate pressure. "Young man, regarding what you mentioned at Wan Yao Plaza about the Soul Palace sacrificing countless souls, from whence did you acquire such knowledge?" Without any pleasantries, he cut straight to the heart of the matter, indicative of his decisive character. Li Ao had long prepared his response, maintaining a respectful yet assertive tone. replying to Senior. In my youth, I inadvertently stumbled upon an ancient ruin where I acquired fragmented legacies and bits of information. Combined with the recent actions of the Soul Palace and the characteristics of their techniques, I pieced together my conjectures. The ruin has been destroyed, and verification is impossible. But I believe that where there is smoke, there is fire. The scale and purpose of the Soul Palace's soul collection is far from ordinary. He spoke half-truths, attributing the foresight of a transmigrator to an ancient ruin, an explanation that would be difficult to refute and more readily accepted. Tianlai Zi and Xian Yi exchanged glances, both displaying a grave demeanor. They could not fully believe him, but Li Ao's demonstrated understanding of the Soul Palace's methods, the soul-shattering pill, and his peculiar regulation of the underworld energy were factors they could not overlook. What you say is not entirely implausible, Elder Xian mused. In recent years, our Dan Tower has indeed observed that the activities of the Soul Palace have become increasingly frequent and covert. Their targets are no longer confined to the souls of the strong. They have even begun to prey upon ordinary individuals with special soul constitutions. If your conjecture holds true, their intentions are indeed alarming. Tianlai Zi's gaze sharpened, fixing on Li Ao. Even if what you say is true, what do you intend to achieve by informing us today? Do you expect our Dan Tower to engage in full-scale warfare with the Soul Palace based solely on your words and a single pill? Junior would not dare. Li Ao shook his head, his tone resolute. I am well aware of my limitations and know that I cannot shake the foundation of the Soul Palace. Today, I speak candidly for two reasons. One is to issue a warning, hoping that the Dan Tower and the righteous forces of Zhongzhou prepare early, lest they awaken only when disaster strikes. The second is for self-preservation. The Soul Palace has marked me as a thorn in their side, pursuing me relentlessly, and I require allies. He paused before continuing. I do not demand that the Dan Tower immediately declare war on the Soul Palace. However, perhaps we can begin with intelligence sharing and a limited cooperation, such as eliminating the Soul Palace's infiltrators hiding within the Dan region and various major factions. As he spoke, his gaze swept toward Elder Xian Yi. I believe both of you have your suspicions regarding that representative from the Halua clan who reprimanded me at the observation platform. The pupils of Xian Yi and Tianlai Zi simultaneously contracted. The Halua clan was precisely the faction from which the individual who had scolded Li Ao hailed. The Dan Tower had indeed noticed certain abnormalities regarding the Halua clan in recent years, but lacked concrete evidence. Li Ao's words were tantamount to a direct revelation. Do you have evidence? Tianlai Zi's voice was low, laced with pressure. I do not possess direct evidence, Li Ao replied candidly, but my soul perception is particularly sensitive to his aura. If the seniors trust me, perhaps we can investigate this individual further. Even if he is not involved, this could serve as a means to alarm the tiger in the mountain, deterring other infiltrators from acting rashly. He refrained from naming all the individuals he suspected, leaving it at that, thereby demonstrating his value while also preserving room for maneuver. A brief silence enveloped the bamboo house. Elder Xian Yi and Tianlai Zi engaged in rapid soul communication. After a brief moment, Elder Xian Yi turned to Li Ao, his expression grave. Young friend Li Ao, the matters you have raised are of great significance and cannot be decided by the two of us alone. They necessitate a discussion with the president. However, your warnings and suggestions have been duly noted by the Alchemist Guild. We shall initiate an investigation regarding the Heluo family. He shifted the topic. As for collaboration, the Guild can offer you a degree of protection and share limited intelligence with you. Yet, this is predicated upon your demonstration of greater value and goodwill towards the Guild. This was a test of what Li Ao could present and his position. Li Ao understood. He was aware that a solid alliance could not be forged in a single conversation. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, I comprehend, esteemed elders. To express my sincerity, I can present an ancient pill formula, the Purifying Soul Pill. Though it is merely a 6-tier concoction, it is remarkably effective in dispelling subtle encroachments on the soul and stabilizing the mind. It may assist the Guild in identifying and treating some disciples and friends influenced by the Soul Palace. He gestured, and a stream of soul information containing the complete formula for the Purifying Soul Pill soared towards Elder Xian Yi. This formula was not a mere fabrication. It was derived from his understanding of the realm's pharmacology, perfectly suited for the current circumstances. Elder Xian Yi received the information and, upon a cursory examination, his eyes sparkled with delight. The ingenuity of this formula was astounding. While the materials were not exceedingly rare, the combination and refinement techniques were unprecedented. The efficacy described was precisely what the guild urgently required. This was a significant token of allegiance. Excellent. Elder Xian clapped his hands, a smile gracing his face. Young friend, your sincerity is duly noted. This formula will indeed be of great benefit to our guild. Even Tian Lei Zi, usually stoic, softened slightly. Young friend, you may rest in this valley. It is entirely secure. Once we have conferred with the president, we shall discuss collaboration in more detail. Elder Xian instructed, adding, as for the treatment of your friend, should you require assistance, do not hesitate to ask. The guild possesses some nurturing soul medicines that you may utilize. This was a considerable display of goodwill. Li Ao felt a sense of assurance. He understood that initial trust had been established. He clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, esteemed elders. I indeed require several medicinal ingredients. Here is the list. He presented a pre-prepared list, detailing various rare adjuncts that would assist in the gentle nurturing of the essence of the 7-colored soul lotus seeds. Elder Xian glanced over the list and nodded. These ingredients are all available in our repository. They will be sent to you shortly. With the negotiations concluded, the atmosphere had lightened considerably. After exchanging a few casual remarks about alchemy and cultivation, Li Ao took his leave, guided by a steward of the guild to a tranquil chamber prepared for his rest. Watching Li Ao's departing figure, Tian Lei Zi remarked slowly, this youth possesses a meticulous mind, extraordinary methods, and harbors great secrets. Whether he is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Elder Xian Yi's gaze deepened. At least for now, he stands as an adversary to the Soul Palace, aligning with our guild's objectives. Furthermore, his potential is boundless. If a genuine alliance can be forged, he may become a formidable asset against the Soul Palace. As for the rest, time will reveal all. The two figures gradually faded from sight within the bamboo pavilion, evidently intent on discussing more pressing matters with the enigmatic president of the Alchemist Guild. Meanwhile, within the tranquil chamber, Li Ao, having received the auxiliary medicines from a guild, was finally able to calm his mind and prepare to devote himself fully to healing Medusa. The true challenge was only just beginning, and the alliance with the guild had taken a solid first step. Chapter 98, Soul Restructuring, the Lotus Blooms at 9th Tier. Within the quiet chamber, the array glimmered, thoroughly isolating the interior from the outside. Li Ao sat cross-legged, his countenance bearing an unprecedented gravity. Before him floated the soul-purifying jade, emanating a faint spectrum of light, within which Medusa's ethereal soul wavered, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. Beside it lay the 7-colored soul lotus seed, infused with immense vitality and the essence of the soul, along with several rare auxiliary medicines provided by the guild, shimmering with a radiant glow. The process of healing was far more intricate than merely consuming the lotus seed. Medusa's soul essence was severely damaged, on the verge of shattering, resembling a glass lamp riddled with cracks, teetering on the brink of collapse. Although the power of the 7-colored soul lotus seed was immense and gentle, a direct infusion could be likened to a flood breaching a broken dam. It would not only fail to restore, but would hasten its destruction. Li Ao needed to utilize his own soul as a guide, employing the unique characteristics of the rule of annihilation as a support, meticulously directing the gentle medicinal properties of the lotus seed and auxiliary medicines, akin to the most delicate weaver, gradually mending and nurturing the fractured essence of the soul. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, not only for Medusa, but for Li Ao as well. He had to control his own soul power to the utmost precision, allowing for no misstep, while simultaneously resisting the overwhelming allure and assimilation of the lotus seed's vast soul power, all while maintaining a stable output of the rule of annihilation. A moment's lapse could lead to irreparable doom for both. Let's begin. Li Ao took a deep breath, his gaze sharpening with unwavering focus and determination. He formed an arcane hand seal, a radiant light emanating from his brow as the soul power of a half-step to the celestial realm surged forth, not intrusively, but transforming into countless threads of gray light, finer than a hair, as if alive, gently weaving into the soul-purifying jade, carefully enveloping and lifting Medusa's ethereal soul. Simultaneously, he invoked the core essence of the rule of annihilation. It was not a force of destruction, but rather a return to tranquility, a facet of reordering. Agri-Shoha, imbued with calming and stabilizing energies, enveloped Medusa's soul, temporarily reinforcing the structure that was on the verge of complete dissolution. Melt. At Li Ao's mental command, the 7-colored soul lotus seed, guided by his soul power, began to rise gently, floating above Medusa's soul. He did not allow the seed to directly contact the soul, but instead utilized his own essence as a crucible to draw forth the seed's power. Strands of pure, exquisitely refined soul essence, manifesting in vibrant hues, were carefully peeled away from the seed, filtered and buffered by Li Ao's soul, then mixed with the already refined auxiliary medicinal liquids, transforming into a mist of resplendent seven-colored radiance, which gradually cascaded over Medusa's shattered soul. As if encountering much-needed rain after a prolonged drought, Medusa's once dull and ethereal soul emitted a subtle sound, akin to the revival of life. At the moment it came into contact with the seven-colored radiance, the grotesque cracks upon the surface of her soul began to mend, albeit at a pace imperceptible to the naked eye. However, this process was fraught with challenges. Medusa's soul had suffered extensive damage, and her core consciousness had long fallen into the deepest slumber, teetering on the brink of annihilation. Stimulated by external forces, the remnants of Queen Medusa's pride and instincts generated a faint resistance. Concurrently, the vast soul power within the lotus seed instinctively sought a stronger vessel, subtly tugging at Li Ao's soul, which served as a bridge. Li Ao let out a muffled groan, his complexion paling slightly. He felt as if his soul were traversing a precarious tightrope, needing to counteract the allure of the lotus seed while soothing Medusa's instinctual resistance, all while precisely regulating the delivery of medicinal power and the reconstruction of the soul structure. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as his soul power surged forth like a flood, maintaining this exquisitely delicate operation. Had it not been for his soul realm having reached the half-step celestial level and his initial integration with the rule of annihilation, coupled with his unwavering resolve, he would have long since faltered. Time flowed slowly in this serene healing process. 1 day, 2 days. Li Ao remained seated like a statue, his entire focus tethered to that ephemeral soul. His soul energy was severely depleted, his complexion growing increasingly pallid, yet his gaze remained as sharp and unwavering as ever. Within the warm soul jade, Medusa's spirit, nurtured continuously by the resplendent hues of the seven-colored light, underwent a remarkable transformation. The initial sense of ethereality gradually faded, giving way to a more substantial presence. The alarming fissures that marred her essence had healed significantly, and her soul even emitted a faint, jade-like luster. Its aura, once feeble to the point of near non-existence, had become steady and robust. Most astonishingly to Li Ao, a minuscule point of seven-colored light was slowly coalescing at the center of Medusa's brow, the very locus that signified her primal lineage as the seven-colored devouring serpent. This point rotated with an ancient and noble pressure, suggesting that the power of the seven-colored nurturing lotus had not only mended her spirit, but had also, to some extent, revitalized her damaged bloodline. By the 3rd day, all auxiliary medicinal properties had been completely expended, and the seven-colored nurturing lotus seed had diminished to nearly half its size. Its vibrancy slightly dulled. Yet, Medusa's spirit had been repaired by over 90%. Only a few of the most fundamental and minute fissures remained, requiring a final touch of meticulous effort. At this moment, Medusa's spirit appeared as solid as reality itself, her beauty transcendent. Resting in serene slumber, while exuding a delicate halo of seven-colored light, akin to a divine maiden. The strength of her spirit seemed to surpass even her pre-injury state. Li Ao felt a wave of relief wash over him. The most perilous phase had passed. He was preparing to harness the residual potency of the lotus seed to complete the final restoration when, suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The previously tranquil and slumbering Medusa's spirit fluttered her eyelashes ever so slightly. Immediately thereafter, her tightly shut eyes flew open. What a pair of eyes they were! Still the enchanting purple, but now filled with bewilderment, vigilance, and a trace of a chilling authority deeply rooted in her soul. It was as if a slumbering monarch, having rested for eons, had abruptly awakened. "Who are you?" A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from her newly awakened essence, accompanied by a chilling inquiry, akin to an invisible tempest, surging toward Li Ao's consciousness. This sudden spiritual onslaught could have shattered the soul of an ordinary Do Zone cultivator. However, Li Ao's soul realm was exceedingly elevated, and he had been prepared. With a mere thought, he activated the concept of annihilation, effortlessly dissipating the impact. Yet, this brief moment of distraction and resistance caused a slight delay in his control over the remaining lotus seed's potency. It was this minuscule delay that triggered a chain reaction. The remaining half of the lotus seed, as if having found an outlet, unleashed its profound soul power and vitality, no longer under Li Ao's complete command. It surged forth like a flood released from a dam, rushing toward the just-awakened Medusa, whose spiritual structure was still not fully stabilized. Oh no! Li Ao's expression shifted dramatically. Medusa had only just awakened. Her consciousness was not yet entirely clear, and her soul had not fully adjusted to its restored state. To suddenly receive such an overwhelming influx of energy could very well lead to her being overwhelmed or, worse, trigger unpredictable transformations. He attempted to sever the connection and retract the energy, but it was already too late. Buzz! The seven-colored radiance erupted violently, illuminating the entire quiet chamber as if it were daylight. Medusa's spirit was completely engulfed by the blinding seven-colored brilliance, and a soul pressure far more vast and ancient than before began to awaken, akin to a colossal primordial beast stirring from a slumber lasting countless ages. At the heart of that seven-colored light, astonishing transformations were occurring within Medusa's spirit. Her form appeared to elongate and perfect, as the point of seven-colored light at her brow suddenly magnified, morphing into a profound rune. Her soul fluctuations surged, hinting at a breakthrough beyond certain boundaries. Above the seven-colored light, a vague, towering silhouette of a nine-petal lotus began to emerge, slowly rotating, emanating a hazy yet sacred glow. The 9 petals of the lotus signified the activation of the seven-colored, nurturing lotus's primordial powers to a significant degree. Li Ao's gaze was fixed on the seven-colored mass. As he poured forth his spiritual energy in an effort to stabilize the situation, yet turmoil raged within his heart. He had not anticipated such a turn of events at the critical juncture. What direction would Medusa's premature awakening and this uncontrollable influx of energy lead her toward? Would it be a blessing or a curse? Chapter 99. The Queen's Return, Unveiling Her Edge. Within the quiet chamber, the seven-colored brilliance surged like a tangible force. The indistinct 9-petal lotus silhouette rotated gently, showering an endless cascade of light, completely enveloping Medusa's spirit. Li Ao's expression turned grave as his soul energy surged forth like a tide, attempting to intervene in the uncontrollable stream of energy, seeking to guide and soothe it. However, the immense power derived from the seven-colored nurturing lotus, under the influence of Medusa's awakening consciousness, had already formed an autonomous cycle, repelling external interference and gently pushing his spiritual energy aside. As Li Ao's thoughts raced, contemplating whether to employ the rules of annihilation to forcibly halt this process, a clear yet slightly bewildered voice emerged from the center of the resplendent seven-colored mass, resonating clearly throughout the chamber. This power is quite peculiar. Following this, a powerful and stable spiritual will begin to emanate from the light mass, no longer marked by instinctual resistance and confusion. It now bore a conscious and proactive sense of control. The tumultuous seven-colored energy seemed to have found its rightful master. It calmed, becoming docile, like rivers returning to the sea, seamlessly and swiftly merging into Medusa's spirit. Her already substantial soul began to undergo its final metamorphosis as it absorbed this last torrent of energy. The contours of her soul became even more distinct, exuding an almost tangible pressure. The seven-colored rune at her brow stabilized completely, shimmering with brilliance while emanating an ancient and noble aura. Her spiritual strength surged at a breathtaking pace, breaking through the limits of a Do Huang and ascending into the realm of Do Zone, and it continued to rise steadily. Initially, it reached the early stage of a one-star Do Zone, then progressed to the mid and later stages, finally stabilizing at the pinnacle of one-star Do Zone. The hovering silhouette of the 9-petal lotus dissipated slowly after the energy was exhausted, transforming into a final spark that merged into Medusa's spirit, further solidifying her soul's foundation. Crystalline and translucent, as if it had undergone a divine baptism, the seven-colored brilliance gradually retracted, ultimately fully integrating into Medusa's spirit. The chamber returned to tranquility. Li Ao held his breath, his focus unwavering. As the light faded, a solid, breathtakingly beautiful spirit figure clearly floated in midair. She wore the same ethereal purple robe, outlining breathtaking curves. Her beauty was world-renowned, her features imbued with an innate nobility and cold allure. Her purple eyes sparkled like the most radiant gems, deep and sharp, as if they could penetrate the very essence of one's soul. Compared to before, her aura had shed the fragility of near dissolution. now imbued with an ineffable sanctity and majesty. Her spirit was as solid as reality, surrounded by a faint halo of seven-colored light. She, Queen Medusa, not only had her spirit completely restored, but also, through fortuitous circumstances, had achieved an astonishing transformation at the soul level. Empowered by the overwhelming strength of the seven-colored nurturing lotus and Li Ao's unique rules of annihilation, Medusa slowly lowered her gaze, observing her remarkably solid hands. Feeling within her soul an unprecedented strength imbued with a hint of the divine. A complex and inscrutable expression flickered in her cold eyes as she lifted her head, her gaze once again settling upon Li Ao. This time, her gaze was no longer filled with vigilance and inquiry, but rather imbued with a hint of exploration, a touch of understanding, and a subtly delicate softness that perhaps even she herself had not yet recognized. "It is you who saved me." Her voice remained cold, yet bore a trace of warmth that reduced the distance between them. While I lay in slumber, I could vaguely sense the world around me. That tranquil will, which stabilized the essence of my soul and guided the medicinal power, was indeed you. Upon witnessing her complete awakening and successful mastery of her powers, a heavy stone finally lifted from Li Ao's heart, and he exhaled a long sigh of relief. The intense soul consumption over the past few days had rendered him somewhat pale, and his breath was slightly disordered. He nodded, his tone steady. "Fortuitous success. How does your majesty feel?" Medusa gazed deeply at him, absorbing the pallor of his complexion and the disarray of his breath. The subtle softness in her purple eyes seemed to deepen further. Instead of answering directly, she gently descended, her soul form gracefully standing before Li Ao, slightly tilting her head to look up at him, for he was slightly taller. "I am very well. Never before have I felt such vitality." Her tone carried a hint of the confidence and pride befitting a queen. "This favor I shall remember." She did not utter many words of thanks, but the weight of "I shall remember" uttered from the proud Medusa was worth more than 1,000 expressions of gratitude. Li Ao smiled faintly, unperturbed, "As long as your majesty is unharmed." At that moment, Medusa's brow furrowed slightly as she looked beyond the quiet room, a glimmer of icy killing intent flashing in her violet eyes. "There's a repugnant aura approaching from outside." Li Ao's expression sharpened, and his soul perception instantly expanded outward. Indeed, beyond the formation of the quiet room, a cold and powerful presence was rapidly nearing, with a clear target, the very room they occupied. This aura was significantly stronger than that of the rune-faced guardian he had slain earlier, evidently reaching the level of a 5-star Do zone. Moreover, the purity of its nether force was far beyond that of an ordinary guardian. The Soul Palace's members have exceptionally keen senses. Li Ao's gaze turned frigid. The fleeting joy from the successful healing dissipated in an instant. He had expended considerable energy, and now facing a 5-star Do zone, it would likely be a grueling battle. "It seems the trouble you have stirred is considerable." Medusa cast him a sidelong glance, her tone inscrutable, yet the fire of battle ignited in her purple eyes. "Excellent. Let me test this newly reshaped soul and discover what power it truly possesses." Before her words had fully settled, she raised her delicate hand, and a dazzling 7-colored radiance swirled around her. A powerful soul pressure, mingled with the ancient bloodline power of the 7-colored devouring python, erupted forth. Although she was merely a soul form at this moment and could not wield her former combat prowess, this pure soul power was already comparable to a physical entity at the peak of a 1-star Do zone, especially that 7-colored brilliance, which seemed to possess a natural suppression against the nether force. "Your Majesty, your soul is still healing," Li Ao remarked, his brow slightly furrowed, wishing to dissuade her. "Not at all," Medusa interrupted him, her tone leaving no room for argument. "The debts I owe, I can also reclaim some interest." In a flash, her form pierced through the formation Li Ao had set, appearing directly in the valley. Seeing this, Li Ao hesitated no longer, suppressing his weakness, and with a flicker of movement, followed closely behind. In the sky above the valley, an elderly figure clad in dark purple Soul Palace attire, with a gaunt face and deeply sunken eyes, hovered in midair, surrounded by swirling black mist, emanating a formidable aura of 5-star Do zone. In his hand, he clutched a flickering black soul jade, his chilling gaze fixated firmly on the newly emerged Li Ao. "Haha, indeed here," the elder cackled. "Boy, to have slain 3 guardians of the Soul Palace, you have reason to be proud. I, Mugu, shall personally send you on your way today, soul extraction, and fire refinement. However, his laughter abruptly ceased as he beheld the exquisitely solid soul form radiating seven-colored brilliance beside Li Ao. This is a soul form? So solid? And that aura, the seven-colored devouring python? Greed and shock erupted in Mugu's eyes. Heaven aids me. Not only can I complete my task, but I can also acquire such a perfect ancient bloodline soul. Boy, thank you for preparing this grand gift for me. He cackled wildly, his withered hand shooting out. Fingers clawed, as dense nether dough chi transformed into a massive black ghostly claw, shrieking towards Li Ao and Medusa. As the claw passed, the very fabric of space rippled, showcasing the terrifying strength of a five-star dozong, faced with an attack capable of effortlessly crushing ordinary low-star dozongs. Li Ao's eyes turned icy as he prepared to forcibly summon the rules of annihilation to counter it. However, a seven-colored streak of light was swifter. Impudent! Medusa roared, her violet eyes flashing with cold light. Her delicate fingers came together, and with a gentle point towards the looming ghostly claw, she unleashed the seven-colored soul light. With utmost precision, a beam of seven-colored light, as slender as an arm, erupted from her fingertip. This light contained pure soul power and the sacred bloodline strength of the seven-colored devouring python, moving faster than lightning. Without a cataclysmic explosion, the seemingly fearsome, ghostly claw, upon being struck by the seven-colored beam, melted away like ice beneath the blazing sun, emitting a piercing sound of dissolution as it was instantly pierced through. The edges of the hole rapidly expanding and vanishing. The seven-colored beam continued unabated, like the dawn tearing through the night, shooting directly towards Mugu's brow. What? Impossible! The elder's manic laughter transformed into sheer astonishment. He could distinctly feel the seven-colored beam's profound suppression and purifying effect against his nether force. In a panic, he erected multiple layers of nether shields in front of him while simultaneously retreating. Puff! 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 The seven-colored beam surged through the layers of the nether shields with ease, ultimately brushing past Mugu's scalp, obliterating a small hill behind him into nothingness. Though it did not land a direct hit, the purifying force that grazed him still sent a jolt of pain through Mugu's soul, causing the surrounding black mist to thin slightly. Steadying himself, he touched his scalp, which had lost a few strands of hair and throbbed with pain, gazing at the stunning, icy-eyed seven-colored soul form in the valley, his eyes filled with dread and disbelief. This soul form, with only the soul fluctuations of a peak one-star dozong, how could its attack be so peculiarly powerful? How could it counter his nether force? Having repelled the five-star dozong elder, Medusa stood proudly in the void, her seven-colored radiance making her appear as a celestial being descending upon the world. She coldly surveyed Mugu, her crimson lips parting to utter chilling words. You, the rabble from the Soul Palace, dare to harm my people? Who gives you the audacity? Beside her, Li Ao paused, momentarily taken aback, as he gazed at Medusa's flawless profile, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Meanwhile, Mugu's expression darkened to an unprecedented degree. Chapter 100, United Against the Enemy, the Thunder Sovereign Strikes. Mugu's countenance was as dark as water, the overwhelming aura of a five-star dozong swirling like a tempest throughout the valley, the black mist churning and casting a shadow over the sky. He fixated his gaze upon Medusa, the fear in his eyes receding, replaced by an intensifying greed and murderous intent. What a perfect ancient bloodline soul. If I can capture her and present her to the heavenly sovereign, it will be a great achievement. Mugu's raspy voice quivered with barely contained excitement. Little girl, with your nascent dozong soul power, even if your attributes are conflicting, what can you do against me? Once I capture you, I shall refine you daily with nether ghost fire, and see if you can maintain such haughty pride. He swiftly formed seals with both hands, as dark mist surged violently around him, transforming into countless twisted chains of vengeful souls that emitted piercing wails of despair. These chains were denser than before, with the anguished visages of tormented souls materializing upon them, radiating a foul power that eroded the essence of the soul. The heart-eating chains of 10,000 souls. Countless chains of resentment danced like a frenzied horde, ensnaring Medusa and Li Ao from all directions, sealing off every avenue for evasion. Even before the chains arrived, the soul-piercing wails and malevolent thoughts assaulted them, seeking to disrupt their focus. Medusa's violet eyes glimmered with icy resolve as she let out a cold snort, her form ablaze with prismatic light. With a graceful flick of her hand, A torrent of soul energy surged forth, not as a tangible attack, but coalescing around her and Li Ao into a magnificent, slowly rotating illusion of a colossal, multicolored lotus. The petals of the lotus unfurled, exuding an essence of sanctity, purification, and protection, repelling the onslaught of wailing souls and corrosive power. The chains of resentment clashed against the radiant barrier, producing hissing sounds and billowing black smoke. Unable to advance even an inch, the seven-colored guardian barrier, the old man of bones narrowed his eyes. Such a soul defense mechanism was unprecedented in his experience. Is this all you have for an attack? Medusa stood at the heart of the lotus, her voice cool and laced with disdain. Although her soul realm was inferior to her opponent's, the soul she had remade from the essence of the seven-colored spirit lotus, combined with the bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python, endowed her with an extraordinarily high-quality soul power, far beyond what one might imagine in counteracting the forces of the underworld. Arrogance. The old man of bones, enraged, unleashed the full might of a five-star do zone, spitting a mouthful of essence blood that merged with the myriad chains. Instantly, the chains transformed into a vivid crimson, their power surging as they resembled monstrous blood serpents, relentlessly battering against the prismatic barrier, causing it to tremble violently. Your Majesty, let us join forces to break through. Li Ao's gaze sharpened as he discerned that while Medusa could withstand the assault, prolonged defense would lead to failure. Though he had already expended considerable energy, now was not the time to remain passive. Taking a decisive step forward, his dark golden vitality surged again, as he pushed Black Iron Overlord body to its utmost limit. Simultaneously, he formed a blade-like finger, a subtle stream of returning tranquility swirling around its tip. Annihilation, severing souls. A thread of silvery gray energy, more refined and intricate than before, was silently severed. This strike was not aimed at the blood-red chains, but rather traversed the void to sever the connection between the old man of bones and the heart-eating chains of 10,000 souls. What? The old man of bones felt a violent jolt within his spirit, sensing that his connection to the chains had suddenly become obscure, as if an invisible force had forcibly severed it. The frenzied blood-red chains immediately faltered, their potency greatly diminished. A splendid opportunity. Medusa's gaze flickered as she seized this fleeting moment. She formed seals with her hands, and the seven-colored runes upon her brow radiated brilliantly, unleashing her soul power without reservation. The devouring heaven's secret art, seven-colored soul annihilation light. A beam of seven-colored light, far more robust and refined than before, erupted from her palm like a divine spear, splitting heaven and earth. Wherever the light passed, the sluggish blood-red chains, as if facing their nemesis, disintegrated and dissolved, purified into the most primordial soul particles. The seven-colored beam tore through layers of obstruction, carrying with it the majestic might to purify all malevolence, directly piercing towards the heart of the old man of bones. Blasphemy! The old man of bones, both astonished and enraged, had not anticipated that Li Ao's peculiar power could disrupt his soul control, nor had he foreseen Medusa's counterattack to be so fierce and domineering. In a moment of panic, he hastily gathered the remaining dark mist and underworld fighting energy before him, forming a heavy, skull-shaped shield. Boom! The seven-colored soul annihilation light crashed violently against the skull shield. There was no stalemate, only relentless purification and annihilation. The skull shield barely withstood a heartbeat before it shattered explosively. The old man of bones staggered back, his chest charred black as if scorched by divine flames. A mouthful of blood mixed with dark energy gushing forth, his breath instantly faltering. He stumbled backward, gazing at the duo of Li Ao and Medusa standing shoulder to shoulder, his eyes finally revealing horror and a hint of fear. Their cooperation was formidable. One weakened him with strange rules, while the other mounted a powerful assault with soul magic, perfectly countering his underworld energy. If this continued, the esteemed five-star Do Zone might truly meet his downfall. Well, I did not anticipate being cornered by two juniors to this extent today. The old man of bones' gaze was filled with venomous resentment. But do you think this is the end? This area, spanning 100 miles, has long been ensnared by my 9 nether soul-locking great formation. Today, you shall find it impossible to escape. He abruptly shattered a black token. Buzz! 9 thick black beams of light shot into the sky around the valley, intertwining in air to form a colossal black spider web that enveloped the heavens. Upon this web, Countless vengeful souls writhed and howled, emanating a terrifying aura that imprisoned space and sealed souls. Within the formation, the underworld energy surged, greatly suppressing the powers of Li Ao and Medusa, while the old man's aura was significantly restored through the formation's enhancement. Within my formation, savor the torment of having your souls stripped away. Hey. The old man of bones stood at the formation's center, emitting a triumphant cackle as he began to channel the formation's power. With countless black soul tendrils reaching out from the web to grasp at the two, Li Ao and Medusa stood back to back, their expressions grave. The 9 nether soul locking gray formation was of an exceedingly high grade. Given their current state, forcibly breaking through would be an immense challenge. It seemed that only their final means would suffice. Li Ao's gaze sharpened as he prepared to disregard the cost, forcefully invoking a deeper level of the annihilation rules. Even at the risk of soul damage, to break this formation, Medusa tightened her grip, gathering 7-colored brilliance in her palm, ready to unleash a forbidden soul technique that would consume her essence. Just as the situation became dire, a voice, akin to thunder from the heavens, reverberated across the land. The phantoms of the Soul Palace dare to weave such a foul formation within my Dan Tower's soul realm. A voice filled with righteous vigor and fearsome pressure instantly dispelled the wails of countless vengeful souls. A blinding silver lightning bolt, resembling a colossal dragon tearing through the sky, surged forth from the distant core of the Dan Tower, striking the immense black spiderweb with an unmatched force. Crack! Like glass shattering, the seemingly indestructible 9 nether soul locking gray formation could not withstand even a breath under the brilliance of this lightning. Fracturing inch by inch and dissipating into the air as black mist, the lightning continued unabated, directly cleaving towards the old man of bones at the formation's heart. Thunder God? How could you? The old man of bones screamed in sheer terror, faced with this terrifying thunder imbued with the righteousness of heaven and earth. His underworld fighting energy was suppressed to its limits. In a frenzy, he burned his essence blood, summoning several life-saving soul artifacts to shield himself. Boom! Thunder roared. Light devoured all. When the lightning faded, only a massive charred pit remained, along with fragments of shattered soul artifacts. The old man of bones had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a swiftly dissipating black mist and a distant, venomous roar. Thunder God, Dan Tower, and you two juniors, the Soul Palace will never let this matter rest. The voice faded, clearly indicating that the old man of bones had utilized a secret method to escape at the last moment, regardless of the cost. The sky cleared, sunlight pouring down. A towering figure enveloped in lightning descended slowly, akin to a deity of thunder. It was the mighty leader of the Dan Tower, Thunder God. His gaze, sharp as a bolt of lightning, swept over Li Ao and Medusa below, lingering for a moment on Medusa's solidified 7-colored soul form with a hint of surprise before turning to Li Ao and solemnly stating, "Young man, your talent for attracting trouble is quite remarkable. You've even drawn the old ghost, Mugu, out." Li Ao retracted his aura and solemnly bowed to Tian Lei, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Tian Lei, for your timely rescue." Medusa also nodded slightly, acknowledging his gesture. Her violet eyes still radiated the regal pride of a queen, but in the presence of this formidable Do Zun Peak expert, she extended the courtesy of basic respect. Tian Lei waved his hand dismissively, his gaze shifting towards the direction for which Mugu had vanished, his brow furrowing slightly. Though Mugu has retreated, the Soul Palace will not cease its endeavors. This place is no longer safe. Follow me to the core area of the Dan Tower. With a flick of his sleeve, a gentle yet irresistible force enveloped Li Ao and Medusa, and the three transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from their location in an instant. In the next moment, they found themselves within the ancient confines of a colossal tower, infused with the rich aroma of medicinal herbs and the profound fluctuations of spiritual souls. The elder in Xian robes had been waiting there. Upon seeing Tian Lei return with Li Ao and a formidable unfamiliar soul, astonishment flickered in his eyes. The president is currently in seclusion, engaged in crucial deliberations, and cannot be met at this time. Tian Lei turned his attention to Li Ao, his tone serious. "Regarding the matter of collaboration, I have reached a preliminary agreement with Elder Xianyi. The Dan Tower is willing to establish a deeper alliance with you and your esteemed companion." His gaze fell once more on Medusa, laden with implication. Li Ao's heart stirred. Recognizing that this was due to Medusa's displayed potential and value, as well as their joint efforts against the Soul Palace's formidable elders, which had convinced the Dan Tower to solidify their decision. A new alliance was thus established, heralding the commencement of a new chapter in their struggle against the retaliatory forces of the Soul Palace. Chapter 101. The Initial Pact, Mutual Benefits. Within the core area of the Dan Tower, in a quaint structure replete with ancient tomes and the fragrance of herbs, the atmosphere was solemn and heavy. Elder Xian, Yi, and Tian Lei occupied the main seats, while the Ao and the vividly tangible soul of Medusa took their places as guests. Although merely a soul entity, the Dan Tower had prepared a specially crafted seat from soul-nurturing wood for her, displaying sufficient respect. Young friendly Ao, and this esteemed Queen Medusa, Elder Xian began, his eyes sweeping over both before finally resting on the Ao. Following discussions with Elder Tian Lei and a remote report to the President, the Dan Tower has reached a preliminary resolution regarding our collaboration. Li Ao sat upright, his demeanor calm. Please, Senior, proceed. Medusa's violet gaze lowered, idly toying with a strand of seven-colored soul light, seemingly indifferent but attentively listening to every word. Elder Xian, Yi spoke slowly. The Dan Tower is prepared to forge a Watcher Alliance pact with the two of you. This pact is not one of hierarchy, but rather one of mutual assistance. The Dan Tower will provide the following conveniences for you both. Firstly, within the Dan Tower sphere of influence, we will offer the highest level of safety, ensuring that forces below the level of Soul Palace elders cannot act against you openly. Secondly, we will open parts of the Dan Tower's intelligence network, sharing non-core information regarding the movements of the Soul Palace, rare herbs, ancient ruins, and more. Thirdly, under certain conditions, you may utilize some of the Dan Tower's training sanctuaries, such as the lower levels of the 10,000 Fires Burning Heaven Tower or specific Soul Power training rooms. Lastly, when you require the refinement of high-level pills, the Dan Tower can provide materials and venues at our discretion, and in certain situations, we may even summon elders to assist. The conditions were remarkably generous, especially the information sharing and sanctuary borrowing, which would greatly benefit both Li Ao and Medusa in their current circumstances and growth. Then, what does the Dan Tower require from us? Liao inquired directly. There is no such thing as a free lunch, particularly under the looming threat of the Soul Palace. Tian Lei interjected, his voice resonating like thunder. The Dan Tower requires your value. Firstly, it pertains to your understanding of the Soul Palace and your means of countering it. Tian Lei's gaze sharpened. Young friend Li Ao, you will need to assist the Dan Tower in identifying and eliminating lurking agents of the Soul Palace within a certain scope, and provide as much information as possible regarding the core conspiracies of the Soul Palace. If necessary, you must be prepared to assist in repelling their incursions. Secondly, it concerns your potential and combat strength. His gaze shifted to Medusa. Your Majesty, with your soul's rebirth and the ancient bloodline you possess, your potential is boundless. We hope that when the Dan Tower is in need, you will extend your aid. Of course, this will be contingent upon your strength being restored and not endangering yourself. Lastly, it pertains to the prescription for the Pure Soul Cleansing Pill, as well as any future formulas or methods that may aid in countering the Soul Palace. The Dan Tower wishes to possess priority usage rights or sharing rights. The conditions were clear, centering around leveraging Li Ao and Medusa's unique threat to the Soul Palace and their inherent potential to enhance the Dan Tower's capacity to confront possible future conflicts. Li Ao pondered for a moment. These conditions were within his expectations, and even somewhat more lenient than he had anticipated. It was evident that the Dan Tower valued long-term investment and had not imposed excessively harsh requirements. Agreed. Li Ao nodded. Fighting against the Soul Palace has always been my aspiration. Sharing intelligence and mutually aiding each other against foes is only natural. As for the pill formulation, that too can be negotiated. He paused, glancing at Medusa. Though their relationship was unique, he still needed to respect her wishes in such matters of alliance. Medusa lifted her gaze, her violet eyes scanning Elder Xian and Tian Lei, her voice cold and clear. I have blood debts with the Soul Palace. Assisting in the fight against them is certainly acceptable. However, I do not favor constraints in my actions. Should the Dan Tower use the name of an alliance to impose commands upon me? Her words trailed off, but the regal authority and chill emanating from her seemed to momentarily freeze the air around them. Elder Xian smiled faintly. Your Majesty need not worry. An alliance is inherently equal, and we shall naturally respect the wishes of both of you. Specific actions can be discussed. There will be no coercion. Tian Lei also nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. With the core conditions of both parties aligned, the atmosphere relaxed considerably. Then, the pact is preliminarily established. Elder Xian Yi produced a jade slip radiating a gentle soul fluctuation. This is the soul contract jade slip, which can record the terms we have agreed upon, imprinted with our soul energies, thereby establishing the alliance. It carries no binding force, but serves more as a token of sincerity and proof. Li Ao and Medusa exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. This relatively relaxed soul contract aligned with their expectations. Both infused a thread of their soul energy into the jade slip, merging it with the soul imprints left by Elder Xian Yi and Tian Lazy. The jade slip glimmered, signifying the establishment of the pact. Congratulations to both of you. From now on, you shall be allies of the Dan Tower. Elder Xian Yi's smile grew more genuine. What plans do you have for your next steps? Li Ao spoke. I require some time to consolidate my cultivation and assist Her Majesty in stabilizing her soul and seeking methods to rebuild her physical form. Additionally, I need to gather some cultivation resources. Medusa added coolly, I require a suitable physical body and resources for rapid recovery of my strength. Elder Xian Yi stroked his beard. For consolidating your cultivation, the Dan Tower sanctuaries are available for your use. As for Her Majesty's restoration of her physical body, he glanced at Tian Lazy. Tian Lazy spoke solemnly. The remaking of a physical body for a soul entity is a formidable challenge, fraught with difficulties. Conventional methods either carry great risks or require materials that are nearly impossible to find. However, he shifted his tone. According to ancient texts, the bloodline of the seven-color devouring sky python is unique. If we can obtain the blood of an ancient serpent of the same origin, or the primary ingredient of the soul-melding blood pill, the blood spirit demon fruit, combined with other extraordinary items, we may have a substantial chance of reconstructing a perfect, compatible, and boundlessly potential body. This might even allow for an enhancement of the bloodline. The soul-melding blood pill, the blood spirit demon fruit? A flicker of light sparked in Medusa's violet eyes. She seemed to have a vague recollection of these two items within the memories of her bloodline inheritance, both of which were extraordinary treasures. Indeed, Elder Xian Yi continued. The blood spirit demon fruit is rumored to be found in the ancient wilds of the extreme south of the continent. On that fateful day, the soul fusion blood pill, a pinnacle 7th grade elixir, was wrought with immense difficulty, requiring rare and precious materials of the highest order. However, should Her Majesty the Queen place her trust in me, once the ingredients are gathered, I may endeavor to concoct it. This is indeed a monumental commitment. The crafting of a 7th grade pinnacle elixir carries a considerable risk of failure, even for Elder Xian Yi, and demands a tremendous expenditure of mental fortitude. Medusa cast a penetrating gaze at Elder Xian Yi and nodded slightly. If such a time arrives, I shall call upon your expertise, Elder. Thus, a preliminary plan was established. Li Ao and Medusa would temporarily remain within the core area of the Pill Tower. Li Ao would utilize the secret realm to solidify his cultivation and train, while tapping into the Pill Tower's intelligence network to seek the materials necessary for the reconstruction of his corporeal form. Medusa would familiarize herself with the fortification of her soul's power and contemplate the transformations brought forth by the 7-colored soul lotus and her bloodline. After deliberating on further details, Elder Xian Yi summoned a trusted steward to arrange 2 adjacent secluded cultivation chambers for Li Ao and Medusa. Once they had departed, only Elder Xian Yi and Tian Lazy remained within the small abode. Tian Lazy, what are your thoughts on this young man? Elder Xian Yi inquired. Tian Lazy's gaze was deep. He harbors great secrets, boundless potential, and is decisively ruthless, yet not devoid of compassion. As for Queen Medusa, she is no ordinary being. An alliance with her brings both fortune and peril, yet at present, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks. Particularly, his understanding and control over the Soul Hall may become pivotal to future developments. Elder Xian Yi nodded. Although the president is in seclusion, the message conveyed aligns with your assessment. We must strive to foster goodwill and extend support while remaining vigilant. The Soul Hall is on the precipice of storm. The two gazed out the window. Outside the Pill Tower, clouds billowed and swirled, yet beneath the surface of the central plains, unseen currents surged ominously. At this moment, within Li Ao's cultivation chamber, he did not immediately commence his training, but instead contemplated the soul contract jade slip recording their alliance, his expression profound. The Pill Tower is a commendable starting point, yet it is by no means the terminus. He murmured to himself, the forces of the Soul Hall are intricately intertwined. and the soul race behind them is truly formidable. He must expedite the enhancement of his power and establish his own influence. He recalled the chaotic energy of the lotus seed during his rescue of Medusa, the peculiar transformation that ensued upon merging with her soul, and the extraordinary phenomenon of the lotus blossoming into the 9th grade. The power of the 7-colored soul lotus appeared to be even more enigmatic than she had anticipated. Perhaps he could seize this opportunity to delve deeper into the fusion of the rules of annihilation and life energy. A new journey lay before him. Chapter 102: Secluded Cultivation and Turbulence. The cultivation chamber within the core area of the Pill Tower was unlike any other. The chamber occupied by Li Ao featured a floor inscribed with intricate spirit-gathering arrays, drawing forth the purest energies from the realms of the soul and wisps of wandering soul power. The walls were forged from the companion or of soul-nurturing jade, which calmed the mind and nourished the soul. One day of cultivation here equated to months of effort in the outside world. He did not hasten to elevate his fighting spirit level, but rather focused on 3 key aspects. Firstly, he aimed to solidify the rapidly surging power of his soul. Though a half-step to the heavenly realm, the intensity of his recent efforts to heal Medusa, coupled with the high-stakes precision required and his confrontation with the soul Elder Mugu, had deepened his understanding of his own soul. He needed to thoroughly digest this insight to render his soul power more harmonious and transparent, as if it were an extension of his will. He practiced the secret techniques recorded in the void refining spirit art, as his soul's essence was refined repeatedly by an invisible hand. The gray and desolate ambience of annihilation growing increasingly profound and introspective. Secondly, he sought to comprehend the rules of annihilation. The intertwining of life and death during the chaotic fusion of the lotus seed's energy with Medusa's soul had profoundly impacted him. Annihilation is not merely a conclusion or demise. It may also embody the birth of new life from destruction, and only in returning to silence can one perceive the deeper truths. He immersed himself in the understanding of these rules, his fingertips occasionally glimmering with a deathly gray light, while fleeting glimmers of an extraordinary vitality flickered and vanished. Lastly, he endeavored to cultivate the black iron overlord body. This body-refining technique, derived from the mysterious black iron, formed the foundation of his close combat prowess. As his strength increased, particularly under the subtle influence of the rules of annihilation on his physical form, he sensed that the bottleneck of the 2nd pinnacle had begun to loosen. He retrieved various body-refining herbs collected from the Void Bandits and the Soul Hall's Guardians, and, aided by the abundant energy within the chamber, began to push towards the 3rd level of the black iron overlord body, the bronze battle body. Upon its successful completion, his physical form would undergo a qualitative transformation, enabling him to contend with high-tier Do Zone without sustaining injury. While Li Ao immersed himself in seclusion in the adjacent chamber, Medusa was also engaged in her unique form of cultivation. As a soul entity, she did not require the absorption of fighting spirit, and her methods diverged significantly from those of ordinary beings. Her focus was on continuously refining and purifying her soul's essence, while delving into the transformations brought forth by the 7-colored soul lotus and the bloodline of the 7-colored devouring python. She floated in the air, surrounded by a radiant spectrum of colors that pulsed like breath. The runes upon her brow grew increasingly clear and profound, emanating an ancient pressure that commanded the respect of myriad serpents. Her soul power steadily ascended, although her realm remained at the peak of a 1-star Do Zone. The density and depth of her essence, along with her mastery over soul power, were advancing towards a higher level. Simultaneously, she was engaged in recollecting and clarifying the once ambiguous fragments of memory inherited through her bloodline, seeking information related to the soul fusion blood pill, the blood essence demon fruit, and soul combat techniques suited to her current state. Time slipped by amidst the tranquility of cultivation. Half a month later, suddenly, Li Ao's chamber trembled violently. A surge of overwhelming vitality erupting like a beacon into the sky, yet was firmly contained within the chamber's array. The once dim, golden sheen of his exposed skin gradually transformed into a deeper, more ancient bronze hue. His muscular lines became increasingly fluid and perfect, as if harboring explosive strength, while a faint humming resonated from his bones and organs, undergoing a fundamental metamorphosis. The 3rd level of the black iron overlord body, the bronze battle body, had been achieved. At this moment, relying solely on his physical strength, he was capable of contending with 5-star and even 6-star Do Zone. Coupled with the rules of annihilation and his formidable fighting spirit, his power had ascended to an entirely new echelon. Moreover, his soul had solidified thoroughly during this half-month of arduous training, and his comprehension of the rules of annihilation had deepened further. Though he had yet to break through to the heavenly realm, his mind was clearer and his perception sharper. Gradually, he concluded his practice, the bronze gleam in his eyes flickering momentarily as he savored the surging power within him, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, the communication array within the chamber illuminated, and Elder Xian Yi's voice resonated. Young friendly AO, if you have a moment, please join me in the conference hall. There are pressing matters to discuss. Li Ao felt a stirring in his heart, adjusted his attire, and pushed open the stone door of the chamber. Almost simultaneously, the door of the adjacent chamber creaked open, and Medusa's soul entity gracefully emerged. After half a month apart, her soul seemed even more solidified, the seven-colored halo swirling around her, exuding a breathtaking beauty and majesty. She gazed at Li Ao, her violet eyes lingering for a moment on the faint bronze sheen radiating from him, and nodded slightly. It appears you have garnered quite the rewards. Your majesty also exudes an even greater radiance than before, Li Ao replied. He could sense that Medusa's soul had become more restrained, yet the latent power she possessed was increasingly daunting. The two exchanged no further words and walked side by side towards the conference hall. Within the hall, besides Elder Xian Yi and Tian Lei Zi, there was also a middle-aged man clad in the garb of a Pill Tower steward, his demeanor somewhat agitated. Young friends, your majesty, you have arrived, Elder Xian Yi remarked, his expression grave. This is Steward Han, responsible for collecting intelligence from the outside world. He has just returned with an urgent message. The Steward Han promptly bowed to the two and quickly remarked, according to the intelligence relayed at the cost of our operatives stationed on the periphery of the Soul Palace, as well as a compilation of various factions' movements, it appears that the Soul Palace is mobilizing its forces on a grand scale, with their sights set directly on the ancient wasteland of the continent's southernmost reaches. The ancient wasteland? Li Ao and Medusa exchanged glances, both recognizing the glimmer of insight in each other's eyes. That place is likely to be the very cradle of the blood essence demon fruit. Indeed, Tian Lazy interjected, his voice grave. Preliminary analysis suggests that the scale of the Soul Palace's operation is considerable, led by a formidable celestial sovereign, although their exact intentions remain unclear. However, given Her Majesty the Queen's requirements and the characteristics of the ancient wasteland, it is highly probable that they're also after the blood essence demon fruit or some other ancient artifact that possesses remarkable effects on the soul and bloodline. Elder Xian Yi added, the maturation cycle of the blood essence demon fruit is exceedingly lengthy, accompanied by formidable guardians. Its appearance in the world invariably incites a bloody storm. The Soul Palace is intent on acquiring it, and should they succeed, no matter the scheme they employ, it will lead to endless repercussions. Furthermore, this item is crucial for the Queen to reconstruct her corporeal form. The implication was clear. The Soul Palace's objective could very well conflict with their own, and they had deployed a celestial sovereign. A celestial sovereign possesses strength equivalent to at least a high-tier Dozun, far exceeding the capabilities of someone like the beginner-level Elder Mugu. Is the information reliable? Li Ao inquired solemnly. An 80% certainty, Han the Steward affirmed. We confirmed the general direction of the Celestial Sovereign's movement only after losing 3 significant operatives. Moreover, signs of Soul Palace experts have been detected near several spatial wormholes in the vicinity of the ancient wasteland. A brief silence enveloped the council chamber. This posed a significant crisis, yet simultaneously, it also represented an opportunity, a chance to seize the blood essence demon fruit from the jaws of danger. The icy glimmer in Medusa's violet eyes shattered the stillness, as she declared coldly, the blood essence demon fruit is something I must obtain. Li Ao turned to Elder Xian Yi and Tian Lazy. What is the plan of the alchemy pavilion? Elder Xian Yi exchanged a glance with Tian Lazy before responding slowly. The situation in the ancient wasteland is intricate and not within the traditional domain of our alchemy pavilion, and the associated risks are substantial. It would be unwise for the pavilion to intervene overtly, lest we provoke a full-scale confrontation with the Soul Palace. He shifted his tone. However, we can extend our support to both of you. This includes a detailed map of the ancient wasteland, known perilous areas, and the distribution of rare materials, as well as 1,000 illusions concealment talisman that can temporarily alter your aura and conceal your presence. This talisman was crafted by our president in earlier years and is sufficient to evade detection by anyone below the Celestial Sovereign level. Additionally, We shall provide assistance from the periphery, creating some chaos to divert a portion of the Soul Palace's attention. As for whether you can successfully acquire the Blood Essence Demon Fruit, that will depend on your own skills and fortune. This was the utmost support the Alchemy Pavilion could provide under the current circumstances. Dispatching experts for direct escort was impractical, as it would equate to a declaration of war against the Soul Palace. Li Ao comprehended the stakes involved and turned to Medusa. Her stunning visage bore no hesitation. Only a cold determination. That is sufficient. Li Ao nodded, bowing to Elder Xian, E, and Tion Lazy. Thank you, esteemed elders. We shall take on this matter, with risks and opportunities intertwined, in pursuit of Medusa's corporeal reconstruction and to thwart any potential schemes by the Soul Palace. A journey to the ancient wasteland was imperative. Time is of the essence. Here are the map and the concealment talisman. Prepare yourselves and set out at once. Elder Xian, he handed Li Ao 2 jade slips and an ancient talisman, cautioning, remember, within the ancient wasteland. There are not only those with ulterior motives, but also countless ancient remnants and perilous terrains. Exercise utmost caution. A new journey beckoned towards that primal and treacherous land. The Ancient Wasteland. Chapter 103. The Ancient Wasteland, the Altar of the Ancient Serpent. In the southernmost reaches of the continent lies the Ancient Wasteland. It is a realm seemingly forgotten by time. Towering ancient trees obscure the sky. Vines as thick as a child's arm entwine themselves. And the air is suffused with a primal, untamed essence, rich in spiritual energy, yet more ferocious than the outside world, mingled with miasmic toxins and an elusive pressure of savagery. The space warped momentarily as 2 silhouettes stumbled forth from the void, landing upon a moss-covered, slick boulder. It was none other than Li Ao and Medusa, who had traversed countless distances via the Alchemy Pavilion's secret teleportation array. Li Ao steadied himself, his bronze-hued skin glimmering subtly in the dim light, and swiftly surveyed the surroundings, his soul perception unfurling like quicksilver, vigilant against potential dangers. Medusa's soul form floated beside him, a halo of iridescent light naturally circulating around her, shielding them from the encroaching toxins and savage energies, her sharp violet eyes scanning the unfamiliar terrain. This is indeed the ancient wasteland. Li Ao inhaled deeply, absorbing the wild energies distinct from those of Zhongzhou, and spoke solemnly. In his grasp was a jade slip, the very map of the ancient wasteland provided by Elder Xian Yi, which indicated several regions where the blood essence demon fruit might manifest, albeit deep within the ancient realm. Fraught with peril, the energy is quite volatile, exerting a certain suppression on my soul form, but it remains bearable. Medusa assessed her condition coolly. We must locate the blood essence demon fruit swiftly. This place is not suitable for prolonged stays. She sensed several formidable auras lurking within the depths of the ancient realm, each capable of striking fear, even in her current state, far beyond what an ordinary Dozun could possess. Without delay, they chose a direction in accordance with the map and transformed into indistinct shadows, silently merging into the boundless, dense, primal jungle. The Thousand Illusions concealment talisman was activated, enveloping them in an invisible wave that perfectly concealed their presence. Unless the celestial sovereign from the Soul Palace personally scanned with divine consciousness, they would be difficult to detect. The dangers of the ancient wasteland surpassed imagination. After traversing merely 100 miles, they encountered a group of level 6 magical beasts, the toxic saliva crocodiles, whose venom could erode the protective aura of a Dozone. Shortly thereafter, they stumbled into a perplexing sea of mind-bewitching flowers, where countless hallucinogenic pollen wafted silently. Had it not been for Li Ao's profound soul realm, capable of dispelling illusions, they would have undoubtedly succumbed. On another occasion, they sensed a terrifying presence, reaching the pinnacle of level 7, akin to the peak of Dozong, awakening not far from them. It was a slumbering, earth-splitting demon ape, and they quickly circumvented it, unwilling to provoke its wrath. Indeed, the ancient wasteland lived up to its reputation. Li Ao waved his sleeve to disperse a colorful venomous snake attempting to ambush them, his brow furrowing slightly. The creatures here, be they flora or beasts, exuded an inherent ferocity, exhibiting extreme aggressiveness. Medusa's gaze swept over a giant man-eating flower exuding a sickly sweet aroma, a flicker of disdain crossing her violet eyes. The law of the jungle, a constant throughout the ages. We must hasten to find our target. As they delved deeper, the surrounding scenery began to transform. The ancient jungle gradually gave way to a more jagged and bizarre stone forest, and the air thickened with a faint, almost imperceptible scent of blood, coupled with an ancient, oppressive aura. According to the map, they were nearing the first suspected area, the Valley of 10,000 Snakes. It was said that countless serpentine, magical beasts inhabited this place. Among them many with ancient bloodlines, making the emergence of the blood essence demon fruit here likely. However, upon reaching the periphery of the Valley of 10,000 Snakes, they sensed something amiss. The valley lay in an unusual silence. It was not devoid of serpents, but rather those typically ferocious magical beasts now lay prostrate on the ground, trembling as they faced a certain direction deep within the valley, as if in reverence to something. The blood scent in the air intensified, now mixed with a trace of the Soul Palace's unique Een energy. Had the Soul Palace's members already been here? Li Ao's gaze sharpened as he exchanged a glance with Medusa, both perceiving the weight of gravity in each other's eyes. They became increasingly cautious, retracting their auras like two wisps of azure smoke as they stealthily advanced into the depths of the valley. The further they ventured, the more oppressive the aura of desolation and the stench of blood became. Along the way, they encountered numerous serpent-like beast corpses, desiccated as though drained of their essence and souls, their deaths pitiful, a hallmark of the Soul Palace's methods. At last, they reached the innermost sanctum of the valley. Before them lay a relatively spacious basin, within which stood a colossal altar, towering 100 feet high, constructed from countless pale serpent bones. The altar's ancient and eerie design was adorned with various twisted serpent-like runes, which flickered with a ghostly black light, emanating powerful spatial fluctuations and a chilling aura of death. Surrounding the altar were over a dozen figures clad in the garb of the Soul Palace. At the forefront stood an elder draped in a dark purple robe, his features obscured by the shadow of his hood, exuding a palpable aura that unmistakably reached the realm of six-star Dozone. In his hand, he wielded a skeletal staff, the tip embedded with a swirling black crystal, channeling the altar's formidable power. Suspended above the altar was an extraordinary fruit, roughly the size of a fist, blood-red and laced with natural veins, pulsating faintly like a heartbeat. This fruit radiated an overwhelming aura of blood vitality and life energy, the very target of their expedition, the blood essence demon fruit. Yet at this moment, the fruit was ensnared by countless black chains emanating from the altar. Its immense blood energy forcibly siphoned away, transformed into pure, ghostly energy via the black crystal atop the skeletal staff, and injected into a slowly rotating spatial vortex at the center of the altar. They were not merely collecting. They were harnessing the power of the blood essence demon fruit to activate this ancient serpent bone altar, presumably to summon or connect to some unknown realm. They were using the blood essence demon fruit as a sacrificial offering. A tempest of fury ignited in Medusa's violet eyes. The blood essence demon fruit was of paramount importance to her. The Soul Palace's actions were tantamount to obliterating her path. Furthermore, the ancient serpent clan's oppressive aura emanating from the altar stirred a profound agitation and revulsion within her own bloodline of the seven-colored devouring python. Li Ao's heart sank as well. The situation was graver than anticipated. The Soul Palace had not only arrived first, but their intentions were far from merely seizing the blood essence demon fruit. The altar instilled in him an ominous premonition. There was no time to waste. With a steely glare, Li Ao resolved to disrupt their ritual and seize the blood essence demon fruit. He discerned that the elder of six-star Dozone was wholly focused on maintaining the altar's operation and momentarily unable to divert his attention. This was their only opportunity. I will go for the fruit. You hold off the others. Medusa's icy voice resonated with determination, her seven-colored radiance surging forth, unleashing her soul power without reservation. Although she existed merely as a soul entity, her superior soul power and bloodline suppression allowed her to momentarily restrain those Soul Palace guards. Be cautious, Li Awajmonishit, his body shimmering with a bronze sheen as the third level of black iron body erupted with force. He activated Thunder Step, his form darting forward like an arrow released from its bow, hurtling towards the blood essence demon fruit suspended above the altar. Simultaneously, Medusa waved her jade hand, her seven-colored soul light blossoming like a peacock's display, transforming into dozens of razor-sharp light blades that descended upon the Soul Palace guards surrounding the altar. Enemy attack. Protect the altar. The elder of the Soul Palace opened his eyes wide, two terrifying beams of ghostly light shooting forth from beneath his hood, a mix of shock and fury on his face. He had not anticipated that anyone could stealthily penetrate this remote ancient domain. He aimed to thwart Liao, but the altar's operation was at a critical juncture. Interrupting it would not only waste their efforts, but could also lead to a backlash. Stop them, at all costs. He bellowed, his skeletal staff glowing ominously as it hastened to extract the power of the blood essence demon fruit. The Soul Palace guards, regaining their wits, roared in fury, unleashing their ghostly fighting spirit, sending waves of soul techniques crashing against Medusa's light blades, while a portion of them diverted to intercept Liao. A fierce battle erupted before the ancient serpent bone altar. Chapter 104. Altar's sudden change. Ancient serpent remnant souls. The clash intensified in an instant. Medusa faced off against over a dozen Soul Palace guards, including formidable opponents at the peak of Do Huang and Low Star Do Zone. Though she was merely a soul entity, her seven-colored soul light naturally countered the ghostly power, and with a flourish of her jade hands, she sliced through the incoming soul techniques, purifying them with her radiant blades. Simultaneously, the runes on her forehead glimmered, releasing an ancient pressure that emanated from the depths of her bloodline, imposing a certain restraint on the energy flow within the Soul Palace guards and rendering them momentarily immobilized. She single-handedly held them at bay. Meanwhile, Liao charged forward like a humanoid behemoth, barreling toward the three low-star Do Zone guards attempting to intercept him. "Get out of my way," he roared, unwavering as he unleashed a punch covered in bronze light. The third level of black iron body erupted with unrestrained force, and as his fist sliced through the air, it produced an ear-splitting sonic boom. Boom! 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 3 resounding impacts reverberated in quick succession. The ghostly fighting spirit barriers of the 3 low-star Do Zone guards crumbled like paper, followed swiftly by their chests, collapsing under Liao's unstoppable might. Their bones shattered. The trio had no time to scream before they were sent flying like broken sacks, crashing into a distant stone wall. Reduced to mere pulp, their auras extinguished. A swift execution. The sheer physical power was terrifying. This scene sent chills through the remaining Soul Palace guards entangled with Medusa. They finally realized that this seemingly young youth in azure garb possessed an astonishing prowess in close combat. Liao paid no heed to the 3 corpses, his steps quickening as he focused solely on the blood essence demon fruit suspended above the altar. "You young whelp, how dare you?" The elder presiding over the altar was on the verge of madness. As he witnessed Liao nearing the fruit, he could no longer afford to consider the risks of a backlash. He bit his tongue and spat a mouthful of blood onto the skeletal staff. Ghostly hand of the underworld, seize the soul and capture the spirit. He thrust his free left hand forward, grasping fiercely at Liao from a distance. A colossal ghostly hand, entirely composed of pure ghostly energy and etched with bizarre runes, materialized above Liao's head, fingers splayed wide. Imbued with the terrifying power to imprison souls and confine spaces, descending upon him, even before the hand reached him. The frigid and deathly essence it exuded sent a sharp pain through Liao's soul. This was a furious strike from a 6-star Do Zone, its might far surpassing that of the previous guards. Liao's gaze sharpened, acutely aware that he could not withstand it head-on. His form abruptly halted, transitioning from extreme motion to absolute stillness, his blood and fighting spirit surging violently within. With his fingers poised like blades, he concentrated a stream of grayish energy at an unprecedented speed. Annihilation, break the laws. He thrust his fingers upward, targeting the descending ghostly hand, defiantly pointing. A slender yet seemingly capable of severing rules and obliterating all laws silver gray, threads surged upward, colliding with the enormous ghostly hand. There was no cataclysmic explosion. Only a chilling aura that seemed to herald the end of all things radiated outward. The formidable, ghostly hand, upon contact with the silver-gray thread, saw its core runic structure and energy flow disintegrate at an unprecedented speed, as if plunged into an ultimate void furnace, collapsing and dissipating. The massive hand began to dissolve from its fingertips, inch by inch, as though it had never existed. The power of rules. You can manipulate such a level of rules. The 6-star Do Zone elder screamed in horror, disbelief filling his eyes. The power of rules is a domain that only those at the pinnacle of combat mastery can begin to delve into. How could a mere junior at the Do Zone level possibly grasp such profound depths? Moreover, it is a terrifying rule that he has never encountered before, one that severely restrains the ominous powers of the underworld. In the very moment his mind faltered, a crack sounded, as he was forcibly distracted by his attack. The altar's operation experienced a minute disturbance. The black chains entwined around the blood essence demon fruit dimmed momentarily, and the power binding the fruit suddenly weakened. Now was the time. A spark ignited in Li Ao's eyes as he unleashed the thunder step once more, his form appearing above the altar as if teleporting. His hand, glistening with a bronze sheen, reached directly for the pulsating blood essence demon fruit. No! The elder of the Soul Palace let out a desperate howl. However, just as Li Ao's fingers were about to brush against the blood essence demon fruit, an anomaly arose. The massive serpent bone altar, seemingly awakened by the previous disturbance and the violent fluctuations of the blood essence demon fruit's power, was set off to reveal a hidden characteristic. Buzz! The altar erupted with a blinding, ghostly light from all its pale serpent bones. The engraved, serpent-shaped runes appeared to come alive, writhing in a frenzy. The spatial vortex at the center of the altar suddenly expanded and twisted, an ancient, violent, and terrifying will, akin to a slumbering beast of eons, thunderously descended. This will was imbued with chaos, slaughter, and insatiable greed, as if it sought to devour all life. Hiss! A shrill cry, not carried through the air, but resonating deep within the souls of all present, erupted from the swirling vortex. Accompanying the hiss, an indistinct yet colossal phantom of a nine-headed serpent surged forth from the vortex. This apparition was neither a corporeal entity nor a soul form, but rather a fusion of an ancient will and residual energy. Its 18 serpent eyes opened simultaneously, filled solely with pure chaos and hunger. Yes, it was the remnant soul of the ancient nine-headed celestial serpent. The altar had summoned such a being. The elder of the Soul Palace was utterly terrified, clearly unprepared for such a turn of events. This altar had been discovered by the Soul Palace by chance, intended to connect to a secret realm. Yet it inadvertently drew forth the remnants of this ancient beast. As the nine-headed serpent's remnant soul emerged, its 18 serpent eyes locked onto Li Ao, who was closest and radiated with overwhelming blood essence and soul power, as well as the blood essence demon fruit he was about to claim. To it, both were supreme delicacies. Hiss! One of the serpent heads opened its massive maw, not to devour, but to unleash a pillar of grayish-black light imbued with the essence of utter decay and corruption, shooting directly at Li Ao. Where the light passed, space itself seemed to lose color, turning desolate. This attack was not infused with the power of the underworld, but a more ancient and primal law of decay, its might far surpassing that of the six-star Dozong Elder's underworld ghost hand. Li Ao's hair stood on end, sensing an unprecedented threat of death. He had no doubt that if struck by this pillar, even with his formidable bronze battle body, he would instantaneously wither away to mere bones. He sought to evade. Yet the terrifying will of the nine-headed serpent's remnant soul locked onto him with unyielding precision, rendering his movements exceedingly difficult, as if he were mired in quicksand. Just as the decaying light pillar was about to engulf him, be careful. A streak of colorful light darted across space at a speed beyond thought, interposing itself before Li Ao. It was Medusa. Ignoring the attacks from the Soul Palace guards behind her, she summoned all her soul power, the 7 colored runes on her brow igniting with brilliance, her hands tracing a harmonious arc before coalescing into an immensely solid 7-colored soul shield. Boom! The decaying light pillar violently struck the 7-colored shield. There was no thunderous roar, only a disconcerting sound, as if all things were swiftly aging and collapsing. The 7-colored shield quaked violently, its radiance dimming at a visible pace, with fine cracks appearing on its surface, as though eroded by the passage of time. Medusa's soul form swayed violently, her complexion turning translucent, clearly bearing the immense pressure and damage. Yet she ultimately blocked this deadly strike. Your Majesty! Li Ao's eyes widened in fury, an indescribable surge of emotion flooding his heart. Seizing the moment, he forcefully grasped the blood essence demon fruit, yanking it down and stowing it away in his spatial ring. Let us go. Without hesitation, he wrapped his arm around Medusa's increasingly ethereal waist. Though her soul form lacked substance, it retained a semblance of shape, activating the thunder step and the black iron titan's power to the utmost, transforming into a flowing light of intertwined bronze and 7 colors, fleeing towards the valley's exit. The 9-headed serpent's remnant soul, enraged at having its meal snatched away, emitted an even more frenzied howl, the other 8 heads rising in unison, preparing to unleash an even more terrifying assault. Meanwhile, the elder of the Soul Palace, regaining his wits amidst his horror, glanced at the retreating duo and the rampaging ancient serpent's remnant soul, his expression shifting erratically. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he abandoned the altar and fled in a different direction with the remaining guards in disarray. Within the valley, only the flickering serpent bone altar and the furious, gradually emerging nine-headed celestial serpent's remnant soul remained. Liao held Medusa close, pushing their speed to the limit, his mind consumed by a singular thought: to escape this place, they must depart swiftly. Medusa leaned against him, her soul form flickering uncertainly. Having endured the decaying light pillar, the toll on her was immense. She slightly raised her gaze, observing the taut line of Liao's jaw, a complex expression flickering in her violet eyes before she slowly closed them, focusing all her energy to stabilize her soul on the brink of collapse. The expedition into the ancient wild domain had achieved its goal, but the perilous journey had far exceeded expectations. Chapter 105: Pursuit in the Ancient Domain, Healing in Desperation. In the depths of the dark and profound primitive jungle of the ancient wild domain, a streak of intertwined bronze and seven-colored light darted through the towering ancient trees and jagged stones at a speed that seemed to tear through space, producing sharp sonic booms that startled countless hidden venomous creatures and ferocious beasts. Liao pushed the thunder step to its limits, even going so far as to burn his vital essence to enhance his speed further. In his arms, Medusa's soul form dimmed even more, the seven-colored rune on her brow appearing somewhat blurred, having just withstood the decaying light pillar from the nine-headed serpent's remnant soul, which had inflicted considerable shock and damage upon her soul's essence. He could distinctly feel the weakness and coldness emanating from the soul form in his embrace. The pain rooted deep within her soul. Even with Medusa's resilience, she couldn't help but slightly furrow her brows. They must find a safe place to tend to her wounds immediately. Liao's heart raced with urgency as he expanded his soul perception to seek a suitable hiding spot. The violent and greedy will emanating from the nine-headed serpent's remnant soul, while somewhat diminished by distance, clung to them like a parasite. Clearly unwilling to relinquish the blood essence demon fruit, a treasure rich in vital essence. Moreover, he could faintly sense several other chilling auras converging on their location from various directions. It was the pursuing forces of the Soul Palace. The six-star Dozong Elder had clearly not given up, rallying his men in an attempt to encircle them. With perilous ancient domain ahead and the serpent's remnant soul and Soul Palace pursuers behind, the situation had reached a critical juncture. To the northeast, Medusa's weak yet still icy voice came from his arms. I sense a faint, shared bloodline aura over there. Perhaps it can temporarily sever that monster's perception. Liao, unwavering in his resolve, promptly altered his course, racing toward the northeastern direction indicated by Medusa. He possessed an unwavering trust in Medusa's bloodline perception. Indeed, after exerting himself to flee for roughly the time it takes to burn a joss stick, the menacing presence of the nine-headed serpent behind him seemed to blur, as if disrupted by some intangible force. Before him lay a peculiar swamp. The swamp was not filled with murky waters, but rather a viscous liquid that shimmered with a faint silver glow. The air was thick with a subtle scent of brine and decay, yet within this odor lingered an ineffable essence of ancientness and sanctity. At the center of the swamp stood an extraordinarily bizarre old tree, its trunk twisted like a coiled python, the bark a dark silver, adorned with patterns reminiscent of serpentine scales. The tree bore no leaves, save for a few blossoms at its apex that emitted a hazy, silver light, resembling the eyes of serpent. This was the serpent scalewood and the nether eye flower. Liao recognized these two extraordinary plants, long extinct in the outside world. The serpent scalewood was said to harbor a faint trace of ancient serpent bloodline, while the nether eye flower thrived in places of profound darkness, capable of disrupting soul perception. No wonder the remnants of the nine-headed serpent's soul felt weakened. The unique environment here, coupled with the serpent scalewood's faint shared essence, formed a natural barrier. At this very moment, Medusa's voice below grew even fainter. Liao extended his soul power beneath the swamp, discovering a hollow space supported by some beast bones, its entrance remarkably concealed. Without hesitation, he embraced Medusa and plunged into the viscous silver swamp. Strangely, the swamp offered little resistance or filth. Instead, a cool, calming energy enveloped them, submerging to the swamp's depths. They successfully entered the bony chamber. The space was modest, accommodating only a few individuals, yet it was dry and clean. filled with the faint aroma emitted by the roots of the serpent scale wood and the soul-disturbing energy of the nethereye flower, making it an excellent hiding spot. Liao immediately set up several layers of concealment and protective wards at the entrance, maximizing the effect of the phantom concealment talisman to completely isolate external sensations. Having completed these preparations, he carefully laid Medusa down in the center of the space. At this moment, Medusa's soul form was nearly transparent, as if she might dissipate at any moment, her exquisite features marred by unmistakable pain and weariness. "Your Majesty, hold on." Liao swiftly retrieved several soul-nourishing elixirs, intending to feed them to Medusa, but as a soul entity, she could not consume physical potions. "It's futile." Medusa gently shook her head, her violet eyes dimmed. "The decaying principle erodes the essence. Ordinary potions are of no use." A weight settled in Liao's heart. He could sense that Medusa's soul essence was being slowly corroded by a pallid death aura. Although the pace was slow, the consequences of neglecting it would be dire. "I will try the Oblivion Principle." Liao's gaze sharpened. The only recourse was to rely on the same rule-level power of Oblivion to see if it could counteract the decay. He sat cross-legged beside Medusa, his hands hovering above her soul form, cautious not to make direct contact. Closing his eyes, he delved into his consciousness, fully engaging with the murky essence of the Oblivion Principle. The essence of Oblivion is not merely destruction, nor a return to nothingness. It can also engender life. He recalled the insights gained during his previous efforts to save Medusa, carefully guiding a thread of the purest essence, stripped of all violence, leaving only the tranquility and purification of Oblivion, akin to the finest silk, as it gradually flowed into Medusa's soul. This process was far more perilous than his previous alchemical endeavors or battles. He had to precisely control the power of Oblivion, targeting only the decaying death aura without inflicting any harm upon Medusa's already damaged soul essence. The grayish flow, like a clear spring, coursed into Medusa's soul. The stubborn death aura clinging to her essence seemed to meet its nemesis upon encountering this higher, more primal essence of Oblivion, emitting a silent wail as it began to be gradually stripped away, purified, and annihilated. Effective. A surge of joy welled in Liao's heart. Yet he dared not let his guard down, focusing intently on manipulating that strand of Oblivion energy, akin to the most precise surgical scalpel, meticulously eliminating the lethal toxins. Medusa kept her eyes tightly shut, her long lashes trembling slightly. She could distinctly feel a cold, desolate presence, yet one imbued with a strangely soothing power, circulating within the depths of her soul. Wherever it flowed, the excruciating feeling of decay gradually receded, replaced by a sense of weariness akin to exhaustion, and an indescribable feeling of reassurance. Time passed slowly in the quiet of healing. Liao's complexion gradually paled, beads of sweat forming on his brow. This meticulous control over the rules exacted an immense toll on his soul. Eventually, after what felt like an eternity, when a last vestige of the gray death aura was completely purified by the Oblivion flow, Liao abruptly withdrew his hand, his body swaying slightly, nearly drained of strength. Meanwhile, Medusa's soul form, though still ethereal, no longer exhibited signs of imminent collapse. Her radiance, though faint, had stabilized. She slowly opened her eyes, her violet orbs still weary, yet restored to their former clarity and sharpness. She regarded Liao, whose face had turned pale and whose breath was feeble. And after a moment of silence, her crimson lips parted, her tone still frosty yet tinged with warmth. "Thank you." Liao waved his hand dismissively, swallowing several elixirs to restore his fighting spirit and soul power, settling into a meditative posture. "As long as your Majesty is safe, that is all that matters. Although the decaying principle has been dispelled, your Majesty's soul essence has sustained significant damage and will require an extended period of recuperation." Medusa nodded slightly, refraining from further words, closing her eyes once more to fully absorb the faint shared essence and soul power of the surroundings, mending her injuries. The bony chamber fell into silence, the only sounds being the faint breaths of Liao and the soul fluctuations of Medusa. However, this tranquility did not endure for long. Suddenly, Liao's eyes shot open, his gaze sharp as he looked toward the surface of the swamp. He sensed several powerful auras circling above the swamp, searching. One of them was that of the six-star Do Zong Elder from the Soul Palace. "They have arrived." A chill ran down Liao's spine. Although the phantom concealment talisman and the natural barrier of this place were formidable, given their close proximity and repeated search efforts, it was merely a matter of time before they were discovered. Medusa also opened her eyes, a flicker of cold light flashing in her violet gaze. "How much have you recovered?" Liao asked in a low voice. "Not even 30%, Medusa replied icily. "Yet I still possess the strength to fight." Observing Medusa's stubborn and icy demeanor, Liao sensed the approaching search waves above and understood that evasion was no longer an option. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. In that case, he slowly rose to his feet, the bronze sheen beneath his skin subtly coursing, a sharp murderous intent beginning to coalesce. Then let us break through. Chapter 106, Breaking Out of the Encirclement, Blood-Soaked Swamp. Above the silver swamp, 5 figures cloaked in black robes hovered in midair, their powerful soul perceptions scanning the seemingly tranquil swamp below like a comb. The leader was the grim-faced 6-star Dozong Elder from the Soul Palace, Mugu, retaining this name for distinction. The white bone staff in his hand trembled slightly at its tip, directing toward a certain spot in the swamp. While the phantom concealment talisman is ingenious, the residual spatial fluctuations and the faint essence of that woman's damaged soul cannot escape the scrutiny of my soul search crystal. Elder Mu Gu's eyes glimmered with a cruel and avaricious light, convinced that they were concealed beneath this swamp. Deploy the 5 ghosts soul locking formation and force them out. The 4 soul hall guards responded immediately, swiftly positioning themselves to encircle Elder Mu Gu. All 5 simultaneously formed seals, unleashing a torrent of dense netherworld battle chi that intertwined in the air, manifesting into 5 massive black pillars of light, each crowned with a grotesque, ghostly visage. The ghostly heads opened their mouths, releasing countless fine black threads, resembling a colossal spider's web, cascading downwards to envelop the silvery swamp below. The 5 ghost soul-locking formation was not a mere brute force attack. Rather, it infiltrated the space with netherworld energy, sealing it off and incessantly eroding the souls of the living beings within, compelling them to reveal their true forms or face instant soul collapse and death. As the black threads touched the surface of the swamp, the viscous silver liquid began to bubble violently, emitting a hissing sound, swiftly disrupting its calming effects. The power of the formation penetrated the swamp, encroaching upon the bone-made space beneath. Within the bone chamber, Liao and Medusa simultaneously felt a chilling, bone-piercing force seeping through the restraints, attempting to invade their souls. The formation was set. There was no escaping it. Liao's gaze turned frigid, filled with a palpable, murderous intent. He glanced at Medusa, who, despite her still weakened soul, bore a fierce battle spirit in her violet eyes, akin to flames smoldering beneath ice. This king can still fight. Medusa gradually rose, her 7-colored radiance swirling anew. Though not as resplendent as in her prime, it emanated a resolute determination of desperation. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a long sword in the shape of a 7-colored serpent, entirely forged from soul power, materialized in her grasp. Its blade pointed skyward. "Very well. I shall take the lead while you provide support," tearing apart the formation and striking at their leader. Liao commanded in a low voice, unleashing a volcanic eruption of vitality and battle chi from within. The power of his bronze battle body surged to its zenith, causing his entire presence to become overwhelmingly fierce and domineering. Boom! No longer concealing his strength, he propelled himself upwards like a cannonball, shattering the ceiling of the bone chamber, bursting through the viscous swamp, and emerging amidst a rain of silvery mud into the heart of the 5 ghost soul locking formation. "He's out! Kill him!" Elder Mu Gu roared fiercely, the formation's power coalescing instantaneously, as the 5 ghostly visages simultaneously unleashed concentrated netherworld soul stabs, akin to 5 venomous dragons, lunging towards Liao from various directions. Overbearing fist break the mountain. Liao did not evade or flinch, unleashing both fists, the dark golden vitality and bronze luster intertwined, transforming into 2 remarkably condensed fist energies, akin to 2 ancient divine mountains, crashing towards 2 of the netherworld's soul stabs. Bang! Bang! The collision of fist energies and soul stabs erupted with a deafening roar. Those 2 soul stabs, potent enough to severely injure a low-tier dozone, were explosively shattered by Liao's sheer physical strength. The violent shockwave of energy surged forth, deflecting the trajectories of the remaining 3 soul stabs. What? Elder Mu Gu's pupils constricted. The physical prowess displayed by Li Ao had once again exceeded his expectations. Just as he was taken aback, a chilling command rang out. 7 colors, instant radiance. Medusa's figure appeared like a specter behind one of the Soul Hall guards arraying the formation, her 7-colored serpent sword piercing silently. The tip, radiating an ultimate power of penetration and purification. The guard was merely a 2-star Do zone, most of his focus dedicated to maintaining the formation, completely unprepared for an injured soul to dare strike back, especially with such astonishing speed. With a soft thud, the 7-colored serpent sword sliced through his netherworld protective battle chi as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, piercing into his back. The purifying force contained within the sword exploded forth, annihilating both his heart and soul in an instant. One 2-star Do zone fell in an instant. The 5 ghost soul locking formation suffered a breach. The formation's radiance flickered violently, its power significantly diminished. Seeking death, Elder Mu Gu erupted in fury, swinging his skeletal staff, unleashing a concentrated beam of netherworld deathlight that shot towards Medusa like a lethal arrow. However, would Li Ao allow him the opportunity? Your opponent is me. Li Ao executed the thunderous step, appearing as if he had teleported to shield Medusa, his bronze-glazed fist once more smashing forth, obliterating that beam of netherworld deathlight. His gaze remained icy as he stared down Elder Mu Gu, stepping forward, with each stride amplifying his imposing aura, instilling a sense of dread within Elder Mu Gu. Form the array. Quickly form the array. Elder Mu Gu bellowed at the remaining 3 somewhat flustered guards. Yet, as the 3 attempted to act, Medusa's 7-colored serpent sword transformed into a flurry of sword shadows, enveloping them like a tempest. Although her soul power was insufficient, her swordsmanship was exquisite and attribute restraining, forcing the 3 guards into a chaotic state, rendering them incapable of reconstituting the formation. The battlefield was divided. Li Ao faced the formidable 6-star Do zone Elder Mu Gu alone, while Medusa single-handedly entangled the 3 low-tier Do zone guards. You young fool, do not be arrogant. Netherworld Soul Prison. Elder Mu Gu recognized that he could no longer hold back, tossing the skeletal staff into the air, his hands rapidly forming seals. A swirling black mist enveloped him, morphing into a colossal prison filled with distorted soul shadows, descending upon Li Ao. Within the prison, countless vengeful souls shrieked, emanating a terrifying power that eroded souls and confined battle chi. This was his domain-type battle technique. Once ensnared within, even beings of equal strength would struggle to escape. Faced with the encroaching netherworld soul prison, Li Ao's eyes reflected not fear, but a flicker of scorn. A domain? Playing this game before me? He pointed his fingers like blades, the thread of annihilation's primal essence in his consciousness thrumming violently. A force far more vast and pure than before erupted from him, reverberating outward. Domain of annihilation. All things returned to the void. There were no extravagant colors, no earth-shattering momentum, only a grayish domain, seemingly capable of swallowing all light, sound, energy, and even existence, quietly unfurled around Li Ao. The seemingly terrifying netherworld soul prison, upon contact with this grayish domain, was as if it had encountered its nemesis. The vengeful souls within could not even emit a cry before silently vanishing. The structure of the prison began to collapse, decomposing as though hurled into the ultimate void. No, this is impossible. What kind of domain is this? Elder Mu Gu emitted a scream laced with sheer terror, feeling his domain being forcibly erased from the most fundamental rules by an incomprehensible force. He could even sense the wailing of his own soul and the essence of a netherworld. Li Ao's gaze remained cold as he stepped forward, traversing the crumbling netherworld soul prison, appearing before the mentally shattered Elder Mu Gu, his fist, imbued with the rules of annihilation, struck like a harbinger of death against his back. The Soul Hall will not spare you. Elder Mu Gu roared in despair, desperately channeling all his battle chi to coalesce at his back. Boom! The fist's power penetrated through. Elder Mu Gu's body stiffened abruptly, looking down in disbelief at the bronze-hued and gray-tinged fist protruding from his chest. The vitality, battle chi, and soul within him were instantaneously obliterated and annihilated beneath the overwhelming rules of annihilation. Thud! Elder Mu Gu's lifeless body plummeted from the sky, crashing into the silvery swamp below, sending up a splash of mud. A 6-star Do zone had fallen. Meanwhile, on the other side, Medusa also utilized an exquisite seven-colored illusion to confound her opponent. Seizing the opportunity to strike, her seven-colored serpent sword piercing through the throats of two guards in quick succession, ending their lives. The last guardian, upon witnessing the demise of the elder and the fall of his comrades, was seized by an overwhelming terror and turned to flee. Yet, he was ensnared by the vibrant soul chains cast by Medusa, yanked back with ferocity, and met his end at the edge of a blade. The battle concluded in the blink of an eye, leaving the 5 pursuers from the Soul Palace, including a 6-star Dozong elder, utterly vanquished. Li Ao gradually retracted his fist, his complexion growing paler still. The exertion of forcibly wielding the incomplete realm of annihilation weighed heavily upon him. He cast a glance at Medusa, whose ethereal form flickered, evidently pushed to her limits by the recent explosion of power. Their gazes met, and in that shared moment, they beheld the fatigue in each other's eyes, mingled with a fleeting sense of relief from the brink of calamity. However, just as they allowed themselves a moment's respite, a chilling, shrill cry emanating from the remnants of a 9-headed heavenly serpent surged forth, drawing nearer with terrifying speed. Moreover, this time, the violent and covetous was clearer and more imminent than before. It was pursuing them. Li Ao's expression transformed dramatically as he grasped Medusa's hand. The ethereal contact felt real, yet frigid. We must go. He scarcely had time to collect the spoils of battle. Igniting the dwindling reserves of his vitality and Do Chi as he clutched Medusa, transforming into a streak of light, fleeing deeper into the primal ancient domain with desperate urgency. They needed to escape this area swiftly, seeking a sanctuary to rid themselves of that malevolent entity. Chapter 107. Survival and Desperation, Ancient Ruins. Deeper within the primal ancient domain, the landscape grew increasingly archaic and bizarre. Towering ancient trees were gradually supplanted by grotesque black monstrosities, while the ground was shrouded in a thick layer of detritus. The accumulation of millennia, emanating a nauseating stench of decay. The air was laden with a palpable aura of primal malevolence and a toxic miasma, potent enough that even a Dozong expert would find their Do Chi rapidly depleting and their mind susceptible to corruption from the malevolence. Li Ao, cradling Medusa, pushed his speed to its zenith, heedless of all else as he darted deeper into the ancient domain. His visage was ashen, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, a consequence of forcibly igniting his life force and excessively channeling the rules of annihilation. Medusa nestled in his embrace, her soul form flickering, had her violet eyes tightly shut, striving with all her might against the encroaching malevolence and the anguish of her soul's essence. In pursuit, the shriek of the 9-headed heavenly serpent's remnant and its violent will echoed like a death knell, relentless in its chase. It seemed to have locked onto the scent of the blood essence fruit, moving with astonishing swiftness across this ancient land it knew so well. The distance between them diminishing rapidly. This could not continue. Anxiety gnawed at Li Ao. His condition grew ever worse, and Medusa was nearing her limits as well. Should they be caught, their current state offered no hope for survival. They must find a refuge capable of temporarily halting that ghastly entity or completely severing its pursuit. His spiritual perception expanded wildly, reaching beyond its limits under the duress of crisis, scanning every inch of the land below. Suddenly, he detected an area approximately 100 miles ahead exhibiting extraordinarily anomalous energy fluctuations. The space there seemed exceedingly unstable, rife with chaotic spatial rifts, along with a faint yet ancient array's residual energy. Was that an entrance to ancient ruins? Or perhaps a fragment of space left shattered from an ancient cataclysm? Danger. Utterly perilous. Those spatial rifts could effortlessly rend Dozong's flesh. Yet, the chaotic energies and the remnants of the ancient array might disrupt or even obstruct the 9-headed heavenly serpent's perception and pursuit. A gamble. A flicker of determination ignited in Li Ao's eyes as he hastily altered his course toward that deadly region. 100 miles was but a fleeting moment for a Dozong racing at full speed. As he drew near, the sight before him elicited a sharp intake of breath from Li Ao. It was a boundless expanse of shattered land, as if cleaved by the axe of a colossal deity, riddled with unfathomable chasms. The sky was a chaotic tapestry, ever shifting in hues, while countless fine, visible black spatial rifts sprawled like a web throughout, occasionally accompanied by massive shards of space, shattering like glass. A cataclysmic energy storm raged eternally within the region, emitting a piercing shriek that sent chills down the spine. At the heart of this fragmented land, some dilapidated yet ancient architectural remnants flickered into view, reminiscent of a sunken ancient city obscured by the energy storm. That was the place. Li Ao's gaze locked onto the edge of the ruins, where a comparatively stable section seemed to shimmer with a faint array's aura. There, the spatial rifts were scarce, possibly offering temporary sanctuary. Gritting his teeth, he channeled his last reserves of strength into the thundersound step, his form morphing into a distorted streak of light, narrowly evading several sudden spatial rifts as he surged toward the crumbling remnants. Just as he breached the relatively stable area, the massive phantom of a nine-headed heavenly serpent arrived at the edge of the shattered land, its 18 chaotic serpent eyes fixated on Li Ao and Medusa as they entered the perilous territory, emitting a howl of profound resentment and fury. Instinctively, it recoiled from the chaotic spatial forces and the lingering essence of the ancient array, fearing for its already fragmented core of will. It prowled the periphery, unleashing several decaying beams of light that struck the shattered land, triggering localized collapses of space, yet it dared not truly enter. Ultimately, after issuing a series of venomous shrieks, the immense phantom gradually dissipated, retreating into the depths of the primal ancient domain, though the greedy that had locked onto them did not vanish entirely. It merely waned to a faint whisper. For the moment, they were safe. Li Ao, still cradling Medusa, stumbled behind the remnants of the wall, finally unable to sustain himself. Sinking to one knee as he coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, his breath faltering to its limits. He swiftly retrieved a medicinal pill and consumed it, channeling all his energy to recover. Medusa floated from his embrace to a nearby spot, her soul form nearly imperceptible, yet she too closed her eyes in concentration, drawing upon the thin but exceptionally pure ancient energy of the area to mend her being. This fragment of wall appeared to be a corner of a massive palace. The remnants of the array, though heavily damaged, still emanated a faint protective glow, isolating them from the external energy storm and most spatial rifts, creating a modest safe haven. In this dire predicament, the two of them raced against time to restore their strength. Time flowed quietly by. After an indeterminate duration, Li Ao was the first to open his eyes. His injuries, supported by the medicinal pill and his formidable physique, had stabilized temporarily, and his doqi had recovered to about 30%. He glanced at Medusa beside him. Her soul form remained ethereal, but her aura had steadied significantly, indicating a gradual recovery. He rose cautiously, surveying the surroundings. This safe zone was not expansive, roughly 10 zhang squared, and aside from their corner, a passageway leading deeper into the ruins lay ahead, blocked by scattered debris. Lingering here was inadvisable. The will of the nine-headed heavenly serpent had not fully dissipated, and the Soul Palace's forces could very well be on their way. Li Ao spoke solemnly. We must restore some strength swiftly and then devise a means to escape. Medusa slowly opened her eyes, weariness still evident in her violet gaze, yet her composure had returned. Though the energy here is sparse, it is exceptionally ancient and pure, beneficial for my soul's restoration. However, complete recovery cannot be achieved in the short term. Her gaze swept over the obstructed passageway, her brow furrowing slightly. Moreover, I sense something deeper within, as if something is calling to my bloodline. Li Ao's heart stirred. Medusa, endowed with the seven-colored bloodline of the celestial devouring serpent, stands as the supreme of serpents, and only extraordinary entities can elicit a response from her lineage. In such ancient ruins, danger often accompanies opportunity. Once we regain some strength, we shall endeavor to explore this passageway. Li Ao resolved. Perhaps we might discover a path to escape or other fortuitous encounters. At present, the two ceased their conversation and continued to focus on their recovery. After half a day's passage, Li Ao had regained approximately 40% of his strength, while Medusa's soul had also solidified somewhat, recovering around 10%, at least alleviating the risk of disintegration. It was time to advance. Li Ao approached the passageway obstructed by debris, the bronze sheen enveloping his palm as he gently pressed against the boulder. With a resounding rumble, the heavy stone was slowly pushed aside, revealing a narrow gap barely wide enough for a single individual to pass through. A more potent and ancient energy, imbued with the scent of long-sealed time, surged forth from the depths of the passage. Li Ao stepped in first, followed closely by Medusa. The passage was shrouded in darkness, its walls adorned with faded murals depicting ancient ancestors in fierce battles against formidable beasts and scenes of ritualistic sacrifices. The air was damp and cold, thick with the essence of ages past. The two moved cautiously, heightening their spiritual awareness to the utmost, vigilant for any potential traps or slumbering ancient creatures. After the passage of a fragrant incense stick's duration, a flicker of light emerged ahead. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a rather spacious stone chamber. In the center stood a desiccated pool, its bottom strewn with shards of colorful crystals emanating faint energy fluctuations. At the far end of the chamber loomed a colossal statue, depicting a figure with a human body and serpent tail. The statue was carved from a dark stone, though marred by cracks and dust. It still radiated an aura of majesty and sanctity. The scales of the serpent tail were intricately sculpted, bearing a striking resemblance to Medusa herself. In the statue's hand lay a fist-sized dark golden scale, adorned with enigmatic patterns. In the moment the two entered the chamber, Medusa trembled violently, the 7 colored runes at her brow erupting uncontrollably in resplendent light. Her gaze fixated on the dark golden scale, her violet eyes filled with disbelief, excitement, and an insatiable yearning. This is the primal reverse scale of the ancient celestial Serpent Emperor. Chapter 108. The Reverse Scale Legacy, Bloodline in Turmoil. Within the stone chamber, the air seemed to solidify. Medusa's gaze was magnetically drawn, fixated upon the dark golden scale cradled in the statue's palm. Though merely fist-sized, it appeared to embody the weight of eternity and supreme authority, each intricate pattern narrating the highest mysteries of the serpent lineage's power. The primal reverse scale of the ancient celestial Serpent Emperor. For any serpentine bloodline, this was an unimaginable sacred artifact. It harbored not only pure primordial power, but likely also fragments of the ancient emperor's legacy and bloodline imprint. Should she succeed in merging with it, the benefits would far surpass those of the blood essence demon fruit's reconstruction of her physical form. Medusa's breath, spiritual fluctuations, quickened, her violet eyes shimmering with excitement, desire, and a hint of instinctual awe. The 7-colored bloodline of the celestial devouring serpent within her surged with fervor, roaring silently in worship. Liao, too, sensed the overwhelming and ancient pressure emanating from the reverse scale, along with the violent fluctuations from the depths of Medusa's soul. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Realizing this was likely a monumental opportunity for Medusa, yet it also accompanied unknown risks. "Your Majesty, exercise caution," he urged, his spiritual awareness meticulously scanning every corner of the chamber, particularly the statue. Medusa inhaled deeply, forcing down the tempestuous bloodline, her voice trembling subtly. "Fear not. This artifact resonates with my lineage. The connection cannot be feigned. This may well be the key to my rebirth, or even the evolution of my bloodline." She advanced step by step towards the statue, with each approach causing the runes at her brow to brighten and her surrounding aura to grow ever more radiant. The dark golden reverse scale seemed to sense the proximity of her bloodline, beginning to tremble gently, emanating a soft and inviting glow. As Medusa reached the statue, slowly extending her ethereal hand, poised to touch the reverse scale, a sudden vibration coursed through the entire chamber. The ancient statue, silent for countless millennia, suddenly awakened, its eyes ablaze with golden flames. A terrifying will, far more vast and authoritative than before, descended upon the chamber, enveloping it entirely. To disturb the royal slumber and covet the sacred scale shall incur punishment. A grand, ancient thought, devoid of any emotion, erupted like thunder within the depths of Liao and Medusa's souls. Immediately, the dark golden reverse scale in the statue's hand radiated with brilliant light. A beam of concentrated energy, seemingly composed of countless golden serpent shadows, shot forth like a judgmental spear towards Medusa's brow. This strike was not a physical assault, but a direct test against her soul's essence and bloodline. Should her bloodline prove impure, her will weak, or her soul insufficiently strong, she would be instantly assimilated and devoured by this golden light, becoming mere nourishment for the reverse scale. "Your Majesty," Liao's countenance shifted dramatically, instinctively preparing to intervene. "Do not approach," Medusa commanded fiercely, her violet gaze not betraying fear, but ignited with fierce combativeness and the pride of a ruler. "This is my trial. Only through my bloodline, and can I gain the Emperor's recognition." She did not retreat. Rather, she embraced the destructive golden light, channeling her soul power and the 7-colored bloodline of the celestial devouring serpent to their utmost limits. The runes at her brow blazed as if aflame, and the 7-colored brilliance soared skyward, coalescing behind her into a grand, noble phantom of the celestial devouring serpent. I am the descendant of the celestial devouring serpent, the reigning Queen Medusa. How dare a mere remnant of will attempt to judge me? Her cool yet commanding voice resonated throughout the chamber, her spiritual form advancing rather than retreating, willingly confronting the golden beam. The collision between the golden light and the seven-colored soul energy erupted noiselessly. Yet a visible shockwave of spiritual and bloodline energy surged forth from the point of impact, radiating outward. The walls of the chamber, once obscured, became vividly clear, as if ancient ancestors and beasts roared within the light and shadow. Liao was forced back several steps by the shockwave, his vital energy surging, eyes filled with astonishment. He focused intently on Medusa at the heart of the light. Should she show any signs of faltering, he would disregard her wishes and immediately invoke the rules of annihilation to intervene. Within the luminous orb, Medusa's spiritual form endured unimaginable pain and pressure. The will of the golden light, akin to countless burning steel needles, pierced her soul, probing the purity of her bloodline and crushing her resolve. Simultaneously, an incomparably pure and exalted primordial power of the celestial serpent sought to merge with her bloodline, undergoing a profound transformation and elevation. This was a perilous tug-of-war. She would either be assimilated and consumed by the Emperor's will or conquer this will through her own strength, achieving a complete fusion with the reverse scale. Medusa clenched her teeth in her spiritual state, her exquisite visage slightly contorted in agony, yet her violet eyes remained as unyielding as the hardest amethyst, unwavering in their defiance and steadfast conviction. She was Queen Medusa, the sovereign of the serpent people, the possessor of the supreme bloodline of the celestial devouring serpent. How could one submit to the will of a deceased monarch? Grant me the power to merge. She let out a cry that resonated from the depths of her soul as the phantasm of the seven-colored devouring serpent swelled dramatically, opening its massive maw to actively devour the golden beam of light. No longer would she passively endure. Instead, she sought to refine this will, seizing the power and legacy contained within. This was an act of sheer audacity, yet it embodied the spirit befitting a sovereign. Under her fervent counterattack, the golden will of the monarch seemed to sense a threat, becoming increasingly frenzied, violently assaulting her spiritual defenses. Time slipped away in this stalemate. Liao could see Medusa's soul flickering between transparency and solidity amid the interplay of golden and seven-colored light, her aura fluctuating violently. His heart raced in tandem. After an indeterminate span, the frenzied golden radiance began to wane, while the seven-colored brilliance intensified in resplendence. The phantasm of the seven-colored devouring serpent behind her subtly transformed, elongating and exuding an air of nobility, with dark golden patterns faintly etched upon its scales, amplifying its majesty. She was gradually gaining the upper hand. At last, when the final vestiges of golden light were wholly consumed, in a moment of refinement, a joyful hum resonated from the dark golden reverse scale, liberating itself from the statue's grasp, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly merged into the center of Medusa's brow, perfectly integrating with the seven-colored runes. Boom! A torrent of energy, far more majestic and pure, imbued with the authority of a monarch, erupted from the very depths of Medusa's soul origin like a flood breaching its dam. Her soul solidified at a visible pace, expanding within the seven-colored radiance. The noble dark golden hue intertwined, wielding a terrifying pressure that overshadowed 1,000 serpents, sweeping through the stone chamber like a tempest, even breaking free from its confines. Igniting an energy storm in the shattered exterior, her soul power began to surge uncontrollably, from the pinnacle of 1-star Do Zone to 2-star, 3-star Do Zone, ultimately stabilizing at the level of 5-star Do Zone. Moreover, her soul essence, having merged with the heavenly serpent emperor's reverse scale, underwent a transformative metamorphosis, becoming denser, more regal, and brimming with boundless potential. The brilliance gradually receded. Medusa slowly opened her eyes. In this moment, her soul solidified like a gem of glazed jade, radiating a mysterious luster of intertwined seven colors and dark gold. Her beauty still breathtakingly captivating, yet the dignified and frosty aura between her brows seemed imbued with divinity, making it difficult to gaze upon her directly. The runes upon her brow had undergone a profound transformation, morphing into a complex and arcane dark seven-colored serpentine emblem that emanated a faint regal pressure. She had successfully merged with the reverse scale, not only causing her soul power to soar, but also achieving an unimaginable purification and elevation of her bloodline, though her physical form had yet to be remade. At this moment, her soul alone had undergone a cataclysmic shift in strength. She sensed within her a torrent of power, as if she could command the very heavens and earth, a flicker of intoxication passing through her violet eyes before she regained clarity, her gaze settling upon Liao, who had steadfastly remained by her side, concern etched upon his features. She had not failed her mission. Her crimson lips parted slightly, her voice still cool, yet infused with an indescribable magnetic authority. Liao looked upon the revitalized and powerful Medusa, a sigh of relief washing over him, genuine happiness swelling within his heart. He offered a slight smile. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, your bloodline has ascended further." Medusa nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the statue that had dimmed in the absence of the reverse scale, then peering into the depths of the stone chamber. This place seems to harbor an exit. During her fusion with the reverse scale, she had received fragmented memories, granting her a vague understanding of this relic. Liao's spirit surged. "Is there a way to find an exit from here? It should be possible." Medusa pointed toward a seemingly intact wall on the opposite side of the stone chamber, sensing that behind it lay a passage to the core of the relic, perhaps even a route to escape this place. Emerging from despair, with power greatly enhanced, the path ahead seemed to once again illuminate with hope. Chapter 109. The Journey Home and Turmoil. Encounter with Mugu. Within the stone chamber, Medusa had merged with the heavenly Serpent Emperor's reverse scale, her soul power surging to the 5-star Do Zone level, radiating a mysterious glow of intertwined 7 colors and dark gold, her dignity far surpassing her former self. Her gaze, sharp as lightning, fixed upon the seemingly intact wall of the stone chamber. The fragmented memories gained from merging with the reverse scale endowed her with a vague understanding of the structure of this relic. She extended her delicate hand, the dark 7-colored runes at her fingertips flickering subtly as a concentrated beam of soul light shot forth, precisely striking an inconspicuous indentation in the wall. But the wall emitted a deep rumble, then rippled as if disturbed by water, slowly sliding apart to reveal a shadowy staircase leading downwards, the destination unknown. An ancient and perilous aura wafted from the depths of the staircase. "Let us proceed." Medusa showed no hesitation, stepping forward boldly, with her power restored and significantly heightened. Her queenly confidence and decisiveness were further magnified. Liao followed closely, his own energy having recovered to about 60 or 70%, the bronze battle body lying dormant, the rules of silence flowing gently within his mind, ever vigilant. The staircase wound downwards, flanked not by rough rock walls, but by polished stone slabs adorned with ancient serpentine totems and unknown inscriptions. The air was thick with a heavy pressure, as if they were traversing the tomb of some ancient giant. Along the way, they encountered no dangers. It seemed that all protective mechanisms had either become ineffective over the long ages or had been triggered by previous intrusions. After descending for the duration of an incense stick, they emerged into a vast underground plaza. In the center of the plaza, rather than the anticipated coffin or treasure, stood an immensely complex ancient spatial teleportation array. The array was constructed from countless metals and crystals unknown to Liao, tracing unfathomable paths, and those shrouded in dust. Several massive core spatial crystals still emitted a faint yet stable glow, indicating they had not been entirely destroyed. This was the teleportation array to leave this place. Surprise ignited in Liao's eyes. He had not imagined that such a well-preserved ancient array lay hidden in the depths of this relic. Medusa approached the edge of the array, carefully sensing it for a moment, nodding. "The core energy of the array remains intact, although I know not where it leads. It is preferable to being trapped here or retracing our steps to confront the remnants of the 9-headed heavenly serpent and the pursuing soul hall." She turned to Liao. "Is it possible to activate it?" Liao stepped forward, meticulously scanning the entire array structure with his soul power. This ancient array was entirely distinct from the spatial wormholes he was familiar with, being far more complex and antiquated, yet its fundamental principles were aligned. He mused. The main structure of the array is intact, though some auxiliary runes are worn and the energy circuits somewhat sluggish. Give me a moment. I should be able to barely activate a one-way teleportation, though the destination remains uncertain. Potentially still within the savage ancient domain, or perhaps transported to another corner of the continent. No matter, as long as we can escape this perilous core area. Medusa asserted decisively. Time was of the essence, and Li Ao immediately began his work. Utilizing his formidable soul power and profound understanding of energy rules, he painstakingly unraveled the accumulated energy within the array, repairing the worn rune nodes. This process was exceedingly taxing on the mind. Even the slightest mistake could result in teleportation failure or even spatial collapse. Meanwhile, Medusa stood guard nearby, her formidable soul pressure radiating outward, both as a protector and as she carefully sensed the fluctuations of the array, attempting to discern the probable direction of the teleportation based on the fragmented memories acquired through her bloodline. Several hours later, beads of sweat adorned Li Ao's forehead, yet a smile graced his face. Success, he whispered triumphantly, his hands forming the final hand seal. A torrent of formidable fighting spirit, infused with a hint of the concept of annihilation, surged into the core of the formation. Suddenly, the entire ancient teleportation array erupted in a blinding silver light. Countless arcane runes flickered and flowed like stars, and a tremendous spatial fluctuation exploded, illuminating the underground plaza as if it were daylight. Standing at the heart of the formation, Li Ao grasped Medusa's hand, and the two swiftly stepped into the most radiant center of the glow. A powerful sensation of spatial tearing enveloped them, and the scene before their eyes began to warp and elongate. Just as the teleportation was nearing completion, Li Ao abruptly turned his head, casting a cold gaze toward the entrance of the stone stairs. He sensed a familiar and chilling powerful aura racing toward them at an alarming speed. It was the Soul Palace's people. How could they have found this place? However, there was no time to react. The silver light completely engulfed their figures. The spatial fluctuations peaked and then suddenly collapsed, dissipating into nothingness. The underground plaza reverted to silence, with only the fading glow of the ancient teleportation array. As if nothing had transpired, almost instantaneously after Li Ao and Medusa's departure, a figure shrouded in dense black mist, akin to a specter, rushed into the underground plaza. It was Mu Gu, the six-star Zone Elder from the Soul Palace, who had previously clashed with Li Ao in the swamp and was repelled by the domain of annihilation. He gazed at the still undulating spatial ripples in the center of the plaza and the obviously recently activated teleportation array, his complexion turning ashen, eyes brimming with fury and resentment. They escaped again. Elder Mu Gu let out a low growl, his withered palm striking down fiercely, shattering a nearby stone pillar with a ghostly palm imprint. Damn it, that brat not only possesses strange fire and mysterious rules, but can also repair such ancient formations. Behind him, several Soul Palace guards arrived, panting heavily. Upon seeing the empty plaza and the residual spatial fluctuations, their expressions also reflected astonishment. Elder, what shall we do now? One guard inquired cautiously. Elder Mu Gu's chest heaved violently, fixating on the teleportation array with a sinister and fluctuating gaze. He attempted to probe the formation with his soul power, hoping to trace the teleportation coordinates, only to discover that the formation structure was exceedingly ancient and complex. With his abilities, he could not decipher it in a short time, let alone activate it. Investigate how my presence felt. He spun around abruptly, his voice akin to the chill of the abyss, commanding all forces to investigate any unusual spatial fluctuations that may have arisen throughout the central continent and beyond. Focus particularly on a young man with strange fire, formidable soul power, and possibly accompanied by a powerful serpent-like soul entity. Moreover, report immediately to the Celestial Sovereign regarding the discovery of this ancient relic and the boy's potential ability to repair ancient formations. This child must not be allowed to remain at large. The secrets he conceals pose a grave threat to our Soul Palace's grand designs. Yes, the guards responded resolutely. Elder Mu Gu cast one last glance at the silent teleportation array, his sleeves billowing as he transformed into a cloud of black mist, filled with rage and murderous intent. Vanishing from the stone stair entrance, he understood that this mission had utterly failed. Not only had they lost several elite members, but they had also lost the blood essence demon fruit, allowing the target to escape right under their noses using the ancient formation. The wrath of the Celestial Sovereign is not something easily endured. Li Ao, no matter where you flee, the Soul Palace shall extract your soul and refine your fire to vent this hatred. Meanwhile, in a distant and unknown land, above a desolate mountain range, the fabric of space violently distorted like rippling water before tearing open a rift, expelling two figures rather ungracefully, Li Ao and Medusa. who had just departed from the barbaric ancient domain through the ancient teleportation array. Li Ao steadied himself and quickly surveyed the surroundings. Beneath him lay undulating yellow earth mountains, with sparse vegetation and an atmosphere redolent of dryness and desolation. The energy density was far inferior to that of the central continent, though not entirely devoid of life. This place seemed to no longer be the barbaric ancient domain, Li Ao deduced, sensing the distinct environment around him. Medusa floated beside him, her soul entity's brilliance subdued. The pressure of her 5-star Do Zong spirit quietly permeating, attuning to the flow of energy and subtle laws in the world. Moments later, her violet eyes shimmered, pointing in a direction. Over there, faint spatial node fluctuations, along with the scent of humanity. Approximately 10,000 miles from here. 10,000 miles for them now was no longer insurmountable. Li Ao nodded, his gaze deepening. We shall first locate a place with people, ascertain our whereabouts, and then plan our next steps. He glanced at Medusa, whose powerful yet still ethereal state of being was solidifying, and said solemnly, "Our immediate priority is to find suitable materials for Her Majesty, to concoct the celestial soul blood fusion pill and reconstruct her physical form." Hearing this, a flicker of fervor crossed Medusa's purple eyes. While the reverse scale had augmented her soul power and elevated her bloodline, only by reconstructing her physical form could she truly unleash her full potential, reclaim her peak, and perhaps even surpass her former self. Let's proceed. The two did not linger, transforming into streaks of light, hurrying toward the direction Medusa sensed. A new journey had begun, while the tempest brewing in the central continent, along with the expansive net of the Soul Palace, awaited their return. Chapter 110. The Turbulence of the Wilderness, First Encounter with the Serpent People. 10,000 miles of yellow earth, sand, and dust assaulted them. Li Ao and Medusa soared through the air, their speed remarkable, the desolate mountains below resembling waves of earthy hues rushing past. This place, known as the Wilderness Domain, was devoid of spiritual energy and barren of resources, far less prosperous than the central continent, and even inferior to the northwestern continent. Throughout their flight, Li Ao continuously attuned to the energies and laws of the world. Although this place was desolate, the laws of nature appeared more primitive and direct, subtly stirring his comprehension of the aspect of annihilation that returns to nothingness, to the essence of simplicity. Medusa, meanwhile, focused on sensing the faint serpent bloodline aura in the atmosphere. After merging with the reverse scale of the celestial serpent emperor, her perception of the shared bloodline had become exceedingly acute. 1,000 miles ahead lay a gathering place, where the bloodline aura was slightly more potent, indicative of serpent folk activities. Medusa suddenly spoke, her violet eyes fixed in the distance. Serpent folk? Li Ao raised an eyebrow. To encounter Medusa's kin in such a remote locale was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to gather intelligence or even seek assistance. The two hastened their pace, and within half an hour, a rudimentary settlement built atop several connected stone mountains came into view. The city was constructed from yellow earth and massive stones, its style rugged, with glimpses of figures dragging serpent tails patrolling the city walls. As they drew closer, a mixed scent of sand, sweat, and a faint fishy odor wafted in the wind. At the city gate stood serpent guards wielding bone spears, most at the Dome Master or Great Dome Master level, warily scrutinizing the two descending from the sky. When their gazes fell upon Medusa's solidified soul entity, exuding an indescribable aura of nobility and authority, all the serpent guards were momentarily stunned, followed by a tidal wave of reverence and trepidation surging from the depths of their bloodline. Though Medusa had restrained most of her aura, the essence of the seven-colored devouring sky python, elevated by the celestial serpent emperor's reverse scale, was to these ordinary serpent folk as if commoners beheld an emperor. It was an absolute suppression of life levels. Thud, thud. The guards instinctively knelt, their bodies trembling slightly, unable to raise their heads, only managing to utter in quaking voices, "We did not know which esteemed member of the upper clan graced us with their presence. Black Rock City failed to welcome you properly. We humbly ask for your forgiveness." They did not even dare to inquire about Li Ao's identity, for they could only assume that anyone who could accompany such a noble figure from the upper clan must be an extraordinary existence. Medusa cast a detached glance over her kin, remaining unmoved by their supplications. In her eyes, these serpentine beings from the desolate territory, with their diluted bloodlines, were no different from the inhabitants of the Tagore Desert, merely weaker. "Rise," her icy voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. This king passes through this land and requires rest, as well as information. Yes, yes, please follow me, my lord. The city lord will surely greet you personally. The captain of the guards hastily rose, bowing deeply to lead the way, his demeanor dripping with utmost respect. Liao and Medusa followed the guard into the city. The interior of the city appeared even more dilapidated than its exterior. Low stone houses lined the streets, and the serpentine inhabitants bore pallid visages, their strengths feeble. Upon sensing the unconscious pressure of Medusa's noble bloodline, all serpents recoiled in fear to the edges of the road, prostrating themselves and daring not to look up. Soon, word reached the city lord's manor. A middle-aged serpent clad in tattered leather armor, his face weathered and bearing the strength of a 5-star Dowang, emerged hastily with several trusted subordinates. Upon seeing Medusa, his reaction mirrored that of the guards, yet it was even more fervent and awestruck. Lord Mobaz of Black Rock City pays homage to the noble of the upper clan. The city lord named Mobaz knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with excitement and trepidation. He had never felt such pure, noble serpentine bloodline pressure. This was undoubtedly a figure of monumental stature from the very source of their lineage. Stand and speak, Medusa commanded, raising her hand slightly. Find a quiet place. Yes, please follow me. Mobaz quickly rose and personally led the two to the most immaculate guest chamber within the city lord's manor, dismissing the others. May I inquire what brings your esteemed presence to our remote little city? Mobaz asked, lowering his posture to the utmost humility, cautious in his inquiry. Stealing a glance at Liao beside him, he felt the profound aura emanating from him, sending a chill down his spine. Liao spoke. As we are newly arrived in the desolate territory, we seek to gather information about this place. Please, Elder, speak freely. Mobaz will share all that he knows. Mobaz quickly bowed respectfully to Liao. What is this place within the desolate territory? What powers surround it? Have there been any unusual occurrences of late, especially regarding soul entities or the emergence of unfamiliar powerful beings? Liao inquired. Mobaz gathered his thoughts and replied deferentially in response to the elder. This is the eastern portion of the desolate territory, and our Black Rock City falls under the jurisdiction of the Stone Python tribe. The entire desolate territory is primarily dominated by 3 major tribes: the Sand Lizard tribe, the Stone Python tribe, and the mightiest, the Flame Scorpion tribe. Each of these tribes boasts Do, Huang-level powerhouses, and they are perpetually engaged in conflict over the scarce resources and water sources of the desolate territory. He paused before continuing. As for unusual occurrences, indeed, there have been some peculiar happenings in the past 6 months. Occasionally, mysterious figures in black robes appear in the desolate territory, seemingly searching for something, their movements shrouded in secrecy. They possess formidable strength, at least at the Dowang level, and the 3 major tribes do not dare to provoke them lightly. Just a few days ago, it is said that a brief but intense battle erupted within the territory of the Flame Scorpion tribe, with powerful energy fluctuations suggesting a confrontation involving a Dozone powerhouse. Shortly thereafter, those figures in black vanished. Figures in black? Searching? A confrontation involving a Dozone? Liao and Medusa exchanged knowing glances, their minds racing. The tendrils of the Soul Palace had indeed reached this far, and with such swiftness. Do these figures in black possess any distinguishing features? Liao pressed further. Features? They all exude a chilling aura that makes one feel uncomfortable. Moreover, they seem to be collecting powerful souls. Several hunting teams from our tribe have inexplicably gone missing, leaving behind only desiccated corpses with their souls drained. Mobaz spoke, his voice tinged with fear as he recounted this. It is indeed the Soul Palace. After their setbacks in the ancient wilderness, they have swiftly expanded their search, not even sparing this remote area. Aside from these figures in black, do you have any information regarding herbs, particularly any rare treasures that might possess extraordinary effects on souls or bloodlines? Liao inquired, shifting his line of questioning. The main ingredient for the heavenly soul fusion blood pill has been secured, but the auxiliary ingredients are exceedingly rare. Mobaz pondered for a moment, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Indeed, approximately 3 months from now, a grand market will be held in the central area of the desolate territory, in the city of Shifting Sands, an event that occurs once every decade. All 3 major tribes and surrounding powers will participate, exchanging the resources they require. It is rumored that a millennium-old blood soul branch may appear at this market. This item is said to have remarkable effects in nourishing souls and enhancing blood vitality. The Flame Scorpion tribe regards it as a treasure and intends to exchange it for urgently needed resources at the market. A blood soul branch? Li Ao's heart stirred. This was precisely an essential auxiliary ingredient for concocting the Heavenly Soul Fusion Blood Pill. While not as rare as the Blood Essence Demon Fruit, it is still a coveted find in the outside world. Shifting Sands City, the grand market of the desolate territory, Li Ao silently noted. It seemed necessary for him to attend this gathering. After inquiring further about the geography and powers of the desolate territory, Li Ao and Medusa decided to reside at the City Lord's Manor for a few days. This would allow them to digest the information gathered during their visit. While Li Ao also needed to refine some pills to stabilize Medusa's soul and nourish her essence, laying a solid foundation for a future physical reconstruction. Naturally, Mobas could not have been more eager for these two formidable figures to stay longer. He promptly arranged the finest accommodations and provided the best herbs and food that could be gathered in the city. However, on the second night of Li Ao and Medusa's stay at the City Lord's Manor, an unforeseen calamity struck. A powerful aura appeared above Black Rock City without warning, exuding unabashed arrogance and murderous intent. Mobas, get out here at once. For daring to harm my people of the Sand Lizard Tribe. Today, I shall turn your Black Rock City into a river of blood. The booming voice echoed like thunder, awakening the entire city in an instant. Li Ao and Medusa simultaneously opened their eyes, their gazes piercing through the stone walls to the night sky. Beneath the moonlight stood a burly man clad in yellow leather armor, his face contorted in a fierce snarl, dragging a massive lizard tail behind him, hovering in midair. His aura unmistakably reached the level of a 2-star Do Huang. Following him were over a dozen powerful members of the Sand Lizard Tribe, all at the Do Huang level. Trouble has come knocking at our door. Chapter 111. The might that shakes the desolate territory, city of shifting sands. In the night sky, the 2-star Do Huang of the Sand Lizard Tribe, the Lizard King, emanated a ferocious presence, his murderous intent palpable. The dozen Do Huang behind him also unleashed their auras, surrounding Black Rock City in a terrifying pressure. The City Lord Mobas turned pale, rushing out of the manor with his kin. Gazing up at the terrifying figure in the sky, his heart filled with despair. A 2-star Do Huang, for a city that boasted only 5-star Do Huang at its peak. This was an insurmountable power. My Lord Lizard King, there must be a misunderstanding. When has Black Rock City ever harmed a member of the Sand Lizard Tribe? Mobas strained to shout, his voice trembling. A misunderstanding? The Lizard King sneered, pointing downward. 3 days ago, a hunting team from my tribe went missing within your Black Rock City, and traces of the Stone Python tribe's Dochi were found at the scene. Who else could it be but you? If you do not hand over the culprit today and compensate with 100,000 gold coins and 100 slaves, I shall slaughter your Black Rock City. He offered no opportunity for explanation, or perhaps he was merely using it as an excuse. Intending to annex this barren yet strategically located territory with a small water source, Mobas, filled with shock and fury, was about to retort when a calm voice suddenly emerged from within the City Lord's Manor. Silence. The voice was not loud, yet it distinctly overshadowed all the clamor in the night sky, reaching every ear. Immediately following this, amidst the astonished gazes of Mebas and all the serpent folk of Black Rock City, a figure clad in azure robes gracefully stepped out from the manor. It was Li Ao. He lifted his gaze towards the Lizard Emperor hovering in the sky, his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well, devoid of any turbulence. The soul of Medusa had yet to manifest, remaining within the tranquil chamber. Such a formidable opponent did not necessitate her intervention. Who was this youthful dandy daring to meddle in my affairs? Seeking death. The Lizard Emperor, seeing only a young man whose aura was intentionally suppressed, immediately regarded him with disdain. With a casual wave of his hand, a condensed stream of earthy yellow fighting spirit lashed out, akin to a giant lizard's tail, accompanied by a deafening roar that tore through the air. Streaking fiercelito varges liao. This blow possessed the capability to obliterate any Do Huang into mere dust. Mebas and the others gasped in horror, unable to bear the sight. However, in the face of this ferocious assault, Li Ao did not even shift his stance. He merely raised his right hand slowly, grasping gently at the incoming stream of fighting spirit. Buzz, the formidable fighting spirit, potent enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones, seemed to collide with an invisible wall when it was still 10 zhong away from Li Ao, abruptly freezing in midair. Subsequently, as if clasped tightly by an unseen hand, it violently collapsed inward, compressing, under the incredulous gazes of the Lizard Emperor and all onlookers, that stream of fighting spirit was forcefully crushed, annihilated, transforming into the most primordial particles of energy and dissipating into nothingness. With a mere flick of his hand, Li Ao had extinguished a 2-star Do Huang strike. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the scene. Beneath the night sky, only the mournful whispers of the wind and sand could be heard. The sneer on the Lizard Emperor's face instantly froze, his pupils constricting as if he had seen a ghost. The Dowangs behind him were so frightened that their faces turned pale, retreating in haste. Mebas and the serpent folk of Blackrock City stood with their mouths agape, their eyes filled with unparalleled awe and elation. This elder, who had accompanied the noble from the upper clan, possessed such terrifying power. Who are you? The Lizard Emperor's voice was hoarse, tinged with a trace of fear. He could sense that the display of power just exhibited by Li Ao was not something an ordinary Do Huang could achieve. It was a demonstration of absolute mastery over energy. Li Ao did not respond to his query, merely casting a dispassionate glance in his direction. That gaze, calm yet imposing, made the Lizard Emperor feel as if he were being scrutinized by a primordial beast, causing his very soul to tremble. Begone. The single word resonated like thunder, exploding deep within the Lizard Emperor's soul. He shuddered, his expression shifting unpredictably. Unable to fathom Li Ao's true capabilities, he recognized that the strength displayed was unfathomable, far beyond what he could provoke. Remaining here could very well lead to his demise. Forgive me, esteemed elder. It was the fault of this unworthy junior to have offended you. I shall take my leave at once. The Lizard Emperor, disregarding all semblance of pride and duty, bowed deeply to Li Ao, his voice quaking with trepidation, and without hesitation turned to flee, leading his terrified subordinates like a pack of frightened dogs, racing into the distance. Fearing that a moment's delay might seal their fate, swiftly they arrived, yet more swiftly they departed. In an instant, the crisis was averted. Silence reigned both inside and outside Blackrock City. All the serpent folk gazed upon the figure standing with hands clasped behind his back, his azure robes fluttering with profound reverence, as if beholding a deity. Mebas trembled with excitement, hastily approaching Li Ao and bowing deeply. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your intervention, saving all of us in Blackrock City from peril. This grace Mebas shall never forget. Li Ao waved his hand dismissively. It was but a trifling effort. We shall remain here for a few more days. I hope not to be disturbed. Yes, indeed. Rest assured, esteemed elder, no one shall dare to interrupt your peaceful cultivation. Mebas promptly assured, his demeanor significantly more respectful than before. Following this incident, Li Ao and Medusa's status in Blackrock City soared to an extraordinary height. Mebas revered them like deities, prioritizing all resources for their use, not daring to exhibit even a hint of negligence. Li Ao, relishing the tranquility, utilized these days to refine elixirs. He retrieved various herbs obtained from the Soul Palace's guardian and the Void Bandits, combining them with some contributions from Blackrock City, successfully concocting several batches of high-quality soul solidification pills and blood soul pills. The former was intended to stabilize Medusa's rapidly expanding soul power, while the latter would nourish her soul's essence, preparing for future integration with her corporeal form. After consuming the elixirs, Medusa's soul became increasingly refined, her dark, multicolored luster deepening and becoming more subdued, her aura completely stabilizing at the level of a 5-star dozone. Days later, feeling thoroughly prepared, the two bid farewell to Mebas, ready to journey to the center of the wasteland, the city of Quicksand, to participate in the decade-long grand gathering of the wasteland. With their sights set firmly on the Blood Soul branch, though Mebas was reluctant to see them go, he dared not impede their departure. He not only provided them with a detailed map of the wasteland, but also gifted the few remaining pieces of the Void Stones, which contained spatial power, hoping they would assist the esteemed elder. Departing from Blackrock City, Li Ao and Medusa followed the map's guidance towards Quicksand City. The wasteland was vast and sparsely populated, with the journey predominantly traversing through gravel plains and deserts, occasionally encountering small oases and tribal settlements. As they approached Quicksand City, the number of practitioners they encountered gradually increased, most exuding a fierce aura, imbued with the unique wildness of the wasteland. Days later, a magnificent and imposing city, entirely constructed from massive yellow stone blocks, emerged on the horizon. The scale of this city far surpassed that of Blackrock City, its towering walls hinting at powerful energy fluctuations, clearly fortified with protective formations. This was the core city jointly controlled by the three major tribes of the wasteland. Quicksand City. At the city gates, a bustling crowd surged, with variously dressed practitioners entering and exiting, among them many with the auras of Do Wang and even Do Huang. The air was thick with a sense of restlessness and anticipation, clearly all gathered for the impending grand gathering of the wasteland. Li Ao and Medusa concealed their auras and entered the city like ordinary practitioners. Under the effect of the Thousand Illusions Concealment Talisman, they appeared as a composed young Do Wang accompanied by a companion whose depth was inscrutable, due to Medusa's unique soul form, rendering them rather inconspicuous. The streets inside the city were broad, lined with shops selling primarily local specialties including herbs, ores, beast hides, and various crude weapons and armor. The sounds of vendors hawking their wares and lively discussions filled the air, creating a vibrant atmosphere. I heard that this time the Flame Scorpion tribe is actually going to present that Blood Soul branch. It's a treasure for nourishing the soul. I wonder which major force will acquire it. Many are keeping their eyes on it. It probably won't be so easy to obtain. I also heard that the Sand Lizard tribe seems to have suffered a huge loss a few days ago. Even the Lizard Emperor returned looking disheveled. I wonder which formidable figure they offended. The surrounding discussions reached Li Ao and Medusa's ears, exchanging glances without revealing their thoughts. They found a relatively clean inn to settle in, preparing to gather detailed information about the grand gathering, particularly concerning the ownership and exchange conditions of the Blood Soul branch. However, shortly after they checked into the inn, a subtle yet powerful soul perception swept through the entire establishment like a gentle breeze, momentarily pausing outside the room where Li Ao and Medusa were located, though it was exceedingly brief and devoid of malice. Both Li Ao and Medusa felt an instinctive awareness simultaneously. Someone powerful has taken notice of us. Medusa's violet eyes turned cold. Li Ao nodded, his expression unchanged. No matter. Let us observe the unfolding events. Our objective remains the Blood Soul branch. The currents of Quicksand City appeared to be more intricate than they had anticipated. Chapter 112. The Gathering's Turmoil, Tension Rising. As the core of the wasteland, Quicksand City was ablaze with fervor during the grand gathering of the wasteland. The largest plaza in the city, Quicksand Plaza, had been transformed into a temporary trading zone. Countless stalls were densely arranged, with practitioners from the desolate regions and surrounding areas setting up their booths amidst a cacophony of shouts, haggling, and discussions regarding item appraisals, creating a tumultuous clamor. Here, one could find an assortment of peculiar herbs, ores, beast bones, broken weapons, and even some ancient relics exuding an enigmatic aura. Li Ao and Medusa navigated through the throngs of people. Medusa continued to exist in her ethereal form, enveloped by an almost imperceptible iridescent halo that distorted the light, rendering her true appearance elusive and her presence profoundly enigmatic. Li Ao, garbed in a simple blue robe, exuded a restrained aura, resembling an ordinary companion. Their objective was clear. They headed directly towards the central square, where the most prominent stone platforms established by the three major tribes awaited. Genuine treasures, especially rare items like the Blood Soul branch, would only be presented there. As they traversed, Li Ao's spiritual perception extended like invisible tendrils, quietly sweeping across numerous stalls. Despite the desolation of the region, its long history occasionally revealed some dusty treasures. Utilizing his extraordinary insight and perception, he skillfully acquired two types of auxiliary herbs necessary for refining the Celestial Soul Blood Fusion Pill at a remarkably low price, achieving a modest success. Before long, the duo arrived at the central stone platform area. The crowd here was somewhat thinner, yet everyone gathered was formidable, with many being peak Do Kings and not infrequently Do Emperors. Upon the stone platform lay the showcase items from various tribes, radiating brilliance and pulsating with potent energy. Li Ao's gaze was immediately drawn to the stone platform belonging to the Flame Scorpion tribe. Behind it sat an elderly man clad in crimson scorpion-patterned leather armor, his expression grim and his aura unmistakably at the 5-star Do Emperor level. The patriarch of the Flame Scorpion tribe, Scorpion King. Beside him stood several formidable elders of the tribe. Within a jade box before the Scorpion King lay an unusual branch, approximately a foot in length, dark red and twisted like desiccated veins, quietly resting. The surface of the branch faintly shimmered with a blood light, exuding overwhelming blood, energy, and spiritual fluctuations. It was none other than the Blood Soul branch. The mere appearance of this item captivated the attention of nearly half the crowd in the central area, with countless fervent gazes fixated upon it. brimming with greed and desire. That is the blood soul branch. What potent blood energy and soul power. If one could obtain it, their soul realm would undoubtedly experience a significant elevation. Don't dream, someone muttered. Did you not see the Scorpion King personally presiding over this? Such a treasure is not something an ordinary person can covet. Liao and Medusa exchanged a glance, nodding slightly. Their target was confirmed. Rather than immediately advancing, they positioned themselves at the periphery of the crowd, observing the unfolding events. They sought to understand what the Flame Scorpion tribe desired in exchange for this item. After a moment, an elder from the Sand Lizard tribe stepped forward and respectfully clasped his hands towards the Scorpion King. Scorpion King. My Sand Lizard tribe is willing to offer 3 6-tier magic cores, along with a high-level Shin-tier combat technique, in exchange for this blood soul branch. What say you? The Scorpion King did not even lift his eyelids, merely responding with a dismissive 2-word reply. Not worth it. The Sand Lizard elder's expression darkened. Yet he dared not protest and retreated in disappointment. Subsequently, an elder from the Stone Python tribe approached as well, proposing a trade of rare ores and herbs, but similarly met with an unhesitating rejection from the Scorpion King. Soon after, representatives from several smaller factions attempted to bid with what they believed to be precious treasures. Yet none merited even a glance from the Scorpion King. The atmosphere grew somewhat desolate, as it became evident to all that the Scorpion King's standards were exceedingly high. Common items simply did not pique his interest. What could this old scorpion possibly want in exchange? Someone murmured. At that moment, a somewhat hoarse voice broke through. Scorpion King. I possess a fragmentary low-tier Earth-grade movement technique, the Flowing Sand Mirage, though it only contains the first half. It should suffice in value to trade for your blood soul branch, would it not? The crowd turned towards the voice, revealing an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His face gaunt, who stepped forth with a presence that unmistakably reached the 4-star Do Emperor level. Many recognized him as a well-known rogue in the desolate region, known as the Gray Vulture Elder, an Earth-grade combat technique. Even if incomplete, its value far exceeds that of the Shin tier. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the square. The Scorpion King finally raised his eyelids, glancing at the scroll in the Gray Vulture Elder's hand. A flicker of interest crossed his eyes, but he ultimately shook his head. Not enough. What I require is something that can immediately elevate the overall strength of my Flame Scorpion tribe. Or perhaps a pill or rare item capable of healing soul origin injuries. Soul origin injuries? The crowd was taken aback. It was no wonder the Scorpion King placed such importance on the blood soul branch, yet was willing to part with it. It turned out that he or a significant figure within his tribe had suffered a soul injury that urgently needed remedy. While the blood soul branch could nourish the soul, it was not the most effective solution for fundamental injuries. The Gray Vulture Elder furrowed his brow, realizing that even the Earth-grade movement technique could not sway the Scorpion King. With no better options, he reluctantly withdrew. The situation once again fell into a stalemate. Just as the crowd believed the transaction was on the verge of collapsing, Liao made his move. He parted the crowd, calmly walking to the stone platform of the Flame Scorpion tribe, and fixed his gaze upon the Scorpion King. Young man, what do you have? The Scorpion King regarded the seemingly inconspicuous youth before him, his brow furrowing slightly with a hint of impatience. He did not believe that a young man could possess what he needed. Curious and skeptical gazes were cast his way. Liao did not immediately produce an item. Instead, he spoke. Healing soul origin injuries is no simple task. While the blood soul branch is beneficial, it merely alleviates rather than cures. The Scorpion King's eyes narrowed. You possess knowledge of a curative method? Perhaps, Liao replied, maintaining his calm demeanor, but I first require details regarding the injured party's condition, and whether the blood soul branch is truly worth my intervention. His words carried an air of transcendent confidence, as if curing soul origin injuries was but a trivial matter for him. The Scorpion King scrutinized Liao intently, seemingly attempting to discern the truth behind his facade. After a moment, he spoke gravely. The one injured is the Grand Elder of my Flame Scorpion tribe. Months ago, while exploring an ancient ruin, he was harmed by a peculiar remnant soul, causing nearly 30% of his soul origin to dissipate. He now lies in a coma, with his vitality waning. If you can truly save him, the blood soul branch, and even the friendship of my Flame Scorpion tribe, shall be yours. 30% soul origin dissipation. This was an extremely critical injury. No wonder the Scorpion King was so anxious. Upon hearing this, Liao formulated a plan in his mind. He smiled faintly. 30% dissipation is indeed troublesome. However, it is not insurmountable. With a flick of his hand, A jade vial appeared in his grasp. As he uncorked the vial, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, soothing to the soul. Inside the vial lay a pill the size of a longan, adorned with gray, white, and golden patterns, peacefully resting. It was the pinnacle 7th grade pill he had refined during the Dan Conference finals. The soul-shattering barrier pill. Though this pill primarily served to dispel soul malevolence and counteract the sinister arts of the soul hall, its inherent properties were balanced and harmonious, imbued with immense soul power and purifying qualities, making it exceptionally effective for stabilizing and nourishing damaged soul origins, particularly in cases involving peculiar remnant soul injuries. In certain aspects, its value even surpassed that of the blood soul branch. This pill is called the soul-shattering barrier pill, a pinnacle 7th grade elixir, specifically designed to counter various soul erosions and malevolence, while also stabilizing and nourishing the origin. It should prove immensely effective for your esteemed Grand Elder's condition. Liao explained it calmly. A pinnacle 7th grade pill, the soul-shattering barrier pill? I have never heard of it. What pure soul medicinal power? Just the scent alone makes me feel as if my soul has solidified. The square erupted into a frenzy. The 7th grade elixir in this desolate land is nothing short of a legendary existence. Countless fervent, greedy, and incredulous gazes fixated intently on the jade vial clutched in Li Ao's hand. The Scorpion King rose abruptly, his eyes trained on the elixir, his breath becoming labored. With his keen perception, he could undoubtedly sense the immense and pure medicinal power contained within the elixir, as well as the purifying essence that made even his heart race. This elixir is undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, it is precisely what he requires. Are you truly willing to exchange this elixir for the Blood Soul branch? The Scorpion King's voice trembled slightly, brimming with excitement and disbelief. To him, the value of this elixir far surpassed that of the Blood Soul branch. Indeed, Li Ao nodded. The Blood Soul branch holds great significance for me as well. I will exchange. The Scorpion King, without a moment's hesitation, grasped the jade box containing the Blood Soul branch, ready to trade with Li Ao. However, at that moment, a chilling voice, akin to a venomous serpent, abruptly rang out. Hold on. The crowd parted, revealing a figure clad in black robes. His face obscured by the shadows of his hood, slowly stepping forward. An aura of cold, deathly stillness emanated from him, starkly contrasting with the bustling desolation of the land. The gazes of Li Ao and Medusa instantly turned as frigid as steel. The Soul Palace had finally made an appearance. The figure in black robes disregarded the surrounding bewildered stares, directly approaching the stone platform. He addressed the Scorpion King in a raspy voice. Scorpion King, the Blood Soul branch is to be taken by the Soul Palace. As for the elixir you seek, our palace can provide you with a more effective soul condensing pill. He flipped his palm, revealing a pill radiating a dark, ethereal glow, its potency equally formidable. Yet it bore an ominous aura that lacked the tranquil essence of Li Ao's elixir. The mere mention of the Soul Palace sent a shiver through the crowd, as if the name held a mystical power, rendering the entire square silent, with fear etched on every face. The recent bizarre occurrences in the desolate land and the notorious reputation of the figure in black had already spread far and wide. The Scorpion King's expression turned grim. He was well aware of the Soul Palace's fearsome reputation. The intruder's intentions were evidently malign. The figure in black then turned his gaze upon Li Ao, his eyes beneath the hood glimmering like a serpent's. Boy, surrender your elixir and that extraordinary flame you possess. Perhaps I, the Guardian, might spare your life. His true intentions were laid bare, directly targeting Li Ao's elixir and extraordinary flame. The atmosphere grew tense, charged with hostility. Chapter 113. Fierce Battle in the Square. Seizing the Soul. The atmosphere in the sands of time square plummeted to an icy stillness. The appearance of the Soul Palace Guardian, coupled with his unabashed greed and murderous intent, rendered the once boisterous trading area utterly silent. Everyone instinctively retreated, clearing a vast space, fearful of being caught in the impending clash. The Scorpion King's countenance darkened severely, his hand trembling slightly around the jade box containing the Blood Soul branch. On one side lay the 7th grade divine elixir capable of healing the Grand Elder, and on the other, the notorious and ruthless Soul Palace. Whichever path he chose could bring catastrophic consequences to the tribe. In the face of the Soul Palace Guardian's threat, Li Ao remained calm, though an icy murderous intent simmered within his gaze. He slowly tucked the jade vial away, his eyes sweeping over the black-robed guardian as he spoke coolly. The lackeys of the Soul Palace truly are like flies, ever-present and irksome. The audacity of his words stunned the crowd. Even the gaze of the Soul Palace Guardian beneath the hood turned icy with fury. "You seek death," he bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura befitting a 3-star Do zone. The dense, deathly aura surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the temperature in the square to plummet. His withered hand shot out, fingers curling as 5 sharpened black energy spikes, akin to venomous serpents, surged toward Li Ao, targeting his vital points. Ghostly finger of the nether. The speed was lightning fast, designed to pierce through Do-Chi defenses and strike at the soul. In the face of this vicious assault, Li Ao did not even budge. He merely raised his right hand, glimmering with a faint bronze sheen, and grasped at the air toward the 5 energy spikes. Return to silence. An invisible force, seemingly capable of bringing all things to an end, emanated from his palm, quietly expanding outward, as the 5 menacing ghostly spikes entered a 3-zhang radius around him. They encountered an invisible quagmire, their speed drastically diminishing, and the deathly aura dissipated with a hissing sound, ultimately vanishing entirely before Li Ao's palm, leaving not a single ripple. Casually, he neutralized the 3-star Do zone's attack once more. What? The Soul Palace Guardian's pupils constricted, his mind filled with disbelief. His ghostly finger was not something even a peer-level Do zone would dare to take head-on. Yet this individual had effortlessly dispelled it. What kind of power is this? Not only he, but every onlooker, including the Scorpion King, was left dumbfounded. They had anticipated a fierce battle, perhaps even Li Ao being at a disadvantage. Yet the situation had turned overwhelmingly in his favor. "Is that all your attack amounts to?" Li Ao retracted his hand, a hint of mockery in his tone. "If so, then it's my turn." Before he finished speaking, he stepped forward. The thunderous step erupted with a bang. Only a fading azure afterimage remained where he once stood, as his true self appeared before the Soul Palace Guardian like a phantom. His speed far surpassed the Guardian's ability to react. So fast, the Soul Palace Guardian was horrified, hastily gathering his ghostly Do-Chi to form a thick, gray-black soul barrier before him. Shatter. Li Ao's fingers, poised like a blade, emitted a stream of repressed, returning to silence energy, gently slicing through the barrier. Sizzle. It was as if a hot knife had cut through butter. The soul barrier, capable of withstanding an all-out attack from a peer-level Do zone, was effortlessly cleaved in two before the edge of returning to silence. The blade's momentum did not falter as it aimed for the Soul Palace Guardian's throat. The Guardian, gripped by terror, let out a ghastly shriek, unleashing a dense black mist from his body, retreating like a wraith while casting several dark soul chains toward Li Ao in a desperate attempt to hinder him. Yet, it was futile. The blade sliced through, and the soul chains shattered silently, obliterated. The blade's edge relentlessly pursued. Despite the Guardian's frantic efforts to evade, the blade left a deep, visible wound on his gaunt chest, smooth as a mirror's edge. Instead of blood, a peculiar grayish hue rapidly spread from the wound, voraciously eroding his vitality and soul. The corruption of silence. The Soul Palace Guardian let out a piercing scream, feeling a force even more tyrannical and fundamental than the ghostly aura wreaking havoc within him. Fear finally flickered in his eyes, mirroring that of the iron-clad Guardian from earlier. This youth is insurmountable. Flee. I must escape. He abruptly crushed a pitch-black jade talisman, a powerful spatial wave instantly enveloping him. Planning to escape? Leave something behind. Li Ao's gaze turned frigid. Maintaining his blade-like hand posture, he slashed at the Soul Palace Guardian, who was about to be transported away by the spatial wave. Silencing slash. A thin, silver-gray thread, seemingly capable of severing causality, surged forth, swiftly crossing the Guardian's fading form. Ugh! A shriek more agonizing than before, imbued with endless suffering and resentment, echoed from the vanishing spatial wave. And then, tranquility returned. The Soul Palace Guardian had fled. Yet in that very spot, there lay a withered and desolate arm, as if weathered by eons of time. It belonged to the left arm of the Guardian of the Soul Temple. Although Li Ao's distant annihilation slash failed to sever it completely, it nonetheless forcefully lopped off the Guardian's arm. The arena fell into an eerie silence. All onlookers, including the Scorpion King, were rendered as if under a spell, staring in astonishment at the severed limb of the Guardian of the Soul Temple on the ground, along with the young man who, with a slow retraction of his fingers, remained immaculate in his azure robe, untouched by any dust. With a mere wave of his hand, he had repelled the 3-star Do, Zone Guardian of the Soul Temple, and severed his arm. What terrifying prowess was this? Those who had previously harbored doubts or ulterior motives regarding Li Ao now found themselves enveloped in a profound sense of reverence and fear. The Scorpion King swallowed hard, gazing at Li Ao with eyes filled with relief. Thankfully, he had not wavered in the face of the Soul Temple's threat. The strength of this senior was simply unfathomable. Even the Guardian of the Soul Temple could be so easily dispatched. Li Ao, with an expression devoid of emotion, crushed the severed arm into powder with a wave of his hand and turned his gaze toward the Scorpion King. Now, can we proceed with the transaction? Yes, of course. The Scorpion King, startled, hurriedly presented the Blood Soul Branch Jade Box with great respect. Esteemed Senior, this Blood Soul Branch is yours. Thank you for the precious pill. At this moment, he held no hesitation. To exchange the Blood Soul Branch for a pill capable of saving the Grand Elder's life, while befriending such a formidable being, was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Li Ao accepted the Jade Box, ensuring its contents were intact before tossing the vial containing the soul-shattering pill to the Scorpion King. The transaction was complete. The Scorpion King carefully secured the pill and bowed deeply to Li Ao. The favor of esteemed senior shall never be forgotten by the Flame Scorpion tribe. In the future, should you require anything, we shall exert ourselves to the utmost. Li Ao nodded slightly, choosing not to say more. He exchanged a glance with Medusa and prepared to depart this place of turmoil. Following this battle, he had undeniably established his reputation in shifting Sand City. And indeed throughout the entire wasteland, it was unlikely that any foolhardy individual would dare to provoke him again in the near future. However, just as they turned to leave, Medusa suddenly halted, her violet eyes fixating on a corner of the plaza, her icy voice resonating. Having watched for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself. The crowd was taken aback, following her gaze. They beheld the shadow in that corner undulating, as a woman clad in a flowing white gown. Her face veiled in light fabric, her demeanor ethereal as a valley lily, gradually materialized. She did not deliberately exude any aura, yet the inherent harmony she shared with her surroundings commanded respect. Her gaze transcended the crowd and landed directly upon Medusa, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment and curiosity. Unexpectedly, in this wasteland, she encountered a being with such refined spirit and noble bloodline. Ion Baisu. The woman spoke, her voice melodious like a mountain spring, harboring no malice, merely curious. Hence, I observed from afar. I hope for your understanding in this disturbance. Her appearance, along with her unfathomable aura, sent ripples through the previously tranquil plaza once more. Li Ao's gaze sharpened. From her, he sensed a distinct essence, one that diverged from both the Soul Temple and the practitioners of the wasteland, seemingly more attuned to the natural world and the essence of souls. Medusa regarded her with indifference, not allowing the other's courtesy to lower her guard. What is your purpose? Baisu smiled gently, her gaze shifting to Li Ao. The technique you employed earlier embodies the supreme truth of annihilation, leaving one in awe. Forgive my boldness, but may I inquire if you have heard of the celestial maiden Qinghua? Qinghua the celestial maiden. Li Ao's heart surged. Was she not the adept alchemist mentioned by Master Mu at the Herb Hall in Pill City, renowned for her expertise in restoring the essence of souls? Chapter 114. The Celestial Maiden's Trail, completing the pill formula. Qinghua the celestial maiden? Li Ao's eyes gleamed with intensity as he regarded the woman who identified herself as Baisu, his expression turning solemn. Medusa's violet eyes also narrowed slightly, clearly intrigued by the name. Baisu, perceiving their reactions, spoke softly. It appears that you both are familiar with the Celestial Maiden's name. To be candid, I am a named disciple under her tutelage, tasked with traversing the continent to gather certain rare herbs and to seek individuals with unique souls or flames. Her gaze returned to Li Ao. The flames and principles you displayed earlier, imbued with the essence of annihilation, are precisely the powers my master mentioned that may aid in the recovery of a dear friend of hers. Thus, I took the liberty of revealing myself. Liao's Fatis Hasid, a disciple of the Celestial Maiden? What an extraordinary coincidence. Yet, her aura was pure and natural, suggesting authenticity. In her ability to articulate the characteristics of his flames and principles implied, she was no charlatan. Master Mu had indicated that achieving a top 10 rank at the Pill Conference might provide insight into the maiden's whereabouts. Little did he expect to encounter her esteemed disciple here. Li Ao gradually spoke, referencing Master Mu from the Herb Hall, both as a test and to signify that he was not without connections. Upon hearing this, Bai Su's eyes widened in surprise before a knowing smile graced her lips. Ah? So you have met Sister Mu. That makes us even less like strangers. Sister Mu oversees the outer affairs, while our master often remains in seclusion, seldom making appearances. To encounter you here is indeed fate. She paused before continuing. In recent years, my master has been searching for several rare items and special powers to heal that dear friend. Your principles of annihilation, embodying the essence of return and purification, may very well resolve the lingering nether soul devouring miasma within that friend. As for this queen, her gaze shifted to Medusa, filled with awe. Your soul is as tangible as substance, and your bloodline is remarkably noble, seemingly fused with the legacy of the ancient heavenly serpent emperor. Such an existence may indeed provide the essence needed to balance the medicinal properties. Medusa's violet eyes remained cold, unmoved by the praise. And she simply stated, I require the heavenly soul melding blood pill to reconstruct my physical form. Bai Su smiled slightly. The heavenly soul melding blood pill, a pinnacle 7th grade sacred item for body reconstruction. Its primary ingredient, the blood essence demon fruit, is rare, while the other two essential auxiliary herbs, the 10,000-year green spirit vine and the 7-colored illusory heart lotus seeds, are even more elusive. Fortunately, within the flower valley where my master resides, there is indeed a 10,000-year green spirit vine. As for the 7-colored illusory heart lotus, my master predicts that the next maturity period for the seeds will be in 3 months, located in the illusory mist marsh in the far western continent. The wealth of information was monumental. Not only did it reveal the whereabouts of the celestial maiden's secluded dwelling, but it also completed the necessary components for the heavenly soul melding blood pill. The 10,000-year green spirit vine was in the flower valley, and the 7-colored illusory heart lotus seeds would soon mature in the illusory mist marsh. This was undoubtedly a stroke of fortune. Li Ao and Medusa exchanged glances, both recognizing the resolve in each other's eyes. Where's the flower valley? We wish to visit the celestial maiden to procure the green spirit vine and are willing to offer our assistance in any way possible to aid in the recovery of her friend. Li Ao expressed his intentions directly. This was a transaction, a mutual benefit. Bai Su seemed to have anticipated this. Producing a jade slip of deep green and handing it to Li Ao, this is the route map to the flower valley. It is surrounded by a maze, and only by possessing this jade slip can one enter safely. My master has recently been in the valley. As for the illusory mist marsh, it lies in the far west of the continent, a treacherous environment rife with illusions and miasmas. When the 7-colored illusory heart lotus matures, it will surely attract celestial phenomena, and many will vie for it. If you intend to go, you must prepare well and proceed with caution. After imparting her instructions, she offered a slight bow to the two. The message has been delivered, and I must continue my travels, so I shall take my leave. I look forward to meeting you both again in the flower valley. With that, her form seemed to merge with the gentle breeze, quietly fading away, as if she had never been there at all. Li Ao grasped the warm jade slip, his soul energy delving within, revealing a detailed map that pointed towards a location known as the Wanhua Mountain Range. Baiwa Valley, NW Marsh, Li Ao murmured, his gaze sharp. The route had become clear, yet the path ahead remained fraught with peril. The quest for medicine in Baiwa Valley would not be straightforward, and NW Marsh was a veritable den of dragons and tigers. Furthermore, the relentless pursuit by the Soul Palace would not cease. Let's first head to Baiwa Valley, Medusa declared resolutely. We must procure the Qingling vine. If we can enlist the aid of the celestial fairy Qinghua to concoct the Tianhun Rongshu Adan, it would be ideal. If not, we shall gather the necessary herbs and seek alternative methods. With her soul power now at the 5-star Do Zone level, if she could reshape her physical form, her strength would undoubtedly surge, enabling her to confront even greater risks. Agreed, Li Ao nodded. The urgent priority was to swiftly enhance their own strength. The pair did not linger, departing the Laish Square under the watchful eyes of countless admirers, leaving Laish City and racing towards the Wanhua Mountain Range as indicated by the Jade Slips map. Approximately half a day after Li Ao and Medusa had left Laish City, the air above the city twisted, and 2 figures cloaked in dense black mist materialized. One of them, with a left arm severed at the shoulder, the wound shrouded in a ghastly aura of death, was the 3-star Do Zone Guardian who had previously lost an arm to Li Ao. His complexion was ashen, and his gaze was filled with resentment. The other figure radiated a far more formidable aura, the black mist surrounding him nearly solidified, exuding the pressure of a 7-star Do zone. His visage was obscured by the swirling black fog, save for a pair of eyes flickering with ghostly fire, coldly surveying the city below. Do we know which direction they have taken? The 7-star Do zone inquired, his voice gravelly, akin to metal scraping against metal. The one-armed guardian hastily replied, reporting to Protector Wu, based on residual spatial fluctuations and witness accounts, they likely headed east, though the precise direction remains uncertain. However, that brat possesses strange fire and peculiar rules, and the woman's soul form is exceedingly unique. Her characteristics are distinct. As long as they remain active in the wild domain, we shall undoubtedly find them. Protector Wu snorted disdainfully in competence, unable to capture a mere unknown brat. And you lost an arm in the process. The Celestial Lord is displeased with this matter. Should you fail again, you may as well go repent in the underworld sea. The one-armed guardian trembled, cold sweat pouring down his brow. Understood. I shall not disappoint the Celestial Lord and Protector's trust. Protector Wu's gaze turned ominous as he looked eastward. To counteract my soul palace's ghostly powers, the rules of extinction, and that formidable soul of the Serpent Clan. This is intriguing. Dispatch orders to expand the search radius, focusing on all human cities and Serpent tribe settlements in the east. Report any traces immediately. I shall personally confront them. Yes. The two dark figures melted into the void, vanishing from sight as an even heavier shroud of gloom enveloped the path ahead of Liao and Medusa. The Wanhua mountain range lay at a concealed junction between the wild domain and the central continent. This region was perpetually shrouded in mist, rich in spiritual energy and vibrant with life, standing in stark contrast to the barrenness of the wild domain. Within the mountains, rare flowers and exotic herbs flourished abundantly, resembling a paradise hidden from the world. Following the Jade Slip's guidance, Liao and Medusa traversed through layers of illusions, ultimately reaching the heart of the mountain range. Ahead, two peaks resembling petals converged, forming a natural gateway. Beyond this portal, a serene valley adorned with vibrant blossoms and babbling brooks came into view. The entrance was suffused with a faint aroma of medicinal herbs and subtle fluctuations of intricate formations. Baiwa Valley, we have arrived. Liao produced the verdant jade slip, which emitted a gentle glow, causing the formation's luminescent barrier to ripple and part, creating a passageway. The two stepped inside. The moment they entered the valley, an overwhelming abundance of spiritual energy and the fragrance of blooming flowers enveloped them, invigorating their spirits. The valley was not expansive, yet its design was exquisite, with pavilions and towers nestled among the flora, while a meandering stream flowed gracefully, nurturing various rare medicinal herbs that thrived in the fields. A woman clad in a light blue robe, exuding a gentle aura, stood beside an ancient vine, verdant and entwined with radiant hues, as if she had been waiting for quite some time. It was none other than the head of the Baichao Hall in Dan City, Mistress Mu. Upon seeing Liao and Medusa, she greeted them with a warm smile. Young friend Liao, Your Majesty, it is a pleasure to see you both well. Sister Bai Su has informed me of your impending arrival. Liao and Medusa stepped forward to pay their respects. Mistress Mu's gaze fell upon Medusa, a glimmer of astonishment flickering in her eyes. Your Majesty's soul has been refined, subtly emanating royal might. It appears you have gained significantly during your time in the ancient wilds. This is my master, the celestial fairy Qinghua. She gracefully stepped aside, gesturing towards the vine enveloped in radiant light. Beneath the ancient vine sat a woman clad in a pure white gown, her beauty surpassing all, as if she were the embodiment of the essence of heaven and earth. She sat cross-legged, devoid of any powerful energy fluctuations. Yet she seemed to be one with the entire Baiwa Valley, her every breath stirring the life force within. As she slowly opened her eyes, they gleamed with a clarity akin to crystal, yet appeared to penetrate the very fabric of reality. Her gaze first fell upon Medusa, and she nodded slightly. The aura of the ancient celestial serpent queen. This little one is indeed fortunate. Her voice was ethereal and melodious. Then, she turned her attention to Liao, her gaze lingering for a moment, particularly pausing on the faint hint of extinction energy at his fingertips, a flicker of intrigue dancing in her eyes. You are Liao, possessor of the extinction rules, your soul at the half-step celestial realm and harboring the void-devouring flame. No wonder Bai Su sought you out. She effortlessly unveiled many of Liao's secrets. A chill ran through Liao's heart, yet his expression remained impassive as he clasped his hands respectfully. I am Liao, honored to meet the celestial fairy. I have come, rather audaciously, to request a segment of the millennium-old Qingling vine to concoct the Tianhun Rongshuadan, aimed at reconstructing Her Majesty's physical form. Should the fairy have any tasks for me, I shall not hesitate to comply. Celestial Fairy Qinghua maintained a tranquil demeanor, not answering directly. Instead, she posed a question. The Tianhun Rongshuadan is a pinnacle-grade concoction, not easily crafted, even with all the necessary ingredients. The success rate is less than 50%. Do you understand why I require your assistance with the extinction rules? Chapter 115. The Fairy's Request. The Nine Nether Soul devouring miasma. Within Baiwa Valley, the air was thick with spiritual energy and fragrant herbs. The question posed by Celestial Fairy Qinghua brought a serious expression to Li Ao's face. He recognized that this was the crux of their transaction. I'm unaware. I beseech the fairy to clarify, Li Ao replied earnestly. Celestial Fairy Qinghua's gaze grew distant, as if she were traversing time and space to a long-forgotten past. Her voice carried a subtle weight. My dear friend, named Huayu, is my closest companion. Hundreds of years ago, to assist me in obtaining a life-saving herb, she ventured into the treacherous Nine Nether Yellow Springs and inadvertently fell victim to the Nine Nether Soul devouring miasma, which had festered for millennia, invading her very essence. This miasma is exceedingly vile, formless and intangible, specifically preying upon the soul's essence, drawing upon the deathly energy from the Nine Nether to continually strengthen itself. For centuries, I have utilized the vitality formation of Baiwa Valley to temporarily seal it within Huayu's heart, sustaining her life with countless spiritual herbs. However, this merely delays the inevitable consumption of her soul. It cannot eradicate it. She fixed her gaze upon Li Ao, her eyes sharpening. Ordinary flames and purifying forces have little effect on this miasma and may even provoke a backlash. Only the most extreme cold and flames, or the supreme rule power that embodies extinction and the essence of the void, can fundamentally sever its connection to the Nine Nether and annihilate it. Your void, devouring flame, while not of the origin, has begun to exhibit the properties of devouring and void. More crucially, the extinction rules you command, with their essence of returning to nothingness, are the nemesis of this Nine Nether Soul devouring miasma. Li Ao's understanding deepened. It turned out that what Celestial Fairy Qinghua coveted was his unique power of extinction rules. How may I assist the fairy? Li Ao inquired directly. I require your assistance, centered around the principles of annihilation, supplemented by the essence of the void-devouring flame, to penetrate the heart's sealed domain of Huayu and locate the core of the Nine Nether Soul poison. It must be utterly extinguished. The tone of Fairy Qinghua was grave. This endeavor is fraught with peril, as the poison has entwined itself with a portion of Huayu's soul. Should there be the slightest misstep, not only would all prior efforts be rendered futile, but Huayu's soul would dissipate, and your own spirit could be consumed by the miasma, plunging you into the Nine Nether. Upon hearing this, Medusa's violet eyes flickered slightly as she turned her gaze towards Li Ao. Li Ao pondered for a moment, his expression devoid of fear, replaced by calm analysis. In other words, it necessitates an extraordinary degree of precision while annihilating the poisonous miasma. We must not harm the remnants of Senior Huayu's soul in the slightest. Precisely. Fairy Qinghua nodded. This demands an exceptionally high level of soul control, attainable only by those who have achieved great perfection in the soul realm. However, you have reached the threshold of the celestial realm in terms of soul, and with your fusion with the principles, you are the most suitable candidate. She paused briefly before continuing. Should you be willing to take action, regardless of success or failure, I can bestow upon you the celestial blue spirit vine. If you succeed, I would owe you an immense favor, and I could personally forge the celestial soul blood fusion pill for you. Furthermore, I could impart an ancient soul technique, the spirit division and thought transformation technique, to aid you in further enhancing your soul control, which would greatly benefit your future breakthroughs to the celestial realm of the soul. The conditions are indeed bounteous. Not only would the issues of the blue spirit vine and pill refinement be resolved, but you would also receive an ancient soul technique as a gift. Li Ao and Medusa exchanged glances, each perceiving the stirrings of interest in the other's eyes. I trust you. Medusa spoke coolly, making a decision on behalf of Li Ao. She understood Li Ao's character well. He would likely not refuse such an opportunity that could assist others while also benefiting himself and challenging his own limits. Li Ao turned to Fairy Qinghua and solemnly declared, I, as a junior, am willing to give it my utmost effort. A trace of relief finally appeared in Fairy Qinghua's eyes. Excellent. Time is of the essence. Hua Yu's condition cannot afford to be delayed further. Follow me. She rose and led the two into a secluded chamber deep within the valley, entirely crafted from warm soul jade. In the center of the chamber lay a stunningly beautiful woman in a green dress, her complexion as pale as parchment, her breath faint to the extreme. It was Hua Yu. She was enveloped in a faint azure glow, a seal of the vitality formation from the 100-Flower Valley. Yet at her heart, a minuscule thread of black gas twisted and writhed, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers through the soul. That was the Nine Nether soul poison. Even through the seal, Li Ao could sense the insidious power of erosion. I will maintain the grand formation outside, stabilizing Hua Yu's vitality. Everything rests upon you. Fairy Qinghua's expression was solemn as she sat cross-legged in a corner of the chamber, her hands forming seals, a powerful and gentle vitality flowing into Hua Yu, reinforcing the azure glow surrounding her. Taking a deep breath, Li Ao approached the cold jade bed. He glanced at Medusa, who gave him a slight nod. Without further hesitation, Li Ao sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. His soul power surged forth, carefully penetrating the azure glow as he reached toward the thread of black gas at Hua Yu's heart. At the moment his soul made contact with the black gas, a piercing shriek, as if from the depths of the Nine Nether, erupted within his spirit. The black gas suddenly expanded, morphing into a hideous, ghostly visage, filled with insatiable malice and greed, lunging at Li Ao's soul. Simultaneously, a bone-chilling aura, as if capable of freezing the very essence of the soul, surged towards him through their connection. This miasma had even developed a faint semblance of sentience. Li Ao let out a muffled groan as the grayish essence of annihilation within his sea of consciousness trembled violently. Annihilation, a cold, lifeless essence, as if capable of ending all existence, erupted from the core of his soul. The ghostly face and the encroaching deathly aura, upon encountering this essence, recoiled in terror, emitting shrieks of fear as their assault faltered, instinctively retreating. Effective. With a mere thought, Li Ao's soul power transformed into countless threads as fine as hair, akin to the most precise of surgical instruments, deftly avoiding the remnants of Hua Yu's soul as they precisely entwined around the dissipating core of the miasma. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Wherever the gray threads passed, the miasma melted away like snow under the blazing sun, vanishing. The ghastly visage emitted a roar of defiance, struggling desperately, drawing forth more of the Nine Nether's deathly aura from the void in a bid to retaliate. Void devoting flamme, ciel. Li Ao split his focus, a deep, pitch-black flame leaping from his fingertips, not to scorch the miasma, but to form a fiery barrier, sealing the surrounding space and severing the miasma's connection to the Nine Nether. Deprived of its source, the miasma became like a rootless weed, rapidly thinning under the continuous purification of the principles of annihilation. However, just as Li Ao believed he was on the verge of success, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The nearly dissipated core of the miasma suddenly contracted, transforming into a singular point of utmost darkness, emanating a heart-stopping gravitational pull that not only voraciously consumed the surrounding remnants of deathly aura, but also began to forcibly extract the already feeble essence of Hua Yu's soul. It sought to make a final stand, intending to perish alongside Hua Yu. This is not good. Fairy Qinghua's expression changed dramatically. A cold light surged in Li Ao's eyes. Before me, do you dare to be audacious? He unleashed his soul power without reservation, and the countless gray threads suddenly converged, coalescing into a minuscule sword, honed to perfection, seemingly composed of pure annihilation. Annihilation Heart Sword, Sever. The gray sword silently pierced into that point of ultimate darkness. There was no explosion, no sound, only an absolute, ultimate void spread from the core of that darkness. That point of darkness, along with the intelligence of the miasma, the Nine Nether's deathly aura, and the frenzied intent to perish together, was completely erased from existence by the strike of the Annihilation Heart Sword, leaving not a trace behind. All returned to silence. The thread of black gas that had entangled Hua Yu's heart for hundreds of years vanished entirely. The pallor of her face began to visibly regain a hint of color. Though still weak, the life force that had been waning had finally ceased its decline. Success. Li Ao gradually retracted his soul power, his complexion slightly pale, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That final strike of the Annihilation Heart Sword had consumed a significant portion of his soul power. Fairy Qinghua immediately approached, meticulously assessing Hua Yu's condition. After a moment, she let out a long sigh of relief, her face breaking into a genuine smile, one that had not graced her for centuries. She turned to Li Ao and solemnly bowed. Young friend Li Ao, your great kindness shall not go unacknowledged. From this day forth, you shall be the most esteemed guest of my 100-Flower Valley. The celestial blue spirit vine is yours for the taking, and I shall personally refine the celestial soul blood fusion pill for you. With a flick of her finger, a stream of light entered Li Ao's brow, imparting the ancient soul technique, the spirit division, and thought transformation technique. Li Ao, feeling the profound information in his mind, was elated and clasped his hands, saying, Fairy, you are too kind. It is simply a mutual benefit. Medusa observed this scene, a hint of relief flashing in her violet eyes. With the celestial blue spirit vine secured, one of the greatest obstacles to refining the celestial soul blood fusion pill had been cleared. However, just as the atmosphere in the valley was one of tranquility, a sudden roar erupted. The entire 100-Flower Valley shook violently. The array's light screen enveloping the valley emitted a piercing hum, its brilliance flickering as if it had been struck. Fairy Qinghua's expression turned frigid in an instant, her gaze piercing toward the valley's exit. Who dares to disrupt the tranquility of my 100-Flower Valley? A brazen and chilling voice, like thunder, reverberated throughout the valley. The Soul Hall's protector is here. Inhabitants of the valley, surrender Li Ao and that serpent soul, or I shall raise your 100-Flowers Valley to the ground today. The pursuers from the Soul Palace have finally arrived. Chapter 116. The Might of the Pill Sovereign, the 100-Flowers Killing Array. Outside the 100-Flowers Valley, a palpable aura of menace looms. The protector, Wu, hovers in midair, unleashing the terrifying pressure of the 7-star dozone without reservation, as if dark clouds were bearing down, causing the flora outside the valley to wither. Behind him, in addition to the 3-star dozone with a severed arm, there are 4 formidable Soul Palace protectors, all at the 4 to 5-star dozone level. Clearly, the Soul Palace has dispatched an elite squad to capture Li Ao. Inside the valley, the atmosphere becomes taut with tension. The Fairy Qinghua's countenance turns icy as she strides forward, arriving before the array's luminous barrier at the valley's entrance. Her originally ethereal and harmonious aura suddenly transforms into something fiercely sharp as countless floral and botanical phantoms swirl around her, merging with the vitality array of the entire 100-Flowers Valley. The oppressive force she emanates is no less formidable than that of the hovering Wu, perhaps even more magnificent. A dozone. Wu's pupils constrict slightly, a flicker of astonishment crossing his face. The intelligence report did not mention that the Lord of the 100-Flowers Valley was a dozone powerhouse. Although she appears to be merely at the initial stage of a 1-star dozone, the chasm between a dozone and a dozone is unfathomable. I have secluded myself here, disengaged from worldly affairs. Has the hand of the Soul Palace stretched too far? The voice of Fairy Qinghua is frigid, imbued with an undeniable authority. Wu's gaze shifts, and he sneers. The Soul Palace does not require your explanations. Surrender Li Ao and that serpent soul, or even if you are dozone. Today shall not safeguard this secret realm. Despite his surprise, he remains unflustered. Although the opponent is a dozone, her presence seems to be relatively new to this realm, and as an alchemist, her combat prowess may not be overwhelming. With 6 dozone on their side, forming a battle formation, they might still possess a fighting chance. Moreover, the notorious reputation of the Soul Palace instills dread even in many dozone. Unyielding, the murderous intent in Fairy Qinghua's eyes surges. Having just rescued Hua Yu, she will permit no one to disrupt this hard-won peace, and she will not tolerate harm to her benefactor. Without further ado, her jade hand lifts gracefully, forming a profound seal. The 100-Flowers Killing Array arise. As her voice falls, the entire 100-Flowers Valley seems to awaken. Countless exotic flowers and plants grow wildly, vines twisting like dragons, petals sharp as blades, and roots and stems resembling spears. The overwhelming vitality instantaneously transforms into an unrelenting aura of slaughter. The sky is shrouded by a flurry of dancing floral leaves, while the ground erupts into a sea of thorns. The entire valley morphs into a colossal realm of slaughter, imbued with the wrath of nature. This is the grand protective formation that Fairy Qinghua has cultivated for centuries, utilizing the valley's topography and her own wood attribute Duki. Its power is sufficient to ensnare and slay the dozone. Form the 10,000 souls nether array. Wu's expression shifts, and he shouts sharply. The 6 soul palace protectors swiftly converge, their nether duki intertwining into a vast black orb, the surface echoing with the wails of countless souls, attempting to withstand the pervasive natural murderous intent. However, the 100 Flowers killing array draws its strength from the vitality of the entire valley, its power nearly inexhaustible. Sizzling, countless petals and vines, imbued with unparalleled sharpness and purifying energy, rain down upon the black orb like a torrential storm. The wailing souls within the nether orb tremble violently, and the spectral images on its surface are visibly purified and dissipate. The orb's radiance dims rapidly. This is bad. The power of this formation is too strong. A 5-star dozone protector exclaims in horror. Concentrate our forces, attack a single point, and break the formation. Wu roars, thrusting his hands forward, summoning a meticulously refined nether claw that tears through layers of floral defenses, ruthlessly aiming for a specific point on the array's barrier. The other 5 protectors also launch their attacks simultaneously, their powerful nether strikes converging into a torrent, following closely behind. Faced with the combined might of 6 dozone, Fairy Qinghua remains unfazed, her fingertip lightly tapping. Bind. The ground suddenly fractures and countless azure vines, thick as arms and glimmering with metallic sheen, surge skyward like colossal serpents, swiftly entwining the nether claw and the energy torrent, binding them. The vines shimmer with profound runes, starting to voraciously absorb the nether energy within. What? It can even absorb energy? Wu exclaims in astonishment. In that moment of stalemate, 2 figures burst forth from the valley like phantoms, charging towards the flank of the Soul Palace formation. It is none other than Li Ao and Medusa, though Li Ao has expended a considerable amount of his soul energy. His duki and physical strength remain intact, with a 3rd layer of black iron body activated. His bronze sheen shines brightly as he charges like a ferocious beast toward the 3-star dozone with a severed arm. Dominating fist, Shadow Mountain. His punch erupts like a dragon, sending shockwaves through the space. The severed arm protector, already gravely injured, finds his diminished strength insufficient to react to Li Ao's long-prepared, frenzied strike. Bang! His protective nether duki shatters like paper, and his chest is pierced by a single fist. The force penetrates through him, reducing his organs and even soul to dust. A 3-star dozone falls in an instant. Simultaneously, Medusa targets another 4-star dozone protector. Her soul radiates with brilliant light, an ominous 7-colored royal pressure enveloping the surroundings as her jade hand forms a seal and the runes on her brow shimmer. Even les serpents secret technique. Royal might subdues the soul, an invisible, terrifying pressure derived from bloodline and soul essence, crashes down upon the soul of the 4-star dozone like a mountain. His form stiffens abruptly, his eyes glazing over as if he beheld an ancient monarch worshipped by myriad serpents, his spirit faltering. 7-colored soul sword, slash. Medusa's fingers, poised like a sword, unleash a condensed beam of 7-colored light that swiftly severs his neck. Where the sword light passes, souls are extinguished. Yet another 4-star dozone meets his demise. In the blink of an eye, Li Ao and Medusa join forces to swiftly eliminate 2 Soul Palace protectors, shattering the balance of the formation. Foolishness. Wu's eyes widen in fury, shocked at the ruthlessness of his opponents. With the formation broken, the pressure of the 100 Flowers killing array instantly falls upon the remaining 4. The resilient azure vines suddenly constrict, forcefully rebounding the bound nether energy along with the attacks of Wu and the others. Boom! A massive explosion erupts among the 4 remaining members of the Soul Palace. The violent energy instantly engulfs 2 of the 5-star dozone protectors, who are reduced to ashes before even a scream escapes their lips. Wu and the last surviving peak 5-star dozone protector are both splattered with blood, staggering backward, their auras rapidly diminishing. The small team of 6 is reduced to merely 2, both grievously injured. Wu gazes upon the murderous Fairy Qinghua, along with the relentless advance of Li Ao and Medusa, and fear finally flickers in his eyes. He realizes that today he has kicked a steel plate. If he does not flee, certain death awaits. Retreat. He howls in bitter rage, shattering a cracked black jade talisman. A surge of spatial turbulence far more violent than before envelopes him and the remaining protector. The talisman clearly serves as his last resort, a costly gamble. But at this moment, he has no time to hesitate. Want to escape? Leave something behind. Li Ao's gaze turns cold as the rules of annihilation coalesce once more. A slender silver-gray thread darting through the spatial turbulence. The peak 5-star Dozong Protector emits a wretched scream as half of his body disintegrates under the power of annihilation. Yet he is ultimately swept away by the spatial disturbance, leaving only a cloud of blood mist behind, though narrowly evades the fatal strike. His left leg is grazed by the annihilation thread, withering away in an instant. He utters a muffled groan of agony, his figure vanishing entirely into the distorted space. Outside the 100 Flowers Valley, tranquility is restored. Only the lingering aura of the nether, a few charred craters, and the pervasive scent of blood testify to the intensity of the battle that has just transpired. The celestial maiden of Qinghua waved her hand, dissipating the deadly floral formation, allowing the valley to return to its tranquil and harmonious state. However, her complexion appeared slightly pale. Maintaining and activating such a grand array took a considerable toll on her. Li Ao and Medusa approach her side. "Thank you, celestial maiden, for your intervention," Li Ao said, cupping his hands in gratitude. Without the decisive measures taken by the celestial maiden, the task of repelling this squad from Soul Hall would not have been accomplished so effortlessly. The celestial maiden waved her hand dismissively, her gaze upon Li Ao tinged with admiration. "There is no need for such formality, my young friend. As for you two, one possesses a formidable physical form and enigmatic rules, while the other undergoes a soul transformation, with regal power beginning to manifest. Given time, you shall undoubtedly carve out your place at the pinnacle of Zhongzhou." After a brief pause, her expression returned to calm. The Soul Hall has suffered significant losses this time and will not let this matter rest easily. Although Baohua Valley is not afraid of them, it will nonetheless bring about complications. I will strengthen the formations within the valley, and you must also strive to enhance your strength. I shall commence the refinement of the Heavenly Soul Blood Integration pill immediately, but it will require 3 days. In these 3 days, you may either meditate in the valley or procure the 10,000-year green spirit vine. Li Ao and Medusa nodded in agreement. With the immediate crisis averted and the refinement of the sacred pill imminent, both were acutely aware that their enmity with the Soul Hall was only just beginning. An even more formidable storm might be brewing. Chapter 117. The Resurgence of the Body, the Return of the Monarch. Deep within Baohua Valley, in the alchemical chamber, a cauldron crafted entirely from warm jade floated in midair. Below it, there was no flame. Instead, the celestial maiden of Qinghua summoned the life force of the valley's veins with her exceedingly pure would attribute battle energy and soul power, transforming it into a verdant flame, teeming with vitality, that gently enveloped the cauldron. Within the cauldron, the essences of blood essence, demonic fruit, 10,000-year green spirit vine, blood soul branch, and dozens of other auxiliary herbs were gradually merging under the exquisite control of the celestial maiden, who had reached the 8th tier master realm. The entire process was silent, yet imbued with the mysteries of creation and destruction. Li Ao and Medusa stood quietly in a corner of the chamber, intently observing. A rare flicker of tension and anticipation illuminated Medusa's violet eyes. After centuries of wandering souls, the moment of bodily resurrection and return to her former glory was drawing near, making it difficult for even her composed nature to remain entirely serene. Li Ao sensed the ripples emanating from the depths of her soul and gently patted her soul form arm, transmitting a calming thought. Time passed in a hushed, intense wait. 1 day, 2 days. On the 3rd day, at noon, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted within the alchemical chamber. The warm jade cauldron trembled violently, the lid resonating with a low hum, as a massive, 7-colored beam of light, interwoven with overwhelming blood energy, surged upward like a signal fire, piercing through the chamber's roof and soaring into the sky. Within the beam, faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries could be discerned, alongside the majestic shadow of a coiling serpent. An overwhelming fragrance of herbs spread throughout the valley, causing all flora to appear even more vibrant and infused with spirituality at that moment. "The pill is complete," the celestial maiden exclaimed softly, her hand gestures shifting as the soaring beam of light suddenly contracted, retracting entirely back into the cauldron. As the lid opened, a pill the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and exhibiting a 7-colored glass-like hue, adorned with intertwining blood-red dragon patterns and blue vine engravings, spiraled forth. As the pill emerged, the entire space of the alchemical chamber subtly warped, as if unable to withstand the immense vitality and transformative power it contained. The Heavenly Soul Blood Integration Pill, peak 7th tier, successfully refined. The Celestial Maiden's complexion was slightly pale, yet her eyes sparkled with satisfaction. With a delicate gesture of her jade hand, she presented the pill, radiating an alluring sheen, to Medusa. Your Majesty, consume this pill, focus your mind, and guide its energy to reshape your body. I shall assist you with the vitality of Baowa Valley, the Celestial Maiden proclaimed with solemnity. Medusa inhaled deeply, casting aside any hesitation. Her soul form opened its mouth, and a Heavenly Soul Blood Integration pill transformed into a streak of flowing light, merging deep within her soul's essence. Boom! The moment the pill entered her body, an indescribable torrent of boundless energy erupted within Medusa's soul, akin to the universe's inception. The seven-colored radiance and overwhelming blood energy instantaneously engulfed her soul. Her soul felt as though it had been cast into a crucible of creation, with the pill as its core, invoking the laws of heaven and earth to begin reshaping a perfect body that harmonized with her soul and bloodline. Utilizing the vast blood energy of the blood essence demonic fruit as its foundation, the infinite vitality of the 10,000-year green spirit vine as its meridians, and the essences of numerous other herbs as its filling. This process was more agonizing than the fusion of her soul with the reverse scale. Every sinew, bone, and vein was meticulously constructed and grown, providing an exquisite sense of development. Yet Medusa gritted her teeth, drawing upon her unparalleled willpower to forcibly guide the rampant medicinal energy into the most perfect form that resided within her subconscious. The Celestial Maiden continually emitted streams of azure light from her hands, drawing upon the abundant life force of Baowa Valley to nourish the forming embryonic body, stabilizing its structure. Li Ao, standing nearby, silently channeled the principles of obliteration, not to intervene, but rather to temper the occasional violent fluctuations of the medicinal power, ensuring a smoother reshaping process. Time gradually slipped away. Within the swirling mass of seven colors and blood energy, a breathtakingly exquisite figure, with captivating contours, began to take shape. Her bones gleamed like jade, her veins shimmered like rainbows, and her flesh was continuously solidifying under the purifying flames of life. Finally, at the dawn of the third day, as the first rays of sunlight streamed through the chamber's window, the glowing mass suddenly retracted. All energy and brilliance converged back into the newly formed body. A perfect creation, akin to a divine masterpiece, quietly hovered in midair. Her skin was whiter than snow, as smooth as jade, radiating a faint seven-colored halo, tall and slender. Her curves were breathtaking, each inch seemingly calculated to perfection. Any excess would render her plump, while any deficiency would render her gaunt. Her once ethereal purple hair now cascaded down to her waist like a waterfall, shimmering with the luster of satin. Her visage, identical to that of her soul form, was enchanting enough to topple nations, yet now bore a more palpable sense of flesh and a warmth of life. The dark seven-colored serpentine imperial mark upon her brow appeared as an innate adornment, adding an air of mystery and majesty. Most striking of all, behind her coiled a substantial seven-colored sky-swallowing python silhouette, whose scales bore faint dark golden patterns, emanating an imperial pressure that surpassed that of myriad serpents. Its aura had undeniably reached the level of the seven-star dough zone, and yet this was merely her nascent body, still in a state of acclimatization and not yet fully merged with her soul. The Heavenly Soul Blood Integration pill not only reshaped her into a perfect form, but also, with its immense medicinal power and the essence of the ancient Sky Serpent Emperor's reverse scale, elevated her strength from the 5-star dough zone to the 7-star dough zone. Medusa, in her physical form, slowly opened her eyes. What kind of gaze was this? Still deep violet. Yet now it seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos and infinite majesty, as if her gaze could compel all things to submit. She gently clenched her fist, savoring the long-lost, profoundly real sensation of flesh and blood, alongside the surging power within her, far exceeding her former strength. A smile, capable of dimming the brilliance of the heavens and the earth, blossomed upon her stunning visage. She, Queen Medusa, had officially returned, with a magnificent purple brocade robe, formed from condensed energy, enveloped her perfect form. She gracefully alighted, her jade feet lightly touching the ground, exuding an aura of elegance and nobility. Turning to the celestial maiden, she slightly bowed and performed a solemn gesture of gratitude. I shall forever remember the grace bestowed upon me by the celestial maiden. The celestial maiden smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty, there is no need for such formality. This is the bond between us. Though she had expended considerable energy, her expression remained joyous. The gaze of Medusa ultimately fell upon Li Ao. Their eyes met. As Li Ao beheld her strikingly authentic visage and felt her formidable and vibrant aura, a surge of emotions welled within him, prompting genuine joy for her. From their initial encounter in the vast Tagore desert to the perilous brink of his soul's dissolution, and now to her rebirth in corporeal form, the journey had been fraught with challenges. The icy demeanor in Medusa's violet eyes seemed to melt slightly as she approached Li Ao, her crimson lips parting to reveal a voice imbued with a unique, magnetic rasp. Yet crystal clear, Li Ao, thank you. Though her words were few, the weight they carried was monumental. Li Ao offered a faint smile and nodded, Congratulations, Your Majesty, on your new life. Everything was conveyed without further elaboration. The celestial maiden, Qinghua, observed the two standing side by side, her eyes glimmering with understanding and blessing. She then spoke earnestly, Your Majesty's physical form is newly forged and requires time to solidify and fully adapt to the fusion with your soul before you can unleash your full potential. Moreover, the Soul Palace will not relent. What are your plans? A flicker of cold light flashed in Medusa's violet eyes. Now that I have returned, there are some accounts that must be settled. Furthermore, the seven-colored heart lotus is nearing maturity. This artifact will greatly aid in stabilizing my realm. Her objective was set firmly on the illusory mist marsh at the far western edge of the continent. Liao interjected, Indeed, the Soul Palace wields great power. We must hasten to enhance our strength. A visit to the illusory mist marsh is imperative. Moreover, it is time to return to the central continent. He referred to the Dan Tower and potentially existing allies. Qinghua pondered for a moment before stating, The illusory mist marsh is fraught with danger, not only due to its natural illusions and toxic miasma, but also because it is home to many peculiar creatures and possibly ancient formations left behind. You must exercise utmost caution. I shall prepare some elixirs to counteract the toxins and to calm your spirits. Thank you, Celestial Maiden. 3 days later, Medusa's physical form was fully stabilized, her strength solidified at the 7-star dozone level, and her control over the 7-color devouring python bloodline. Due to the perfect harmony of body and soul, along with the enhancement from the Heavenly Serpent Emperor's reverse scales, reached unprecedented heights. Li Ao had also completely recovered from his exertions, his power having advanced, and he was now on the brink of breaking through to the 7-star dozone level. The two bid farewell to Qinghua, departing from the 100-Flower Valley under her earnest reminders and the support of her elixirs. They transformed into 2 streaks of light and sped toward the far western edge of the continent. A new journey awaited them, leading to the mysterious and perilous illusory mist marsh. The returning sovereign, Medusa, alongside Li Ao, who bore the rules of annihilation, would undoubtedly stir new storms across this vast continent. Chapter 118. The Dual Sovereign's Journey West. First arrival at the illusory domain. Having left the vibrant 100-Flower Valley behind, Li Ao and Medusa sped westward like a gale. With Medusa's corporeal form reconstituted, her power surged to the 7-star dozone level, allowing her to wield Do Chi with remarkable precision, her speed now several times greater than in her previous soul form. Clad in a purple brocade robe, her graceful figure soared through the air like a stunning purple phoenix, exuding an unparalleled elegance. The regal aura that emanated from her bloodline compelled the flying beasts they encountered along the way to flee in terror. Li Ao walked alongside her, clad in azure, his presence profound and concentrated, although he remained at the pinnacle of the 6-star dozone level. The 3rd level of the Black Iron Tyrant body and the increasingly profound concept of annihilation endowed him with combat prowess that could rival that of an 8-star or even 9-star dozone. The duo traversed westward at an astonishing pace, and within mere days, they had crossed a significant portion of the continent, with their surroundings beginning to exhibit marked changes. The energy of the heavens and earth gradually became thin and chaotic, and a faint, illusory mist began to permeate the air. The landscape transitioned from lush green mountains and waters to desolate gravel plains, ultimately transforming into an endless expanse shrouded in a gray-white fog. The mist swirled, resembling a living entity from which various distorted and bizarre sounds echoed, at times lamenting, at others roaring like a myriad of beasts, disorienting the mind. Visibility was limited to mere 10 paces, and soul perception faced significant suppression and interference in this place, the far western Forbidden Land. The illusory Mist Marsh. This mist possessed peculiarities capable of eroding Do Chi and confusing the soul. Medusa's violet eyes shimmered with a spectrum of colors as she surveyed the vast, boundless fog ahead. Her voice chillingly clear. Her formidable soul power could only detect within a radius of 100 paces. Beyond that lay an abyss of chaos. Liao nodded, meticulously analyzing the composition of the mist with his soul perception. It contained a multitude of mixed toxins and hallucinogenic energies, along with a lingering aura of a fragmented formation, persisting through the years. No wonder it was deemed a forbidden area. He retrieved the cleansing spirit detoxification pill gifted by Qinghua, consumed one himself, and offered another to Medusa. Upon ingesting the pill, a refreshing current spread within him, forming a faint barrier that kept the corrosive forces at bay, clearing his mind. According to Baisu, the seven-colored heart lotus flourished in the depths of the marsh, at the illusory heart lake. When it matured, it would bloom in 9 tiers, its radiance soaring to the skies. Its exotic fragrance wafting for miles, inevitably attracting powerful entities from all corners. Liao recalled this information and spoke gravely. Our adversaries will not only include the dangers within the marsh, but also treasure seekers from across the continent. A cold smile played at the corners of Medusa's lips. Treasure belongs to those with the strength to claim it. I shall see who dares to extend their hand. Her confidence and dominance had only intensified since her rebirth. The two hesitated no longer. With a swift motion, they plunged unhesitatingly into the roiling gray-white mist. Upon entering the illusory mist, it felt as though they had stepped into another realm. The light grew exceedingly dim, surrounded by swirling fog, severely obstructing their vision. The ground beneath their feet was soft and slippery, an unknown depth of mire, with occasional cold bubbles rising from the depths of the marsh, bursting with a resounding pop, releasing a foul stench. Various eerie sounds emanated from all directions, as though countless eyes were watching them from within the mist. Liao and Medusa heightened their perceptions to the utmost, cautiously advancing through the marsh. After traversing only a few miles, an unexpected change occurred. Hissing sounds erupted from the dense fog on their left, and suddenly, dozens of serpentine creatures, grayish-white and nearly indistinguishable from the mist, lunged forth. These creatures had crimson eyes and venomous fangs glinting ominously, moving at lightning speed toward the two, their presence equivalent to that of 5th-rank magical beasts, comparable to Dowang. Ho-impi-ho, Mia-ents. Without lifting a finger, Medusa merely cast a cold glance, and the overwhelming regal pressure of the 7-colored, devouring python radiated outward like a palpable force. The rapidly advancing serpents, upon sensing this supreme bloodline pressure, faltered as if encountering their imperial sovereign. Their crimson eyes filled with boundless terror, and they emitted mournful cries. Tumbling from the air like dumplings, prostrating in the mire, trembling and too frightened to move. The suppression of bloodline power was fearsome indeed. Liao nodded approvingly. Medusa's 7-star Dozong strength, combined with her supreme bloodline, was an incredible asset amidst the beast-infested illusory mist marsh. The two pressed on deeper. The further they ventured into the marsh, the denser the mist became, and the hallucinatory powers intensified. Despite the protective elixirs, a cacophony of illusory sounds began to echo in their ears, and bizarre, distorted visions occasionally flickered before their eyes, attempting to unsettle their minds. Maintain your focus. These are mere illusions, Liao urged, as the concept of annihilation subtly flowed through his consciousness, silently extinguishing all encroaching hallucinatory forces. His annihilation rules were the nemesis of all falsehoods and illusions. Medusa's royal mark upon her brow shimmered, effectively isolating those hallucinatory influences as well. Suddenly, the mist ahead surged violently, and a colossal shadow, accompanied by a foul wind, rushed towards them. It was an enormous, lizard-like creature, grotesquely adorned with 3 menacing heads. Its aura unmistakably reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier, equivalent to that of a human emperor of combat. The 3-headed marsh venom lizard. It seemed unaffected by the suppression of the Medusa bloodline, as all 3 heads simultaneously opened to unleash a torrent of venom, icy spikes, and corrosive dark breath. effectively enveloping all possible escape routes for the two. Seeking death. At this moment, Medusa finally made her move. With a delicate lift of her jade-like hand, her finger pointed like a sword, and a meticulously refined beam of rainbow light erupted from her fingertip, slicing through the night like a vibrant rainbow. Instantly crossing dozens of feet. Puffed, puffed, puffed. Three soft sounds echoed as the attacks from the three-headed venom lizard were effortlessly shattered mid-air by the rainbow beam. The beam, relentless in its trajectory, accurately pierced through the three heads of the creature. The sixth-tier pinnacle lizard, with its massive body, suddenly froze and then crashed to the ground, splattering mud everywhere, already lifeless. With a clean and decisive strike, she had slain a beast of emperor-level prowess. A glimmer of admiration flashed in Liao's eyes. Medusa's assault was not only formidable, but also imbued with a sense of purification and destruction, clearly demonstrating her mastery over her own powers. Just as the two were about to continue onward after dispatching the obstructive venom lizard, they heard a whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several slicing sounds echoed from the mist in different directions. Following that, 5 figures appeared like phantoms, encircling Liao and Medusa in the center. These 5 individuals, clad in various attires and not in the black robes of the Soul Hall, exuded an overwhelming aura, each at least a 5-star combat master, with the leader, a one-eyed elder, reaching the level of an 8-star combat master. Their gazes were sharp, brimming with unabashed greed and murderous intent, fixated on Medusa and the corpse of the venom lizard behind her. More precisely, they were eyeing the peculiar crystal slowly exuding a rainbow aura from the corpse of the lizard, the magical core of the 7-colored venom lizard. And it was at the pinnacle of the 6th tier. "Ha! I never expected such a bounty," right upon entering, exclaimed a gaunt-faced 6-star combat master, licking his lips in excitement. The one-eyed elder scanned Liao and Medusa, and a flicker of caution flashed in his eyes upon sensing Medusa's unfathomable aura. But it was quickly overshadowed by greed. He raspingly spoke. "Ladies, this venom lizard was first discovered by our Blood Wolf gang. For your own good, leave the magical core behind and roll out of the misty marsh." So they were a band of robbers specializing in murder and theft in perilous territories. Liao and Medusa exchanged glances, both perceiving the coldness in each other's eyes. They had barely entered the marsh, and trouble was already upon them. Clearly, this journey through the misty marsh would not be a tranquil one. Chapter 119, The Peril of the Marsh, A Flick of Ashes. The 5 members of the Blood Wolf gang formed a fan-shaped encirclement around Liao and Medusa, exuding an air of malevolence. The one-eyed elder at the 8-star combat master level had his aura firmly locked onto Medusa, wielding a blood-red, ghostly blade that emanated a strong stench of blood. "Boss, why waste words with this woman? Look at her beauty. We should take her along." The gaunt 6-star combat master leered at Medusa's stunning beauty and graceful figure, licking his lips. However, before he could finish his sentence, Medusa's purple eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling light, akin to an ancient ice cavern abruptly shattering. Filthy words deserve punishment. Without even moving, she merely cast a cold glance at the gaunt combat master. Buzz, an invisible yet immense regal pressure surged forth, mingling with the terrifying soul power of a 7-star combat master, crashing down upon the soul of the gaunt combat master like a tangible mountain. Ugh! The lewd smile on the gaunt combat master's face froze instantly, morphing into sheer terror and agony. He felt as if his soul was being pierced by countless red-hot steel needles while being ruthlessly crushed by an ancient divine mountain. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices. His eyes glazed over, and before he could even emit a complete scream, his body crumpled to the ground, devoid of life, as though all his bones had been extracted. With just a glance, she had annihilated a 6-star combat master in an instant. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped them. The remaining 4 members of the Blood Wolf gang, including the one-eyed elder, were frozen in place, their expressions of greed and murderous intent instantly replaced by overwhelming fear. What had they witnessed? A single glance had shattered the spirit of their second strongest 6-star combat master. What manner of monster was this woman? The one-eyed elder gripped the ghostly blade, his hand trembling slightly as he comprehended that they had not encountered mere iron, but a searing, branding iron. No, it was a bottomless abyss. Please spare us, senior. We were blind and offended you. We shall leave at once." The one-eyed elder, stripped of all ferocity, cried out while bowing repeatedly to Medusa, wishing he could bury his head in the marsh. The other 3 were so frightened they lost control, begging for mercy alongside him. Medusa's expression remained indifferent, like a queen gazing down upon ants. Her red lips parted to utter a single word, scram. Her voice was not loud, yet it reverberated in the minds of the four like thunder. The four felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, scrambling and crawling as they turned to flee into the thick mist, cursing their parents for not giving them 2 additional legs. However, just as they turned, Liao, who had remained silent, suddenly spoke with a calm, yet chilling tone. "Did I permit you to leave?" His voice was tranquil, yet it bore an unsettling chill. The 4 figures of the one-eyed elder froze suddenly, as if ensnared by a spell, slowly turning to face the seemingly inconspicuous young man in the blue robe, their faces as pale as paper. "What further instructions do you have, senior?" The one-eyed elder's voice was hoarse, a wave of ominous premonition swelling within him. Liao's gaze swept across the 4, his eyes resembling ancient ice. "Blood Wolfgang? Specializing in murder and thievery? I presume you carry a heavy debt of blood upon your hands." He was not a bloodthirsty individual, yet he would show no mercy to such vile scoundrels who treated human lives as mere trifles and dared to provoke him. To release a tiger back into the mountains would only spell endless trouble. The one-eyed elder's complexion drastically changed as he sensed the murderous intent in Liao's words. Realizing there would be no peaceful resolution, a flicker of madness crossed his eyes as he barked. "You little brat, do not overstep. Our Blood Wolf gang is not to be trifled with. If pushed, I will fight you to the death." However, before he could finish his threat, Liao had already acted. He did not even employ a combat technique. He simply raised his right hand and pressed it toward the direction of the 4. Return to silence. An intangible essence, seemingly capable of bringing all things to an end, quietly spread from the center of his palm. The one-eyed elder and the 3 other combat masters felt their madness and fear freeze in an instant. They sensed the surrounding space transforming into a viscous mire, their fighting spirit, vitality, and even thoughts being stripped away at a terrifying pace. They attempted to struggle, to scream, yet no sound emerged. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies, beginning from their fingertips, crumbled away like weathered sand sculptures, dissolving into the mist. In the span of a single breath, the 4 notorious combat masters, along with their weapons and storage rings, were rendered to nothingness, leaving no trace behind. It was as if they had never existed. Liao slowly retracted his hand, his expression unchanged, as though he had merely swatted a few flies. Medusa silently observed from the side, a glimmer of intrigue flickering in her purple eyes. Liao's mastery of the rules of annihilation has become increasingly exquisite and terrifying, slaying foes without a trace, returning them to the void. With a graceful flick of her jade hand, she collected the magical core of the 7-colored poison lizard along with several spatial rings left by the one-eyed elder and others, tossing them to Liao, all cleaned up. Liao accepted them, her soul energy sweeping through the rings. Apart from some gold coins and ordinary cultivation resources, there was nothing of particular note, though a rough map of the illusory mist marsh caught her eye, marked with several perilous areas and potential treasure locations. A modest gain. "It seems such scavengers are plentiful in this marsh," Liao noted, committing the map to memory. Medusa snorted disdainfully, "Kill as many as we encounter." The 2 did not linger, continuing their journey deeper into the marsh. Following the incident with the Blood Wolf gang, they grew more vigilant. The illusory mist marsh, indeed, proved as treacherous as rumored, with not only a perilous environment but also duplicitous hearts. The deeper they ventured, the more potent the hallucinatory powers of the mist became, even beginning to manifest vividly realistic illusions. Rare herbs and divine weapons appeared as tempting mirages, while specters of old adversaries launched attacks, and their innermost desires and fears were directly stirred. Yet, before Liao's rules of annihilation and Medusa's royal will, these illusions melted away like snow under the sun, failing to sway them in the slightest. Along the way, they encountered more peculiar marsh creatures, gigantic toads capable of spewing corrosive slime, ghost-faced crocodiles lurking in the mire ready to strike, and schools of sharp-toothed piranhas. Most were deterred by Medusa's bloodline pressure or easily dispatched by Liao. Days later, guided by the map and an innate sense, they gradually approached the marsh's core area. The surrounding mist began to change color, transitioning from gray-white to a faint iridescent sheen, the air thick with an intoxicating fragrance that delighted the soul. The phenomenon of the 7-colored illusory heart lotus began to manifest. Liao's expression grew serious. "We must be close to the illusory heart lake. Be cautious, as competitors have likely gathered nearby." A flicker of fervor crossed Medusa's purple eyes. I sense it. The familiar aura lies just ahead. After her rebirth, she became more attuned to the heavenly spiritual entities of the seven-colored series. They quickened their pace, traversing a bizarre mist imbued with a rainbow glow, and suddenly, the scene before them opened up. Before them lay a vast lake, shimmering with a dreamlike spectrum of colors, quietly nestled in the heart of the marsh. The surface was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the swirling rainbow clouds above, a sight of breathtaking beauty. At the center of the lake, on a small island, a crystal-clear lotus, radiant with seven-colored brilliance, was on the verge of blooming. Surrounding the lotus were 9 translucent leaves, exuding a powerful essence of life and soul waves. The seven-colored illusory heart lotus. Judging by its condition, it was not far from full bloom and maturation. However, the area surrounding Illusory Heart Lake was far from tranquil. Dozens of figures had already gathered along the shores. These individuals belonged to various factions, warily confronting one another, the air thick with tension. The appearance of Xiao and Medusa immediately drew everyone's attention. When their gazes fell upon Medusa, expressions of awe and gravity were evident. Her unparalleled beauty and unfathomable aura were impossible to ignore. When some turned their eyes to Xiao, confusion flickered, swiftly followed by sharp, even resentful glares. "Liao, you little bastard!" A voice filled with deep-seated hatred rang out like a night owl's call. Following the sound, Xiao spotted a group adorned in wind and thunder pavilion attire, where a sinister-looking elder glared at him, murderous intent almost spilling from his eyes. Beside him stood an even more formidable elder, crackling with fine lightning, whose strength had evidently reached the pinnacle of a 9-star dozome. Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Elder Lei? Xiao's brow arched, recognizing the sinister elder as one of the individuals involved in the conspiracy against him in Dan City, whose downfall he had indirectly precipitated. To encounter an enemy here was unexpected. The elder at the pinnacle of 9-star dozome must be the leader of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's treasure-seeking expedition. Bay Pavilion Master, Fei Tian. Fei Tian's gaze, sharp as lightning, landed on Xiao, then flicked to Medusa at his side. His voice rumbled like thunder. "You little brat. You've slain my elder and tarnished the reputation of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. Since fate has brought us together today, you shall pay with your life." Before his words faded, a terrifying pressure of thunder descended upon Xiao and Medusa like a cataclysmic storm. The battle was on the brink of eruption. Chapter 120. Thunder Fury Lotus Bloom. Each displays their powers. Fei Tian, the Bay Pavilion Master of the Wind and Thunder Pavilion, a powerful 9-star dozome, was a formidable presence in the northern region of Zhongzhou. The wrathful thunder pressure he unleashed felt as if the very heavens had opened, saturating the air around Illusory Heart Lake with violent electrical charges that crackled ominously. Those of lesser strength were forced to retreat, their faces pale with fear. However, at the epicenter of this overwhelming force, Xiao and Medusa stood resolute, like rocks amidst a tempest. A cold glint flashed in Medusa's purple eyes as she stepped forward, her body radiating a swirling 7-colored brilliance. The royal pressure of the 7-colored devouring python merged with the majestic aura of the 7-star dozome, crashing forward to meet the oncoming force. Boom! The two invisible pressures collided violently in the void, producing a resounding echo. The shockwave rippled across the lake's surface, sending waves of colorful water spiraling. Medusa swayed slightly, yet stood firm, managing to withstand Fei Tian's terrifying thunder pressure all on her own. 7-star dozome. No, that's not right. A flicker of disbelief crossed Fei Tian's eyes. Though the opponent was merely a 7-star dozome, the quality of their pressure and the royal essence that transcended all beings made even him, a pinnacle 9-star dozome, feel a twinge of apprehension. Before this king, "You are not worthy of such arrogance," Medusa declared, her voice icy and authoritative. With a graceful motion of her jade hand, a serpentine sword forged entirely from 7-colored energy materialized, its blade pointed directly at Fei Tian. "Should you wish to engage, this king shall oblige." To challenge the pinnacle of 9-star dozome with her 7-star dozome status was an audacious move, causing all onlookers to gasp in astonishment. Arrogance. Fei Tian fumed, his status not permitting such insolence from a mere 7-star dozome. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it." Without further ado, he moved like a flash, appearing above Medusa in an instant, his right hand outstretched, gathering lightning into a terrifying orb the size of a wheel, filled with a destructive aura, and brought it crashing down. Wind, thunder, calamity palm. Before the orb descended, the violent, thunderous energy began to warp space itself. The colorful lake water below being forced into a massive depression. Faced with a blow capable of severely injuring an ordinary 8-star do zone, Medusa's gaze sharpened. Instead of retreating, she advanced, her 7-colored serpent sword emitting a clear, resonant hum. Golden patterns suddenly illuminated the blade. Heavenly serpent sword technique, break illusion. A sword wave, refined to perfection and seemingly capable of tearing through all illusions, shot upward with perfect precision, striking the very center of the massive thunder orb. Sizzle. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The violent thunder orb burst like a popped bubble, its core energy structure collapsing under the purifying and annihilating force contained within the sword wave, scattering into a myriad of wandering electric serpents. What? Fei Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The formidable power of his thunderstorm palm had been so effortlessly countered by his opponent. Before he could adjust his strategy, Medusa's figure flickered, drawing near like a specter. Her vibrant serpent sword transformed into a myriad of sword shadows, enveloping him like a tempest. Each strike was cunning and vicious, aimed directly at his vital points. Infused with a corrosive fighting spirit that suppressed the very essence of his soul with the majesty of a king's sword intent. A mixture of astonishment and fury surged within Fei Tian as lightning crackled around him. He unleashed a flurry of strikes, the sound of thunder roaring in tandem with the vibrant sword shadows as they collided. Bang, 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 bang. The air was filled with a cacophony of relentless clashes. Thunder and the resplendence of colors intertwined violently, obliterating the space between them. The two engaged in a swift exchange, clashing dozens of times in mere moments. What was astonishing was that Medusa, wielding her peculiar yet formidable 7-colored fighting spirit, coupled with her exquisite swordsmanship and the omnipresent pressure of Sovereign, was able to engage Fei Tian on equal footing, showing no signs of yielding. Who was this woman, capable of confronting Fei Tian head-on? Her fighting spirit was intriguingly strange, seemingly possessing a certain restraint against lightning attributes. The sword intent made my very soul tremble. Gasps of astonishment erupted from the crowd of onlookers, and the elder from the Thunderstorm Pavilion wore an exceedingly grim expression. Li Ao stood with his hands clasped behind his back, refraining from intervening. He trusted Medusa's strength, seizing this opportunity for her to acclimate and solidify her surging power. His gaze frequently drifted toward the blooming 7-colored illusory heart lotus at the center of the lake, as well as the various factions gathered along the shore. Besides the Thunderstorm Pavilion, numerous forces had congregated in this locale. A group clad in icy blue robes, exuding a chilling aura, hailed from the Ice River Valley, with an elderly matriarch at their helm, her strength equally unfathomable. Another faction comprised of flamboyantly dressed women. Enveloped in pink mist were disciples of the demonic flower Evil Monarch, their gazes enchanting and captivating. Additionally, several inconspicuous yet formidable rogue cultivators, seemingly solitary, were present. But their arrival here was no trivial matter. What drew Li Ao's attention further were the faint shadows lurking in the shadows across the lake. Familiar, yet sinister presences. The Soul Palace had indeed arrived. They appeared to be biding their time, observing coldly from the sidelines. While the crowd's focus was captivated by the fierce battle between Medusa and Fei Tian, their greater interest remained fixated on the 7-colored illusory heart lotus, poised to mature. An oppressive atmosphere pervaded the air, reminiscent of a storm brewing on the horizon. Just as Medusa and Fei Tian were embroiled in their fierce confrontation, amidst the rampant sword light and thunder shadows, the 7-colored illusory heart lotus atop the island suddenly erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The 9 lotus leaves unfurled completely, resembling 9 massive pieces of colorful jade, cradling the central lotus that began to bloom slowly. With each petal that unfurled, beams of light in hues of red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple shot skyward, ultimately intertwining into a 7-colored radiance that illuminated the entire illusory heart lake, transforming it into an ethereal realm. An indescribable, supremely pure fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating the soul, as if beckoning one to ascend in a blaze of glory. The 7-colored illusory heart lotus had matured, and at the very heart of the fully blossomed lotus, 3 lotus seeds, the size of dragon's eyes, glimmered with a translucent sheen, as if seven-colored light flowed within, quietly resting and radiating an enticing glow. The lotus seeds had ripened. At that moment, all restraint and confrontation shattered. The matriarch from the Ice River Valley transformed into a streak of blue light, darting toward the lake's center. The disciples of the demonic flower, evil monarch, giggled, scattering a shower of pink petals like a celestial maiden, yet with hidden malice. The rogue cultivators also revealed their prowess, their speed surging. The figures from the Soul Palace, lurking in the shadows, moved like phantoms as well. Even Fei Tian, locked in combat with Medusa, suddenly feigned a move, breaking free from their entanglement, lightning flashing around him as he shot toward the lake center. Compared to vengeance, the prospect of greatly enhancing his soul power, and possibly obtaining the lotus seeds imbued with the essence of illusionary rules, was undeniably more alluring. Oomph! Medusa snorted coldly, refraining from pursuing Fei Tian. Instead, with a flick of her delicate hand, a seven-colored ribbon shot forth, targeting one of the lotus seeds. Her intentions were clear. She needed only one. Li Ao also sprang into action. He executed the thunder sound steps, seamlessly blending into the space around him, instantly appearing above the island in the lake, reaching out to grasp another lotus seed. However, just as their hands were about to make contact with the seeds, an unforeseen turn of events transpired. The tranquil surface of the seven-colored lake erupted with a colossal column of water. A gigantic serpent, covered in seven-colored scales, with a single horn sprouting from its head, surged from the depths of the lake, its cavernous maw wide open, carrying a foul wind and an overwhelming presence, aiming to devour Medusa, who was closest. Its aura unmistakably reached the 8th tier, equivalent to a human dozoan. Hidden within the illusory heart lake was such a terrifying guardian beast, the seven-colored illusory heart python. Simultaneously, the fastest among the Ice River Valley, the disciples of the demonic flower evil monarch, and the rogue cultivators faced varying degrees of obstruction. From beneath the lake's surface, several smaller, yet equally formidable illusory heart pythons, each at the peak of the 7th tier, erupted forth. The figures from Soul Palace did not rush to seize the lotus seeds. Instead, they exchanged sinister smiles, forming hand seals as a peculiar wave emanated, instantly setting up a ghostly chain array around the island, attempting to ensnare everyone within to capture them all in one fell swoop. The scene devolved into utter chaos. The guardian beast revealed itself. The Soul Palace's conspiracy unfolded. A melee ensued. The 3 lotus seeds from the 7-colored illusory heart lotus became the catalyst for all. Li Ao's eyes turned icy, his hand reaching for the lotus seed with unwavering speed, while the other hand formed a blade-like gesture, the rules of extinction coalescing. Medusa, confronted by the 8th tier illusory heart python's attempt to consume her, felt no fear in her violet eyes. Instead, an overwhelming battle intent ignited within her, the royal mark on her brow radiating with brilliance. How dare you, vile creature, act ferociously before this king. Chapter 121. The Turmoil at the Heart of the Lake. Extermination of Illusions. A tempest brewed over the illusory heart lake. The 8th tier guardian beast, the 7-colored illusory heart python, surged forth from the waters, its gaping maw exuding a foul wind and terrifying swallowing power, casting its shadow over Medusa. Its colossal form churned the waters, creating towering waves. Simultaneously, the ghostly soul-binding array set by the figures from the Soul Palace quickly took shape as countless dark chains emerged from the void, intertwining to form a massive black net that enveloped the entire island, emanating a chilling wave that confined space and eroded souls, ensnaring Li Ao, Medusa, Fei Tian, the Ice River Valley matriarch, and all other powerful beings who had rushed onto the island. Thank you all for luring out this guardian beast. Now, remain here and become a nourishment for my Soul Palace. The leading elder from the Soul Palace cackled with a piercing laugh, his hands constantly forming seals to manipulate the array. Meanwhile, the other Soul Palace protectors transformed into black mist, navigating through the chaotic melee, directly targeting the 3 unclaimed lotus seeds. Soul Palace, you despicable fiends! The Ice River Valley matriarch roared, conjuring an ice wall to temporarily block a 7th-tier illusory heart python's assault. It was ensnared by the ghostly chains around her ankles, her movements hindered. Fei Tian roared in fury, unleashing the power of wind and thunder to shatter several chains, only to be struck by the tail of the 8th-tier python, causing his vital energy to surge chaotically forcing him to respond with all his might. The disciples of the demonic flower, evil monarch, fared worse. Their illusions were significantly less effective against the illusory heart python, and in an instant, one was reduced to a mist of blood by the python's tail, while another was pierced through the shoulder by the ghostly chains, emitting a heart-wrenching scream. The rogue cultivators employed various techniques, struggling amidst the pythons and chains. The entire island at the heart of the lake had instantly transformed into a scene of utter carnage. However, at the epicenter of the storm, Xiao and Medusa exhibited extraordinary prowess and an unparalleled synergy. Confronted by the devouring force of the 8th-tier illusionary heart python, Medusa's regal authority surged within her violet eyes, compelling her to stand resolute, unyielding to the threat. Behind her, the ethereal silhouette of the 7-colored sky swallower python emanated a silent roar, unleashing a supreme pressure that transcended the multitude of serpents, like a tidal wave crashing toward the illusionary heart python. In that instant, the once ferocious 8th-tier illusionary heart python flickered with a glimmer of instinctual fear and hesitation within its colossal pupils, momentarily stalling its devouring momentum. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Medusa formed an intricate seal with her jade hands, summoning a grand serpent imprint shimmering with dark, iridescent hues which manifested out of thin air. Imbued with the will of a sovereign that sought to subdue all, this imprint struck fiercely upon the python's forehead. Boom! The illusionary heart python emitted a painful shriek, its massive head forced backward, fine cracks appearing upon the vibrant scales adorning its forehead. Despite its formidable strength, it was still at a disadvantage against Medusa's supreme seal, which harbored the bloodline of the Sky Snake Emperor. Meanwhile, Xiao, facing the encroaching chains of the underworld and the opportunistic assault of the Soul Hall Guardians, maintained a gaze as frigid as ancient ice. Mere ghostly tricks dared to flaunt themselves before me. He did not even spare a glance at the chains or guardians. His eyes pierced through the barriers, landing upon the elder from the Soul Hall at the island's edge, who was desperately maintaining the formation. With a finger like a blade, he concentrated the rules of annihilation at an unprecedented speed. Found you, Shatter. A slender silver-gray thread sliced silently through the air. It did not target the chains or guardians, but traversed space directly, severing the connection between the elder of the Soul Hall and the core of the underworld soul-locking formation. Crack! It was as if an invisible tether had snapped. The elder, who had been reveling in his success while manipulating the formation, suddenly turned pale, spitting forth a mouthful of black blood, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He felt an even more fundamental, more terrifying force forcibly severing his connection to the soul-locking formation. How is this possible? What power is this? As the connection was severed, the formation enveloping the island flickered violently, and then, like a web deprived of its anchor, it began to shatter and dissipate. The formation is broken. The once entwined underworld chains swiftly faded away, as if unmoored from their roots. What? The formation has collapsed. The trapped Fei Tian, the elder from Ice River Valley, and the others were momentarily stunned before erupting with joy, feeling the pressure lift. Meanwhile, the Soul Hall Guardians who had sought to seize the Lotus Seeds found their movements stymied by the sudden collapse of the formation. Now is the moment. Xiao stepped into Thunder Sound steps, appearing like a phantom before one of the Lotus Seeds, sweeping it into his grasp. Almost simultaneously, Medusa summoned another Lotus Seed with a flick of her hand, enveloped by a cascade of colors. The last remaining seed was snatched by the elder from Ice River Valley, who, utilizing a peculiar ice evasion technique, managed to secure it just in time. 3 Lotus Seeds, each claimed in an instant. You scoundrels! Hand over the Lotus Seeds. Fei Tian roared in fury upon witnessing the scene, disregarding his need to recuperate as he gathered the power of wind and thunder once more, transforming it into a colossal hand of lightning aimed at the elder from Ice River Valley. He dared not confront Xiao and Medusa directly, choosing instead to target the seemingly weakest among them. The elder from Ice River Valley's expression shifted dramatically, hastily conjuring an ice crystal shield for defense. Meanwhile, the Soul Hall members, bereft of their target, and the enraged illusionary heart pythons turned their murderous gazes toward Xiao and Medusa, who had just broken the formation and claimed their Lotus Seeds. Especially the 8th-tier main python, furious from Medusa's earlier strike, abandoned all else and charged toward her, its massive form stirring the storm once more, a twisted rainbow light coalescing upon its horn. The elder from the Soul Hall wiped the blood from his mouth. his eyes filled with venomous intent fixated on Liao. You dare to destroy my formation and harm my soul banner. Today, I shall extract your soul and refine it in fire. He and several other guardians unleashed their formidable underworld fighting spirit, transforming into ghastly apparitions that lunged toward Liao. With the wrath of the 8th tier beast bearing down from the front and the elder from the soul hall leading a relentless assault from behind, Liao and Medusa found themselves ensnared in a perilous predicament. Medusa's violet eyes ignited with battle fervor, her 7-colored fighting spirit bursting forth without reservation. As the ethereal silhouette of the Sky Swallower Python solidified, boldly meeting the 8th tier main Python head-on, she would confront this serpentine overlord in a test of strength. Meanwhile, Liao, facing the onslaught of the elder from the Soul Hall, initial stage of 5-star Do Zone, and several high-ranking Do Zone guardians, remained unfazed. He slowly raised his hands. Flames of the void, devouring fire, danced in his left hand while the rules of annihilation swirled in his right. Since you have so generously come to me, let's resolve this together. He intended to confront an elite squad led by the elder from the Soul Hall single-handedly. The battle reignited, and this time, it would be an even more brutal and direct confrontation. Chapter 122, Annihilation Flames Sovereign, the Python Emperor's Submission. Above the illusionary Heart Lake, the battlefield shifted dramatically, dividing into two breathtaking arenas. One was the confrontation between the Serpent Sovereign and the 8th tier Overlord. Medusa radiated with 7-colored brilliance, the dark iridescent royal mark ablaze upon her. As she unleashed her full power, her hands forming intricate seals. The ethereal 7-colored Sky Swallower Python behind her emitted a roar reminiscent of ancient times. A more primal, more regal force, as if commanding the lives and deaths of myriad serpents, surged forth like a tidal wave. Heavenly Snake's secret technique, royal authority deprivation. She pointed her jade finger toward the charging 8th tier illusionary heart Python. The once ferocious Python froze in place, its rage instantly replaced by boundless fear in its colossal eyes. It sensed that its prideful 7-colored bloodline was, in that moment, akin to a subject before its king, becoming sluggish, trembling, and even hinting at a rebellion against its master. The 7-colored radiance surrounding it dimmed, and the devastating strike coalescing upon its horn collapsed due to the turmoil within its bloodline. Bloodline deprivation. This was the royal power Medusa comprehended after merging with the Sky Snake Emperor's reverse scale. It exerted an almost rule-like suppression over beings of the same serpentine lineage. Hiss. The illusionary heart Python let out a terrified yet defiant hiss, its massive form writhing violently as the backlash from its bloodline drained its strength significantly. Its gaze turned toward Medusa, filled with dread and a hint of submission. Medusa's violet eyes were icy as she seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, her figure darting like lightning to appear before the colossal head of the illusionary heart Python, her hand aglow with 7-colored brilliance, crashing down onto the base of its dim horn. Submit or perish. Her chilling voice resonated like a final judgment, accompanied by an even more overwhelming royal pressure that battered against the Python's very soul. In the struggling gaze of the 8th tier illusionary heart Python, fear ultimately eclipsed all ferocity. It emitted a low, plaintive whine, its massive head gradually bowing, resting against the lake's surface in a display of submission. Medusa snorted coldly, forcing forth a drop of blood imbued with dark, iridescent light from her fingertip, which she flicked toward the Python's brow, transforming into an intricate royal contract rune. Considering your arduous cultivation, you shall henceforth serve as a guardian under my throne, redeeming yourself for your past transgressions. Thus, the 8th tier magical beast was subdued as a guardian. The methods employed here sent shivers down the spines of the elderly inhabitants of Ice River Valley, who were observing Fei Tian entangled with the Soul Palace's guardian from a distance. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the confrontation between the AO and the Soul Palace's Wu Protector, initial stage of 5-star Do Zone, became increasingly bizarre and perilous. In the realm of the underworld, where 10,000 souls devour the heart, Wu Protector roared, his hands swirling as the shattered soul banner coalesced into an intense black mist, transforming the space around Li Ao within dozens of feet into a pure abyss of the underworld. Countless twisted and wailing soul shadows traversed through it, emitting piercing shrieks that struck at the very essence of the soul. Moreover, invisible soul chains began to coil in from all directions, seeking to bind his movements and consume his spirit. The other 3 guardians of the Soul Palace, 2 7-star Do Zongs and 1 8-star Do Zong, unleashed their signature soul techniques with ethereal finger beams, corrosive black mist breaths, and massive ghostly claws attacking Li Ao from various angles. In the face of a 5-star Do Zun and the combined assault of 3 high-level Do Zongs, Li Ao's gaze remained as tranquil as a deep pond. The black void flame within his left palm surged dramatically, morphing into a swirling vortex of flame that enveloped him. Those incoming underworld attacks, whether energy-based or soul impacts, were forcibly drawn into the vortex the moment they approached, annihilated by the terrifying power of devouring. Meanwhile, his right hand, with fingers poised like blades, condensed the grayish stream of returning tranquility with unprecedented speed and compression. Rather than directly attacking those soul techniques, he heightened his soul perception to its zenith, piercing through layers of black mist to firmly lock onto the core of the underworld realm, the essence of Wu Protector, and the pivotal nodes of energy circulation within this ghostly domain. Found it, annihilation, severing source. He silently commanded within. His right hand, fingers resembling blades, struck out in a flash, marking 7 positions in the void. 7 almost imperceptible silver-gray threads silently penetrated the roiling black mist. Pop, 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 pop. 7 faint sounds echoed, as if something within had fractured and collapsed. Wu Protector's complexion turned pale, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. He felt his connection to the underworld realm and several core nodes of energy circulation within it being forcibly severed and obliterated by an even more fundamental and terrifying force. The entire underworld realm trembled violently as if stripped of its skeletal structure, with the soul shadows emitting even more anguished wails before shattering like bubbles, dissipating into nothingness. The dense black mist began to rapidly thin. Impossible. What kind of rule is this? How can it directly obliterate the structure of my realm? Wu Protector roared in rage and disbelief, having never encountered such an odd method. The power of the opponent's rule seemed to transcend his own underworld rules, capable of destruction at the most fundamental level. Your questions are too many. Li Ao's cold voice materialized behind him like a ghost. Startled, Wu Protector turned around, only to find Li Ao had somehow broken through the blockade of the 3 guardians, his fist enveloped in a bronze sheen of annihilation rules, rapidly magnifying in his pupils. Underworld Bone Shield. In a moment of panic, Wu Protector gathered all his underworld Do Chi, forming a heavy shield composed of countless ghastly white bones before him. Crack! Li Ao's fist descended like a tempest, striking fiercely against the bone shield. The shield, capable of withstanding attacks from opponents of the same rank, had its core structure instantly disintegrated upon contact with the fist, collapsing under the pressure without even a moment's resistance, exploding into fragments. The unstoppable fist imprinted itself upon Wu Protector's chest. Bang! With a muffled thud, Wu Protector's chest visibly caved in. His eyes frozen in shock as his body flew backward like a kite with severed strings, blood gushing forth, his breath instantly becoming feeble. A 5-star Do Zun, gravely injured in one strike. The 3 guardians of the Soul Palace, witnessing this, were terrified to the core, no longer daring to linger, and turned to flee. Since you have come, let all remain. Li Ao's gaze turned icy, and with a flick of his fingers, 3 threads of annihilation surged forth, swiftly overtaking the trio. Pop! 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 The bodies of the 3 guardians stiffened abruptly, and then, like sand sculptures weathered by the wind, they silently disintegrated into ashes, vanishing into the air. In the blink of an eye, a 5-star Do Zun was gravely wounded, and 3 high-level Do Zongs were exterminated. The entire Illusion Heart Lake fell into a profound silence once more. All eyes were fixated on the young man in a pristine azure robe, who was slowly retracting his fist, untainted by dust. Fei Tian had long ceased his struggle with the elderly inhabitant of Ice River Valley, his expression fluctuating before ultimately settling into a resigned sigh, realizing that there was no way to salvage the situation today. The elderly inhabitant of Ice River Valley clutched the lotus seed tightly, warily observing Li Ao and Medusa, but dared not make a single move. The disciples of the demonic flower Evil Monarch and the scattered cultivators remained utterly silent. Medusa, standing upon the head of the now subservient 8-star Illusion Heart Python, surveyed the entire area with her purple eyes, exuding an imperial aura as her voice rang out coldly and dominantly. Is there anyone else who wishes to claim the lotus seed from my hands? No one responded. In the face of absolute power, all greed and schemes appeared utterly feeble. Liao flew to Medusa's side, his gaze falling upon the gravely injured Wu protector, his expression frigid as he prepared to claim his life. However, at that moment, a frenzied and vengeful smile appeared on Wu protector's face as he exerted his last ounce of strength to crush a pitch-black heart-shaped object. With my soul, I summon the celestial sovereign to descend. The soul palace will not let you escape. A force beyond description, surpassing even the Do Zun level, descended like an ancient slumbering demon, locking onto Liao and Medusa with a thread of intent. Though merely a thread of intent, it rendered the entire illusion mist marsh's space frozen. Everyone felt as if their souls were about to explode. Celestial Sovereign. The celestial sovereign of the Soul Palace. At least at the pinnacle of Do Zun, and possibly even a half-saint. Run. Liao's expression changed drastically as he unhesitatingly grabbed Medusa, disregarding the newly subdued illusion heart python, and surged towards the marsh's periphery at breakneck speed. That thread of Celestial Sovereign's intent seemed to refrain from direct attack due to the distance or perhaps Wu Protector's insufficient sacrifice, merely locking onto them with a chilling, murderous intent. Fei Tian, the elderly inhabitant of Ice River Valley, and others were equally terrified, scattering in all directions like frightened birds. The contest for Illusion Heart Lake concluded with Liao and Medusa acquiring 2 lotus seeds, gravely injuring the Soul Palace Elder and repelling various forces. It also drew the highest level of pursuit from the Soul Palace. A larger storm sweeping through the central continent had already been set in motion by their actions. Chapter 123. The Calm Before the Storm, returning to Dan City. On the edge of Illusion Mist Marsh, 2 streaks of light burst forth like startled swans escaping a cage, tearing through the thick fog, revealing Liao and Medusa. The pair accelerated to their utmost limit, even burning Dochi to quickly distance themselves from the area locked by the Celestial Sovereign's intent. That palpable, icy, murderous intent clung to them like a parasite, leaving them restless even after traveling 1,000 miles away. That thread of Celestial Sovereign's intent was at least at the pinnacle of Do Zun, possibly even brushing against the threshold of half-saint. Medusa's purple eyes were grave as she sensed the lingering tremors deep within her soul, speaking in a low tone. Though she had ascended to 7-star Do Zong and possessed the bloodline of royalty, she still felt minuscule before such an existence. Liao's expression was stern as he nodded. Wu Protector's soul-linked summoning intent is indeed formidable. The Soul Palace has truly been provoked this time. The ensuing pursuit will likely be a relentless affair. As he soared through the skies, he channeled the principles of obliteration, endeavoring to erase the stubborn mark of identification clinging to the periphery of his soul perception. Yet, that mark proved exceptionally tenacious, imbued with an extraordinarily high level of power. With his current mastery of obliteration, he could only temporarily suppress and obscure it, unable to eliminate it entirely. A swift return to the Pillar of Alchemy is imperative. Only by harnessing the strength and formations of the pillar can we sever the tracking of this celestial intent and strategize accordingly, proclaimed Liao decisively. The pillar serves as the only significant force capable of contending with the Soul Palace. Undoubtedly, its headquarters possesses means to resist such profound investigations. Medusa had no objections to this. Though proud, she understood the gravity of the situation. Confronting a behemoth like the Soul Palace alone would be far from wise. The duo exchanged no further words, resolutely setting their course toward the central continent, propelling themselves to their utmost limits, transforming into 2 streaks of light that tore through the heavens. Along their journey, they could vaguely sense, in some hidden corners, the chilling gazes sweeping over them. Perhaps out of fear of their strength or a lack of explicit orders, no one attempted to impede their passage. The Soul Palace's network of pursuit had evidently been unfurled, but it had yet to fully close in. Half a month later, the weary pair finally traversed countless mountains and rivers, once again beholding the majestic and imposing city shrouded in a celestial fire, the Pillar City. Even from a distance, a familiar and rich medicinal fragrance, coupled with a searing heat, enveloped them. The Pillar City remained as vibrant and bustling as ever, with throngs of people, as if the turmoil of the outside world had no bearing upon it. Yet, both Liao and Medusa could keenly perceive the undercurrents of tension beneath this facade of tranquility. The guards at the city gates had evidently increased in number, their auras more formidable, their gazes sharply scanning every entrant. An almost palpable atmosphere of unease lingered in the air. It appears that the actions of the Soul Palace have already affected this place, Li Ao murmured. They concealed their auras and entered the city like ordinary practitioners. Medusa donned a light veil to obscure her astonishing beauty, yet her unique noble demeanor and unfathomable presence still drew many curious glances. They wasted no time and headed directly toward the towering edifice at the heart of the city, the Pillar. As they approached, the intangible aura of hostility and tension became increasingly pronounced. The patrols surrounding the Pillar had evidently strengthened, and they could even observe a few elders adorned with the badge of a 7th-tier alchemist in command. Upon reaching the imposing entrance of the Pillar, they were immediately halted by a squad of formidable guards. "Halt! This is the Pillar's domain. No idle persons may enter," barked the captain of the guards, a 3-star Do Huang, his vigilant eyes sweeping over the two. Li Ao remained unfazed, calmly producing a token, the honorary elder token bestowed upon him by Elder Xianyi. "I am Li Ao, seeking an audience with Elder Xianyi." Liao. The guard captain was momentarily taken aback, the name striking a familiar chord. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him, and his expression shifted dramatically. "You are the one who triumphed at the alchemy conference." Subsequently pursued by the Soul Palace, his sentence trailed off, yet the astonishment and reverence in his eyes spoke volumes. The name Li Ao had circulated throughout the alchemy domain after the conference, and the ensuing conflict with the Soul Palace had cloaked it in a shroud of legend and peril. "Quickly inform the others." The guard captain, not daring to delay, urgently instructed one of his subordinates, then turned to Li Ao with a respectful bow. "It is an honor to welcome Elder Li. Please enter and rest." His demeanor had undergone a complete transformation. Li Ao and Medusa followed the guards into a waiting room on the lower level of the Pillar. After a brief moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and the door swung open to reveal not Elder Xianyi, but a middle-aged man clad in an alchemist's robe, his demeanor refined. His aura unmistakably reached the level of an 8-star Do Zone, and he bore the badge of a mid-level 7th-tier alchemist on his chest. "Young friend Li Ao, it is indeed you," the middle-aged man exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. However, when his gaze fell upon the veiled Medusa, his pupils slightly contracted, evidently sensing the unsettling aura emanating from her. He clasped his hands in greeting. "I am Elder Qiu Ling of the Pillar. Elder Xian Yi and Elder Tian Lei are currently in a meeting at the top of the tower, and have sent me to receive you both." "Elder Qiu Ling." Li Ao returned the greeting. "The situation is urgent. We must see Elder Xian Yi immediately." Elder Qiu Ling's expression grew serious as he nodded. "I understand. The Soul Palace has been unusually active of late, not only hunting soul entities across the central continent, but also openly targeting our Pillar, provoking us repeatedly. The chairman and the elders are currently deliberating on countermeasures. Please, follow me to the conference hall." He was clearly aware of the enmity between Li Ao and the Soul Palace, and understood what their return to the Pillar signified. Guided by Elder Qiu Ling, the trio utilized the internal teleportation array, arriving directly at the high levels of the Pillar. In a grand, ancient, and solemn conference hall, several figures were seated in a circle. At the head of the table sat an elder clad in simple hemp garments, his countenance kind, yet his gaze as profound as the cosmos itself. The chairman of the Pillar. Beside him sat Elder Xian Yi and Elder Tian Lei, along with several other core elders of the Pillar, whom Li Ao had yet to meet, all exuding extraordinary presences. As Li Ao and Medusa stepped into the conference hall, all eyes converged upon them. A flicker of surprise and gravity passed between Elder Xian Yi and Elder Tian Lei. The chairman's gaze settled on Li Ao, and he nodded slightly. "Young friend Li, it has been a long time. Your presence shines brighter than before. It seems your recent endeavors have yielded significant rewards." His gaze then shifted to Medusa, a hint of astonishment crossing his features. "This must be Queen Medusa? Reforged in flesh, with royal might contained within. Congratulations." He had instantly discerned the truth of Medusa's transformation. Medusa inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement, offering no further words. "Chairman, esteemed elders," Li Ao clasped his hands. "My return is driven by necessity. The celestial intent of the Soul Palace has locked onto us. Only the Pillar may provide sanctuary." He withheld no details, succinctly recounting the events that transpired in the illusory mist marsh and the locking of their souls by the celestial intent. As Li Ao's narrative concluded, a heavy silence enveloped the conference hall. The expressions of the elders had turned exceedingly grave. The celestial intent, It appears the Soul Palace is resolute in capturing you both. Elder Tian Lei spoke in a low voice, tinged with anger. These cowardly rats are becoming increasingly brazen. Elder Xian, he turned to the chairman. Chairman, young friend Li Ao has an alliance with our pillar and is an invaluable ally, both publicly and privately. We cannot stand idly by. The chairman pondered for a moment before responding. The Soul Palace's power is formidable, bolstered by the support of the Soul Clan, and we have long been at odds. It is our duty to protect young friend Li and Her Majesty the Queen. He then shifted his tone, his gaze sharpening. However, since the Soul Palace dares to target our esteemed guests with celestial intent, this is an open provocation. This matter cannot simply be overlooked. Turning to Li Ao and Medusa, he continued, for now, you two shall remain in the pillar, where its formations can shield you from that celestial investigation. As for the Soul Palace, it is high time they understand that this central continent is not a place where they can act with impunity. Though the chairman's tone was calm, the resolve and power within it raised the temperature of the entire conference hall. Li Ao and Medusa felt a sense of relief in their hearts. With the pillar's unequivocal stance, they finally had a moment to breathe. However, they both understood that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. The Soul Palace's retribution and the pillar's counterattack would undoubtedly unleash a colossal wave that would sweep across the entire central continent. In the eye of the storm, they find themselves. Chapter 124. Undercurrents and Breakthroughs, the Divine Refinement of Flames. Deep within the Alchemy Tower lies a premier cultivation chamber, specially prepared for Li Ao and Medusa. This sanctuary is not only suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy far surpassing the outside world, but is also connected to the earth veins of the tower's core. The Tower of Blazing Flames, exuding the faint essence of myriad fire origins, greatly benefiting fire attribute practitioners and soul cultivators alike. The formation here has been fully activated, capable of isolating all probing below the level of a battle saint, rendering even the thoughts of celestial sovereign unable to infiltrate. The elder in the dark robe personally escorted the two to this location, solemnly instructing them that the president has ordered the tower to enter a state of heightened alert, while simultaneously beginning to contact various factions that harbor enmity with the Soul Palace. Focus on your cultivation here and swiftly enhance your strength. A tempest is approaching. As the elder departed, the heavy stone door to the chamber slowly closed, completely severing the outside world's clamor and undercurrents. Within the chamber, Li Ao and Medusa exchange a glance, both perceiving the urgency reflected in each other's eyes. The celestial sovereign of the Soul Palace is at least a peak battle sovereign, or even a half-saint. A glint of cold light flickered in Medusa's violet eyes. She needed to swiftly master this physical form and unify her bloodline power. She settled into a meditative posture, retrieving the 7-colored illusion heart lotus seed obtained from the Mirage Marsh. The seed was crystalline and translucent, with internal radiance swirling, emanating pure soul fluctuations and fragments of the illusory laws. Instead of consuming it directly, she placed it against her forehead, gently guiding it with her royal bloodline and soul power to absorb its essence, refining her soul, stabilizing the nascent physical body and surging power, while attempting to comprehend the faint threads of illusory rules to further perfect her celestial serpent illusory domain. Li Ao, on the other hand, approached the chamber center, where there lay the core of a formation that drew upon the earth fire veins. He did not hasten to absorb the energy, but instead closed his eyes, concentrating his thoughts and allowing his soul to descend into the sea of consciousness. Within this sea, the ashen source of the oblivion laws slowly rotated, now even more solid and profound than before. His encounters with powerful adversaries from the Soul Palace, particularly the last confrontation where he forcibly severed the structure of the Guardian's domain and resisted the Celestial Sovereign's thoughts, had deepened his understanding of the Oblivion laws. Oblivion is not merely about endings and destruction. It is through returning to nothingness that one can reflect upon the truth and give birth to new life. He recalled his insights while healing Huayu and combating the 9 nether soul devouring miasma, and a flicker of gray light danced at his fingertips, at times transforming into a void of utter silence, while at other moments, a faint glimmer of extraordinary vitality would emerge. His grasp of the Oblivion laws was advancing towards a more harmonious and fundamental state. Simultaneously, he took out the ancient soul technique Jade Slip, Divine Thought Division technique, bestowed by the celestial Maiden Qinghua. As his soul power probed it, profound information flowed through his mind. This technique does not directly enhance soul power, but cultivates a method to differentiate the essence of the soul, condensing it into countless independent thoughts. When mastered to perfection, one thought could manifest into 1,000, enabling the simultaneous manipulation of various complex matters, whether in alchemy, formations, or combat, thereby allowing multiple applications with remarkable efficacy. This was undoubtedly a boon for him, who required meticulous control over the oblivion laws and the void-devouring flames. Thus, he began to cultivate this technique while simultaneously channeling the ambient fire energy to refine both his soul and battle chi. Striving to break through to the 7-star battle sect, Liao established his plan and hesitated no longer. With his hands forming seals, the divine thought division technique commenced its operation, and the immense soul power within his sea of consciousness began to be cautiously differentiated and tempered, akin to iron being forged through countless trials, purging the extraneous and becoming more refined and agile. At the same time, he activated the formation beneath him. With a hum, a colossal, chaotic-hued pillar of flame erupted from the depths of the earth veins, soaring skyward and enveloping Liao entirely. This was no ordinary flame. It was the essence of the myriad fires gathered from the Tower of Blazing Flames, scorching and tempestuous, yet brimming with boundless potential. The terrifying energy of the flames surged into Liao's limbs and bones, were it not for his robust physique and the protection of the void-devouring flames. He would surely have been reduced to ashes in an instant. He let out a muffled groan, his complexion reddening, veins bulging. The black iron dominance automatically activated, and the bronze luster beneath his skin flickered wildly, greedily absorbing the fiery energy to refine his body. The battle chi vortex within his dantian also spun at an unprecedented speed, frantically compressing and refining the incoming fire energy. The most agonizing was his soul. The essence of the myriad fires scorched his soul as if attempting to meld it. However, under the operation of the divine thought division technique, although his soul suffered, it was as if an invisible hand was repeatedly hammering it, rendering it more resilient and pure. The differentiated threads of thought danced within the flames, as if undergoing a rebirth. This was an exceedingly perilous, yet opportunity-laden process. Utilizing the alchemy tower's unparalleled environment and ancient soul technique, he was undergoing a comprehensive metamorphosis. Time flowed slowly amidst the torment and the surge of power. Meanwhile, Medusa was enveloped in a radiant 7-colored glow, as the lotus seed transformed into pure energy, continuously merging into her flesh, soul, and bloodline. Her aura grew increasingly dense and substantial, the dark golden patterns on the scales of the 7-colored devouring serpent behind her becoming ever clearer, her royal pressure subdued yet more terrifying. Her mastery over her own power was rapidly ascending. Outside the alchemy tower, the winds of change swept through the central continent. News of the celestial sovereign's thoughts locking onto the esteemed guests of the tower spread quietly among the top-tier forces through unknown channels, causing an uproar. The Soul Palace did not directly assault the alchemy tower, yet its subordinate factions grew increasingly rampant, continually attacking forces allied with the tower and seeking powerful souls. Displaying an unyielding attitude, rumors also circulated that several long-secluded elders of the Soul Palace, possibly even individuals of Vice Branch Master caliber, had ended their seclusion and set their sights on the alchemy domain. The alchemy tower did not remain passive. The president personally intervened, reaching out to the Flower Sect, Sound Valley, and other sects with historical grievances against the Soul Palace, subtly forming an alliance to counter the Soul Palace. Many powerful individuals affiliated with the tower were recalled, and spatial wormholes across various regions were strictly regulated, casting a somber atmosphere over the entire central continent. Everyone sensed that a monumental storm, capable of engulfing the continent, was brewing above the alchemy domain, with the 2 young individuals who had entered the tower serving as the catalyst. Half a month passed in a blink of an eye. Inside the alchemy tower's cultivation chamber, the 7-colored glow enveloping Medusa suddenly retracted, and she slowly opened her eyes. In her violet gaze, the 7-colored brilliance flickered and vanished, her depths as profound as the starry sky. Her aura had firmly stabilized at the pinnacle of the 7-star battle sect, even faintly brushing against the threshold of the 8-star realm. Her mastery over her bloodline and power had reached a transformative state. As for Liao, the chaotic pillar of flame had dissipated. He quietly sat in meditation, his aura now harmonious and restrained, the bronze luster beneath his skin appearing to have settled, becoming more ancient and profound. Suddenly, He opened his eyes, which bore no brilliance but instead contained a chaos and solitude that seemed capable of encompassing all. With a hum, a formidable aura erupted from within him, shattering the barriers of his previous limitations. 7-star battle sect achieved. Not only that, but under the refinement of the divine thought division technique and the essence of the myriad fires, although his realm still lingered at the half-step celestial stage. The degree of refinement and mastery had undergone a qualitative leap. A mere flicker of thought allowed him to differentiate hundreds of clear threads of consciousness. As if he possessed countless eyes and arms, he slowly raised his hand, and a wisp of ashen energy swirled above his palm. This thread of oblivion laws was now more solid and agile than it had been half a month prior, with a faint hint of vitality within it amplified. It was time. Liao's gaze pierced through the chamber, looking beyond the alchemy tower, his eyes cold and resolute. The storm is approaching. He is ready to face it. At that moment, the communication array in the secret chamber illuminated, and the solemn voice of Elder Xian Yi resonated. Young friend Liao, Her Majesty the Queen, please hasten to the conference hall. The Soul Palace is stirring. Chapter 125, Armies at the Gates, dark clouds pressing down on the city. At the pinnacle of the Pill Tower, within the conference hall, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. A colossal crystal screen vividly displayed the scene beyond Dan City. In the distance, dark clouds rolled in like a relentless tide, not a natural phenomenon, but rather a congregation of countless figures shrouded in black robes. The dense aura of death intermingled, staining the sky in inky black, with sunlight struggling to penetrate, as if the apocalypse had descended. The forces of the Soul Palace were at the gates. Leading the charge were not a single figure, but 3. The central figure appeared nebulous, as though straddling the line between reality and illusion. No energy waves emanated from him, yet he exuded a terrifying presence akin to an abyss. His indifferent gaze surveying Dan City as if observing a colony of ants. This was the Celestial Lord who had previously locked onto Liao and Medusa. His aura unmistakably reached the semi-saint level. To his left stood a towering figure, his visage obscured by swirling black mist, wielding a massive black scythe that radiated the chill of soul harvesting. He was the White Celestial Lord, one of the Soul Palace's revered figures, at the pinnacle of fighting prowess. To his right was an elderly man clad in dark purple Soul Palace robes, his eyes glinting with malice, cradling a spinning skull. This was the old man Mugu, who had previously clashed with Liao in the wild ancient domain, and his power also reached 5-star Dozone. 3 venerable powerhouses personally leading the charge. Behind them followed over 20 Soul Palace protectors at the Dozone level, along with thousands of cold, sinister emissaries. Such a formidable lineup could effortlessly annihilate any top-tier power in Central State. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening destruction. Within Dan City, countless cultivators gazed skyward, their faces pale, trembling in fear. Had it not been for the gigantic Wanhua heavenly dome above Dan City, still emanating a steady light, a widespread panic would likely have ensued. In the conference hall, the Pill Tower's president, Elder Xian Yi, and core elders gathered, with Liao and Medusa standing nearby. Their expressions grim. The semi-saint Celestial Lord, the White Celestial Lord, and Old Man Mugu have truly come with a vengeance. The Thunderchild's voice was low, laced with suppressed fury. Elder Xian Yi turned to the president. President, the protective formation has been fully activated, and the elders and guest elders are in position. Reinforcements from the Flower Sect and Sound Valley are en route, but may take some time. The Pill Tower's president calmly surveyed the terrifying lineup on the crystal screen and said slowly, "The Soul Palace mobilizes such a force ostensibly for young friendly Ao and Her Majesty the Queen, yet in truth, it aims to intimidate our Pill Tower and the entire righteous path of Central State. This battle is unavoidable." He looked towards Liao and Medusa. "You need not bear excessive pressure. Even without you, a confrontation between the Soul Palace and our Pill Tower is inevitable. Today, let them witness the profound legacy of our Pill Tower, which has endured for millennia." Though the president's words were calm, they carried an undeniable resolve and strength. At that moment, the indifferent voice of the semi-saint Celestial Lord resonated from outside the city, like rolling thunder echoing throughout Dan City. "Pill Tower, surrender Liao and Medusa. Deactivate the protective formation and submit to my Soul Palace. Otherwise, today, Dan City shall be obliterated with not a single soul spared." Arrogant, overbearing, a blatant threat. Outrage erupted among the elders of the Pill Tower. The president stepped forward, his form appearing atop the Pill Tower, confronting the three venerable figures of the Soul Palace across the void. His simple linen robes stirred without wind, emanating a vast aura that rivaled that of the semi-saint celestial lord, akin to a newly awakened dragon, erupting with power. In Miesheng, after many years, you still regard others with such disdain. Those who wish to harm my Pill Tower must first seek my permission. The president addressed him by name, revealing an acquaintance with the semi-saint celestial lord. A flicker of emotion crossed the indifferent gaze of In Miesheng, old man of the Pill Tower. By protecting those whom my Soul Palace intends to kill, you have made yourself our enemy. Is it worth risking the millennia of your Pill Tower's legacy for the sake of two juniors? The path of righteousness is unwavering, even amidst a sea of adversaries. I shall press on, the president declared, his voice steady yet resonant. The Pill Tower does not fear battle. Stubborn and unyielding, Yin Miesheng scolded. If that is the case, then let us engage in combat. His final word, battle, echoed like a thunderclap. Activate the grand array of 10,000 souls devouring the heavens. The white celestial lord commanded sharply. Simultaneously, thousands of Soul Palace emissaries formed seals, and a torrent of ghostly fighting spirits soared skyward, swiftly coalescing into a vast black vortex that enveloped half the sky. Within the vortex, countless tormented and twisted faces of souls writhed and howled, emanating a terrifying force that devoured all life and spirit. The protective barrier of Dan City quaked violently. At the same time, the skull in the hands of old man Mu Gu blazed with light, transforming into an immense ghostly skull that exhaled a torrent of black flames, incinerating the void as it hurtled towards the Pill Tower's barrier. Meanwhile, the semi-saint In Miesheng slowly raised a finger, condensing an extreme darkness at its tip, capable of swallowing even light, with an overwhelming pressure that left the heavens and earth in awe, locking onto the Pill Tower's president. The battle erupted in an instant. Activate the celestial fire net of the Zhou Tian stars. The Pill Tower's president did not waver, waving his sleeve. Atop the Pill Tower, the colossal Wanhua heavenly dome suddenly illuminated, revealing countless flame runes composed of various exotic fires and their primal sources, swirling like the stars of the zodiac, transforming into a massive fire net that enveloped all of Dan City. The fire net surged with the radiance to purify all evil, colliding fiercely with the grand array of 10,000 souls devouring the heavens. Boom! It was as if two worlds collided. The black soul energy and the vibrant flames intertwined chaotically, annihilating and erupting with cataclysmic force. The sky seemed to tear apart, revealing a pitch-black void. The entire Dan City shook violently. Everyone, follow me to face the enemy. Thunder Child roared, transforming into a silver bolt of lightning that shot upwards, directly targeting the white celestial lord wielding the massive scythe. The clash of lightning and ghostly death energy intertwined in an intense battle. Elder Xian led several Pill Tower elders to confront Old Man Mu Gu and the Soul Palace protectors under his command. Powerful fighting techniques and soul attacks raged through the sky, illuminating the air as energy surged uncontrollably. As for the Pill Tower's president, he stood in a distant confrontation with the semi-saint In Miesheng. Though they had yet to engage directly, the invisible clash of their auras distorted the very fabric of space, collapsing into an extremely perilous battlefield. Liao and Medusa stood at the edge of the Pill Tower, their gazes fixed upon the apocalyptic battle unfolding before them, their expressions icy. Leave the semi-saint to the president. Our objective is those Soul Palace protectors, and to find an opportunity to severely injure or even slay one of the venerable elders. Liao spoke in a low voice. Having recently broken through to the 7-star Do zone, his control over the soul had significantly increased, and with Medusa's enhanced strength, they were a formidable threat to the elders. Medusa's violet eyes blazed with combat fervor, her delicate hand clenched, condensing 7-colored energy into a long sword. That aligns perfectly with my intentions. Exchanging a determined glance, they no longer hesitated, their figures launching forth like two sharpened swords, fiercely plunging into the chaotic and brutal fray. Their target was none other than Old Man Mu Gu, who was engaged in a fierce battle with Elder Xian Yi and the others. Chapter 126, Blood Battle Against the Celestial Lord, the Silence of the Soul. Above Dan City, the battle raged with unprecedented ferocity. The grand array of 10,000 souls devouring the heavens clashed violently with the celestial fire net of the Zhou Tian stars. as Soul Palace emissaries were incinerated into nothingness by flames, while the souls of Pill Tower warriors were drawn into the array, uttering wails of despair. The battle between Tian Lei Zi and Bai Tian Zun was nothing short of cataclysmic, with thunderous clashes that tore the very heavens asunder. Each collision of lightning and the shadowy scythe of the underworld rent the sky, leaving both warriors wounded and blood cascading through the air. Yet they remained resolute in their fierce combat. The elder in the dark robes, leading several alchemists from the Dan Tower, found themselves locked in a stalemate with old Mu Gu and his faction of guardians. The elder, employing exquisite alchemical skills coupled with soul attacks, coordinated seamlessly with his comrades. However, the formidable prowess of old Mu Gu, a 5-star Dozun, augmented by his enigmatic soul techniques, imposed immense pressure and danger upon them. In the heart of this pivotal confrontation, while the Dan Tower president and the soul extinction Heavenly Zun had yet to engage directly, the intangible clash of their principles had already transformed the surrounding area into a no-man's land, with space collapsing and regenerating in a relentless cycle. Amidst this chaotic battlefield, Li Ao and Medusa surged forth like two arrows defying the current, boldly intruding into the fray between the elder in dark robes and old Mu Gu. What? Two juniors dare to seek their demise. Old Mu Gu, who was locked in a soul-shattering clash with the elder, sneered, his left hand curling ominously. 5 ethereal claws, honed to a lethal point, screeched through the air, aiming to ensnare Li Ao and Medusa. In his estimation, though these two youths exhibited some peculiarities, their strength was merely that of a Dozong and could be easily extinguished. Your opponent is us. Li Ao's gaze turned icy, unwavering as he struck forth with a fist, glimmering with a bronze sheen. Enveloped in the eerie energy of annihilation, he proclaimed, dominant fist, embrace of oblivion. Simultaneously, Medusa's violet eyes blazed with a chilling radiance as she formed a seal with her jade-like hands. The royal mark upon her brow radiated with brilliance, and behind her, the phantasm of a 7-colored devouring serpent let out a silent roar. Heavenly Serpent's secret technique, royal authority deprivation. Their assault was executed with unreserved lethality. Boom! Li Ao's fist collided fiercely with 3 of the ethereal claws. Those claws, potent enough to severely injure an ordinary 8-star Dozone, disintegrated at the mere touch of the essence of annihilation, their core structures collapsing into nothingness at an unprecedented speed, vanishing without a trace. The 2 remaining claws aimed at Medusa were similarly diminished in power under her overwhelming royal authority, shattered effortlessly by her sweeping 7-colored ribbons. What? Old Mu Gu's malevolent grin froze, his pupils constricting in disbelief, though he had not exerted his full strength. This casual strike should not have been countered by mere Dozone. There was something amiss with these two. Before he could ponder further, Li Ao and Medusa's attacks were already upon him. Li Ao, stepping with the thunderous strides of the thunder sound technique, approached like a specter, his fingertip morphing into a blade. The meticulously compressed essence of annihilation transformed into a fine silver-gray thread, piercing directly towards old Mu Gu's heart. This strike was swift, precise, and ruthless, embodying the true essence of annihilation that disregarded all defenses and targeted the very source. Meanwhile, Medusa launched her own assault from the opposite side. Her 7-colored serpent sword morphing into a myriad of blade shadows, each infused with purifying and destructive power, accompanied by a royal sword intent that suppressed souls, sealing off all of old Mu Gu's escape routes. The 2 executed their tactics with unparalleled synergy, one focused on attacking the source, while the other confined and restrained, forcing old Mu Gu into an utter deadlock. In bone armor, 10,000 souls guard. Old Mu Gu, both astonished and enraged, desperately channeled his Do Chi. An armor forged from countless pale bones enveloped his form, while dark mists swirled around him, forming a barrier of wailing souls. Swoosh! Li Ao's annihilation fingertip first made contact with the barrier of 10,000 souls guard. The barrier yielded effortlessly, akin to butter under a hot knife, as the wailing souls within were obliterated without uttering a sound. The fingertip's momentum remained unabated, striking against the bone armor. Crack! Countless gray cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact on the armor. The armor, which should have withstood a 5-star Dozun's assault, crumbled like mere paper before the essence of annihilation. A chill, reminiscent of a force that could end all, surged through the armor, ruthlessly invading old Mu Gu's body, mercilessly erasing his vitality and Do Chi. Old Mu Gu let out a harrowing scream, feeling as though his very organs were withering away, succumbing to obliteration. At that moment, Medusa's seven-colored blade shadows poured down upon his already fractured bone armor like a torrential downpour. Boom! The cacophony of explosive sounds echoed like firecrackers. The armor, already on the brink of destruction, could no longer withstand the ferocious assault infused with royal sword intent, erupting into a shower of fragments. Old Mugu spewed forth a torrent of blood, his body flying backward like a broken sack, his chest a mangled mess, his breath dwindling to a mere whisper. In a single encounter, the 5-star Dozun, Old Mugu, was gravely wounded. Hiss! This scene left all combatants on the battlefield gasping in shock. The elder in dark robes and his companions were both astonished and elated, never expecting the alliance of Li Ao and Medusa to yield such terrifying power. Conversely, the Soul Palace side was struck with horror. Mugu, by Tian Zun, currently engaged in battle with Tian Lei, roared in fury, intent on breaking free to offer aid. Your opponent is me. Tian Lei would not allow such a reprieve, unleashing a tempest of lightning that ensnared by Tian Zun even further. Li Ao and Medusa, emboldened by their success, surged forward like lightning, intent on finishing off the severely injured Old Mugu, seizing the opportunity to claim his life. You juniors dare. Old Mugu's eyes flashed with madness and despair as he slammed his palm against his chest, expelling a mouthful of blood infused with his soul essence, merging it with a skull in his hand. With my soul essence, I summon the gate of the 9 nether. Let's perish together. The skull suddenly swelled, transforming into a portal exuding endless stillness and coldness. Within the portal lay a connection to the netherworld, as countless withered, ghostly hands reached out, grasping for Li Ao and Medusa, accompanied by a terrifying force that threatened to drag their souls into the abyss. This was Old Mugu's forbidden technique, burning his soul essence, a terrifying power with a catastrophic cost. Faced with this self-destructive strike, Li Ao's gaze sharpened as he shielded Medusa behind him. The essence of annihilation within his consciousness vibrated with unprecedented intensity. He slowly brought his hands together in front of his chest, his left hand embodying the void, devouring flame, while his right hand encompassed the essence of annihilation. Two completely opposing forces, yet both imbued with the true meaning of the void, began to forcibly merge under his masterful control of the soul. A chaotic aura, reminiscent of the creation of worlds and the end of all things, suddenly emanated from him. Annihilation devoured the heavens. He thrust his palms forward with great force. A beam, no thicker than an arm, radiating a chaotic gray light, silently shot forth toward the terrifying gate of the 9 nether. There were no earth-shattering explosions, no dazzling displays of energy. Only an absolute, ultimate void expanded at the moment the chaotic beam met the gate of the 9 nether. That portal, capable of consuming all, along with the countless ghostly hands reaching out, was obliterated as if erased from existence by an eraser, leaving no trace behind. The terrifying force pulling the souls vanished in an instant. The chaotic beam continued unabated, sweeping past the now extinguished Old Mugu, whose soul essence had been burned away, leaving him a mere husk. Old Mugu's face contorted with madness and despair as he looked down at his body rapidly turning to ash, disbelief filling his eyes. Rules, Fusion you. Before he could finish his sentence, his form was utterly annihilated, leaving not a single speck of dust in his wake. The 5-star Dozun, Old Mugu, had fallen. Silence. The entire battlefield descended into an instantaneous stillness. All were left in shock at this astonishing spectacle. To slay a 5-star Dozun from the realm of Dozong with such overwhelming force. What a miraculous feat. Mugu, the Daylight Sovereign, unleashed a heart-wrenching roar, his eyes aflame with fury. Even the perpetually indifferent soul extinction sovereign exhibited a flicker of intense fluctuation in his gaze as he cast a cold, murderous look at Li Ao, tinged with a barely perceptible hint of greed. This child must not be allowed to live. No longer engaging with the president of the Pill Tower, he flicked his fingers, and a black beam of concentrated energy, sharp as a blade, pierced through the fabric of space, appearing instantaneously at Li Ao's brow. The strike of a half-saint was indeed terrifying. Li Ao had just executed the devouring of oblivion. His energy nearly depleted, and faced with this sudden death blow, he found it impossible to evade. Be careful. Medusa's expression changed drastically, without hesitation. She leapt in front of Li Ao, her 7-colored battle aura and the majesty of a sovereign pushed to their limits. forming a formidable seven-colored light shield. Boom! The black beam struck fiercely against the seven-colored light shield. The shield held for only a moment before shattering with a deafening crash. Medusa, as if struck by a heavy blow, spat out a mouthful of blood, stumbling backward, her aura instantly waning, clearly suffering significant internal injuries. Yet, the black beam's power was diminished substantially, its residual force being mitigated by Li Ao's timely activation of the void-devouring flame and bronze battle body. Your Majesty! Li Ao steadied Medusa, his eyes aflame with murderous intent. The Pill Tower president was also enraged. Soul extinction. You seek death? He ceased holding back, forming seals with both hands, causing the entire Pill Tower to resonate in unison. The brilliance of the 10,000 fires celestial canopy erupted forth, and a seven-colored fire lotus, condensed from the essence of countless, slowly emerged, heading towards the soul extinction sovereign for suppression. Soul extinction's expression shifted slightly, compelled to respond with all his might. Meanwhile, Li Ao, glancing at the injured Medusa in his arms, and then at the ongoing battle between the president and soul extinction. A trace of madness and resolution flickered in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand, pressing it against his brow. There lay hidden his greatest secret, his final trump card, the source of oblivion derived from the mysterious black iron, akin to the black iron body, yet he had never been able to fully master it. Today, he would allow this half-saint to taste true oblivion. Chapter 127, The Source of Oblivion, the Beginning of Saint's Fall. As Li Ao's palm pressed against his brow, it seemed as if something within him awakened, a profound, ancient, and pure essence of oblivion, closer to the world's ultimate essence, unfurled as if a slumbering beast of old was slowly opening its cold eyes. This was not merely the rule he had cultivated himself, but something deeper, more fundamental, its essence. This essence, originating from the mysterious black iron, shared a root with the black iron body, yet had been hidden deep within his soul, beyond his control, and even fear to be stirred. At this moment, spurred by Medusa's severe injury and the imminent threat from the half-saint's lethal attack, he finally chose to unleash it. Buzz, centered on Li Ao, the surrounding space within 100 feet instantaneously lost all color, transforming into a realm of absolute gray and white. Light, sound, energy, even the very concept of time seemed to be forcefully stripped away, culminating in an ultimate silence that rendered all things void. An overwhelming stillness, freezing the very essence of life, surged forth with thunderous intensity. The soul extinction sovereign, engaged in combat against the Pill Tower president and the seven-colored fire lotus, turned pale for the first time. He abruptly shifted his gaze towards the gray-white region where Li Ao stood, disbelief and horror erupting in his indifferent eyes. This is the aura of the source. How could this be? How could a Do's zone possibly touch the source? Especially one as terrifying as the source of oblivion. He felt a shudder emanating from the very essence of life, a tremor rooted in the foundational rules. The essence radiating from that gray-white area was even more ancient and fundamental than the nether source he commanded. I cannot allow him to fully unleash it. A fierce sense of crisis arose within soul extinction, prompting him to temporarily abandon the Pill Tower president. His figure blurred, akin to teleportation, appearing at the edge of the gray-white domain, his withered hand infused with overwhelming nether death energy, striking fiercely towards Li Ao at the core. He aimed to interrupt this process. Your opponent is me. The Pill Tower president would not allow him to succeed. The long-gathered seven-colored fire lotus surged forth, akin to a meteor descending from the heavens, colliding fiercely against soul extinction's back. Wherever the fire lotus passed, the space was scorched, leaving behind dark traces. As a myriad fires roared, purging all in their path. If soul extinction insisted on attacking Li Ao, he would undoubtedly be gravely wounded by this blow. Imbued with the essence of the Pill Tower's myriad fires, he had no choice but to turn, both palms thrusting outwards, as the immense nether death energy morphed into two ferocious black dragons roaring towards the seven-colored fire lotus. Boom! The energy of a half-saint erupted in its entirety at that moment. A tempest of seven-colored and pitch-black energy engulfed the heavens, tearing a massive rift in the sky. The terrifying shockwave spread like a tsunami, causing the protective barrier of Dan City to flicker violently, its light erratic, while countless structures disintegrated into dust amidst the aftermath. And at the heart of this cataclysm, a point of profound darkness quietly emerged at Li Ao's brow. This was not the nether darkness of the Soul Palace. but a purer darkness that negated existence itself. He slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, no longer the usual depths of calm, transformed into two pools of desolate gray and white, devoid of any emotion or fluctuation, as if reflecting the end of the universe. He gazed at Soul Extinction, who was exposed due to his defensive maneuver against the Fire Lotus. Without a roar, without malice, but with serene composure. He raised his right index finger and gently pointed towards Soul Extinction. Oblivion, a simple word, yet it seemed to encapsulate the ultimate laws of the universe. As he extended his fingertip, the activated source of Oblivion transformed into a nearly invisible gray stream of light, transcending space, time, and the overwhelming nether protective force surrounding Soul Extinction, penetrating directly into his being. Soul Extinction's body froze abruptly. He felt an indescribable, incomprehensible, an invincible force of termination erupting within him. This power was not aimed at destroying his flesh or energy, but rather acted directly upon his very existence in a manner he could not fathom. His life imprint, his soul's essence, his connection to this world, all were being forcibly erased by this force, returning to nothingness. No, what is this power? Soul Extinction emitted a scream of sheer terror. Frantically channeling his half-saint cultivation, the nether source boiling within him, attempting to resist and expel this force, only to discover it was all in vain. The source of Oblivion was like a highest-grade virus, directly infecting the very foundation of his existence, an eradication that could not be cleansed. His body began to fade, his aura plummeting like a deflating balloon. The once solid form of a half-saint now appeared as a reflection in water, ready to shatter and dissipate at any moment. My lord, the Daylight Sovereign and all the strong within the Soul Palace were struck with dread, desperate to aid, yet were firmly obstructed by Tian Lei, Xian Yi, and others. The Pill Tower president seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, controlling the slightly dimmed seven-colored Fire Lotus, descending with renewed ferocity. Trapped from within and without, the source of corruption. Soul Extinction let out a roar filled with resentment and bitterness. The Soul Palace will not let you go. Before his words could fully escape, his form disintegrated into a myriad of void light particles, dispersing like fireflies in the vast expanse, leaving not even a trace behind. The Soul Palace, the half-saint sovereign, Soul Extinction, had perished. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the entire battlefield. Whether from the Pill Tower's side or the Soul Palace's, all were utterly astonished by this earth-shattering scene. Their minds blank. A half-saint is dead? Killed by a mere 7-star Do Zong with a single finger? This was beyond their comprehension. The sovereign has fallen? A trembling voice emanated from a Soul Hall guardian, laden with terror. Flee! Quickly flee! It was uncertain who uttered the first cry, but in an instant, the morale of the remaining Soul Hall warriors shattered, and they abandoned all semblance of duty, scurrying away like headless flies in every direction. Bai Jianzuan's face turned ashen as he cast a venomous glance at Li Ao and the president of the Dan Tower, before abruptly igniting his essence blood, transforming into a streak of crimson light that rent the fabric of space and vanished in an instant. The Soul Hall army was in disarray. The president of the Dan Tower waved his hand to disperse the resplendent Fire Lotus, his complexion pale, indicative of the tremendous toll it had taken. His gaze, filled with complexity, settled on the center of the grayish-white expanse, where Li Ao slowly lowered his finger. At that moment, after pointing, the grayish hue in Li Ao's eyes rapidly faded, restoring clarity, yet his countenance remained as pale as parchment, his breath utterly depleted, his body swayed precariously, on the verge of plummeting from the sky, forcibly drawing upon the essence of obliteration. Even a mere thread had nearly drained him of all strength, placing an immense burden upon his very soul. Medusa, enduring her injuries, flew forward to support him. Are you all right? A hint of concern flickered in her violet eyes. Li Ao shook his head, his voice feeble. It's nothing, merely exhaustion. I need a rest. He glanced down at the devastated yet ultimately preserved Dan City, then at the retreating remnants of the Soul Hall, feeling little joy in his heart, but rather an overwhelming weight. He understood that the slaughter of the half-saint from the Soul Hall had irrevocably severed any chance of reconciliation. They were now locked in a relentless enmity. The next encounter would likely unleash the true wrath of the Soul Hall, perhaps even the arrival of a Do Saint. The president of the Dan Tower descended, gazing solemnly at Li Ao. Young friendly, your achievements today have salvaged Dan City from peril. On behalf of the Dan Tower, I express my gratitude. However, this matter will undoubtedly provoke the core forces of the Soul Hall. It seems that the central continent is poised to face an unprecedented storm. Li Ao nodded, about to speak when suddenly his brow furrowed, and he abruptly gazed towards the distant horizon. Not only he, but the president of the Dan Tower, Medusa, and several formidable elders simultaneously sensed it, directing their attention to that direction. There, an aura more vast and profound than the previous obliteration of souls converged, merging with the very essence of the heavens and the earth. It approached the Dan domain at a pace that seemed slow, yet transcended the bounds of space. This presence was frigid, deathly still, exuding an air of indifference towards all living beings. A Do Saint, a true Do Saint had descended, having just emerged victorious from a brutal battle, shattering the Soul Hall's forces and slaying a half-saint. A greater crisis had already arrived before they could even catch their breath. The hearts of all sank. Chapter 128. The Saint's might is like a prison, a glimmer in despair. This aura was not a deliberate display of pressure, but a natural existence, as if it were an integral part of the rules governing this realm. Its arrival plunged the sky and earth, recently marred by battle and devastation, into an even deeper stillness. The winds ceased, the clouds settled, and even the energy fragments and dust floating in the air seemed to be frozen by an invisible force. All sounds, whether the gasps of the survivors, the groans of the wounded, or the distant clamor within Dan's city, vanished in that moment. In the realm of heaven and earth, an absolute silence reigned, accompanied only by the palpable presence that resonated like the drumbeats of fate deep within every soul. A Do Saint, a true Do Saint, an existence that transcended the mundane, standing atop the pinnacle of the Dukhi continent. Though merely a word apart from a half-saint, the difference was akin to that between the heavens and the earth, a fundamental leap in the hierarchy of life. The president of the Dan Tower wore an unprecedentedly grave expression, tinged with a hint of despair. As a high-level half-saint, he was most acutely aware of the terror embodied by the newcomer. In the face of that aura, he felt as if the vast Dukhi he had cultivated over hundreds of years was as insignificant as a firefly in the presence of the bright moon. The opponent needed not lift a finger. Merely the weight of this overwhelming presence was sufficient to crush the wills of the vast majority of Dozuns. So it has come after all, he murmured bitterly, yet his Dukhi surged recklessly within him, even knowing it was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. The dignity of the Dan Tower would not allow him to stand idly by. Medusa pressed her lips tightly together, subtly tightening her grip on Liao's arm. She sensed the frailty of the man in her embrace and the suffocating weight of the saintly might surrounding them. In her enchanting violet eyes, there was no fear, only a chilling resolve. If you wish to harm him, you must first step over my corpse. Liao's complexion was ashen, the backlash from forcibly drawing upon the essence of obliteration far more severe than he had anticipated. His soul felt as if it were being torn asunder. His Dukhi nearly depleted, and his meridians throbbed with sharp, needle-like pain. Yet his eyes, now clear, remained fixated on the direction from which the aura emanated, devoid of despair, embodying a tranquility as solid as rock, along with a hint of barely perceptible madness. At last, have we summoned a Do Saint? He mused inwardly. The conflict with the Soul Hall had escalated from the Black Corner region to the central continent, step by step, and he had long anticipated the day he would confront a Do Saint. He simply had not expected it to arrive so swiftly, so suddenly. At the edge of the horizon, the space rippled like water. There was no earth-shattering commotion, no violent tearing of the cosmos. A figure quietly stepped forth, appearing above the Dan domain. The newcomer was clad in a simple black robe, devoid of any insignia of the Soul Hall. Yet it seemed to emanate a darkness that could swallow light. His visage appeared rather ordinary, seemingly middle-aged, his gaze as tranquil as an ancient well. As if regarding the Dan domain, the president of the Dan Tower, Liao, and Medusa, with no more significance than mere pebbles or dust by the roadside. It was a gaze of utter indifference towards all living beings, a detachment cultivated from long standing atop the clouds, looking down upon the mundane, merely standing there. The sky above the Dan domain seemed to darken by several shades, the sunlight unable to penetrate the invisible force field surrounding him. Below, the protective barrier of Dan City creaked under the silent pressure of his saintly might, its light rapidly dimming, as if on the verge of collapse. Is Soul Mieshing dead? The man in black spoke, his voice flat, devoid of any emotional fluctuations, yet it thundered in the ears of all present, carrying a chilling resonance that pierced the soul. The president of the Dan Tower inhaled deeply, stepping forward to shield Li Ao and Medusa behind him, stating solemnly, "Might I inquire your identity? The Soul Hall's Tian Sun has intruded upon our Dan domain, seeking annihilation, but we have repelled them. Soul Miesheng was bested and has already been slain." He deliberately emphasized the words repelled and bested, attempting to ground his reasoning, though he understood that in the face of a Do saint, logic often holds little weight. Repelled? Slain? The figure in black finally fixed his gaze upon the president of the Dan Tower. That gaze felt as tangible as a physical force, causing the latter to feel as if the very space around him had solidified, making the flow of his duki cumbersome and difficult. "This saint is Hun Shima." He casually proclaimed his name, but it rendered the president of the Dan Tower and the few elders of the Dan Tower, who were barely maintaining their formation at a distance, as pale as snow. Hun Shima, one of the core elders of the Soul clan, a true one-star Do saint, an ancient monster who had lived for countless ages. His fearsome reputation had spread among the ancient races, far surpassing that of the half-saint Soul Miesheng. A mere Dan Tower, an ant's domain, dares to kill my Soul Hall Tian Sun? Hun Shima's gaze swept past the president of the Dan Tower, ultimately landing on Li Ao, whom he had protected behind him. "It is the aura of power emanating from you that piques my interest, even stirring a hint of excitement within this saint." In his eyes, a faint ripple emerged, a flicker of curiosity, exploration, and an interest akin to that of a hunter regarding a rare prey. "Hand over this child and the secrets he harbors, and the Dan Tower shall be spared from annihilation." The tone of Hun Chinma was as if proclaiming an unassailable truth, devoid of any room for doubt or rebuttal. The terrifying sacred might accompanying his words intensified abruptly, akin to a myriad of burdens weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present. Thud, thud, in the depths of Dan City. Countless individuals of lesser strength succumbed to this overwhelming sacred pressure, collapsing to their knees, unable to even lift their heads. Even some Do Zone and lower-ranked Do Zun elders felt their faces flush, their bones creaking as they exerted every ounce of strength merely to remain standing. The president of the Dan Tower trembled violently, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet he resolutely maintained an upright posture, refusing to yield. "Hun Kionmo, though your Soul Hall is formidable, my Dan Tower is no mere lamb for slaughter. If you wish to take someone here, you must first step over my corpse." Stubborn as ever, Hun Chinmo responded, shaking his head slightly as if losing patience. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and pressed down lightly toward the Dan Tower president, Li Ao, and Medusa below. There were no dazzling techniques or thunderous explosions, only a profound darkness, akin to the descent of night or the void of a cosmic black hole, silently spreading forth. Where it passed, space did not shatter, it simply vanished, dissolving into an absolute nothingness. The power of a Do saint commanded space itself. With a mere utterance, existence was obliterated with a single strike. The president of the Dan Tower's pupils contracted sharply, and with a roar, vibrant flames surged from within him, forming a colossal barrier of fire in a desperate attempt to halt the encroaching void of darkness. Medusa, without hesitation, summoned her remaining Do Chi, coiling her 7-colored serpent shadows into a protective formation. Yet, before the true power of a Do saint, all of this appeared futile. The fiery barrier met the darkness and melted away silently, while the vibrant serpent shadows wailed, disintegrating inch by inch. The aura of death was unprecedentedly clear. Li Ao's eyes flashed with determination, disregarding the agony of his soul as he sought to forcefully communicate with the deeply hidden black iron and the essence of annihilation. Even if death were the price, he would not allow his opponent to claim victory so easily. At this critical juncture, a soft, almost imperceptible sigh seemed to emanate from an exceedingly distant realm, resonating within the hearts of all present. Then, a gentle and warm white light appeared unannounced before the all-consuming void of darkness. This light was not blinding, but radiated an indescribable vitality and purifying power, as if capable of dispelling all darkness and filth from the world. As the white light made contact with the darkness, there was no explosion, no shockwave. The void, which could obliterate even a half-saint, rapidly dissipated as if it had encountered its nemesis, ultimately vanishing completely. Simultaneously, the terrifying sacred pressure that enveloped the heavens and the earth was quietly alleviated by a gentle yet immense force, allowing all to breathe freely once more. For the first time, A noticeable change appeared on Hun Qianma's otherwise impassive face as he withdrew his hand, his gaze sharpening as he looked toward a certain point in the void. The aura of the pure Lotus Demon Fire? No. It is the remnant protection imbued with a thread of its original power. Who dares to reveal themselves? As his inquiry lingered, the space beside Li Ao shimmered slightly, coalescing into an ethereal figure. This was a spectral elder whose face remained obscured, surrounded by a faint white halo, seemingly cradling a fragment of an ancient map that exuded an enigmatic energy. The apparition ignored Hun Qianma, turning instead to face the astonished Li Ao, its aged voice tinged with urgency and complexity. Young one, you cannot contend with the Do, sane at your current level. Depart swiftly. With the power of this fragment, combined with the Dan Tower's myriad flames formation, I may be able to delay him for a moment. Shatter this talisman to teleport to safety. A jade talisman, shimmering with spatial energy, was flicked forth by the apparition and landed in Li Ao's hand. In this dire strait, a glimmer of hope finally appeared, a chance for survival. Chapter 129, The Saint's Obstruction, The Veil of Escape. The spectral Elder S figure, enveloped in a white halo and resonating with the ancient map's mysterious power, coalesced into a seemingly fragile yet indomitable barrier that thoroughly neutralized the remnants of Hun Qianma's cataclysmic strike. Relying on remnants to obstruct me? Hun Qianma's eyes narrowed as he recognized the essence of that apparition, yet his grave expression remained unchanged. The fragment contained a sliver of the true, pure Lotus Demon Fire's purifying essence, inherently restraining to the Soul Clan's power. Even as a Do Saint, he was loath to allow himself to be tainted by it. A moment's delay is all I require. The ethereal elder was indeed the remnant soul of Yao Lao, residing within the pure Lotus Demon Fire's fragment. His voice was ancient yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Were it not for Li Ao facing a life-or-death crisis, he would never have revealed himself before a Do Saint of the Soul Clan. But now, there was no time for hesitation. Before his words fell silent, Yao Lao's remnant soul embraced the fragment, which suddenly radiated a brilliant light. The gentle white glow transformed into countless milky flames, like living entities, merging into the earth of Dan City below. Boom! The entire Dan City trembled violently. Those formations that had dimmed or even been damaged due to the clash of half-saints were infused with a new, purifying, and vibrant energy at that moment. Countless colorful flames erupted from the headquarters of the Dan Tower and various vital nodes throughout Dan City, reigniting the myriad fires. Yet this time, the flames were no longer mere chaos and destruction. Under the guidance of the purifying essence, they intertwined, forming a colossal column of fire, shimmering with 7 colors while flowing with white purifying light, soaring towards Hun Qianma. The Dan Tower's myriad flames formation erupted with power far beyond its usual capacity, fueled by the essence of the pure Lotus Demon Fire's fragment. This was the culmination of thousands of years of the Dan Tower's accumulation, enhanced by the otherworldly power of the flames. Hun Qianma's expression darkened slightly as he sensed the formidable energy contained within this conflated column of flames, a threat significant enough to jeopardize his foundation as a 1-star Do Saint, especially that thread of purifying power, which caused a slight stagnation within his Do Chi. Using external forces is but the rage of an ant. He scoffed, no longer holding back. His withered hand extended, fingers coalescing with a dark light, as if grasping 5 miniature black holes. Then, with a clenched fist, he unleashed a strike, the Void Annihilation Fist. As the fist was thrust forth, the heavens and earth shifted in hue. The wind from the punch did not shatter space. It drew all existence into eternal stillness and darkness. Light, sound, energy, everything was forcibly dragged into an everlasting void. A massive black fist imprint, resembling a colossal claw of a hellish demon, bearing the will to obliterate all, collided violently with the column of purifying flames. Zzz. There was no deafening explosion, only the frantic erosion and annihilation of 2 opposing and mutually restraining forces. The black stillness intertwined with the 7-colored purifying light, creating a chaotic zone of destruction where the space collapsed in segments, revealing the profound black void beneath. A terrifying pull emanating from it that devoured everything in its vicinity. The president of the Dan Tower, gritting his teeth against his injuries, bellowed, "All Dan Tower disciples and elders, exert all your strength to maintain the city as protective formation. Resist the aftershocks." He understood that this was the sole opportunity for survival that Yao Lao's remnant soul had procured for them. Go! Yao Lao's voice urgently resonated in Li Ao and Medusa's hearts. His already ethereal form became even more translucent after controlling the fragment to activate the myriad flames formation, as if he might vanish at any moment. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ao shattered the jade talisman in his hand, imbued with intricate spatial power. Snap! The jade talisman shattered, and an overwhelming spatial fluctuation instantaneously enveloped Li Ao and Medusa. A silver vortex rapidly formed beneath their feet, emanating a distant and chaotic aura of spatial coordinates. Seeking to escape, Soul Qianma engaged in a fierce confrontation with the purifying light of 10,000 flames. Let out a cold snort. With a flick of his finger, a meticulously condensed ghostly wind shot forth, as if traversing through space, disregarding the epicenter of energy collision, and directly targeted the forming spatial vortex. This single gesture contained a hint of the spatial sealing power of a battle saint. If it struck true, the spatial passage would surely collapse. Your opponent is me. Elder Yao's remnant soul bellowed in fury as the light on the fragment of the remnant map surged once more. He even ignited a portion of his original soul, transforming it into a wall of pure white flame composed of the essence of the pure lotus demon fire, standing defiantly before the ghostly wind. The ghostly wind pierced through the wall of flames, yet its speed and power were significantly diminished. The residual force collided with the spatial vortex, causing it to tremble violently, the silver light flickering chaotically, nearly dissipating. Oomph! Seeing that his strike had not achieved its full effect, Soul Qianma's eyes glinted coldly as he prepared to unleash further tactics. However, in that fleeting moment, the purifying light, now infused with the power of 10,000 flames, surged with renewed potency due to Elder Yao's soul's essence burning, temporarily suppressing the ghostly obliteration fist imprint, compelling Soul Qianma to divert his focus. It was in this brief interval that the silver light completely engulfed Li Ao and Medusa, the spatial vortex abruptly contracting, vanishing without a trace. Only a faint ripple of spatial energy remained, quickly settling into calmness. They had successfully slipped into the void. Remnant soul, you have thwarted my grand designs. Soul Qianma erupted in rage, the ghostly aura surrounding him swelling fiercely, and the power of his fist imprint surged exponentially, forcefully repelling the purifying light of 10,000 flames, shattering countless fiery runes. Below, the formation of the Dan City trembled violently, its brilliance dimming to an extreme. As Elder Yao's remnant soul completed its final mission of protection, it had entirely exhausted its strength, the phantom dissipating completely, and the fragment of the pure lotus demon fire's map dimmed, transforming into a faint glow that followed the spatial traces left by Li Ao, vanishing into the void. Soul Qianma stood in the air, his expression ominously dark. His consciousness surged forth like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping tens of thousands of miles, meticulously searching for every trace of spatial fluctuation. After a moment, he retracted his awareness, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. They have completely vanished? Even I cannot accurately pinpoint their destination. That jade talisman is no ordinary item. His gaze swept over the desolate Dan City below and the resolute figures of the Dan Tower's president and others, who bore expressions of desperation, before he let out a cold snort. The soul-killing annihilator has escaped, yet the foundation of the Dan Tower remains. And with that enigmatic pure lotus demon fire's map guardian watching, a direct assault now would cost me dearly, rendering the endeavor a fruitless endeavor. The Dan Tower, and that lad possessing the essence of obliteration, I shall remember. Soul Qianma's indifferent voice echoed across the heavens and earth. The decree of the Soul Palace's pursuit shall, from this moment forth, blanket the entirety of Zhongzhou. Heaven and earth shall offer no refuge for him. As his words fell, he waved his sleeve, his figure merging with the shadows, vanishing silently as though he had never existed. Yet, when the terrifying sacred might that enveloped the world dissipated, what remained was the eerie silence of the Dan City, along with the survivors, burdened by an overwhelming sense of gravity. The president of the Dan Tower gazed toward the direction Li Ao had vanished, then glanced at the dimly glowing tower bead in his hand, letting out a long sigh. The storm has only just begun. At this moment, amidst the chaotic and disordered currents of the void, a faint silver light enveloped two figures, traversing resolutely and with difficulty toward an unknown coordinate. Chapter 130. A Desperate Survival. Movements of the Black Iron. The valley lay in eerie silence beneath a leaden sky that hung low, as if within reach. The howling wind carried with it pure, yet violent energies of heaven and earth, akin to countless tiny blades that grazed the skin, inducing a slight sting. Liao and Medusa supported each other as they trudged through the rugged valley floor. Both were gravely injured, each step exacerbating their wounds. Liao's soul had been wounded. His consciousness felt as if pricked by needles, and the operation of his battle energy was murky and laborious. Medusa, primarily suffering from excessive battle energy depletion and internal injuries from braving the holy might, had also sustained damage to her meridians while protecting Liao from the residual force of Sol Chima's attack, leaving her breath in disarray. The immediate priority was to find a relatively safe location to tend to their injuries. The valley was far more expansive than they had anticipated, and its terrain was exceedingly complex. Beneath the withered yellow grass, they occasionally spotted rusted and dulled remnants of weapons, and even some colossal bones, too large to belong to humans or known beasts, half buried in the earth, silently narrating the ferocity of the past. The energy in this place, though violent, contained an ancient malevolence and a sense of stillness that might not be entirely detrimental to our injuries. Medusa's purple eyes glimmered as she perceptively attuned to her surroundings. Possessing the bloodline of the seven-colored sky-devouring python, she could inherently absorb and refine various energies, making her more adaptable to the cold and malevolent energies prevalent here than ordinary cultivators. Liao nodded in agreement, sensing it as well. The dormant black iron within him, along with the corresponding essence of obliteration, seemed to become slightly more active in this place. Though its stirrings were exceedingly faint, the sensation was akin to a slumbering beast shifting, impossible to ignore. The pervasive essence of termination and stillness in the air seemed to serve as a natural nourishment for it. There appears to be a cave over there. Liao's gaze locked onto an inconspicuous opening in the mountain wall, largely concealed by creeping vines. The two approached cautiously, and Medusa flicked her finger, sending a slender thread of seven-colored battle energy into the cave. Moments later, she withdrew it. The cave was shallow, devoid of any signs of life, appearing to have once been a lair for some beast, but long abandoned. As they pushed aside the withered vines, a mixture of dust and a faint musty odor rushed forth. Inside, the cave measured several zhang across, its floor covered with dry moss and dead grass. Tiny cracks in the ceiling allowed a few weak rays of light to filter in, just enough to see. This place is acceptable. With a wave of her hand, Medusa's seven-colored battle energy swept through, clearing the dust and debris from within the cave. Without further ado, they each found a relatively flat area, seated down cross-legged, and began to channel their energies to heal. Liao first produced several healing pills, exuding a rich medicinal fragrance, swallowing them down. These were top-quality pills he had crafted himself, and as the medicinal properties unfurled, it felt like a sweet spring flowing through his parched meridians, bringing waves of refreshing relief. He focused his mind, fully engaging the burning art, carefully nurturing the faint flickers of battle energy, cautiously revitalizing his damaged meridians and organs. Simultaneously, he allocated a fragment of his consciousness to descend into his sea of consciousness. Within that realm, the gray mist representing the backlash of the essence of obliteration still lingered, incessantly eroding his soul power and inflicting waves of excruciating pain. He attempted to dispel and refine it using his own soul strength, but found the results to be meager. The gray mist was of a high order and remarkably tenacious. Just as he felt overwhelmed, a faint ripple emanated from the depths of his brow. With a dormant black iron stirred once more. A subtle yet discernible pull emanated from the black iron, drawing in the stubborn gray mist from his sea of consciousness, gradually converging towards it and ultimately being absorbed. Though the process was exceedingly slow, Liao could distinctly feel the piercing pain in his soul gradually diminishing. This black iron can actually absorb the backlash force? A mix of astonishment and delight surged within him. This was undoubtedly monumental news, suggesting that should he ever need to invoke the essence of obliteration again in the future, he might rely on the black iron to hasten his recovery and mitigate risks. He dared not slacken his efforts, concentrating his mind to synchronize with the devouring essence of the black iron, channeling the medicinal power and fighting spirit to mend the wounds of his body with all his might. Beside him, Medusa was enveloped in a faint, iridescent halo. Instead of consuming pills, she directly absorbed the ferocious energies of the world around her. The ethereal form of the seven-colored, sky-devouring python flickered behind her, forcibly refining and purifying the chaotic energy surging into her body, transforming it into pure fighting spirit to repair her damaged meridians. Her method was more domineering and direct, yet remarkably efficient. Time quietly slipped away in the desolate valley. It was uncertain how long had passed, perhaps a day, perhaps several. Liao was the first to open his eyes. Though his complexion remained somewhat pallid, the depth and sharpness of his gaze had returned. With the assistance of the black iron, the wounds to his soul had stabilized and begun to heal slowly, and his internal fighting spirit had recovered to about 70 to 80%. He glanced at Medusa beside him, noticing she was still immersed in her meditative practice. Her aura steady and prolonged, indicating her recovery was also quite promising. Rising to his feet, he stretched his stiff limbs and walked to the cave entrance, gazing out at the leaden gray sky and barren land. This place was undeniably perilous, yet crises often concealed opportunities. The words of Elder Yao rang true. This location was indeed extraordinary. He murmured to himself, his gaze sweeping over the scattered remains and fragments of weapons. These bones and remnants, having endured the test of time, were likely the remains of formidable beings, perhaps at least at the level of a Dozun. This place might very well be an ancient battlefield. The sheer number of fallen powerhouses suggested that the great battle that once erupted here far exceeded his imagination. At that moment, a sudden and inexplicable tremor erupted deep within his brow, the black iron stirring violently. A wave of desire and guiding sensation, clearer and more intense than before, surged into Liao's heart like a tidal wave. The direction pointed deeper into the valley. Simultaneously, Medusa, still in her meditative state, abruptly opened her eyes. A flicker of astonishment crossing her violet orbs. The call had intensified. The two exchanged glances, each perceiving the gravity and a hint of inquiry in the other's eyes. Their injuries were not yet healed, and the path ahead remained uncertain. However, the black iron's unusual reaction and the mysterious summons loomed like a lighthouse in the fog. Impossible to ignore. Let us proceed and investigate, Liao declared firmly. A new exploration was set to commence in this ancient domain. Chapter 131. The Cursed Poison Maiden and Healing Affections. Following the intense guidance from the black iron and the call that Medusa sensed, the two departed from their temporary refuge in the cave, venturing deeper into the valley. The further they delved, the more desolate and lifeless the surroundings became. The bones on the ground grew increasingly colossal, with some retaining an alarming aura of energy pressure, a testament to the terrifying strength of their former owners. The air thickened with rampant energy, mingled with a sinister aura and a sense of silence, causing the black iron within Liao to warm slightly, transmitting a sensation of joy akin to a fish returning to water. Medusa's perception sharpened as well. Her violet eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. The summons was peculiar, seemingly not directed at her royal bloodline, but rather resembling a resonance of shared suffering. It felt as though an ancient existence, imprisoned within this realm, was calling for help. Liao nodded, sensing a similar feeling. The black iron's guidance did not seem to lead to a treasure, but rather directed him toward a specific location, or perhaps toward an encounter. After approximately half an hour of travel, they arrived at a more bizarre area. The land there bore an ominous gray-purple hue, and a faint, colorful mist lingered in the air. As the mist passed, even the hardened bones emitted a sizzling sound, slowly corroded by its touch. Be cautious, this mist is highly poisonous. Medusa's expression tightened as she summoned her seven-colored fighting spirit, forming a barrier to keep the encroaching toxic fog at bay. Liao also activated his bone spirit cold fire, enveloping himself in a pale white flame. The strange poison mist, upon contacting the otherworldly fire, immediately melted away as if ice meeting the sun. The existence of such a vast toxic miasma in this place could not have been a natural occurrence. Liao's gaze sharpened as he peered into the depths of the miasma. There was likely something hidden within. Just as he finished his thought, a suppressed, pained whimper resembling that of an injured beast emerged from the depths of the toxic mist. Following that, an exceedingly unstable energy fluctuation filled with destruction and death suddenly erupted. Boom! The gray-purple miasma roiled violently as if a massive stone had been thrown into a lake. And a slender figure clad in a simple white dress staggered out from the core of the miasma, collapsing to the ground. She curled her body, trembling all over, her exposed skin exhibiting a sickly gray-white interspersed with bizarre, colorful patterns, a terrifying poison uncontrollably emanating from her body, corroding the ground around her into a pockmarked wasteland. Is this the cursed poison body? Li Ao's pupils dilated as he recognized this fearsome constitution, one deemed taboo even in the Dochi continent. What struck him even more was that the agonized figure before him was none other than the little healer he had encountered years ago in the magical beast mountains of the Jiama Empire, who had once gifted him medicine. Yet now, she had lost the gentle and kind demeanor of her former self, replaced by a tragic beauty and despair wrought by the torment of the poison. Those once clear eyes were now filled with pain and struggle, tinged with a hint of unyielding defiance. Is it her? Medusa raised an eyebrow slightly, evidently recognizing the little healer as well. In the Jiama Empire, she had heard of this woman with the cursed poison body. Ah! The little healer emitted a pained cry, the poison within her erupting uncontrollably once more. The colorful poison patterns spread across her skin like living creatures, threatening to completely consume her consciousness and reduce her to a mere harbinger of destruction. At that moment, Li Ao moved without hesitation, his figure flashing to her side. He retracted the bone spirit cold fire, refraining from using the otherworldly fire to suppress her forcefully, knowing that would only exacerbate the backlash from the cursed poison body. In an action that surprised even Medusa, he extended his hand to grasp the little healer's ice-cold hand, which was clenched tightly in pain, her nails digging into her palm. Little healer, hold on, Li Ao urged, his voice imbued with a unique calming power. Simultaneously, he cautiously guided the slumbering essence of destruction within him, not to invoke its destructive characteristic, but to harness its essence of conclusion and return, akin to a precise filter, slowly channeling it into the little healer's body. The essence of destruction, which ends all things, naturally included this uncontrollable and violent poison energy. The once rampaging poison within the little healer, which sought to extinguish her life force, met this higher essence of destruction and became subdued, as if bowing before a sovereign. Though still volatile, its destructive impact was significantly diminished, as if forcibly calmed. The little healer's trembling gradually ceased, and the frenzied spread of the colorful poison patterns on her skin began to retract slowly. With great difficulty, she lifted her eyelids, her blurred vision capturing Li Ao's steadfast and concerned visage. It's you, she uttered weakly, her voice hoarse and filled with disbelief. In this place of despair, she had unexpectedly encountered an old friend, and he seemed to possess the power to counter her dire condition. Li Ao did not respond, wholly focused on controlling the delicate essence of destruction, painstakingly sorting through the chaotic poison within her. The process was immensely taxing, and soon beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Medusa stood nearby, quietly observing the scene. She gazed at Li Ao's focused profile, observing the immense effort he exerted for another woman, even resorting to the perilous power of his origin. A flicker of complex emotions passed through her violet eyes, subtle displeasure intertwined with a sense of understanding. She knew Li Ao well. He was not a man of fickle affections. His actions stemmed more from a sense of camaraderie and chivalry for an old acquaintance. Moreover, if this cursed body could be controlled, it might serve as a formidable asset. With a soft huff, she refrained from interrupting him, instead vigilantly guarding the vicinity to avert any potential dangers. Time trickled by. The toxic gas within the little healer's body was finally subdued for the moment, her complexion regaining a hint of color. Although still pale, the destructive aura that had spiraled out of control had vanished. She stared blankly at Li Ao, who still held her hand, feeling the peculiar yet reassuring strength radiating from his palm, as well as the beads of sweat on his forehead. It was as if the softest part of her heart had been touched. For years, due to her cursed body, she had endured disdain and fear, forced into solitude, perpetually battling the demons within her. No one had ever dared to approach her so closely during her moments of crisis, let alone hold her hand and risk everything to assist her. A novel sense of safety and warmth surged within her. Instinctively, she gently reciprocated the grip on Li Ao's hand. Noticing her movement, Li Ao looked down, his gaze meeting her eyes that had regained some clarity, albeit glistening with moisture and gratitude. In that moment, an air of subtle intimacy and excitement seemed to linger between them. Thank you. You have saved me once more. The little healer's voice was barely above a whisper, tinged with shyness. Li Ao released her hand, his tone calm. It was merely a trifling effort. Your cursed body appears to have reached a critical juncture. The unique environment here has exacerbated its eruption. The little healer nodded, her expression dimming. I had hoped to subdue the toxicity with the stillness of this place, but instead, it provoked a more violent backlash. Had it not been for you, we should not linger here. Although the toxic miasma has temporarily subsided, the source remains unresolved. Medusa's cool voice interjected, breaking the atmosphere between them. Now that you are awake, let us discuss the circumstances here and why you are present. Only then did the little healer notice the stunningly elegant Medusa, radiating an imposing aura, and she promptly rose, offering a slight bow. Queen Medusa. Collecting her thoughts, she began recounting her experiences. It turned out that in her quest to control the cursed body, she had been searching for opportunities. She had learned of an ancient artifact that might stabilize or even resolve her toxicity, hidden within this desolate region known as the Ancient Domain of Desolation. Driven by desperation, she had ventured in but had been trapped here for years, relying on the peculiar environment and her own concocted elixirs to barely keep the curse at bay, until it spiraled completely out of control. Ancient artifact? Li Ao's heart stirred, sensing the increasingly intense guidance from the black iron within him. Its direction aligning with the location of the ancient artifact the little healer spoke of. It seems our goals may be the same, Li Ao said, turning to the little healer. The peril within your body has not been eradicated. It is merely subdued for now. If you trust me, you may accompany us, and we might find a definitive solution to your condition. The little healer regarded Li Ao, hesitating not for a moment. She gently nodded. I trust you. Thus, within the desolate realm, the three ventured forth, their sights set on the unknown ancient artifact. While the delicate bond of gratitude and shared suffering blossomed quietly between Li Ao and the little healer. Chapter 132. Underlying Affections, Shadows of the Ancient Palace. The grayish-purple miasma receded behind them as the trio advanced deeper into the valley. With the little healer's presence, the atmosphere within the group grew subtly complex. Though still somewhat weak, the little healer's steps wavered slightly. Li Ao instinctively slowed his pace, occasionally reaching out to steady her when she stumbled. Each contact caused a faint, barely perceptible blush to rise on her pale cheeks, prompting her to murmur a soft thank you, while her gaze inadvertently followed Li Ao's retreating figure. Medusa observed this exchange with her calm, unruffled violet eyes, yet her regal aura seemed to carry an even sharper chill than usual. She walked alongside Li Ao, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far, exuding an unspoken understanding that kept others at bay. According to my previous explorations and the sense of summoning, the place we seek should lie just beyond that range of black mountains, Medusa remarked, gesturing ahead. Before them loomed a series of dark, towering peaks, as if steeped in ink, barren of life, emanating a heavy, foreboding silence. Li Ao nodded, feeling the black iron within him tremble with increasing intensity, its yearning and guidance becoming impossible to ignore. The black iron's resonance pointed toward that very location. Everyone be cautious. I sense a powerful energy field ahead, one infused with malice. As they approached the Black Mountain Range, the air grew denser with energy, the malevolent aura and lingering resentment from the ancient battlefield almost materializing, relentlessly assaulting their minds. The little healer, weakened, turned pale again as the toxic energy that had just settled within her began to stir restlessly. Just then a strange, eerie wind whipped up unexpectedly, carrying whispers that were both enticing and malicious, burrowing into their minds. Stay, become part of us. Eternal oblivion is the true home. Release your resistance, embrace the void. This abrupt and fierce mental assault caused the little healer to emit a muffled groan, her eyes glazing over momentarily, her body swaying toward a nearby abyss. Be careful, Li Ao reacted swiftly, wrapping his arm around the little healer's slender waist, pulling her away from the perilous edge. Simultaneously, he shouted, unleashing the power of his soul within his mind, combining it with the faint essence of oblivion radiating from the black iron to forcibly disperse the encroaching mental malevolence. The little healer, shaken, found herself nearly pressed against Li Ao, feeling the solid warmth of his chest and a mingling sense of medicinal herbs and his unique masculinity. Her heart raced uncontrollably, her cheeks flushed, momentarily forgetting to break free. Are you all right? Li Ao inquired softly, concern lacing his voice. I'm fine, the little healer stammered, quickly regaining her balance, yet the lingering warmth at her waist left her unsettled. Beside them, Medusa let out a cold huff, her multicolored aura rippling outward, cleansing the residual whispers of malice surrounding them. She cast a sidelong glance at the blushing little healer before turning her gaze back to Liao. Her tone inscrutable. This place is rife with peculiar mental invasions. Remain vigilant. Should you succumb to temptation, I won't repeatedly intervene to save you. Her words carried a hint of unrecognized bitterness. Liao rubbed his nose, sensing the atmosphere had grown delicate, and promptly stated with gravity, "We should not linger here. Let's hasten our pace." Passing through a narrow pass in the Black Mountain Range, the view ahead opened up dramatically, only to be replaced by an even more intense sense of shock and oppression. Before them lay an immense basin, at the center of which stood a grand, yet crumbling black palace. The palace, constructed from an unknown material, was entirely obsidian, as if it could swallow all light. Exuding an ancient, savage style, scarred by battle marks. Many sections had collapsed, yet one could still envision its former magnificence. Most alarming was the massive, slowly rotating gray-white energy vortex hovering above the palace, permeated by the purest essence of oblivion they had sensed throughout their journey. It felt as though all the terminal forces of this ancient battlefield converged here. At that moment, the black iron within Liao sang with a near-ecstatic tremor. "That is it." Liao's gaze burned with intensity. In Medusa's violet eyes, a flicker of solemnity and anticipation passed. "The source that summoned me lies within that grand hall." The little medical fairy, sensing the vortex brimming with the power capable of obliterating all, paled slightly. Yet her gaze grew resolute. "The force within might truly balance my cursed toxic body." The three exchanged glances, each perceiving the determination reflected in one another's eyes. However, just as they prepared to step into the basin, an unforeseen calamity arose. A deafening roar erupted as several colossal shadows, formed from pure, malevolent energy and the essence of death, surged forth from the shadows surrounding the basin. These phantoms varied in shape. Some resembled human figures, while others took the form of gigantic beasts. Lacking substance, they nonetheless exuded an aura rivaling that of a dozone or even a dozun. They were creatures born of the negative energy accumulated over countless eons in this realm. "Protect yourselves," Liao barked, his bone spirit cold fire enveloping him instantaneously, morphing into a white flame as he charged toward the most massive of the malevolent beasts. Medusa snorted coldly, her colorful fighting aura soaring skyward, transforming into a colossal energy serpent that entwined with several of the other shadows. The little medical fairy, not daring to be lax, though her toxic body was not to be easily stirred, was herself a peak dohuan. With a swift motion of her delicate hands, gray poisonous fighting aura morphed into sharp, piercing threads, assisting in restraining the surrounding monsters. The battle erupted instantaneously. Liao collided fiercely with the malevolent beast, the icy white flames and gray-black death energy clashing violently, emitting a hissing sound. These creatures, devoid of reason and fearless of death, were exceedingly troublesome. Out of the corner of his eye, Liao caught sight of a shadow, stealthily maneuvering to his rear, lunging toward the little medical fairy, who was engaged in fending off the frontal assault. "Watch your back." Without hesitation, Liao pivoted sharply, unleashing a punch as the bone spirit cold fire roared, instantly vaporizing the shadow that sought to ambush. However, this left his own back exposed to the malevolent beast. Roaring, the beast seized the opportunity, its enormous claw, forged from dense death energy, and imbued with the power to tear through space, crashed down toward Liao's back. "Humph!" A chilling scoff echoed. A vibrant flash of color surged forth, akin to an indomitable divine spear, piercing through the deathly claw and obliterating a significant portion of the beast's form along with it. It was Medusa. She intervened at the critical moment. Liao turned and met Medusa's gaze. Her expression remained cool, yet there was a hint of undeniable protectiveness within it. To be distracted in battle is tantamount to courting death. Medusa's tone was icy, yet her actions were resolute, her vibrant energy sweeping through, repelling the other two approaching shadows. A warmth blossomed within Liao, realizing that this seemingly aloof queen was not as indifferent at heart as she appeared. He smiled broadly. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for saving my life." Medusa turned away, focusing on the battle, though her delicate earlobes seemed to flush with a barely perceptible hue. The little medical fairy observed this scene, a tinge of bitterness rising within her heart, yet it was overshadowed by a complexity of emotions. She understood that, whether in strength or her bond with Liao, she seemed to lag behind. Through their combined efforts, despite the tenacity of these energy creatures, they were ultimately vanquished one by one. As the battle concluded, a temporary calm returned to the basin's edge. The three of them were somewhat exhausted, breathing heavily, having faced peril together and coordinated seamlessly. The relationship among them appeared to undergo subtle changes. An invisible bond quietly formed amidst the crisis in their shared struggle. Gazing at the silent, black, ancient palace ahead, and the slowly swirling vortex of annihilation above it, Liao inhaled deeply. Let us proceed. The answers lie within. Opportunities and dangers coexisted, while the tendrils of emotion began to unfurl within this dire predicament. Chapter 133. The Heart of Annihilation, a fate sealed in life and death. The black ancient palace loomed majestically, silent and lifeless, akin to a ferocious beast lying in wait for eons. A layer of flowing gray light membrane enveloped the palace door, through which the essence of annihilation flowed, barring entry to all living beings. Standing before the palace door, Liao felt the tremors of the black iron within him peak, as if urging him, resonating with a profound call. He took a deep breath and attempted to press his palm against the gray light membrane. A tremendous repulsive force surged forth, accompanied by an intent of annihilation that directly assaulted his soul, threatening to erase all traces of his existence. Liao grunted, his soul in excruciating pain, yet his gaze sharpened. Not only did he not retreat, but he also actively invoked the thread of annihilation's essence hidden deep within his soul. This was not the reckless fury invoked in battle before, but a gentler, more harmonious communication. Gray currents flowed from his palm, making contact with the annihilation essence on the palace door's membrane. The anticipated repulsion did not manifest. Instead, the membrane rippled as though meeting a kindred force. Its flow accelerated, and the repulsive force diminished significantly. Effective. A surge of joy filled Liao's heart as he intensified the output of his essence. The gray light membrane began to grow thin and transparent, centered around his palm. Medusa and the little medical fairy watched this scene with bated breath. Just as the membrane was on the verge of parting, an unexpected change occurred. A nearly imperceptible, exquisitely condensed gray ray shot forth without warning from a strange rune above the palace door, aiming directly at Liao's back, who was wholly focused on opening the membrane. The annihilation power contained within this ray was far more terrifyingly pure than that of the earlier energy creatures, capable of severely wounding or even annihilating a dozun. Too fast, too sudden. There was no time to react. Watch out! Two cries of alarm rang out almost simultaneously. A vibrant figure and a pure white figure made the same choice in that instant, disregarding their own safety as they lunged toward Liao's rear. Medusa was slightly faster. Her body radiated a dazzling array of colors as she appeared behind Liao in an instant, her arms crossed. The overwhelming seven-colored fighting aura coalescing into a heavy energy shield, attempting to withstand the annihilation ray. Meanwhile, the little medical fairy instinctively positioned herself between Medusa and Liao, aware of her inferiority to Medusa, hoping to provide an additional layer of defense with her own body. The annihilation ray effortlessly tore through Medusa's hastily conjured seven-colored shield, crashing violently against her arms. Medusa emitted a muffled groan of pain, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, as the terrifying annihilation force ravaged her arms and veins, sending her flying backward into the embrace of the little medical fairy. Both fell to the ground, Medusa's arms hanging limply, clearly gravely injured, her breath quickly waning. The little medical fairy, also shaken, felt her blood surge, but she disregarded her own condition, hastily checking on Medusa's injuries. Seeing the gray energy coiling around Medusa's arms, continuously eroding her vitality, her complexion turned pale. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Liao, sensing the crisis, turned just in time to witness Medusa blocking the fatal strike and being grievously wounded, while the little medical fairy rushed to her aid. A torrent of unprecedented fury and heartache erupted within him, akin to a volcano exploding in his chest. Roaring, his eyes turned crimson in an instant. He no longer cared for the backlash, as the thread of annihilation's essence within him was fully ignited. An even more powerful and pure gray energy surged forth from his being, no longer a communication, but a furious will crashing against the palace door's membrane. Open for me. Boom! The gray light membrane shattered in response, dispersing into countless motes of light. The heavy black palace doors, with an ancient rumble, slowly creaked open, revealing an unfathomably profound hall beyond. Yet, Li Ao did not cast a glance at it. He abruptly turned and dashed to the side of Medusa and the little physician. Medusa, little physician. His voice trembled slightly as he gazed upon Medusa's pale, blood-stained cheeks and her limp arms, feeling her rapidly waning vitality grip his heart like a vice. Noticing the blood at the corner of the little physician's mouth and the urgency and concern in her eyes only intensified his feelings of guilt and gratitude. He swiftly retrieved the finest healing elixir and carefully administered it to Medusa, while simultaneously channeling the bone spirit's cold fire, cautiously searing the stubborn force of annihilation afflicting her arm. The strange fire clashed with the force of annihilation, producing a sizzling sound. Medusa winced in pain, furrowing her brow. Yet she clenched her silver teeth in silence. "How are you?" Li Ao turned to the little physician, urgency lacing his tone. "I'm fine, just a minor wound." "Quickly, save Her Majesty." The little physician shook her head repeatedly, tears glistening in her eyes. Under Li Ao's relentless efforts, consuming his essence and the power of the strange fire, the force of annihilation on Medusa's arm was finally dispelled. However, her injuries were grave. Her internal organs were damaged, her meridians harmed, rendering her temporarily incapable of fighting. She slowly opened her eyes, her violet gaze meeting the anxious and guilty face of Li Ao mere inches away, before flicking a glance at the equally concerned little physician. A faint smile, barely perceptible, graced her weakened lips. "This king is not yet dead," she uttered, her voice faint yet imbued with unwavering pride. However, the frost in her eyes, when looking at Li Ao, seemed to thaw considerably. "As long as you are well." Those simple words sent a jolt through Li Ao's very being. He understood that this regal and aloof queen had truly braced herself, resolute in facing death. To shield him from that blow, he grasped her uninjured hand tightly, his gaze resolute yet gentle. "Do not speak. Focus on your recovery. The rest is up to me." Turning to the little physician, he extended his hand, gently wiping away the blood at the corner of her mouth, his tone laced with apology and gratitude. "And you, foolish girl, promise me you won't take such reckless actions again." Feeling the warmth of his fingertips and the concern embedded in his words, the little physician's cheeks flushed, her heart swelling with sweetness as if she had tasted honey, and she softly replied with a hum of agreement. In that fleeting moment between life and death, the delicate nuances and barriers that had previously existed between the three of them were irrevocably shattered. A bond of interwoven emotions, grounded in trust and shared fate, firmly bound them together. Li Ao cautiously lifted the now somewhat stable Medusa onto his back, taking the little physician's hand in his own. His gaze directed toward the now fully opened obsidian hall. Within awaited them the ultimate secrets of this realm of annihilation, as well as the source that had triggered the resonance between the black iron and Medusa. In his heart, the conviction to protect them had never been as resolute as it was at this moment.